Chapter 1. The winter night of Ulan Town in the Kingdom of Nord. There are but 3 months of warmth each year. The remainder of the time, this place is seemingly perpetually shrouded in wind, snow, and cold. The winters here are so frigid that even the god of dawn can bring light, but not warmth. The followers of the goddess of agriculture tirelessly endeavor to sow hardy crops such as wheat, barley, and rapeseed in the fertile yet perpetually cold soil. The annual harvest barely sustains the food needs of this nation. As night falls, Ulan Town, located in the northern realm of Nord, lies in tranquil silence during the depths of winter. The sky once again releases a flurry of large snowflakes, blanketing the rooftops of every home and coating the roads in a thick layer of snow. The air in the town is eerily still, with the chimneys of houses billowing dark smoke, while the stars above cast a faint glimmer upon the ground, obscured by the heavy snowfall. During this season, the sun sets early, and the darkness brings with it an increased sense of safety the quicker one returns to town. While lingering outside prolongs the danger, the wilderness beyond the town is fraught with peril. Bandits, wild beasts, marauding northern tribes, and even the terrifying green-skinned creatures or undead are known to roam, making the townsfolk reluctant to venture out during these hours. Only the doors of their homes and the warmth of the hearth provide them with a semblance of security. In this world cloaked in white, aside from the occasional patrolling soldier, the town is engulfed in darkness. Resembling a ghost town, the biting winter wind howls incessantly, and the snowflakes dance in the night sky. In this coldest season of the year, the inhabitants of the town can only huddle within their homes, yearning for the arrival of spring. A pair of black leather boots creaks on the steps at the town gate, and a figure clad entirely in dark leather appears. He wears a low-brimmed triangular hat. The edge is dusted with snow, and his imposing stature is complemented by a single-handed long sword adorned with golden and silver engravings slung across his back, while he grips a golden warhammer whose handle is nearly as long as a man, its base twisted into a sharp point that glimmers with a chilling light. The man possesses a handsome visage, perpetually adorned with a smile, resembling a priest, yet the stubble at the corners of his mouth suggests he is no more than 25 years of age. The blood upon his chainmail and the ferocity in his gaze, however, reveal that he is far from a mere cleric. He surveys his surroundings, noting the absence of footprints in the snow-covered muddy road, and lets out a soft sigh upon spotting a sentry standing guard at the gate. Approaching, he casually inquires, "Pray tell, have you seen a man in a tall round hat, cloaked, wearing outdated trousers and black leather boots, with a pallid complexion in recent days?" Initially reluctant to respond, the soldier's demeanor shifts as the man parts his cloak, revealing a silver wolf head insignia upon his chest. "My apologies, how rude of me, my lord knight," the soldier exclaims, instinctively straightening and bowing. 3 days passed. Indeed, such a man did arrive. He claimed to be Mr. Butte, a friend of the Lord, so we granted him entry. He departed yesterday morning, heading southwest. Mr. Butte? Let me ponder this for a moment. Surely, 3 days prior, an unfamiliar traveler rode into the town. The man scoffs, gesturing as the soldier's unease grows. So, our loyal sentinels approached to inquire, yet this traveler produced a handful of silver coins, indicating a reluctance to reveal his identity. Our loyal sentinels, sensing the traveler's sincerity, no, the sincerity of Mr. Butte, allowed him passage into the town, did they not? In the bitter cold, beads of sweat form on the soldier's brow. Quickly freezing, he stammers, "My lord, I beg your forgiveness for our moment of folly. I must have been possessed by an evil spirit at that time. I am willing to surrender the coins to you. Please forgive our transgression." The man seems displeased, exhaling a cloud of white breath before waving his hand dismissively. "Very well, let me enter the town." Yes, 1,000 thanks." The soldier, as if granted a reprieve, hurriedly opens the gate. With a creak, the wooden door slowly swings open, allowing the man to lead his horse into the town, leaving the soldier trembling in apprehension. It is now 6 o'clock in the evening, a time when the townspeople would typically be active. Yet due to the climate in Nord, the sun had long set at 3. Thus, he walks alone through the streets, contemplating the events that have transpired. The soldier's pay may ensure their sustenance, yet it does not afford them a life of abundance. In matters of little consequence that do not contravene military orders, accepting bribes is not entirely unreasonable. Mr. Butte is indeed clever. Having been a monster hunter for many years, he understands human nature. A mere handful of silver coins has allowed him to evade numerous troubles along the way. Yet, this complicates my own situation. He gazes up at the brilliant moon, murmuring, heading southwest. Is Mr. Butte making for the port? Regardless, it would be wise to seek lodging for the night. The wilderness is perilously dangerous during these hours. After a moment's thought, he resolves to find shelter first out a day or two of rest. Then he shall rendezvous with the woman from the Gallant Council. The kingdom of Nord is a desolate and remote land, yet even the smallest towns, once inhabited by humans, feature inns. The man soon discovers a tavern, a two-story establishment that appears to house around 10 rooms. Following the snow-laden path, the inn remains open to all townsfolk, just as it has in days past. Upon entering through the sturdy wooden door, the interior resembles a lively gathering, with wooden tables and chairs haphazardly arranged. Patrons converse animatedly, indulging in hearty barley ale, while the innkeeper and his wife bustle about, serving various dishes and drinks from behind the bar. The crackling fire in the hearth burns brightly, filling the air with the rich aroma of simmering meat stew, its steam wafting throughout the inn. The contrast between the frigid outside air and the warmth within is stark. The windows are fogged with condensation, creating a barrier between the two worlds. In the center of the room, two inebriated patrons embrace, dancing to the cheerful tunes of a minstrel, while a merchant from the Empire fumbles awkwardly in a dance led by a burly man, drawing laughter from those present. Lady Freya, another mug of barley ale, if you please, booms a burly man sporting a thick beard, slamming his empty wooden cup onto the bar. Beautiful, when you call my name. Do remember to include beautiful. More ale? Settle your tab first. You've had 4 mugs, totaling 20 copper coins. The plump innkeeper's wife retorts, hands on her hips, playfully swatting the man's head with a spoon. The man hastily rummages through his pockets, producing 30 copper coins in one breath. Here you are, beautiful Lady Freya. Be quick with the ale. Very well. With a flourish, the innkeeper's wife swiftly pockets the coins, her face alight with joy as she instructs her staff to bring out more barrels of ale. The innkeeper places a platter of roasted lamb before a seated soldier. Sir, your roast enjoy. Thank you. The soldier accepts the roasted meat, requesting a cup of wine. He appears to be of considerable age, with numerous wrinkles at the corners of his eyes. As he focuses on the delicious fare before him, at the other end of the room, a flamboyantly dressed minstrel, clad in purple and adorned with a red soft cap, tunes his lyre, preparing for his performance. Minstrel, what tale do you plan to share with us today? Calls out a patron. Indeed, if it isn't captivating, we shan't pay. Others chime in, urging him on. Ho ho, the patrons grow increasingly boisterous, and the minstrel, with a resigned adjustment of his attire, begins to play his lyre softly. Well then, I shall regale you with an ancient tale, a magnificent epic from 150 years ago. Centuries ago, the world was a place of peace, where people thrived in harmony. Despite occasional skirmishes between the northern tribes and the central continent, trade and peace remained the prevailing themes. The southern realms were once the largest and finest ports, thriving as free trading cities. The dwarves, residing in the eastern mountain range, exchanged their exquisite craftsmanship and wares with the human empires, while the southern wastelands stood with dwarven fortresses, testaments to their golden age. In those days, the forests were not as perilous as they are now in those days. But approximately a millennium ago, everything changed. The world was transformed. The inn gradually quiets, the only sounds being the crackling of the fire in the hearth. As patrons settle into their seats, it is customary on the continent for the audience to remain silent while the minstrel performs, though the merchant from the Empire appears indifferent, choosing to listen intently nonetheless. The bard commenced to gently strum a melodious tune, the melody steeped in sorrow, yet brimming with hope. Nearly a millennium ago, in the northern realms of the Empire, darkness descended, malevolent deities unleashed their wrath, and chaos reigned, rendering the world akin to a hellish inferno. The god of totems fell, while the god of beasts was extinguished. Civilization faltered before savagery, wisdom retreated from the brutal onslaught, and peace fled as blades clashed. To the south of the Empire, the green-skinned arose, the head of Nush transformed into an ornament for Uzak. The dwarves' millennia-old fortresses could not withstand the spreading plague. Statues of former kings were toppled, and the treasures of ancient tombs became the spoils of invaders. Fortunately, alliances were reforged amidst the ruins of annihilation. The Longbeard Guard and the Lion Knights marched forth in unity, yet this victory was not one to be celebrated. For the Empire had lost its emperor, brothers turned against one another, ensnared in endless discord. In the shadowy corners, the undead clawed their way from graves, and the wicked Beastmen corrupted the lands. the world descended into turmoil. And all was perilous. 150 years prior, a twin-tailed comet streaked across the sky, heralding the arrival of a hero. The savior, Ludwig, the demon prince, was beheaded, and the malevolent shaman fell. Even the mightiest of Chaosborn were reduced to mere flesh before him. Upon the plains of Fascia, the just united to form an invincible coalition. Ancient dragons roared, angels soared through the heavens, and the wands and longbows of elves gleamed brightly. The dwarves forged the most formidable walls of copper and iron, while even devils emerged from the molten depths, inspired by the savior to fight for justice against chaos. All glory returned to Ludwig. Dozens of purified demon princes and divine followers' heads adorned the walls of the empire, testament to his unparalleled brilliance and grand achievements. The cries of victory resounded through the heavens and the earth, and the people elected him as the new emperor of the empire. All glory returned to Ludwig, chaos retreated to its old haunts, and peace once again graced the land. The populace flourished in contentment, and the hymns of the gods echoed anew. All glory returned to Ludwig. The bard passionately sang this captivating epic, unnoticed by the patrons that a new guest had arrived at the inn. It was not until the chime of a wind bell rang out, capturing the attention of all, that the man, who had stood at the entrance, pushed open the heavy door. The tale of the savior Ludwig was one known by every soul across the continent. This nobleman from humble origins, who later became the emperor of the new empire, reassembled the shattered remnants of the old empire through sheer strength and astute political acumen, ultimately vanquishing the forces of chaos. The new empire rose from the ashes of the old, and Ludwig became its founding emperor. Is there a room available? In the gaze of all, the man spoke, his voice youthful, as many had anticipated. Are you a foreigner? No rooms left. Foreigner, we're closing soon, so please take your leave. Close the doors, close the doors. The patrons jested half-heartedly, for the town was not particularly welcoming to outsiders, and the man was a stranger to them. You lot be quiet, it's not easy to get a customer in this weather. You damn fools are always ruining my business. The innkeeper's wife's furious shout interrupted the patrons, and her round face soon broke into a smile. Yes, we have plenty of vacant rooms. Is it just you? Indeed, just me. And please prepare dinner for me as well. The young man placed his belongings down and then settled at the bar, ordering rye bread, boiled broad beans, barley ale, and a large portion of roasted lamb, totaling 20 copper coins. Bard, regale us with a new tale. What sort of story do you wish to hear? The bard replied with a grin. How about the tale of the founding Night King of Britannia? We've heard that one. The patrons interjected. What about a story of the war between the greenskins and the dwarfs? That's dull. The patrons and the bard began to bicker loudly, with some desiring tales of war, others seeking love stories, and even a few requesting tales of deities, each with differing demands, leaving the bard somewhat perplexed. Let us have the bard tell us a new story, the legendary tale of our young hero from the Nord Kingdom, Hammer Ryan, shall we? Yes, that sounds splendid. Let us hear that. The man merely lowered his head to eat, spending a little more coin for the innkeeper's wife to bring him some butter for his bread. After finishing his meal, he excused himself and returned to his room. He had booked the finest chamber in the inn. The least desirable accommodations were large rooms filled with simple straw and linen bedding, while slightly better single rooms had only a basic bed and a bucket of water in the corner, the latter not for drinking but for convenience. His room boasted a soft bed, a table, a chair, and even a dedicated washroom. There was a small window, and upon returning to his quarters, Ryan gently pushed it open, gazing out at the heavy snowfall. I wonder how long this snow will continue. At that moment, a bracelet on the man's wrist suddenly glimmered with a soft white light. He showed no surprise as he pressed the gem on the bracelet, and a voice of authority resonated forth. Ryan, have you found the whereabouts of Belt? Chapter 2. Past and present I have. But before that, may I ask the Archbishop a question? Please, proceed. What exactly is the situation with Mr. Belt? After a moment of silence, the authoritative voice slowly replied. Ryan, you must know that Belt is a demon hunter. Yes, I am aware. Has he been corrupted by chaos? A renowned demon hunter of 20 years, succumbing to chaos so easily? The young man, Ryan, listened intently as the Archbishop recounted the tale, his expression grave as he recalled the information he possessed. 150 years ago, the barbaric tribes from the chaotic wastelands of the north, summoned by chaos, gathered an immense army exceeding 500,000, marching southward and annihilating everything in their path. even breaching the Imperial capital. After the Battle of Fascia, the new empire was re-established amidst the devastation. With the Imperial Council electing Ludwig as the new emperor, as the original Imperial capital, Weissmann's, lay in ruins, Ludwig established his capital in Brunswick. However, the taint of chaos did not dissipate from the land. Corruption, disease, mutants, and followers of malevolent deities ran rampant across the Empire's territories. The Imperial army could not constantly mobilize for every minor issue. Thus, the profession of demon hunter emerged, as the cultural decay within the Empire and the spread of pagan beliefs proliferated throughout the land. In such dark, obscure times, there arose a need for resolute cleansers. Wherever demon hunters ventured, they eradicated those heretics and monstrosities, waging war against chaos. Belt was such a demon hunter, rising to fame 12 years prior by single-handedly dismantling an entire evil deity cult, earning the esteemed title of Demon Master. But Ryan had come to pursue Belt. Throughout his hunting career, this master of demon hunting seemed to grow increasingly reclusive, more reluctant to engage with others, shunning even routine gatherings, often acting in secrecy while continuously gathering something. 5 months ago, the Archbishop Innocent of the Justice Church in the Nord Kingdom received a letter from the Demon Master. Belt sought the Archbishop's aid, claiming he was tormented by the whispers of demons, plagued by dreams of boundless blood and endless slaughter, and at times unable to control his actions. He felt he was on the brink of madness and implored the Archbishop for help. This Demon Master, known for his independence, had a history of clashes with the Justice Church. After much hesitation, Archbishop Innocent decided to investigate the matter. To his astonishment, upon arriving at Belt's residence, the Demon Master vehemently denied having sent any letter, insisting he had never corresponded with the Archbishop and requested that he not interfere in his life. In a fit of anger, Innocent departed, declaring that henceforth, any matter concerning Belt was no longer his concern. Yet, being the Archbishop of the Justice Church in the Nord Kingdom, he soon realized something was amiss. Upon hastening back to Belt's dwelling, he found it abandoned, leaving behind a horrific scene of experimentation where the Demon Master had conducted inhumane tests on living subjects, creating numerous half-beast, half-human monstrosities that I can imagine how dreadful that must have been. What I wish to know is why the church did not employ the holy protection to shield this Demon Master. The young knight inquired, sitting on the bed in his room, because he was unwilling to pay the price. The Archbishop replied before severing the communication, as prolonged contact required substantial energy. The price, is it? Ryan, being a clever individual, understood full well what the so-called price entailed. The Church of Justice is far from being a mere charitable organization, nor is it an altruistic body devoted to the eradication of evil. The Church staunchly asserts that justice demands a price, and many of its services are clearly priced. The demon hunter, Belter, is unwilling to pay this price. The Church of Justice is keen to enlist those demon hunters willing to be integrated into its ranks. Those who accept this arrangement are granted leave, working only 6 months a year, during which the demon hunters are periodically blessed by divine grace to ensure they remain untainted by the forces of chaos. However, justice comes at a cost. 40 of a demon hunter's earnings must be submitted as a protection fee. This condition is unacceptable to many hunters, who must sign contracts with their hands upon the sacred texts, under the witness of the deities. Breaching such a contract results in dire consequences. Numerous hunters find these terms intolerable, and Belter is among them. The church has commissioned other hunters to capture Belter, yet none have succeeded. When the corpse of the kingdom's strongest hunter, Master Hunter Bent, was discovered impaled upon a pine tree, Archbishop Innocent realized the gravity of the situation and sought out Ryan. Ryan enjoys a favorable relationship with the Church of Justice, appreciating its straightforwardness in demanding payment without hypocritically extolling divine grace or blessings, and refraining from underhanded tactics to persecute dissenters. Thus, he has maintained good relations with the church. Compared to the Crusaders of the medieval era, they are indeed far superior. With no further thoughts yielding results, Ryan removed his entire suit of chainmail, cautiously setting multiple alarm devices, and placed his warhammer and sword within reach by the bedside. Leaning back against the soft down pillow, he murmured, "A foreigner, am I?" Indeed, Ryan is not a native of this world. He is an outsider by chance. He traversed from a blue life-bearing planet. Yet this transition was not as idyllic as one might imagine. He spent 3 days navigating through a bizarre corridor filled with illusions, Within this passage, he encountered a mysterious man clad in golden armor with long black hair, experiencing a personal adventure. Upon arriving in this world, Ryan was astonished to find himself transformed into a 3-year-old child, with stray dogs eyeing him hungrily. It was then that his adoptive father, Lord Norman of Auden, happened to pass by, and thus, Lord Norman took the child in, naming him Ryan, meaning lion. For the boy's courageous struggle against the pack of dogs reminded the knight of a lion battling a horde of beasts. 2 decades have swiftly passed. At 18, Ryan embarked on a journey. His footprints scattered across much of the Nord Kingdom, from the frontline fortress of Storm against the northern barbarians to the capital city of Winterhold, from the densely populated haven of Nord mages at Skyward Fortress to the present-day town of Alon. Through incessant hunts of monsters and those fallen from grace, he exchanged bounties with the Church of Justice while also accepting various commissions from local lords, amassing a considerable fortune. What lies ahead? Lying in bed, Ryan gradually drifted into slumber. In his dreams, he seemed to return to his homeland, that nation beneath the red flag, where the roads remained congested. Each day, he would rise early to squeeze onto the subway for work, laboring diligently to support his family, striving to save for a home. His parents grew older, yet fortunately, they lived in the same city. During holidays, he would visit them, enjoying outings together, listening to his father's admonishments and his mother's gentle nagging. Though work was arduous, it did not feel oppressive. Yet, everything began to blur slowly. After 20 years in this world, his memories of the previous one remained relatively clear, though the faces of his once familiar parents and friends no longer shone brightly. Shrouded in shadow, in confusion and a subtle sadness, he felt as though he was endlessly plummeting into darkness. Awakened in the middle of the night, he touched his cheek, finding it streaked with tears. The next morning, Ryan rose early, finishing breakfast while the outside world remained shrouded in darkness. He sat in the inn's lobby, gazing blankly at the heavy snowfall. If only I were truly a foreigner. It would be better. A wandering soul is no match for a prosperous dog, the young man sighed softly. Sir, you are quite the early riser. The innkeeper, scrubbing dishes behind the bar, noticed Ryan seated in the lobby and remarked, You slept quite early last night. Later, the bard recounted the tale of our Nord hero, Hammerine. It was truly splendid. The atmosphere was electric. It would be a pity if you missed it. Haha, Hammerine, you say? I hear his story every day. And I even witness it firsthand. The young man chuckled, smiling as he deflected the innkeeper's inquiries about whether he had ever served as Hammerine's squire. Instead, he inquired, A few days ago, did a tall, lean man clad in a cloak, wearing a tall round hat, and dressed in long trousers and black boots come to stay here? I don't know. The innkeeper's expression shifted to one of wariness. He set down the dish and clay cup in his hands, his tone suddenly sharp. I'm sorry, sir, but it's our policy not to disclose information about other guests. If that is why you are here, then you might as well abandon hope. As he spoke, the innkeeper's hand reached toward something beneath the bar. But the knight reacted swiftly, gesturing to indicate he meant no harm, and then swept aside his cloak, revealing a silver wolf head insignia before the innkeeper. Ah, you are a knight of the White Wolf. My sincerest apologies, please forgive me. The innkeeper's face paled upon seeing the insignia, hastily apologizing. It is indeed correct to withhold guest information. In any business, one must adhere to the rules of the trade. However, I now command you, in the capacity of a knight of the realm, to divulge the details. Yes, sir. The innkeeper quickly set down his small crossbow and relayed everything he knew to Ryan. 3 days ago, a strangely dressed, tall, lean man did indeed come here. Chapter 3. Pursuit of Traces. Could you elaborate further? The young man furrowed his brow. Belter, a master hunter, may lack the counterintelligence skills of those in the kingdom's intelligence department. Yet his extensive experience battling chaos and capturing cultists has endowed him with formidable counter-surveillance skills. That Ryan's pursuit has encountered numerous obstacles. Regardless of how Belter evades capture, he is still a mortal in need of rest and sustenance. The dangers of this world are far greater than those of his former life on Earth, and with Ryan relentlessly pursuing him, Belter would hardly have the luxury of time to replenish his supplies. Thus, to maintain his strength, Belter must seek refuge in human settlements. This gentleman was quite peculiar. He only uttered a few words, requesting a room and asking us to procure some food and drink. In light of his offering a gold dinar, we complied, especially since he specifically requested 3 pounds of beef, which took us considerable effort to obtain. Surely, the knight understands how difficult it is to find beef at this time of year. The innkeeper complained. 1 gold dinar is sufficient to cover a family's expenses for 3 to 4 months. Ryan nodded. Food prices vary by season. In spring and summer, a mountain chicken might sell for just a handful of copper coins. Yet during the harsh winter, a live mountain chicken could fetch 2 silver dinars, equating to 200 copper coins. Among meats, beef holds the highest value, as cattle represent wealth and vital labor in this world, making chicken, duck, and lamb comparatively cheaper, with beef being the most expensive. Regardless of the cost, a single gold dinar could buy 30 pounds of beef. So ultimately, the innkeeper managed to procure several packages of cooked beef and rations for the mysterious guest, who departed before dawn. But that makes no sense. The city gates are only opened at dawn. Did he mention where he was headed? The young knight remained furrowed in thought, the tenacity of his foe proving unexpectedly formidable. And he still could not ascertain whether the master hunter had fully succumbed to chaos. Whether he had indeed fallen, Ryan resolved to eradicate him completely. In light of Belter's prior slayings of several demon hunters and a master hunter, Ryan vowed to confront him directly. Any being tainted by chaos must either be purified or utterly annihilated. After conversing with the innkeeper, Ryan nodded as the first light of dawn began to break. Rising, the young man decided to explore the town. If the innkeeper's claims were accurate, then Ryan and Belter were likely only 2 days apart. This distance would make it exceedingly difficult for Ryan to catch the elusive master hunter. Given the circumstances, Ryan concluded it would be best to remain here, waiting for the woman from the Garland Council to rendezvous with him, enabling her to open a portal directly to the next location Belter might reach. As dawn approached, the heavy snowfall showed no signs of abating. Ryan rose and made his way towards the inn's entrance. The innkeeper, observing the knight's amiable demeanor and lack of arrogance, felt a sense of goodwill towards him. He promptly remarked, "My lord knight, the winds and snow outside are fierce. Perhaps you would prefer to rest indoors for a while longer? The day has broken. Should I not venture out now? Do you suggest I wait until nightfall to play hide and seek?" The young man turned, flashing a slight smile, snowflakes already accumulating in his dark hair. His azure eyes sparkled with a glimmer of light as he waved his hand and departed. Dark hair, azure eyes, a knight of the realm at such a young age. Could it be? The innkeeper's eyes widened in realization upon noting the young man's hair and eye color. Most citizens of Nord were golden-haired and blue-eyed, and this young man appeared to be no older than 25. That he suddenly recalled the tale sung by the bard the previous night, of the Nord knight, the hero of the people, Hammer Ryan. In that story, Hammer Ryan was also described as dark-haired with blue eyes. He hesitated to ponder further. Stepping out into the snow-laden streets, Ryan braved the biting wind and swirling snow against his face. The winter season complicated his mission significantly. Only those who had endured Nord's biting cold could truly comprehend its severity. During this season, the majority of people huddled indoors, seeking the warmth of a fireplace. Nobles, merchants, mercenaries, and farmers alike. Farmers typically stayed home to mend tools, sew garments, and cure hides. Yet, occasionally, hunters or fishermen would venture out in search of fortune. As any catch during the season could yield a modest profit, the quaint wooden longhouses of the Nord people appeared to recede as Ryan walked past. These homes, constructed of timber with thatched roofs extending to the ground, were long yet narrow, with piles of firewood stacked outside and doors securely shut. From Ryan's extensive travels, he had learned that few were truly hospitable. Many had paid dearly for their kindness. Clutching his golden warhammer, Ryan, having considered the troubles he faced, finally let his cloak fall open, allowing all to see the white wolf knight insignia emblazoned on his chest. Indeed, upon seeing the emblem, the initially hostile townsfolk regarded him with awe and reverence. Noticing a man in his 30s working with wood at the entrance, Ryan inquired, "Good sir, could you direct me to the blacksmith shop?" "Ah, a knight." The man looked up, recognizing Ryan's status, and quickly replied, "The blacksmith's is just around the next corner. Turn right, and you'll find it among the subsequent shops." "Thank you. And is there a church here?" Ryan continued his inquiry. "Are you referring to the Church of Life?" "Town only has the Church of Life. If you seek the Church of Justice or the Church of Magic, you must travel approximately 80 miles to Grandstad, where you will find numerous churches. Every 10 days, our Lord arranges a guarded convoy to take us to Grandstad. The next journey is in 7 days. Do you have any further questions, my lord?" The man's response was quite detailed. Ryan nodded and pressed on. How many priests and warriors serve the Church of Life here in Elan? There is 1 priest and 3 paladins, my lord. The priest is a good man, often providing us with free healing. During holidays, he also shares baked goods and apple cider with us. The man paused from his work, smiling. The priest frequently tends to our ailments and casts divine spells for adventurers. So many of us here worship the Morning Lord or the Earth Mother. Understood. Thank you. No need for thanks, my lord. May fortune be with you. As Ryan proceeded towards the Church of Life, he noted its modest size, resembling a small building with white walls and a wooden door. 2 guards stood at the entrance, and upon glancing at them, Ryan felt a twinge of disappointment. From his extensive travels, he believed that the strength of a church could often be gauged by the quality of its attendants. These 2 warriors appeared to be no more than ordinary soldiers. Ryan mused that with a single swing of his hammer, they would soon meet the Morning Lord and the Earth Mother. Upon entering the Church of Life, Ryan found a clean courtyard. Though small, it was well equipped with the necessary facilities. The Morning Lord and the Earth Mother were deities bound in matrimony, their connection intimately linked by the life-giving sunlight. Both deities belonged to the neutral good alignment, and the Church of Life enjoyed a favorable reputation across the continent, often aiding the impoverished and healing the sick. They also organized activities sought to improve agricultural yields, reclaimed wastelands, and taught people how to live better lives. Thus, the vast majority of self-sufficient farmers and tenants revered these 2 deities. The Church of Life, alongside the Church of Justice and the Church of Magic, constituted one of the 3 great churches of the continent. Despite the Church of Life's significant influence among the populace, Ryan was indifferent to their doctrines of selflessness and kindness, while he maintained a cordial relationship with the Church of Justice. His ties with the Church of Life were more tenuous as for the Church of Magic. Its considerable power was undeniable. It was well known that spellcasters required access to the weave, controlled by the goddess of magic, necessitating her approval to connect with it. Consequently, the Church of Magic wielded immense authority, and when necessary, all spellcasters adhered to the goddess of magic's decrees, although deities generally refrained from interfering in the affairs of the material realm. Gods to their realms, mortals to theirs, Ryan murmured to himself, tightening his cloak as he stepped into the Church of Life. The paladin at the entrance, upon seeing the knight's insignia, made no attempt to impede him but instead inquired, "My lord knight, how may I assist you?" "Nothing pressing. I merely wish to browse and perhaps purchase a few items," Ryan replied, gesturing to indicate he meant no trouble. The paladin, seeing this, did not object, adding, "The priest is inside. Feel free to speak with him if you need anything." Understood. Inside the church, a small courtyard welcomed him, where several children played joyfully, engaging in a snowball fight, their laughter ringing out that a woman who appeared to be in her 30s stood in the corridor, smiling as she watched the scene unfold. However, upon hearing footsteps from the entrance, she turned and, upon seeing Ryan, momentarily paused in surprise. "A knight? How may I assist you?" The priestess, with hair nearing white and crow's feet at the corners of her eyes, possessed an ordinary appearance, her prominent hooked nose somewhat detracting from her looks. Yet, the warmth radiating from her countenance significantly mitigated any shortcomings in her appearance. "Are these children the next batch to receive baptism?" Ryan inquired, maintaining a tone that was neither humble nor haughty, his demeanor enigmatic. "These are the children left behind by hunters and soldiers, taken in by the church," the priestess replied, shaking her head, her expression turning somber. "After losing their fathers, their mothers struggle to make ends meet, so during the day, they come to the church under my care." "Ah, so this place doubles as a nursery." The knight chuckled, inadvertently using a term from his homeland. "Nursery? Who is that? A friend of yours, Sir Knight?" The priestess, unfamiliar with the term, opted not to pursue its meaning and instead asked, "What brings you to the Church of Life?" "Well, I have a few inquiries. 4 days ago, did a tall, slender man pass through here?" Ryan proceeded to ask the priestess if she had sensed any chaotic energies approaching. Being a member of the clergy, she was particularly attuned to such forces, having been bound by an obligation to detect chaos since the rise of Charlemagne over a millennium ago during the Age of Disaster. That pales in comparison to the overwhelming sin of blood emanating from you. "Sir Knight, your bloody aura has obscured all traces. Did you arrive here after a fierce battle?" The priestess closed her eyes momentarily, attempting to discern the essence surrounding Ryan. "Indeed, prior to my arrival here yesterday, I encountered a horde of blood beasts in the wild," Ryan admitted, realizing his visit to the Church of Life had borne no fruit, and the frustrating reason was himself. Very well, you can create divine scrolls here. Correct? Ryan shifted the topic, having gleaned no valuable information thus far. What kind of scroll does the noble knight require? I only possess the skill level of a second-tier artisan, and as for crafting scrolls. The priest hesitated. Not that one. I mean the spell, the fundamental divine art that every priest of the Church of Life must master. You can craft that divine spell scroll, can't you? Oh, I understand now. For that, I have plenty in stock, 5 silver dinars per scroll. I'll take 2. Thank you for your patronage. Upon exiting the Church of Life, Ryan's bracelet suddenly glimmered with light. Noticing this, the Knight of the Kingdom sought out a secluded corner and pressed the gem on his bracelet. Archbishop Ryan. There is new information. According to reports from the paladins involved in the capture, Belt has been sighted near the Mean Forest, 30 miles from Ulan town, and it is highly likely he has taken refuge deep within the woods. Please exercise caution and do not act recklessly. The authoritative voice continued. Mean Forest? Understood. Chapter 4. Preparations before departure. By the way, where is Teresa? Ryan suddenly recalled something and casually inquired. Teresa? You must mean Lady Travik? After your duo operation, she encountered a mercenary group and has decided to join forces with them. The Archbishop replied before terminating the communication. What a stubborn woman. Ryan shook his head. Spellcasters are incredibly powerful. A spellcaster of the same tier can unleash spells capable of vanquishing 10 melee combatants. However, they are also quite vulnerable. The time it takes to cast spells is often sufficient for a melee fighter of equal rank to slay them multiple times. Thus, spellcasters require protection. The reason a mercenary group willingly chose to accompany that woman is simple. The presence of a spellcaster significantly enhances a team's strength and crisis response capabilities. For instance, comparing an elite-tier warrior to an elite-tier spellcaster is akin to contrasting a laborer earning $6,000 a month with a senior engineer making the same, while both earn the same. The laborer is limited to mere physical work, whereas the engineer possesses a diverse skill set, a wealth of potions, and profound wisdom cultivated through experience. This is why spellcasters are so revered. They are the favored children of the world. Affectionately dubbed spell lords, and are the sought-after companions of all adventurers. After years of wandering, Ryan has developed a profound understanding of this dynamic. He knows, for example, that if a task requires the involvement of an elite-tier spellcaster, the anticipated reward must be no less than 10 gold dinars. Otherwise, there is little hope of persuading a spell lord to lend their aid. When Ryan first traversed into this realm, he aspired to become a spell lord, only to be disheartened when he discovered he lacked sufficient magical affinity. His fate was sealed. He would never become a spell lord. Reality is not a game. Few are fortunate enough to possess the innate talent required to become a spellcaster. Only around 1 in 100, or even less, are endowed with the necessary gifts to embark on the path of arcane mastery. The majority remain ordinary apprentices for life, and only after transcending the ordinary tier to reach the elite tier do they truly become capable spellcasters. However, Ryan extended his hand, his azure eyes shimmering with a gathering light, as delicate strands of pale blue energy danced around his fingertips before vanishing without a trace. He was grateful to the mysterious individual he encountered in the passage, who had imparted the knowledge of harnessing human cerebral energy for spellcasting. Thus, Ryan himself is a hidden spellcaster. Outwardly, he appears merely as a warrior, a knight of the Kingdom of Nord, belonging to the White Wolf Order. Having gathered sufficient intelligence, further inquiries seemed unnecessary. Ryan headed directly to the blacksmith shop, intending to repair his gear and maintain his weapons after the fierce battle he had endured the previous day. Many gamers, accustomed to the mechanics of virtual realms, naively believe that a weapon can be used indefinitely once equipped, remaining perpetually sharp and requiring no maintenance. In such a scenario, a protagonist might wield a weapon from the beginning to the end of a game without concern. Similarly, one might expect a garment to accompany the protagonist through countless battles, enduring numerous strikes and magical assaults while remaining pristine and consistently protective. Yet, games are games, and reality is reality. The truth is that swords dull and suffer nicks with use. An armor that endures excessive attacks inevitably deteriorates and loses its defensive capabilities. Weapons and armor require regular maintenance, pre-battle inspections, and periodic replenishment of various potions, such as sword oils. The blacksmith shop in the small town is situated near the town center, and the elderly blacksmith boasts over 20 years of experience. While certainly skilled in his craft, Ryan surmised that a lifetime spent plying his trade in this humble town likely limited the blacksmith's expertise. He presumed the shop offered only rudimentary equipment akin to that found in a beginner's village in a game. Upon entering the shop, Ryan quickly discovered that the old blacksmith could only assist him in assessing the damage to his chainmail and maintaining his weapons as for the equipment hanging within the shop. Ryan found it utterly unworthy of his attention. He casually picked up a standard iron longsword, performing a few flourishes as the cold blade glinted within the shop. From these mere movements, it was evident that Ryan possessed remarkable skill in swordsmanship. The longsword in his hands seemed to possess a life of its own, moving with a peculiar rhythm as the blade refracted icy light throughout the room. The old blacksmith, busy oiling Ryan's warhammer, glanced anxiously at a small face peering through the door, shaking his head slightly. Yet, the face displayed a longing that compelled it to continue watching the noble knight wield his sword. This is a fine sword," Ryan remarked, placing the standard longsword down and calling towards the entrance. "Stop peeking and come in." A boy, roughly 15 or 16 years of age, timidly stepped inside, wrapped in heavy linen cotton clothing and a fur robe, his face flushed from the cold. "Why you, hello, noble knight." The boy stuttered, performing a somewhat awkward gesture, his right hand over his left breast. Left hand extended to the side with the palm facing up. "Greetings." Ryan nodded. The old blacksmith sighed with relief. "Noble knight, this child is named Nimud. He is 13 years old and awakened his vocational talent at the age of 8. He is currently a warrior. Upon seeing you wielding the sword, he likely wishes to learn something, so please excuse him." Awakened his vocational talent at 8. Ryan's interest was piqued. The typical age for the awakening of vocational talents is around 7 to 8 years old. If a child possesses exceptional talent, it will naturally awaken, determining their future career path. Those who fail to awaken their talents are commonly assessed by the church between the ages of 9 and 13, which aids in their awakening. Though this is not without cost, those unable to pay may borrow from the church, while the rest may live as commoners, practicing a trade or farming. That a small number may still awaken their talents before turning 30. But after that age, the likelihood diminishes significantly. Once awakened, individuals are referred to as ordinary vocational practitioners or adventurers, forming the foundational strength and average level of a nation's military and adventurers that in Ryan's eyes. These individuals are little more than common folk. Only a select few soldiers and adventurers progress through continuous training to reach the elite tier, becoming the backbone of humanity, regular knights of knightly orders, elite swordsmen of the royal guard, and seasoned adventurers or mercenaries. Above them lies the legendary tier, where individuals possess the strength to command formidable forces. The presence of a legendary figure can drastically alter the effectiveness of an army. And a nation's power can be gauged by the number of legendary tier warriors it possesses. As for those beyond that, Ryan mused that the King of Nord is a being of the sacred realm. How could such a small town possibly harbor any such power? Having awakened his vocational talent at such a young age, the boy must possess remarkable abilities. "Noble knight, could you teach me how to wield a sword?" The boy, appearing older than his years, was actually only 13. Gazed longingly at the long sword hanging on the wall. "Why do you wish to learn swordsmanship?" "To protect my family. My father is a hunter, and a few days ago, he returned home covered in blood. Having caught nothing. If I learned to wield a sword, I could join him on hunts." Judging by the boy's attire, his family appeared to be relatively well off. Ryan's curiosity was piqued, and he continued to inquire, "Is hunting the only reason for learning to wield a sword?" "Certainly not. My goal is to master the art of swordsmanship and aspire to become a knight squire, perhaps serving the Lord as a knight squire, fighting alongside him to vanquish evil." The boy clenched his fists. His eyes ignited with the flames of vengeance, having been raised to despise those monstrous beings that threaten humanity. "In the end, I will become a glorious knight, just like you, noble knight, wielding a hammer sword and battling on the battlefield." The boy articulated his aspirations, earning the approving gaze of the kingdom's knight. The former aristocrats of the old empire were notably miserly and overbearing. However, following the Second Chaos Invasion War 150 years prior, these old nobles either aligned themselves with chaos or passively evaded conflict, abandoning their territories and fleeing southward in desperation. Only a select few chose to stand and fight alongside the savior, Ludwig. Ultimately, the Order Alliance emerged victorious, and the fate of those who surrendered to chaos and forsook their lands was grim. aside from a handful who met their end by the sword in public execution. The rest faced confiscation of their estates, demotion, and the stripping of their titles. Many of the old nobility lost everything in the post-war purges, rendering them the object of scorn across the continent. Looked down upon by both commoners and nobles alike, the new nobility, largely composed of military aristocrats, acquired their lands through valiant deeds in battle. Compared to their predecessors, they tended to be more approachable and tolerant, albeit to a limited extent. New laws and systems made it clear that the prosperity and security of their income depended on a growing and thriving populace. Relentless exploitation would only lead to their demise. Thus, it is no surprise that young men aspired to become squire knights. Besides the commission and future bragging rights, becoming a knight's apprentice was a vital avenue for commoners to ascend into the noble class. Apprentices learned from knights and tended to their daily needs, and after several years of exemplary service, they could be promoted to squire, gaining a certain status that allowed them to accompany knights into battle and earn their own accolades. Among the most outstanding squires was the chance to become a knight in training, engaging in mounted combat while awaiting ennoblement from a lord, officially entering the ranks of nobility. However, even at this stage, a knight was not yet akin to a kingdom knight like Ryan. As these knights were typically referred to as rangers, their primary distinction lay in the absence of a fief. Every kingdom knight possessed at least a small village and several acres of land as their fief. Although some, like Ryan, opted to forego such holdings in exchange for a regular stipend, the key difference between kingdom knights and rangers was the stability of income, which rangers lacked. Only when one received formal documents from the kingdom, like Ryan, did they fully integrate into the aristocratic class. Common farmers, regardless of how they advanced, reached a ceiling at this level unless exceptional circumstances arose. Otherwise, nobles seldom permitted commoners to enter the echelons of the noble hierarchy. Out of curiosity, Ryan imparted a few techniques to the boy, but as dusk approached, with the winter season in Nord offering merely 6 hours of daylight, he needed to prepare for departure. "Thank you, Sir Knight. May I ask your name?" Ryan taught the boy the fundamental swordsmanship of the Nord Kingdom's army, cross-sword technique, before taking his leave. "Ryan. Yes, my name is Ryan." "Ah, could it be that you are?" Upon returning to the inn, the atmosphere had become considerably lively. Ryan ascended to his room to organize his belongings, readying himself for departure. "Sir Knight, greetings." A middle-aged man, enjoying his lunch, noticed Ryan descending the stairs and, upon seeing the knight's emblem on his chest, initiated a conversation. "Good afternoon." Ryan recognized him as the merchant from the Empire who had mingled with the locals the previous night. "I am Oliver, from the Empire. May I be fortunate enough to know your name, Sir Knight?" The merchant extended his hand. Ryan discreetly frowned. He had dealt with merchants often enough to recognize their strong, ulterior motives. Flattery often came with a request. "Ryan. My name is Ryan." The merchant appeared to be in his 40s, sporting long hair and wearing a pair of round monocles, dressed quite extravagantly with numerous gold and gemstone rings adorning his fingers. However, Ryan could discern that these were not of high quality, yet a silver ring on his left thumb struck him as incongruous, emanating a magical aura. If his instincts were correct, it was indeed a magical artifact. Intriguing. Just as Ryan was about to indulge in a hearty meal before setting off, he found himself inclined to converse further with the Imperial merchant. From Oliver, he learned that the merchant was part of a caravan, but had come to the town to collect an outstanding payment owed by the Lord of Alon. Ryan noted the merchant's guards were well equipped, donned in standardized scale armor, and armed with regulation long swords, 2 even bearing crossbows. The merchant's affluence was evident through both his retinue and attire. The threats of the wild roads were abundant with monsters and bandits. Yet typically, when it came to human affairs, nobles and merchants were more likely to be held for ransom than simply executed. "Sir Knight, may I be fortunate enough to know your name?" "I am Ryan. Black-haired. Blue-eyed, under 25. When I saw you yesterday, I knew you were the hero of the Nord Kingdom they spoke of." Oliver smirked with a hint of knowing amusement, as if privy to a secret. "I never intended to conceal my identity," Ryan replied, scooping a spoonful of meat soup, slightly exasperated. "Mr. Ryan, you truly do not resemble a Nord. You appear more akin to us from the Empire. The Aachen bloodline among us is characterized by black hair and blue eyes, making it quite sought after in our empire. Additionally, the Brunwick with black hair and green eyes, as well as the brown-haired Aldolf, are also quite favored." The merchant seemed disinclined to get straight to the point, instead discussing lineage. I imagine that the blonde-haired, blue-eyed Bretons fare well in the Empire, while those with red hair, yellow skin, and black skin are less favored, correct? Ryan chuckled lightly, noting the merchant's reluctance to be direct. He merely accelerated his pace of eating. Charlemagne himself belonged to the Aachen bloodline, and among his earliest followers were knights of Brunswick and Aldolf lineage. No surprise that these three bloodlines were the most esteemed in the Empire. As expected, Ryan remained patient, while Oliver began to grow anxious. Mr. Ryan, it seems that the wilds near Ulan town are rather unsafe. Reports say that members of the Church of Justice are pursuing a certain malevolent power. Thus, the merchant subtly expressed his desire to travel together, offering to cover the costs for the journey. I'm afraid I have prior engagements, Ryan replied, shaking his head, his expression feigning regret. Prior engagements? The merchant appeared quite disappointed. Indeed. I cannot keep others waiting. Ryan donned his full gear, hefting his warhammer, and stepped out into the swirling snowflakes. May the goddess of fortune bless your path, Sir Knight, murmured the innkeeper, watching Ryan's silhouette fade into the distance. There's no helping it. Fact, Mather, we must depart, sighed Oliver, having lingered in the small town long enough. Let us go. Chapter 5. The terrifying forest as dawn broke, a shadowy figure flitted through the forest with astonishing speed, barely making a sound. This figure sported a top hat and a cloak, dressed in outdated trousers and black leather boots, his face obscured beneath a mask and cloak, revealing only his blood-red, clouded eyes and the grayish, worm-like lines that marred his skin. Do they think they can catch me with this small number? The shadowy figure produced a pocket watch, scoffing derisively as the power of the dark deity surged within him. More decay and festering wounds manifested upon his body. He could even feel maggots writhing in his open wounds. But these concerns were trivial. He sensed immense power continually entering his being. And with each passing moment, he felt himself growing stronger. He suddenly found his past vow to eradicate chaos laughably naive. For over a decade, he had fought to eliminate evil, clashing time and again with cultists in the name of some so-called justice. Defending humanity. Huh. I couldn't even protect the woman I loved. Ugh, A sharp, searing pain surged within Belter, causing him to scream. Having chosen to embrace corruption, his form was now succumbing to chaos's insidious influence. Undergoing a harrowing transformation, this process was excruciatingly painful, even for a demon hunter with considerable endurance, driving him nearly to madness. Not yet. Black bile spewed from Belter's mouth. He had no time to wipe it away as he desperately fled deeper into the forest. This was the crucial moment of his transformation. TSK. I must endure. The shadowy figure vanished into the depths of the forest. The ground was stained with numerous bright crimson streaks, remnants left by another seasoned demon hunter who had come to pursue him. The two had once fought side by side to vanquish evil, but now they had diverged on separate paths. Previously, there had been a discernible gap in their abilities. Belter was well aware of Grant's combat skills and habits. After the fallen hunter's strength had vastly increased, it was evident that the old demon hunter was no match for him and met a tragic end. However, Belter was in the midst of a transformation and could spare no time to pursue his severely wounded former comrade. The snow had fallen relentlessly for several days, showing no signs of abating. Ryan stepped out of the town and ventured alone into the frigid, snow-covered world. The kingdom of Nord was densely forested, predominantly consisting of boreal coniferous trees that in such heavy snowfall. The coniferous woods were laden with thick layers of snow, necessitating great caution. Even the slightest movement could cause an avalanche of snow to cascade from the branches, creating a thunderous noise. Though Ryan was unafraid, he wished to avoid any unnecessary trouble. He made his way step by step towards his destination, the forest eerily silent as he pondered this. Ryan couldn't help but sigh deeply. The forest was not always like this. Once, it had been a place of beauty and vitality, but after the chaos descended hundreds of years ago, the emergence of mutated beastmen, tainted by the chaos, followed suit. Wherever these beastmen tribes roamed, trees would wither and die. Animals would mutate into new chaotic beastmen, and the land and water sources would become polluted, reeking and turning to desertification. Thus, the chaotic beastmen and spellcasters who caused alchemical pollution were the two types most despised by the nature church. Whenever these threats came into their view, the Nature Church would not hesitate to mobilize to eradicate them. In the Kingdom of Nord, conditions were relatively favorable. Due to the extreme cold, even Beastmen were reluctant to linger. In the southern regions of Brittany or the Empire, formidable Beastmen tribes had become a scourge upon the nations, leaving barren wastelands in their wake as they slaughtered all living things. The Empire had engaged in several wars against the Beastmen, with the Emperor himself leading the royal guards into battle against the Beastmen tribes in the forests near the capital. Thanks to these chaotic Beastmen, the forest had become an exceedingly perilous place, unless one could ascertain safety. The depths of these woods were infested with powerful magical creatures. Most lords decreed that hunters should not venture more than a 2-day journey into the forest, yet even so, towns would typically mourn the loss of 1 or 2 hunters each month. 2 hours into the forest, the Knight of the Kingdom raised an eyebrow. A corpse. The sun had already set, and beneath a nearby large tree sat an old demon hunter, his abdomen torn open. This old hunter appeared to be in his 50s, his ashen face and dried blood indicating he had been dead for some time. His silver sword, which should have been strapped to his back, was nowhere to be found, and his steel sword lay broken and discarded nearby. His abdomen had been brutally opened and pierced, with multiple fatal wounds on his chest. In the faint moonlight, Ryan noticed that even in death, the old hunter still clutched a dagger in his hand. His leather attire bore numerous rips, clearly having endured a fierce battle. Thus, Ryan attempted to approach, eager to discern the specifics of what had transpired. Just a few steps closer, Ryan suddenly felt something crunch beneath his foot. Alarm surged within him. There was a trap. From above, a flurry of sharpened wooden spikes shot down from the snow-laden branches, accompanied by the sound of snow cascading to the ground. That a cylindrical trunk swung down from a nearby tree branch, heading directly towards Ryan's position. Ryan's previously gentle gaze sharpened into a steely focus as he gripped his warhammer tightly. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The wooden spikes hurtled toward him, and with a swift motion, Ryan raised his warhammer overhead. In an instant, the long-handled weapon spun through the air at an astonishing speed, stirring up a whirlwind in the frigid woods. And the barrage of wooden spikes was swiftly deflected, neutralizing the impending danger. Next, the knight switched the warhammer to his left hand, his right fist clenched, and struck the swinging trunk. With a resounding bang, the trunk splintered into several pieces, crashing to the ground. Having been attacked and gravely injured, you fled here, and even in your diminished state, you waited for rescue while setting traps. Yet, ultimately, your wounds proved too severe, and you succumbed, did you not? Ryan mused as he examined the lifeless old hunter, piecing together the tale of his demise. So, you fled here after sustaining grave injuries. It seemed the wounded old hunter had retreated to this location, crafting traps to rest in hope of rescue. Perhaps he had fired a distress arrow, or perhaps he hadn't. In the grand scheme, it mattered little. The unfortunate old hunter had simply failed to await salvation, given his grievous state. It was improbable he could survive more than 2 days in this icy wasteland, and he had perished in the cold from excessive blood loss. Death was an everyday occurrence, and Ryan was well acquainted with it. He had witnessed his comrades fall to dire fates, like a bare spirit that had bitten off a friend's head. Thus, the sight of a cold corpse stirred little shock within him. Out of respect, he hastily buried the unfortunate old hunter and relieved him of his valuable possessions as a form of recompense. What is this? Ryan noticed the old hunter cradling something within his grasp. After securing a handful of gold dinars, he retrieved a pocket watch from the dead hunter's embrace. In this world, pocket watches were precious items, crafted only by dwarves or the military of the Empire. Due to their profession, demon hunters placed significant value on time, often spending considerable sums to acquire a watch. Upon opening the watch, Ryan beheld a portrait of the old hunter's family. He, his wife, and his 2 children, all wearing radiant smiles as they gazed back at him. Ryan inhaled deeply, his fist tightening until the bones in his hand cracked ominously. Belter, I will surely hunt you down. What? So there is a fallen hunter named Belter being pursued. The Imperial merchant Oliver sat in his carriage, while his guards rode alongside, urging the horses onward along the road. They happened to encounter a group of paladins on a mission, and Oliver immediately recalled the rumors he had previously heard, prompting him to seize one of the paladins by the arm. The young paladin, appearing barely in his 20s, bore an air of defiance, contrasting starkly with the weathered leader of the group, whose face was lined with the trials of age. Upon realizing Oliver was a merchant, The young paladin's tone grew brusque. Yes, we have already lost several comrades in our pursuit of this fallen hunter. So please do not impede our efforts, sir. At this remark, Oliver felt a twinge of displeasure. The rift between merchants and paladins was stark. Paladins despised the merchants' mercenary ways and their unprincipled pursuit of profit, while merchants resented the paladins' convoluted regulations and their meddlesome tendencies that often disrupted their trade. This animosity led some shops and auction houses to shun paladins, while many paladins preferred hunting or mining over shopping. Yet, life was at stake. Regardless of their differences, paladins were at least reasonable beings, who knew if they would encounter that fallen hunter and whether their lives would be spared. Hence, Oliver swallowed his anger and extended a gesture of goodwill, saying, "Well, are you planning to pass through that forest ahead? If you don't mind, we could travel together for mutual protection. Who would want to travel with a man like you?" The young paladin began, but was interrupted by the leader, a man in his 50s with nearly white hair, a rugged visage, and a single-handed sword at his waist, with a shield strapped to his back. The golden patterns on his helmet signified his rank. "Enough. Alex, courtesy. Have you forgotten the tenets our Lord has taught us?" "Of course not." The young paladin fell silent. "Regrettably, sir, we are merely patrolling the vicinity and have no intention of entering the forest." The elder paladin shook his head, signaling Alex to be quiet. "Please, go about your business." With that, the paladin squad departed in another direction. One of the guards gazed warily at the snow-covered forest, swallowing hard, and turned to Oliver. "Boss, shall we proceed?" Oliver looked at the road leading into the forest, eventually swallowed by the obscurity of the woods, gritting his teeth. "Let us go. We can't delay any longer." "Yes." Finally, Oliver and his party ventured into the forest, the sound of the carriage wheels rolling echoing through the tranquil woods. When the wheels struck a small stone, producing a noise, Oliver felt his heart skip a beat. It was so dark, too dark. As he sat in the carriage, the Imperial merchant uneasily scanned his surroundings. Sensing something lurking in the shadows of the dim forest, an overwhelming sense of unease enveloped the merchant and his guards, prompting Oliver to retrieve a pendant made of pure gold from his chest, whispering a silent prayer. "Goddess of wealth, grant me safety. Goddess of wealth, grant me safety." Merchants predominantly worship the goddess of wealth. However, most of them are mere pretenders or superficial believers. The pretenders merely proclaim their faith to others, offering insincere prayers when the occasion arises, only to cast it aside when nothing is amiss. The superficial believers are not much different, save for their more frequent invocations, after an extended period of prayer. It seemed to bear some fruit. They advanced smoothly for 3 hours, delving deeper into the forest. At this juncture, the stamina of both the horses and the guards had reached a critical point, prompting them to decide to rest. "I shall fetch some ice," declared one guard, grasping an iron pot, intending to procure ice from a nearby stream for the purpose of melting it into soup. Unexpectedly, however, after half an hour had elapsed, he had yet to return. Oliver gradually sensed that something was amiss. Leaning against a large tree, the merchant held a water flask containing recently boiled warm water in one hand and a piece of smoked meat in the other. After casting another anxious glance towards the stream, he uneasily inquired of one guard, "Fack, why has Meyer been gone for so long?" The guard named Fack abruptly shook his head. "I do not know, sir, I nay." The shrill whinny of a horse interrupted their conversation, swiftly followed by a subtle tremor beneath their feet. Upon hearing this sound, their expressions shifted dramatically. Fack instinctively discarded the spoon he was using to serve soup, gripping the hilt of his longsword instead. Oliver scrambled behind his guard, disregarding the snow and mud that clung to his fur coat. His pallid face turned towards the source of the sound emanating from the depths of the forest, his heartbeat quickening. Thud, 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 roar. A small war dog was the first to manifest before them, its appearance grotesque, marred by a plethora of horrifying scars. Its gaping maw revealed a set of glistening white fangs, with repugnant saliva slowly dripping from its lips. A Chaos War dog. It belongs to the Beastmen warband. Fack screamed in terror, seizing his crossbow from his back and pulling the trigger with haste. Whoosh, a bolt sliced through the frigid air, embedding itself in the dog's skull. It let out a pained howl, its charging form faltering before it collapsed lifelessly in its path. "Excellent." Oliver clenched his fist, exclaiming softly, yet before he could utter another word, a dozen more war dogs surged forward, unhesitatingly pushing aside the corpse of their fallen comrade, their blood-red eyes brimming with a savage thirst for blood, instilling dread in all who beheld them. The Beastmen had arrived, the terrifying Beastmen, capable of silencing any child across the continent, known as the blight of the earth and the harbingers of calamity. Chapter 6. Reinforcements. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The guards managed to slay a few more war dogs. But the beasts were rapidly closing the distance. Fact decisively commanded the other guards to discard their crossbows, draw their swords and shields, and prepare for battle, shouting, "Sir, flee. We shall hold them here. Sir, the horses." Guard Mather plunged his long sword into the belly of a war dog. Cleaving it in two, the chaos war dog's entrails and hot blood splattered across the ground, and Oliver fought back the urge to vomit as he rushed toward his mount. More and more war dogs appeared. And in addition, a beast resembling a giant boar, covered in tusks, spines, and coarse fur, emerged into view. Though its speed was not on par with the war dogs, it bulldozed through those in its path. Crashing violently against one guard's shield, though the shield held firm, the guard's arm buckled under the immense weight, and he fell to the ground with a pained cry, whereupon the beast pounced upon him. The outcome of falling amidst the chaos was dire. Several war dogs immediately descended upon him, tearing into his flesh with ravenous delight. Seeing this, Fack and Mather seized the moment while the beasts were preoccupied with their grisly feast to retreat. Fack glanced back, noticing Oliver had mounted his horse. Gritting his teeth, he urged Mather, "Quickly, we must flee. Leave everything behind." Understood. The two guards hastily mounted their steeds, whispering apologies as they turned to escape amidst the distraction of the beasts devouring fresh flesh. Howl! A long howl resonated from the depths of the forest, startling a flock of birds into the sky. Nay, the horses, spooked, threw the three riders to the ground. "This is bad. Is there a beast king? We are doomed." Fack exclaimed, spitting out dirt after falling. He had no time to ponder his misfortune. He quickly helped the dazed Oliver to his feet, desperately declaring, That is a razorback beast, a mutated porcupine. I have seen it in the Empire. We cannot escape." Oliver, with a lump swelling on his head, turned to see that their horses had bolted, lost to the chaos. Despair washed over him. Two-legged humans could not outrun four-legged beasts. Sure enough, upon hearing the howl, the war dogs and razorback beasts ceased their frenzied feeding, lifting their heads in unison and charging toward the remaining three. Toot, toot, toot. Just as the merchant's party braced for battle, a resounding horn echoed, deep and commanding, halting the beasts in their tracks as they glanced around in uncertainty. "Sir, it is a mercenary band. We are saved," Fack cried with elation, pulling Oliver back. However, the merchant's expression was less than favorable. He spat in frustration, grumbling, "Heaven knows how much those greedy mercenaries will extort from this poor merchant." After venting his grievances, Oliver finally breathed a sigh of relief. "Well, being spared my life is already the favor of the goddess of fortune." From the shadows of the forest emerged more figures. Appearing somewhat human, wielding spears or simple battle axes, they bore subtle horns upon their heads, yet aside from that, resembled ordinary humans. Muscular and grouped in threes or fives, they poured forth from the woods. Upon hearing the horn, they hesitated, refraining from immediate attack, instead lining up in various formations, seemingly on guard against an unseen threat. Those are the lesser horned beasts, ordinary soldiers of the Beastmen tribe, also tasked with crafting and repairing weaponry. Oliver swallowed hard. It appears this is a fully fledged Beastmen warband. I wonder what the strength of this mercenary band is. Otherwise, we may still meet our demise here. On the opposite side, a group of mercenaries clad in mismatched gear emerged from the other side of the forest, brandishing a banner emblazoned with a blood-red battle axe. Numbering around 50 or 60, the individuals varied greatly in appearance, but the leader stood out, a man in his 30s, robust in stature, with long golden hair and fierce eyes, wielding a massive battle axe. Clad in scale armor fashioned from iron plates, he was clearly the best equipped among the mercenaries, while most wore simple leather or breastplates, and some donned mere tight-fitting linen garments adorned with scraps of beast hides. "This is an elite berserker," Oliver whispered, a smile breaking across his face. "I am immensely grateful, sir. It seems you and your mercenary band have come to my rescue. My name is Boris, the captain of the Blood Axe mercenary band. Enough chatter. If your men can still fight, let them join us. Otherwise, we shall all perish here." The mercenary leader was evidently not in the mood for pleasantries. His expression was grave, fully aware of the Beastmen's threat to humanity. Yes, fact, Mather, follow Captain Boris and fight alongside him. Oliver spoke hastily, signaling discreetly to his guards to take it easy and not overexert themselves. The two guards exchanged glances and quickly nodded, joining the ranks of the mercenaries. The mercenaries wielded a mishmash of weapons, swords and shields, spears and polearms, daggers and curved blades, axes, hammers, bows, and even slings. They formed two lines, melee fighters in front and ranged fighters behind, while the lesser horned beasts seemed to await something. Restraining the war dogs and razorback beasts from advancing, that a slender figure emerged from the throng of mercenaries, and upon turning, Oliver was momentarily mesmerized. The woman appeared to be under 30, tall and elegantly draped in a slightly oversized snow-white fox fur coat. Her lustrous black hair cascaded down her shoulders and back, shimmering with a life of its own. Beneath, she wore a fitted black leather outfit that accentuated her alluring form, complemented by tight leather pants that hugged her long, graceful legs, capped with sturdy leather boots. This woman exuded an enchanting aura, her every movement brimming with a captivating maturity. Silver pupils, stunning phoenix-like eyes, a prominent nose, dark crimson lips, and a beautiful beauty mark beneath her ruby-red lips contributed to an irresistible charm. Yet, what captured Oliver's attention most was the purple staff she wielded, its tip adorned with a red gem, energy swirling and coalescing upon it. High mana, profound elemental affinity. This woman was a spellcaster. Oliver felt a surge of hope, with a spellcaster in their midst. Victory seemed assured. Mr. Boris, launch the assault at once. I sense the chaotic energy. It is the Abyssal Rock. There is Abyssal Rock in the vicinity, and the fallen hunters are activating it to summon more Beastmen. The female spellcaster barely cast a glance at the Imperial merchant. Her demeanor icy, her tone commanding. The mercenary captain responded with utmost respect. Yes, Lady Travik. Beware of your flanks. The Beastmen favor encirclement and ambush. With that, the female spellcaster began to chant an incantation, azure magic swirling around her form. Seeing this, the mercenary leader hesitated no longer. He raised his hand and commanded, "Attack." The archers in the rear knocked their arrows, while those in front engaged the lesser horned beasts in combat. The lesser horned beasts formed a line, many of them struck down by arrows, causing their formation to falter. Seizing the moment, the mercenaries charged into the fray, unleashing a brutal melee, the air filled with screams and roars. Frost Shield, as the close-quarters battle commenced. The female spellcaster's magic took effect, forming frost-like hard crystals upon the surfaces of the foremost mercenaries. The spears of the lesser horned beasts merely bounced off these crystalline shields, eliciting triumphant laughter from the mercenaries. One mercenary deflected a spear with a shield, then raised his longsword to plunge it deep into the skull of a lesser horned beast, kicking the lifeless body aside. Observing this, a nearby lesser horned beast lunged its spear towards his flank, only to have its tip deflected by the frost crystals. The mercenary even had the leisure to shove aside an oncoming razor beast with a shield before triumphantly raising his longsword towards the lesser horned beast. Come at me. Often, what instills the deepest fear is not the enemy itself, but fear itself. Magic is an unknown force, a formidable one at that. Realizing they could not harm this human, the lesser horned beast let out a mournful wail and retreated. Similar chaos unfolded across the battlefield as the lesser horned beasts, besieged by the mercenaries, scattered in terror. The mercenaries, emboldened, pursued the fleeing foes, but the captain shouted, "Do not chase too far." The captain's command proved effective. The mercenaries ceased their pursuit. However, just as they began to regroup, the ominous sound of heavy footfalls and a thunderous roar echoed from the depths of the forest. Roar! A colossal, half-human creature burst forth from the woods, towering over all present. Wielding a massive axe, adorned with goat-like horns atop its head, its face a savage visage, and its robust body supported by enormous hooves, exhaling hot breath from its nostrils. It disdainfully regarded the fleeing lesser horned beasts, casually seizing one in its grasp and tearing it asunder with a swift motion. The corpse was discarded onto the ground, where chaos warhounds and razor beasts swarmed in, devouring the remains within moments. It is the Beast King. The Beast King. Retreat. Fall back. Reform the ranks. The mercenary captain, eyes wide with horror, shouted incessantly, raising his own axe, ready for battle. The mercenaries hastily retreated, one after another, as more half-human beings emerged from the forest, though not as grand as the Beast King. Each still towering over 3 meters tall, The Beastmen smirked as they surged into the fray, the ground trembling beneath their feet, as if even the earth feared this harbinger of calamity. These are horned beasts. They are formidable warriors. The main fighting force of the Beastmen tribes. Oliver muttered anxiously as he withdrew, moving closer to the female spellcaster, who was surrounded by more people. At that moment, only the spellcaster could offer him a sense of security. The previously overconfident mercenary, having chased too far, was the last to retreat. As he ran, he felt a rush of wind beside him, turning to find the Beast King looming before him. A sweeping strike from the massive axe compelled him to raise his shield in defense, resulting in the shield shattering into splinters. The mercenary screamed as he was flung several meters away, landing hard on the ground. "My arm is broken. My arm is broken. Help me, someone please." The mercenary lay on his back, his left arm grotesquely contorted, desperately trying to crawl away as the Beastman leader approached with a sinister grin. Just as it was about to claim the mercenary's head, the Beastman leader instinctively sensed danger. Raising its axe in defense, "Frost arrow!" A sharp voice rang out. The Beastman leader was momentarily encased in ice. Unfortunately, it lasted but 2 seconds before it roared in fury, shattering the frost with a surge of power. It pinned the struggling mercenary beneath its weight, bringing the great axe down, severing a bloodied head, which it raised triumphantly into the AI. RDIT then directed its gaze at the female spellcaster, who was surrounded and visibly distressed, pointing at her while calling to the Beastmen, "Woman, sorceress, eliminate. You freeze me. I will take your life." The mercenary's heart was brutally extracted from his chest, still faintly pulsing as the Beastman leader bit off half of it. Hot blood splattering across its face as it savored the gruesome feast, a sight that sent chills down the spine. Roar! The Beastman leader's howl reverberated throughout the forest, shaking off layers of snow. The fleeing lesser horned beasts, hearing their leader's call, turned back to join the fray, forcing the mercenaries into disarray. At this point, 3 or 4 dozen horned beasts stood before the mercenary band, and Captain Boris's face turned ashen. "Lady Travik, please step back. I will hold these beastmen at bay. You cannot escape far. The forest is teeming with beastmen." The beautiful sorceress tightened her grip on her staff, raising her hand to unleash a mind blast. A dark magical aura spreading across the battlefield. All horned beasts and lesser horned beasts felt a jolt of pain in their heads, as if pricked by needles, momentarily alleviating the onslaught. Yet, several mercenaries had already perished beneath the beastmen's axes. Seeing this, Boris roared and joined the fray, wielding his massive axe and claiming several lesser horned beasts' lives the moment he entered the battle. His prowess inevitably caught the attention of the Beastman leader. "You, fight me." Boris gripped his finely wrought battle axe, stepping forward, the swirling snow whipping against his golden hair and thick beard. As the captain of the mercenary band, he had no choice but to accept the challenge posed by the Beastman leader. It was a slim chance for survival. The Beastmen were immensely powerful, yet this brutal law of the jungle carried a weakness. Victory begets leadership. That if the leader were slain, the morale of the Beastmen would shatter instantly. Hoo-hoo-hoo-ah. Kill the men, then kill the women. The Beastman leader cleaved a razor beast that stood in its way in two, then gestured for the obstructing horned beasts to clear a path. The Beastmen complied, creating a lane. Thud, 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 the Beastman leader charged forward, and the mercenary captain matched its pace, the heavy soles of his boots crunching in the snow, echoing ominously. The distance between them narrowed. The crude axe in the Beastman leader's hands was stained with blood, while the finely crafted steel axe in Boris's grip gleamed with a silvery sheen. Closer, ever closer. Ah! Boris swung his battle axe with all his might. Clang! The clash of steel rang out across the battlefield. In that moment of confrontation, Boris realized he had lost, for the immense force transmitted through the axe handle left him numb all over. The Beastman leader staggered back a half step from the powerful impact. The mercenary captain stumbled back 4 or 5 steps, barely maintaining his footing with his axe, his palms cracked and bloodied, staining his golden beard with crimson. Ugh, ugh, ugh. Boris struggled to swallow the blood pooling in his throat, forcing himself to rise, eager to continue the fight, but his anxious mercenaries quickly surrounded their captain. Humans, shameless, together, kill. The Beastman leader pointed at the mercenary captain, who was shielded by several allies. Boris's face flushed unnaturally. He gestured for the other mercenaries to clear a path. Insisting he could still fight, the captain lowered his right shoulder, angling his axe, channeling all his strength into his arms, charging once more at the Beastman leader. Whirlwind slash, the core technique of the berserker. The mercenary captain spun rapidly, engaging the Beastman leader anew. Faced with such a powerful technique, the Beastman leader had no choice but to retreat, defending itself to the untrained eye. It appeared that the mercenary captain had gained the upper hand. Yet in truth, Boris grew increasingly anxious. The whirlwind slash drained his stamina rapidly, and he could not maintain it for long. Meanwhile, the mercenaries suffered heavy losses, their formation crumbling as those who plunged into the heart of the Beastmen were swiftly dismembered and devoured. The scent of blood only heightened the ferocity of the Beastmen. Several horned beasts breached the mercenaries' line, charging towards the sorceress. The sorceress's expression darkened as she instructed her protective mercenaries, "Cover me." Lady Travik. You. Among the group shielding her, a strikingly handsome young mercenary in finely crafted leather armor wielding a two-handed sword inquired, his gaze filled with concern. I must prepare a sixth circle spell, Blizzard, which requires significant time to cast. The sorceress's expression was as cold as ice. She had initially refrained from providing further explanation. However, she soon realized that the morale of the mercenary group was teetering on the brink of collapse, prompting her to add, "They cannot protect you, for they will not last until you finish casting. A sixth circle spell requires at least 5 minutes of incantation. Teresa, do you believe they can hold out for that long?" A youthful voice suddenly resonated from behind the crowd, catching everyone off guard. They had not even noticed someone approaching from the rear. "Mr. Ryan," exclaimed the Imperial merchant in surprise. The newcomer was clad in a full suit of chainmail, wielding a golden warhammer in both hands, and a one-handed sword slung across his back. He wore no helmet, and his black hair was dusted with snowflakes, his blue eyes seemingly glimmering with a hint of mirth. Upon seeing the kingdom's knight, the sorceress exhaled in relief. "At last, you have arrived. Cover me. I shall vanquish them." "Just you." Ryan raised his right hand, and only then did they notice he was holding the severed head of a horned beast. How cunning these beastmen are. Do they not understand the necessity of flanking your rear? The only course of action now is to eliminate the Beast King. Indeed, shortly after securing the relic of the old monster hunter, Ryan had sensed the power of the demonic rock and had rushed to the scene, eliminating a horned beast attempting to launch a surprise attack along the way. There was little time for conversation. The battlefield was a chaotic scene of devastation. The casualties among the mercenaries had already surpassed 30%. With severed limbs and corpses strewn about, the Beastmen had also suffered significant losses. Nearly all of the inferior horned beasts that had initially entered the fray lay dead, with several horned beasts perishing as well. Yet, their numbers far exceeded those of the mercenaries, and reinforcements were continually arriving. Just as they spoke, another mercenary was pierced through by a group of inferior horned beasts. Blood stained the snow and roots of trees, while several beastmen pounced upon him, devouring his entrails and flesh until nothing remained but a skeleton, all within mere seconds. A single man's blood and flesh were insufficient to satiate the hunger of so many beastmen, who now turned their bloodshot eyes toward the remaining humans. In the depths of winter, the scarcity of food was a dire reality, for both humans and beastmen alike. "I shall take the lead. Grant me the spell." Ryan raised his warhammer, casting a reassuring glance at the sorceress. Though she was reluctant, she nodded slightly. "Understood." An icy armor enveloped Ryan, but after casting several spells in quick succession, the sorceress's complexion paled slightly, in a brief span of mere minutes. She had unleashed 4 spells. Taking a deep breath, she began the incantation for the sixth circle spell, Blizzard. On the battlefield, Boris was nearing his limit, his stamina waning. The momentum of his whirlwind slash had slowed, and the cunning beastman leader immediately sensed that this human had reached his breaking point. It swiftly shifted from defense to offense, forcing Boris to retract his battle axe for defense. The terrifying might of the beastman's axe sent the mercenary leader flying, crashing into the snow and rendering him momentarily incapacitated. Ryan noticed the fall of the mercenary captain. He was already prepared, a faint blue energy coalesced in his hands as he extended his left hand to caress his warhammer. The golden iron hammerhead suddenly glowed as if heated like a red-hot branding iron, radiating an intense heat that vaporized the falling snowflakes upon contact. This was Ryan's unique ability. The knowledge imparted by the mysterious figure had included methods for harnessing psychic energy within the human brain, enabling Ryan to cast spells without the need for a magical network. Though he lacked the innate talent for spellcasting, he could imbue his weapon with various elemental damages for a limited time. The Beastman leader quickly spotted Ryan and bellowed, "Human, annihilate, execute. Today, it is you beasts who shall perish." Ryan charged forth from behind the snowbank, leaping high into the air, his warhammer descending forcefully upon the head of an inferior horned beast. Thud! The creature's skull shattered instantly, splattering blood and brains across the ground. Following through, Ryan swung his warhammer, and the nearby inferior horned beast instinctively raised its shield to block, only to be sent flying alongside its shield, landing several meters away. Its shield and chest plate deeply indented, its body shattered beyond repair. Two more inferior horned beasts roared forward, and Ryan could almost smell their rancid breath. These two beasts thrust their inferior spears toward Ryan's shoulders, but he regarded them with disdain, swinging his warhammer directly at one of them. Hiss! The searing hammerhead crushed down upon the beastman's skull, emitting the scent of grilled meat. Amidst its screams, the beastman's head became a bloody pulp, while the spear clattered to the ground. Swiftly, Ryan dodged the thrust of the spear and, with a decisive motion, snapped the spearhead off, driving it into the center of the beastman's skull before kicking it aside. In a single exchange, for inferior horned beast fell to Ryan's might. Incredible! Truly incredible! Is this the renowned Mr. Ryan? The Imperial merchant's face was awash with astonishment and exhilaration, while the mercenaries surrounding the sorceress nodded in agreement. Save for the dashing mercenary who wielded a two-handed sword, who muttered, "What's so impressive about that?" Roar! The horned beasts recognized Ryan as a formidable threat. They abandoned the mercenaries they were engaged with and charged toward him en masse. Undeterred, Ryan gripped his warhammer firmly, first evading a horned beast's swing before leaping atop its axe, bringing his hammer crashing down, splitting the beast's head open, using the decapitated beast's lifeless body as a shield against the attacks of the other horned beasts. He claimed yet another life. In the midst of the beastmen, the knight surged forth like a tiger among sheep. Within a mere 3 minutes, 5 horned beasts and over a dozen inferior horned beasts had perished at his hands. Thunderstrike! Ryan raised his warhammer and slammed it into the ground. A tremendous shockwave swept through the ranks of the beastmen, its force akin to shattering stone. The surrounding beastmen were left dizzy and trembling with fear. Seizing the moment, Ryan suddenly extended his right hand, transferring the warhammer to his left hand, as a brilliant white light coalesced into a tangible psychic blade that sprouted from his wrist, radiating a soft, white glow. With a sweeping motion, Ryan spun in place, wielding the psychic blade around him. The beastmen encircling him froze in place. No, not completely still. Their bodies seemed to shift, gliding along a perfect line. Every beastman within reach of Ryan was severed in half, their agonized howls and struggles echoing across the battlefield. Ryan's chainmail was soon drenched in the blood of these creatures. The acrid scent did not deter him. He pressed on, launching into a brutal slaughter against the remaining beastmen. The tide of battle had turned. The morale among the beastmen plummeted, with even the robust horned beasts retreating in fear of Ryan's displayed prowess. Roar! The beastman leader quickly recognized the dire situation. Abandoning Boris, who was struggling on the ground, to charge toward Ryan, shouting, "Human, knight, die. It is you who shall perish." Ryan tightened his grip on his sword, pointing it at the beastman leader, while inwardly calculating that the moment was nearly at hand. "Everyone, fall back. The spell is coming," the fallen mercenary captain warned. Blizzard. As anticipated, while Ryan single-handedly pushed back the beasts, the sorceress completed her incantation for the 6th circle spell Blizzard. Hundreds of ice shards coalesced in the sky, forming sharp, prism-like projectiles that, under the sorceress's command, hurtled toward the beastmen's ranks. The sheer power of the 6th circle spell was incomparably greater than the earlier 2nd circle ice arrows. Hundreds, if not thousands, of ice shards pierced through the majority of the beastmen, eliciting their wretched cries as their blood was frozen solid by the overwhelming magical force. Some inferior horned beasts and chaotic warhounds had their heads and limbs severed clean off by the ice shards. Woe is me! The beastman leader knelt on one knee, barely withstanding the onslaught of the blizzard. Countless wounds marred its arms and shins, and it was forced to retreat, leaving a trail in the snow. Approximately a minute later, the magical force finally waned, and those beastmen who could not evade were nearly all slain, while the beastman leader was encased in ice. With the casting of the 6th circle spell complete, the sorceress's complexion turned as pale as snow, and she swayed dangerously, nearly collapsing. Lady Travik, the young mercenary standing beside her, instinctively reached out to support her, but the sorceress brushed his hand away with her staff, declaring, "I do not require assistance. Mr. Bonda, I am not so fragile." "Ah, yes," replied the young mercenary named Bonda, Somewhat embarrassed as he withdrew his hand, the sorceress leaned heavily on her staff to remain upright, raising her head to survey the battlefield, now shrouded in blizzard and fog, obscuring the situation from view. However, the mercenaries understood that Travik no longer possessed the strength to cast such high-level spells. The mercenary group, once numbering around 50, was now reduced to fewer than 30. Aside from those tasked with protecting Travik, nearly every mercenary bore wounds, anxiously watching the obscured battlefield. "It's over. Mr. Ryan is still out there," Oliver cried out in despair, covering his face. An even more dire situation loomed ahead. "Hey, humans, I want you all to die." A sound akin to shattering ice echoed from the battlefield. As the smoke dissipated, the battle-scarred orc chieftain shattered the ice, encasing its upper body. Its form was marred by numerous wounds, most of which had been sealed by frost, while its lower half remained entrapped in ice, with several icicles protruding from its flesh. Yet, these afflictions could not extinguish the orc's life force, despite its legs being encased in ice. It hoisted its massive axe once more, summoning more orcs to join the fray. From the depths of the distant forest, more orcs surged forth. "Kill the humans." The orc chieftain struggled fiercely, cracks appearing in the ice, binding its legs. "We're doomed," exclaimed Lady Travik, panic evident in her voice. "What should we do?" a mercenary inquired. "He is still with us," the sorceress replied, her eyes devoid of any trepidation, leaving the mercenary company momentarily stunned. "Him, The orc chieftain's back reverberated with the furious roar of Ryan, the knight of the kingdom, who leaped high, his sturdy boots landing upon the skull of a frostbound dire horn, crushing it beneath him. With a powerful push, he propelled himself again toward the orc chieftain. The chieftain instinctively turned to block, but the ice immobilizing its lower body rendered its movements sluggish. Before it could raise its axe, the head of a warhammer crashed into its chest, the heated metal obliterating its ribs and charring its front black. Humans. Even with such grievous injuries, the orc chieftain did not succumb. Its right hand grasped the axe, swinging it menacingly at Ryan, the air whistling in its wake. Ryan's reflexes surpassed the beast's, releasing the warhammer with his right hand. A white energy blade manifested, slicing through the orc's right arm and forearm, severing them cleanly. The severed limb, thicker than a normal human thigh, along with the crudely crafted axe, fell to the ground as the orc howled in agony, clutching the gaping wound from which crimson blood gushed forth. Yet, even in such a state, it continued to struggle, attempting to free its feet from the icy prison to retrieve its axe with its left hand. "Humph," Ryan spat, placing a boot upon the orc chieftain's chest. Grasping the long horn atop its head, a flash of white light illuminated the scene as he lifted the bloodied head high, presenting it to the remaining orc warriors. "Is there anyone else?" Flee, flee, the humans are too powerful." With the chieftain slain, the orc forces scattered in disarray, desperately fleeing, even resorting to slaying their own kin who obstructed their escape, tumbling away into the depths of the forest. "We have triumphed. We have triumphed," Oliver exclaimed joyfully as he embraced his bodyguard, Fark. While the mercenaries reveled in their narrow escape from death, the forest resounded with jubilant cheers. The sorceress finally relaxed, turning to find Ryan, bloodied, standing behind her. "Long time no see, Teresa." "Indeed, it has been a while, Ryan." Chapter 8. Teresa Travik, thank you for your efforts. Teresa. I discovered traces of battle about an hour's journey from here. Are you all right? Ryan stood before the sorceress. "Far better than you might imagine," she replied, leaning on her staff, her bright silver eyes peering through the butterfly-patterned black frames, clearly displeased with Ryan's display of prowess. Ryan understood her sentiment entirely. The sorceress was indeed formidable, having ascended to the legendary tier. She should not have exhibited such levels of exhaustion in this battle. Given ample time to prepare, she could have dispatched not just one, but several orc war bands with ease. The crux of the matter was that she had already engaged in a prior confrontation. Along the way, Ryan discerned significant traces of spellcasting, indicating that Teresa and her Bloodaxe mercenaries had previously clashed with at least one orc warband, and it had been a fierce battle. This meant that before this current conflict commenced, Teresa had already expended her magical reserves. Furthermore, during her pursuit of the demon hunter, she had utilized considerable mana. Sorceresses did not possess the innate tracking skills of hunters, and the demon hunter was, in fact, an exceptional tracker. Thus, Teresa was compelled to rely solely on her magical abilities to follow the trail left by the demon hunter. Her mana had not sufficiently recovered. leaving her in a prolonged state of depletion. Under such circumstances, forcing herself to cast a sixth circle spell meant that standing was likely a monumental effort for her. She might not be able to cast spells for several days. Better than I imagined. Do you know what I had envisioned? Ryan retorted as he led his horse closer, hanging the orc chieftain's head upon it. Very well. From this moment forth, I shall ensure your safety. That is precisely your duty. You nearly jeopardized the lives of an entire mercenary company over an uncertain lead. Teresa remained rooted in place, her breath heavy as she slightly bent forward, her alluring figure unmistakably present. Ryan even caught sight of her ample bosom gently quivering. But I have tracked down the lead on Belt, Ryan countered, but quickly realized it was futile to argue. Observing Teresa's unwavering stance, he swiftly extended his hand. Come, mount the horse. Just think, the Hammer of Nord Kingdom is personally assisting you. It hardly tarnishes your status as a member of the Gallon Council. Does it? Let us find a place to rest first. The Blood Axe mercenaries are in no condition to fight again, and Boris has also sustained injuries. This time, the Gallon Council owes a considerable debt to the Blood Axe mercenaries. I truly question whether it was worth this expenditure in the pursuit of Belt. Teresa remained immobile. Ryan understood that her last reserves of strength had been depleted, and she was merely maintaining her composure for the sake of pride. This was a sorceress's innate talent. In the absence of mana, they could forcibly tap into their physical reserves as a substitute. The mercenaries were busy clearing the battlefield, a daunting task amidst the carnage and snow. Yet, it was a necessary endeavor. In light of their significant losses, the mercenaries hoped to recover some of their losses through this effort. Ryan held no interest in the grim task at hand. The orc's meager possessions hardly warranted his attention. Noticing Teresa still standing rigidly, he resignedly drew his horse closer, intending to assist her onto it. What are you doing? The knight's hand reached toward Teresa's waist, only to be met with her staff, which she raised in protest. Her pale face displayed irritation, but her exhaustion nearly caused her to topple over. Ultimately, she did not fall into the snow. Ryan swiftly swept her up, and together they mounted the horse. He then patted her shoulder. Is it only when I do this that you feel content? With that, Ryan dismounted once more. Encumbered by his full armor, the horse could not bear the weight of both. You scoundrel, the sorceress murmured. Realizing her earlier assumptions were misguided, it dawned on her that Ryan was not the type to take advantage of others' vulnerabilities, so she quietly settled onto the horse. The mercenaries busily tended to the battlefield, hastily cremating the remains of their fallen comrades before burying them. Many bore sorrowful expressions, while an Imperial merchant and his 2 guards sought to retrieve their lost wagon, preparing to set off once more. The mercenaries had suffered grievous losses, their silence palpable, while Oliver and his companions were relieved to have escaped with their lives and recovered their goods. Yet, sensing the somber atmosphere, they too chose to remain silent as they traversed the forest. The moon now reigning high in the sky. Without my blizzard, no enemy could withstand you. Had I not immobilized that orc chieftain, you would have stood little chance against such a horde, of course. When frozen, anyone could approach and slay it. Reinforcements always arrive only after the battle has concluded, the sorceress remarked suddenly, addressing Ryan, who walked ahead. Her enchanting visage, shimmering black hair, and the elegant combination of night black leather and noble white fox fur made her appear as a goddess beneath the moonlight. Had I not arrived in time? Do you truly believe you could have slain that orc chieftain? Oh, perhaps you might have unleashed another blizzard, allowing everyone to gather their strength and eliminate the remaining orcs, wouldn't you say? Ryan felt a wave of exasperation. It was common knowledge how formidable the orc chieftain was. Even injured and immobilized, Ryan had exerted every ounce of his strength to fell it. He was certain that had the chieftain retained the use of its hands, the mercenaries would have only been fodder. Perhaps the mercenary leader, Boris, might have had a chance, but by that time, Boris had already sustained significant injuries, Ryan mused. Observing the banter between the sorceress and the knight, a young mercenary named Bonda could no longer tolerate it. He dashed forward to assist Teresa with her horse, whispering to her, Lady Travik, you speak the truth. In the condition you rendered that beast, it would have met its demise at the hands of anyone. That knight has no grounds for boasting. Had it been me, I would have certainly claimed its head. With a grin, Bonda sought to ingratiate himself with the sorceress. Haha. Little did anyone know that Teresa merely scoffed coldly, casting a fleeting glance at him, and then at the massive sword he bore on his back, before disdainfully averting her gaze, too apathetic even to utter a single word in response. The awkwardness in the air was palpable, akin to a warm face pressed against a cold rear. Ryan found amusement in the situation. Teresa Travik, hailing from the Garland Council, was the daughter of the elder Aurora Travik. The Garland Council, also known as the Council of Sorceresses, held great renown across the continent. 150 years prior, the savior Ludwig led the Order's army to decisively defeat the Chaos forces, pursuing them to the northern wastelands before retreating due to supply shortages. During this conflict, the sorceresses played an extremely pivotal role within the Order's coalition, following the conclusion of the Second Chaos Invasion. 18 sorceresses, each of legendary caliber or above, convened at the Celestial Fortress to discuss the various injustices faced by women in the realm of spellcasting. The assembly lasted several days, culminating in a consensus to establish the Council of Sorceresses, which admitted only female spellcasters. The council advocated for equal treatment of male and female mages, aiming to consolidate the power of female spellcasters and project a unified voice against the dominance of male mages across the continent. The garland flower, resplendent like a burning flame, symbolized the strength and independence of women. Thus the council was named after it and received partial recognition from Emperor Ludwig, officially becoming an established organization. With the Celestial Fortress emerging as a sanctuary for sorceresses, Teresa, raised in such an environment, was profoundly influenced by its ideals. The sorceresses of the Garland Council did not despise men per se. In fact, they never uttered phrases like, "men are trash." Joining the Garland Council did not preclude marriage. Rather, they looked down upon useless men. Unfortunately for the mercenary named Bonda, he fell squarely into the category of a useless man in Teresa's eyes. Judging by his aura, Bonda appeared to be merely an ordinary warrior. Having never witnessed his prowess, Ryan mused that he was likely just an ordinary high-tier warrior. Even Boris, the elite and now a berserker, was treated with a degree of indifference by the sorceress. It was hardly surprising that she dismissed an ordinary warrior so easily. Did he think he could win Teresa's favor by stepping on him? He had surely chosen the wrong target. Ryan shook his head, not wishing to engage in a confrontation with Bonda. Teresa, clearly fatigued, engaged in conversation with Oliver, a knight of the kingdom. "Mr. Oliver, it is a pleasure to see you again." "Ah, indeed. It is wonderful to see you again, Mr. Ryan. I truly appreciate your help this time," Oliver exclaimed, his face reflecting relief after a narrow escape. "We were fortunate this time. The influence of the Beastmen in Nord is minimal. We only encountered minor threats like chaos warhounds, razor beasts, and lesser horned beasts. Only the horned beast posed a significant challenge. And even their king was merely a common horned beast evolved. If we were to face a truly formidable Beastmen tribe, such as the towering warhorned beasts, trolls, cyclopes, or even the formidable minotaurs and chaos giants, I would have no choice but to flee." Ryan chuckled, though his words sent shivers down one's spine. "What is there to fear? Surely you are aware of the Battle of Bloodpine Forest, Mr. Ryan. Our new emperor, His Majesty Franz Friedrich, led an army of 100,000 into the forest and vanquished over 50,000 beastmen, reportedly piling their corpses into mountains. If such a beastmen tribe were to exist, our great emperor would undoubtedly roast them all," Oliver proclaimed with pride. "Indeed," Ryan replied, choosing not to elaborate further. To the south of the Nord Kingdom lay the Empire, the most powerful human nation on the continent. The Nord Kingdom was once part of the Empire, but now served as a vassal state, primarily due to the Empire's weariness of the incessant raids and invasions from the northern barbarians. Thus, the savior Ludwig appointed his aide Harold Frank as the Duke of Nord, granting them independence from the Empire. After exchanging pleasantries with Oliver for about 2 hours, Ryan estimated it was nearing 7 in the evening, the appropriate time to set up camp for the night. With Boris still recovering from his injuries, the vice-captain, Wirt, an experienced elite-tier mercenary and a dual-sword wielder, took command, with Bonda appearing to be his apprentice. The group found a suitable camping spot against a rocky hill, conveniently close to a water source. With the Beastmen leader slain, the remaining Beastmen tribes in the forest were likely embroiled in internal strife, providing little cause for concern. Everyone busied themselves erecting tents and lighting campfires. As the heavy snowfall that had persisted for 2 days finally ceased, the weather remained overcast as the mercenaries prepared pots and pans, boiling water to rehydrate their provisions. Ideally, they would gather wild vegetables or other ingredients to make a soup, but in the depths of winter, such resources were scarce, so they had to make do until they reached town the following day. "Ms. Travik, may I assist you in dismounting?" Bonda, noticing Teresa remained seated atop her horse, approached respectfully. To his dismay, He was met with a frosty expression. The sorceress held firmly to the reins, not sparing him a glance. Instead, directing her attention toward Ryan, who was surveying the terrain from a distance. Ryan, please make the arrangements. Certainly, certainly. I understand. Ryan replied, stepping forward to gently lift Teresa down from the horse, once her high-heeled boots touched the ground. He released her. Would you like me to find you a more comfortable place? Isn't that your responsibility? Teresa retorted, her pallor evident, relying on her staff for support, yet her spirit remained unyielding. Ha ha, it seems you are using that staff as a walking cane. Aren't you? Multi-purpose use, I see. Ryan quipped. Oh, is your hammer not serving as a fire poker in your hands? Teresa shot back, prompting Ryan to burst into laughter. Ha 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 ha. Just moments before, he had used his fire-imbued hammer to ignite the kindling. Evidently catching Teresa's attention, the banter between the knight and the sorceress left Bonda seething with envy. The cursed knight only knew how to curry favor with Mishtrovic, who seemed to trust him all the more. He needed to devise a plan to eliminate him. Otherwise, he would have little chance of winning Mishtrovic's heart. Master Wirt, could you do me a favor? Bonda stealthily approached his mentor, Vice Captain Wirt, who appeared to be of a similar age to Boris. His features less rugged than the mercenary leaders, Wirt was busy organizing the campsite and directing others in preparing food. Upon hearing his apprentice's request, he shook his head with a wry smile. Bonda, you need to understand your situation. Mishtrovic is a member of the Garland Council. Do you truly comprehend the disparity in status between you two? Chapter 9. Camping, Part 1. Who says that a country bumpkin cannot aspire to win the affection of a noble lady? That is what His Majesty Ludwig said. Bonda retorted impatiently. Wirt was momentarily speechless. Indeed, Ludwig had made such a statement, but the savior's abilities were unfathomable. Even a demon lord of the sanctuary tier could not withstand a single exchange with him. While lineage was significant, this world ultimately revered the strong. That if Bonda were truly a sanctuary tier powerhouse, he would have ample opportunity to woo not just a council member, but even the emperor's daughter. However, Bonda was merely an ordinary tier warrior. Kid, having lofty ambitions is understandable, but you must possess the strength to match them. Bonda, do you know the story of Mr. Ryan? Isn't it merely about inheriting his ancestors' military achievements and leveraging his noble status to earn a knighthood? The young mercenary scoffed. Being able to slay a Beastman leader is due to his weapon. If I were given a similar weapon, I could surely accomplish the same. It seems you are unaware of Mr. Ryan's story. He awakened his vocational talent at the age of 3, and by 16, he followed his father, Lord Baldy Norman, into battle during the renowned Battle of Lapland. Within less than 8 years, the name Mallet Ryan became a household name in Nord. Wirt was about to continue when the still injured Boris placed a hand on his shoulder. Wirt, that's enough. In any case, Bonda, you must strive to grow stronger. Diligence is the only path. The vice captain fell silent. Over his years in the mercenary life, Wirt had encountered many young mercenaries like Bonda, who all shared a common trait: lofty aspirations without the requisite skills. They dreamed of fortuitous encounters leading to dragon-slaying victories, always hoping for a beautiful noble lady to fall for them. But such narratives belonged solely to knightly tales. In reality, such occurrences were rare indeed. Meanwhile, Ryan was busy setting up the tent. The knight of the kingdom drew forth his long sword and swept it across a slightly uneven patch of ground, sending clouds of dust into the air. Once the haze dissipated, a smooth area emerged, previously littered with small stones and snow. Ryan then used his warhammer to compact the soil, ensuring that the sorceress would not lie uncomfortably. He proceeded to erect a tent on this small level surface. A faint blue energy gathered in the palm of his hand, gradually raising the temperature within the tent. After cleaning the interior, Ryan took out animal hides and blankets to cover the ground entirely. Before gesturing towards Teresa with a polite invitation, "Please, Miss Teresa Trovic, representative of Gallon." For the first time today, the sorceress's expression appeared more pleasant. She removed her high-heeled leather boots and white cotton socks, revealing a pair of delicate snow-white feet. Leaning on her staff, Teresa entered the tent and reclined, her tone softening somewhat. "You truly know how to take care of others. I have grown weary of the company of mercenaries. They not understand the concepts of hygiene and personal space." Teresa, not everyone embarking on a mission is fortunate enough to return with 100 gold dinars. The mercenaries' capabilities and conditions are such that providing you with a private tent is already quite generous. They cannot be expected to scent your tent with incense nor possess an abundance of hides and blankets to shield your delicate form from the discomfort of hard stones, Ryan replied with a sigh. I do not wish to quarrel with you. As you must surely understand, I do not wish to argue with you either, Ryan. The sorceress set her staff aside and found a comfortable position to lie down, draping a velvet blanket over herself from her spatial ring. Traveling with the mercenary group was truly unwise. Last night, Captain Boris had the audacity to serve me undercooked lamb, by the Mystic Lady. How could I possibly eat such a gamey dish? The Mystic Lady is a title for the goddess of magic. In this world, deities exist, and directly invoking their names or true titles can attract their attention, so people often opt for epithets to avoid drawing their gaze. But to the mercenaries, that is a delicacy, is it not? They have offered you their finest, and what more could you desire? Ryan sat at the tent entrance, conversing with Teresa while continuing his tasks. I understand, which is precisely why I should not have hired a mercenary band to accompany me. I should have waited for you to meet me in the previous town, the sorceress expressed with a hint of regret. You cannot remain sheltered behind high walls casting spells forever, dear Teresa. Lady Aurora desires her precious daughter to partake in the pursuit of belt. Does she not wish for her to gain experience? Ryan shook his head gently. You may be older than I, but I suspect your practical combat experience scarcely amounts to 1% of mine. I am not a knight like you, who knows only how to ride and slay. The sorceress replied without rebuttal. Sensing her acceptance of his reasoning, Ryan spoke softly. You should rest well. I will venture out to see if I can procure some game. In this frigid weather, warm meat would be most welcome. Having dealt with the women of the gallant council before, Ryan was aware of their haughty nature. Sometimes, preserving their dignity and offering them an escape route could earn him considerable favor. Understood. Teresa tightened her blanket. Noticing the knight's rising form, she called after him. Ryan. Yes, be cautious. Huh. Do not worry. As the tent flap fell shut, the sorceress felt a long-lost comfort envelop her, and drowsiness soon overtook her. This was not the first meeting between her and Ryan. Their initial encounter occurred when Ryan was merely 16. While Teresa had just turned 20 after being adopted by the Lord of the O10 fief in the Nord Kingdom, Balde Norman, the young boy exhibited astonishing talent, awakening his vocational abilities at the tender age of 3. Under the witness of the Church of Justice, he successfully transitioned into a profession. To this day, no one has discerned what that vocation is, though many speculate it to be a unique gift from the God of Justice. With the only certainty being that his base profession is that of a warrior. For reasons unknown, he appeared far more mature than his peers, by 8. He had completed the majority of the Nord National Library's collection and independently mastered the noble etiquette course. His eloquence and scholarly prowess astounded the nobility of the Nord Kingdom. In the year he turned 13, the northern barbarians descended once more, and his father, the White Wolf Knight Norman, wished for Ryan to accompany him into battle. Ryan famously declared, Father, if I were to join you on the battlefield now, I would likely be cleaved in twain like a wild dog. Please grant me 3 more years, and I shall become a knight worthy of your legacy. Coincidentally, 3 years later, the northern barbarians invaded once again, attacking the port of Lapland. Their paths crossed during Ryan's 16th year. In that battle, he severed the head of a barbarian warrior and single-handedly felled 5 barbarian soldiers. The King of Nord promptly dubbed Ryan a ranger knight and invited many to attend the knighthood ceremony. This was their first meeting. Their second encounter occurred when this young man was bestowed the title of Kingdom Knight. At that time, the fearsome chaotic Beastman Lord, Fong Gol led thousands of Beastmen in a rampage through the Nord Kingdom. Numerous Kingdom Knights and several hundred men bore witness as Ryan battled Gol upon the cliffs. The two clashing from dawn until dusk, culminating in Ryan's triumphant decapitation of Gol, earning him the moniker the Hammer and the rank of Kingdom Knight. The true extent of Ryan's prowess remains a mystery to many. Yet it is undeniable that an elite-tier warrior could not single-handedly slay a formidable chaotic Beastman Lord. Thus, Ryan's strength must be at least. Teresa succumbed to exhaustion and fell into a deep slumber. Miss Trovic. It was unclear how long she had slept, but she awakened to soft calls, feeling somewhat less fatigued than before. Upon raising her head, she saw that the one calling her was the mercenary Bonda, who had been incessantly flattering her. Teresa merely nodded, noticing Bonda straining to get a glimpse of her visage. She quickly wrapped her white fox fur coat around herself, preventing the young man from seeing anything further. What is it, mister? Ryan has returned. He sent me to fetch you. The young mercenary had only glimpsed the sorceress's breathtaking beauty, her swan-like neck and long, jet-black hair, and felt a pang of disappointment. However, he quickly sensed her unwelcoming gaze and hastily added, I understand. Please leave. Teresa signaled for Bonda to exit. The young mercenary, initially eager to converse with her, felt disheartened by her lack of engagement. He considered himself somewhat handsome and, noticing the sorceress's cold demeanor, did not relent. "Is there anything I can assist you with?" "Ms. Travik, you seem quite fatigued." "No, you may leave. Tell Ryan I will come shortly." Teresa reiterated her disinterest in assistance. Bonda, unable to voice anything further, left in disappointment. Meanwhile, the mercenaries were in high spirits, for Ryan had returned with an entire reindeer. The massive creature was being skinned and butchered by the mercenaries with their short knives. After enduring great losses, the mercenaries finally found solace in the prospect of a hearty feast of venison. Ryan generously allowed the mercenaries to take a portion of the meat, keeping only a hind leg and 2 cuts of venison for himself. "Damn that night, merely fortunate," Bonda grumbled to himself, observing the jubilant mercenaries. "Those nobles know how to win hearts. They hide behind high walls collecting taxes. Reveling in the offerings of the poor, they all deserve to perish." Yet, despite his words, the aroma of roasted venison wafted enticingly in the air. When Vilt noticed Banda's arrival, he proactively handed him a skewer of roasted meat, saying, "Lord Ryan has brought us roasted meat. In this cold weather, you should eat well." The young mercenary, indeed hungry, could no longer afford to be choosy. Accepting the roasted meat, he began to devour it eagerly. "I'll check on Teresa for now. You all enjoy yourselves." Ryan preferred not to linger among the mercenaries, finding their shared utensils and bowls rather uncomfortable, especially since mercenaries and knights naturally stood in opposition to one another. Knights epitomized the lawful alignment, from the virtuous paladins to the nefarious black knights, regardless of their nature. They tend towards order. However, mercenaries are a different breed, fighting either to protect their loved ones or, purely for profit, turning their blades upon anyone. Thus, they exist within the chaotic alignment, creating an inherent rift between knights and mercenaries. Ryan harbored little fondness for the profession of mercenaries in many online novels from his previous life. Mercenaries were depicted as embodiments of bravery, kindness, and wisdom. However, since his arrival in this world, he had encountered more instances of treachery, foolishness, and violence. The vast majority of mercenaries were willing to do anything for wealth. Holding 2 pieces of venison and a deer leg, Ryan made his way towards the tent he had set up. Yet, before he could reach the entrance, Teresa, clad in a white fox fur coat, lifted the tent flap. Upon seeing Ryan with raw meat, the sorceress frowned. "I thought you had cooked the food." "You knew I was back?" the Knight of the Kingdom asked, puzzled, as he set the iron pot over the fire and prepared to cook. "Was it not you who sent Bander to call me?" Teresa, tightly wrapped in her white coat, sat opposite Ryan, revealing only her mature and stunningly beautiful face. The winter in Nord was indeed frigid. Normally, the sorceress could employ spells to shield herself from the harsh environment, but she felt quite weak now. "Bander," Ryan continued to look bewildered. The two exchanged curious glances for 10 seconds before the knight realized and chuckled. "It seems yet another young lad has fallen under Lady Travik's spell. Perhaps with just a glance from you, he would willingly lay down his life. I can only congratulate you on acquiring yet another admirer." "I do not wish to quarrel with you, Ryan," the sorceress replied coldly. All right. It is undeniable that you possess an enchanting beauty that no one can dispute." As Ryan diced the venison and added various seasonings and foraged vegetables to the iron pot, he intended to create a hearty stew. "Has your years of wandering taught you sweet words for women and decent culinary skills?" Facing Ryan's unadulterated flattery, Teresa had to concede that this man indeed had a way with words, her tone softening considerably. "No, my years of travel have imparted much more. If given the chance, I would share with you the tales of my encounters over the years." Ryan stirred the ingredients in the pot with a spoon, and a delightful aroma wafted forth, tantalizing the senses. Why do so many people delude themselves into believing they are the protagonists of a story, an ordinary mercenary? The sorceress mused, inhaling the enticing scent from the pot. "You say that now. But you were once the same that I recall our first meeting when you hardly regarded me, considering me just a fortunate little brat." Ryan teased, recalling their initial encounter when Teresa had adopted a similarly haughty demeanor. "Well, the pressing matter now is, what shall we do about Belt?" The sorceress's cheeks flushed, her beauty unparalleled, as she deftly shifted the topic. "My magical energy is depleted, and I can no longer use magic to pursue him. Let us have our meal first. Afterward, we shall discuss our plans in detail." "Very well." Chapter 10, Camping Part 2. Ryan added venison, wild vegetables, 2 scoops of flour, and various spices into the iron pot, resulting in a rich and aromatic venison stew. As he and the sorceress sat across from each other, savoring the delicious concoction, Ryan filled a bowl and graciously offered it to Teresa. Ladies first. Without hesitation, the sorceress accepted, taking a spoonful and nodding. Your culinary skills are indeed remarkable. Traveling with you ensures I need not endure the revolting and substandard food anymore. Ryan paused, admiring Teresa's enchanting visage illuminated by the moonlight, through her black-framed glasses adorned with purple butterfly patterns. He observed her silver irises and suddenly chuckled. There are not many knights in the kingdom with my level of culinary talent. At least in Nord, I am one of a kind. Would you care for some bread? Teresa produced an iron box containing several pieces of dark bread, resembling what the mercenaries outside consumed. However, Ryan knew the sorceress would never settle for mere common black bread. The most ubiquitous, basic, and lowest-grade food on the continent was indeed black bread. Yet, this was unlike the black bread sold in stores back on Earth. This long, dark substance was crafted from a mix of wheat flour, bran, and even a touch of sawdust and mud, baked into a hard consistency if left in the oven too long. The proper method was to boil it in hot water before consuming. The most repugnant aspect was that some black bread contained a significant proportion of dirt and wood particles, and due to the scarcity of yeast, most was fermented using the dung of saber-toothed tigers, which roamed the northern regions. There was once a tale of a thief who broke into a farmer's home and was met with a panicked housewife striking him down with a loaf of black bread. Blood spilling everywhere. Ryan had little experience with black bread. At home, he mostly enjoyed the dark rye bread baked by servants, which was free from such unsavory ingredients, made from a blend of rye and wheat flour, often sweetened with sugar, butter, and a hint of curds that in comparison. The bread Teresa held was of an entirely different caliber. The black bread she possessed was crafted from the sweetest sugarcane honey imported from Britannia and high-quality wheat flour from the lush plains near Brunswick, the capital of the empire. The value of those few pieces of black bread exceeded 50 silver coins. Soft and delectable, they required no accompaniment and could be enjoyed as they were. If it weren't for the skirmish we had this afternoon, I might have thought we were merely out for a picnic. My lady, Ryan remarked helplessly, spearing a piece of venison with his fork, consuming the meat while discarding the bones aside. I've set it aside, if you wish to eat. Help yourself, the sorceress replied, a hint of embarrassment creeping into her demeanor. This is my first time acting independently, and fearing I wouldn't be accustomed to the outdoor fare, I brought a little something. Keep it for later. In the wild, one should consume freshly prepared food when available. Only consider rations if none is left. Ryan waved her off, retrieving the roasted deer leg from the rack. Would you like some roasted venison? Yes, please. The sorceress did not decline, having confidence in Ryan's culinary abilities. Indeed, the venison was free from the anticipated gamey odor, its tender and rich flavor delighting her palate, causing her to close her eyes in satisfaction. Delicious. I'm glad you find it so. Ryan nodded. And after Teresa indicated her fullness, he promptly finished the remaining food. Time is of the essence. I am no different from an ordinary person now that we must gather everyone for a meeting, Teresa suggested. We have already wasted too much time. Oh, did you not despise being around foul-smelling men covered in blood? Ryan teased, noting the usually fastidious sorceress's invitation. Do not think I am unaware. There is an enigmatic energy surrounding you that keeps unpleasant odors at bay. As for others, they can sit further away. Teresa lifted the tent flap to change into another outfit. She did not mention that the pale blue energy enveloping Ryan was remarkably clear and pure, making her feel quite at ease, thus prompting her desire for more interaction with him. The weather does not permit it now, otherwise I would devise a way to procure some warm water for you to bathe. As you cannot simply plunge into the icy river like I can, Ryan agreed. I shall go gather the others. The tent flap fell back into place. Ryan proceeded to the campsite where the mercenary group was gathered, calling everyone together for a meeting. Captain Boris had sustained severe injuries after recklessly engaging the Beastmen leader in combat, his hands suffering extensive damage, and several life-threatening wounds adorned his body. Ryan had heard of Boris. This elite berserker had made a name for himself with his axe, carving a path as a mercenary and earning the title Blood Axe. If ordinary warriors were merely slightly stronger and more skilled than average individuals, elite warriors like Boris underwent further physical enhancement. especially in the case of berserkers. Berserkers, being an advanced class of warriors, sacrificed much of their defense to channel all their innate talents into offensive power. At Boris's elite level, he could lift burdens weighing hundreds of pounds. And on the battlefield, one could easily take on a dozen fully armed ordinary soldiers. It could only be said that the racial advantages of the Beastmen were too pronounced. Take the previous Beastman leader. For instance, his strength likely peaked at the elite level, yet in battle, he completely overwhelmed Boris, dominating him in a contest of strength. The mercenaries had just finished their evening meal, and each of them found themselves in a state of relaxation. Ryan could discern the weariness etched on everyone's faces. Following the conclusion of the battle, the group had inquired about their next course of action, aware that they had lost track of Belt due to the delays caused by the Beastmen tribe. Ryan suggested they first find a suitable place to rest and recuperate. Upon hearing Ryan's call, the group mustered a bit of energy and gathered around the fire. Despite his grave injuries, Boris forced himself to join. While Vice Commander Velt took a seat alongside Binda, observing Ryan's expression with a hint of confusion, the Vice Commander added, "He is my apprentice, seeking to acquire knowledge." Noting this, Ryan refrained from commenting. At that moment, a fragrant breeze laden with the scent of lavender wafted through the air, heralding the arrival of Teresa. She had changed out of her battle attire, donning a stunning sea blue mink coat that accentuated her alluring figure. The long hem cascading nearly to her calves, a pearl necklace adorned her chest, and her silver stiletto boots further emphasized her statuesque silhouette, which was conservatively estimated to be above 1.7 meters. The women of the Gallon Council were known for their love of opulence, a sentiment Ryan was well acquainted with. "Teresa has arrived. Let us commence." The sorceress settled beside the kingdom's knight and exchanged a knowing glance. Signaling for the meeting to begin, Ryan then stated, "Firstly, I bear unfortunate news. We have lost track of Belt. Before encountering the Beastmen, we were approximately 3 to 4 hours away from him, but after the skirmish, that distance has now extended to at least a full day's journey. Additionally, Teresa has exhausted her magical energy and will require several days to recover, thus we cannot rely solely on magic," Ryan continued, directing the group's attention towards the sorceress, who nodded in silence. "What are your thoughts on our current situation? Or do you possess any information to share?" The flickering flames of the fire illuminated their faces. Boris remained silent due to his wounds, while Velt appeared lost in thought. All that could be seen was the radiant moonlight and the crackling sounds emanating from the fire. The group sat cross-legged, with Teresa being the sole exception. Ryan had provided her with a mat, knowing she would not tolerate any dust on her garments. However, Binda perceived this as an overt attempt by the kingdom's knight to curry favor with Lady Travik. Noticing the silence, Binda seized the opportunity to present his thoughts, having already devised a promising plan that he believed would impress Lady Travik. "I have a plan, Lady Travik," Binda suddenly interjected, disregarding Velt's disapproving glare as he continued. "I believe we should pursue our advantage." "Pursue our advantage?" Ryan expressed interest, gesturing for Velt to hold his tongue and encouraging Binda to elaborate. Feeling Teresa's gaze upon him, Binda spoke with increasing confidence. "There is a crucial clue that you have overlooked, the Wan Moyen. Did not Lady Travik mention sensing its power? The fallen hunter must be near the Wan Moyen. The Beastmen tribe has already been vanquished by Lady Travik. I have heard the commander say that once the Beastmen's leader is slain, the tribe will descend into prolonged infighting and chaos. Therefore, if we scout near the Wan Moyen tomorrow, we are sure to make some discoveries." Ryan exhaled deeply, his gaze wandering for some time. Boris abruptly coughed a few times. Velt remained silent, and Binda's most valued audience, Teresa, regarded him with an expression of incredulity. Ultimately, it was Ryan who broke the silence. "Mr. Binda, had I been leading a fully intact knightly order, I might consider such an action. However, we are but 20 or 30 individuals, all bearing wounds and losses. You may not fully comprehend what the Wan Moyen entails. Allow me to enlighten you. The Wan Moyen is a totemic rock, also referred to as the Chaos Core. Revered by the Beastmen, they are typically concealed in the darkest, most inaccessible depths of forests, secret caves, or perilous mountain peaks. Any intruder daring to trespass within the vicinity of the Wan Moyen will incur the merciless wrath of all Beastmen within a 100-mile radius. The area surrounding the Wan Moyen is generally guarded by formidable doomsday bulls. Even I find myself at a disadvantage against them, let alone our meager band of mercenaries. Venturing there would be tantamount to courting death." Though the young mercenary harbored a strong dislike for Ryan, he held his mercenary band in high esteem, having grown up within its ranks. Thus, After hearing Ryan's assessment, he merely muttered, "Who knows who will die?" and fell silent. "Indeed, Mr. Ryan, during our pursuit over the past few days, we have discerned a pattern in Belt's movements. His routes are erratic and riddled with obstacles to evade Lady Travic's pursuit. Yet his overall trajectory has been consistently westward," Belt remarked as he produced a map. He pointed to a massive castle icon in the center. 7 days ago, Belt escaped the royal capital of Winter City and chose to head west. The vice commander then traced his finger to the left, indicating the symbol of a town. 5 days ago, our Blood Axe mercenary group, along with Lady Travic, spotted Belt in the town of Lutop, but he vanished into the snowy expanse, and despite our desperate chase, we lost his trail near the Grantian Path. Next, we encountered the Mean Forest. Belt placed his finger on a vast area represented by a forest icon, the Mean Forest being immense, nearly encompassing 1/8 of the Nord Kingdom's territory. It was here that they had been attacked by the Beastmen. Thus, it is evident that Belt has consistently moved westward, a conclusion we have drawn. Belt inquired, "What are your thoughts, Mr. Ryan?" It is certain that Belt wishes to escape Nord, as he is being pursued from all directions. While he could hide indefinitely in the deep mountains, subsisting on raw flesh and cohabitating with Beastmen as a means of evading capture, he would not choose such a path, Ryan stated gravely. Realizing something significant. Why not? Binda could not help but ask. The dark gods would not desire a useless acolyte. Be it the blood god, who revels in bloodshed and carnage, the lord of deception, who delights in trickery, or the Shalith, who seeks to indulge in depraved sensory pleasures. None would accept a believer devoid of purpose. Only the father of decay and disease would embrace all disciples, Ryan explained, before continuing, thus, Belt's destination can be narrowed down to 3 possibilities. Chapter 11. Confirming the direction. Ryan's finger first traced the path from the royal capital of Winter City eastward along a major road, traversing numerous towns and forests, until it landed upon a region shaded in white desert on the map. The first route leads east along the Kith Road, culminating in the vast snow-swept wasteland left by the ancient wizard empire, the Tazir Desert. Beyond that lies the world-spanning mountains ruled by dwarves, leading to the Dark Realm, a vast expanse dominated by the Chaos Ogres who worship chaos. Belt could find his sanctuary there. However, he did not take that route, for the distance is far too great, exceeding 2,000 kilometers. Moreover, Tazir is a barren land, with only 3 cities within a region nearly 2/3 the size of Nord, devoid of towns or villages. Most of the land is severely tainted by alchemical pollution and unfit for cultivation, making resupply exceedingly difficult. Even if Belt were to cross Tazir, the dwarven-guarded world-spanning mountains would pose an insurmountable challenge, with countless convoluted mountain paths and subterranean tunnels capable of driving Belt to madness. Thus, we can largely dismiss the likelihood of him choosing that route, and indeed, as we surmised, Belt opted to head west. Everyone nodded in agreement. No one would willingly choose the path through Tazir. The second option is to head west and then north, through the port of Lapland towards the Chaos Wasteland, to join forces with the northern barbarians entrenched there. Ryan stroked his chin, shaking his head. While that is a possibility, every port in the north is heavily fortified by the Nord Kingdom's troops, and every ship bound for the Chaos Wasteland faces rigorous inspections. Given Belt's experience, he would undoubtedly avoid such a perilous risk. The will of the dark gods may incite his rage, but it would not lead him to folly. Thus, the remaining choice is, Ryan's finger continued westward along the Mean Forest, drawing the attention of the group. His finger landed upon the river Adar, which flowed through the Mean Forest, and after passing several villages, it came to rest on a port city, Karlshaven. Teresa's beautiful silver eyes widened slightly. Her rosy lips parted as she whispered, "Indeed, this represents the 3rd route of Belt, which involves departing from Nord's western port, seeking a way southward, the realms of Britannia, where one venerates the lake nymphs, and the formidable empire are certainly not within Belt's contemplation. Instead, it is the chaotic southern nations, which openly worship the malevolent gods of chaos, or the bustling, diverse trade hub of Marienburg that captures Belt's interest." Mr. Ryan makes a valid point. However, this does not necessarily imply that Belt will embark from Karlshaven. Wold interjected with his doubts. That is indeed true. Should this not be the case? Ryan retrieved a blood-stained piece of paper from his pocket. It bore the death message penned in the blood of the deceased old monster hunter. Belt X Aesthetic Society. The Aesthetic Society. Isn't that an organization formed by scholars and socialites dedicated to the propagation of beauty in Marienburg? Teresa gasped in disbelief. The Aesthetic Society is a renowned entity within the continent, comprised of numerous sophisticated and fashionable elites, advocating the pursuit of beauty and guiding people towards love and harmony. Yes, it appears that Belt's defection has unearthed deeper secrets than anticipated. No one would have suspected that the Aesthetic Society, known for hosting salons and sponsoring numerous artistic groups over a decade, would be entangled with chaos. Ryan's brow furrowed further. We cannot definitively ascertain that Belt will head to Carlson Haven, but I am certain he will journey to the western port and set sail for Marienburg. Our adversary has already gained a day's lead on us. Should he hasten to the western port, then rendezvous with the Aesthetic Society in Marienburg, it will become exceedingly difficult for us to trace his whereabouts. The group was visibly troubled. Marienburg, originally part of the Empire, still remains an integral part of it. This port, located at the confluence of 3 major rivers, is the foremost port in the world, boasting exceptional geographical advantages. It is a flat expanse with a temperate climate conducive to habitation, flanked by 2 peninsulas that cradle a deep-water harbor capable of handling vast volumes. Each year, countless merchant caravans traverse Marienburg, funneling staggering amounts of gold into this opulent city, with little flowing out. The Iris family governs Marienburg, and its duke is likely the wealthiest individual in the world, as few powers can dictate his actions. Following the end of the Second Chaos Invasion 150 years ago, the newly reformed empire was in disarray. At this juncture, the former Duke of Marienburg approached Ludwig with an astonishing fortune, reportedly equivalent to a decade's worth of the empire's fiscal revenue. The Duke exchanged this wealth for autonomy, enshrined in the founding charter, thus obliging the empire to collect only an annual defense fee from Marienburg, forbidding any interference in its internal affairs. Many criticized Ludwig's actions, deeming them a betrayal of the nation. Yet Ludwig profoundly remarked, "The empire's reconstruction necessitates a tremendous wealth. The chaos from the north shall inevitably return, and a life of ease and indulgence is of no benefit in the struggle against it." Thus, Marienburg exists in a state of benign neglect. The exorbitant taxes, save for the substantial defense fee paid to the empire, line the pockets of the city's elite. Each year, a multitude of vagabonds and mercenaries traverse this city, seeking opportunities for advancement. Beneath the city lies a vast and intricate network of tunnels for smuggling and concealing goods. Should Belt escape to Marienburg, retrieving him would prove exceedingly arduous. We find ourselves at a disadvantage in pursuing Belt, so our immediate course of action must be to head towards Carlson Haven, the closest point from here. Upon our arrival, the Church of Justice will assist us in obtaining the latest records of maritime departures, allowing us to continue our pursuit of Belt. Ryan articulated a plan that garnered the group's consensus. At this stage, hastening through the night would serve little purpose. Indeed, excessive commotion might alert Belt to their presence. Hence, Ryan's strategy was to proceed at a measured pace towards Carlson Haven, concealing themselves while awaiting Belt's next move. With the lead of the Aesthetic Society, locating Belt would not be akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. The western coastal ports of Nord are numerous, and given the fallen hunters' limited resources, it would be impossible to monitor them all. Thus, this choice was made. Very well, we shall set forth for Carlson Haven tomorrow. Given our pace, we should depart by 7 in the morning, arriving around noon. At that time, I and Ryan will approach the Church of Justice to inquire about their findings. Teresa nodded, and both Boris and Wilt expressed their agreement. After the day's numerous events, the sorceress felt utterly fatigued. Once the group established a concrete action plan, they bid each other farewell. The night had deepened, and they set camp by a rocky hill. Noticing Teresa struggling to walk with her staff, Ryan extended his hand to support her delicate arm encased in a white lace glove. "Allow me to assist you, dear Lady Travik." The sorceress cast him a sidelong glance. Feeling the firm support of his hand, she did not refuse but sighed softly. "Your offer to slow our pace is considerate of my well-being. There is no need for concern. I am in far better condition than you presume, and I shall recover by tomorrow." "Oh, is that so? Do not deceive me. You cannot possibly regain your strength by tomorrow, let alone within 3 days." Ryan directly punctured the sorceress's falsehood. "Humph. During this period, my safety falls under your guardianship." Teresa's pretense was unveiled, her cheeks flushed like a ripe peach. Captivatingly beautiful, Dietline was a disconcerting situation for any proud sorceress to find herself in such vulnerability. Ryan's keen understanding of spellcasters was indeed profound. Spellcasters generally fall into three categories: wizards, shamans, and sorcerers. Wizards wield their extensive knowledge and intricate magical control to cast spells. Theoretically, they can learn all known spells, constructing them by expending their magical energy. Thus, to cast a spell, a wizard must comprehend not only the incantation, but also the mechanics of spell construction. The arduous journey from apprentice to a capable archmage demands immense resources. Their initial combat effectiveness is limited, necessitating significant financial support for experimentation and learning, often leading to many failed attempts. Consequently, numerous families of farmers with magically gifted children lack the means to nurture their potential, relegating them to apprenticeship under other wizards in magical institutions, where many talents are squandered in the monotony of apprentice labor. In contrast, shamans' casting resembles guidance rather than direct spellcasting. Their magical energy arises from the elemental forces that roam the world, and they communicate with these forces through totems and meditation, using their own energy to direct the elements in spellcasting. Shamans can cast spells rapidly with minimal energy expenditure. However, their abilities are severely restricted by their environment. For instance, in the frigid climes of Nord, a shaman would be unable to conjure fire magic. If they were to encounter an area of chaotic magical elements, a water spell might inadvertently heal the enemy instead of harming them. Lastly, sorcerers, often regarded as the elite among spellcasters, possess an innate ability to cast spells. Their origins are peculiar. Some gain their powers after surviving a tempest, while others acquire them through fortuitous experiences in caves or beast dens. However, the majority of sorcerers emerge from bloodlines, inheriting magical traits from a parent who is a spellcaster. This magical lineage bestows them with the ability to learn spells as they age without the need to understand the underlying principles of spell construction. They merely recite incantations to cast spells. Due to their innate abilities, sorcerers often consider themselves superior, looking down upon those who toil in the fields. Thus, one seldom finds sorcerers aligned with benevolent causes. Notions of saintliness or philanthropy are foreign to them. In Ryan's estimation, if necessary, Teresa would not hesitate to sacrifice mercenaries to secure her own escape. No profession is without its flaws. The spellcasting abilities of sorcerers also face limitations. For instance, if a sorcerer possesses the bloodline of a thunderous archmage, they may struggle to learn even the simplest healing spells throughout their life. Conversely, a sorcerer with a fire lineage may take years to master a basic water spell. The sorceress's spellcasting relies on the power of her bloodline. Thus, in a moment when her magical energy was entirely depleted, Teresa forcibly invoked the strength of her lineage to cast a spell. The outcome was a severe toll on her body, rendering her not only devoid of magic but also physically exhausted for several days. With me here. You need not worry. For the sake of Lady Aurora, I shall protect you, Ryan said, a smile briefly gracing his face before the corners of his eyes lifted with a hint of mischief. But I am not your servant. I hope you can understand. I know. No one would consider a knight of the realm a mere servant, Teresa replied with a nod, realizing only then that her tone had inadvertently mirrored that of someone addressing a servant. Elder Aurora Travik of the Gallen Council had once saved the life of Ryan's adoptive father, Norman, during a fierce battle against the barbarians when Ryan had yet to be adopted. Young knight Norman had been thrown from his horse and nearly met his demise. But Aurora's magic had preserved his life. Although Aurora had dismissed the incident, Norman had never forgotten it. Out of gratitude, Ryan was willing to be somewhat accommodating towards Teresa, eager to ensure her well-being. However, this did not imply he was willing to be her subordinate or bodyguard. The relationship between him and the sorceress was one of mutual support, as companions rather than a hierarchy. As Ryan helped the sorceress lift the tent flap, he smiled and said, "Good night, Teresa. May you have sweet dreams." "Good night, Ryan." Chapter 12. The Nightly Kingdom of Britannia before dawn on the following day. Around 7 in the morning, the mercenaries began to rise, packing their belongings in preparation for departure. Ryan had already awoken, leaning on his war hammer as he stood at the entrance of Teresa's tent. Observing the mercenaries' preparations with a silent shake of his head, the previous day's battle had taken a heavy toll on the mercenaries, many of whom were injured. Under such circumstances, Ryan could not compel them to march, for their bodies would not withstand it. Yet, he could not abandon this group of mercenaries to pursue Belt. Teresa's condition was dire. The sorceress was merely holding on, and her frailty was evident to all. Had Teresa's magical energy been intact, The mercenaries would undoubtedly have refrained from any folly in the current situation. Should any members of the mercenary group harbor ill intentions, Teresa might genuinely find herself at their mercy. Ryan felt that he could not fully trust these mercenaries, particularly the Blood Axe mercenary group. The truth remained that, given sufficient incentive, mercenaries could betray everything. To leave the mercenaries behind and pursue Teresa alongside him was also unwise. Belt was a cunning demon hunter. Should he find himself in such a predicament, a fallen hunter's ambush could turn the tide, and the weakened sorceress would become a liability. Not only would Ryan need to combat the foe, but he would also have to protect her. In this scenario, Ryan truly felt uncertain of his ability to defeat Belt, a legendary figure who had eradicated countless monsters and was awarded the title of Demon Hunter Master by the Hunter Association. Even before his fall, Ryan could hardly claim to have complete confidence in subduing him. Who could say how much stronger he had become after succumbing to chaos? Ultimately, Teresa's lack of combat experience, her failure to allocate her magical energy judiciously, and her oversight regarding the loyalty of the hired mercenaries posed significant risks. In her eyes, these mercenaries might have seemed akin to mere servants, undoubtedly bowing before the might of magic. Yet, Ryan did not share this belief. Numerous sorceresses had met tragic fates at the hands of their own guards and ended up sold into slavery. Marienburg was, after all, the largest talent market on the continent. This was precisely why Lady Aurora had entrusted Teresa's protection to him, but a sorceress with scant battle experience urgently required a strong and seasoned melee protector. And Ryan was an excellent choice. She was a quick learner, was she not? Most spellcasters were imbued with wisdom. They might err due to unfamiliarity, but would not falter out of foolishness. Today's weather was devoid of snow, casting a gray hue over the sky, where clouds were sparse, allowing glimpses of the dimly lit heavens. The biting cold wind continually swept past Ryan's ears, causing his knightly cloak to billow behind him. Standing at an imposing height of 1.85 meters, with a commanding presence and striking features, he resembled a seasoned warrior guarding a pass, ever ready to confront any adversary. Yet, in truth, he was merely keeping watch for a woman. Listening to the sounds of clothing rustling within the tent, Ryan mused, feeling rather inadequate. He began to comprehend why many legendary figures were reluctant to accompany the sorceresses of the Gallant Council on their journeys. This was not companionship, but rather akin to being a caretaker. The small mercenary had finished packing and was nearby, peeking around. Ryan knew what he was after. The young mercenary sought an opportunity to converse with the sorceress. The delicate hand adorned with white lace gloves lifted the tent flap. "Good morning, Ryan." Teresa's stunning visage emerged into the chilly air, her ice-like complexion and captivating silver eyes seemingly capable of speech. She still wore the sea-blue mink coat from the previous night, though the pearl necklace adorning her neck had been replaced with a slender gold chain set with blue sapphires, and golden earrings carved with magical runes dangled elegantly at her sides. Ryan sensed the magical aura emanating from these adornments. Truly affluent, he had heard more than once about the wealth and temperamental nature of these Gallant Council members. It was said that a lord from the Nord Kingdom once sought assistance from Teresa's mother, Aurora, due to rampant beastmen in his territory. This lord, long indulging in vice and possessing meager strength, had a tarnished reputation. Aurora, engrossed in an important experiment at the time, had teleported the unfortunate lord to a large lake near Sky Fortress in a fit of anger before he could utter a word, nearly costing him his life. Thus, it was clear that strength was the ultimate currency. "Are you feeling better and ready to depart?" Ryan inquired, noticing Teresa's spirits had noticeably lifted. He was about to ask more, only to realize that beneath her mink coat, her long legs still trembled slightly. He understood she had not fully recovered. She simply wished to conceal it from others. "I will go fetch the horses. Please wait here." The corners of Teresa's mouth curved upward. This man knew how to preserve her dignity, a refreshing change from the brutish types who only knew how to brawl. Her mother's choice of companion for her was indeed a wise one. Sorceresses were often well-educated and worldly, which could make them somewhat haughty. It was only at that moment that Teresa began to comprehend and accept Ryan as her companion. As the group gathered their belongings and set forth once again, Ryan found himself disinterested in the mercenaries' banter about drinking, feasting, and womanizing. Instead, he initiated a conversation with Oliver, the merchant from the Empire. "Mr. Oliver, your attire, it is quite fashionable. Is this style currently trending in the Empire?" Oliver's merchant garb was peculiar. He wore a helmet and a white fox fur coat. Yet over it, he donned a layer of breastplate. His heavy trousers and riding boots were not unusual, but he also wore greaves over his boots, resulting in a rather comical appearance. Well, Ryan, you must understand that after experiencing such events, adding a bit of protection always brings me some comfort, Oliver admitted, slightly embarrassed, though his merchant's resilience allowed him to recover quickly. Life is more precious than anything. If I were to perish, my wife might even rejoice, as she could marry again with a considerable fortune. Yet your lover would be heartbroken, and your son would be bullied by his stepfather. Correct, they cling to you like vines to a sturdy tree. Should you fall, all would be lost, Ryan retorted. Ha 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 ha. This remark elicited laughter from both the mercenaries and Oliver's guards. Even Boris, who was injured and unable to move, joined in the laughter, only to wince in pain afterward. The only one who remained unamused was Teresa, perched upon her horse, who merely scoffed but couldn't help but smile inwardly at Ryan's keen understanding of such matters. Her mature and radiant demeanor left Bondar. Accompanying her, utterly captivated, sorceresses might lack the battle experience of those knights who fought daily, but they surpassed the manifold in matters of court and high society. Ryan, being young and unmarried, without even a maid or lover, could possess such insight into these social intricacies, which was indeed unexpected. Speaking of which, Mr. Oliver, since you hail from the Empire, could you share what business brings you to Nord? Ryan gently stroked his horse, which he had named Pinecone. Ah, that's nothing to keep secret. I've come to Nord to engage in bulk commodity trading that we set off from Marienburg, loaded with armor and provisions, and upon arriving in Nord, we plan to sell them and acquire a substantial quantity of silver and gold, ore, animal pelts, and magical crystal ore. Initially, I aimed to procure some incendiary oil, but unfortunately, that did not materialize. And what profit do you expect from this venture? Ryan inquired further. I estimate a profit of 500 to 600 golden dinars. But considering the recent circumstances, it might be more, just as I profited significantly during the recent war. Ah, I heard that not long ago, Britannia and the Empire clashed in war, only for the Empire to emerge victorious and both sides to renegotiate their treaty. A group of individuals traversed the muddy path. And fortunate it was that during this harsh winter season, the temperatures were frigid, rendering the road hard and unyielding, allowing for unobstructed passage. Heaven knows how treacherous the roads will become after the snow melts in early May next year, with mud and muck making travel exceedingly arduous. Indeed, yet it is not as you might envision. The warring factions are not the Empire and Britannia. Oliver coughed softly and began recounting the conflict that erupted 2 months prior between the Empire and Britannia. The Empire, the largest and most formidable human nation in this world, was established approximately 18 centuries ago during a period of great turmoil, when a tribal leader named Charlemagne rapidly rose to power. Ultimately founding the empire, under the gaze of the gods, he was crowned the sole emperor of mankind, spending nearly 2 centuries conquering the entire world at that time. The empire spanned vast territories, dominating all races that bowed before its might. Reigning as the sovereign of the world, the current empire is but a fraction of its former glory. For nearly a millennium, the empire withstood external foes, until several centuries ago, internal strife and external threats forced it to relinquish most of its territories. Save for the core lands, through a vote by the emperor and the Senate, the province of Britannia was among those forsaken lands, and when the empire abruptly declared its abandonment, despair engulfed both nobility and commoners alike. At that time, Britannia faced the threats of the undead, barbarian hordes, and other forsaken human factions, while also contending with the chaotic Beastmen from the east and the green-skinned armies from the south, who sought not only to plunder but to annihilate all in their path. A young baron named Arthur led his knights valiantly, striving to fend off the encroaching dangers, yet his efforts proved futile. As the people of Britannia faced the specter of annihilation, Arthur, separated from his army and grievously wounded after numerous battles, found himself in utter despair. He arrived at the fabled fairy lake, believed to be inhabited by deities, and knelt by its shores, tears streaming down his face as he implored for aid. Willing to sacrifice anything, he only wished to save the people of this forsaken land. Initially, his pleas went unanswered, plunging Arthur into profound hopelessness. However, the young lord did not surrender. He clenched his teeth and resolved to fight to the death in the morrow's battle. At dawn, a brilliant beam of white light burst forth from Fairy Lake. As a deity known as the Lady of the Lake responded to his entreaty, The Lady of the Lake healed his wounds with the holy water from her chalice and bestowed upon him unwavering faith and eternal blessings. With her assistance, Arthur reassembled his forces, raising the battle standard blessed by the Lady of the Lake. In a battle where his forces were outnumbered 30-1, Arthur led his blessed knights into a fierce struggle, ultimately achieving a resounding victory. The triumph of the Night Lord stood as a beacon in the darkness, uniting the armies of Britannia once more. Thus began an epic campaign, marked by 12 consecutive victories, annihilating all foes that dared to invade Britannia, culminating in the establishment of the knightly kingdom of Britannia. Through the mediation of the Lady of the Lake, the knightly kingdom forged an alliance with the Empire on equal terms. From that point onwards, the relationship between Britannia and the Empire remained amicable, with only occasional skirmishes over the course of several centuries. Both sides adhered to their principles, never executing prisoners, and even granting mercy to those who laid down their arms on the battlefield. This mutual understanding arose from the multitude of external threats, ensuring that neither the Empire nor Britannia would squander precious resources in internal strife. It is about Marienburg, Mr. Ryan. The Emperor of the Empire has made his third attempt to reclaim Marienburg. Yet the Duke of Marien is equally resolute. Due to the Empire's violation of the founding charter penned by His Majesty Ludwig, Britannia has chosen to side with Marienburg. At this juncture, the eager Ranger Knights of Britannia surged unexpectedly into the Empire's ranks, thereby igniting a full-scale war. Oliver gradually elaborated on the unfolding events. The war persisted throughout the day, and it was fortunate that both His Majesty the Emperor and the Night King remained level-headed. The result of a day's battle involving 100,000 troops was merely over 3,000 casualties. Ultimately, His Majesty the Emperor and Britannia forged a peace treaty and re-established their alliance, returning the captured nobility to their rightful places. The Emperor had no choice but to concede the reclamation of certain sovereign rights over Marienburg. The annual revenue of Marienburg accounts for nearly 1/5 of the Empire's total fiscal income. It is only natural for His Majesty to covet this port city. If I am not mistaken, the Rangers must have charged into the Empire's forces at the instigation of the Duke of Marien, correct? Ryan inquired with keen interest. Indeed, following this defeat, it seems the current Night King's prestige has waned. It remains to be seen which Duke will succeed him. Oliver nodded. Who succeeds the Night King is of little consequence, as long as the Lady of the Lake remains. Britannia's trade will not encounter significant troubles. The structure of Britannia is intriguing. The entire nation submits to the Lady of the Lake, the true sovereign beneath the facade of the Night King. Upon the abdication or demise of each Night King, the Lady of the Lake convenes all dukes from the principalities to vote and deliberate on the next Night King, among her many renowned acts. The Lady of the Lake is particularly celebrated for establishing and codifying the 8 virtues of knighthood, which are integral benchmarks and principles within her divine duties. Hence, her devotion extends beyond Britannia, with many across the continent, especially knights, venerating the Lady of the Lake. For instance, Ryan occasionally offers her prayers. By the way, could you share with me the situation on the Empire's side? I heard that a few years ago, Elector Andrea of Brescia led his forces in a full-scale war against the red-horned Beastmen at the borders of his territory, only to meet an unfortunate demise. Having reflected on the matter of the Holy Grail Knights, Ryan shifted his queries towards the Empire. This time, Oliver did not respond immediately. The merchant from the Empire pondered for a moment before speaking slowly, his tone somber and tinged with sorrow. Indeed, the war ended in failure. The Elector perished, and the Beastmen retreated into the forest before the Emperor's forces could arrive. The capital of Brescia, Brentau, was left in ruins, with no survivors, and the Elector's seal vanished without a trace. The sole legitimate daughter of the Brescian Elector also went missing amidst this turmoil, leading to the extinction of the Bernardino lineage. Furthermore, the sacred sword Western Flame, which symbolizes the electoral power of Brescia, has also disappeared. Now, of the 12 sacred swords that once belonged to the Empire at its founding, only 4 remain in its possession. Chapter 13. Karlsenhaven. Over 16 centuries ago, the 200-year-old Charlemagne, after a series of campaigns, nearly unified the entire continent and established the empire. This era marked the golden age of humanity, during which Charlemagne reigned as emperor for 400 years before announcing his abdication. To quell disputes among tribes regarding succession, he instituted the elector system. The empire's governance transitioned from a centralized authority to a feudal system, with vast territories redistributed among 12 electors. The emperor ruled over the capital and the surrounding fertile plains of the continent, upon the death or demise of a previous emperor, the 12 electors. Along with the three major churches, the Church of Justice, the Church of Life, and the Church of Magic, would cast votes to select the next emperor from among several candidates. This system of electors continues to this day. Speaking of which, Mr. Oliver, if the empire is indeed a strong centralized state, why establish such an electoral system? Isn't primogeniture a form of selection as well? Ryan mused, gazing at the scenic landscape. In the distance, the pine forest stood silently beneath a blanket of snow atop the mountains. While the cold air caused the horses to snort, the guard, Masher, remained vigilant for any signs of danger ahead, while Fack, who was not well versed in the art of driving, struggled with the reins, having taken over from the original driver who had perished in that skirmish. The weather was already cold enough. Without conversation, the chill would only deepen. Were the empire devoid of external threats, if we were on an isolated island with no visitors, and trade were unnecessary, then hereditary succession would suffice. However, the empire is surrounded by enemies on all sides. Yes, we currently have the knightly allies of Britannia, as well as close ties with the dwarves, but what of other regions? They are rife with foes. Charlemagne's intention was for the most capable heirs to lead the empire forward, rather than fostering a generation of pampered incompetents due to foolish biases of bloodline. The merchant's voice brimmed with admiration as he continued. Charlemagne never shied away from his past. He openly recounted tales of his humble beginnings as a cattle herder. Taking pride in it, isn't Ludwig also from a minor noble family in the countryside? Origin matters little. What matters is strength, a courageous heart, and a love for the empire. Indeed, Ryan nodded, choosing to say little more. After several hours of travel, they finally arrived at the coastal city of Nord Kingdom, Karlshaven. In comparison to the modestly populated Ulan town, which boasts only a few hundred households, the port city of Karlshaven is considerably larger, housing approximately 800 residents. From a distance, the plumes of black smoke rising towards the heavens provide a rough indication of the city's scale. Although the gray city walls are not particularly tall, they have transitioned from Ulan town's wooden fortifications to robust stone walls. The guards at the city gate are evidently better equipped. While the sentinels of Ulan town don breastplates, the soldiers of Karlshaven are clad in complete scale armor, brandishing spears and halberds, their complexions healthier. The captain of the guards even dons a full suit of chain mail, with a long sword at his waist and a shield in one hand, draped in a black cloak that bestows upon him a formidable presence. This medium-sized port can accommodate a dozen medium or large merchant vessels. Equipped with all the necessary facilities, it is garrisoned by 150 regular soldiers and a knight of the realm, who can summon up to 600 militia if the lord here disregards the consequences and costs. Ryan elaborated to Teresa. Have you visited this place before? The sorceress inquired curiously as she surveyed the bustling port city. There are few places in Nord that I have not traversed, including the Sky Fortress, so rest assured, this port is no exception. Ryan spoke with a hint of pride, having indeed traveled extensively, far more than Teresa, who seemed content to linger within a handful of major cities or remain at home. A cargo ship departed along the inland river, seemingly transporting goods, while the port soldiers appeared notably serious, hinting at some undisclosed situation. Additionally, Ryan observed a merchant caravan engaged in a heated debate with the captain of the guards at the city gate. Liars! Cheats! You have deceived me. If we cannot set sail, why were we not informed? Why demand our entry fee? We no longer wish to stay. Refund us. The scene at the gate was chaotic, with an entire caravan dragging multiple carts of goods. Embroiled in a dispute with the guards, the escalating tempers on both sides suggested an unfavorable outcome, especially as several caravan guards had gripped their sword hilts, while the sentinels' pikes began to tilt ominously. Due to the standoff, the mercenaries were momentarily delayed from entering the city. Ryan, growing impatient, awaited his opportunity to pursue the whereabouts of Belt. Thus, the knight of the realm dismounted and stepped forward, addressing the commotion. What is happening here? The remaining onlookers remained still. Noting that many guards had already grasped their swords, the experienced vice-captain, Vilt, understood that provoking the already tense guards would only exacerbate the situation. All eyes turned to Teresa, silently inquiring what course of action they should take. Let us wait. At this moment, only Ryan's status is fit for negotiation, Teresa remarked, seated atop her horse, the hem of her long coat nearly obscuring her elegant legs, revealing only the tips of her high-heeled boots. The Gallon Council merely exists as an acknowledged entity, lacking the authority to directly intervene in national affairs. Technically speaking, Teresa is not a noble of the Nord Kingdom, and institutional matters are best resolved within the institution itself. That a guard intercepted Ryan's approach. Greetings. Sir, an entry fee of 5 silver dinars is required to enter the city. We will issue you a pass valid for 5 days. Good morning, Sir Knight. Ryan displayed the emblem of the White Wolf Knights, prompting the soldiers to salute immediately. What is the issue? Well, Sir Knight, the Lord announced a maritime ban yesterday, prohibiting any vessels from setting sail. The guard muttered, his gaze averted. Is it truly impossible to set sail from here? Ryan's brow furrowed as he began to piece together the implications. He rebuked the guard. Did the Lord not issue a notice or post an announcement to collect entry fees only to inform us afterward that we cannot set sail? What is the reasoning behind this prohibition? Even so, the fee of 5 silver dinars struck Ryan as exorbitant. He mused that the Lord was indeed taxing rather heavily, collecting such steep entry fees while simultaneously forbidding maritime activity was a blatant attempt to extort the merchants eager to set sail. Once the money is pocketed, the inability to sail is of no consequence. This is my territory, and you must abide by my rules, right? If you don't like it, simply don't come. This is the quintessential behavior of a lawful evil alignment. Are the inns still open? The uproar at the city gate was of little concern to Ryan. He had no desire to wade through the murky waters of this dispute. Indeed, they are open, my lord. Due to a decrease in clientele, many inns have lowered their prices. Should you wish to lodge, most accommodations are nearly full because of the maritime ban. The Buttered Ale Inn in the city center may still have rooms available, and its luxurious suites would undoubtedly befit your knightly status. Of course, you could also notify the Lord. A sudden, jarring sound pierced the air as Ryan instinctively turned towards the city gate. The altercation between the caravan and the guard captain had escalated dramatically. With a commanding shout, the captain ordered the archers atop the city wall to ready their bows, and an arrow struck the ground just in front of the caravan. The captain, emboldened, thought to himself that these people were clearly unaware of their situation. Presuming they could act with impunity here at that moment, chaos erupted unexpectedly. A cloaked figure from within the caravan swiftly drew an arrow from his quiver, knocking it with remarkable speed in a heartbeat. The arrow soared, striking the helmet of the guard stationed on the wall and sending it flying, while the guard himself, startled, plopped down onto the battlements. Such prowess! This individual was an elite ranger, and quite possibly of a higher echelon. Ryan's interest piqued. He pulled his horse to a halt, captivated by the unfolding spectacle at the city gate. The ranger's slightly pointed ears and slender features hinted at his half-elven lineage, and he bore an expression of arrogance, even bestowing a disdainful smile upon the guard captain. In response, the captain instinctively took a step back, his expression grim. He was merely an elite of the initial tier, and faced with this formidable ranger, he lacked confidence in securing a favorable outcome with minimal losses. If a confrontation were to ensue, he risked his life and the lives of several subordinates, and the Lord's wrath would surely fall upon him. He could scarcely afford to lose his position over a mere tax dispute. His life and future were far more significant. The guard captain quickly scanned his surroundings and soon fixed his gaze upon Ryan, who was spectating the unfolding drama. A knight of the realm. Sir Knight, these unscrupulous merchants are violating our nation's laws. They openly defy the Lord's regulations. The guard captain, recognizing Ryan's status, approached him for assistance, bowing deeply and ingratiatingly, while casting furious glances at the merchants, as if they had suffered a grievous insult. Ryan raised an eyebrow. In the midst of the merchants' quarrel, they finally noticed him. Many of the guards displayed vigilance and unease upon seeing a knight of the realm present, while the half-elven ranger tightened his grip on his longbow, casting a hostile gaze in Ryan's direction. The merchants' guards all clenched their sword hilts, while the mercenaries appeared somewhat hesitant, as none wished to provoke a knight of the realm. As a knight, Ryan bore the obligation to uphold the laws of the Nord Kingdom, even if those laws were not entirely just. Now that the situation had escalated to involve him, he raised his warhammer slightly and addressed the guard captain with an unfriendly tone. Oh, is the 5 silver dinar entry fee mandated by the laws of Nord? Your lord certainly imposes a hefty tax. It almost made me, a knight of the realm, reconsider parting with my coin. My sincerest apologies, sir, but this is the order of the Lord, and we are bound to comply. The guard captain quickly replied, abjectly apologetic. Precisely, Sir Knight. We came here because the tax on major commodities is supposed to be lower than at other ports. Yet now, after charging us such a high entry fee, we are told we cannot set sail. This hardly seems fair. Oliver interjected, mounting a vigorous defense. Ultimately, with Ryan mediating the situation, the parties reached an agreement on an entry fee of 3 silver dinars. The mercenaries' entry fee was still covered by Teresa, though a few dozen silver coins were of little concern to the sorceress. One by one, they entered the city, while Ryan exchanged greetings and hastily rode towards the Lord's manor in Carlsenhaven. The Lord of Carlsenhaven resided in a large wooden longhouse within the city, a 3-story structure. The ground floor served as a reception area and dining hall, while the upper 2 levels were reserved for private quarters. Primarily constructed of timber, after notifying the guards at the city gate, Ryan soon located the clerk to inquire about recent maritime activities. Yes, Mr. Ryan, indeed a tall, slender individual rushed into town just before closing yesterday. He did not linger and immediately requested to board a ship bound for Marlenberg. The ship owners were initially reluctant, but he offered 15 gold dinars for passage, several times the usual fare to Marlenberg, leading one of the ship owners to accept the offer. The Lord's clerk informed Ryan while perusing the shipping records. "Blast it! I've lost him," Ryan exclaimed exasperatedly, as he had sensed this very outcome. After being delayed by the Beastmen, he had feared he might not catch up to Belt. "Then why are we unable to set sail?" Ryan pressed further. "This is the situation. This morning, the high priest of the Ocean Church informed the Lord that a multitude of sea monsters has gathered in the nearby waters, while the barbarian fleets from the north continue to prey upon merchant convoys. For safety's sake, the Lord has decreed a temporary ban on setting sail," the scribe continued. "Very well, I understand," Ryan acknowledged, realizing he could no longer catch up with Belt. Even if he could persuade the Lord to arrange a ship for him and his companions, the risks would be too great. The best course of action was to deliberate further and report to Archbishop Innocent first. As he exited the tower, it was noon, and the rare clouds had dissipated, allowing a few rays of sunlight to bravely pierce through the veil, bestowing a modicum of warmth upon the earth. It was already quite cold for November. One could only imagine how long it would be until the sun was seen again during the winter solstice. Archbishop Innocent. "I have lost track of Belt," Ryan said as he pressed the gem on his bracelet, his tone filled with resignation. "I know. Belt took the opportunity to set sail from Nord yesterday. It is not your fault. I notified you only 2 days after the incident occurred." Moreover, the authoritative voice carried a hint of fatigue. "Now is not the time to concern ourselves with Belt. The northern barbarians are making significant moves. At least 20,000 of their troops are gathering. Let us leave this matter for now." "What? The northern barbarians are descending once more? This is certainly not good news." Chapter 14. The Butterbeer. And by the time Ryan had settled all affairs and exchanged the head of the Beastman chieftain for a bounty at the Church of Justice, night had already fallen. Following the guard's directions, he found the Butterbeer located in the heart of the town. The streets of Carlsenhaven were entirely different from those of Alon town. Alon was a small settlement, predominantly characterized by orderly, low longhouses. In contrast, Carlsenhaven was a medium-sized port city, bustling with numerous shops and 2-story buildings. The cold wind swept across the land, yet it did not deter the city's inhabitants. It was still afternoon, and most residents were diligently at work. For instance, a carpenter was crafting furniture, the saw slicing through high-quality timber, while the carpenter urged his apprentice to be quicker as the sun was nearing the horizon. Many travelers and merchant caravans were trapped within the city, with an abundance of carts and horses observed along the way. Ryan also noted that several citizens had rented their homes to the merchant caravans. He could only hope that the Butterbeer still had vacancies. The Butterbeer was a continental name for inns that served butterbeer, a popular drink, and many establishments bore this name. The inn before Ryan was converted from a grand fortress, comprising 3 stories, crowned with a steeply pitched roof from which black smoke billowed from the chimney. Its walls were painted white, and the sign above the entrance depicted a large wooden mug brimming with butterbeer. A striking logo. Upon entering the inn's lobby, it was a stark contrast to the cramped tavern in Ulan town. The first floor of the Butterbeer spanned over 100 square meters, with sets of tables and chairs arranged with meticulous precision. The fireplace radiated welcoming warmth, and the bar was several times larger than that which Ryan had encountered in Ulan town. The travelers filled the space, most indulging in drinks and merriment, creating a lively atmosphere within the hall. Teresa, Along with the vice-captain of the mercenary group, Vilt, and Bonda, sat in a corner, seemingly deterred by Vilt's imposing greatsword behind him. No one dared to trouble them. Teresa wore an expression of impatience, and upon spotting Ryan, she waved him over. Ryan approached and took a seat at the wooden table, inquiring, "Are there any rooms available?" "None. By the time we arrived, only the worst stables and thatched huts were left. And the luxurious suite on the third floor has already been reserved by Lady Travik," Vilt replied. The vice-captain, in his 30s, indicated that the Blood-Axe mercenaries had booked a large room and set up communal sleeping arrangements. Teresa's expression soured at the mention of a large room. Previously, out of curiosity, she had taken a glance and found the chaotic gathering of mercenaries in such a disorderly space far from clean, particularly as the stench of sweat and feet nearly overwhelmed her senses. "So, I can only stay in the stables or the thatched hut." Ryan observed Banda's barely concealed delight and chose not to elaborate further. He turned to the sorceress and asked, "You'll be staying here tonight, and I will find another place to rest. You can manage alone, correct?" "Of course, if Lady Travik does not mind, we could arrange for someone to sleep at your door," Bonda eagerly proposed. "No need for that." Teresa raised an eyebrow, and Ryan silently chuckled to himself. There was no way this woman would allow a smelly man to sleep at her door. The four of them sat in silence for a few minutes, and Ryan subtly signaled to Vilt, indicating he and Teresa had matters to discuss. The vice-captain, understanding, took the reluctant Bonda with him as he left. Ryan shifted to sit across from Teresa. The inn's ambience was quite boisterous, with several intoxicated patrons meandering about. One drunken man, upon catching sight of the beautiful sorceress, attempted to approach her, but upon noticing Ryan's knightly insignia, he hastily retreated to another corner. "It's so noisy. Why choose this place to talk?" the sorceress complained. Her delicate hand, adorned with white lace gloves, lifted a tankard filled with coffee laced with milk. Ryan then noticed that, at some point, she had changed into a new outfit, a high-collared purple velvet robe that accentuated her slender figure, exuding elegance and grace, akin to a beautiful violet blooming by the hearth. Coffee was a southern crop, a tropical plant that could only be cultivated in the warmer climates. While Nord was adept at procuring milk, the coffee beans were surely carried by the sorceress, a luxury item that traversed from the southern realms, far beyond the means of ordinary folk. "Belt has fled. He set sail yesterday," Ryan divulged, disregarding any preamble. "So, do you intend to continue the pursuit? If you don't plan to, you can simply teleport back to Sky Fortress, and I'll handle the rest." The sorceress furrowed her brows instantly. "What do you mean? I will not give up so easily." "Well, if that is the case, since Kalsenhaven is unable to set sail, we must head south to Maiden Haven to see if there are any opportunities to embark. However, the journey from Kalsenhaven to Maiden Haven is fraught with peril. So let us take a few days to recuperate. Once you have regained your strength, I believe some merchant caravans will organize to head to Maiden Haven, and we can join them. What do you think?" "Teresa?" Ryan spread the map across the table, pointing at Itto. The south and north of Kalsenhaven lay mountains. If not for the Adar River flowing into the sea, the riverbanks would not have been carved into flatland, and no one would have settled here. Due to its geographical location, this port city was inherently easy to defend yet difficult to assault. The remnants of ancient glaciers had left the terrain complex, riddled with fjords and towering peaks, enabling this port to require minimal garrison to ensure safety against pirate raids. With advantages came disadvantages. The transport links from Kalsenhaven were not particularly developed. This port city, flanked by mountains, had only 3 routes leading to Maiden Haven, the largest port city in the Kingdom of Nord. With the sea route blocked, only 2 paths remained: either return the way they came, passing through the capital city of the Nord Kingdom, Winterhold, a long detour, or traverse the Hodauren and Scavial Mountains to reach the mouth of the largest inland river in Nord, the Offrey River, which led to the Nord's western coastline and the port of Maiden Haven. The troublesome part lay here. Neither the Hodauren nor Scavial Mountains were safe havens. Numerous bandits and goblin tribes roamed the mountains, and it was said that a small number of chaotic beastmen also lurked there. Those fearsome split-toed creatures were immensely powerful. Typically, if a warband of more than 30 chaotic beastmen appeared, the Kingdom of Nord would need to deploy regular troops to eradicate them. On the summit of Scavial Mountain, there is an abandoned fortress, now reportedly occupied by a goblin tribe. If I were alone, I could take a longer route or even swim across the glacier, but with so many of us, we must traverse the mountains and confront that fortress, potentially even besiege it. Ryan's finger traced the map. Teresa noted the fortress marked on Scavial Mountain, with a goblin tribe indicated in the annotations. Yes, I believe you are correct. Whether we choose to assault the fortress or not, the dangers along the way are indeed numerous. Teresa was not one to disregard advice. She was more than willing to listen to opinions when presented with strength that commanded her respect. For instance, the man before her had removed his gloves, exposing his hands directly to the flames of the fireplace, retrieving a roasted potato from within. His palms bore numerous scars, yet the flames had scorched them for ages without leaving any traces of burns. Not even a reddening, as if the fire were not real. However, the roasted potato was undeniably genuine. Extraordinary constitution. At not yet 25, Ryan had already acquired an extraordinary physique. Teresa began to recall the teachings of her mother. It is well known that being a warrior is one of the most common professions on this continent, with the largest number of practitioners and the easiest to find employment in. Each year, approximately 40% of those awakening their vocational talents become warriors. Warriors, with their short legs and arms, are often seen as cumbersome, lacking in divine or magical abilities. Within mercenary bands and adventuring parties, they hold a lowly status and are frequently regarded as expendable. In many missions, while rangers engage in ranged attacks and rogues conceal themselves in the shadows seeking opportunities, professions such as priests, bards, and monks wield divine powers or possess escape techniques. Only warriors are compelled to fight on the front lines from beginning to end, suffering the most injuries while receiving the least rewards. In critical moments, when situations turn dire, they are often left to cover the retreat or abandoned altogether. Thus, the life of a warrior is one of hardship. The vast majority perish before advancing to elite status. Even among those who do achieve elite rank, only a select few ascend to knighthood. Most elite warriors serve as great swordsmen within the military structure, and despite their elevated status, they remain, in essence, high-level cannon fodder, engaging in close combat and facing significant casualties. However, upon reaching the legendary tier, warriors undergo a profound transformation. Those who ascend to legendary status gain an extraordinary talent known as transcendent physique, as the name implies. This bestows an unparalleled enhancement to their physical form. Ordinary weapons can no longer inflict harm upon them. Their bodies become more resilient than the finest leather armor, exhibiting formidable magical resistance. Rendering spells of the 4th tier or lower considerably ineffective, it is not uncommon to witness legendary warriors catching fireballs with their bare hands. Under the influence of transcendent physique, their strength and endurance multiply, and their wounds heal at an astonishing rate. With the aid of divine powers, they can even regenerate severed limbs. Thus, upon reaching the legendary stage, the warrior profession transforms from one of the lowest status to the second most sought-after profession, surpassed only by spellcasters. However, the proportion of warriors who survive to achieve legendary status is exceedingly small. Those who do are themselves a legend. As for the sanctum, in a nutshell, Harold the Frank, the King of Nord, can bathe in lava. Legendary warriors are ideal companions for spellcasters. Teresa does not harbor any ill feelings towards Ryan. The faint blue energy surrounding him brings her a sense of comfort, making her inclined to consider his suggestions. Legendary warriors are not invincible against ordinary or elite tiers. For instance, there is a well-known tale of a drunken legendary sword saint who met his demise at the hands of a common rogue wielding a steel dagger in a swift backstab. Nevertheless, on the whole, legendary figures are highly esteemed wherever they go, representing advanced combat strength and core fighting capability. The presence of a legendary warrior can drastically alter a military's combat effectiveness. And you? Are you truly going to sleep in the stables? Perhaps you could ask the Lord for assistance. After some idle chatter, Teresa suddenly broached the subject of Ryan's accommodations, her keen gaze fixed upon him. Yet Ryan remained oblivious to her thoughts, prompting him to jest. Oh, so you care about a brutish man like me who only knows how to ride and wield a sword? You are not that sort of person. You have spent years perusing the entire collection of the Nord Library. Your knowledge is certainly on par with mine, that I have no intention of quarreling with you. How you choose to save money is your own affair. All you need to do is plan for our departure. The sorceress savored her coffee, indicating that her inquiry was merely casual and that her sleeping arrangements were inconsequential to her. This left Ryan somewhat displeased, and thus the Knight of the Realm said nothing further. The innkeeper soon served their dinner: toasted bread, a pot of vegetable stew, an entire roasted fish, and a platter of black pepper beef. a meal worth 15 silver dinars. Ryan signaled for them to dine together, under the flickering light of a cheap oil lamp. They finished their dinner in silence. After the meal, Ryan quietly took his leave, his figure disappearing into the dark, snowy night, leaving Teresa to follow his retreating silhouette until he vanished from view, feeling a twinge of regret for having spoken to him in a commanding tone. She had only recently ascended to legendary status a few months prior, at the age of 27 or 28, which is considered quite swift among humans. However, in comparison to Ryan, it was insignificant. She did not know when he had achieved legendary status. But it was certainly not recent, as his aura was already firmly established at the initial level of legend at legendary strength. Who would wish to be managed like a servant or a common soldier? While her mother had indeed shown kindness to Ryan's family, it was not an excuse for her to maintain a condescending demeanor in his presence. Her attitude needed to change, otherwise, their camaraderie would inevitably be short-lived. Compared to others Teresa knew, Ryan was younger, handsome, strong, and considerate, knowing how to give her face. She recognized that Ryan had been exceptionally accommodating, yet she had grown accustomed to the luxuries of her upbringing. With a demeanor befitting a noblewoman, inside the warm inn, and outside in the frigid snow, it felt as though they inhabited two disparate worlds. Chapter 15. A visit in the end. Ryan did not seek out the Lord. Instead, he encountered Oliver and borrowed a place to stay for the night. To his surprise, Oliver's caravan was quite substantial, with a dozen carts and dozens of people, laden with goods. An Imperial merchant had prepared a tidy room for him, where Ryan spent the night. The following morning, as previously agreed, Ryan and Teresa met at the inn's entrance and set off for the Church of Justice. The snowstorm swept through the streets, bustling with people. The calls of vendors mingled with the bargaining of travelers. Every household was busy clearing snow from their doorsteps, with everyone clad in fur hats and thick linen garments. The Nord people, accustomed to the cold, had developed a certain resilience to it, while some visiting merchants, dressed in heavy cotton coats, shivered uncontrollably, provoking laughter from the locals. In turn, the outsiders cursed the frigid northern weather. The roads of Kalsenhaven were not particularly well maintained, remaining largely muddy paths. The snow was cleared away, revealing black soil, which had frozen solid, providing a relatively comfortable footing. As Ryan walked ahead, the townsfolk and travelers instinctively moved aside for him. In this era, nobles still held a dominant position in society. Even the wealthiest merchants were merely useful pawns in the eyes of the nobility. Once deemed unnecessary, their fate was at the mercy of the nobles who wielded military power. Only in Marlenberg did merchants enjoy a somewhat elevated status, courtesy of the Duke of Marlenberg, who was the wealthiest merchant himself. Today, Teresa Travik donned a new outfit of firefox fur, complemented by a white woolen sweater and fitted trousers, along with black suede boots. Her long, dark hair, glistening faintly, was tied up and styled into a cascading ponytail. Compared to her usual haughty demeanor, the sorceress appeared more gentle today, although the brilliance in her eyes still conveyed her unyielding pride. Ryan had also changed his attire, now that he was in town. There was no need for full chainmail. He wore a loose-fitting blue standard noble attire of Nord, with a broad silk scarf tied around his neck, a long coat, and beneath it, a vest, white shirt, and blue trousers. Unlike the popular tight-fitting trousers of the court, Ryan's pants were relatively loose, tucked into his boots. However, since Ludwig was crowned the new emperor of the empire, tight pants had fallen out of favor. Ludwig preferred to don hunting attire or loose garments for banquets, leading some old imperial nobles to criticize him for introducing rustic habits into the noble courts, while the new military aristocrats eagerly emulated him. This young man was already handsome, wielding a golden warhammer with a head shaped like an arched triangular prism, resembling a griffin's claw grasping the hammer, projecting an image of soaring majesty. Paired with his remarkable presence and composed features, he embodied the youthful hero of the kingdom that Teresa had always envisioned. However, his demeanor was less than cordial. "Good morning, Teresa." With that, Ryan turned and strode towards the Church of Justice. The sorceress hurried to catch up. "Last night, you slept in a doghouse, and forged a deep friendship with a big yellow dog. But that's none of your concern. Once we finish matters at the Church of Justice and are ready to depart, I will let you know." Ryan replied coolly. Possessing transcendent physique, he felt no fear of the cold, so his attire was merely a matter of politeness and decorum, rather than warmth. A subtle distance seemed to form between them. For Teresa, Initiating conversation was already pushing her limits. She had no intention of pressing further, and thus they maintained a silent journey to the Church of Justice. The pristine white paint adorned the towering edifice. And the doors of the Church of Justice loomed at over 2 meters high. Etched upon the grand entrance was the holy emblem of the God of Justice, a magnificent blue shield, upon which a scale, poised atop a war hammer, gleamed resplendently. To the threshold stood 2 fully armored paladins, their helmets securely fastened, vigilantly brandishing their swords as they scanned the surroundings. However, upon sighting Ryan, one of the paladins appeared momentarily taken aback. "Ah, is that not Sir Ryan the Warhammer? Have you come to collect your bounty once more?" As if there were bounties aplenty to claim, Ryan retorted, indicating that he was there to retrieve something. Observing this, the 2 paladins swung open the doors of the church. "Indeed, Sir Ryan is a notorious foe of evil and an old friend of our church. There is no need for formality. Please, come in." Having frequented the Church of Justice for bounties over the years, Ryan's visage had become widely recognized within its halls. Moreover, as many paladins were often itinerant, numerous knights were familiar with him. Although Ryan could not recall their names, the 2 paladins appeared vaguely recognizable. "Since I am your old acquaintance, have you prepared my holy meal?" Ryan jested nonchalantly, eliciting hearty laughter from the paladins. It would be no trouble at all for Sir Ryan to procure a meal. Simply say the word, and we shall prepare it. However, I suspect our fare may not meet your discerning taste. That is indeed true. Following one of the paladins, Ryan entered the Church of Justice. "You seem quite at ease with these individuals," Teresa remarked as she trailed behind Ryan into the church. The paladins at the entrance noted the beauty and danger exuding from this woman, hesitating momentarily before allowing her passage. "Indeed, I am well acquainted with them, for they are my benefactors, with the meager stipend they provide annually. I can scarcely manage to sustain myself, as you can see. I do not even have a retainer to my name. I am quite impoverished." Ryan spread his arms in a gesture of resignation. The sorceress cast him a sidelong glance. Choosing not to comment further, it was well known that Ryan had always operated alone in the information he possessed. Knights of Ryan's ilk, who journeyed solo, were indeed a rarity. Typically, knights ventured forth accompanied by at least 2 retainers, one to manage the horses and another to oversee weaponry. For instance, Ryan never employed a lance, as it would inevitably shatter after a charge, necessitating a knightly retainer to safeguard and replace his armaments. In truth, as Teresa was aware, many knights traveled with far more than just 2 retainers. They often paraded with a retinue of over a dozen, and some even brought their lovers along for such excursions. The costs incurred were substantial, and Ryan's claim of his scant stipend being insufficient was not entirely unfounded. Yet, the bounties Ryan received from the Church of Justice or the kingdom's treasury were several multiples of his meager salary. It was not that he could not afford a few retainers, but rather that he simply chose not to, Teresa mused. The interior of the Church of Justice in Carlsenhaven was immaculate and minimalist. In the courtyard, a number of young paladins practiced their swordsmanship, while others engaged in prayer. As they traversed the expansive courtyard, they arrived at the main hall, where the statue of the God of Justice shimmered in the frigid air, emanating warmth. The stone effigy embodied both majesty and compassion, teeming with hatred for evil and a sense of equity for all creation. Yet, despite its towering height, the statue evoked a tinge of sorrow. The God of Justice's eyes were absent, leaving only profound darkness in their sockets. One hand grasped the scale, while the other clutched the renowned artifact, his beloved sword, the Arbiter. Each time Ryan entered this grand hall, he was overwhelmed by an immense reverence for the God of Justice. This deity was not native to this world. Akin to the lake nymphs, he was an outsider, having descended upon this realm approximately 18 centuries prior. Before his arrival, 7 incarnations of the God of Justice had already perished. He stood as the 8th. Indeed, the role of the God of Justice was perilous. His eyes were gouged out by the Chaos God during the first invasion, and his left hand was wounded by the Son of Chaos during the second incursion. This deity perpetually led the charge against evil, his disabilities and myriad scars symbolizing unwavering justice and sacrifice. That it was precisely for this reason that the doctrine of the God of Justice spread most widely across the continent. Boasting the largest following of faith, the priest responsible for this church had yet to return, so the 2 settled on a stone table and chairs in the courtyard. A priest soon appeared, offering them 2 cups of clear water, gesturing for them to drink. Without hesitation, Ryan took a hearty gulp, while Teresa hesitated slightly. The sorceress was unaccustomed to drinking plain water, the world was far from secure, and common folk struggled to find clean water sources. Thus, aside from clergy and devotees who consumed water purified by the church, the majority of commoners garnered hydration from porridge, soups, or various inferior fruit wines and alish. Coming from a wealthy background, Teresa typically indulged in a variety of fruit juices, soups, and occasionally, wine, not often resorting to drinking plain water. "Drink it. This is holy water," Ryan urged, noticing Teresa's reluctance. A church of this size cannot compare to the large organizations like the Citadel of Winter, where Archbishop Innocent possesses the ability to discern if we have been tainted by chaos. The priests here, however, lack such an ability, so we must consume the holy water to gain their trust. Teresa's beautiful silver eyes scrutinized Ryan for a moment, and upon ascertaining he spoke no falsehood, she finally drank the holy water. The burning sensation coursed through her throat, rather uncomfortable, akin to something spicy. Ryan observed Teresa's discomfort, his brow furrowed, without a moment's thought. He grasped the arm of the sorceress, her hand encased in a white lace glove, and swiftly removed the glove, pressing his hand against her wrist. "What are you doing?" Teresa exclaimed angrily, but Ryan's strength far exceeded that of the sorceress. Her wrist pinned firmly against the stone table, revealing a delicate hand adorned with purple nail polish, an alluring sight. Yet Ryan paid it no mind as he firmly held her wrist down. "Release me, you scoundrel!" Teresa struggled vigorously, humiliation clouding her eyes. Realizing she had misunderstood his intentions, Ryan hastily explained, "The discomfort from drinking the holy water indicates that you have been corrupted by chaos. I am merely checking your condition." At last, the sorceress ceased her struggles. That a pale blue energy emanated from Ryan's palm. Surging into Teresa's wrist, she felt a refreshing coolness arise within her, and internally, the black chaotic energy encountered Ryan's pale blue energy. Akin to a mouse meeting a cat, it was swiftly obliterated. Ryan then released her wrist with a sigh, saying, "Teresa, you must exercise caution in the future. Do not allow yourself to reach such a state of expended magical energy. A spellcaster in such a condition becomes prime prey for the malevolent gods. If you wish to avoid a fate akin to those deranged sorcerers, you must remain vigilant." "I understand," Teresa replied, not one to remain oblivious to the circumstances. Her mother had imparted knowledge regarding the deranged sorcerers. The vast majority of spellcasters relied on the magical web constructed by the goddess of magic to cast their spells. In such scenarios, only those who had experienced and connected with the essence of magic, such as those of the holy domain, could cast spells without the web's aid. For most spellcasters, the web was akin to a lifeline. Without it, their ability to cast spells would plummet drastically. Even a sixth circle legendary mage would struggle to cast a fourth circle spell. In this context, the so-called deranged sorcerers emerged, wild mages who rejected the use of the magical web. These wild sorcerers became increasingly volatile and untamed, heavily influenced by the elements. For instance, air element deranged sorcerers would often lose all their hair and develop grayish-white skin after a few years, while fire element deranged sorcerers would have their hair and beards turn fiery red, their tempers flaring. Life element deranged sorcerers would neglect hygiene, spending their days filthy and greasy, consorting with beasts. In truth, these aspects were inconsequential. What mattered most was that these deranged sorcerers shared a nearly uniform fate: corruption. The chaotic energy that roamed the elements would infiltrate their beings, and before long, they would succumb to rapid degradation due to the influx of chaotic energy. From Ryan's perspective, one could liken the souls of humans to a school cafeteria. While the souls of spellcasters were akin to a staffed dining hall, naturally, elven souls were the most valuable, akin to a Michelin-starred feast. "Are you like this with everyone?" Teresa inquired as she retrieved her lace gloves, fastening them with a hint of annoyance. Although she had accepted Ryan's reasoning, a trace of discontent lingered. "No, it is only because of you," Ryan replied. Before the sorceress could bask in the compliment, he shattered her moment of pride. "You are a crucial ally. I currently require a spellcaster to assist me in combating formidable monsters. Having a spellcaster alongside significantly simplifies many challenges, does it not?" "Oh, I believe all you need is to ensnare the opponent, ensuring I am uninterrupted while casting. I will handle the enemies myself. There is no need for you to lumber in with your hammer, clumsily engaging in combat. Do you not find that rather foolish?" "In every sense of the word," Teresa retorted, dismissing the knight's hand with a look of disdain. The sorceress swiftly shifted her attention to the pale blue energy emanating from the man's hand. Finally unable to contain her curiosity as she inquired, "May I ask you something, Ryan?" "Go ahead. What exactly is your profession?" Chapter 16. A visit to the Lord. Those who awaken their vocational talents invariably choose to transition into a specific profession. Among these, the four most commonplace vocations are the warrior, rogue, ranger, and bard. Humans can directly transition into these professions by harnessing their innate talents, and spellcasters can do the same, provided their talents are sufficiently potent. Some professions require the divine power of deities to facilitate the transition. For instance, paladins can only transition through the Justicar Church, Life Church, Moon Goddess Church, and the Church of Love and Virtue, all of which possess their own unique paladin systems. The Justicar Church, being the most influential, boasts the holy city of Justice situated in the southwestern outskirts of the Empire, where several paladin legions stand ready to confront the waves of malevolent creatures from the abyss. There are other such professions, including druids, monks, and priests, which necessitate corresponding divine assistance for their transitions. Additionally, there are numerous peculiar and rare professions, adding to the complexity of the matter, once an individual reaches a certain threshold of power. Their original vocation may evolve. For Boris, the evolution progressed from warrior to berserker. Ryan's adoptive father, Norman, advanced from warrior to knight, and then to the White Wolf Knight, a unique progression that necessitated the blessing of the White Wolf war god for successful advancement. Ryan's profession has always remained a mystery. Without a doubt, his foundational vocation is that of a warrior. However, Teresa discovered that Ryan possesses the ability to wield magic. Hybrid vocations incur substantial penalties. The notion of mastering both martial and magical arts is but a distant dream, as humans are inherently ill-suited for the arcane arts that eye in combat. One can only either swing a sword or chant spells, not both simultaneously. Teresa had encountered a legendary vocation known as the Spellblade in the archives of the Garan Council, which allows for the enchanting of weapons, somewhat akin to Ryan's abilities. Yet, today's events led her to dismiss this possibility. Spellblades utilize magic in a rather rudimentary manner and could never manipulate magical energies with the finesse Ryan displayed. Furthermore, choosing to pursue magical studies would result in the forfeiture of their innate martial talents, leading most spellblades to favor nimble weapons like rapiers and daggers for agile combat. The warhammer in Ryan's possession weighs at least several dozen pounds. The idea of wielding such a hefty weapon with the ease of a mere fire poker makes it implausible for him to be a spellblade. "I am a knight," Ryan declared. Appearing quite astonished, he pointed to the knight's emblem on his chest and exaggeratedly proclaimed, "Did you not notice my knight's insignia? I am Hammer Ryan, a White Wolf Knight of the Nord Kingdom." "I did not inquire about that. I was asking about your advanced vocation," Teresa replied impatiently, her body still weak, wishing she could strike the man's forehead with her staff. "Would you be willing to share the spells you have mastered and your daily casting limits, dear Lady Travik?" Ryan continued to smile. "Everyone harbors their own secrets. Why should I divulge mine without compensation?" With that, Teresa relinquished her pursuit of the matter. Each individual possesses their own secrets, especially among spellcasters. That at last, the head priest of the Justicar Church, Cert, arrived. Towering above 6 feet, he was a robust figure, his muscular arms straining against the fabric of his priestly robes, which appeared almost like a second skin. Night novels have truly led many astray. I must assert that the majority of priests are not the delicate women one might imagine. Most are men, strong and formidable, favoring heavy maces and flails as their weapons. Elector Aldorf of the Empire, Horn of Victory, Roland Otto Fienbach Ryan, observing Cert's powerful physique, couldn't help but smile at the wisdom of this saying. The transfer of tasks proceeded swiftly. Upon confirming their identities, Ryan and Teresa transformed their short-term pursuit of Belt into a long-term endeavor, both showing no inclination to abandon their mission. After re-signing the contract, they bid farewell to Certanias. They exited the Justicar Church. Ryan nodded, stating, "I intend to pay a visit to Lord Lumberjack Villard of Carlsenhaven. Teresa, feel free to attend to your own matters. I shall not accompany you." With that, the man set off on his own. The weather had cleared slightly, and as Ryan's silhouette receded into the morning light, Teresa, biting her lip, called out to him, "Ryan, is there something else?" Ryan replied, somewhat surprised, "May I accompany you?" The sorceress leaned on her staff, a gentle smile gracing her mature and alluring features. That seems acceptable," Ryan thought, recognizing that Teresa was not only his teammate but also a councilwoman from Garan, likely to be welcomed by the lords. Then I shall proceed, Teresa said. Following closely behind, Ryan shrugged, and the two walked side by side along the street. Not encountering anyone she knew, Teresa deliberately leaned in closer, whispering, I will say this only once. What I said last night was incorrect. Oh, which part was incorrect? To Ryan's dismay, he feigned ignorance of her meaning. TSK, you already understand. Teresa observed the smirk curving at the corners of his mouth, realizing he grasped her intent, and chose to say no more. The fledgling does not soar because its wings have fully developed. The fruit does not fall to the ground simply because it exceeds its burden, Ryan suddenly uttered cryptically. Then gestured for Teresa to follow. The sorceress paused momentarily, but soon, a ripple of joy stirred within her heart. Was this man implying that I have matured? Ryan, a knight of the kingdom with a formidable reputation, swiftly gained approval for his audience. Lord Villard of Carlsenhaven agreed to meet him, albeit with some pressing matters at hand, and instructed the butler to attend to them first. The butler ushered Ryan and Teresa into his side chamber, personally pouring them warm apple cider. I apologize, but the Lord is currently occupied. Some visitors have proven rather persistent. That is quite all right, Ryan replied courteously, placing his left hand to his chest in a knightly salute. While Teresa merely nodded in acknowledgement. Meanwhile, the sorceress began to survey the room's adornments. The side chamber was tastefully decorated. A fireplace provided warmth, and a kite shield adorned with the head of a white bear hung above it. The wooden walls were meticulously painted white, and the floor was covered with animal pelts serving as a carpet. The benches they occupied boasted thick cushions, and the walls featured various mounted animal heads, including those of wolves, deer, wild boars, and even a bear, clearly displaying the Lord's martial prowess. Excuse me, but may I inquire who is being so persistent? Ryan observed the butler casting glances towards the main hall and wondered who could be causing such a disturbance for the Lord. It is the Druids, the elder butler replied resignedly. I overheard the master mention a Druid named Planter Eldred, who has come to berate him for recently conducting large-scale logging outside the city, claiming that he is disrupting the natural balance. Those bothersome Druids are truly the least welcome among us. Ryan and Teresa exchanged glances. The sorceress's mature and captivating eyes shifted slightly, and she fell silent. Ryan, however, chuckled, saying, if I could, I would gladly send those individuals packing, but alas, it is beyond my means. Indeed, the old butler readily concurred, recounting the background of the matter. Lord Villard of Carlsenhaven, a noble of military merit, had earned a formidable reputation on the battlefield, wielding an axe and shield with great prowess. After numerous accolades, he was granted the title of Lord of Carlsenhaven. Villard was nicknamed Lumberjack, renowned for his exceptional tree-felling skills. Over the years, he organized logging teams to clear the forests for town development, which proved beneficial for both construction and the quality timber that could be exported, bolstering the local economy. Logically, Villard's actions were defensible, from Ryan's perspective. One ought to utilize the resources at hand. Given the dense woodlands surrounding Carlsenhaven, it was far preferable to harvest timber rather than allow beasts and goblin tribes to ravage the area. However, such actions were intolerable to the Druids of the Nature Church. The origins of the Druids are shrouded in mystery, with various accounts offering differing perspectives. The nature deity, Tau, is an ancient god, and records of human history only became clear after Charlemagne established the empire. Prior to this, much of history was lost due to the Great Cataclysm caused by the fall of the pre-Wizarding Empire, resulting in the destruction of historical records. The period of the Great Cataclysm and the preceding history can only be gleaned from snippets in the accounts of dwarves or elves. The Druids emerged in an even earlier era. They are not exclusively human. These individuals advocate for harmony between humanity and nature, striving for a balanced coexistence. While this may sound akin to the Life Church's philosophy, it is, in fact, fundamentally different. The Life Church prioritizes humanity, whereas the Nature Church seeks to protect the natural world from human encroachment. Thus, the Druids perpetually traverse the continent, fervently appealing against any actions by humanity deemed as destructive to the natural balance, be it logging, mining, or fishing. They consistently emerge to protest, believing that even herding and agriculture contribute to this imbalance, although the sheer number of practitioners leads them to reluctantly acquiesce that in truth, aside from the Wood Elves, no one subscribes to their theories. The dwarves have expressly forbidden any druid from entering their towns, and humans are hardly more accommodating than as for why they do not expel them entirely. It is primarily because the druids possess formidable strength. These denizens of nature are often elite, capable of casting nature-based spells in their normal state, and when the need arises, some can even transform into fierce beasts such as bears, eagles, wolves, or ravens, wielding claws and teeth in combat. These transformed creatures far surpass their human counterparts of the same level. A druid who morphs into a bear can easily overpower 2 or 3 human warriors of equal rank. Generally, lords prefer to avoid confrontation with such individuals as expected. This protest would likely conclude with the lord seeking a peaceful resolution. Ryan mused as he anticipated. Shortly thereafter, a tall druid adorned in wolf pelts, crowned with a wreath and leaning on a wooden staff, descended from above, his face etched with anger yet tinged with helplessness. Upon noticing someone seated below, the druid inquired, "Who are you?" "We are the mentors of the unity of balance," Ryan replied, taking the initiative as Teresa seemed disinclined to greet him. Upon hearing the term, unity of balance, the druid's expression softened momentarily, but then he noticed Ryan's knightly insignia and retorted, "Just another human who harms living beings. I am the planter, Eldreth, that I must warn you. If you continue to ravage the forest, you shall be cursed. Your souls will." "Enough, you wretched mud creature. Get out. You are not welcome here," the old steward bellowed in anger. The druid cast a disdainful glance at the steward before turning to leave. "Mr. Ryan, and this lady, please follow me," the steward said, his demeanor shifting to one of cordiality as the druid departed, inviting the two upstairs to meet the lord. "You don't seem to harbor any dislike for them?" Teresa inquired curiously as they ascended the stairs. "I have never disliked those who are willing to sacrifice everything for their ideals," Ryan replied. They reached the second floor, where the lord conducted his business and rested. The lord's office was simply furnished. The wooden floors were adorned with various animal pelts, and the walls displayed a collection of the lord's treasures, swords, paintings, and shields. Lord Vallard of Karzenheim sat at the long wooden table, behind which hung a firearm and a battle axe, clearly his favored weapons. Such a room, reminiscent of a rural setting in Ryan's previous life, would be considered luxurious in this world. The Nord Kingdom often faced mockery from the Empire, labeled as provincial, and indeed, only the Grand Duke of Nord, the king, who styled himself as such despite holding a duke's title granted by the Empire, and a handful of counts inherited from the old Empire were tasked with guarding major cities. Beyond that, all nobles in Nord were simply referred to as lords, lacking the hierarchical classifications seen in the Empire or Brittany. Thus, whether governing a small town or an entire port city, one was still addressed as a lord, leading to frequent ridicule from the Empire for their failure to distinguish noble ranks. "Please enter. The lord is inside." Chapter 17. The lumberjack, Vallard, was a robust man in his 50s, sporting a thick beard with graying temples. He appeared somewhat wan, likely due to the earlier dispute with the druids. Upon seeing Ryan, he stood up, exclaiming, "You must be Ryan. I've heard of you. Bald Norman has truly raised a fine son. You flatter me." "Mr. Vallard," Ryan replied modestly. Vallard's gaze quickly shifted to Teresa. "What a charming young lady. May I inquire your name?" Teresa Travik, from the Garland Council," Ryan introduced casually. "Ah, I see. Good day to you." Vallard's demeanor cooled significantly upon hearing the name of the Garland Council. The sorceress maintained a neutral tone, offering a brief polite response. "Good day, Mr. Vallard. Please, have a seat." Vallard gestured for them to sit, his mood lifting upon seeing Ryan. "It has been quite a while, Ryan. The last time I saw you was during your knighthood ceremony. If I recall correctly?" "Indeed. You attended my investiture, and I remember it well," Ryan nodded. Vallard, having risen through the ranks from knight to lord, had been active on the front lines 2 or 3 decades ago, and Ryan held him in high regard. "Time flies. And here you are, a remarkable knight. So, what brings you to my humble abode?" Vallard inquired casually, retrieving a bottle of wine and 3 glasses from his cabinet. He promptly opened the bottle and filled their glasses. "Do try this. It's wine from the Southern Empire." Teresa appeared slightly taken aback, as Vallard's actions were rather abrupt. She had yet to express her desire for a drink before he had uncorked the bottle. Noticing her hesitation, Ryan gently tapped her hand, signaling her to adapt to local customs. He then relayed the matter regarding Bert, indicating that they had pursued a fallen hunter. I see, Villard said, furrowing his brow upon hearing of a powerful fallen hunter's presence in his territory, who had subsequently escaped by sea. As Lord, I must ensure the safety of my people, so I will have to impose a maritime prohibition during this time. As for seafaring, Ryan, you understand that ownership of the ships lies with the shipowners. Yet captains can choose their employ. This is beyond my jurisdiction. The implication was clear. This was not his responsibility. I understand that, but I would like to request the opportunity to thoroughly question the relevant guards and dock workers. Additionally, could you assist me in contacting the owner of the vessel that Bert used to escape? Ryan was well aware that Villard would be reluctant to shoulder this responsibility. He sought merely to obtain permission for an investigation. Ah, Loritz. Villard hesitated for a moment. Then, upon seeing the seriousness in Ryan's expression, called out to the outside that a soldier clad in full chainmail, equipped with a standard longsword and kite shield, and wearing a conical helmet, rushed in. My lord, how may I serve you? This is my captain of the guard, Loritz. Whatever Ryan needs to investigate, Loritz will assist him. Loritz, this is the esteemed knight, Mr. Ryan. You are to aid him in his inquiries, Villard instructed. Yes, my lord. Very well, you may leave now. Ryan, for any inquiries you have, seek him out. I shall not involve myself further. The Lord opened a door for Ryan, yet he never fully relinquished the authority of the investigation. Teresa interjected, Does Mr. Villard not intend to take any action regarding this matter? Ha, what can I do, dear Miss Trovic? I am growing old. When I attended Ryan's knighthood ceremony, I could venture alone into the depths of the mountains to hunt great bears. A mere few years have passed, and when I attempted to hunt bears again this year, I couldn't even find one before my body gave way, forcing me to return and rest for several days to recuperate. Thus, these matters are best left to you younger folks. Villard laughed heartily, appearing more youthful in spirit. Of course, if those beastmen and green-skinned brutes dare invade my territory, I shall personally take to the field to vanquish them. Mr. Villard is still in his prime. How can you claim to be old? We shall handle our own affairs. Your willingness to assist is already commendable. Ryan interjected, seeking to redirect the conversation. Aware that Villard's sentiments were not entirely misplaced, the physical capabilities of an average human begin to decline after the age of 30, accelerating after 45. The optimal time for advancement is before 30. And for most, surpassing 45 renders legendary ascension nearly impossible. Villard's strength, being at the pinnacle of elite, meant his decline was somewhat slower, but a lord in his 50s was indeed approaching the twilight of life. The sensation of once great abilities gradually slipping away was undeniably distressing. Only those like Ryan or Teresa, having entered the legendary tier, could significantly enhance their lifespan and physical prowess. A typical legendary being could live beyond 150 years, typically not experiencing signs of aging until after a century, and not entering old age until past 130. Teresa's mother, Aurora Trovic, had once commanded the continent with unrivaled prowess 50 or 60 years ago, when Ryan last saw her. She still bore the appearance of a 30-year-old beauty, illustrating this very point. With formalities concluded, Villard evidently wished to engage Ryan further. Ryan, you must be around 24 or 25 now, yes? Have you ever considered marriage? Would you like me to introduce you to a young lady from a noble family? Rest assured, she is undoubtedly beautiful. Upon hearing this topic, Teresa's interest was piqued. She adjusted her black-framed glasses adorned with purple butterfly patterns, eager to hear how Ryan would respond. I have plenty of time ahead of me. I do not wish to dwell on such matters at present that I believe it is best to let things unfold naturally, Ryan replied, declining the suggestion. Indeed, Ryan, your rate of advancement is remarkably swift. Hastily enter into matrimony now may indeed be detrimental to you. Villard chuckled with bravado, casting a meaningful glance at the lovely sorceress before remaining silent. Why don't you both take a stroll through the city? I have already arranged a banquet. I invite you to join us this evening. After a brief conversation, Villard indicated that he had other matters to attend to, extending an invitation to the two for the evening's festivities. As the two departed from the Lord's longhouse, Ryan noticed Teresa's hesitant demeanor. What is it you wish to say? Perhaps the Lord's domain is not as dreadful as I had imagined, Teresa replied with a light laugh, her mature charm fully evident. In my mind, the nobility of such places are perpetually indulged, rising only from the embrace of women at noon, forever sheltered behind high walls. aside from hosting banquets and collecting taxes. They engage in little else, entrusting their fortunes to stewards, who, with cleverness, can transform the nobles' wealth into their own over the years. Whenever conflict arises, these nobles are the first to flee. Yet, when benefits materialize, they are always the first to appear. Only those residing in the capital, holding significant positions, possess any true capabilities. But upon meeting Mr. Villard today, I discovered this is not entirely the case. Despite his advanced age, he remains an exemplary warrior, does he not? Teresa walked alongside Ryan, her black suede high-heeled boots clicking on the pavement. You are correct, yet not entirely so, Teresa. Your thoughts may still linger in the era preceding the establishment of the new empire. Ryan, wielding his warhammer, suggested they explore further. Under the new imperial laws, when the upper echelon requires military action, all nobles must respond with troops proportional to the size of their territories. Failure to comply incurs severe penalties. Moreover, under the new regulations, should a lord find themselves unable to defend their territory from the assault of malevolent forces until reinforcements arrive, it would signify their forfeiture of ownership over that land, with their continued possession resting solely upon the will of the council. Previously, feudal grants were largely determined by bloodline. Even a pampered wastrel could inherit a fine estate if they bore noble blood. However, since the reforms instituted by His Majesty Ludwig, such grants are now contingent upon military merit. Only those who achieve glory on the battlefield qualify for land grants. Thus, the majority of present-day lords have seen combat, and those who have done so cannot be easily dismissed as inept. As they strolled through the streets, the weather was delightful. Residents emerged to engage in activities. Several children were engaged in a snowball fight, while adults seized the opportunity to work and wash clothes in the sunshine. That a number of mercenaries adorned the streets, and Ryan noted that they all bore black cloth armbands emblazoned with a black dagger. That appears to be the insignia of the Grey Blade Mercenary Company. Have they also arrived here? It seems there are indeed many merchant caravans stranded in this area, Ryan remarked to Teresa. The leader of the Grey Blade, Bilger, is an elite rogue who has mastered the art of dagger wielding. He is known for his preference for a gray dagger. It is rumored that he once successfully assassinated a high elf, though the veracity of this claim remains uncertain. Teresa frowned, remaining silent. From the perspective of a spellcaster, she harbored a disdain for those who favored ambush tactics. Many formidable warriors had met their demise not in direct confrontation, but rather through a simple backstab. A group of individuals had gathered, engaged in some undisclosed activity, and Ryan expressed curiosity. Shall we take a look? Not interested, the sorceress replied, disinterested in mingling with a throng of odorous men. Very well. Observing Teresa's reluctance, Ryan guided her away from the crowd. It was evident that the mercenaries were embroiled in a dispute with the merchants' guards over compensation, a common occurrence. As the crowd obstructed the path, Ryan took Teresa's hand, and they navigated through the throng. After passing through two intersections, they found a small establishment where they settled down. This quaint eatery offered a modest selection of food, and Ryan ordered a roasted pork chop, 2 bowls of rice porridge, and a pot of stew, all for a mere 10 copper coins. Teresa lifted her bowl, peering into the unidentifiable amalgamation of ingredients in the stew, hesitating before placing it back down. Why must we dine in such a place for lunch? Would it not be better to return to the buttery inn? We are not here for leisure, Teresa, Ryan replied in a serious tone. We have yet to ascertain the situation regarding Bert. We cannot be certain he has truly set sail for Marlenberg. What if it is merely a ruse? What if Bert is merely feigning departure and has instead hidden away, waiting for us to recklessly venture out to sea? Understand that the Kingdom of Nord does not possess many legendary figures. Without the two of us, and excluding Sky Fortress, there are scarcely 20 to 30 legendary warriors in Nord, many of whom are unable to mobilize, especially in light of the large-scale gathering of northern tribes. As they discussed the matter of the fallen hunter, Teresa grew serious. Are you suggesting that Bert may not have left Nord? It remains uncertain at this juncture. He may have departed, or he may not have. However, this does not justify any complacency on our part. Should we confirm his departure and find ourselves unable to set sail in the short term, I would be more than willing to prepare a grand feast for you. You comprehend my meaning. Oh, so you are issuing me an order? I require no guidance on how to proceed, dear Ryan. I am quite capable of discerning priorities. The sorceress raised her head, her eyes filled with defiance. Or do you presume yourself to be my superior? Shall we compete in this regard? I am ready at any time, Ryan replied, amused by the sorceress's indignant expression. TCH, very well. Ugh, let go of me. Just as she finished speaking, the kingdom's knight firmly pinned the sorceress's wrists to the table, rendering her struggles futile against the iron grip of his hold. After 5 minutes of effort, her face flushed from exertion, the sorceress finally murmured, "Do you not understand the importance of being gentle with a lady? How can you call yourself a gentleman? I assure you, I am indeed a gentleman. Please, my beautiful lady, once we finish our lunch, let us proceed to the docks." Ryan finally released her at tea times. It proved rather entertaining to tease this mature woman. Ryan thought with a sense of mischief. Lunch was merely a brief interlude, and as the interlude drew to a close, an unexpected guest suddenly appeared before them. This uninvited visitor possessed strikingly handsome features. Flowing hair and slightly pointed ears, human eyes. He resembled an elf. However, having encountered true elves, Ryan knew that in the eyes of elves, he appeared more human. This was a half-elf, the very half-elf they had encountered earlier at the city gates. "You must be Hammer Ryan. Greetings, allow me to introduce myself. I am Estelle, hailing from the St. Lorenzo Forest. You recall the skirmish 5 years ago against the Beastmen along the banks of the Offer River?" Noticing Ryan's hand resting upon his warhammer, the half-elf assured him of his benign intentions, though his tone bore an air of arrogance. Ryan recalled the battle indeed. "Yes, I remembered the team of half-elf rangers joined the Nord forces, making significant contributions during that engagement. What brings you here? Might we step aside for a more detailed discussion? Let us converse right here." Chapter 18. Elves, Dwarves, and Humans. Upon arriving in this world, Ryan discovered that it possessed its own fantastical trifecta: elves, dwarves, and humans. However, the relationships among these three were notably different from those depicted in the novels he had read, such as The Lord of the Rings. Elves, the favored children of the cosmos, inherently possessed a profound affinity for magic. Any elf could effortlessly undertake the roles of both wizard and other professions. They were strikingly beautiful and possessed formidable abilities. Millennia ago, elves had created a magnificent cosmic civilization, their cities wandering through the void of the universe, their resplendent culture shining among the stars. Yet, as their civilization reached its zenith, so too did complacency and indulgence, even to the point of self-destruction. The elves reveled in the worship of all things within the void. Calamity struck. Some elves became fixated on the powers of the deities, engaging in battles with the gods in the void, followed by internal strife that a dreadful civil war engulfed all elven civilization. Moreover, according to certain dark historical records, one of the chaos gods was birthed amid that very civil conflict. Centuries later, the once brilliant civilization of the elves lay in ruins and shadows in the wake of the immense upheaval and the gods' oppression. The elves lost 99% of their population, with the remaining few, frail and elderly, reluctantly settling upon the continent. It was during this time that the final remnants of the elven race made contact with humanity, imparting the knowledge of magic to them. The dwarves emerged from the mountains, boldly proclaiming themselves as the children of the earth. Lacking in magical prowess yet advanced in technology, they were inherently irritable, harboring deep-seated grudges and devoid of compassion. Indigenous inhabitants of this realm. A conflict erupted between them and the elves, leading both races into the throes of war. The elves, already in a state of great weakness, suffered further devastating blows. However, the remnants of their once glorious civilization endured. After millennia of warfare, the dwarves found themselves in a retreat, pushed deep into the mountains. Just when extermination by the elves seemed imminent, the supreme dwarf king, Khazad-dûni the Ironbeard, dispatched a messenger to seek aid from a nearby human tribe. The dwarves' fortune coincided with the elves' misfortune, for this human tribe was known as Galarin, and its chieftain was named Charlemagne. Historically, relations between dwarves and humans had been fraught with tension, yet Charlemagne, defying opposition, resolved to assist the dwarves. He personally led his warriors, traversing mountains and valleys, to launch a surprise attack from behind the elven forces. Could humans match the elves in martial prowess? Certainly not. The elven army, steeped in a rich cultural heritage, far surpassed humans in both tactics and formations. Were the humans better equipped than the elves? That too was implausible, for at that time, humans possessed only rudimentary manufacturing skills, crafting simple weaponry. Yet, The ferocity and valor displayed by the human army profoundly shocked the elves. Accustomed to conventional warfare and methodical trench battles, the elves were thrown into disarray by the sudden appearance of the human legion at their rear. Their morale, already diminished due to prolonged conflict, crumbled further, leading to chaos. The frontline commander was swiftly dispatched by Charlemagne, resulting in a decisive flanking maneuver by the dwarves, leading to the total annihilation of the elven forces. In the aftermath of this battle, a sacred covenant was forged between humans and dwarves. Charlemagne and Khazad-dûm agreed that whenever the dwarves required assistance, humans would unhesitatingly extend their hand, and similarly, when humans faced adversity, the dwarves would offer their utmost support. This pact, known as the Sacred Alliance, remains in effect to this day. With the fusion of dwarven high technology and human adaptability, Charlemagne led his forces to sweep across the land. 2 centuries later, the last organized elven army on the continent was vanquished by the joint forces of humans and dwarves, resulting in the demise of the eternal king of the elves. The elves, faced with the necessity of negotiation, chose to withdraw from the continent, seeking refuge on islands, where they referred to themselves as High Elves. Subsequently, a faction of these High Elves diverged into Dark Elves. Meanwhile, a small contingent of elves opted to remain hidden within the forests of the continent, identifying themselves as Wood Elves. The St. Lorenzo Forest serves as their primary settlement. Wood Elves are peaceful beings, solely concerned with their forests, departing only under exceptional circumstances. However, Estelle is not one of them. He is a half-elf. The existence of half-elves is a beautiful anomaly. It is well known that there is no reproductive barrier between humans and elves. While most elves reside in forests or on islands, some occasionally traverse the continent or settle among humans, drawn by human vitality, while humans are captivated by elven grace, leading to occasional unions. For elves, such marriages are fleeting due to the brevity of human life. Nevertheless, they leave behind offspring. Half-elves often find it challenging to integrate into elven society due to their premature maturity, which renders them feeling out of place. While in human society, they may appear to develop slowly. Most half-elves thrive in human communities, where inclusivity fosters a sense of belonging. Some, however, choose to inhabit enclaves exclusively for half-elves, such as the Twilight City in the southern Free City states, which is dedicated to their kind. Owing to their unique heritage, half-elves tend to coexist harmoniously with various races, befriending humans, dwarves, and halflings alike, though they harbor a particular disdain for half-orcs, who have nearly been eradicated from the continent. Mr. Ryan, I have long heard of your esteemed name. Your reputation has resonated throughout Nord these past years. The half-elf began, showering compliments that Ryan found unpalatable. Please, speak plainly, Mr. Estelle. The half-elf's smile faltered, his striking visage, a byproduct of his lineage, had always been his ticket to acceptance in human society. Please, be straightforward, Mr. Half-Elf. Teresa interjected, sensing that Estelle's presence was somewhat intrusive. Indeed, please be direct, Mr. Estelle. We knights prefer forthrightness. If you have a request, state it clearly, for I have matters to attend to, Ryan added, eager to dispense with the pleasantries. Very well, Mr. Ryan. I am employed by the Imperial merchant, Mats. His caravan is currently stranded in this town, and we wish to depart for Maiden Haven in search of an opportunity to set sail. However, we have been unable to meet with the Lord. I have heard that you are acquainted with Lord Villard. Could you possibly introduce us? Estelle articulated his purpose directly. His voice was gentle and imbued with elegance, and his handsome features radiated a refreshing charm. An introduction, you say? Ryan mused, stroking his chin in contemplation. According to recent news from Oliver, Estelle's claims were confirmed. Several caravans were indeed trapped in Carlson Haven due to the northern barbarian troop movements and the emergence of sea monsters, making it impossible for the port to facilitate departures in the near future. Consequently, the only viable route left for the merchants was to Maiden Haven, the largest port of the Nord Kingdom to the south. However, the journey from Carlson Haven to Maiden Haven was fraught with peril, necessitating the crossing of two treacherous mountains, Hodelin and Scavell, both teeming with danger. As previously noted, if Ryan's instincts were correct, the merchants likely sought to pay Lord Villard for protection. The frown on the knight's face did not go unnoticed by the half-elf, who assumed Ryan was implying something. Thus, Estelle's tone softened, tinged with condescension. Rest assured, Mr. Ryan, there will be a reward for your assistance. That is not my intention. Ryan raised his hand to clarify his stance. He had no need to exploit the misfortunes of others for mere coin. He was contemplating the possibility of accompanying them, as he and Teresa might also be heading to Maiden Haven. Teresa stood beside Ryan, leaning on her staff, uninterested in involving herself in this affair, sensing that her identity as a sorceress held little sway with Vallard. There is a banquet tonight. After a moment, Ryan spoke slowly. A banquet? Yes, at 6:30 this evening, Lord Vallard will host a gathering at his residence. My suggestion would be for Mr. Matz to find a way to participate in this banquet if he wishes to engage with the Lord, as it may yield favorable results. Ryan continued, due to certain matters, I cannot directly intervene, but I can inform you that, barring unforeseen circumstances, I also intend to travel south, so let us keep in contact. I will relay your message to Mr. Matz. The prospect of Ryan also heading south was the best news Estelle had heard in days. Nevertheless, he maintained his gentle demeanor, crossing his arms and nodding in acknowledgement before bowing slightly. Without further ado, the half-elf departed without farewells. Shall we head to the docks? Ryan shrugged and smiled at Teresa. What a striking half-elf he is. Wouldn't you agree? Indeed, his demeanor is somewhat haughty, yet it is not off-putting, the sorceress replied, her staff in hand, following closely behind. Although the half-elf exhibited a touch of pride and distance, it did not evoke any sense of aversion. Rather, it felt as though such interactions were simply natural. Such is the innate charm of the half-elf race. They possess an inherent aura that invites closeness, stemming from their elven lineage, while their human heritage enables them to easily gain our acceptance. Thus, even with a hint of arrogance, it is hard for us to harbor resentment, Ryan acknowledged. Indeed, this was the innate gift of half-elves. These hybrids possessed an extraordinary charisma that often allowed them to navigate the complexities of various factions, acting as envoys, effortlessly traversing the divides of society. Their strikingly handsome appearance and cultured demeanor rendered them particularly popular at high society gatherings and courts. Unlike true elves, who regarded humans as uncultivated apes, half-elves merely viewed themselves as possessing somewhat superior bloodlines, occasionally exhibiting a hint of arrogance, which was inconsequential to humans, for the chasms of class disdain far exceeded the half-elves' slight airs. Indeed, many nobles are enamored with the idea of having a half-elf lover, only to face the eventuality of aging while their half-elf partners remain eternally youthful. Teresa was well aware of such tales. Council members often mingled in the upper echelons of society. Half-elves, even of ordinary lineage, could live between 180 to 250 years, far surpassing the fleeting lifespan of humans. Yet, it appears you are rather indifferent to his alluring charm. The sorceress queried, intrigued. That is because Ryan deliberately left his statement unfinished. Because, first and foremost, I harbor no affection for men. And then, with such a stunning lady by my side, how could I possibly be beguiled by an ordinary half-elf? The Knight of the Realm fixed his gaze upon the enchanting visage of the sorceress. Even in the depths of winter, her beauty remained undiminished, her skin as smooth as cream, her bright eyes shining, and her smile as delightful as the blossoms of spring. The woman remained silent, yet the slight curl of her lips and the glimmer in her eyes betrayed her emotions. Ultimately, my disinterest in men remains paramount. Everything else is of little consequence, Ryan added, only to see the sorceress's expression darken. You could have kept that last remark to yourself. But honesty is one of the 8 virtues of knighthood. My dear Teresa, to cause a lady distress is hardly the mark of a gentleman. Whether I am a knight or a gentleman is not subject to your whims. Knighthood is my very essence. While gentlemanliness is woven into my being, the two are inseparable, yet one must choose their priorities. Would you not agree? TSK, a knight fond of sophistry, and a sorceress prone to incessant chatter. The journey swiftly reached its conclusion amidst their banner. As they arrived at the port dock of Kaltsin Haven. In the harsh winter, Ryan beheld a canvas of azure skies and a vast expanse of white sea. The temperature of this realm rarely plummeted to extremes, under the aegis of the sea goddess power. The waters seldom froze. The docks were bustling with numerous fishing vessels alongside a handful of various passenger and merchant ships. Fishermen, sailors, and the guards and tax collectors of the dock moved about. And upon seeing newcomers, they all drew near. The ragged sailors and dockworkers hoped to secure new employment, some of them clad only in simple garments despite the biting cold, toiling tirelessly to sustain their families. Many bore the marks of grime, with beards matted and hair hastily tied back. They surged forward, The sorceress instinctively took a half-step back, prompting Ryan to step protectively in front of Teresa. Upon sighting the knight's emblem upon Ryan's chest, the crowd instinctively recoiled, save for one individual who approached, seemingly a leader among them. "Might I inquire, noble knight, if there are any tasks we could undertake for you?" After millennia of development, the ports of the continent had given rise to foremen among the dock workers. Greatly facilitating Ryan's inquiries, he meticulously questioned the foreman regarding the visitors from that fateful night. The crowd dispersed upon realizing there was no work to be had. Only the foreman remained to respond. "Indeed, my lord, a man fitting your description did arrive here the day before yesterday. As you mentioned, he wore outdated clothing, albeit with a notable difference. I recall he donned a face mask. Not a high-crowned hat, but rather a broad-brimmed one. And then, he expressed urgency, claiming that a relative in Marienburg was gravely ill and that he needed to return post-haste. He sought a swift vessel. But it was already quite late, and the captains were reluctant to set sail. We sensed something was amiss. Although he spoke of urgency, he appeared entirely unfazed, almost as if he were smiling, exuding a certain excitement. The foreman remarked with curiosity. "Excitement, indeed. Yet you understand, noble knight. We are but simple folk, unfamiliar with such nuances. The fare for a swift ship from here to Marienburg typically ranges from 3 to 5 gold dinars." When he inquired about the price, several captains seized the opportunity to quote 10 dinars. And do you know what transpired? That peculiar man produced 15 gold dinars and selected the finest, fastest ship, departing the port just like that. In a hurry to flee, was he? Ryan and Teresa exchanged glances, a silent understanding dawning within them. "Is there anything else? What is that sound?" Just then, a faint rhythmic sound emanated from the ground. What could that be? Teresa immediately sensed it. And seasoned fishermen and sailors grew alert. The tethered horses whinnied restlessly, and a small dog barked incessantly. This is not good. Ryan instinctively turned towards the source of the strange sound, spotting the turbulent sea, where numerous shadows writhed beneath the surface. Teresa stepped back. Ryan signaled urgently for the sorceress to retreat, as she had yet to regain her composure. "Prepare for battle. Prepare for battle. I command all guards at the dock to heed my call in the name of the White Wolf Knight. Form ranks. Archers to the front, swordsmen behind, ready to face the foe." The sudden rallying cry from the men startled the soldiers at the dock. What was happening? The sorceress did not retreat. Instead, she chuckled softly, drawing 2 massive hand cannons from beneath her cloak, dual-wielding the firearms with a smile. "Do not underestimate Counselor Gallen. We are not merely spellcasters. Follow his lead. Heed the commands of this noble knight. Prepare to engage the enemy." Fortunately, the dock was not solely populated by sluggish soldiers. The guard captain, Loritz, who had been assigned to assist Ryan in the investigation, was present. Upon hearing Ryan's order, Loritz immediately signaled for the soldiers to comply. Understood. Approximately 40 seasoned guards quickly formed ranks at the port. The archers, bearing bows, positioned themselves at the forefront, drawing their arrows taut, hands poised, ready to unleash their volleys at the first sight of the enemy. Behind them stood 10 shield-bearers with polearms, their shields interlocked with strategic gaps to allow the archers to fall back. Following them were the swordsmen, clad in breastplates and wielding standard-issue long swords and shields. They were the mainstay of the combat force. The formation was established swiftly, and Ryan nodded in approval. In this world, there was no such thing as a soldier untrained in warfare, especially among the troops of these regional lords, who were always prepared to confront any threats from the wilderness or forests, safeguarding their lord's domain. Hence, even the most foolish of lords understood the necessity of maintaining their soldiers' combat readiness, for it was their lifeline in this dark world. The sea roiled, and soon, hunched figures emerged from the depths, advancing towards the port on all fours, their heads adorned with horns, part bull, part horse. They were water wights. These creatures lurked in streams, rivers, and along beaches, cunning and vicious by nature. When encountering armies or formidable foes, they would conceal themselves in the water, waiting for the opportune moment, striking under the cover of night or when the week passed by, mercilessly slaughtering travelers or livestock, feasting upon their blood and flesh. Such monsters were countless upon the continent: ghouls, wraiths, water wights, beastmen, greenskins, and various abominable creatures lurking deep within the forests. During times of great calamity, humanity became fodder for these monsters. In those days, humans were akin to reserves, existing like livestock. Even when Charlemagne led humanity's resurgence and established the empire, human strength and physical prowess paled in comparison to that of greenskins and beastmen, while their intellect and affinity for magic were no match for the elves. And their technological advancements fell short of the dwarves. What, then, allowed humanity to transcend its former existence as mere livestock to attain its current standing? Ryan observed the tightly formed lines of soldiers. A smile curling at the corners of his mouth. It was the strict military discipline, the steadfast formations, the unyielding faith, and the profound unity. Moreover, it was the love of life. Steel, magic, and faith are the three foundational elements that uphold the empire today. The savior Ludwig Captain Loritz drew forth his standard-issue longsword. The cold blade raised high. Soldiers, the time for battle has arrived. Thrust your polearms with might, shield with strength, and strike with your swords. Long live Nord! Long live Nord! The soldiers roared. I am the kingdom's knight, Ryan. Today, I shall fight alongside you. Let our blades drink deep of the enemy's blood. With hammer in hand, Ryan positioned himself at the flank of the entire line. Prepare to fire. The archers drew their bows taut. The crossbowmen readied their triggers. Dozens of water wights surged forth from the depths, crossing the shallows, their equine faces, long claws, and gleaming fangs bared, emitting bizarre howls. Fire! Ryan swung his hammer, seamlessly assuming command, a transition Loritz found unremarkable. He was merely an officer, not even a noble, while Ryan was a high-ranking knight and a member of the nobility, a natural progression of authority. Swish, 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 a volley of arrows soared towards the throng of water wights. The foremost among them instantly becoming a porcupine of arrows, crashing to the ground with anguished cries. Yet the others showed no sign of fear. They mercilessly shoved aside their fallen comrades and even tore them in half. The stench and reek of decay wafting through the frigid air, invading Ryan's nostrils. The first round of fire concluded. The guards swiftly prepared for a second volley, but a multitude of water ghouls has already succumbed to the ground. Yet the remaining fiends remain unfazed, their cacophonous howls and roars reverberating through the air. Their numbers are astonishingly vast, and in the second round of shooting, a dozen arrows claim the lives of several more. But they continue their relentless advance. Close combat. Realizing that the third volley would be futile against the swift approach of the water ghouls, Ryan promptly commands his soldiers to engage in melee. A horde of water ghouls surges toward the embankment. The port guards, though anxious, exhibit no signs of fear. The spearmen form a defensive phalanx, while the sword and shield warriors align in a row. The soldiers' shields protect not only themselves but also their comrades, through the gaps in the shields. A line of rearward spearmen stands ready, their sharp pikes extended toward the advancing enemy. Thick mist escapes from the soldiers' mouths and nostrils, betraying their tension. The archers draw their swords and retreat into the formation, creating two ranks of approximately 40 soldiers. Additionally, a few crossbowmen at the port's watchtower continue to rain arrows down upon the foes. The battle begins, mutters the Knight of the Realm. A water ghoul, menacing and clawing, charges at him, its yellowed teeth emitting a foul stench. With both hands gripping his hammer, Ryan delivers a crushing blow to the creature's shoulder. Crack! The sound of shattering bones echoes as the water ghoul is sent sprawling, colliding with three others before it finally falls silent. Ryan, indifferent to its fate, grips the hammer's handle and, with a swift upward motion, brings the heavy head crashing down upon another water ghoul's chin, obliterating its head and splattering the ground with a gruesome mix of red and white. The knight's formidable prowess shines like the sun, invigorating the spirits of the dock's defenders. In mere seconds, 5 water ghouls have been reduced to pulp beneath his hammer. Long live Lord Ryan! The soldiers, inspired by his might, rally their spirits as the tide of water ghouls crashes against their formation. The first wave is either impaled by pikes or smashed against shields, only to be cleaved in two by the longswords. A pallid water ghoul rams into an iron shield, and Captain Loritz retaliates with a brutal blow to its head, followed by a thrust of his sword through its chest, green blood staining his fine iron blade. Yet, he cannot linger. As more water ghouls surge forward, the battlefield reverberates with the clash of shields against hard bodies. The sheer number of water ghouls overwhelms the guards, who often find themselves unable to withdraw their pikes and swords from the bodies of the fallen before the next wave crashes upon them. The line begins to falter. The first casualty emerges. A young guard on the edge of the formation is struck down by a powerful water ghoul. Its sharp claws pierce his shoulder, eliciting a scream as his shield teeters dangerously. The water ghouls pounce, pinning him to the ground, and as he sees several of the creatures preparing to feast upon him, despair grips him. Get off! Suddenly, the water ghoul atop him is sent flying, and the newcomer, spinning with his hammer, splatters the green blood of the fiends across the battlefield. The young guard looks up, recognizing his savior, Lord Ryan. Gritting his teeth against the pain in his shoulder, he murmurs, "Lord Ryan, rise. We have enemies to vanquish." "My lord, behind you." The young guard, noticing something amiss, cries out. "What?" Ryan feels a weight on his shoulder and realizes a water ghoul has leapt upon him, its sharp fangs poised to bite. Thud! Just as Ryan prepares to act, a gunshot rings out from behind, and a bloody hole appears in the ghoul's head, causing it to slump lifelessly from his shoulder. In the distance, a sorceress raises her gun with elegance, her sweet lips blowing gently against the hot barrel. "Ryan, watch your back, understood?" Ryan wishes to assure her that the ghoul's teeth could never breach his skin. But ultimately, he opts for gratitude before turning back to the fray. He is still clad in formal attire. This outfit is quite expensive. With the first casualty recorded, the human line is forced to retreat once more. Suffering additional losses, Loritz, sweat beading on his brow, notes that 3 guards have already fallen, while the onslaught of water ghouls numbers in the hundreds and continues to swell. The Portest defenders amount to only about 40. And even with the militia gradually arriving, their numbers barely reach 90, raising doubts about their effectiveness on the left flank of Ryan's line. The Knight of the Realm exerts an overwhelming force to stabilize the situation, each of his movements claiming at least one water ghoul's life. Wherever the golden hammer strikes, death is certain. Those who merely brush against it are grievously wounded, and none can withstand his might. Even under assault, Teresa's firearm support proves deadly to the water ghouls, as she dispatches a dozen with her precise shots. However, the right flank is less fortunate. Soldiers are steadily forced back as the robust bodies of the water ghouls batter against their line. Even with shields to defend, the physical prowess of these ordinary soldiers falters under the relentless onslaught, and if arms become injured or numb, the line is in peril. Ryan's reflexes are razor-sharp, with a flick of his left hand. Arcs of electricity dance across his hammer. The iron head slams into the ground, releasing a barrage of electric arcs that char the nearby water ghouls. Only the most formidable among them charges forward. But Ryan meets it with a crushing blow to its chest, shattering its body into fragments that scatter through the air. From the direction of the dock leading to the town, a contingent of around 50 militia arrives. Clad in worn and rusted armor, wielding simple spears and short swords, their expressions a mix of fear and determination. Though their morale is low and their equipment lacking, they are resolute in their fight to defend their homeland. The line steadies once more as the militia raises their spears, forming a dense phalanx that pierces through the water ghouls, splattering their green blood in every direction. Disorganized and uncoordinated, the water ghouls retreat under the relentless advance of humanity's ranks. The line shifting toward the coastline. Victory is within reach. Loritz exclaims, cleaving another water ghoul in two. Today's battle showcases the remarkable combat prowess of both soldiers and militia. Grateful thoughts turn to Ryan, who fights valiantly on the front lines. It is due to his formidable strength that this army has endured thus far, their spirits remaining high. This is the essence of warfare in the age of cold steel, especially in a world of swords and sorcery, where a leader's command and might embody the soul of an army. Boom, boom, boom. The tolling of bells rings out from the port toward the town, an assembly signal. Valerid is gathering the troops. Hearing the bell, even Ryan cannot help but smile. After a prolonged engagement, the morale of the water ghouls begins to wane. These beasts are now wary of Ryan's overwhelming might. After several waves of assault, they realize that even the dock's defenders cannot be subdued, and the smaller ghouls begin to retreat gradually. These cunning creatures do not wish to face death recklessly. Such cunning beings. After dispatching several nearby water ghouls, Teresa lowers her firearm, which employs the expensive mercury bullets crafted by the Garan Council. Sensing that the situation is under control, the sorceress deems it prudent to conserve ammunition at that moment. A new group arrives at the dock's entrance. Members of the Blood Axe Mercenary Corps. The mercenary leader, Boris, charges into the fray, his battle axe already stained with green blood. Vice Captain Vilt, wielding a great sword, leads the mercenaries in a subsequent onslaught. With their intervention, the water ghouls crumble, the remaining fiends wailing as they flee into the sea. A young mercenary, Bonda, approaches from behind. "Lady Travik, are you unscathed?" "I am fine," the sorceress replies, her gaze fixed on Ryan, who stands like a war god amidst the chaos, having felled countless water ghouls with his hammer. His presence both awe-inspiring and formidable. Bonda, inspired, seeks to prove himself. Finding a less crowded area, he steadies his stance under Vilt's tutelage and charges forward. Gripping his sword firmly, he raises it to eye level. Spinning the blade in the air, after gathering his strength, Bonda successfully decapitates a water ghoul. Yet before he can revel in his triumph, calamity strikes. Ruhar. A thunderous roar echoes as a water ghoul, towering at least 2 heads above the strongest of its kin, makes its entrance. Its muscles ripple beneath its skin, its crimson eyes gleaming with ferocity, and in its hand, it wields a massive club over a meter long. With a single swing, it obliterates a lone guard. And its resounding roar rallies the previously faltering water ghouls back to its side. It is the Water Ghoul King. The Water Ghoul King has appeared. Chapter 20. The Bloody Battle at the Dock, Part 2. In the previous chapters, the world building and narrative exposition were somewhat lengthy and received criticism. I shall rectify this in future installments, ensuring that the focus remains on the plot. Help, save me. Where are the Lord's reinforcements? The situation is dire. Now, it is the morale of the dock guards that begins to waver. The militia gazes at the enormous figure of the Water Ghost King, their eyes filled with terror, while the guards, who have been fighting for quite some time, swallow hard. The Water Ghost King brutally pulls the head of a fallen guard, letting out a triumphant roar that causes the dock defenders to collectively step back. The commanding officer, witnessing this, is in a state of acute anxiety. Out of the original 40 dock guards, fewer than 30 remain. Their morale, surprisingly intact despite such heavy casualties, can largely be attributed to the presence of a valiant knight leading them. Otherwise, they would likely have already fled in disarray. What of the Water Ghost King? Watch me bring it down. Bonda thinks to himself, feeling the moment to shine has arrived. No, Bonda, don't go up. Wirt cries out, alarmed. That creature is at least an elite mid-tier challenge, and the water ghosts today exhibit a decidedly unusual demeanor. Ordinarily, their eyes are black, but today, from the water ghosts to their king, all possess a strange red hue. Something is definitely amiss. Roar. The Water Ghost King quickly notices the young human charging towards it, raising its spiked club high before bringing it down with great force towards Bonda. Ugh. Bonda hastily dodges aside. Under Wirt's tutelage, his fundamentals are solid. The massive club crashes into the ground, sending up a cloud of dust. Dust covers the mercenary's leather armor, and just as Bonda prepares to lift his sword for another attack, a massive club sweeps in from below, the shockwave hitting him directly. Even Bonda realizes the danger and hurriedly raises his sword for defense. Bang! The sound of metal clashing resonates, accompanied by the cries of a young mercenary. From the thick smoke, a body flies out, crashing to the ground. It is Bonda. His sword flies into the air, his right hand severely deformed. The young mercenary grits his teeth, beads of cold sweat covering his face, clearly enduring immense pain. Not far from him, the enormous creature strides toward him, dragging its massive spiked club. Each heavy step on the soft sand feels like a hammering blow to everyone's heart. Bonda. The members of the Blood Axe Mercenary Corps cry out in unison, while Wirt, in a fit of desperation, kicks aside a nearby water ghost and rushes towards his beloved disciple, though they remain a distance of 30 to 40 meters apart. Damn it! Teresa, with her silver eyes fixed intently on the battlefield, notes that Bonda has run too far, beyond the range of her pistol. Instinctively, she attempts to summon her magical power, only to realize she is utterly depleted. She had already overexerted her bloodline power a couple of days prior. If she were to overextend again, she might even risk a demotion. Teresa had only recently broken through to the legendary tier. After weighing her options, she resolutely decides against it, for a weak mercenary with whom she shares no ties. It simply isn't worth it. Just as Teresa resigns herself, the towering figure of the Water Ghost King emerges from the smoke, bellowing loudly as it raises its enormous spiked club. Oh, no. The colossal club descends. Bonda instinctively shuts his eyes. Boom. The pain he anticipated does not arrive, only the sound of metal clashing. Life is precious. While you may sacrifice it for a noble cause, recklessly throwing it away does not fall within that realm. A calm voice resonates before Bonda, as a tall figure blocks the massive club with a warhammer. Please understand the distinction between sacrifice and needless death. Your recklessness may very well cost you your life, and once life is extinguished, all is finished. I hope this moment today will foster your growth, Bonda. With that, Ryan channels all his strength. At this juncture, he knows that everyone's hopes rest upon him, thanks to his bravery and might. The guards have persevered thus far, and should he falter, they too would shatter completely. The moment of truth has arrived. The massive spiked club clashes with the hammerhead, a tremendous sound echoing as a gust of wind stirs up dust, rendering it nearly impossible for the onlookers on the dock to open their eyes. When Bonda finally reopens his eyes, he is met with an astonishing sight. The Water Ghost King's club has been deflected by Ryan's hammer. Ryan possesses strength surpassing that of the Water Ghost King. With another clash, the club is repelled once more, causing the Water Ghost King to stagger back, staring incredulously at the human before it, unable to believe such power exists. Good, truly worthy of the title Hammer Ryan. You are indeed living up to your reputation, Loritz exclaims excitedly. With this exchange, the outcome is already determined. What tactics can the low-intelligence water ghosts employ? Their methods are limited to mere grabs and bites, relying solely on brute strength and sharp claws. In light of Ryan's superior power, his defeat is simply out of the question. Yay, 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 yay. Cheers of victory erupt from the dock, as the water ghosts realize their king cannot prevail against this formidable knight, prompting them to scatter in all directions. The guards and militia, aware that it is time to claim their spoils, seize the opportunity to charge forth, eager to collect more heads for rewards. Even the Water Ghost King grasps the gravity of the situation. Its once proud strength is no match for this knight, and it recognizes its chances have evaporated. Thus, this once mighty leader hurls its massive club at Ryan before abandoning its weapon entirely. Fleeing in a comically frantic manner, Ryan successfully deflects the incoming club, momentarily slowing his advance. Yet this does not deter him. He has faced far worse situations before. He draws a poisoned throwing knife, coated with a yellow oil, from his belt, a legacy left by a former comrade. This knife is coated with a potent toxin. Gripping the handle of the throwing knife, Ryan narrows his pupils, and with a flick of his wrist, the blade is released. Taste my righteous throwing knife. The gleaming blade spirals through the air, piercing through the Water Ghost King's right knee from behind. The creature collapses, rolling on the beach several times before struggling to rise. However, by this point, Ryan has already closed the distance. With his warhammer cast aside, he picks up a standard longsword that lies upon the ground. The cornered beast thrashes against Ryan, slashing with its claws, but the sword meets no resistance, severing the Water Ghost King's forearm and spraying forth a torrent of green blood, before it can even emit a cry of anguish. The cold blade pierces through its chest. The Water Ghost King struggles a few more times before falling lifelessly to the ground. Victory! 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 We have triumphed. When Velard arrives at the dock with his troops, he is met with a battlefield already concluded. The bodies of the water ghosts litter half the dock, and soldiers are busy tallying casualties and clearing the area. In this minor skirmish against the water ghosts, 3 dock guards perished, with about 10 others wounded, 2 of whom lost arms. Even if they recover, they will be forced to retire. The militia suffers even fewer casualties. Ryan finds this unsurprising, as the militia's greatest utility lies in their ability to rally and bolster morale. They prioritize self-preservation during combat, ensuring their safety before launching any attacks, making a charge or a desperate fight nearly impossible unless the battle has clearly turned in their favor. Without suitable leadership, the militia tends to crumble at the first sign of trouble. You are an exceptional warrior, Ryan, just like your father in his youth. Velard approaches with his battle axe in hand. Thank you, Ryan. If it weren't for you, many fathers and husbands would have perished in this battle. It's nothing. Remember to account for 2/10 of the water ghost teeth as my due reward. Ryan smiles and nods, sheathing his sword behind him. Of course, this is an unwritten rule. A common understanding across the continent states that those who provide crucial intelligence and slay enemy leaders are entitled to a share of the spoils. Ignoring Bonda, who lies on the ground receiving treatment, Ryan approaches Teresa. Teresa, are you all right? Despite enduring an intense battle, Ryan's attire remains unscathed, merely splattered with some green blood. The sorceress has kept all water ghosts at bay, not allowing any to approach within 20 meters of her. Upon seeing Ryan return, she raises her pistol, saying, "I thought you would resolve the battle more swiftly. It should have been quicker. I believe you've noticed too. These creatures are behaving oddly. Their eyes glowing blood red. I can sense the power of the blood god within them. The water ghosts are being controlled, driven to attack the dock. Had it not been for Mr. Beelard's maritime band." Ryan contemplates, a subtle dread creeping in. "Then we would have encountered this horde of water ghosts at sea, their attacks breaching our ship's hull, forcing us to battle these beasts in the water." The sorceress reacts swiftly, her scalp prickling at the mere thought of such a scenario. Engaging in combat with water ghosts in the water is a profoundly foolish idea. Humanity is not a race adept at swimming. It would be prudent not to let our Lord know that these water wraiths may have been lured by us. This could result in us commencing our journey prematurely, Ryan whispered to the sorceress, receiving her affirmative response. Meanwhile, Velarde led the soldiers in clearing the battlefield. The teeth of the water wraiths served as a valuable alchemical material, and passing spellcasters often sought to collect these trophies at the Lord's residence. Ryan felt it wise to keep certain matters from Velarde. Although the Blood Axe Mercenary Company was the first to arrive, they were the last to engage in battle, aside from a few, like Boris and Velt, who had managed to slay a few wraiths. The majority of mercenaries did not even draw blood with their blades before the conflict concluded. Consequently, this led to a heated dispute over the spoils between the militia and the mercenaries. Everyone fought. So why should we only receive this meager share? A mercenary, wielding a dagger and carrying a longbow on his back, argued passionately, with his short, golden curls and a face marred by numerous pockmarks and a scar. He was not without a certain rugged charm. Ryan recognized him as Simon, a common ranger within the mercenary company. "Everyone, you greedy mercenaries only joined in at the last moment. How many monsters did you even slay? How dare you shamelessly demand a share? Step aside, or I shall call the soldiers." An older militiaman retorted impatiently. "I personally killed a water wraith. I killed 3. Thank you very much. Regardless, this is mine. Hand it over." The young mercenary lunged forward to seize the wraith's tooth, which could fetch a handsome sum of silver coins. Not a chance. The old militiaman swiftly clutched the burlap sack to his chest, and Simon, in a panic, reached out to snatch it, resulting in a struggle between the two. This altercation drew the attention of many, and the crowd grew silent. The elder militiaman was knocked to the ground, and his sack tore open, scattering the water wraith teeth across the ground. Even Ryan and Teresa, who had been discussing their next course of action, found themselves distracted. It was only after the militiaman fell that they noticed a wooden prosthetic limb protruding from beneath his robe, having detached from his right leg upon his collapse. Lying forlornly on the ground, this elderly militiaman was a disabled veteran. As he lay there, he gazed at the scattered teeth, attempting to rise. But how could he do so easily without a leg? After a few futile struggles, pain surged through his frail body, forcing him to cease his efforts. "Enough. A cripple wants to take the field. Are you hoping to gain a war injury with that leg of yours?" A mercenary scoffed derisively. "Indeed. Old fool, here is something for you. You might find it useful. Ha ha ha." Simon, having procured a wooden stick from somewhere, tossed it at the elder militiaman. "Be careful not to fall. Ha ha ha. I told you, old Terry is of an age where he should not be on the battlefield. It's too much for him," some soldiers whispered among themselves. "Perhaps he was a fine warrior 20 years ago, but now he is merely a shell of his former self. The crippled old man should return home to tend to pigs. The pigsty is where he belongs. Ha ha ha." Upon overhearing the soldiers' whispers, others in the mercenary company joined in the mockery. "Perfect. Feeding pigs doesn't require 2 legs, right? True, but going to war is a different story. Enough. Enough. Stop it. Old Terry is still a retired veteran. Let us show him some respect. Do you want to be mocked like this when you are old and crippled?" A soldier interjected, attempting to defuse the situation with a laugh. All right. Simon gathered the scattered teeth back into the sack and then tossed it at the face of the aged veteran, declaring, "Forget it, old man. I can't be bothered to fight you for it. Consider these as my gift to you for your retirement. Here is a piece of advice. A decrepit cripple like you should stay home and avoid embarrassing yourself." The elderly veteran bowed his head in silence, his hands tightly clutching the earth, his fists clenched in anger, as tears streamed down his cheeks, filled with a profound sense of humiliation. When had he become so weak? He had once been an esteemed soldier. What will the bard say about this in the future? Old Terry lamented, his voice thick with sorrow, a veteran who lost a leg defending his homeland, reduced to a laughingstock for those wretched mercenaries. "Without us, what would you all be? Ha! You think too highly of yourself. Old man, The bards wouldn't waste a verse on you. If you ask me, you might as well. Ugh. Simon's taunts were abruptly cut off as a powerful hand seized his throat, lifting him as effortlessly as one would a chick. It was Ryan, suppressing his fury as he spoke softly. Apologize to this gentleman, immediately. All right, sir. Simon stammered in shock, unable to fathom why this noble knight would intervene. Apologize? No. Ryan, I apologize this instant, or I shall crush your neck. Why, yes. I'm sorry. Chapter 21. The descent of Ryan and Teresa strolled along the street, Ryan's expression dark and troubled, as if shrouded in a veil of gray. He casually discarded the longsword he had picked up at the dock, inciting a frenzy among the local residents, but he paid them no mind. After a moment's hesitation, he retrieved his one-handed sword and slung it across his back in front of Teresa. How foolish of me to think I would encounter no conflict in a town. Teresa took particular note of Ryan's one-handed sword, in her memory. This blade had accompanied him since their first meeting, though he had never drawn her. It seemed more like an ornament than a weapon. The sword's scabbard was adorned with intricate golden and silver patterns, sealed with wax that bore a fragment of scripture. Teresa could not decipher the inscription, but she recognized the language. This exceedingly complex script was High Gothic, the sacred tongue used by Charlemagne's Carolingian knights during the founding of the empire. Distinct from the common Low Gothic spoken across the continent, mastery of High Gothic required years of arduous study, and only the empire's noble elite were privy to its use, strictly prohibiting its dissemination. To speak High Gothic was a symbol of status and honor, and Teresa recalled that Ryan's godfather was indeed one of the empire's esteemed nobles. She forced her focus back to the sword. Compared to a standard longsword, this blade was longer and larger, measuring approximately 1.3 meters. By specifications, it should have been classified as a two-handed greatsword, yet its design resembled that of a one-handed sword. The blade itself was concealed within the scabbard, leaving only the hilt and the peculiar golden box at the junction of the hilt and blade visible, inscribed with various runes whose purpose remained a mystery. The black hilt was solemn and austere, while the sword's pommel took the form of a silver skull. Is this sword a ceremonial one, crafted to your specifications by a skilled artisan? I notice you have never drawn it, the sorceress inquired casually. Her curiosity piqued. Perhaps it is. Perhaps it is not. Who truly knows? I am still mulling over that damned mercenary and the cursed customs of Nord, Ryan replied, deflecting the topic, noticing the man's reluctance to discuss the matter. Teresa recognized that now was not the time to incite further conflict, and thus spoke gently. Why concern yourself with a mere mercenary? If you truly dislike him, you could simply kill him. What is so difficult about that? After the conclusion of the Second Chaos War, the earliest veterans who rallied to King Ludwig's cause established an agreement to convene at the Griffin Square in Brunswick every 10 years to reminisce about old times, Ryan recounted, opting to share a story instead of addressing Teresa's question. In the first decade, the second decade, the third decade, although everyone grew a little older, most were still able to return to the Griffin Square, gathering together to converse and enjoy an evening of revelry. And thus it continued, into the fourth decade, the fifth decade, and the sixth decade, but gradually, fewer and fewer came. Some began to depart from this world. By the ninth decade, only a handful of elders remained in the square, all of whom were formidable individuals who had crossed the threshold of legend. Yet, as 90 years passed, they too began to wither, while countless old veterans had turned to dust in the annals of history. Then came the 10th decade, the 11th decade, the 12th decade. Teresa fell silent, understanding that without breaking through to the sacred domain, one's lifespan would ultimately reach its end. This was an immutable truth. In the 14th decade, on yet another promised morning, when Baron Manuel Rudy arrived at Griffin Square in his wheelchair, pushed by his servant, he found himself alone, without a single comrade in sight. At first, he assumed he had arrived early, and signaled for his servant to remain, patiently awaiting the others. And so, the sun rose, climbing higher into the sky, until it reached its zenith, yet still, no one came. Tears soaked the military uniform of Baron Manuel, staining the medals adorning his chest that he realized that he was the last surviving brother among those who once fought alongside him. No one will come again. Thus, Baron Manuel sat in the square for half the day, and as the afternoon sun bathed him in warmth, he seemed to have surrendered to despair. Yet, at that moment, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. Countless Imperial troops surged forth, pouring into Griffin Square from all directions. their pikes standing like a forest, swords raining down like a storm. The Imperial pikemen, the elite greatsword legion, the firearms units, and the knightly orders all converged upon the square. Following them were the formidable Brunswick-forged Inner Circle Guards and the Royal Mage Corps. And then came the legendary Battle Guards, tasked solely with protecting the Emperor and the Electors. The Emperor had arrived, as had the Electors, and the great nobles of the Empire had gathered. His Majesty Emperor Franz Friedrich, who had recently ascended to the throne, approached Baron Manuel, standing at attention to render a salute. Then, all the Electors, dukes, imperial generals, and ministers, the entirety of the Empire's nobility and military, saluted Baron Manuel. The Emperor himself uttered these words: "The Empire shall never forget your contributions. We shall eternally remember your sacrifices that forged the Empire's current glory." On behalf of all Imperial citizens, I extend my highest respect and heartfelt gratitude to you and the veterans of the Empire. Upon hearing this, Ryan felt his eyes welling with emotion that he paused momentarily before continuing. And what of Nord? They take pleasure in humiliating veterans, using sympathy for them as a badge of their own kindness. Indeed, Nord is a place where the law of the jungle prevails. The status of these retired soldiers is abysmally low. They are fortunate if they receive a pension before returning home to live out their days, unlike in the Empire, where veterans may become instructors in the army or serve as military police responsible for maintaining order, Teresa remarked casually. Though it was evident that the sorceress was not particularly invested in the topic, despite being touched by the preceding story, her path ultimately lay in the pursuit of the arcane, not in the concerns of common folk. "Oh, let us speak of something else. Soon, Lord Villard will host a banquet. Will you join me?" After forcing the mercenary named Simon to apologize, Ryan naturally found that the Bloodaxe Mercenary Company's favor towards him had waned considerably. Thus, he resolved to leave the dock and return to the inn for a brief rest. "Before deciding whether to attend the banquet, could you tell me what these country noble feasts are like?" The sorceress, with her alluring almond-shaped eyes fixed on Ryan, smirked slightly. "All-knowing Ryan, are you? All-knowing, my foot." Ryan rolled his eyes. "Then, Mr. Hammer." The muscles in Ryan's face twitched incessantly. He was truly vexed by the nickname Hammer. It always reminded him of a particular skit from his homeland. Big Hammer is 80. Little Hammer is 40. But there was no escaping it. In this world, nicknames were bestowed by others, not chosen by oneself. Generally, for someone of his lowly noble status, nicknames were often derogatory and unflattering. It wasn't that Hammer was necessarily pejorative. It was simply that such monikers often conveyed a sense of humility, as a means of presenting oneself as modest before deities and the public, among the knightly virtues. Humility is indeed a significant one, is it not? To earn a more appealing nickname, Ryan knew he needed to grow stronger and achieve greater renown. A country lord's banquet usually consists of a gathering of people enjoying barbecued meats, stews, and fine wines. Guests either stand or sit, dining while engaging in conversation, discussing recent events and trades. Ryan nodded and then shook his head self-deprecatingly. However, some lords' banquets can be rather different. They tend to let loose a bit more, for example. Well, you get the idea. What idea? The sorceress clearly did not comprehend. Ryan chuckled to himself, making a gesture with his right hand, his thumb and forefinger forming a ring in the frigid air, while his left index finger swiftly penetrated the circle, mimicking a thrusting motion, and he winked. "I truly wish I could send an ice arrow to sever your head from your neck." The sorceress immediately grasped his meaning, her fair face flushing crimson before darkening in irritation. Those foul-smelling men should keep their distance. She suddenly lost her desire to attend the banquet, declaring, "You go ahead tonight. I shall not." "What about that young mercenary? The one who broke his arm trying to show off in front of you, Binda?" Ryan mused. Oh, the lovely Lady Teresa personally visiting the brave mercenary, bestowing upon him a fiery kiss. Our dear little mercenary would surely be so moved he'd wet the bed. I am certain. Admirers of mine can be found from the chaos sea to the peaks of the world, not lacking in suitors. That mercenary, Binda, what does he have to do with me? Teresa scoffed, her disdain evident to her. A mercenary of mere ordinary strength was undoubtedly categorized as a useless man. And even if he were willing to lay down his life for her, he would leave no mark upon the sorceress's heart. Women of the Gallant Council were thus pragmatic and ruthless, which made many people harbor ill feelings towards them. Ryan found the situation simple. If you don't care for me, do you think I desire your attention? Were it not for the church's cooperation and the life-saving grace of his father, Ryan had no intention of entangling himself with this group of sorceresses. The Gallon Council had a penchant for meddling in politics, with some of their members marrying noblemen of the kingdom, issuing commands under the guise of ladies, and perpetually engaging in lady diplomacy through assemblies to forge their own networks of influence in pursuit of greater political power. So you do not plan to attend the banquet? Do you think I should? The sorceress abruptly halted, her tall figure standing still, her beautiful eyes fixed on Ryan. If you would heed my advice, you ought to attend, Teresa. Encounter some of those foul-smelling men, gain insight into the outside world. It is surely better than isolating yourself in your inn. Lost in self-admiration, is it not? Considering her mother's admonition, Ryan could only offer his suggestion. Of course, it is merely a suggestion. The choice is yours. The path of the arcane is not merely about sequestering oneself in a tower for endless study. Very well. I shall see you tonight, Ryan. The sorceress finally acquiesced, her proud figure striding away, her long legs clad in tight-fitting trousers and boots swaying as she disappeared around the corner. See you tonight. After gathering his belongings, Ryan made his way in the opposite direction of the town, where the merchant Oliver's caravan was situated. He had rented an entire inn, even including a nearby farmhouse, and Ryan was lodging with him. As he did not intend to linger in the town for long, the caravan bustled with activity, with porters and guards constantly transporting goods, which Ryan noted primarily consisted of ores and furs. Alongside various other items, loading and unloading cargo had always been a cumbersome task. Ryan entered the inn's lobby, noticing Oliver conversing with another well-dressed man. The half-elf Estelle stood behind this man, so if Ryan's suspicions were correct, this individual must be the half-elf's employer. The merchant Mats he had mentioned. Mats was hardly a pleasant name, its meaning translated to but cushion. Mr. Ryan, you have returned? I heard that a group of water wraiths attacked the docks, and it was Mr. Ryan who vanquished the wraith leader, thus driving them away? Truly remarkable. Upon seeing Ryan enter, Oliver stood, a hint of trepidation in his demeanor, though Ryan could easily discern that it was feigned. How could a large town possibly fall to a band of water wraiths? Your combat skills do not seem to be of Nord origin. They resemble the Griffin Step? Estelle suddenly interjected, curiosity evident on the half-elf's face. Have you been to the Empire? Ryan looked up, feeling an inexplicable aversion towards the half-elf. Perhaps it was because this handsome figure, exuding elegance and intellect, garnered favor more easily than he himself. Male rivalry and mutual hostility were inescapable. How I worked for His Excellency the Tuscan Elector Corleone for 8 years. He never deemed me worthy of a knightly title. Do you think I am unfamiliar with the Empire? Estelle scoffed, taking a seat. Thus, if I am not mistaken, Mr. Ryan, your combat skills must have been taught by that elder. What does it matter who my mentor is? From what you say, I believe I understand why Mr. Estelle has been in service to His Excellency Corleone for 8 years without securing a stable position, Ryan remarked, sizing up the handsome half-elf ranger before sarcastically adding, having long ears is hardly a mark of honor. Half-elf. You. The half-elf rose to his feet, but he quickly realized something, his complexion paling. Forget it. In the name of Asuyan, I shall not argue with you that I implore you to refrain from entangling matters further. Knight of Nord. Asuyan is the chief deity of the Elven pantheon, the god of the phoenix. This revelation left Oliver and Mats somewhat astonished. The typically proud half-elf was not quarreling with Ryan over such triviality. It is well known that elves greatly despise being referred to by their elongated ears. Even more surprising was Ryan's expression. The Knight of the Nord Kingdom wore a rather peculiar countenance, filled with anger, astonishment, and even a hint of joy and relief. I shall return to my chamber now. Please do not disturb me. We shall converse when I emerge. After a brief pause, Ryan asserted towards the two merchants present, to which Oliver and Mats instinctively nodded. With that, Ryan turned on his heel and hastened to his room, closing the door firmly behind him and shutting all the windows, alone in the icy, silent chamber. The man seemed to be bracing himself for something. Gradually, a faint golden energy began to materialize within the frigid stillness, a force imbued with unparalleled majesty and sanctity flickering within the room. Ryan found himself enveloped by this mysterious energy. Within the ocean of consciousness, endless golden radiance flowed around him, shimmering like a cascade, swirling, colliding, and merging. Ryan felt as though his consciousness was shining among the stars. Yet he was also trembling as if crushed beneath the weight of a mountain. It was not until a golden figure manifested from the light that the terrifying pressure began to ease. I speak to you from afar. My son, I truly do not wish to be your son. I have a father on earth, a foster father here, and a godfather as well. Now you tell me I am your son. How many fathers do you wish for me to have? Exclamation point. Ryan retorted to the golden figure with self-deprecating humor, his face displaying dissatisfaction, yet more prominently, a sense of relief. You are indeed my son. From the moment you embraced my genes, Ryan, you are my son. The youngest among my offspring. The golden figure remained unperturbed, continuing in a gentle tone. Very well, at least I have a place that surpasses the realm of Lu from the heavenly empire. Ryan had no choice. He could even feel the intense resonance of his bloodline surging within him. His blood rejoicing, his bones creaking with excitement, and his muscles resonating with melodious harmony. The sensation of blood connection reverberating within him. He was indeed his son. Indeed, he was his father. Chapter 22. Father and son alright. I shall tentatively refer to you as father. Now tell me, what manner of world is this? What am I truly meant to accomplish here? I believe I have already conveyed this to you in your dreams. The gentle voice remained unwavering. No. That is far too vague, and frankly, quite foolish. I have felt your power, a power capable of purifying the entire world. Why have you summoned me here? I need you to tell me plainly, in person. Ryan shouted towards the direction of the golden radiance, his face flushing with indignation. I do not wish to partake in a game of noble heroes battling evil dragons. I simply want to return home, to that place, to continue my mundane life as an office worker. You cannot return, nor can I. We are both trapped here, the gentle voice echoed, tinged with a hint of compassion. Since you appeared before me, there have been only two fates awaiting you. One, to be torn to shreds in the tempest of space, or to become a feast for the dark gods. You are fortunate. You are the latter. Haven't you been sitting on that golden throne, basking in the worship of the masses, father? Do you not wish to come out and see your newly acknowledged son? Ryan suddenly laughed, his face filled with derision, devoid of any respect for his father. The decaying corpse upon the golden throne is merely the shackles that bind me, my son. The golden figure gradually approached. He was a man of unparalleled majesty and towering stature, standing well over the limits of human height, conservatively estimated to be above 2 meters 80. His long black hair flowed with the golden light, held in place by a laurel-shaped headband. He donned a suit of golden armor, adorned with a golden falcon poised for flight emblazoned upon the chest. The armor crafted from an unknown golden metal, intricate winged patterns sprawling across it, extending to a majestic eagle statue upon his right shoulder. In his hand, he wielded a colossal sword engulfed in golden flames, and behind his head loomed a similar eagle statue, rising from the back of his armor, coldly gazing forward. Yes, yes, father, you may sit upon your throne, quietly observing the masses. Yet what of me? You have dragged me to this place, granted me a portion of your power, yet I must confront foes 1,000 times stronger than myself. Ryan expressed his dissatisfaction towards the black-haired man. Aside from the genes and the sword you bestowed, I possess nothing, yet you tell me this is my destiny. This is your destiny, my son. It seems you have fared well over these past 20 years. The expression on the black-haired man's face remained inscrutable, his gentle tone resembling a falsehood. You are unlike my other sons. What you can receive from me is far less. Then what am I to do next? You know this world. You understand how conservative these ancient laws of succession are. God knows whether I can even manage to become a count when that moment arrives. Ryan paced anxiously beside the black-haired man, his tone quick and urgent. But I must act within the bounds of order. Merely because I am your son. No, child, you still do not comprehend what your duty entails. The black-haired man turned to face Ryan, who had walked behind him. If you resort to violence, then when you crown yourself, it will also be the moment of your downfall. The corruption of chaos is omnipresent. My son, you must employ a more sagacious approach. Bloody conquest will only delight and empower them further. Ryan seemed to have regained composure from his earlier fury, scoffing softly. Huh, father, I have always wondered why you do not grant me a system instead. A system? The towering figure appeared somewhat puzzled. I cannot deliver such things into your hands, my son. My body has already decayed. No. I mean, akin to those transmigration tales. Father, you should not make an appearance. but rather provide me with a system that continually issues tasks, and through fulfilling these tasks, I could gain the power you bestow, rather than as it is now, where you merely gave me a seed and left everything else to me. A hint of dissatisfaction graced Ryan's face. I have not only granted you my seed, but I have also bestowed upon you a realm of freedom, my son, Ryan. The black-haired man appeared to comprehend what Ryan was implying. I do not understand why you harbor such a desire. If so, would you not become a puppet in my hands, tirelessly toiling to achieve goals, losing yourself in the process, gradually forsaking your heart? My heart? Ryan inquired, perplexed. When you become accustomed to obeying orders, when you make the completion of my tasks your life's goal, when you begin to consider my will as your own, you will lose yourself. The towering figure swayed slightly, for the first time displaying an expression of sorrow on his face. My eldest son, your brother, became such when chaos led him to believe that everything he experienced was merely a lie I wove. It utterly shattered his will, and he fell into the embrace of chaos, instigating the most dreadful rebellion ever known, a true masterpiece of chaos. This has imparted many lessons upon me. Ryan, my son, you must grow on your own. You must learn how to resist and counter the temptations of chaos to retain your essence amidst its allure. From the black-haired man's being, golden brilliance poured forth as if tangible, cascading into the ocean of Ryan's consciousness. He strode closer, seemingly wishing to touch Ryan's head, yet he ultimately refrained, continuing to speak. When you develop a reliance on me, or on what you call this system, then one day, should a minor misfortune occur or a deliberate scheme unfold, and you find yourself unable to contact me, discovering that everything this system has ever told you is a pure deception, that the fruits of your lifelong struggle are merely a grand illusion, then my world shall collapse. Instinctively, I will believe that you, Father, are the mastermind lurking behind it all. My reason and composure will be buried beneath anger and madness, and I may very well end up like some of my brothers, surrendering to the embrace of chaos. Ryan furrowed his brow, facing his father as he walked past him, only to brush shoulders and position himself behind him. But I remain utterly alone. I receive no guidance from you. I have no support, no brothers, no army of my own, and I do not even possess a territory to call my own. How am I to contend against a power capable of devouring the world? Yet you have time, my son, through the Savior's efforts. While the next invasion will not be far off, it shall not transpire immediately. You have ample time to establish your own influence, to gather your own army. The golden figure turned around, a faint smile gracing his face for the first time. Fortunately, my plan is met with success. As it stands, chaos is yet to discover your whereabouts, so you can. Indeed, how reminiscent it is of a great creator issuing commands to his creations. Father, I am myself, and you are you. I am your son, but not your servant. You possess no love. I am the sword in your hand, not the son you cherish. You bestowed upon me genes and a new life, yet expect me to repay with my existence. Ryan abruptly interrupted the words of the dark-haired man. The dark-haired man fell silent, his expression shifting to resemble the cold void of the cosmos. I have no other choice. Yes. Neither do I, which is why I must call you father, Ryan remarked with a hint of self-deprecation. Within the golden light, father and son stood in quiet confrontation. All matters must rely solely upon you. My son, all I can do is continue to watch you from the frigid void. In this dark era, the dark-haired man murmured, before his voice rose once more. You are not alone, Ryan. You shall never walk alone. In this world, there are others filled with hope, radiating great light, vanquishing evil, and standing against external foes. Unite with them. When that day arrives, you shall face challenges together. The dark-haired man continued, the golden radiance surrounding him intensifying with his words. One cannot accomplish everything alone. You are weak and isolated, which is part of my plan. That I could certainly make you a member of some grand nobility or royal family, but alongside that comes the attention of evil and assassination. That I have heard that the most renowned genius of the empire, the firstborn of the Whittlebach family, Brooke, displayed extraordinary talent from the age of 4, yet perished at 9, a victim of the chaos-selected assassin known as the Listener. Ryan nodded deeply. He had once lamented his father's choices, yet he could not deny that a significant reason for his smooth growth thus far was the absence of chaos's attention. Otherwise, His younger self would have certainly lacked the ability to withstand those terrifying chaos assassins. So what should I do now? Ryan asked, both in complaint and seeking affirmation from the golden figure. Heading south is the right choice. You already have plans in your heart for what comes next that a fledgling cannot learn to fly beneath the wings. A flash of light passed over the eagle statue behind the dark-haired man. Well then, let this meeting come to an end. One last question, Father. Speak. My fertility should not be an issue, right? It should not be. That's good. The tall golden figure slowly began to fade from Ryan's consciousness, and the dark-haired man added, your recent series of valiant performances has drawn the attention of Ulrich. You shall understand the significance of his presence in due time. Ulrich, the White Wolf god of war, who once descended to combat chaos, is said to have had the crown placed upon Charlemagne's head by his chosen one. However, the Empire neither acknowledges nor denies this. It simply regards the White Wolf god's excessively competitive and brutal doctrine as somewhat incongruous with the Empire's current needs. The White Wolf Church, compared to its founding days, has somewhat waned, yet it remains a significant sect. I understand, Ryan replied, nodding. Whether he wished it or not, his father's appearance ultimately alleviated much of his burden. In truth, he comprehended the reasons behind his father's inability to intervene. Although this was their first direct exchange, his father had already communicated with him through dreams multiple times, and he was well aware of what his upcoming tasks entailed. Yet, clarity could not quell his dissatisfaction. At times, Ryan felt as though this world was a vast prison. Only upon hearing from his father that he had no other choice did Ryan feel a modicum of relief. As he opened his door, Ryan's pupils constricted sharply. The half-elf stood at the threshold, gazing at him with a complex expression. Was that just now an oracle? Please do not eavesdrop on others' conversations, Mr. Istel, Ryan retorted. Somewhat exasperated, though in good spirits, he added, I suppose you could say that. Faith empowers us. I have witnessed your prowess, Mr. Ryan. Allow me to introduce myself anew. I am Istel Lywind, hailing from the St. Lorenzo Forest, a devotee of the Lord of the Phoenix. The half-elf extended his right hand willingly. Greetings, Hammerine. I need not elaborate further, for you are likely already aware. Ryan reciprocated the handshake, given that the half-elf had taken the initiative to reconcile. There was no reason for Ryan to linger on past grievances. The knightly virtue is humility, accompanied by courtesy. I am pleased to see your reconciliation. However, I must regrettably interrupt your conversation. Oliver approached with a smile. The evening banquet is about to commence. My friends, you may continue your discussion on the way. How long have I been inside? Ryan suddenly realized that his exchange with his father had likely consumed considerable time. A little over an hour. Mr. Ryan, the banquet is approaching. Another merchant, Mats, joined them, now attired in formal, in contrast to Oliver, whose buttons strained against his corpulent frame. Mats's lean physique made his attire appear more fitted. We can discuss matters on the way. Shortly, I shall change clothes. Ryan swiftly donned a clean outfit, and the four departed the inn together. Only 2 merchants and the half-elf had received invitations, and Ryan was uncertain how the half-elf had managed to obtain one. Yet, he surmised that a graceful demeanor and handsome features would likely facilitate acquiring an invitation to such a rural lord's banquet. Any developments, Mr. Oliver? Ryan inquired, smiling at Oliver while mounted on his tall steed. Some progress. Indeed, we plan to unite several merchant caravans and hire a few mercenary groups lingering in this town for our departure. Oliver nodded, and Mats indicated his participation in the plan. I have met Bilge. His Greyblade mercenary group possesses commendable combat capabilities. If they encounter ordinary bandits, they should manage without much difficulty. The half-elf, with an elegant demeanor, flicked his golden hair, nodding. Even when facing formidable foes, they are not without fighting spirit. Can his mercenary group compare to a standard Nord infantry battalion? Ryan asked, now intrigued that a standard Nord infantry battalion consists of 1 knight, 5 cavalrymen, and between 25 to 80 infantrymen. Somewhat less so. Mr. Ryan, we can deliberate endlessly without arriving at a conclusion. You will understand once we reach there. Oliver chuckled. Indeed. Let us proceed. Ryan no longer pressed the matter. Onward. Chapter 23. The Banquet in the Lord's Longhouse. Part 1. The combat effectiveness of a mercenary group is typically assessed against regular troops. When a mercenary group's combat strength exceeds that of a standard count's army, the maximum mobilization of a standard count's territory comprises 60 knights, 500 cavalry, and 1,500 swordsmen or archers. Excluding temporarily conscripted pikemen and peasant soldiers, the mercenary group is generally referred to as a hired army. In a place like Nord, mercenary armies are certainly absent. Such impoverished regions cannot sustain powerful mercenaries. And the Empire and Britannia do not require them, as they possess stronger knightly orders as their standing military forces. Only in places like Marlenberg or the southern kingdoms do mercenaries thrive, such as the Iris Guard of Marlenberg, a force comprising over 6,000 cavalry and more than 10,000 infantry, serving as the primary defense of Marlenberg. It is important to note that knights should not be confused with cavalry. Knights represent a rank, a title, and a guarantee of combat prowess, while cavalry merely denotes soldiers fighting mounted. A standard knight unit comprises several mounted retainers or even apprentice knights, along with multiple knightly attendants. Of course, they cannot compare. Estelle chuckled dismissively. He was someone familiar with grand occasions. Nord will not host mercenary groups of such caliber. Mr. Ryan. Oliver noticed Ryan's keen interest in the Grey Blade mercenary group. Are you curious about Bilge? The Grey Blade Bilge is indeed quite renowned. Ryan, seated atop his horse, contemplated. The Blood Axe mercenary group had suffered considerable losses. It would not be an exaggeration to say that Teresa had brought disaster upon this ordinary mercenary group. And Boris's injuries had yet to fully heal. Ryan even doubted whether they ever would. With Boris incapacitated, the vice-captain, Vilt, had to shoulder the burden. A mercenary group with only one elite tier and two elite tiers collaborating is not the same, especially after the mercenary group had already bled profusely in battles against the Beastmen. Teresa remained blissfully unaware of this, but Ryan understood that the Blood Axe mercenary group could no longer be relied upon. If they were to head south, he had to consider the Grey Blade's combat capabilities, and no matter how strong he was but one individual. The Empire once had a remarkably powerful knight who, relying solely on his own might, imposed 28 complex tax items upon the farmers in his knightly estate, driving them to the brink of survival. The outcome was that this formidable knight was stormed by the farmers into his residence, subsequently bound to a scarecrow in the fields, and set ablaze. Is it that this knight is not powerful enough? Was he ambushed? No, this knight is indeed formidable. He has valiantly dispatched dozens of rioters at the entrance of the door. However, even a man can feel fatigue. Tio put it in perspective. Even if 100 unresisting pigs were placed before this knight for slaughter, he would likely find himself utterly exhausted by the end. Ryan must do everything in his power to avoid such a predicament. He is neither invincible nor immune to fatigue. He is merely human. As he traversed the distance, they arrived at the location of the banquet. The evening's festivities were to be held within Lord Villard's longhouse. The night had fully enveloped the sky in darkness, and the grand doors of the two-story longhouse stood wide open. Torches lining the path illuminated the snow-covered ground. While a few well-trained guards stood sentinel at the entrance, the whole roasted lamb hung over a fire pit, golden fat dripping into the flames, sending sparks into the air. The aroma wafting through the air was quite enticing. Ryan noticed a guard eyeing the succulent lamb, swallowing hard, which provoked a hearty laugh from him. His laughter immediately drew the attention of the guards. "Good evening, Mr. Ryan. Please come in. The Lord is waiting for you inside." "Good evening," Ryan replied, handing the reins of his horse, Pinecone, to the guard, and strode confidently inside. Oliver and the others wished to follow him, but they were promptly halted by the cold steel of a spear. "Sir, please present your invitation." A flicker of annoyance crossed Oliver's round face, but it quickly transformed into a standard business smile as he produced a note bearing the Lord's seal from his bear fur coat and presented it to the guard. "Very well, sir." This invitation was quite valuable and had required some effort on Oliver's part. The guard's demeanor shifted from respectful to haughty as he confirmed the seal was authentic, returning the invitation to Oliver with a warning: "Mind your manners, merchant, and do not cause a disturbance inside, or my spear shall quench its thirst with your blood." "All right, you may enter." Esther instinctively clenched her fists, but Mats, noticing her agitation, patted her shoulder and shook his head. What transpired thereafter was unclear to Ryan. Upon entering the longhouse, he found it filled with guests. That a large wooden table was laden with an array of food, from simple bread and stews to roasted chicken and some rare fruits. Servants continuously brought forth various dishes using iron utensils, while guests sat on long wooden benches, drinking barley wine from earthen cups and tankards, reveling in merriment. Cheers to the victory at the docks. Cheers to the prosperity of Carlsonhaven. Cheers to the great Lord Valarald. Cheers to. Whatever the reason, let us simply enjoy this joyous occasion. Most of those present were soldiers who had participated in the battle at the docks earlier that day, some still bandaged from injuries. Yet this did not deter them from drinking heartily. There were also a few invited guests, among them a lady standing at the entrance. Teresa, Ryan, you've arrived. The sorceress appeared instinctively repulsed by the scene, remaining rooted at the door with her staff. However, Ryan couldn't help but admire Teresa's attire, his heart swelling with admiration that in every sense. Teresa was a quintessential beauty, particularly in her current garb, a classical silk gown adorned with canary floral patterns. Draped with a snow-white fox fur coat, her ivory-hued stilettos were adorned with sapphires, sparkling in the longhouse's dim light. Her slender legs were encased in sheer black stockings, her flawless skin appearing even more radiant through the delicate fabric. Ah, those stockings. Ryan's gaze lingered a moment longer on her legs. The sorceress must truly be wealthy. Stockings were an alchemical invention, a luxury item coveted by women, made only from the fur of unicorns found at the sacred shores of the Lady Lake in Bretonnia or the finest spider silk from the Shadowlands. This luxurious accessory, which both enhanced one's figure and protected the skin, had become a highly sought-after item among noble women in recent years. However, the Empire had made some advancements in this field, for reasons unknown. The Imperial Engineering Academy had managed to produce a limited quantity of stockings, though Emperor Franz Frederick had decreed that the technology should not be shared, resulting in only a scant few entering the market each year. Ryan recalled how his adoptive mother had painstakingly spent 12 gold dinars to procure a single pair, a treasured possession reserved for special occasions. Ryan's lingering gaze naturally attracted the sorceress's attention. Noticing his eyes on her calves and feet, Teresa raised an elegant eyebrow. Are you not aware that staring at a lady in such a manner is rather ungentlemanly, Sir Ryan, the White Wolf Knight? No. I was merely wondering why you were standing at the door instead of finding a seat inside, Ryan replied curiously, for reasons unknown, upon hearing the man's lack of comment on her appearance. Teresa felt a twinge of dissatisfaction, which soon manifested in her words. After all this time, are you not going to say something? Well, it's quite the dilemma, dear Teresa. You disallow me to stare, yet you invite my gaze. It puts me in a rather difficult position, Ryan sighed, his expression turning serious as he inhaled deeply. I find myself at a loss for words to describe your beauty. All I can say is that you look particularly enchanting today, Miss Teresa Travick. May I have the honor of escorting you to this banquet? Ah, if only those men could speak as you do, our interactions with them would surely be much easier. The sorceress finally seemed satisfied. Huh. If your kin could temper their bewildering manner of interaction, our communications would be far simpler as well, Ryan retorted without hesitation. I understand that I am working on it. Is there a quiet place? The atmosphere in here is rather overwhelming, and the noise is quite loud. Teresa followed Ryan as they made their way deeper into the longhouse. I would rather not be jostled among them. You arrived later than I had anticipated. Yes, I encountered an unexpected matter. Come with me. Ryan guided Teresa further inside. The longhouse was expansive, filled with soldiers and local officials seated at rows of tables. The recent bloody skirmish at the docks had garnered Ryan some renown, and many raised their cups in his direction. Ryan simply raised his left hand in acknowledgement, smiling to show he had heard. At the far end, Lord Valarald and his wife occupied the innermost table. Upon noticing Ryan's arrival, the 50-something lord rose. An esteemed guest has arrived. Allow me to introduce my friend, Baldy Norman's son, Hammerian. He is our hero today, the one responsible for our victory at the docks. Cheers. Cheers. A silver goblet filled with wine circulated among the guests at the long table, each taking a sip before Ryan and Teresa settled themselves at one end. Yes, they did. The guard captain Loritz handed Ryan a silver goblet. Mr. Ryan, please. Thank you. Ryan accepted the goblet and took a gentle sip. Upon witnessing Ryan's intention to pass the goblet to her after drinking, Teresa's face turned pale. The goblet had made its rounds and had undoubtedly been tainted by countless men's saliva. She instinctively recoiled. Ha ha! Ryan laughed heartily, opting not to pass the cup to Teresa, instead handing it to the next person in line, explaining to the sorceress, she rarely drinks, as it does not aid in maintaining focus. Indeed, a spellcaster must concentrate to cast their spells. After several rounds of toasting, Valarld announced that the banquet was now open for mingling. Almost everyone rose, clustering together to raise their cups and converse loudly about recent events. From commodity prices to the latest trends in high society, and even discussions on the wars with the northern barbarians. Alas, that is the custom of Nord that if Lord Valarld wishes to showcase his silverware, it is customary for everyone to take a sip from the goblet. Ryan whispered to Teresa. Fear not, I know you detest such things. Oh, I've had enough? I truly regret attending this banquet. I even dressed up for the occasion, the sorceress lamented, her long, slender high heels standing behind Ryan. Heavens, in such a large room, there are only 3 fireplaces. Are you cold? Ryan led her to a fireplace, where 2 men who had been warming themselves immediately stepped aside, granting the pair access to the hearth. Sometimes, we need an excuse to gather together. A business deal, a trade, or even some tacit understanding and contracts can be negotiated in such an environment. Ryan casually tore off a chicken leg from a nearby platter and took a hearty bite. I will go see what's over there. You rest for a moment. I know more about these matters than you do. Teresa watched as the man walked away, continuing to lean against the fireplace to bask in its warmth. Her body had yet to recover, and her attire today was rather chilly, especially without boots. Her bare calves and delicate feet, though encased in stockings, offered little comfort. However, her peaceful moment was short-lived, soon interrupted by a voice. Beautiful lady, may I offer you a drink? The woman lifted her head with a hint of annoyance to her surprise. The figure before her could be described as handsome. He possessed striking blue eyes, a prominent nose, and harmonious facial features. His black hair, styled in a center part, was tied back in a small ponytail, and a round-framed lens adorned one eye. He was dressed in the attire of an Imperial noble, complete with a loose shirt, fitted trousers, and fashionable shoes, topped off by a hat adorned with a white feather. Before Teresa could respond, he began to introduce himself. It is my honor to introduce myself. My name is A.K. Albrecht, hailing from the Empire. You may simply call me A.K. Very well, Mr. E.I.K. I am Teresa Travik. Thank you for your kind offer, but I believe it is imperative that I introduce myself to you, Lady Teresa. The handsome man did not give the sorceress a chance to decline, continuing unabated. I am a knight. Well, a squire, but I already possess my own steed and armor, and I have a family crest. See. With that, A.K. proudly displayed his family crest to the sorceress, which featured a dove clutching a feathered arrow soaring above a kite shield. Thank you, Mr. A.K., but I must inform you that, allow me to regale you with tales of my glorious exploits. Beautiful Lady Teresa, my story is quite lengthy, but the most renowned event would be the siege of Windler 3 years ago, in which I participated, charging alongside the White Wolf Knights against those vile barbarian scum. The handsome man immediately began to recount his illustrious history. Oh no, she had encountered a rather tiresome individual. Teresa rolled her eyes as her delicate heels clicked against the wooden floor in circles. Chapter 24. The Lord's Longhouse Feast, Part 2. At that time, the barbarian warriors raised their shields and spears. The sight was truly intimidating, yet I did not falter. I followed closely behind a White Wolf Knight, charging into the ranks of the barbarians, my beloved steed knocking one of those scoundrels aside. Stop, hold on a moment. This, Mr. K. Allow me to correct a minor error of yours. The White Wolf Knights did not participate in the siege of Windler. They were resting in Winterhold at that time. It was the White Bear mercenaries who joined the fray, and they never charged into battle. Teresa interjected without courtesy. Oh, no wonder I thought the banner's White Wolf looked rather portly. The handsome man quickly amended. The White Bear mercenaries only served a logistical support role, alongside the Windler Pike Company. The sorceress replied, extending her small hand towards the fire, the warmth enveloping her in comfort. If only that man could be here beside her to share in conversation. Indeed, I must say, the Windler Pike Company's fellows were quite impressive and very hospitable. They even offered me some cured venison to enjoy. The Windler Pike Company is comprised of merchant sons and artisans, infamous for their lackluster combat abilities, and they are quite stingy, often extorting villagers along their route. The sorceress corrected once more, a look of resigned exasperation upon her stunning face. But there are always a few good souls among them. Are there not? After that, Teresa, are you feeling better? A gentle voice interrupted Ike's incessant chatter. Ryan, having wandered about, had returned. Is there anything I can assist you with? Could you fetch me a glass of juice? Ryan, The sorceress beamed a radiant smile at the newcomer, much like a vibrant red rose blooming amidst the snow, before turning back to Kay with a smile. Mr. Kay, please excuse me. My companion has arrived. Oh, very well. I apologize for the intrusion. Ike's gaze greedily swept over Ryan's chest, where the emblem of the White Wolf Knights adorned, before he shrugged. Please, be my guest, White Wolf Knight. With that, Ike turned to another table, continuing to boast of his exploits, this time weaving tales of how he adeptly coordinated the White Bear Mercenaries and the Windler Pike Company, mediating their conflicts and single-handedly safeguarding the supplies. Your admirer. Ryan offered a glass of juice. No, merely a wandering knight, the sorceress replied, accepting the juice with a smirk. Such individuals are numerous. You must have encountered many wandering knights, have you not? Let us save that for later. I returned to retrieve something I forgot. Ryan produced a blanket made from an entire white wolf pelt from his spatial ring. Presenting it to Teresa, the sorceress felt a warmth in her heart as she draped the blanket over her lap. Is this yours? Indeed. As you know, I am a White Wolf Knight, and I must occasionally show respect to the Lord of the White Wolf. Ryan nodded. Taking a seat beside the sorceress, Teresa was aware of this. The White Wolf war god, Ulrich, revered strength and competition, advocating the elimination of the weak and the reverence of the strong. That a significant way to please the White Wolf war god is through the White Wolf trial, where the challenger ventures alone into the snowy plains, unarmed, to hunt a white wolf and present it as an offering at the White Wolf Temple. The stronger the hunted wolf, the more pleased the war god becomes. However, the mortality rate of the trial is exceedingly high, and many exceptional youths never return, leading nobles to discourage their children from participating. With her legs enveloped in the blanket, leaving only the tips of her white high-heeled shoes exposed, the sorceress momentarily felt transported back to her living room in the Sky Vault. Suddenly realizing that this banquet was not as dreadful as she had imagined, she then sought to engage the men in conversation. Another wandering knight. There seems to be quite a few of them lately. 1 carat. 1 hole, is it not? Ryan chuckled lightly. It had been previously mentioned that those with lands and titles were kingdom knights, while those without lands but holding titles were ranger knights. Those without either lands or titles were the wandering knights. Compared to the kingdom knights with fixed incomes, ranger knights, though lacking a steady income, were recognized for their noble titles within the realm. Wandering knights, on the other hand, were the most unfortunate of all. They were not true knights. Their backgrounds varied widely, including bankrupt knights, former nobles stripped of their titles, illegitimate noble offspring without inheritance rights, and wealthy adventurers or soldiers who had worked hard to reach their current state. Their common trait was the absence of titles or lands, and they were often even less than some officers, lacking fixed income, military positions, or salaries. They only possessed basic equipment and a steed. These wandering knights roamed incessantly, tirelessly promoting themselves wherever they went, striving to secure a position or gain the favor of other nobles to become ranger knights. If they failed, they would prioritize fulfilling the commissions of lords or churches, earning just enough to sustain themselves and maintain their equipment and steeds before moving on to the next location, continuing their wanderings until a noble would finally grant them a title or they chose to settle down in their later years. Among wandering knights, there had once been a very famous figure, the Rose Knight, Tyler. This knight was the illegitimate son of a duke in the Empire. His mother was a lowly laundress, following a dispute between the duke and the duchess. Tyler was ordered to forfeit any claim to the duke's estate. Upon reaching adulthood, the duke tossed him a sword and led him to a horse. Tyler, you are not a medal on my coat. There is no need for you to stay at home. Go forth and wander. Thus, the unfortunate illegitimate son was cast out, marking the beginning of the legendary tale of the Rose Knight, Tyler. Mr. Ike's index and middle fingers are quite calloused, indicating he is likely skilled with a sword, Ryan remarked, observing the wandering knight as he continued to boast of his various accomplishments to the bewildered soldiers, casting a dubious glance at the sorceress. I dare say he approached you after noticing your attire, hoping to ingratiate himself. Establishing a rapport with a noblewoman would undoubtedly prove advantageous for his future endeavors. Goodness, Ryan, please do not tell me you have also succumbed to the vices of these wandering knights. The sorceress suddenly seemed to realize something, a dangerous glint appearing in her silver eyes. Ha ha! Ryan burst into hearty laughter, nearly in tears. Indeed, wandering knights were a restless lot, quickly discovering a shortcut to wealth and fame. to serve as the youthful companions to lonely noble women. So, I find these fellows quite bothersome, you know. I often overhear the complaints of my fellow White Wolf knights, who are perpetually suspicious of their wives and the wandering knights within our territory. Lion casually remarked, "Do they not have an inkling of the truth within themselves?" Perhaps they simply refuse to acknowledge it, Teresa replied, stifling a rare smile as she glanced at the man beside her, a flicker of intrigue shining in her eyes. "Is it true that you have no such entanglements? I have heard whispers of a past connection between you and Princess Caroline, the granddaughter of His Majesty the King." "Preposterous. I have only met Princess Caroline on a singular occasion." Lion seemed reluctant to dwell on this subject further. "Could you enlighten me on the progress in Garland? Have there been any breakthroughs in the excavation of the ruins?" "None. Ever since Roart perished within, and Marcia has declared a halt to further explorations," the sorceress shook her head, lifting a bowl of corn and ham soup. She delicately tasted it with her silver spoon. "The notorious Roart has met his demise. Good heavens, that marks the third legendary figure lost to your Garland," Lion remarked, well aware of the machinations of the Garland Council. "Let us speak of something else." The sorceress seemed to have recalled something. "Might you share the tale of Belt? How could a master hunter ultimately embrace chaos?" "Belt? Indeed. His life can be divided into two distinct phases," Lion sighed. "Before the age of 36, he was an exemplary monster hunter, purging corruption and vanquishing evil, wielding his curved blade and firearm to purify the unclean, earning the respect of many." 36. What transpired that year? The sorceress relished the intimate atmosphere, reminiscent of a fireside chat, the surrounding clamor now feeling less intrusive. A plague claimed his family, his wife, his daughter. Afterward, Belt became withdrawn, sullen, and reclusive, isolating himself until it was too late for Archbishop Innocent to discern the signs. Lion shook his head. "Tonight is a banquet. I prefer not to dwell on such matters. If you wish to discuss it further, we may find a suitable time later. May the Lady of Mercy grant us the lean priest and the plump doctor. Cheers, Lion." The sorceress raised her glass of juice. "Cheers." Lion couldn't help but smile at the saying, which implied that the plump priest would offer little aid to the impoverished, and the lean doctor as treatments were hardly effective. The state of medicine in this world was rather dismal, while elven medical texts provided some guidance. It was still a far cry from the dark ages of Earth. Lion mused that without his own spiritual abilities to purify ailments, he too might succumb to illness. Their conversation flowed joyfully, with Lion's wit prompting the sorceress to stifle her laughter, her radiant beauty glowing by the hearth. She occasionally glanced at Lion's handsome visage, contemplating the significance of her meticulous preparation for the day. As time slipped by, they were interrupted. "Mr. Lion?" The newcomer was Oliver, the Imperial merchant who had finally seized the opportunity to converse with Villar. Regrettably, Villar had declined the request for an escort, yet the Lord had softened his stance on certain matters. Oliver, having gleaned some insights, hurriedly sought out Lion. However, as he began to speak, he immediately felt the piercing gaze of Teresa, her eyes sharp as needles, causing a sensation akin to pain in his head. This was no illusion. The sensation was genuine, as even Lion could perceive the sorceress's magical aura that it appeared she had regained considerable strength. Observing Teresa's displeasure, Lion placed a hand gently upon her gloved wrist. "Teresa, let us prioritize important matters. So we were not addressing important matters before?" The woman turned her head in displeasure, her silver eyes, framed by butterfly-patterned glasses, fixated on him, her purple eyeshadow glimmering. "Once we finalize our discussions, we shall have ample time to converse, shall we not?" Understanding that provoking her further would be unwise, Lion leaned in closer, whispering, "I would certainly relish more time in your enchanting company. Then let us proceed together." Teresa finally acquiesced, the immense mental pressure that had enveloped Oliver gradually dissipating. Perspiration beaded on his forehead. For the first time, he felt that accompanying a spellcaster was not as delightful as he had imagined. Any ire from her could spell disaster for his fragile existence. Spellcasters, affected by magic over time, often exhibited altered temperaments. Teresa, an ice sorceress, was relatively mild, though somewhat aloof and reserved around strangers. In contrast, Oliver had heard tales of a fire mage in Marlenberg whose temper was notoriously explosive, ready to erupt at the slightest provocation. Similar anecdotes circulated among merchants regarding earth mages' stubbornness and the amicability of transformation mages. Some even compiled a handbook titled, "How to Interact with Spellcasters." which sold briskly among adventurers and merchants. When Lion and Teresa followed Oliver to the round table for their discussions, all the men present were captivated by the sorceress's stunning beauty and regal attire, only to quickly regain their composure as the sensation of a needle prick jolted them awake. "Welcome, Mr. Lion," Lady Teresa greeted a middle-aged man, seemingly in his 40s, with a hoarse voice. He had unkempt, straw-like hair and wore a tattered cloak that hung loosely on his frail frame, resembling a farmer one might encounter by the roadside, an unremarkable visage easily forgot. A dangerous man, Lion surmised. This must be Bilger, the leader of the Grey Blade mercenaries. How intriguing. Chapter 25. The Lord's Longhouse Banquet, Part 2. Ahem, since both of you are present, let us proceed to the main topic. Oliver gestured for his guards. Fack and Mather, to clear the food from the table. A circle of parchment was laid out on the table. The Lord has refused our request for military support, but upon learning that we are friends of Mr. Lion, he has provided us with this, a map. Boris, the leader of the Blood Axe mercenaries, and his vice-captain, Vilt, had also arrived. The latter appeared somewhat troubled, likely due to Bondar's severe injuries. Indeed, Oliver confirmed, as they gathered around the table, illuminated by candlelight and oil lamps, listening to his explanation. We possess 23 wagons and over 100 guards, and the druid known as Tree Planter, Eldred, from the Nature Church will accompany us, with the presence of the legendary Mr. Lion and Lady Teresa. Our safety should be assured. Oliver unfolded the map on the round table, pointing out the route between Colsenhaven and Maiden Haven. Lion briefly surveyed it, noting that the path passed through 2 mountains, with indications of potential bandits, goblin tribes, and other creatures. The Beastmen tribe was notably marked, prompting the merchant convoy to alter its route significantly to avoid them. We will proceed with Bilger's roving group scouting ahead, should any issues arise. They will promptly return to inform us. The diminutive man hidden beneath the cloak raised his hand in acknowledgement, and Lion nodded slightly. Boris's mercenary group and our guards will form the outer layer of the convoy, should enemies approach. They will engage them immediately, Oliver added, prompting the mercenary leader to raise his hefty axe. Let those scoundrels come. I shall cleave them to pieces. Lady Teresa and Mr. Estelle will be positioned in the center of the convoy, with Mr. Estelle utilizing his keen eyesight to monitor the surroundings and provide protection with his bow. We would also appreciate Lady Teresa's assistance. Lastly, a few wandering knights accompanying us will trail at the rear to offer protection. A comprehensive plan. Indeed, with detailed operational strategies. Lion expressed his approval, pointing to the front of the convoy sketch. Then I shall ride at the forefront, ready to address any. No, Mr. Lion, it would be safer for you to remain with us. Would it not? Oliver interjected promptly. Lion's eyes shifted, and he smiled, nodding in agreement. That will suffice. Now, I shall take the floor, Mats declared. On the first day, we anticipate reaching the foot of Hodelin Mountain. As Mats's finger traced the map, a timeline began to unfold before the kingdom's knights. Days 3 and 4 present challenges. On the third day, we will ascend Skawil Mountain, where an abandoned fortress lies within the valley, likely occupied by bandits or goblins. To pass through safely, we may need to launch a frontal assault on the fortress or offer its inhabitants a token of goodwill. Matt stroked his golden beard, eliciting discontented murmurs from the half-elf ranger. A token of goodwill? Yielding to them will only incite greater greed. I believe that Estelle is correct. We have no reason to yield to a rabble if necessary. I shall demonstrate my strength to ensure our safe passage. And what of the fourth day? What challenges await us? Ryan wholeheartedly concurred with the half-elf's perspective, recognizing that mere appeasement would only provoke more severe repercussions. On the fourth day, we shall reach the latter part of Skawil Mountain, where a dense forest lies. Various reports indicate the presence of fearsome beastmen lurking within. We have endeavored to design our route to avoid these creatures. Yet who can say whether we might encounter them on some mountain path? Oliver emphasized a point on the map marked with a black dot, pressing his finger down firmly. Captain Loritz has informed us that several knights have gone missing after attempting to confront the beastmen, so we must exercise utmost caution as we pass through this area. The sorceress furrowed her brow. Indeed, there exist formidable beings among the beastmen, and these brutes possess tough hides, rendering them resistant to magical harm. If it is true that a few knights could not subdue these beastmen, what chance does Ryan stand against them? At this juncture, one could only place their trust in him. Upon hearing the name of the Beastmen, both mercenaries and guards momentarily froze, fear and reluctance evident on many faces. The Beastmen ravaged the continent, their notorious reputation spreading far and wide. Only through the efforts and sacrifices of generations of knights had the kingdom of Britannia managed to eradicate the Beastmen's scourge within its borders. Yet they still thrived in the ancient forests. The Empire and Britannia conduct regular purges of these Beastmen tribes each year, lest they proliferate uncontrollably within 2 years. However, even the mightiest Imperial armies seldom dare to penetrate deep into the forests, as countless ambushes and skirmishes, along with fragile supply lines, can lead to the army's disintegration and disappearance. The Bloodaxe Mercenary Corps had recently engaged in a bloody battle with a Beastmen tribe in the Mean Forest, and Boris still felt a lingering dread at the thought of that confrontation. This posed the greatest challenge on their journey, and the gathering around the round table fell into a hushed silence, the flickering candlelight dancing erratically. The general route was eventually established amidst their discussions, and it was Oliver who broke the silence. "Mr. Ryan, we may need to linger for another day, due to the considerable number of people congested in this town. We shall seek additional allies, including those wandering knights willing to accompany us, to enhance our chances of success. Those individuals are not entirely trustworthy. Oliver, I hope you will discern carefully who is worthy of companionship and who is not," Ryan replied, frowning as he surveyed the raucous environment of the longhouse, where clinking glasses and the froth of beer filled the air, revelers indulging in merriment. A certain exiled knight named A boasted to a group of soldiers, "Brothers, have you ever heard of Bagman beer? Wow, I think I was already drunk just thinking about it." Such exiled knights, often referred to as rogue or scoundrel knights, posed a threat to local law and order as they sought legitimacy while frequently engaging in theft and highway robbery. "Understood," Oliver responded readily. Aware that merchants have their own agendas, Ryan refrained from elaborating further. In many respects, he truly needed Oliver to organize a merchant caravan. The sorceress had yet to recover her strength, and embarking on a journey with just the two of them was not a prudent choice. With a rough plan set, Ryan felt a slight easing of tension and participated wholeheartedly in the feast, feasting and drinking to his heart's content until he felt someone tugging at the back of his shirt. Teresa, he noted as he observed her face contorted with impatience. The man led her away from the round table. "Feeling tired? Perhaps you should head back first. How long will this banquet last?" The sorceress indeed felt somewhat weary of the festivities. "It is likely to continue until tomorrow morning. Would you like me to escort you out?" Such rural feasts often extended until dawn. In an age where nighttime entertainment was severely lacking, only the wealthiest nobles could afford magical lights, while oil lamps provided little illumination. Thus, when darkness fell, revelry became the sole source of amusement, often lasting until the early hours or even until sunrise. "Why don't you come with me? Or is it that your grotesque desires lead you to seek out women?" The sorceress stood before Ryan, her expression one of disdain. Ryan's face flushed red. He had indeed attempted to flirt with a widow and set up a secret signal, not realizing that his actions had not gone unnoticed by the sorceress. If you insist, then let us go." Without a hint of politeness, the sorceress grasped the man's collar, and he had no choice but to excuse himself to the lord. "My apologies. I must take my leave." "Ha ha ha. Off you go. No need to stay with us old folks." Virold bellowed, beer froth flying from his beard as he casually conversed with the nearby courtiers. "I've heard that the women of Gallon enjoy seeking demon hunters after the banquet. Why is this woman suddenly interested in something different today? Ha! Perhaps she has a taste for that. After all, Mr. Ryan is surely more charming than those demon hunters who are perpetually soaked in blood." "Such a handsome young fellow," some officers teased. Or perhaps it is simply that the two share a close bond. Amidst the speculation of the onlookers, Ryan and Teresa left the longhouse together. Why this time? It was quite late, and the starry night sky shimmered above, the chilling air biting as it filled their lungs. Ryan involuntarily shivered, the effects of the alcohol partially wearing off as he lowered his head. Gasping, "Why did you suddenly pull me out? I despise their gazes. The eyes of men fixate on me, on many parts of me." The sorceress stomped her foot, her delicate high heels leaving imprints in the mud. "It is truly disgusting. Especially that exiled knight named AK, whose gaze has been glued to my legs. My gaze has been on your legs as well. Beautiful things are always worthy of admiration, are they not?" Ryan retorted, the surrounding darkness rendering it difficult to discern the sorceress's expression, though he could sense her presence through his psychic abilities. I know you have a fondness for stockings, you recall the banquet during our second meeting. I remember. A sense of foreboding crept into Ryan's heart. At that time, my mother and I were seated nearby, and halfway through the banquet, she stepped outside to discuss matters with His Majesty Herald. I was wrong. Dear Teresa, please do not bring this up. Ryan blushed deeply, regardless of whether the sorceress could see him, hastily clasping his hands together in supplication. Then do you know what you ought to do? The sorceress's face also flushed slightly in the pitch-black environment. Neither could see the other clearly as they walked along indistinct paths. What should I do? Ryan's expression was one of acute embarrassment. He had been a mere youth at that time. Albeit his mental age was nearing 50, but psychological maturity is not simply a matter of arithmetic. He had acted impulsively, engaging in behavior that was far from decorous, and now the sorceress had seized upon his misstep. By the way, I saw the vice-captain of the Blood Axe, Vilt, come to you looking worried. Afterward, he appeared much more at ease. Ryan swiftly changed the subject, genuinely curious about what had transpired. What did he say to you? Vilt asked me if we would have to endure battles like the previous one again. If so, he would consider terminating our contract. The sorceress's expression suggested she did not take the matter too seriously. And how did you respond? Ryan thought to himself that this mission truly was perilous. No mercenary captain would accept a task that could lead to their annihilation. I told him that it wouldn't happen again. Belt has already set sail. So we shouldn't encounter such combat again, right? If only your assumptions were correct, Ryan frowned. The sorceress was right to be concerned, yet he had a nagging feeling that matters would not be so straightforward. Ryan, yes, be my partner. Will you? Why? You do indeed mean a partner and not a mere whispering. Ryan. The night in Kelsenhaven was anything but tranquil. The sea surged tumultuously, with only a narrow strait separating the kingdom of Nord from the northern wastes. This ocean was known as the Chaotic Sea, and over centuries of human conflict with the northern barbarians, countless corpses lay buried beneath its depths. The waters to the west of the Nord Kingdom's harbor were dubbed the Dark Sea, notorious for the relentless plundering by dark elf fleets. Whenever black sails and flags appeared on the horizon, it signified a nightmare for all merchant vessels that eye in the darkness. A swift ship raced along its course. Faster! Faster! Do not fear pirates or sea monsters. Hurry! A middle-aged man stood at the bow, wearing a tall hat and a high collar, his voice deep and hoarse. We are already sailing at full speed with all sails unfurled. Sir, a sailor retorted, disgruntled. It seemed their employer had no intention of resting, as he stood at the ship's head, incessantly urging them to hasten. The sailors felt utterly exasperated. Many of them had been toiling for over 16 hours a day. Enough. Silence. Once this task is completed, you shall reap your rewards. The ship's first mate menacingly shoved aside any sailor daring to approach him for a discussion. Upon the conclusion of this voyage, each of you shall partake in a feast of turkey. With this, the sailors dispersed in a flurry that a middle-aged man observed them return to their duties, his curved dagger slowly sliding into its sheath at his waist. He was eagerly anticipating the opportunity to offer blood and glory to his new master. Yet, the first mate seemed to sense something amiss, vigorously preventing other sailors from nearing him, which deterred him from the notion of slaying a couple of sailors to quench his thirst for blood. Ah, what a formidable power it was! After revealing to his terrifying master the vulnerabilities of the northern fortresses without reservation, he was generously rewarded, and the shackles of his long-standing stagnation were effortlessly shattered under his master's might. Despite the increasingly pronounced transformations of his body, his skin turning a deeper shade of red, horns sprouting from his head, countless gray veins sprawling across his flesh, and wildly proliferating nails manifesting all over, he reveled in it. Everything he beheld was tinged with a faint hue of blood, the color of life's essence. The blood god never inquired about the source of blood. He merely demanded that his followers revel in the shedding of blood and slaughter. Vying for the pinnacle of strength, Belt vowed that he was prepared. Then, let me show those who continue to pursue me a taste of true fear. The malevolent crimson eyes of the fallen hunter radiated a sinister glow. He had already established contact with a dreadful entity. Chapter 26. Departure 2 days later, the caravan set forth. Nearly 30 wagons, hundreds of horses, and a throng of over 100 people marched grandly out of the city. Herald stood atop the city tower, shaking his head with a scowl, These caravans would typically embark from his port, bringing him a substantial sum in taxes. However, now, due to the port's closure, everything was in ruins. He could only extract a hefty sum from these merchants before allowing them to leave. Mr. Boris, what brings you here? Ryan noticed Boris, the leader of the Blood Axe Mercenary Corps, and several injured members packing their belongings, heading in another direction. Boris chuckled awkwardly. It seems we cannot be of much assistance to you on the road. Mr. Ryan, I had hoped to contribute more, but, upon finishing, Boris hesitated, clearly indicating that he had not fully recovered from his injuries sustained in battle against the Beastmen. After their exchange, Ryan learned that Boris intended to return to the capital of Nord, Winterhold, with the injured, including Bonda, to recuperate, accompanied by a few healthy mercenaries for supervision. I understand. I wish you good fortune, Ryan replied with understanding. Also, please convey to Lady Travik that we, the Blood Axe Mercenary Corps, have repaid our debt to her people of Gallon, and we hope to have no further dealings with them in the future. A complex expression crossed Boris's face as he gradually averted his gaze. Staring at the path home, his voice tinged with sorrow. The Gallon Council has given us much, but their demands have been even greater. This must come to an end. Very well, I shall relay your message, Ryan responded without further comment. It was not unusual for spellcasters to harbor grievances, and he merely watched as the few departed. The Greyblade Mercenary Corps, led by Bilge, was at the forefront, with Bilge himself riding a swift horse half an hour ahead of the caravan. Following them were the guards and the Blood Axe Mercenary Corps, then the merchants, the sorceress, and Ryan-S group in the center, with the rear managed by guards and several wandering knights for mobility. Not long after leaving the town, the road proved treacherous, with wagon wheels continuously rolling over small stones and uneven terrain, causing discomfort to the young boy inside the wagon. Ah, ouch, ouch, ouch! The boy cried out in pain. His arm heavily bandaged and hanging across his chest, evidently injured. That it was Bonda, the young mercenary who had sustained wounds during the battle at the docks, now forced to rest within the wagon. Fortunate that his injuries were not severe, merely bruises. I heard, Simon, that Lord Carlsenhaven hosted a banquet afterward. Did you attend? Bonda, feeling despondent, lay on his makeshift bed, repeatedly pondering whether Lady Travik would come to visit him. Yet the reality was that the sorceress had never appeared. I didn't go. When would I have the chance? That's a place for noble folk. We have no right to be there. Simon shook his head. Though the captain and vice-captain did attend, they said it was just a regular banquet. Indeed. The captain didn't return until the following morning. Bonda sighed, gazing at the overcast sky outside the wagon. I suppose I'm lucky to have survived. Hans, Rem, and Bomber, they are gone. The young mercenary recalled their fallen comrades from the Blood Axe Mercenary Corps, whose numbers had dwindled from over 50 to just over 30, with 20 never to return. In fact, the captain mentioned upon his return yesterday that he regretted accepting Lady Travik's commission. The price we paid was far too great. Simon checked his hand crossbow, applying oil to his short sword. By the way, has Lady Travik? Bonda hesitated before finally asking. No, but that night. Well, Mr. Ryan inquired about your recovery, Simon replied, his expression souring at the mention of Ryan, feeling that being forced to apologize to an old soldier at the docks was quite undignified. The caravan pressed on, this stretch of road currently safe. It seems it's going to snow again. This weather, Ryan remarked, riding his tall horse. Pineconed, he sensed that the skies showed no signs of improvement. A nagging worry settling in his mind. The day before at the banquet, Villar told him some troubling news. The northern barbarians were once again amassing troops for a significant southern incursion. This was not inherently alarming, as the Nord people had grown accustomed to battling the northern tribes for years. What truly concerned Ryan was a particular statement from Villar. The walls of Stormhold Fortress have been discovered to exhibit some form of mutation in areas that have been under constant attack. The defenders have noted the walls sprouting eyes and tentacles, seemingly gaining sentience. The Church of Justice believes this is due to the walls being eroded by the flesh and blood of those chaotic worshippers over the years. Therefore, under the Church's guidance, the walls of Stormhold Fortress will be set ablaze and subsequently rebuilt. Yet, the northern barbarians chose this precise moment to strike, leading Ryan to suspect a connection. Well, he thought, it was difficult to ascertain the truth in such a brief moment. Shaking his head, he dismissed the chaotic thoughts from his mind, only to notice a few snowflakes dislodging from his hair. That it was snowing once more. A balanced mentor, indeed, The recent weather is rather peculiar, Ryan casually remarked to the druid riding alongside the road. Yes, on this journey, the rather temperamental druid, Eldred, known as the tree planter, would accompany them. The reason was simple. The druid had been expelled from Carlsenhaven by Villar and currently had no place to reside. Hence he had agreed to travel with Oliver and the caravan. The whispers of nature must be heeded. She is wailing, a dreadful storm is sweeping through. Eldred murmured incessantly, but Ryan quickly interjected. That's enough. Enough. Nature's mentor. Could you please articulate your thoughts in simpler terms? Mr. Eldritch does not communicate in such an oblique manner. Eldritch, you know him? The druid asked, puzzled, before nodding, his tone still unyielding. Yes, chaotic energy. Chaotic energy is sweeping through the skies, causing the current overcast and snowy conditions. The ancient tree walker, Eldritch, is one of the few agents of the nature church who roams the outside world. It makes sense for Ryan to be acquainted with him. Ha. Ryan merely squinted and smiled. This group from the nature church was hardly likable. When actions as simple as picking fruit or wearing clothes could be construed as offenses against nature, and when these individuals would trample upon the fundamental laws of the kingdom for the sake of so-called natural balance, it was understandable why anyone would find it difficult to harbor any goodwill towards them. They were so reminiscent of those petty animal rights activists. The communication between the ancient tree walker and Ryan was rather pleasant, as the druid was more willing to converse after being suspended from a tree by Ryan. However, not a single word was exchanged when the two were at odds. Ryan then noticed that several wandering knights had somehow slipped into the middle of the caravan. Gentlemen, shouldn't you be at the rear, ensuring the safety of the convoy? The leader, Ike, was attempting to pry into the contents of the wagons in the center. Upon hearing Ryan's words, he chuckled awkwardly. My lord knight, we have scarcely begun our journey. We haven't even entered the forest yet. Can you see that we are? Please take your responsibilities seriously. This time I shall overlook it at all times. Ensure that at least 3 of you remain at the rear of the caravan. Ryan admonished. Somewhat exasperated, the words of a knight of the kingdom still held considerable weight, and the wandering knights exchanged glances, nodding before returning to the end of the caravan. The curtain of a wagon next to the horses lifted. If it weren't for Mr. Ryan leading the charge, I would truly hesitate to travel with these fellows. Mr. Oliver certainly knows. They occasionally engage in other activities. Both the merchant and the knight understood the implications of their words, sharing a knowing smile. I wouldn't mind receiving a few new sets of armor and warhorses, Ryan whispered in code. I also wouldn't object to introducing Mr. Ryan to some buyers to sell off the goods. I can forego any commission, Oliver chimed in. Catching the unspoken signal, it seemed they had reached a mutual understanding. TSK, a filthy transaction, came the faint voice of the sorceress from the other carriage, laced with disdain. After 2 days of rest, her body had recovered considerably, and Ryan could feel the strong surge of magical energy emanating from her. Upon hearing Teresa's voice, Oliver instinctively fell silent, while Ryan deftly shifted the topic. It's snowing outside. Do take care to keep warm. If it's too cold outside, you're welcome to come inside the carriage to rest. Now, I must meditate. The sorceress's stunning visage flickered past the curtain. BRR, it's truly freezing. A burly figure clad in black robes approached on horseback from behind, even atop the mountains of our tribe. One wouldn't expect such frigid weather in October. The black-robed man's face was painted, his hair neatly shaved at the temples, while the top of his head sported a mass of dreadlocks. His beard similarly styled into thick braids cascading down his chest. He was clad in thick leather armor topped with a brown deerskin cloak, adorned with animal teeth strung into a necklace across his robust chest. A long spear and bow were slung over his back, and a short dagger was fastened at his waist. He appeared quite aged, with dark skin and weathered features, the wrinkles at the corners of his eyes stretching as he laughed heartily. You must be the White Wolf Knight, Hammerine. Right? I know of you. And you are. The black-robed man was not surprised. The Kingdom of Nord had actively promoted Ryan's reputation, and he was quite well known in this region. Haha, I am Roster, from the Frostwolf tribe, hired by Mr. Oliver to serve as his bodyguard. Roster spoke with boisterous camaraderie, uncorking his water flask, the rich aroma of alcohol wafting forth. Care for a sip, brother? No, thank you. I generally refrain from drinking on an empty stomach. What a pity. Roster took a generous swig from the flask. This is a fine brew blessed by our tribe's shaman. Crafted from malt. Tribe, shaman? You hail from the north. Ryan observed Roster's muscular arms, standing at nearly 6 feet 3, while Ryan himself, at 5 foot 11, appeared well-proportioned yet solidly built. Roster was the epitome of towering strength. Many Nord men shared such robust physiques, though not many adorned themselves with paint and dreadlocks. Indeed, I have been here for several centuries. I am a barbarian. Roster spread his arms wide, then quickly added, a recognized barbarian, our previous chieftain. Morik distinguished himself in the Battle of Fascia and was knighted by His Majesty Ludwig. No wonder this barbarian carried himself with such swagger. He had attained official recognition, Ryan mused. The northern barbarians had not always reverenced the chaotic dark gods. They once had their own deities and beliefs. After the chaos descended, the northern barbarians were among the first to bow before the dark gods, not only due to their proximity to the Chaos Gate, but also because the harsh conditions of the northern wasteland made survival exceedingly difficult. Even though the majority of barbarians chose to submit to chaos, a minority rejected this fate, opting to abandon their homeland. Numerous barbarian tribes migrated into Nord's territory, preferring to establish their own enclaves in the high mountains or desolate valleys rather than mingling with others in cities. Many tribes retained their primal beliefs. Ryan had even witnessed rituals honoring the beast god, who had perished with the arrival of chaos, yet these tribes clung to their traditions. However, the matter was not so straightforward. For deities are immensely powerful beings, often leaving behind means of rebirth, or opting to sacrifice a portion of their power to preserve themselves in a state of suspended animation, even if a deity's physical form perishes. As long as a fragment of their power remains in the world, there is always hope for resurgence. I see. How have you fared over the centuries? Ryan gazed towards the distant Hodolan Mountains. Shrouded in mist, the range was not particularly lofty but extended far, concealing unknown perils awaiting their arrival. Not too bad. Here, although life is tough, we are accompanied by the Great Lady of Ice and Snow, which allows us to persevere. Roster caught a snowflake on his hand, pressing it against his face as it melted slowly. It is the goddess's power that shields us from falling into depravity. Yet your goddess has long since fallen into an eternal slumber, Ryan murmured. The Ice and Snow goddess remained in her deep sleep, and aside from occasional prophetic dreams, the barbarians received little benefit, yet they were required to offer up vast amounts of faith and tributes. How ironic, was it not? For without faith, humanity could not unite strongly. Without faith, humanity could not muster the courage to confront the overwhelming chaos and the encroaching darkness. Faith empowers us. Estelle appeared on horseback beside them, a half-elf riding a tall steed, draped in a hooded, exquisite moon-white cloak and an elegant canary-yellow robe, her demeanor graceful and voice soothing. Bilge has sent word. We can rest at the designated location tonight. It is uninhabited. But what? Don't tell me it's uninhabited but infested with monsters. Oliver, seated at the front of the wagon, exclaimed dramatically, eliciting hearty laughter from the guards and mercenaries. All eyes turned expectantly towards Estelle. The dilapidated village designated for hunters and passing caravans has been severely damaged. I fear many of us may have to sleep outdoors tonight. The half-elf smiled. So, let us hasten our pace to reach the campsite early. We can try to repair some of the buildings for everyone to stay in tonight. Very well. Let us quicken our pace. Move swiftly. Accelerate. As the sun cast its final rays atop the mountains, the vast caravan finally approached the campsite for the night. Chapter 27. The Abandoned Village. Groups of mercenaries flanked the central wagon train, with several light cavalry scouting a few hundred meters ahead, tasked with scouting the path. Additionally, Bilge had arrived here over an hour earlier. Barring the appearance of a significant enemy force, he would continue ahead to mark the route for the following caravan. When Ryan first arrived in this world, he had imagined wanderers to be akin to ninjas, striking unseen and remaining hidden until delivering a fatal blow. Indeed, such wanderers existed, but most had advanced to become shadow assassins or even higher-tiered beings. Ordinary wanderers, however, were little different from warriors. They, too, were exposed to the enemy's gaze, wielding crossbows, rapiers, clubs, short bows, and daggers, though they rarely engaged in direct confrontation, preferring stealthy attacks and evasive tactics. In adventuring parties, wanderers primarily served roles in scouting traps, gathering intelligence on foes, picking locks, crafting tools, and preparing for decisive strikes. In actual combat, their survival rates were often lower than those of warriors, as they were quite fragile. Furthermore, due to the nature of their profession, Wanderers were most prone to disputes over the division of spoils, often seizing the opportunity to hide a portion of the loot when first to access it. Their precarious position and necessity, for instance, being unable to proceed without unlocking a door or encountering a trap, led them to leverage their eloquence and deception skills, emphasizing their vital role in the party, claiming dire consequences if they were absent, all to secure a larger share, even when they had already pocketed some. Although Ryan held a distaste for them, he had long since matured past impulsive years and acknowledged their occasional indispensable contributions. The most terrifying foes are not those who brandish weapons and confront you, but rather those friends who extend a hand while concealing a dagger behind their back. Ludwig, Emperor of the Savior Empire. We are nearing our destination. The Imperial merchant Oliver unfurled a map from within the wagon. This is one of the rest points. Rest point, indeed. This is a map produced by Marlenberg, detailing mountains, rivers, towns, and major trade routes across the continent. Any merchant who regularly travels to Marlenberg can obtain a copy of this map, that in exchange, we report any new road conditions and developments back to Marlenberg. Oliver displayed the map before several individuals. And indeed, as the Imperial merchant had indicated, the map was densely dotted with the locations of major towns and roads, as well as potential resting spots in the wilderness. As he lit a torch, Ryan noticed that some trade routes were marked in green, while others were in yellow and red, with the resting spots following suit. Green signifies safety, yellow indicates possible minor threats, and red represents opportunities for profit and wealth. Oliver stroked his beard, noting that the resting spot for the night was marked in yellow. Danger and opportunity always coexist. After all, did not the first human to set foot on the floating island amass great wealth? Ha! Without risk, why would we venture to Nord to transport so much cargo? Mats chuckled heartily. How can one earn money without taking risks? Investments promising low risk and high returns are mere illusions, unless Ryan's strength has reached a level sufficient to partake in the games of the gods. The caravan continued onward, and as darkness enveloped the sky, the guards and mercenaries lit their torches. Around 4:30 in the afternoon, the caravan finally arrived at the resting point as indicated by Estelle. Amidst the heavy snow and hazy fog, a dilapidated village came into view. The village was small, comprising about 10 houses, most of which had leaking roofs. The perimeter wall was constructed from logs, with earth and bricks forming the lower structure, standing less than 3 meters high. The village gate had been destroyed, appearing to have been violently forced open. Additionally, numerous breaches marred the wall, the most severe of which could accommodate at least 2 carts side by side. The forest loomed not far from the village. Merely a distance of about 200 meters, to ascend Mount Hodelin, one would need to traverse this forest. This is the place, brothers of Nord. Disembark and unload the cargo. Falk, take a few men to gather some wood nearby to block the breach. Mather, take 3 men to fetch a few barrels of water from the nearby river. Rostov commanded promptly. Assign a few to keep watch. Estelle, and you gentlemen, follow me. Ryan gestured for the half-elf and the wandering knights to accompany him. I shall join as well. A long leg clad in black high-top leather boots descended from the cart. Teresa had donned a complete set of black combat leather attire, draped in a white fox fur cloak, and approached the gathering with her staff in hand. The sorceress's flowing black hair shimmered with faint light, cascading down to her waist, her exquisite visage still radiant in the night. Sapphire earrings twinkling like stars, and the violet crystal atop her staff illuminated the path ahead. The men present were momentarily entranced, but Ryan could ascertain that Teresa had regained about 50% of her strength. Onward, without further ado. The women of the Gallon Council were never mere ornaments. Ryan, with his party in tow, cautiously approached the village gate, where Estelle knelt to examine the footprints. The multitude of tracks indicated that this resting point had seen considerable activity of late. These footprints belonged to Bilge, she deduced. The elven race possessed the innate ability of dark vision, and though half-elves could not see as far as full-blooded elves, they were more than capable of close observation, especially with the sorceress's staff illuminating the path. And what of these chaotic footprints? Ryan knelt down to scrutinize the tracks in the snow, which were smaller and more disordered. These should belong to goblins, Estelle concluded, integrating the known information into her assessment. Did the scouts leave behind no messages? Mused the wandering knight, Ike, his gaze lingering on the sorceress's long legs and bosom. Women are acutely aware of men's gazes, and Teresa sensed it immediately. She tightened her cloak with distaste and subtly turned to evade Ike's stare. Are you suggesting that goblins are hiding within the village? No worries. If those goblin scum are present, watch me cleave them in twain for you, my lady. I shall present you with their ears. Ike laughed boisterously, drawing his longsword and twirling it as if performing an elegant dance. Indeed. Indeed, my great blade is itching for action. So is my longsword. We pledge our victory to you, Lady Travik. Several wandering knights clamored in agreement. Very well then, I shall ask a few of you to investigate those houses. I will check that central one, Ryan thought, bemused by how well these rogue knights knew how to flatter the sorceress. Opportunities for display must be granted, and thus Ryan allocated the tasks. However, Ike did not relent. If I valiantly vanquish the enemy, will you treat me to a mug of Bagman beer, my lord knight? You must be dreaming. I can only treat you to horse urine. Bagman beer is renowned across the continent, a dwarven masterpiece brewed from malt. Considered the finest and most refreshing alcoholic beverage, rich in nutrition and even usable as sustenance, with a few mugs ensuring one would not go hungry for a day. This dwarven brewing marvel naturally commands a hefty price. And unless Ike was willing to tap into his savings, he certainly could not afford it. Ryan mused that the man was overreaching. Thus, the group dispersed to carry out their tasks. Ryan, wielding his warhammer before his chest, proceeded towards the largest house in the village, typically the abode of the village chief or lord, and most likely to harbor secrets. Snow blanketed the steps, and the sound of his leather boots creaking on the wooden stairs echoed ominously. Creak. The door of the house was neither locked nor barred. Ryan reached out and gently pushed it open. The heavy wooden door creaking with a sound of decay, revealing an interior shrouded in darkness. Light spell. Teresa had followed closely behind. The sorceress raised her hand and cast a cantrip of illumination, bathing the interior of the house in light. The chaotic scene was Ryan's immediate impression. If he were to describe it more specifically, it appeared as though a band of robbers had ransacked the place and left it for dogs to chew on. Indeed, it resembled the aftermath of a canine feast, with remnants of destruction scattered throughout the room. While abandoned villages do attract adventurers and travelers seeking treasure, it is an unspoken norm to leave behind a hospitable environment for future visitors. Thus, the holes in the walls could not possibly be the work of adventurers or mercenaries. Aside from a few splintered wooden scraps in the corner, Ryan found no furniture within. The floor was relatively even, though many sections of the wall were damaged and drafty, which the mercenaries would need to reinforce with wooden planks for the night. Wait, Ryan, what is this? The sorceress exclaimed upon discovering something new in the inner room. Ryan hastened over to find Teresa had stumbled upon several mushrooms in a corner of the room. To call them mushrooms was quite the stretch. They bore a blood-red exterior adorned with yellow and green spots, appearing utterly repulsive. Even more nauseating was the fact that the surface bore a face that was indeterminate as either human or beast, with elongated eyes twisted into a manic grin. Heavens, what on earth is this? Upon seeing the grotesque sight up close, Teresa felt thoroughly unsettled, instinctively retreating a couple of steps, only to realize her high-heeled boot had stepped on something. Turning to check, she found a similar mushroom crushed beneath her heel. The filthy, murky yellow mushroom juice splattered onto her high-heeled boot, filling the air with a nauseating stench. Ugh! A scream lodged in her throat, and the sorceress stumbled back against Ryan. What is this? What is this thing? Ryan instinctively wrapped an arm around Teresa's slender waist, finding the sensation quite agreeable. This is a bloodshade mushroom. Bloodshade mushroom. The sorceress retrieved a towel from her spatial ring. But the repulsive mushroom juice proved difficult to clean, emanating an unpleasant odor. She lamented, "My shoes." Ryan released his hold on her waist, and with a firm grip, he yanked the entire mushroom from the ground, tossing it outside through the hole in the wall amidst Teresa's protests of, "Throw it away. These are the handiwork of goblins. But would you like to know how they form? How do they form?" The sorceress continued scrubbing her boots vigorously. "Enough. Let us not linger in this room any longer. Let us find another place to converse." "As you wish, and allow me." Ryan extended his right hand, a pale blue energy swirling within it, and moisture in the air coalesced into a water sphere, which glided across the surface of her boot, finally washing away the filthy mushroom juice. The sorceress sighed in relief and quickly pulled Ryan away from the inner room. Then, with a wave of her hand, she summoned the discarded wooden scraps from the corner, sealing the door to the room. That should suffice. By the time they exited, Several wandering knights had already inspected a few houses and discovered some bloodshade mushrooms as well. Ike proudly held up the largest one. "Dear Lady Travik, I believe I can offer this to you." "Well, I was merely jesting. Please do not point your staff at my face." Ha ha ha. The mercenaries and guards erupted into laughter, many of them repairing the damaged walls, using felled trees in conjunction with wooden planks to reinforce the breaches, while other soldiers had begun to kindle fires for cooking. What of the druid? Ryan wondered how the tree chopping did not provoke an explosive reaction from the druid. It was quite peculiar. The druid did not linger and swiftly plunged into the forest. "Master Mather, stop dawdling there. The water is insufficient for so many of us. Take some men and fetch a few more barrels." Rostar approached, the burly figure in the black robe seemingly reveling in the tumultuous atmosphere. He then bellowed, "Brothers, hasten your pace, unless you wish to sleep under the stars tonight." "No one desires to sleep outdoors, lads, hurry up." Bilt responded with a chuckle as the mercenaries raised the canvas to cover the leaking roof. "By the way, Lady Travik, would you care for a bath tonight? If needed, just say the word, and we can fetch more water." Oliver's rotund figure swayed as he appeared before the sorceress, his tone ingratiating. "It wouldn't be a bother to send them for another trip. The water source isn't far from here. No need. Just arrange for me a private room, and," the sorceress pointed to Ryan, "put me in the same quarters as him." Yes, we understand." Oliver cast a suggestive glance at Ryan. Ryan pretended not to notice, as the Knight of the Kingdom wished to continue the earlier discussion about the bloodshade mushrooms. But the half-elf Estelle interjected. "Mr. Ryan? There's something amiss. Would you come take a look?" "Certainly." Chapter 28. Fending off the mountain bandits. What is this, a dog hole? No, it surpasses mere canine dimensions. Estelle led Ryan to the corner of the village wall, where several mercenaries were already stationed. Vilt, the vice-captain of the Blood Axe mercenary group, was also present, along with Bonda, who still had his arm crossed over his chest. Upon Ryan's arrival, both nodded in acknowledgement. Vilt for Ryan's formidable prowess, and Bonda for the life-saving favor he owed him. The mercenaries, inclined towards chaos rather than order, valued camaraderie above all else. In the corner of the wall, a gaping hole had been dug beneath the foundation, with bricks and dirt displaced by some creature, leaving a passage large enough for two to crawl through. "We cannot find sufficient materials to fill this, and if this creature can gnaw through the foundation, anything we plug it with would be futile," Vilt said, his voice heavy with concern. "Moreover, we discovered this." Estelle led a few others around the wall, where they found a pile of putrid remains not far outside. "Some large creature?" Ryan inquired with curiosity. "Indeed. Judging by the shape of the droppings, it must be a quite sizable beast," Vilt assessed, drawing from his extensive experience as a swordsman and mercenary. "Let us assign 2 men to keep watch here tonight," Ryan concluded. Realizing there was no alternative, sending men into the forest to track the beast would be akin to offering them as fresh meat. "Additionally, I noticed a flicker of light about 500 meters into the forest. I suspect there are bandits in the mountains." Estelle whispered conspiratorially to Ryan. "Can you be certain?" Ryan's alertness heightened. According to the previous guard captain, Loritz, bandits indeed roamed near Hodelang Mountain. The half-elf's night vision was unquestionable, and if he claimed to have seen a light, then surely there was one. "I'll take a look myself." Ryan nodded. After all, it is said that while thieves may thrive for 1,000 days, one cannot guard against them every day. That if bandits were indeed present, the optimal solution would be to eliminate them in the winter chill. Nord's days were already short. They arrived at the abandoned village by 4:30, and it was still not yet 6 when Ryan returned to the large house at the village center, just in time to see Rostar commanding his men to reinforce the structure. "You lot, seal this gap. Yes, bring those wooden planks over, nail them down, and then bind them with canvas." Upon noticing Ryan's approach, Rostar greeted him with a hearty smile. "Mr. Ryan, you've arrived early. We are still heating water for cooking, so it will be a while before we eat. That if you have no business, feel free to wander about or chat with Mr. Oliver and the others. The heavy labor is left to the youngsters. Also, Mr. Bilge has returned. I believe you would be interested in hearing about his findings." "I need to step out for a moment to scout the surroundings. I shall return shortly," Ryan replied casually, only to turn and find the sorceress standing right behind him. "What is it, Teresa? It's cold outside. You should remain indoors." "I am no pampered fool." "Ryan, are you planning to scout alone? Have you forgotten we are teammates? Or do you no longer wish to be partners, even as mere allies?" Teresa's silver eyes brimmed with a dangerous glint, and Ryan realized that a single misstep in his response could provoke her ire. "Let us first check our assigned positions," Ryan said. Seeing that many were eager to observe the exchange, raising his hands to indicate he had no intention of dismissing her. As the two most powerful and esteemed members of the team, Ryan and Teresa were allocated a quaint little cottage, only a few paces from the central house. The cottage featured a one-room layout, with the sorceress opting for the bedroom, while Ryan took the living room for rest. This whole isn't too large. It shouldn't let in too much wind tonight. Would you agree? Ryan observed that although the cottage had no leaking roof, the living room walls were still damaged, looking at the haphazardly nailed wooden boards in the wrapped canvas. He felt that having such an environment for the night was quite acceptable. What was that commotion earlier? Couldn't you leave the scouting to the mercenaries? Why do you have to go out yourself? Teresa opened her door, having already laid down a carpet and a camel hair blanket in her room. "I volunteered to go out for a stroll, to see if I could find some game," Ryan explained briefly. "In this cold weather, I wanted to stretch my legs and perhaps procure some meat. Are men always so restless? My father." Teresa crossed her arms, beginning to speak impatiently, only to realize she had said something inappropriate. She quickly amended, "Fine. Go ahead, I will wait for your return here. I want to partake in the outdoor feast." About 10 minutes later, the Knight of the Kingdom walked alone through the dimly lit black forest. The snowfall had just ceased, and the sky remained shrouded in thick clouds. The tree trunks often exceeded the embrace of a single person, and the heavy snow occasionally bent branches, falling to the ground and muffling Ryan's footsteps. As Ryan cautiously advanced, he pondered Teresa's words that it was evident that Teresa had a father. This much was certain. This world had no realm of daughters, nor was there a river of mothers that could guarantee conception. The sorceress certainly had a father. Moreover, as Ryan knew, Teresa's mother, Aurora, had been a noblewoman of the Empire, who had eloped with a man, forsaking her title, ultimately joining the Gallant Council and settling in Skyward Fortress. This raised a perplexing question, for Ryan had encountered Lady Aurora several times, and she struck him as an exceptionally wise and talented woman. The man who could win her over was surely not a mere charlatan or a rogue. Reality was not a web novel, and there were no hapless protagonists who could easily capture the hearts of women raised in the esteemed traditions of medieval nobility. Thus, Teresa's father must have possessed some degree of competence. Considering the sorceress was now 27 years old, and that Aurora had established herself as a formidable witch on the continent 50 years ago, why did Teresa seldom mention her father? Her expressions did not convey hatred or shame. Either. It was puzzling. Lady Aurora did not seem like someone who had been abandoned in any sense. Forget it. When did I become so curious about her? Unable to make sense of it. And with scant information at hand, Ryan decided to put it out of his mind. The man pressed onward along the forest path, carefully navigating between the trees. Unlike the wood elves, he lacked the ability to move stealthily through the forest. So he needed to tread cautiously. There was a saying, "A knight fears not an honorable death in battle, but rather the disgrace of dying ignobly." What is the weapon that kills the most knights? It is neither sword nor arrow, nor even magic. It is the pitchfork. This common tool of farmers possesses astonishing lethality, and many honorable knights, after a lifetime of valor, have met their disgraceful ends at its prongs. Often coated in filth, leading to fatal infections. Throughout history, countless formidable knights have perished under the tyranny of the pitchfork. Ryan, possessing extraordinary resilience, found that ordinary weapons were unlikely to harm him. However, as previously mentioned, legendary ranks are not invincible against ordinary or elite foes. Caution must always be observed. The knight cautiously made his way toward the direction pointed out by Estelle. In truth, this matter should have been resolved by the half-elf. Not Ryan. He merely sought to test his luck and see if he could glean any insights. Fortune favored him, as he soon discovered traces of the bandits, approximately 80 paces from Ryan, under a large tree. A group of individuals brandished torches, dressed in tattered garments and ill-fitting armor, their weapons a hodgepodge of mismatched types, yet all shared the unkempt appearance of wild hair and scruffy beards. "Boss, this caravan is too numerous. We only have a couple dozen brothers. We likely cannot take them on," one bandit with braids exclaimed. "Indeed, my lord, I have also spotted several fully armed knights," one of the subordinates added. "Damn it, if we don't make a move soon, we won't have any substantial gains. The heavy snow will soon seal the mountains. And if we cannot pull off a significant heist before then, how shall we survive the winter festival?" The bandit leader, wielding a curved dagger, pondered deeply for a moment before issuing orders. Very well. Noah, you shall remain here with a few men on watch. Wait for an opportunity when they are lax around midnight. Signal with smoke, and I shall lead my men through the secret passage to strike them by surprise and make off with their plunder. Understood. My lord. A junior leader nodded. The bandit chief gazed with frustration down at the encampment below. Had the caravan been smaller, he would have already led his men down, with the winter festival approaching. A grand score was essential to fully enjoy the festivities, was it not? Damn it, it's all those bloodsuckers, a pack of Imperial scoundrels and Marienburg's rabble. They have stolen our wealth and taken our possessions. Everything in Nord belongs to Nord. Remember, comrades, this is not mere highway robbery. We are acting on behalf of divine justice. We cannot stand idly by while these ruffians carry away what rightfully belongs to us. The bandit chief ranted vehemently. Those merchant scoundrels can do nothing all day, yet still earn a fortune. These treasures should belong to us. Let us slay these vampires. Long live Nord. What the chief says is true. We have long been dissatisfied with these rascals. But I wonder if there are any ladies to cool our men's ardor. There are. Surely there will be. Bread will be had, and milk too. Let us pull off a grand heist and return home to celebrate the winter festival. The bandits clamored, and soon the majority followed their leader away from the great tree, seemingly navigating a special path through the forest, moving silently. Only Noah, the junior leader, and 4 bandits remained, crouched beneath the great tree. From Ryan's perspective, he noticed a structure resembling a watchtower amidst the branches, allowing observation of the movements in the abandoned village below. Piecing together the bandit leader's words, Ryan deduced that the abandoned village harbored secret tunnels excavated by the bandits, and the entire resting point was a trap designed to lure unsuspecting prey in. If the prey proved too formidable, they would feign ignorance. If it was weak, they would pounce, slaying travelers and seizing their wealth and lives, all while justifying their actions as fighting to protect the wealth of the Kingdom of Nord. Such a convincing performance. What to do? A thought struck Ryan as he observed Noah and the others gathered around a small fire beneath the great tree. Damn it! Who failed to properly ignite the fire? Who accidentally set the wood ablaze? Step forward. Not me. Not me. Several bandits quickly shook their heads. Damn it. You all need to be more careful. What if we are discovered? Damn it. There are several knights below. Had I known we would encounter. Encounter what? Knights. A ghostly voice emerged from behind them, as a tall man clad in chainmail wielding a massive 2-handed hammer stepped forth from the shadows, his handsome visage illuminated by the firelight. I am Ryan, the hammer of the Nord White Wolf Knights, son of Lord Norman of Otin. What are you doing here? The newcomer's imposing stature and the shimmering knightly emblem on his chest, a white wolf's head, exuded an intense pressure. Who are you? The junior leader instinctively raised his sword, his voice trembling. Put down your weapons and surrender your valuables. Ryan effortlessly seized the blade, wrenching it from the junior leader's grip. With a display of sheer strength, he twisted the sword into a crumpled mass of iron, casting it aside. Valuables? Come and take them. The bandits, struck with terror, lost all bravado, and Noah fell to his knees. And no, Sir Knight, we mean you no offense. We are merely villagers hunting in the mountains. Lies. Ryan's right hand struck out with force, shattering the nearby tree trunk, splintering wood and snow cascading through the forest, causing the bandits to tremble in fear. We were wrong, my lord. We are but villagers struggling to survive, forced to block the roads. This was all the chief's idea, not ours, not ours. Indeed, Ryan mused, observing the utterly frightened bandits. His assumptions were correct. These bandits were likely desperate villagers, driven to banditry out of sheer necessity. They were merciless towards merchants and travelers, but instinctively cowered before knights like Ryan. This fear was ingrained in their very bones. No amount of bravado or weaponry could dispel it. A mere display of his power shattered their resolve. Take me to your chief, quickly. Why yes. Chapter 29. The porcupines thrust. The bandits' hideout was indeed well concealed. Their stronghold in the forest resembled a cave where bears hibernate. A place few would choose to rest as they traversed the passage. Ryan was surprised to find it quite spacious, evidently reinforced by the bandits. Torches hung on the rock walls, and the sounds of dining and revelry echoed within. Go knock, Ryan smiled, gripping the junior leader by the throat. No one knew that should he dare utter a negative response, his neck would be crushed in an instant. My lord, it's me, Noah. Open the door. The junior leader called, and the door swung open with ease. Noah, what brings you back? The bandit chief, noticing Noah's bowed head, appeared puzzled. My lord, I, the junior leader stammered as he entered with a few others. What do you mean I? Were you not instructed to keep watch over the camp below? The bandit chief erupted in anger. I came to find you. Who are you? The newcomer seemed uninterested in idle chatter, swinging his hammer decisively toward the bandit chief. Traitor! The bandit chief immediately realized there was a traitor among them. He kicked the table aside and rolled to evade Ryan's strike, sending food and broth splattering toward Ryan, who deftly sidestepped, causing it to drench the junior leader. Traitor! Traitor! Noah has betrayed us. Brothers, slay this knight. The bandit chief bellowed, scrambling to his feet and seizing a spear from the wall, hurling it at Ryan. Ryan caught the incoming spear effortlessly and hurled it back, impaling a bandit behind him against the wall. The unfortunate bandit struggled to pull the spear from his chest, but his efforts were in vain. After a painful struggle, his body grew still, pinned to the cave's rocky wall. Yes, that is him. He is the chief's trusted confidant. We commonly refer to him as the second, the junior leader exclaimed. Suddenly aware of his predicament, he shouted to Ryan, Sir Knight, I have fulfilled your request. Farewell. With that, Noah seized a spear and dashed madly toward the exit. The bandits, taken aback by the sudden turn of events, stood frozen in place. Get after him. What are you waiting for? The bandit chief screamed frantically. Do you wish for this knight to slay us all? If I were you, I would run quickly, for I intend to kill only him. If you scatter in all directions, I cannot possibly pursue you all, can I? Ryan's hammer pointed directly at the bandit chief, his eyes narrowed. The chief is done for. Run, someone shouted, and all the bandits immediately fled in a panic, racing toward the exit. Ryan made no attempt to stop them. Within 2 minutes, only the bandit chief and Ryan remained in the cave. What drove you to become a bandit? Ryan inquired, advancing slowly with his hammer raised. I lost my land, sold my home. Should I simply wait to die? The bandit chief backed away step by step. You parasites of the realm have taken my land, seized my possessions, and now come to claim my life. Ah, you are all the same. You consistently rob farmers of everything. The land is ours, the grain grown upon it is yours, the rivers belong to us. And the fish we catch are yours. The bandit chief gradually regained his composure, realizing he would never stand a chance against a knight, especially upon seeing the white wolf emblem. So your form of revenge is to take the lives of innocent travelers and merchant caravans, robbing them of their possessions? Just because you lost yours, you feel entitled to seize from others. Ryan remained unfazed. The bandit leader's tale was undoubtedly tragic, but what age lacked exploitation and oppression? Just because he could not survive, did that justify the deaths of those he murdered? What logic is that? Huh! The bandit leader suddenly leaped forward, brandishing his long sword towards Ryan's elbow. Ryan merely blocked the strike, effortlessly deflecting the sword. The disparity in their strengths was glaringly apparent. If Ryan so desired, he could have taken the bandit leader's life at any moment. Tell me, what lies within the mountains? I might consider sparing you, Ryan declared. Is that truly so? The bandit leader appeared somewhat agitated. Indeed, on the far side of the mountain, there is a horde of goblins, accompanied by over 20 wolves and 30 spearmen. The bandit leader confessed, leaning against the wall for support. And what else? Well, there seems to be a massive, tentacled silver wild boar roaming nearby, though I have never seen it myself. Very well, what more do you have? Ryan, having acquired 2 pieces of information, appeared quite satisfied, one hand loosening its grip on the warhammer as he stroked his chin in apparent intrigue. Also, perish, you scoundrel. The leader feigned contemplation, drawing a dagger from his chest and suddenly lunging it towards Ryan's chest. Yet, before the dagger was fully drawn, Ryan seized the bandit leader's wrist, and with an overwhelming force, the dagger was turned upon its wielder, plunging into the leader's own chest. Why you did this on purpose? The bandit leader gazed incredulously at the dagger embedded in his chest, slowly succumbing to silence. I pondered it thoroughly, ultimately concluding that I cannot let you go, Ryan remarked with a sinister smile, shaking his head. Now, all your ill-gotten gains are mine. He began to sift through the spoils within the bandit hideout, which housed the loot amassed by the brigands. Ryan noted that food was scarce, and the weapons were in a dilapidated state, with little of value remaining. Ultimately, he discovered 2 golden dinars on the leader's corpse, considering them a fitting reward. Exiting the cave, Ryan encountered the small leader Noah. who, along with several others, was waiting at the entrance, torches in hand. What is the matter? Was I clear that you were to flee? My lord knight, if we run, where can we escape to? One of the older bandits set down his pitchfork, kneeling and clasping his hands behind his head to signal his lack of malice. We are nearly out of food, if you would not mind. There is a bit of provisions left in the cave. Might you grant them to us? The spoils of defeating the bandits belonged entirely to the noble leading the charge. Take whatever you desire. Just let us have something to eat. We are truly starving, and there is nothing left at home, Noah pleaded, still on his knees. Sigh. Ryan let out a deep breath, recognizing the inevitability of certain matters, were it not for their dire circumstances. They would not have resorted to banditry. After all, the truly capable brigands thrived along the major trade routes. You lot may enter. Do bandits not deserve to fill their bellies? Ryan gestured for the bandits to enter. The best food is always reserved for the leader. If there are greater spoils, they feast well. If not, they eat sparingly to survive. The small leader soon emerged clutching a box of black bread, greedily tearing into a piece as if it were a roasted leg of lamb. I have a few more loaves of black bread. Share them among yourselves. Ryan retrieved some black bread from his spatial ring, which he had no intention of consuming, and generously offered it to them. Find your own path. Abandon the life of banditry that a heavy snowfall is imminent, so hasten your escape. Thank you, my lord, you are a good man. May the Lady of Wealth bless you that we vow never to return to banditry again. The former bandits wept with gratitude, and one appeared to recall something. Ah, this stone came from a passing dwarf. We found it on him after we killed him. As a noble knight, you surely know how to use it, that we bid you farewell. Taking the stone, Ryan observed that it was an identity-rune stone of the dwarf, albeit severely damaged. Very well, until we meet again. Until we meet again. The former bandits, clutching their food, swiftly vanished into the forest. After watching them depart, Ryan stowed the rune stone and began his descent down the mountain. The bandit group had disbanded, and it was time to return to camp. However, after only a few steps, Ryan sensed something amiss. A cold wind, tinged with a faint metallic scent, swept towards him. He discerned the presence of a large creature lurking within the dark forest, its form moving between the trees with a rustling sound. Gathering his magical energy, Ryan rubbed his hand across the head of his warhammer, igniting blue flames that flickered atop the iron hammerhead. He soon identified the creature, a massive wild boar, its silver body exceeding 2.5 meters in length. With a robust physique, its tusks, as thick as a child's arm, pointed threateningly towards Ryan as it snorted, releasing plumes of vapor from its large nostrils. One of its front hooves scraped against the ground. Its eyes brimming with hostility, Dietline was ready for battle. What terrible luck! Those bandits have been holed up here for how long without encountering this beast? Ryan tightened his grip on the warhammer, his eyes ablaze with fighting spirit. Come on! The boar let out a thunderous roar, charging towards Ryan with explosive force in its powerful hind legs. In mere breaths, it was upon him. Ryan steadied himself, slightly turning his body and raising the warhammer. Boo! As the boar leaped from 3 meters away, it soared towards Ryan, its gigantic tusks glinting with silver, aiming to impale him directly. Aya! Ryan exerted all his strength, swinging the warhammer horizontally as the blue flames blazed. The hammerhead aimed directly at the boar's face. What? Contrary to Ryan's expectations, the boar deftly dodged the strike in midair, leaving a faint white mark across Ryan's face from its silver tusks. Damn it! The Knight of the Kingdom touched his face. Had it not been for his extraordinary resilience, he would have been severely disfigured. Roar! The boar landed heavily 3 meters behind Ryan, triumphantly bellowing, its tail swishing and sending snowflakes flying. The bristles along its back began to rise, gradually acquiring a metallic sheen. The bristles detached from the boar's body like steel needles, launching and rose towards the knight, whistling through the air. Ryan raised his warhammer, gripping the handle tightly as he spun it rapidly, creating a cyclone that deflected all the incoming bristles. This, upon witnessing one bristle, now as hard as iron, embedded deeply into a nearby tree trunk. Ryan abruptly halted the hammer's rotation. That moment, a blue fireball formed in the air. Ryan swung the warhammer forward, sending the fireball hurtling towards the boar. The creature effortlessly sidestepped, once again charging at Ryan. Come on, to battle! Ryan too charged towards the boar, his heavy boots leaving prints in the forest floor. As he drew closer, the boar's form loomed larger in his vision. Just as before, when it was 2 or 3 meters away, the silver wild boar leaped once more. Now, Ryan fell backward, As if lying in the snow, sliding directly beneath the boar, the creature's soft, vulnerable belly came into view. In that fleeting moment, Ryan struck with his warhammer, landing a powerful blow just beneath the boar's belly. "You!" The boar let out a chilling scream, its body falling like a deflated balloon, rolling in the snow before collapsing. Whimpering in agony, Ryan rose from the snow, rushing to the boar's side, ignoring its pleading eyes as he brought the warhammer down. Crack! The boar's skull shattered, white brain matter spilling forth. The creature's eyes turned milky, and after a brief convulsion, it ceased to breathe. Done, Ryan exhaled. This wild boar was clearly a creature mutated by chaotic energy, endowed with formidable strength and resilience, even acquiring the ability to launch hardened bristles. Regrettably, its intellect had not kept pace with its newfound power. It knew only to charge and attack with its tusks, having merely learned to shoot bristles. Its weakness remained its soft underbelly, which Ryan, with his wealth of combat experience, exploited in that fleeting moment, delivering a devastating blow. Otherwise, subduing such a beast would have been a formidable challenge, its hide harder than iron. Looking at the massive carcass, Ryan suddenly knelt on one knee, performing a standard knightly salute, his right hand pressed to his chest, fingers resting on the White Wolf Knight emblem. "I dedicate the glory and spoils of this battle to the great White Wolf War God. May the white flames of the wolf deity forever illuminate the north. Uric grant me the wolf's sharp fangs. Uric grant me the wolf's keen claws. Uric grant me the wolf's pelt, and I shall showcase the power of the wolf to my foes." With that, Ryan remained kneeling, motionless. Chapter 30, Night Conversations, Part 1. The snow had intensified, with large clumps of snowflakes swirling through the forest. The towering coniferous trees trembled as if in fear, swaying incessantly. The howling wind swept through the woods, producing eerie sounds akin to the roars and wails of demons from the depths of hell. An ominous vision appeared as the snowflakes spiraled around Ryan, and a divine white flame emerged within the heart of the forest. A great will descended, imbued with ferocity, wrath, savagery, and cruelty, yet also suffused with strength, courage, glory, and faith. A worthy sacrifice. A rugged and boisterous voice resonated within Ryan's mind amidst the void. A truly large and rare mutated wild boar. "Indeed. I offer it to you, great wolf god," Ryan silently declared, knowing that the White Wolf War God could hear him. A wave of satisfaction echoed through the void, as the wolf god expressed keen interest in the several hundred pounds of mutated creature. Uric relished such moments. He enjoyed battle, revelry, and the display of valor and might. Ryan had single-handedly slain this formidable, mutated wild boar through close combat, and the wolf god appreciated such demonstrations of courage and strength. Favoring the most primal and brutal methods of hunting, the white divine flame coalesced in the air, opening a portal to another world, through which a massive white wolf, comparable to a water buffalo, leaped forth to in mere moments. It devoured the boar's carcass, then circled around, clutching the remaining parts before darting back into the portal. Afterward, silence reigned, with only the residual white flames in the air indicating that the wolf god's messenger had once graced this place. "Well, not even a leg of the pig left for me," the White Wolf Knight casually complained. Not all White Wolf Knights are the same, but all White Wolf Knights are indeed White Wolf Knights. Archbishop Marlis Bierthofen of the White Wolf Church. The former refers to a title, while the latter denotes an advanced profession, like Ryan, whose title is White Wolf Knight. Yet his advanced profession is not that of a White Wolf Knight. Any knight who performs exceptionally well has the opportunity to earn the title of White Wolf Knight and become a member of the White Wolf Order. However, if a knight chooses to advance as a White Wolf Knight, they must join the White Wolf Order. Theoretically, the White Wolf Order does not fall under the jurisdiction of the Nord Kingdom. Its headquarters is located in the White Wolf City, Wolfsburg, of the Imperial territory of Walrich, which is also the capital of that region, ruled by the Imperial Elector, Ironwheel Manfred Adalbert. This territory borders the Nord Kingdom, yet shares the same barren lands and harsh weather. The land here is shrouded in an almost impenetrable dense black forest, making the valiant White Wolf War God a revered deity among many. The White Wolf Temple is perched atop a cliff in White Wolf City, guarded by numerous White Wolf Knights. The White Wolf Knights of Nord are merely two detachments within the larger White Wolf Order. The existence of the White Wolf War God Uric is ancient, having manifested miraculous deeds on the continent when humanity still engaged in primal existence. It is said that the founding emperor of the empire, Charlemagne, received considerable aid from him, However, the war goddess' unpredictable nature means he seldom responds to the prayers of his followers. The church rarely provides welfare or relief, and the rituals and trials that please the white wolf war god are perilous, causing the church's influence to wane significantly over the 1,000 years since the empire's founding. Brushing off the snow and mud clinging to him, Ryan swiftly descended the mountain. Fortune smiled upon the knight of the kingdom once more. As he struck a rabbit with his throwing knife, emerging from the forest, he found that the abandoned village had come alive with the flickering flames of bonfires and rising smoke. Estelle, stationed atop the wall, promptly spotted the returning knight and signaled to the guards to open the city gates. "Mr. Ryan, there has been a tree fall in the forest ahead, and firelight is visible. Is that your handiwork?" "Indeed. Are there any other matters?" Ryan replied as he entered the forsaken village, exhaling a sigh of relief. "None. Most of the people are cooking in the large central hall, and we have not detected any enemy incursions." Estelle nimbly leaped down from the wall, landing gracefully. "Would you like to join us?" "No. I have dealt with the mountain bandits and that massive creature. The rest is up to you." Ryan shook his head, knowing that joining the gathering in the large hall would merely turn him into a minstrel. Reaching the door of the designated small cottage, Ryan pushed it open, only to find it secured. "Teresa, Ryan." The door opened, and upon confirming the identity of her visitor, the sorceress, clad in a plush coat and a purple silk gown, allowed him entry, promptly securing the door behind him. "You've been gone quite a while. I've already heated the water." The room was illuminated by a magical lamp, casting a soft yellow glow that brightened the interior. The large hole in the wall had been sealed with planks by the sorceress's spells, and a pot of hot water simmered in the fireplace. After a hard-fought battle outside, to have a woman prepare hot water for me is truly delightful." Ryan removed his chainmail and settled cross-legged on the laid-out carpet. "By the way, why not a hearty stew? TSKU." Teresa's exquisite features flushed a pale pink from the cold as she sat down. She wrapped herself in a nearby blanket. "All right, the ingredients are ready. You cook." Ryan said nothing further. He utilized the corn, ham, and vegetables provided by the caravan to prepare a pot of hearty corn and vegetable soup, then skinned the rabbit, hanging it by the fireplace to roast. "Teresa, how does it feel to be out adventuring?" Ryan continued his work while initiating conversation. "Not bad. Traveling is not as difficult as I imagined." The woman nodded, her long, dark hair cascading down like a waterfall, shimmering with a faint glow. "Oh, really?" Ryan chuckled dismissively. All right, Ryan, I know you care for me. Is that not enough gratitude?" Teresa, well aware of the man's amusement, pouted. "Do you know? Besides you, I have never been this close to any man, and now I'm sharing a small cottage with you at night. Yes, and I should feel immensely honored to be your bodyguard." Ryan glanced at the sorceress, who had always maintained an aloof demeanor in public. To see her like this, pouting like a little girl, was indeed a rare privilege. "As a teammate, you've been through battle?" The sorceress quickly noticed the snow and mud on Ryan's chainmail. "Yes, I encountered mountain bandits and mutated creatures." Ryan recounted his recent experiences to the sorceress, including the bandits and the silver wild boar, omitting any mention of the white wolf war god Uruk. As they spoke, the large pot of corn and vegetable soup was ready, and Ryan ladled it into a bowl, handing it to the woman. "It's rather strange. You let those bandits go, neither eliminating them nor aiding them, merely tossing them some bread." The sorceress accepted the wooden bowl, her face reflecting curiosity. "Their lives were in your hands, yet you chose not to alter their fate. This is uncharacteristic of you. What could I do?" Offering them money and charity is something the Church of the Goddess of Mercy or the Church of the Moon would do to kill them. They are, after all, people of the Nord Kingdom. Our compatriots as a knight of the Nord Kingdom, it is permissible to slay a few vile criminals, but exterminating them all seems excessive unless truly necessary. Ryan shook his head. "Truth be told, it is simple. This place cannot support so many farmers. The existence of nobles dictates a limit to the population that the region can sustain, and that limit is only decreasing with time. You are unwilling to dip into your own pockets to aid others, nor do you wish to indulge in unnecessary slaughter. This indeed aligns with your character." The sorceress nodded, recognizing that Ryan adhered to fundamental moral principles. He embodied the 8 virtues of knighthood, loathing evil and promoting justice. Yet, compared to some rigid paladins or the priests serving the goddess of mercy, Ryan was rather cunning, waiting for opportunity and gain, never acting without compensation, and often haggling to secure greater benefits for himself. In the words of his mother, Aurora, Ryan's defining traits are tolerance within rules and kindness at the boundaries. He was young, endowed with formidable strength, possessed a humorous and knowledgeable demeanor, making him a splendid companion on the journey. Spending time with him made Teresa feel that the young knights and nobles she had known in the winter city of the Nord capital paled in comparison. What about the mutated wild boar? The sorceress was more intrigued by Ryan's handling of the creature than by the bandits who had turned to crime out of desperation. To her, those individuals were merely lowly beings, expendable. Once she discerned Ryan's thoughts, the topic was swiftly set aside. Just a powerful mutated creature, akin to griffins, scorpion-tailed lions, and horned eagles. Ryan turned the iron rod, the rabbit roasting over the fire. The animal's fat dripping onto the embers, sending sparks flying as the savory aroma of roasted meat began to fill the air. Over a millennium ago, the malevolent chaos god descended upon the northern wasteland, which gradually succumbed to corruption. Decades later, the first chosen of the chaos god, the unifier, Mocha, emerged into the world. He rallied an army of over 500,000 chaos warriors and opened the gate to chaos. This little-known war for the homeland, concealed within the annals of history, was of a scale and brutality surpassing all wars in the annals of the Empire. Even the formidable firearms of the contemporary age could not compare. The successive victories of Mocha's forces caused a surge in chaotic energy, as the dark god's essence swept down from the north, enveloping the entire old world. This transformation led the material realm to gradually morph into the chaotic realm. At that time, the over 500-year-old founding emperor of the empire, Charlemagne, also gathered all imperial forces, allying with dwarves and even divine beings, to march northward to confront the enemy, embarking on his 54th and final grand expedition. In that brutal battle, Charlemagne's greatest knight, Roland, sacrificed his life to carve a path to Mocha's stronghold. Charlemagne and Mocha engaged in an epic-defining duel. During a day and night of bloodshed, Mocha forced Charlemagne into dire straits multiple times. Yet, in the end, Charlemagne seized the opportunity and successfully beheaded Mocha for all to witness, leading to the disintegration of the chaotic army. Although the chaotic forces dissipated, the repercussions of the chaotic winds had already permeated every aspect of the material world, giving rise to many mutated beings, the most famous among them being the griffin, a creature half-lion and half-eagle, the ferocious scorpion-tailed lion, and the horned eagle beast, a hybrid of deer and bird. The corrosion of chaos brings decay and depravity. Yet it also births powerful magic and creatures. Ryan nodded. Have you ever encountered dark elves? I have seen them in the library, but have not interacted, the sorceress replied, nodding. She enjoyed Ryan sharing the unwritten rules and knowledge of the continent, which enriched her greatly. Among the dark elves, there are specialized beast tamers who subdue these mutated beasts for battle. Hee. Most of the dark elf beast tamers are female, wielding whips that are sometimes used not only for combat and taming beasts. Ryan. Teresa's voice rose in pitch. All right, hee. What I meant is that we humans are no different. For example, the elite griffin knights of the Empire, and the Duke of Leinster from Bretonnia rides a large horned eagle beast. As for the scorpion-tailed lion, well, many parts of it fetch a good price. The Kingdom Knight carved up the roasted rabbit with a small knife and smiled. That mutated wild boar is referred to as the silver porcupine in the records of Imperial scholars. It possesses ranged attack capabilities, and its hide is remarkably tough, with its weakness lying in its soft underbelly. It's just a bit strange. A bit strange. The sorceress delicately tore at the roasted rabbit meat. Ryan's culinary skills were indeed commendable. The rabbit was crispy on the outside and tender within, rich in flavor and full of chewiness. Yes, a bit strange. Logically speaking, in such cold weather, wild boars shouldn't be found in northern regions like Nord. Even if they did appear, it's odd for them to wander in the forest during this season. Even if they are mutated, their primal instincts would still remain. At this time of year, wild boars would typically seek warm nests to avoid the cold, only venturing out during midday and afternoon, and would actively appear at night. This is somewhat abnormal. Ryan stroked his chin, sharply sensing that something was amiss. Perhaps it's merely a coincidence. Maybe food is scarce. Teresa dismissed it. The temperature in the room gradually rose with the efforts of the fireplace. The sorceress pulled away her blanket, revealing her long, elegant neck, akin to a swan, adorned with a string of pearl necklaces, exuding an air of nobility and elegance that captivated Ryan. The woman appeared languid, reclining comfortably against the blanket. Regardless, with you holding him back, my spells can send him to meet death. But I'm not at ease. Teresa, do you truly understand Belter? Or rather, do you truly comprehend what a monster hunter is? What do you mean? Chapter 31. Conversations by Night, Part 2. The sorceresses within the Council of Galen often found themselves entwined with monster hunters. It is said that many of the council members maintain ambiguous relationships with those masters of hunting monsters. People often joke that monster hunters do three things in their lives: rid the world of corruption, eliminate evil, and pursue sorceresses. Ryan knew there was some truth to this, for the women of the Galen Council easily sparked connections with monster hunters, not only due to their complementary roles in battle, but also because of an undeniable mutual attraction. Over a century ago, the great savior, His Majesty Ludwig, led the Order Coalition to repel 50,000 chaotic warriors on the plains of Fazhar. However, after driving back the chaotic army, Ludwig was left with nothing but ravaged land, countless destroyed towns and farmlands, and something even more terrifying. This was the corruption and religious beliefs left by chaos. The tainted faith spread wherever chaos had passed, with mutated chaotic beings and followers lurking within the empire, perpetually corrupting this world, biding their time for the return of chaos. In this dark age, humanity requires not heroes, but experts, specialists dedicated to eradicating chaos. This is the precursor to the monster hunters. The origins of monster hunters are exceedingly complex. The earliest hunters were predominantly those who lost loved ones and friends during the Chaos War. They viewed chaotic beings as eternal foes, under the collaborative training of the Empire and various churches. These individuals took to the field, burning their lives in a relentless pursuit. Swift, cunning, and lethal, these monster hunters delivered merciless judgments upon all who worshipped chaos, even if a single chaotic believer emerged from a village. The monster hunters would reduce the entire village to ashes. Yet, over a century has passed, and the majority of those early monster hunters have perished, with the threat of chaos diminished and the level of corruption in the world decreasing. Fewer individuals are willing to endure the rigorous training to become monster hunters. Consequently, the demand for monster hunters has gradually declined, leading to a new generation of hunters, primarily consisting of orphans from war, abandoned infants from villages, impoverished villagers, and soldiers and mercenaries yearning for advancement. After undergoing specialized training, monster hunters learn to concoct simple potions, carry holy water and relics, and master the techniques of firearms, short swords, and long swords. Their extensive experience enables them to swiftly identify chaotic believers and execute fire trials on all suspicious individuals. As for vampires, although they are foes of monster hunters, they typically do not initiate attacks. Generally, upon having their whereabouts discovered, vampires will retreat. After recounting a lengthy history of monster hunters, Ryan felt parched and took a hearty drink from his water flask. The sorceress, with a serious expression, nodded. So, how do these monster hunters, who have long been in contact with chaotic beings, avoid corruption? 3 methods. First, monster hunters consistently wear long cloaks, long coats, wide-brimmed hats, and belted outer garments, along with thick gloves. Such heavy attire helps to prevent their skin from making direct contact with chaotic creatures, and these garments are regularly replaced. Secondly, as I mentioned earlier, monster hunters always carry holy water and relics from the church. In addition to cleansing corruption, they also regularly consume holy water to combat the corrosive effects of chaos. As for the third, this is the privilege of a select few monster hunters. For those who obey the church's leadership and possess exceptional abilities, the church periodically allows priests to bestow divine magic upon them, shielding them from chaotic corruption. This is the most effective of the 3 methods. I have seen these 3 preventive measures in the library of the Sky Fortress. What I mean is, apart from these surface methods, are there any other approaches? Teresa removed her butterfly-patterned black-framed glasses, her silver eyes quietly observing the man seated beside her. You must know, right? All right. What I want to say is that choosing the right employer is crucial. Ryan relaxed, stretching his legs as he sat. For instance, the monster hunters under the auspices of the Church of Justice receive blessed silver swords from the church, which are exceptionally effective against chaotic beings. Then there's the Church of Life, which provides their monster hunters with a small supply of the Fountain of Life. This precious water can effectively purify corruption. Additionally, The followers of the Lord of Dawn and the Goddess of the Moon can pray under sunlight or moonlight, drawing upon their deity's power to dispel the chaotic energy within them. It is precisely because of this prolonged exposure to chaotic energy, repeatedly eliminating and resisting it, that monster hunters' bodies undergo certain changes. Akin to what medical texts describe as minor ailments without major illnesses, these bodily transformations tend to attract the members of your Gallon Council, who often develop fondness for monster hunters. Ryan mused that this was akin to developing antibodies against a virus. But knowing Teresa wouldn't comprehend, he referenced a tale from an elven medical book. So that's how it is in A Wonder Sophia and Emma have such relationships with numerous monster hunters. Teresa reclined against the soft velvet pillow, her tone wistful. What about you? Ryan gathered the remnants of food, casually inquiring. I don't. Who knew that Teresa would suddenly sit up in agitation, her tone far from pleasant. Haven't I mentioned this before? Today marks the first time I have ever been alone in a room with a man. Her shoulders were pressed down by the man, as Ryan gently urged her back down, smoothing the blanket around her before he casually chuckled. All right. I was merely jesting. There's no need to be so worked up. A lady's chastity is not a subject for jest, Sir Knight of the Kingdom. For reasons unbeknownst to her, Teresa felt a surge of anger at Ryan's nonchalant demeanor. She had never allowed any foul man to touch her. Fine. I apologize. Ryan was somewhat taken aback by Teresa's principled stance, his tone becoming considerably more serious. How much has your condition improved? Don't change the subject. Teresa retorted sharply, yet she answered Ryan's inquiry. By tomorrow morning, I should be about 70% recovered. Returning to our previous discussion, what would happen if a demon hunter were to fall from grace? There would be trouble, significant trouble. Ryan bit into the rabbit meat, his brow furrowed. Take Bert as an example. The master demon hunter possesses numerous secrets of the Nord Kingdom, including obscure ruins, the hidden enclaves of the church, and the vulnerable points along the kingdom's defenses. Bert has served as a demon hunter in the Nord Kingdom for several decades, and having earned considerable trust, should he fall, he would undoubtedly sell these secrets to the forces of chaos in exchange for rewards. This is precisely why Archbishop Innocent is in such a hurry. Moreover, a former expert in combating chaos, once corrupted, would become a nightmare for other demon hunters, simply because he is far too familiar with them. He knows their every move, their next tactics in battle, which is fundamentally why several demon masters have met their demise at his hands. Generally speaking, once fallen, a corrupted hunter's strength often surpasses a level. Bert had already stagnated at the initial stage of legendary for several years. So even if we catch up to him in Marlenberg, we would still be facing a mid-level fallen hunter? Ryan's words finally caught Teresa's attention. Not to mention, can we even safely reach Maiden Haven? Have you noticed, Teresa? This route has long been abandoned, and as long as the path is clear, Villar would never allow a trade route to be forsaken without cause. Furthermore, it is astonishing that not a single soul in the vast Carlson Haven is willing to guide our sizable convoy. Is the reasoning behind this not apparent? How can you remain so composed? The woman's face flushed, and she quietly inquired, Is there anything I can assist with? For now, it's unclear. Let's leave it at that. Sparks flew from Ryan's hands as he used his psychic energy to incinerate the remnants of food. Returning to the sorceress's side, You should rest in the inner room. I'll take the outside. Just call for me if anything happens. You are more nagging than my mother. What time is it now? You are a legendary powerhouse, blessed with extraordinary vitality, are you not? Stay and chat with me a while longer. To his surprise, Teresa thwarted his intention to leave. I've laid out the carpet. The inner room is warmer and spacious enough. Is it not? As you wish. Ryan saw no reason to decline a more comfortable environment. Though he could endure the hardships of sleeping outdoors, comfort was certainly preferable. He settled back down, the distance between them reduced to less than half a meter. There will likely be more fighting tomorrow. There exists a goblin tribe nearby. Although they shouldn't be too formidable, we will undoubtedly have to engage in battle. You believe the word of a mountain bandit? The sorceress removed her white lace gloves, revealing her delicate hands. No, remember the disgusting mushroom we encountered previously? Can we not mention that? Teresa grimaced, evidently haunted by the repulsive sight that had left a significant impression on her cleanliness-loving nature. I did not intend to disgust you. My point is, do you know why the blood-shade mushrooms appeared there? Are you suggesting that it was the goblin's doing? The sorceress quickly grasped the implication, showcasing her intelligence. Indeed, Each bloodshade mushroom harbors the soul of a sprite. Ryan began to recount the tale of the bloodshade mushrooms. It is well known that the green-skinned creatures come in 3 varieties, the highest being the orc, followed by the goblin, and then the sprite. The sprite is the lowest in the hierarchy among the greenskins, serving both as servants and sustenance for the former two. Just as Ryan described, these green-skinned beings defied human logic. They were creatures formed from green spores capable of photosynthesis, existing as autotrophs. Indeed, the greenskins had no fundamental dietary requirements as long as they could bask in sunlight. This meant they required no logistical support. However, a lack of need did not imply a disinterest in food. They relished meat and fungi as their favorite delicacies. Among them, the sprites, at the bottom of the hierarchy, particularly cherished mushrooms. Yet here lay a conundrum. Sprites were so diminutive and composed of plant spores that consuming excessive fungi would gradually cause their bodies to assimilate, rendering them rigid and immobile. At this juncture, goblins would plant these sprites, now resembling fungi, in the ground, awaiting harvest, and the sprites would take root and grow, ultimately transforming into bloodshade mushrooms. Bloodshade mushrooms are the coveted delicacy of the greenskins. Once harvested, they are only consumed during significant victories or important occasions, Ryan proclaimed, shaking his head. Wait, could it be that the face on the bloodshade mushroom? Teresa suddenly realized something, her complexion paling slightly. Precisely, that face belongs to the sprite. Ryan nodded. Now you understand why I can assert with certainty that we will encounter goblins tomorrow. Correct. All right. Please refrain from discussing such revolting matters any further. The sorceress felt a wave of nausea. Leaning against the soft pillow, her captivating gaze fixed upon the knight of the kingdom. His blue eyes met hers, his expression as calm as a still pond. Why are you unwilling to become my partner? After a moment's pause, the woman finally broke the silence. If you have tasks for which you seek my collaboration, I am open to negotiations. However, a long-term partnership is out of the question, Ryan replied coolly. Why is that? Aren't we well suited? Given our compatibility, similar ages, and comparable strengths, wouldn't it be a natural progression to become partners? Teresa queried, perplexed. Is compatibility and age the sole criteria for partnership? I do not share that sentiment, dear Teresa. Perhaps you are mistaken about my intentions or have ulterior motives. Ryan frowned, sensing the peculiarity of her reasoning. This was hardly akin to a noble matchmaking endeavor. The woman, too, made the connection, her cheeks flushing as she fell silent. Moreover, compatibility is purely your subjective interpretation, is it not? I have never viewed it in that light. The man continued his critique, casting a sidelong glance. Please do not project your fantasies onto my character. Yet you have been staring at my stockings incessantly. A blush graced Teresa's stunning visage as she did not miss the opportunity to counter him. That is an entirely different matter. Stockings are akin to the colorful ribbons adorning a grand tree during the winter festival. It is natural to be drawn to them, he retorted, his tone suggesting it was self-evident. Oh, is that so? I find that hard to believe. Teresa shot back, her silver eyes surveying Ryan, her brow arched, face tinged with red. Is this how you concoct excuses, fabricating seemingly plausible reasons to convince yourself? Ryan's gaze flickered, wishing to laugh it off but unable to muster a smile, his expression frozen. The two exchanged flustered glances for a moment before the woman ultimately turned away, unable to withstand the tension. All right. I understand. There's no need to rush this matter. I shall retire for the night. Good night. Good night. Ryan rose, intending to leave. Ryan. As he was about to step through the door, the man was called back. Soon, you will willingly become my partner. Oh? Is that so? I look forward to your performance. Chapter 32, The Path to Glory. The next day, the members of the caravan rose quite late. In the morning, a thick fog enveloped the forest, the white mist shrouding the entire Hodoran Mountains, rendering visibility nearly non-existent. Under such conditions, the caravan dared not proceed recklessly. Everyone was prepared, waiting in place. In such dense fog, Mr. Matz, do you truly intend to venture into the mountains? It is far too perilous, came the dry, emotionless voice of Berg. No, Mr. Bilge, you are only aware of one aspect while oblivious to another. That I have traversed Nord's trade routes countless times, and a thick morning fog invariably heralds the arrival of sunlight later in the day. Therefore, today's journey shall be considerably more straightforward, Oliver remarked with an air of confidence. Indeed, as the Imperial merchant had foretold, with the passage of time, the dense fog gradually dissipated, allowing the sun to rise gloriously in the east. casting its radiant rays upon everyone, warming their hearts after several days without its presence. All hail the god of dawn. Praise the god of dawn. Wonderful, the sun has come out. The members of the caravan erupted in jubilant cheers. Observing this, Oliver stroked his beard slightly, a hint of pride illuminating his face. His years of experience in trading between Nord and the Empire had taught him well. Time is money, my friends. Let us prepare to set forth. The sound of wagon wheels and the clatter of hooves echoed along the mountain path. The once thriving trade route lay in neglect, yet it would not remain so for long. Weeds choked the road, but remnants of the former path could still be discerned. The view on either side of the mountain road was expansive. Ryan noticed a collapsed watchtower by the roadside and urged his horse forward to investigate. Mr. Ryan, the half-elf approached as well. Estelle had donned a complete set of lightweight leather armor that day. Elves typically excelled neither in brute strength nor physical prowess, especially the wood elves who had fully integrated into the forest. The leather armor was more suitable for navigating mountain trails. Greyblade Bilge appeared, his voice gravelly as he spoke. We have been here before. Aside from some weapons, we found nothing else. Are you suggesting that this watchtower was abandoned voluntarily? Ryan mused, stroking his chin. Look at this. Mr. Ryan, Bilge said, leading two others into the tower. Indeed, the mechanisms used to open the doors showed no signs of damage. The original military withdrawal here was conducted in an orderly fashion. This place must have been relinquished deliberately. What could have prompted such abandonment? Do you have any insights, Mr. Ryan? The half-elf gracefully vaulted over the wall, inquiring of Ryan. Well, Ryan nodded, then shook his head. I am unaware of the reasons, but I suspect it is closely related to that incident. That incident? A matter instigated by a knight of the mission. Ryan indicated that there was nothing more to see. And the three emerged from the watchtower. TCH, those fools again. I truly do not comprehend why their lady consistently unleashes these beasts upon us, Bilge grumbled, his voice laced with resentment. We have scaled great mountains, crossed formidable rivers, plunged into the deepest abysses, and vanquished the most terrifying monsters. What must we do to earn your recognition, my lady? Sir Gasco, Knight of the Mission of Bretonnia. Bretonnia, as a kingdom of knights, enjoys a prestigious reputation across the continent. However, this also means that the titles of knights differ somewhat from those in the Empire and the Nord Kingdom. In Bretonnia, there are some unique circumstances. Since the first Knight King, Arthur, drank deeply from the Holy Grail bestowed by the Lady of the Lake and acquired unparalleled power, the Knights of Bretonnia have regarded the Grail as the ultimate pursuit of their lives. The formidable Knights of the Realm can ascend to become Knights of the Mission, also known as Expedition Knights, receiving blessings from the Lady of the Lake. These knights are significantly more powerful than ordinary knights. Knights of the Mission may choose to abandon all they possess and embark on the path of the Grail. The Lady of the Lake bestows upon them divine missions, and for the subsequent months, or even years, these knights will forsake all worldly possessions and titles to devote themselves to completing the trials of the Grail. Their lives become filled with trials and tribulations, constantly testing their spirit, body, and even soul. Amidst endless suffering and challenges, the majority of Knights of the Mission return defeated, with many leaving this world still yearning for the Grail. Only a select few succeed, and upon completing the trials set forth by the Lady of the Lake, a divine manifestation will appear before them. The knights will partake of the holy water from the Grail, their bodies and lives forever transformed by its blessings. They become legendary Grail Knights, endowed with extended lifespans and immense power. Embodying the virtues of knighthood and the blessings of the divine, these Grail Knights are the most formidable warriors on the continent, serving as the core strength of Bretonnia, ensuring its resilience and dominance. The charge of a Grail Knight is a sight that instills fear in the hearts of all, even angels and demons, and the mightiest champions of chaos are torn asunder before them. The tales of how these Grail Knights shattered the ranks of the Chaos Army 150 years ago continue to echo throughout history. The existence of the Grail Knights causes trepidation among all nations when other factions declare war on Bretonnia. They must first weigh whether their forces can withstand the onslaught of these knights. It is precisely for this reason that the Knights of the Mission are deeply resented and rejected by mercenaries. The root of their disdain lies in the fact that these Knights of the Mission consistently vie for the mercenaries' livelihood. To attract the attention of the Lady of the Lake, they frequently showcase their compassion and chivalry, demanding remarkably low compensation for their services in response to the pleas of villagers and lords. They often execute tasks exceedingly well, as the mundane threats that ordinary mercenaries can handle are trivial for the knights of the mission. While this may seem harmless, as Ryan might say in his previous life, the actions of the knights of the mission disrupt the market order. Their presence constantly squeezes the survival space of mercenaries, and cunning villagers and lords seize the opportunity to drive down prices. In many instances, mercenaries are forced to accept compensation significantly lower than the norm, facing complaints that they are greedy vampires. I am not well informed on the specifics. Ryan shook his head, but I have heard that a knight of the mission from the south entered the deep mountains and, after some unknown actions, the trade route was abandoned due to the rampant monsters. That knight has since vanished without a trace. Humph, it is undoubtedly those beasts behind this, Bilge scoffed, striding away alone. Ryan and Estelle exchanged glances. The half-elf shrugged, conveying a sense of helplessness that it was certain that mercenaries harbored contempt for the knights of the mission, and since this area had been thoroughly explored, it was time to retreat. Mounting their horses, Ryan initiated a conversation. "Mr. Estelle, you hail from the St. Laurens forest. How much do you know about those knights of the mission?" "Not much," Estelle replied as he mounted, effortlessly balancing on the saddle with a gentle motion, unlike the cumbersome humans. "I only know that the forest does not welcome these knights of the mission, at times, in an attempt to impress their lady. They even contemplate releasing sealed malevolent beings to defeat them. Perhaps that is precisely what the Lady of the Lake intends for these knights to learn as part of their education," Ryan chuckled. "It is entirely normal for the knights of the mission to require minimal compensation to embark on the path of the Grail. One must at least achieve the status of a royal knight. Thus these knights of the mission are, in essence, free from economic burdens." Ryan had witnessed a legendary knight of the mission, carrying 50 kilograms of provisions while donned in full armor, strolling through the wilderness as if it were the most natural thing. Everything they did was solely to draw the attention of the Lady of the Lake and fulfill their Grail tasks. Hence, any payment they accepted was merely symbolic, covering maintenance for their armor and provisions. This extraordinarily low cost was something mercenaries could scarcely manage. Carrying 50 kilograms of provisions is manageable. Legendary beings possess appetites 2 to 3 times greater than that of ordinary people. During traversals through desolate regions and mountain ranges, Ryan had carried as much as 100 kilograms of provisions until he spent a considerable sum and secured a spatial ring from the Garland Council. At this juncture, Ryan shifted his attention back to the caravan. "Lady Travik, what is that hand cannon you possess?" Oliver was conversing with the female sorceress, enviously eyeing the firearm in Teresa's hand. Today, Teresa was in high spirits, opting to ride rather than sit in the wagon. "This was procured from the dwarves beyond the unified Garland and the roof of the World Mountains," she replied, clad in a brown leather coat adorned with a thick fur collar. Paired with a white shirt and scarf that a sea-blue gemstone necklace hung from her swan-like neck, and her long legs, clad in tight black leather pants and high-heeled boots, attracted the gaze of several men within the caravan. "Oh, how delightful. I have always wished for a hand cannon like that, but have found no means to acquire one." Oliver scratched the back of his head, his demeanor humble. "Having firearms makes the journey significantly safer." "Does it not?" "Perhaps," Rostre, still dressed as before, remarked. The barbarian's leather armor always emitted a peculiar odor. "I still believe these firearms might be useful during sieges, but in open battles, our own weapons are far more effective. Wouldn't you agree?" The sorceress was in high spirits, and she refrained from engaging in further debate with Rost, having already ventured into perilous territories for quite some time. Little did she anticipate the multitude of troubles that awaited her, after several weeks of fruitless efforts. She found solace in the numerous rewards gathered during their journey. Upon noticing the sorceress's silence, Oliver promptly swallowed his next words, which had been intended to inquire whether she had any contacts to procure a few dwarven pistols for him. For he was willing to pay a handsome price. Dwarven hand cannons were the hallmark of high society and particularly fashionable within the Empire. Yet Oliver was left yearning, fully aware that he had no justification to provoke the ire of a legendary spellcaster. As they traversed the forest, the caravan moved at a leisurely pace. Ryan, riding his horse, recited somewhat obscure phrases. Thus, it is said, "A mountain is not lofty, yet it boasts the presence of Lin Zexu. A river is not deep, yet it holds the expanse of the Yangtze." Why have I never heard this proverb before? Teresa tugged at the reins, bringing her horse alongside Ryan, turning her head to gaze at him. "Never mind. It is of little consequence. Look, we are nearing the edge of the forest," Ryan replied, gesturing with open hands. Indeed, after an entire morning of trekking, they finally emerged from the woods, despite the depths of winter. Warm sunlight cascaded from the mountain peaks, illuminating the land. Upon exiting the forest, the hillside was adorned with meadows, and as far as the eye could see, the parched yellow grass and white snow formed a picturesque mountain landscape, with layers of mist swirling in the valleys, resembling an ocean of clouds. "Beautiful," Ryan exclaimed, reaching out to stroke his horse's mane. "Do you like it?" "At the Sky Fortress, I behold this scenery every day," the sorceress replied. Her indifference apparent, Ryan could only manage an awkward smile. After all, the headquarters of the Gallant Council, the Sky Fortress, was perched atop a 1,000-meter-high mountain at the world's roof, where one could indeed enjoy the sight of the sea of clouds daily. Nothing extraordinary about that. The Sky Fortress. "Now that is a truly enchanting place," interjected the half-elf, brushing his long hair aside. "I once dreamed of walking alone to the Sky Fortress." "Impossible. To reach the Sky Fortress alone, you would need a full set of cold weather gear and 20 pounds of provisions, along with fire-starting materials and a tent," Ryan retorted. "2 years ago, I made the journey alone, carrying over 100 pounds of supplies, trudging 50 miles a day, and it took me a full 7 days to arrive. Encountering numerous battles along the way, single-handedly defeating 3 ice trolls, countless spiders, fire lizards, ice lizards, bears, and wolves. Indeed, the path to the Sky Fortress was fraught with danger. This castle at the world's edge offered no supplies beyond snowmelt and wild grass, with countless ferocious beasts lurking, leading adventurers to dub this route the Path of Glory. It was not that traversing this road was glorious, but rather that those who did so had a high likelihood of being glorified." "You have been to the Sky Fortress?" The sorceress perked up, her eyes gleaming with intrigue. "I had no knowledge of that. At that time, Lady Aurora and you were in Winter City, as His Majesty required Lady Aurora to concoct a brilliant potion that it was then that Veronica entertained me." Astonished that someone would choose to traverse the mountain path alone to the Sky Fortress. "And then she immediately attacked me," Ryan recounted with a wry smile, his expression revealing that it was not a fond memory. "Fortunately, it was the Griffin Lady, who was also visiting the Sky Fortress, that recognized me." "Huff, you actually encountered that person?" Teresa stifled a laugh, resembling a blossoming ice lotus. "What on earth were you doing at the Sky Fortress alone?" "Both for training and to deliver something. I procured the heart of a harpy as requested by Lady Dietline and brought it to her." Ryan raised his right hand. "Then I traded it for this space ring." "Wow. I truly envy you." The half-elf gazed at the ring on Ryan's right index finger, his face alight with envy. "In the forest, only the lords of the woods and spellcasters, namely, the wizards, can possess such space rings. The production capacity of magical items among wood elves pales in comparison to their high elf counterparts. And humans are not particularly adept at utilizing magic. Consequently, the yield of magical items is quite limited. This scarcity arises because the creation of a magical item entails a loss of the creator's magical energy, a significant loss that requires extensive time for recuperation and cultivation, rendering magical items exceedingly precious. The heart of a harpy is incredibly valuable. How did you manage to acquire it, Mr. Ryan?" Rost, having listened to the conversation, seized the opportunity to join in. "Quite simple, really. 2 steps. First, reach into the harpy's chest, and second, extract its heart," Ryan replied with a chuckle. "Ha ha ha ha. Indeed, that sounds rather straightforward. Mr. Ryan makes a valid point. Just extract it, wouldn't you agree?" "Yes, indeed." The Knight of the Kingdom's words elicited uproarious laughter from the caravan members. "Next time you visit the Sky Fortress, do let me know that I shall arrange accommodation for you, and then I will take you to see the most beautiful sea of clouds at the Sky Fortress," the sorceress said warmly, gazing at the sea of clouds before her. "Wow, is this an invitation?" Ryan, for once, jokingly adopted a light-hearted tone. "Our mission has only just begun. Well, if we successfully complete it, visiting the Sky Fortress would not be unwelcome." "Then it's settled," Teresa nodded, smiling at the man, her cherry lips curling into a captivating smile. The other men present exchanged glances, envious of the Kingdom Knight's fortune in receiving an invitation from a Gallant Council member. As the hooves of the horses trod upon the soft meadows, the progress of the caravan was rather smooth. Upon reaching the mountain's summit, the scenery unfolded before their eyes, with clouds overhead and mist in the valleys. Resembling a fairy tale world suspended in the heavens, after more than 3 hours of travel, the midday sun signified that it was time for a meal. The group settled on the ground, boiling water and preparing food. Ryan once again showcased his abilities. With a flicker of light from his hands, he effortlessly ignited the firewood, and soon the caravan members were enjoying hot water and warm meals. After lunch, as they prepared to continue their journey, still only halfway through packing, a small dark figure appeared at the edge of their vision. Rost, quick to react, exclaimed, "Is that Bilge? Bilge has returned. There must be news." Ryan instinctively stood up, clad in a gray robe and riding a swift horse. Bilge soon approached the group. "There's trouble. A horde of goblins is heading our way." "How many? What level?" "Approximately 20 to 30 goblin wolf riders, along with more goblin spear throwers. They will arrive in about 10 minutes, Bilge shouted in response. "Eck, Rost, Estelle, you all come with me. Teresa, stay with Vilt and protect the caravan," Ryan decisively commanded, quickly mounting his horse. "Mr. Bilge, ensure the safety of Mr. Oliver and the others." "Understood." The caravan's guards reacted swiftly, clearly accustomed to such scenarios. They skillfully formed a defensive perimeter around the carts while Ryan and his companions mounted their steeds. "Ah, here they come. Gentlemen, it's time for battle," the wandering knight Eck exclaimed with enthusiasm, leaping onto his horse, drawing his sword and raising his shield, while several other wandering knights mounted their horses, with Estelle already charging ahead. Pulling the reins, the time for battle had arrived. The group ascended the hillside, and at the farthest point of their sight, several dark figures began to materialize. These were diminutive, malevolent-looking creatures with broad faces, long ears, and sunken noses, their entire bodies green, armed with crude spears and wooden clubs, mounted atop massive wolves, who had clearly spotted Ryan and his companions. Wag, the leading goblin, somewhat larger than the others, bellowed, prompting the remaining goblins to echo, "Wag! Humans, kill! Kill!" "TSK, it is rather amusing to see those goblins shout like that," remarked the seasoned half-elf Estelle, who had seen much of the world. Standing atop the hill, he knocked an arrow from his quiver, drew his bow, and released it with a piercing whistle. One of the goblins atop a wolf was struck and fell, losing its grip on the reins as it tumbled down the slope along with its mount. Whoosh! The second arrow followed swiftly, finding its mark squarely in the wolf's head. Rapid-fire arrows. Ryan murmured that it is well known that the ranger profession diverges significantly from that of a warrior. To simplify, warriors excel in melee combat, while rangers specialize in ranged attacks. Yet reality is not a game. In practice, many rangers also wield swords, long blades, and polearms, though they are less likely to carry shields. Many warriors also possess the knowledge to use bows and crossbows for long-range strikes, albeit with less mastery. When a ranger becomes an elite practitioner of archery after years of training, rapid-fire arrows and split arrows become hallmarks of these archery masters. But any ranger Ryan knew capable of such feats was at least 30 years of age. Estelle is a half-elf of Sylvan lineage, and all wood elves are masters of archery. Judging by his appearance, he should be no older than 80, which is hardly distinguishable from a human in their 30s. With such a formidable ranged attacker, Ryan felt greatly reassured as he raised his warhammer and commanded, "Forward, warriors! Charge!" Before Ryan could finish his command, Yak had already spurred his horse down the slope. "Charge!" The remaining few wandering knights also surged madly toward the goblin wolf riders. Do these people not know how to follow orders? Never mind, they are merely goblins. After all, it should pose no issue. Upon witnessing that even Rost had already charged down, Ryan decisively relinquished command. Yak, wielding his longsword, charged directly at the goblin wolf riders ahead. The goblins, too, shouted as they urged their mounts forward. In the instant of their clash, Yak deftly adjusted his body to evade the polearm, his longsword glinting with icy brilliance as it cleaved through half of a goblin's torso. The crimson blood of the goblin splattered through the air, further igniting the ferocity of the wandering knights. They closed in on the goblin wolf riders. The diminutive goblins found their long knives and spears utterly ineffectual against the knights, while the wolves still possessed some fighting spirit, though they soon fell beneath the knights' blades. Goblins have never epitomized strength. They are a trifecta of poor prowess, low morale, and inept command, a race that stands beneath even the orcs among the greenskins. In warfare, goblin forces typically face a rout upon suffering a loss of more than 10%, with their leader being the first to flee. In contrast to these pitiful goblins, the Wandering Knights. Though lacking titles or nobility, are seasoned soldiers who have undergone rigorous military training and possess reasonably commendable equipment, making the engagement with the Goblin Wolf Riders an effortless endeavor. Whoosh! One wolf was struck in the eye. Tumbling down the slope, the half-elf knocked another arrow. Whoosh! Another wolf was struck in the chin, its head hitting the ground and rolling over, collapsing amidst the thick grass with pitiful whines. Remarkable skill. Estelle, it is said that the volley of wood elves is akin to a torrential downpour. And witnessing it today certainly validates that claim. Ryan did not charge forth, but rather dismounted to stand beside Estelle, for the enemy was too feeble, and he had lost any interest in engaging. In our realm, my archery is hardly exceptional. Every adult in the forest has practiced archery for at least 20 years. The half-elf moved with grace, his long hair flowing, truly embodying elegance. 20 years means little to you. But for humans, that could very well represent half a lifetime. Estelle, simply call me Ryan. Ryan observed as several wandering knights had already driven the Goblin Wolf Riders into a panicked retreat, leaving behind a few corpses as they fled back towards their original direction. 20 years is not so brief for me either. Ryan.it was not so for my father. When I was deemed capable of standing on my own at the age of 35, he finally abandoned me, leaving this world. The Goblin Wolf Riders had retreated beyond the half-elf's range, prompting Estelle to lower his bow. Yet, decades later, my mother remains as beautiful as ever, while I appear older than she does now. Is that the reason you are reluctant to remain in the forest? Ryan pondered briefly before breaking into a wry smile. I feel out of place and weak. Whenever I am among them, I sense they regard me as an infant. Perhaps it is not merely my imagination. Unlike here among humans, I feel like an elder, almost a giant. The half-elf stowed his short bow, a disdainful expression crossing his face. The techniques of rapid fire and split arrows are known to all who can wield a bow in the forest, yet here, I would wager that in Nord, no more than 20 rangers in a complete lord's army possess such skills. That is true. Yet human soldiers can attain a certain level of combat readiness after just 6 months of training. Ryan observed the wandering knights thoroughly vanquishing the Goblin Wolf Riders and turned to mount his horse. And what of the elves? Well, a competent forest guardian requires at least 10 years of training, as elves tend to learn at a slower pace. Estelle also mounted his steed, and the two waited as Yak and the others continued to revel in their displayed prowess. Rost returned, carrying the ears of 2 goblins in his hands. There seems to be something amiss, Mr. Ryan. The numbers are too few, aren't they? Ryan spread his hands, his expression calm and unperturbed. Our intelligence indicated over 30 Goblin Wolf Riders, along with more spearmen. Yet the Goblin Wolf Riders we have encountered number no more than 15, and the spearmen are nowhere to be seen. This is clearly a ruse, Rost. Goblins are notoriously cunning. Indeed. Compared to the Orcish brutes, the goblins, as fellow greenskins, possess a somewhat meager capacity for thought, which may merely differentiate between charging into battle and tossing stones before charging again. A feigned retreat. We have been deceived. Other goblin forces have drawn us away. Mr. Oliver and the others are in danger, Rost exclaimed, but he quickly relaxed. What am I thinking? Mr. Oliver and his group are perfectly safe. Yes, so let us tidy the battlefield and return. Ryan smiled. Indeed, when the wandering knights regrouped with him and rode back towards the convoy, they were met with a scene of chaos. The mercenaries and guards had scattered, excitedly engaging the goblins, and the situation was overwhelmingly one-sided. Oliver's guard, Falk, shouted his name as he raised his shield to easily deflect a goblin's thrown spear, striding forward to confront the goblin spearman. The short-legged goblin soon found itself in a panic. Swiftly overtaken, and with a slash of Falk's longsword, crimson blood splattered across his face as he severed the goblin's ear before moving on to seek the next target. The leader of the Blood Axe mercenary group, Vilt, wielded his two-handed sword with fervor, venting the frustrations of recent misfortunes upon the goblins. Wherever his sword swung, goblin limbs and torsos were left in disarray, and under his command, the mercenaries pushed the goblins into a retreat. The leading goblin commander shouted, "Run, run!" Yet before he could finish, a blast of white ice shot in from the distance, striking the goblin commander's head, severing it cleanly from his neck as it fell to the side. With several mercenaries clamoring to claim the prize for the caster of the ice arrow. Should I truly be more courteous at times? Ryan instinctively rubbed his neck, pondering the formidable nature of an angry woman, particularly one like Gallon. Stand aside. Not a single one of these greenskins shall escape today. Stand aside. Teresa stood at the center of the convoy, raising her staff as deep blue arcane energy swirled around her purple staff. And under the sorceress's guidance, it unleashed Frost Nova. The magical force encased a fan-shaped area within 100 meters ahead of her in ice, trapping all goblins attempting to retreat, including a few mercenaries who failed to escape in time. The battlefield fell completely silent. Such is the power of magic. Chapter 34. Amelia. Thus, a goblin assault concluded effortlessly, with the mercenaries joyfully recounting the pleasant skirmish, diligently inspecting the corpses for any shiny trinkets. As goblins are known to covet gleaming objects, whether they be worthless glass beads or stones, or perhaps alluring coins and gems. Ah, what a delightful battle! No one sacrificed, and even the few unfortunate souls who were injured merely suffered from frostbite. We can soon set forth again, Lady Travick. The mercenaries were elated, and Vilt extracted a handful of silver coins from a goblin's body, considering it an unexpected boon, and promptly approached the sorceress to report. Excellent. Summon Ryan to me. In Vilt's imagination, Lady Travick would neither smile nor express anger, but as the deputy commander noticed her pallid complexion and harsh tone, he retreated quietly. This woman, is she dissatisfied with our lack of effort? Or does she find the intensity of this battle inadequate? A sense of indignation rose within the deputy commander, but he suppressed his ire and sought out Ryan, who was admiring the scenery. Are we ready to depart? Upon seeing Vilt approach, Ryan paused his conversation with Estelle. Inform Oliver that I shall join him shortly. Not quite, Mr. Ryan. It is Lady Travick who requests your presence. Vilt shrugged. Oh, very well. Ryan nodded. It seems our conversation will have to wait. Estelle, following Vilt towards the convoy, Ryan relished the sensation of his riding boots sinking into the soft, dried grass. He had not engaged in combat earlier, and thus had not taken any spoils. The knight of the kingdom stood still, gazing at the landscape for a considerable time. Do you know what this is about? Vilt's boots crunched against the ground as he shook his head. I do not, Mr. Ryan, but I have a question for you. Please. Do share. Are spellcasters always so difficult to deal with? The vice captain chuckled bitterly. Our blood axe mercenaries consistently demonstrate the utmost sincerity and the finest attitude. We exert ourselves to the fullest in every endeavor. Yet our numbers have dwindled by nearly half, while Lady Travick appears utterly oblivious. Perhaps your mercenary perspective is not wholly applicable to the spellcasters, and our knightly regulations may also be somewhat unsuitable. I have been endeavoring to discover a manner of coexistence that accommodates both her and myself, and thus far, it seems to be yielding positive results. Ryan rested his warhammer on his shoulder, freeing one hand to pat Vilt's shoulder. We will surely find a way to coexist. If not, perhaps ignorance is bliss. Mr. Ryan speaks so lightly of it. I have been stagnating at the elite mid-tier for 2 years now, and with the age of 35 looming near, I hope to have the opportunity for another breakthrough. Vilt paused before the cart. I shall refrain from accompanying you, please. When Ryan spotted Teresa amidst the crowd, he found her pallid visage seated atop a crate. Upon seeing Ryan approach, she instinctively attempted to rise, only to furrow her brow tightly, her expression distressed. Ryan, it's bad. Are you injured? Ryan inquired with curiosity. Can goblins inflict such harm upon you? No. The situation is dire. Ryan. Has come unexpectedly. The sorceress placed a hand on her abdomen, her voice laced with agony. Damn it, why now? What has come? Ryan pondered for a moment, his expression shifting slightly. Surely not. Ugh. Teresa was clearly straining to endure the pain. It may be. The disarray in my diet and magical energy over this period. Allow me to carry you. Ryan's expression soured as he realized the gravity of the situation, with only the two of them possessing high-level combat capabilities. Any loss would be catastrophic. This time, Teresa did not refuse, allowing him to lift her under her arms and knees, and place her gently in the cart, where she leaned back against the side, gasping, looking quite unwell. Stay with me for a moment, will you? As the cart set in motion and the caravan resumed its journey, Ryan leaned against the opposite side of the cart, his usual smile replaced by a serious demeanor. Do you often experience this? In our realm, it is not uncommon, as magical energy alters our bodily cycles upon entry. If not properly regulated, such occurrences become likely. Teresa clutched her abdomen, half reclining in discomfort. It's nothing. Usually, enduring it for a day suffices. But my trousers are soiled. and I may not be able to change them myself. The sorceress cast a pleading glance at Ryan. I think it best if I seek out a female mercenary to assist you. Ryan awkwardly rose. Exiting the cart, Teresa watched his retreating figure, her eyes shimmering with an unspoken thought. Upon stepping out, Ryan raised his voice. Is there a woman among the caravan? Any woman will do. The group within the caravan was taken aback, whispers erupting among them. I never expected the renowned knight, Mr. Ryan, to be of such character, so brazenly seeking, moreover, to do so inside the cart. Not only inside, but while it is in motion. Could it be that he has a penchant for this? And he only requires a woman. How peculiar are Mr. Ryan's tastes. A dark line formed across Ryan's forehead, compelling him to clarify. There is a patient in need of care. The chatter subsided as a woman entered the cart where Teresa lay. Teresa, this is the only woman in our ranks. So she shall attend to you. A slender woman with beautiful golden hair stepped in, somewhat timidly. Clad in simple mercenary attire of brown leather and yellow linen, Teresa felt a slight relief at the woman's neat appearance. However, upon raising her gaze, disappointment washed over her. The woman's face was dotted with blemishes, her small eyes and prominent nose creating an unbalanced visage, rendering her merely average in beauty. Who is she? Teresa asked casually. She is a mercenary from the Blood Axe, named Emilia, and the sole woman in our caravan. She will care for you during this time, Ryan affirmed, preparing to exit the cart. Wait, Teresa halted him. Why do I feel as though I have not seen her before? Is she truly a member of the Blood Axe? Indeed, she is. Typically, she handles cooking and laundry, and she is quite competent in medical matters. Moreover, she wields a rapier with commendable skill, at least according to Vilt, Ryan added. For now, focus on changing your clothes. We can address any issues afterward. Despite Ryan's reassurances, Teresa regarded the mercenary with skepticism, her gaze scrutinizing Emilia, as if seeking the truth within her. The sorceress's silver eyes shimmered with arcane light. And under her penetrating stare, Emilia appeared increasingly uncomfortable, as though she wished to retreat. Very well, she may stay. Emerging from the cart, Ryan rode over to Vilt. Mr. Vilt, about that mercenary, Emilia, I do not recall having seen her before. Emilia. Yes, she is indeed somewhat unremarkable. Do you know how she came to join our band? Vilt inquired. I am eager to learn. She joined us approximately 2 years ago while foraging for wild herbs in the wilderness. Looking quite forlorn, a band of brigands noticed her, but our mercenary group happened upon the scene, and Boris rescued her. Initially, we had no intention of recruiting her due to her lackluster swordsmanship, and a mercenary band does not typically have a use for a woman of her caliber. If you catch my drift, Vilt explained with a gesture. Then why did you allow her to join? Ryan asked, crossing his arms, intrigued. Because she is literate and possesses a wealth of knowledge. She easily identified the loopholes in our contracts with local merchants and assisted us in negotiations. Furthermore, she is skilled in cooking and possesses medical and bandaging knowledge, even crafting some simple herbal remedies. Hence, despite her poor swordsmanship, we had little objection to keeping her within our ranks once she demonstrated her talents. Vilt recounted Emilia's backstory and added, ironically, I was one of the most adamant opponents of her joining, yet now I must concede that she is an indispensable member of the Blood Axe. Fascinating, but have you not pondered her origins? Why would an educated woman be foraging for herbs in the wild? Ryan queried, his concern for Teresa's safety minimal, given the sorceress's formidable magical prowess. Emilia claims to be the daughter of a bankrupt merchant. There are many such cases. Nothing peculiar about it, is there? Vilt raised his hand, palm up. War invariably brings calamity. Even in the absence of those accursed barbarians and monstrous threats, the frequent conflicts among brigands, bandits, and lords can easily lead to a merchant's ruin. Daughters of bankrupt merchants are often sold into servitude, while capable girls like Emilia manage to escape. It is hardly surprising. Indeed, Ryan nodded, recognizing the truth in Vilt's words. The feudal system of nobility in the material world made it clear that a vassal's vassal is not necessarily one's own. Although imperial law dictated that disputes among lords be resolved through legal means and negotiations, private conflicts remained inevitable. In this world, where technology had not yet reached an advanced state, even the wealthiest territories contained vast stretches of uninhabited forests. Plains or marshes. If a lord's forces were insufficient, farmers would toil in fear, as the lurking threat of monsters could snatch away their lives at any moment. Thus, any trade route carried risks, the only variable being whether one encountered a lowly goblin or a fearsome band of beastmen. As the afternoon wore on and the caravan continued its journey, the newly frozen terrain allowed for swift passage. According to Oliver, once the snow began to thaw in the coming months, the roads would become perilously muddy, making travel nearly impossible. Concurrently, hibernating animals would emerge in search of food, rendering trade routes even more treacherous. Thus, no merchant would choose to conduct business in Nord during the months of April and May, Oliver concluded. Little wonder then that grain prices soared during that time. I had assumed it was merely due to the supply issues following winter, Ryan remarked. The same holds true during April and May. The taste of human flesh is at its most delectable, and prices reach their peak. Oliver chuckled. The rise in food prices affects us humans, and does it not also impact the beastmen and the greenskins? Ha 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 ha. Indeed. Ryan laughed heartily. Well, Mr. Ryan, perhaps you should go check on Lady Travik. She seems rather upset, and I worry. Oliver, noticing Ryan's cheerful demeanor, promptly made a suggestion. All right, I'll go have a look. Since earlier, he had been hearing Teresa's impatient voice. Oh. Stop that. Where are you wiping? Wait, be careful. This is silk. Do you have any idea how expensive it is? Goodness, you fool, can't you even manage the basics of putting on trousers? Don't use that dirty water. Bring me clean water, clean. He had chosen to ignore the furious shouts of the sorceress. After all, it was quite normal for a woman with her monthly visitor to be irritable, especially considering that Teresa had been born and raised in the Gallen Council. Possessing a fiercely independent and formidable character, it was simply abnormal for her to lack a temper, and he had no intention of courting misfortune. The others also kept their distance, with only the coachman pressing on with his duties. Inside the carriage, the pale-faced Teresa was struggling to don her tight leggings, but after a short while, she gave up. While the black leggings were unnoticeable under normal circumstances, in her current plight, merely pulling them up a bit sent waves of piercing pain throughout her body. The bumbling mercenary, particularly clumsy, had previously attempted to assist her with the water she had fetched. Did she not realize how easily that could lead to infection? She should have boiled fresh snow to filter out impurities instead. Moreover, the mercenary's demeanor irked her greatly. She was exceptionally displeased. Teresa was well aware that she was not at home, and the mercenary was not obliged to treat her with utmost reverence. Yet a modicum of respect and civility was certainly warranted. However, this mercenary named Amelia had kept her head down the entire time, avoiding eye contact, and responded to her with the simplest phrases. Yes. I am sorry, all right. This behavior left her feeling quite uncomfortable, both physically and psychologically. All right, from now on, you will do as I say, understood? Chapter 35. Ryan's inference, of course. Lady Travik, your command. Amelia momentarily lost her focus, but, upon seeing Teresa's exasperated expression, she softly replied, First, go fetch clean white snow and place it in a pot. Then let Ryan transform it into water, quickly. The sorceress finally relinquished her attempt to wear the tight leggings. She retrieved a blue velvet gown from her spatial ring, donned it, and covered herself with a blanket. Amelia said nothing further. Instead, after filling the iron pot with snow, she handed it to Ryan. Lady Travik instructed me to bring this to you, so you can turn the snow into water. Very well. Ryan extended a gloved hand, channeling his psychic energy as blue flames flickered to life in his palm. The snow within the iron pot melted rapidly, and soon, a pot of warm water was handed to the mercenary. Take it. Be swift. In this weather, water cools quickly. Understood. The carriage grew quiet, allowing Ryan to shift his attention elsewhere. He understood why the dangers of the Hodolan Mountains had diminished. The terrain was simply too flat and open. On a clear day, he could easily survey the landscape for kilometers from atop his horse, leaving bandits and monsters nowhere to hide, as the entire mountain range was blanketed in meadows and pristine snow. Bandits and beastmen, when facing humans head-on, stood no chance. Their reliance lay in ambushes and surprise attacks, constantly targeting supply lines and severing human formations that in such an expansive environment. The safety of the caravan was assured. Seizing this opportunity, the White Wolf Knight contemplated his next course of action in his past life. Ryan had been an avid history enthusiast, having read extensively. The backdrop of this world bore a striking resemblance to the fantasy novels he had perused, Swords and Sorcery, Blood and Fire, a feudal system defining the realm. However, it diverged significantly from the narratives he had encountered. Ryan was familiar with the lore of the Lord of the Rings and Dungeons & Dragons, The world of the Lord of the Rings was intriguing. It represented a low magic realm where the forces of order were perpetually beleaguered by evil. And humanity's capital faced the encroachment of overwhelming armies that it seemed that only through the relentless efforts of the Fellowship could the malevolent Sauron be vanquished. Yet, those who have truly read the original text know it is far from that simple. The protagonist's adversary, Sauron, the ultimate villain of Middle-earth, was merely the lieutenant of the actual supreme antagonist, Morgoth, who was himself but one of the more potent beings among the Vala, the gods within the narrative. Morgoth's power was finite and always paled in comparison to that of Eru Vader, the creator. Thus, one could summarize this in straightforward terms. Gandalf, Eru, father of all. Does Aragorn roar like a lion? Eru, indeed. Gandalf, do the Vala also support him? Eru, of course. Hence, the Fellowship consistently found themselves escaping peril, as countless forces exerted themselves to assist them, for Aragorn's ascension to kingship was predetermined by the Divine Council. Even if Gandalf perished in a battle with the Balrog, Eru could simply intervene, resurrecting him in full vigor and promoting him to the rank of White Wizard. This is the underlying principle. What appears chaotic is, in fact, stable as a rock, with the backing of Eru and most Vala. The forces of order maintained a significant advantage. Even in dire circumstances, Eru would ultimately emerge to rectify the situation. In truth, nothing in the Lord of the Rings could threaten Eru. Even the climactic battle against Morgoth failed to compel this singular deity to reveal himself. The narrative of Dungeons & Dragons is even more convoluted in the lower planes. There exist realms like the Abyss and the Nine Hells, where evil seems overwhelmingly powerful, and the forces of order and evil appear evenly matched. Yet, this is merely an illusion. Ryan understood that the forces of order were, in fact, significantly stronger than their evil counterparts. The higher beings and deities of the upper planes preferred to turn a blind eye to the chaos, which is why they relegated these malevolent forces to the lower planes as long as they deemed it necessary. The evil entities remained unable to stir up any significant trouble. The angels of Celestia once penetrated the abyss, and the Nine Hells were merely a matter of contractual obligation. In the lore of Dungeons & Dragons, one frequently encounters an unnamed adventuring party defeating formidable demons from the abyss, or even a band of paladins seizing control of an entire layer of the abyss as its rulers. However, compared to the Lord of the Rings, the highest deity in Dungeons & Dragons, Ao, while immensely powerful, is not invincible. There have been deities who approached the might of the highest god, but later grew weary of their responsibilities and relinquished their divinity, such as the ancient god of death, Jurgil, and others whose powers diminished due to unforeseen circumstances and successfully reincarnated, like the original goddess of magic. That unlike the Lord of the Rings, Dungeons & Dragons is a high magic world where a god's wrath can obliterate a nation with a mere thought, rendering any mortal defenses utterly ineffective. This world is entirely different as a White Wolf Knight. Ryan had visited White Wolf City and studied the White Wolf scriptures, which chronicled extensive history during the first invasion of chaos. The god of the White Wolf personally descended to combat the chaotic forces. According to the scriptures, Uruk wielded his warhammer, donned a silver-gray wolf cloak, and clad in divine armor, he led his sacred spirits, the White Wolf Knights, into the fray against the chaotic army. Uruk himself is said to have slain over 30 champions of chaos and demon princes, and he claimed the heads of more than 500 chaotic warriors. Not counting the countless lesser soldiers, the scriptures describe Uruk as invincible, as powerful as the white flames scorching the earth in the depths of winter. Indeed, quite impressive, yet merely that, when compared to the deities in Dungeons & Dragons who can effortlessly annihilate cities. The prowess of this god of the White Wolf seems incredibly weak, weaker than Ryan could have imagined. Nevertheless, even so, the god of the White Wolf is among the most formidable deities within the pantheon of humanity. The god of the White Wolf abhors lies and deception, so his followers would not likely fabricate stories within the scriptures. This data should be fundamentally accurate. Hence, Ryan was compelled to draw a conclusion. The deities of this world are far weaker than one might imagine. During the first invasion of chaos, Charlemagne assembled nearly all the forces of order on the continent, excluding the elves, and included several descended deities and their celestial armies. Yet even so, the forces of order were nearly pushed to the brink of annihilation. Moreover, the one who ultimately slew the chosen of chaos, Mocha, was not a deity, but rather Charlemagne. the human leader. From this, 3 inferences can be drawn. First, Mocha is formidable, and the power of the descended deities was insufficient to directly vanquish him. Second, Charlemagne possessed strength comparable to, or even exceeding that of the descended deities. Third, the 4 gods of chaos did not make an appearance. Thus, Ryan could only conclude that in this world, the forces of evil surpass those of order. And not by a trivial margin. Mr. Ryan, truly, it seems I have become ensnared in a colossal cage. The fate I face is either to defend myself against evil and ultimately break free, or to perish alongside this prison. Mr. Ryan, to embark on a journey in this world, fueled by audacity to combat the chaos, is indeed a fanciful notion. He must devise a strategy to secure his own dominion and strive to ascend within the rigidly conservative and insular noble hierarchy of the medieval era. Mr. Ryan, a voice from the outside world jolted Ryan back to reality, his once distracted blue pupils refocusing. What is it? It was Rost, the barbarian, observing Ryan's contemplative demeanor with curiosity. Mr. Ryan, are you deep in thought? Yes, there are matters that trouble me. Ryan sighed deliberately. I ponder the fact that there is but one female mercenary among the entire caravan. How shall these gentlemen manage? Ha! Mr. Ryan, you needn't worry about that. Mercenaries, ourselves included, all have our old flames. Rost laughed heartily, his braids and beard swaying with mirth. Not to mention, in Winterfell, I have an old flame as well. She's quite a sight, both in figure and beauty, and we've shared many years of camaraderie. For merely 20 silver dinars, I always spend the night with her whenever I visit Winterfell. Ha 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 ha, that's nothing. Rost, I once met a bard who, when he stayed over, had his old flame cover all expenses and even paid him for his company. A mischievous grin adorned Ryan's face as he gestured with his hands. So, Rost, when will you be able to have your old flame pay you? That would truly be a feat. Ah, that's impossible. The last time I went to Winterfell, I found my old flame had vanished without a trace, not even leaving a message. When I inquired with the innkeeper, she said she had earned enough coin and intended to marry a merchant to live out her days. Rost scratched the back of his head. Cultivating an old flame takes many years. I might not manage it. Don't rush to find one among humans, Ryan winked. Why not consider a female night demon? No sooner had he spoken than the canvas of the nearby wagon was lifted, and a spear of ice, thicker than a tree trunk, shot out from within, aimed directly at Ryan's head. Shut your mouth, Ryan. Oh heavens! Rost instinctively leaped off his horse, rolling a few times on the soft meadow, but looked up to see Ryan nonchalantly extending a finger and flicking it in the air, deflecting the ice spear, which embedded itself in the grass beside him. Eavesdropping is not a commendable habit. What you need most right now is rest. I have no objection to gentlemen discussing such matters, but I would appreciate it if you would keep your distance and refrain from conversing near my wagon. The curtain revealed the enchanting visage of the sorceress. Or are you so interested in female night demons that you wish for it to be common knowledge? Shall I mention this to Lord Norman? Female night demons are not demons, but rather beings akin to fairies from the forest, possessing goat-like legs and hooves, yet displaying the beautiful appearance of human women, subsisting by siphoning the vitality of men. Very well, let us not dwell on that. Teresa, I find our journey quite intriguing, Ryan remarked as he rode alongside the wagon, noticing that the female mercenary was no longer inside. It reminds me of a knightly tale I once read, where the protagonist's mentor was named Anon. Unknown, a nameless one? The sorceress inquired, puzzled. In any case, this mentor was hailed as the greatest knight on the continent, yet his actions throughout the tale were rather lackluster, perpetually dissatisfied. Dissatisfied? Please clarify. In several crucial battles, he never emerged victorious. He was either poisoned by his foes, lacked the will to fight against former comrades, or suffered from old injuries. The so-called greatest knight failed to demonstrate the strength of the continent's finest, often falling to lesser adversaries. A hint of disdain crossed Ryan's face. Yet the author continuously emphasized his status as the greatest knight, which is rather ironic. Are you mocking my propensity for mishaps? The sorceress quickly connected the dots. No, what I mean to convey is that in many instances, you are unable to fight in optimal condition. Thus you must learn to conserve your magical energy rather than squander it in trivial disputes with me. Ryan regarded Teresa's face. Lady Aurora should have informed you of the repercussions of carelessly using magic in towns. I understand. The sorceress felt unwell and Aware of her own shortcomings, wished to avoid further argument with the man. After a brief admonition, Ryan's expression softened considerably. Are you feeling any better? I suppose so. I shall meditate now. Very well, I shall not disturb you. Ryan had no desire to engage further with the sorceress. Recognizing her emotional volatility and opting for brevity, from experience, he knew that a day's rest could significantly alleviate her discomfort. Perhaps that as the sun gradually descended in the western sky, the caravan crested the top of Hodelin Mountain, and Ryan rode to the center of the caravan. Mr. Oliver, what is our expected campsite for the night? There is a relatively flat area in the valley where we shall camp tonight, Oliver replied. By the way, Mr. Ryan, having come from the rear of the caravan, did you happen to see Ike? No, Ryan shook his head. That is strange. Where has Ike gone? Just as the two exchanged puzzled glances, a thunderous roar echoed from afar, shaking the ground beneath them. Roar! The sound emanated from the east. Draw swords, prepare for battle. Ryan bellowed, and the members of the caravan halted in their tracks, the sound of steel being unsheathed reverberating through the valley. A tumultuous clamor of footsteps approached, revealing Ike in disarray, his armor battered and misshapen, running towards the caravan with a look of panic. It's a bear spirit. By the heavens, there's a bear spirit here. Chapter 36. Ominous shadows indeed. Behind Ike, a giant bear, towering over 2 meters, was in pursuit, the wandering knight scrambling frantically, the distance between him and the bear diminishing rapidly. Foolish! How can one run uphill in the face of a giant bear? He will soon be caught. Ryan immediately lifted his warhammer and dashed towards the bear. When confronting a bear, one must never ascend a slope. Bears are remarkably swift uphill due to their short forelimbs and powerful hind legs, making it exceedingly difficult for even the fastest human to evade them. The correct approach is to run downhill. In such a scenario, the bear's short forelimbs may hinder its ability to maintain balance, allowing humans a chance to escape. What a colossal bear spirit! When standing, it could reach heights of 3 to 4 meters, its gray fur caked with dust and snow, its eyes glowing red, and its gaping maw filled with sharp teeth, drooling long strands of saliva. Roar, roar! The bear spirit closed in on Ike, and Ryan and Ross sprinted forward at full speed, shouting, What happened, Ike? I just wanted to find a place to relieve myself. The wandering knight, Ike's gaze darted. Then he quickly shifted the topic. Hurry, save me. Ryan arrived first, wielding his warhammer, cautiously observing the massive bear spirit. The bear spirit halted abruptly, seemingly recognizing that the human before it was not an ordinary foe. Stopping roughly 10 meters away from Ryan, steadying itself, it scrutinized the man wielding the warhammer. Its fur bore a fair amount of dust and snow, and its size and claw length indicated that this brown bear was at least over 10 years old. With bloodshot eyes and sluggish movements, Ryan shot Ike a fierce glance and then addressed Rost. I shall confront it. You find an opportunity. Understood. The barbarian said little more, slowly retreating. Ike hastily rose, drawing his longsword. The progeny of the Albrecht family never concede defeat. The enormous bear spirit surveyed its surroundings, ultimately choosing to pounce upon the seemingly easiest target, Ryan. Damn it, I knew it would be me. Ryan cursed under his breath and swiftly rolled aside. The bear's strength far surpassed that of a human, even with his extraordinary physique. He dared not engage directly. A bear spirit of this age would be at least an elite-level challenge, its power not to be underestimated. Among the three, Ike donned chainmail and a breastplate, wielding a long sword and shield. Clearly not an easy target. Rost, tall and robust, brandished a spear, an implement that the bear spirit was likely to avoid. Thus, Ryan was the prime target. The sensation of rolling on the meadow was tolerable, despite being quickly covered in grass and snow. Ryan sprang to his feet, retreating once more as the bear spirit's massive paw swiped through the air, the gust of cold wind chilling him to the bone. Ike seized the moment, raising his kite shield and striking the bear spirit's head. The shield crashed. The heavy shield collided with the bear spirit's skull, momentarily stunning it. While this maneuver did not inflict substantial damage, it effectively hindered its movements. The profound sense of vertigo momentarily halted the bear spirit's movements. Seizing this opportunity, Rostar thrust his spear towards the creature's vulnerable flank, exclaiming, Taste this. The spearhead penetrated the bear spirit's dark fur but failed to advance any further. Realizing the dire situation, Rostar quickly relinquished his grip, exclaiming, Oh, damn it! With a mighty roar, The bear spirit swung its forepaw horizontally, striking the barbarian in the ribs before he could retreat. He cried out in agony, crimson blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. As Rostar staggered back, clutching his side, having sustained internal injuries, the bear spirit prepared to pursue, but a warhammer approaching from the front made it sense imminent danger, prompting it to instinctively abandon the chase and lunge towards Ryan. Ryan stood firm, pivoting just in time for the hammer's head to collide with the bear spirit's shoulder. A resounding crack echoed as bones shattered, eliciting a pained howl from the creature. It was now time to test the results of his earlier efforts. Ryan silently mused. The soft blue energy swirled around his fingers. First, the cantrip light, go. The azure energy coalesced into a radiant sphere, which struck the bear spirit's eyes, causing intense discomfort. Next, Ryan swept his hand over the warhammer, causing a plume of steam to erupt from the iron head, swiftly crystallizing into frost upon its surface. With a thunderous blow, Ryan slammed the hammer into the ground, freezing the earth within a 2-meter radius and encasing the bear spirit in a thick layer of frost. Momentarily immobilizing it, reinforcements soon arrived from the distance. The first arrow struck the bear spirit's shoulder before it could react, followed by a second and third arrow that hit its forelimbs and chest. Soon, a barrage of arrows transformed the creature into a pincushion, with guards and mercenaries surrounding it. Realizing the gravity of its situation, the bear spirit let out a deafening roar that left those nearby disoriented, before curling into a ball and rolling down the mountainside. Stirring up clouds of dust, it gained speed rapidly, rolling several dozen meters in mere moments. Enough! Do not pursue. Let us continue our journey, Ryan declared, sheathing his weapon with a stern voice. Why not pursue? That beast is on the brink of death, Ike exclaimed, his face paling as he approached. Pursue? How would you do that? On horseback? Is your steed an elven warhorse or a Britannian hybrid? Are you certain it wouldn't be frightened by the bear spirit's roar and toss you to the ground? Ryan retorted, his expression equally grim. Why not? I don't need a horse to fight it. That beast is gravely injured. It cannot move as it rolls down the slope. Give me a moment, and I can claim its head. Ike insisted fervently. If you provide me cover, such glory is within reach. Why hesitate? Our precious manpower is not a resource for you to seize glory. Mr. Ike, Ryan interrupted him sharply. If it weren't for you, I doubt Rostar would have been injured, would he? Rostar was receiving treatment and bandaging, the mercenaries administering potions as he grimaced. It's nothing, just a minor wound. I shall recover in a few days. Before Ike could respond further, Ryan leaned in and whispered, You already understand that even in hibernation, the bear spirit is difficult to kill with a single strike. So what confidence do you possess that you can slay a giant bear spirit that has merely sustained some injuries? The face of the wandering knight shifted between hues of green and white as he finally relented, his tone becoming disdainful. I see, Mr. Ryan. You have no intention of allowing me to earn glory. Your plan is quite clever, ensuring you maintain your position of leadership, is it not? With that, Ike stepped beside Ryan, his eyes ablaze with resentment. You surely do not care for such trivial spoils, do you? Your reputation precedes you. You are already a knight of the realm, but what of me? I need this. Desperately. Enough? Ike, do not forget, it was you who drew this creature out. We are under no obligation to pay for your blunders. Please distinguish between valor and recklessness, Ryan reprimanded once more. Fine, I understand. In the absence of Ryan's support, Ike finally abandoned the pursuit, forcefully pushing Ryan's hand away and declaring loudly, You have the luxury of cowardice, do you not? You fear losing, fear the tarnishing of your reputation. With that, Ike turned and walked away. His words left the others regarding Ryan with puzzled expressions. Were Ryan to join the pursuit, the bear spirit would surely stand no chance of survival. Frowning deeply, Ryan noted the majority of the mercenaries and guards were eager to follow Ike's lead, and his refusal to pursue left them perplexed. The bear spirit was a treasure trove. Its immense body could yield a fortune of at least 50 gold dinars, or if sacrificed to the bear god Urson. Perhaps a 5-ring spell scroll and Urson's blessing. Only a half-elf approached Ryan with understanding. Mr. Ryan, all things possess a spirit. It is evident we have disturbed the bear spirit's hibernation. The best outcome is to calm its fury and allow it to return from whence it came. Do you think I spared this bear spirit out of pity? You overestimate my sentiments. Ryan shook his head resolutely. Then why let it go? The half-elf inquired, bewildered. I have a foreboding sense. This journey will not be easy, and we cannot afford to be divided. In the darkness, something seems to be watching us. Ryan squinted, as if sensing an intangible gaze upon them. Are you a stargazer from the Imperial Royal Wizard Academy? Or a sky mage from the Wizards Guild? Do you possess prophetic abilities? Istel recalled that Ryan had indeed cast a minor spell during the skirmish. No, merely a feeling, Ryan replied, unable to divulge further. This was a revelation granted by the energy he wielded. He had sensed a massive, foul essence lurking in the distance, observing the caravan's every move. Just as he intended to investigate, that presence had vanished. Ryan had endured countless battles, yet the sight of that terrifying, blood-red power was a first for him. Perhaps Ike's disturbance of the bear spirit was no mere coincidence. A S1 encounter concluded. The caravan pressed onward. Deep within the forest, countless trees grew wildly, shrouding ancient pathways. These trees, with their trunks, branches, and leaves, exhibited a peculiar, sickly yellow hue, their gnarled roots encroaching upon the very earth itself. The planter, Eldred, traversed this woodland with his staff, picking up the withered branches from the ground, his wrinkled face contorted in disgust. The corruption has worsened. My lord, how can I save this land? Since the arrival of chaos, the taint of the chaotic winds had gradually seeped into the material plane. Trees, fueled by this corruptive energy, had proliferated excessively, yet lost the vibrant green that symbolizes life. Dense branches obscured the sky, allowing little sunlight to reach the ground. The Church of Nature has, since its inception, strived to halt the encroachment of chaos. Unlike the Church of Life, which stands for humanity, the Church of Nature sides with nature itself. Its followers include numerous rangers and druids, who tirelessly work to prevent any beings from disturbing the tranquility of the forest, in the eyes of farmers. The druids of the Church of Nature are seen as advocates for nature and trees, often appearing as veterinarians, actively aiding farmers in treating their oxen. They warn villagers of the ferocious beasts and brigands lurking within the woods, advising against entering or cutting down the forest. The gullible villagers seldom suspect that these ferocious beasts are nurtured by the Church of Nature itself, and many of the brigands are funded by them. Their ultimate aim being the protection of the forest, by any means necessary. Truth will eventually be unveiled, and the Church of Nature has thus become an unwelcome entity among the noble lords. The forest is weeping, its body is continuously rotting, the vile chaotic energy eroding its very essence. Only within its deepest recesses does a pure fragment of forest remain that I must find a way to extract its seeds. As long as I acquire the seeds, there is hope for the future. Eldred illuminated the depths of the forest with his staff, a gentle emerald light emanating from its tip. Wherever it shone, the black chaotic energy was rendered visible. Each time the verdant light dispelled a portion of the chaotic energy, the tree's morbid growth receded, revealing tender new buds upon their branches. My lord, please save this land from corruption. I am at my wit's end. Eldred sighed deeply. The northern kingdom of Nord, being the closest to the chaotic wasteland, suffered the most severe erosion, and the Church of Nature had made considerable efforts in response. Who goes there? A rustling sound echoed from the distant forest, and Eldred instinctively turned around, only to find no trace of an enemy. Unwilling to reveal yourself, are you? Emerald energy coalesced around the druid before transferring to his staff. Then I shall compel you to emerge. With a resounding thud, the staff struck the ground, and a wave of green energy radiated from its tip, creating ripples across the parched earth, swiftly advancing towards the source of the sound. Wrath of the Forest, a foring spell. I found you, Eldred bellowed. Children of the forest, arise and fight. Thorns and branches rose from the ground, ensnaring the unwelcome guest with unyielding tenacity. Before Eldred stood a towering figure, nearly 4 meters in height, crowned with 4 massive bull horns that pierced the air. Iron plates were embedded deep within its robust body, and its arms, thicker than tree trunks, wielded 2 battle axes, stained with blood and bearing numerous nicks. Its chest armor bristled with spikes, and its enormous, blood-red eyes radiated a fervent intensity. With each breath, it exhaled vast clouds of white mist, causing the ground to tremble. Even as its form was ensnared by branches and thorns, only the emotions of ferocity and bloodlust were apparent. Is that the 8 pillars insignia of the blood god? Who are you? A profound chill spread through Eldred as he beheld the beast before him, and his thoughts began to coalesce. Is it a human? No. A bear? Neither. The creature's bovine visage faced the druid, its crimson eyes filled with zeal, not a target. A sacrifice, battle. With that proclamation, the sinews of the unwelcome guest surged violently, shattering the branches and thorns that bound it. Filth, in the name of my Lord Tal, I shall purify you. Chapter 37, The Message from Uruk that night. The merchant caravan camped in the valley. Guards and mercenaries bustled about, their spirits markedly elevated compared to the previous day. Ryan speculated that this was due to the successful skirmish earlier, wherein most mercenaries had likely reaped rewards from the goblins. In contrast, the merchants exhibited a subdued demeanor. During the descent, one of the wagons overturned under the assault of a wolf pack, spilling black pitch barrels within. And Mats quickly calculated his losses to exceed 100 gold dinars. The night sky glittered with stars, and in the distance, the densely wooded Scavel Mountains revealed a portion of their veiled visage. Madly growing forests and bleached bones lining the roads told tales of dreadful histories. Hurry! Hurry! The guards were unloading cargo, and with the assistance of two others, a large wooden crate was hoisted down from the wagon. Ouch! The day's fatigue weighed heavily on the guards, causing the crate to crash to the ground. Spilling several chunks of ore, this stone, a mixture of sea blue crystals and rough rock, was evidently unrefined magical ore. Seaheart stone. Teresa approached, leaning on her staff. After half a day's rest, her complexion had improved. Mr. Oliver, is this your cargo? Oh dear, what are you doing? Clumsy fools, quickly tidy up. Mats rushed over, gesturing for the guards to collect the scattered items, then awkwardly smiled. This is my cargo, Lady Travik. What is the meaning of this? Mr. Mats? Our gallant has issued multiple proclamations at the Nord Royal Court, offering high prices for any Seaheart stone. Why is there such a substance among your goods? Teresa's expression shifted markedly upon seeing the ore within the crate. Seaheart stone was an exceedingly precious magical mineral essential for crafting many magical items, possessing the ability to aid the offspring of wizards in awakening their magical talents. In critical moments, spellcasters could even draw upon its energy to replenish their magical strength. Matt stammered, glancing around awkwardly as he noticed the scrutiny of everyone in the caravan. Unable to articulate a response. Observing this, Ryan stepped in to defuse the situation. All right, Teresa, merchants are entitled to their right not to sell to you, are they not? The Kingdom of Nord does not have laws explicitly prohibiting the export of such items, after all. If such exports were banned, the king would surely face difficulties with military funding, wouldn't he? But Seaheart stone is far too valuable. We Gallen urgently require this magical ore, and we have offered such a high price. Yet the Imperial Royal Wizard Academy is willing to offer an even higher price, is it not? Ryan interjected, then turned to Mats with a light chuckle. Am I not correct, Mr. Mats? Yes. It seems we have been too lenient with you merchants. It is time to give you a bit of. Just as the sorceress was about to erupt in anger, a sudden pang of discomfort in her lower abdomen reminded her of her condition. Noticing this, Ryan swiftly approached and lifted the sorceress in his arms. All right. Do not be angry. You cannot make decisions on this matter anyway. Just mention it to Lady Aurora later. With that, Ryan whisked her away before she could utter another word, much to his surprise. The sorceress did not resist, sparing him considerable trouble. 7:30 in the evening. Lifting the tent flap, Ryan found Amelia, her expression dazed as she carried a basin of warm water. He stepped aside to clear the path and inquired, "Do you feel better?" "Much better. And by the way, do you not know that one must at least knock before entering a lady's chamber at night?" The sorceress reclined on the prepared soft cushion, her mood evidently sour. "My apologies, then please rest well. Good night." Ryan sighed, nodded, and turned to leave. The tent fell silent once more. The sorceress assumed Ryan was sulking, only to find he truly did not return, after waiting for quite some time. Her disappointment deepened, setting aside the events within the tent. After bidding farewell to the caravan, Ryan made his way alone to a nearby clearing that he retrieved the divine scroll he had previously purchased in Ulan town. A zero-level cantrip, the light spell, and fell into contemplation. Unraveling the divine scroll, Ryan traced the energy patterns and symbols depicted, then raised his hand. Light. A luminous orb, slightly smaller than a fist, shot forth from his hand, illuminating the eerie, frigid surroundings. However, about 10 meters away, the orb vanished without warning. This differs from the normal divine magic. Typically, a light spell can travel at least 20 meters before fading, yet my simulated version only extends 10. Ryan pondered aloud. Is this due to the divine power of the deity? Let us try this. Next, Ryan produced a magic scroll that had cost him a fair amount, containing a first-level basic spell, Magic Missile. Compared to divine scrolls, magic scrolls were far rarer, and like other magical items, their creation was immensely challenging. Known only to high-level wizards, crafting such a scroll required meticulously replicating the intricate spell patterns on a parchment, followed by inscribing the necessary incantations. Wizards would then infuse the scroll with magical energy, which was a task requiring great skill. Too much energy could result in an explosion or self-activation, especially with destructive spells, while too little might render the spell unusable that a third-tier wizard could only craft a first-tier magic scroll. And a legendary wizard of 6th tier could at most create a 4th-tier scroll. It is worth noting that to utilize a magic scroll, the user must possess a modicum of magical talent and be able to read the inscriptions, thus narrowing the audience for such scrolls. Magic Missile, a first-tier evocation spell, launches 3 energy bolts at the target, a fundamental spell mastered by every wizard apprentice. Ryan murmured to himself. The principle of this spell was straightforward. Condense magic into energy bolts directed at a target. Ryan swiftly analyzed the spell using his psychic energy, and, following the spell structure, he uttered, Magic Missile. As he had anticipated, his psychic energy could indeed simulate the release of Magic Missile. However, similarly, the original range of at least 50 meters for the spell diminished to mere 10 meters before dissipating into the air. This means that the spells simulated by my psychic energy cannot extend beyond approximately 10 meters from my body. Ryan recalled his father's teachings from his dreams. Psychic energy. Immensely powerful, yet a source of corruption. You must wield this force wisely. Then, how about this? Ryan concentrated his psychic energy in the center of his palm, spreading his fingers wide as the energy coalesced into silvery light, instantly illuminating the dark forest. Under the radiant glow of his psychic energy, the lifeless trees, previously tainted by chaotic energy, began to exhibit signs of transformation. The black chaotic energy receded, and branches and leaves sprouted anew. No, it was not merely the chaotic energy that had vanished. It was Ryan's psychic energy that obliterated the chaotic essence. But soon, the intense brilliance of his psychic energy not only expelled the chaotic force, but also swiftly incinerated the trees, which had just begun to recover from the torment of the chaos, turning them into charred remnants. The acrid scent of burning would fill Ryan's nostrils, causing the White Wolf Knight discomfort. Too much of a good thing can be detrimental. My psychic energy can purify corruption. Yet at its core, it remains a formidable destructive force that I must practice control over it. Perhaps this is the trial my father intended for me. Ryan nodded, resolved to rise, when suddenly a gale swept through the depths of the forest. The white divine flame reappeared amidst the trees, swirling in the wind, with dead branches strewn about. Ryan widened his eyes in shock and instinctively knelt on one knee. My lord, the white flames of midwinter, the will of the white wolf war god Uruk, had descended. The divine fire had not materialized. It merely hovered in the air before slowly penetrating the sea of consciousness of Ryan. Young one, we meet again. The white divine fire spoke within Ryan's consciousness. I pay my respects to you. Great wolf god, the white wolf knight Ryan is here to heed your teachings. A mixture of astonishment and joy adorned Ryan's face. It was well known that the war god of the white wolf, Ulrich, seldom responded to the prayers of his followers, rarely bestowed divine decrees, and even more infrequently descended into the material world. The only occasion he had manifested in the material realm was during the first chaos incursion, when he personally descended to combat the chaotic forces. Since then, this wolf deity had not dispatched any avatars to appear in the primary material plane, treating his followers with a certain coldness, especially when the weak sought his protection, often ignoring their pleas. Only the beloved captain of the White Wolf Knights and the Archbishop of the White Wolf Church occasionally had the chance to communicate with him. After Charlemagne vanquished the Chaos God's chosen one, Morka, and repelled the chaotic army, Ulrich blessed Charlemagne and his empire, demanding that he erect a visible temple for him in the northern part of the empire. The empire found it hard to refuse. After all, the wolf god had personally descended to confront the chaotic forces. Thus, one of the most magnificent temples in the world, the Temple of the White Wolf, was established on the cliffs of the northern electorate of Walrich. Over the course of a millennium, humanity, relying on the Temple of the White Wolf, constructed one of the few great cities in the material world. White Wolf City. You are Ryan, the adopted son of the bald Norman? I must say, you bear little resemblance to him. Ulrich's first words struck Ryan like a thunderclap. If you get the chance, tell your adoptive father not to pray with the hope that I can help him regrow his hair. Such matters he should beseech Shalia for. Not me. Shalia, the goddess of mercy, also known as the goddess of healing. Aside from awkwardly smiling and expressing his compliance, Ryan had nothing to say. Understood. I shall heed your divine decree, my lord. Enough. I did not send my avatar to discuss this with you. Young one, your previous offerings indicate that there are unclean chaotic beings roaming these mountains. Go, bring me its head. It would make the finest winter solstice gift for me. As the white divine fire concluded, it began to fade. Ryan hastily interjected. I have encountered some matters I do not understand. Speak. The white divine fire swayed. Understood. Ryan bowed his head, indicating his comprehension, and then hesitated before the White Wolf Knight spoke again. I have heard that the great lord possesses a long lifespan and vast experience. Might I inquire whether you are aware of the ancient saints? You know of the ancient saints. I thought that after thousands of years, aside from those with long ears and a few bookish types, no one would know of them. For the first time, Ulrich's tone exhibited a hint of fluctuation. Boo! A heavy flying axe cleaved through an entire tree, severing the trunk in two that all the thorns and branches shattered in an instant. With each step, the massive minotaur felt the earth tremble beneath it, its face obscured by a white skull, rendering its expression unrecognizable. Only its mouth and nostrils exhaled great plumes of mist. Who? Kill. Spirit of the jungle. Eldred brandished his staff, and the nearby trees underwent a transformation under the emerald glow, rising from the ground and charging towards the minotaur. The colossal beast displayed no signs of sluggishness as it advanced steadily toward Eldred. A treant rushed in from the left, but the minotaur didn't even glance at it, effortlessly cleaving the treant in half with a sweep of its axe. The treants summoned by Eldred posed no obstacle to its advance. With each heavy hoof fall upon the forest floor, Eldred felt an increasing weight of pressure. Was it a bull-headed monster? Unlikely. Bull-headed creatures were known for their emotional volatility, yet this being remained eerily calm. Perhaps it was a high-ranking minotaur of the great horned bull. If that is the case, Eldred firmly drove his staff into the ground and took a deep breath, his tattered garments stretched with the movement. And hair sprouted upon his wrinkled skin, his nose elongated, hands transforming into claws, and his body swelled. Within mere moments, he had taken on the form of a bear. Druids lacked particularly powerful offensive spells, and Eldred resolved to engage in battle using his claws and teeth. Just as Eldred was about to transform into a massive bear, a peculiar smile appeared at the corner of the minotaur's mouth. A foul energy coalesced around it, as if it sought to consume all of existence. Wild, savage, charge. The battle technique activated, and in the blink of an eye, the colossal minotaur surged nearly 50 meters forward. The protective magical barrier erected by Eldred's staff crumbled like parchment, and the immense shadow loomed over the still transforming Eldred. The axe swept low, leaving a gaping wound that exposed bone across Eldred's chest. Extending from his right side to his left shoulder, blood spilling forth. The druid was sent flying several meters from the force of the blow, but fortunately, the remaining treants swarmed, momentarily entangling the Beastman's limbs. The druid's beastly form quickly faded, reverting to his human shape. He collapsed to the ground, clutching his chest, pain rendering him nearly breathless. His formerly creased face now scrunched in agony, blood pooling upon the earth. Eldred wasted no time in crushing a piece of emerald green gemstone. Pressing his hand to his chest as he crawled backward, the colossal minotaur opened its jaws and erupted in laughter, crimson liquid dripping from its mouth as the vile energy intensified. Slowly advancing toward Eldred, the druid gasped for breath as the minotaur approached, each step echoing like the tolling of a death knell. You are the harbinger of doom. Chapter 38. The Beastman returns, the ancient saints. The creators, regardless of which religious scripture or historical account one refers to, all terrestrial beings acknowledge the ancient saints as the architects of this world, credited with creating, or at least hastening the evolution of, elves and dwarves. Whether humanity is also a product of their handiwork remains uncertain. However, apart from this, there were no detailed records concerning the ancient saints in any of the books Ryan could read, only fragmented snippets. Ryan had inquired of many, even deities, such as the justice god, who frequently responded to the prayers of his followers. Regrettably, it was not that they intentionally concealed information from Ryan. Rather, they themselves were ignorant. The justice god was an outsider and knew nothing of the ancient saints, though he informed Ryan that Ulrich might possess some knowledge regarding them. Ryan recognized that this was not an opportune moment for inquiries. Yet the matter of the ancient saints held immense significance for him, directly tied to his mission. The white divine fire suddenly sparked, landing upon Ryan and scorching his skin. Gritting his teeth, Ryan endured the searing pain. Knowing it was the price for his mild transgression, mortals, under ordinary circumstances, must not make demands of deities. Such acts are sacrilege, an audacious affront. Especially when dealing with the temperamental Ulrich, Ryan was gambling. Yet he held confidence as a white wolf knight. His tone, resembling an inquiry rather than a demand, would not provoke Ulrich's wrath. The wolf god cared for his knights and would not punish him or take his life. Moreover, he wagered that Ulrich regarded him with favor. Concerning the ancient saints, I am not exceedingly familiar, though I do know a few things. However, young one, do you know? I detest answering others' questions with a passion. Ulrich replied impatiently, the white divine fire flickering with intensity. Enough with the trivialities. Bring me the head of that unclean creature to my temple, and I shall pardon your offense. Upon uttering this, the white divine fire vanished entirely into the frigid air. Ryan exhaled softly, his plan having succeeded. Ulrich had laid out his conditions, and Ryan could only comply. Bargaining would lead to his demise at that moment. Ryan's bracelet suddenly illuminated. Ryan, where are you? It was Archbishop Innocent of the Nord Justice Church. We are currently at the foot of Scavel Mountain. Your Grace, Ryan raised his wrist. Then you are to proceed to Maiden Haven. The Holy Paladin squad of the Justice Church has already arrived ahead of you at Maiden Haven. Ryan, your old friends are also here. Archbishop Innocent's voice remained stern. They will rendezvous with you. Is there anything else? How goes the war in the north? The barbarians have divided into 3 factions heading south, led by the barbarian chief Ulfric the Wanderer, totaling approximately 20,000. Currently, the Nord Navy is engaged in fierce naval battles with the barbarians. Archbishop Innocent indicated that the situation remained manageable. That is good. Ryan breathed a sigh of relief. The northern barbarians were generally incapable of posing a threat to the south. However, everything had changed since the advent of chaos. The barbarians' vessels were directly spawned by the chaotic evil god, and their heavily armed full-body armor had also been bestowed upon them by the chaos god. When a barbarian warrior survived countless bloody battles and pleased the evil god, he would truly fall into the ranks of chaotic warriors, donning chaotic armor that materialized upon him without the need for technology or forging. Utterly unreasonable. Only upon becoming a chaos warrior do these barbarians cease to live as ordinary men. For humanity, even the most valiant and battle-hardened can find solace amidst the warmth of a crackling hearth, the embrace of a beloved spouse, and the delight of savory meals during the lulls of war. However, for a chaos warrior, the moment he succumbs to his fate, the chill of desolation and the specter of slaughter will forever shadow his existence. The ephemeral joys of mortal life can no longer stir their hearts. Only through relentless bloodshed and sacrificial offerings can they appease their malevolent deities, hoping to find fleeting relief in the dark gifts of their gods. Alas, such respite is all too brief, and soon they will yearn frantically for the next act of sacrifice. Food has ceased to be a necessity for their survival. It is the taste of blood that now sustains them. With logistical pressures easing, the barbarians have been able to amass their forces and descend southward to pillage. Their presence is felt in the northern Nord Kingdom, the western ports of the empire, and even the southern realms. However, constrained by logistics, after all, the number of chaos warriors among their ranks remains limited. The Nord Kingdom has become their perennial target for plunder. The Nord Kingdom has long been on guard against these marauders, fortifying its major northern port cities with robust defenses. Following the establishment of the new empire, the barbarians have found it increasingly difficult to wrestle any advantage from the empire, prompting them to cast their gaze farther afield. In recent years, the knightly kingdom of Bretonnia has been subjected to a series of relentless assaults by these marauders that in the camp. Silence reigns as the weary mercenaries and guards, having toiled through the day, settle into their resting places. Only the flickering campfire and the watchmen gathered around it break the stillness. "What a cold night," exclaims a few members of the Bloodaxe Mercenary Company, with Vilt and Simon huddled by the fire, warming their bodies. There's no choice. It will only get colder in Nord in a month or two. The seas and rivers will be completely frozen, and then we shall return to the headquarters for the night, Vilt remarks, poking a stick into the flames. This fire is a gift from the White Wolf war god, Ulrich. As long as it burns, ordinary manifestations of chaos will not approach its warmth during the night. Shielded by the goddess protection, the Bloodaxe Mercenary Company's base is situated in a corner of Winterhold, where, unlike the exorbitantly priced lands of the Empire, the Nord is vast and sparsely populated, making even the capital's land relatively affordable. How I miss the Winter Festival in Winterhold and Aunt Lena's baked treats, Simon reminisces, gazing into the dancing flames. His thoughts drifting back to the delightful times of the previous year when the well-staffed Bloodaxe Mercenary Company rested in Winterhold, enjoying a splendid winter festival. Now, with their numbers reduced by over half, even if they complete their contracts and earn a substantial sum, returning to Winterhold for the new year will be a joyless affair. Moreover, with Boris resolutely opposing further collaboration with Galen, the Bloodaxe is bound to face oppression from the Galen Council, a group of women whose influence in Nord and the Empire is considerable. It is uncertain whether they can continue to lead their modest lives in Nord. Do you think we could seize this opportunity to establish a connection with the Imperial Royal Wizard Academy? Surely the wizards could use some manpower, someone proposes within the company. Are you suggesting the Heartstone? That, Vilt furrows his brow. This indeed presents a viable option that if Mats is to procure the Heartstone, he must engage with the Imperial Royal Wizard Academy. And the Bloodaxe could attempt to leverage this opportunity to seek work. This is worth a try. I have heard that the Empire's Grand Alchemist, Belsazargerd, is seeking mercenaries to assist him with the task. Furthermore, we might consider abandoning our stay in Nord altogether. If we wish to make a name for ourselves as the Bloodaxe, remaining in Nord will achieve little. Perhaps we should accompany a caravan to Marienburg. Vilt muses aloud. Master, I say, the captain's injury will not heal quickly at this moment. You ought to take charge, should you not? Bonda, seated by the fire, feels the warmth of the flames illuminating his youthful face before Bonda can finish. Another mercenary stands up abruptly. Bonda, what do you mean? That is disrespectful to the captain. As long as Boris remains our leader, you ought not to speak thus. But the captain is absent at this time. Master is the vice-captain. He should naturally make the decisions, should he not? Bonda stands defiantly, confronting the other mercenary. Just as tensions rise, Vilt suddenly gestures for silence. Wait, what is that sound? The ground is shaking. An earthquake. The mercenaries rise. And the experienced Vilt notices the horses tethered nearby whinnying in distress, sensing impending doom. He shouts, Enemy attack! Enemy attack! No sooner has he spoken than, from the shadows surrounding the camp, several mighty minotaurs wielding great axes charge into the encampment. Beastmen. Chapter 39. Night raid. The beastmen that burst into the camp are unlike any Vilt has encountered before, or indeed, any he has witnessed in his lifetime. These beastmen bear the visage of bulls, standing bipedally, their muscular forms towering like mountains, clad in iron chest plates inscribed with blood-red runes of the blood god. They roar as they surge into the camp, cleaving through anyone in their path. Following these formidable beastmen are numerous horned beasts and chaos warhounds. Fight, fight! With Vilt's anguished cry, the beastmen invade the camp, mercilessly slaughtering those still caught in slumber. Thankfully, due to timely warnings, most manage to awaken swiftly. Damn it! A night raid. Ryan jolts awake. Fortunately, he had prepared. Sensing the foul energies lurking nearby, he had chosen to don chainmail for the night. Bursting from his tent, he finds chaos reigning in the camp as the towering minotaurs crash into the ranks of guards and mercenaries, disregarding their shields and defenses. Die beast! Ryan seizes his warhammer and engages with the nearest minotaur. These creatures possess formidable strength. With a powerful swing, Ryan repels the minotaur's assault, and thus begins their brutal struggle. The clash of the hammer's handle against the minotaur's massive axe sends sparks flying, and while Ryan stumbles slightly, the beast is forced back, howling in anger before charging again. The hammer slams down, and Ryan manages to fend off several minotaurs, yet more flood into the camp, the sheer numbers pressing heavily upon him. Damn it, where are all these minotaurs coming from? There are no chaos stones nearby. Has some beast lord led an army here? Knights of the kingdom are engaged in combat ahead. Oliver, just roused from slumber, finds himself in a comical state, still wearing a nightcap and wrapped in a ridiculous fur nightgown. groggily uttering, "What? What is happening? Enemies are here. Boss, the Beastmen are attacking. Quickly, move to safety." Mather screams as he rushes in. Disheveled and unkempt, he hastily yanks Oliver from his bed. "Boss, hurry. What enemies?" Struggling to move his cumbersome body, Oliver's first instinct is not to immediately dress and flee, but to retrieve a long firearm from his belongings and hand it to Mather, hold the fort outside, and also immediately send someone to notify Lady Travik. "What about you, boss?" Mather quickly accepts the firearm. Inquiring about Oliver's intentions, firearms are potent against beastmen, and in the realm of humanity, only the Imperial capital of Brunwick and the southern stronghold of Null have factories capable of mass-producing such weapons. The ingenious craftsmanship of dwarves has significantly transformed the nature of warfare. Powerful firearms are exceptionally effective against beastmen. Yet, high-quality firearms are hard to come by on the open market, as the Emperor has forbidden civilians from owning them due to concerns over technological secrecy and Imperial interests. The only weapons available are poorly made imitations. Even so, Oliver's long firearm is a prized possession he acquired at great expense through channels within Marienburg, a crucial instrument for his survival. There is no safer place than here. Oliver gestures to the side, laboriously donning his full armor. Lady Travik's tent is nearby. Don't forget. Indeed. Mather immediately realizes the urgency, nervously nodding as he clutches the firearm, readying the ammunition before dashing out. "Lady of Wealth, please protect me." Watching Mather rush out, Oliver hastily puts on his armor while silently praying. His years of trading have instilled in him an ominous premonition. This trade venture is perilously fraught, and Oliver senses he has unwittingly become embroiled in a significant event. At this moment, he can do naught but leave it to fate, muttering, "Lady of Wealth, what am I to do? Damn it, where did all these beastmen come from? Brothers, let's fight," a wandering knight shouts, clad in his cumbersome armor, raising his shield to confront a charging minotaur. Roar, beneath the darkened firmament and the crimson glow of flames, the wandering knight discerned the silhouette of the minotaur. It stood on two legs, clad in formidable black armor adorned with numerous spikes. The creature's face was shrouded in black iron, revealing only a pair of eyes, while two thick, downward curving horns crowned its head. In its powerful arms, akin to the girth of tree trunks, it wielded a massive axe, vowing to cleave all living beings into fragments. Gazing upon the Minotaur's imposing form, the wandering knight swallowed hard, his heart racing with trepidation. He had never faced such a formidable beast before. Yet, realizing the gravity of the situation, he knew he must fight to the death. Thus, he drew his long sword and struck his shield, proclaiming, "Come forth, beast." Roar. The Minotaur's attention was swiftly captured, its hooves scraping against the ground as it charged toward the wandering knight with a ferocious roar. The knight cautiously assumed a stable stance, raising his shield as he thrust the tip of his long sword toward the Minotaur's heart. The creature, perceiving the attack, deftly sidestepped the blade, its right shoulder colliding with the knight's shield. Aya! A resounding crash echoed as the Minotaur's shoulder armor violently struck the knight's shield. The overwhelming force reverberated through the knight's arm, eliciting a pained cry as a wave of numbness coursed through him. Although the shield remained intact, his body involuntarily staggered backward, his grip on the shield faltering, leaving him vulnerable. Nearby, a horned beast witnessed this unfolding drama and swiftly hurled its spear. The filthy, bone-tipped projectile, caked in animal dung, pierced through the gaps in the knight's chest and shoulder armor, embedding deeply into his shoulder. The knight let out another agonized scream as he retreated, his long sword clattering to the ground, hands clutching his wound as he collapsed, incapacitated for further combat. As the wandering knight fell, the Minotaur merely shook its head, quickly recovering from its prior daze. Yet, before it could rise, a loud gunshot rang out from behind the knight, and a gory hole erupted in the Minotaur's skull, sending its robust form crashing to the ground. It was Mather, the guard wielding a firearm, who saved the wandering knight's life and dragged him back to safety. At that moment, AK finally donned his gear and sprinted over, exclaiming, "Mr. Goodson, what has happened? Are you all right?" "Aya, kill it, kill it, kill it, kill it." The knight named Goodson cried in agony, clutching his wound as EK rushed to bandage him before hastening to join the fray. "Damn it, why didn't we use the firearms sooner?" Ryan's warhammer swept low, striking the Minotaur's knee. As the beast fell, Ryan swiftly delivered a finishing blow to its head before confronting another minotaur, exclaiming, "Damn, why are there so many?" Hordes of beastmen surged into the camp, while guards and mercenaries formed a defensive perimeter with their carts, hoisting shields and taking cover behind barriers to withstand the onslaught. Only the eastern entrance remained under Ryan's solitary defense, where he valiantly faced multiple minotaurs and horned beasts. Yet, such a stand could not endure. The fragile carts were no match for the frenzied beastmen. One minotaur, laughing derisively, shattered a cart to splinters, allowing several minotaurs to flood in, cackling as they hoisted terrified horses into the air, tossing them aside. Greedy chaos hounds and horned beasts eagerly anticipated their gluttonous feast. Brave mercenaries brandishing spears charged forward, yet the minotaurs effortlessly grasped the spear tips. In an instant decapitating two mercenaries, the defensive line crumbled. Horned beasts and chaos hounds broke through the gaps. Flooding into the camp, mercenaries and guards were forced into a desperate fight for survival, in the blink of an eye. Over 20 mercenaries and guards, including one wandering knight, were disemboweled, becoming the beastmen's gruesome repast. Blood and dismembered corpses littered the camp, marking not a resistance, but a slaughter. Block them, hold them back. Vilt witnessed his comrade's face being bitten off, revealing stark, white bones. The unfortunate mercenary, still alive, howled in agony. Causing the vice-captain to seethe with rage, a seasoned swordsman charged forward, swinging his blade, but the minotaur raised its axe to parry, crushing the mercenary's skull before Vilt's horrified gaze, declaring, "Defeat. Human, food. Devour, devour." The beastmen overturned carts, tearing apart the canvas of tents. Following closely, the lesser horned beasts rushed into the tents, greedily searching for their desired spoils. Just as a few lesser horned beasts tore aside the curtain, a flash of cold light struck. Their throats and eyes splitting open as they fell in a cacophony of shrieks. The slender hand wielded a fine blade, its tip stained with blood. "Who knew you were so skilled?" Teresa, supported by Amelia, rose to her feet. The sorceress grasped her staff, gritting her teeth. "Damn it, of all times now. Lady Travick, are you unharmed?" The female mercenary inquired, her voice laced with concern as her eyes remained fixed on the chaotic camp, burning with deep-seated hatred. "I am fine. Cover me. I need to prepare my spell." In her haste, Teresa stood, truly encountering such turmoil for the first time, taking a while to react. Overwhelmed with discomfort, she fled the scene with Amelia as aid. Waves of pain seizing her nerves, making movement excruciatingly difficult. "Lady Travick, please move to a safe location. It is challenging for me to ensure your safety in this chaos." Amelia's blade flickered as she dispatched another lesser horned beast, piercing its eye and throat. "This is no issue, ice barrier." The sorceress had already prepared her spell, summoning a tangible wall of ice imbued with spikes. The pursuing beastmen collided with the barrier, impaled and bloodied. Amelia quickly helped Teresa mount a horse, and despite the pain, Teresa retreated to safety on the other side of the battlefield. Ryan was drenched in blood, his hammer sweeping through, pulverizing several horned beasts. After repelling yet another minotaur, the knight finally found a moment to breathe. He glanced back at the smoke-filled camp, sensing impending doom. He bore no blame toward the watchful mercenaries for their delayed response, for he understood the unpredictability of the beastmen hidden within the forest. These creatures knew the most treacherous paths and shortcuts, which humans deemed impassable obstacles. Who else? Ryan realized that this was not the time for contemplation. He raised his hammer, smashing the head of an advancing minotaur, causing it to spin twice before extending his left hand. The energy blade on his wrist pierced the jaw of a horned beast attempting a sneak attack, driving through its skull, sending its head flying. The extraordinary constitution and genetics endowed Ryan with a robust physique and resilient skin, allowing him to continue the fight. This marked the fourth wave of beastmen he had repelled. The beastmen were shaken by the humans' valor, hesitating as they beheld the towering pile of corpses. Instinct warned them that this human was formidable and terrifying. The beastmen faltered, so did Ryan. The situation in the camp had deteriorated to a critical point. He could see Rost, wounded, entangled with a horned beast, while Estelle, drenched in sweat, furiously loosed arrows. Vilt, wielding his greatsword, continued to fend off enemies. Though exhaustion was evident in his stance, mercenaries and guards kept falling, their bodies becoming sustenance for the beastmen. The caravan had suffered heavy losses, and despair cast a shadow over their faces. they failed to notice that the number of beastmen had begun to dwindle. The minotaurs at the forefront had sustained significant casualties, with corpses of horned beasts and chaos hounds strewn about the camp. However, their numbers still vastly outnumbered the humans. If this continued, Ryan instinctively reached behind him, grasping the hilt of his sword. The silver skull-shaped weight glimmered with a dazzling white light, eliciting a primal sense of danger in all beastmen, who instinctively retreated in a frenzy, tearing their comrades apart in their desperation to escape. Then, shall we unleash it now? Chapter 40. Barriers and gaps. Ryan quickly relinquished the idea of drawing his sword, for he sensed a powerful magical energy gathering at the caravan's last stronghold. The sorceress had finally made her move. After a prolonged period of preparation, Teresa had amassed sufficient magical power, unlike the earlier blue ice magic. This time, the energy coalescing around her radiated a brilliant golden-red hue. Soul Howl. The mountains trembled, the forest quaked. This was the most potent spell currently at the grasp of Counselor Gallon, a 7th-tier mind magic. The soul howled out a wave of primal fear, emanating from the depths of their souls, pierced through the minds of all surviving members of the caravan like needles, sending them into a frenzy of terror. A multitude of arcs of light encircled Teresa's exquisite form, radiating outward in all directions as the sorceress moved. Sweeping across the entire forest, golden-red ripples cascaded through the trees and onto the ground, extinguishing all torches in an instant. Amidst the tumultuous chaos, the beastmen that surged into the camp crouched in agony, clutching their heads, while the golden-red lightning in the sea of consciousness seared their very souls. Many horned beasts, in their torment, dropped their weapons to the ground, and the weaker subhorned beasts, chaos warhounds, and razor beasts were utterly bereft of the will to resist, their fragile heads bursting like balloons, erupting in a shower of blood. The merchants, too, were severely affected. The feeble mercenaries wailed, clutching their heads, while only a few of the elite could endure the intense psychological assault and barely managed to act. Seizing this opportunity, Rost and Ek, shielding their heads, systematically dispatched the defenseless beastmen within the camp. Hurry, my magic won't last much longer. Teresa's face was ashen as she urgently called out to Ryan, then urged the mercenaries and guards, quickly, move faster. A woo. Just as the sorceress finished speaking, a resounding roar echoed from the depths of the forest. In the darkness, a blood-soaked battle standard rose from the dense coniferous trees, entirely fashioned from human skin, with a severed head hanging at its apex. This roar seemed capable of piercing the very hearts of men, instilling a profound sense of dread in the merchants who had intended to pursue. An icy chill, penetrating to the marrow, coursed through their bodies, compelling them to slow their steps, paralyzed by fear, as if a terrifying entity lurked in the depths of the woods. What? Esther's gaze sharpened, her voice trembling as she exclaimed, "What is that? What is it?" Rost clutched his side. Shrouded in darkness, unable to see anything clearly. That is the druid's head. The tree planter is dead, his skin made into a flag, and his head is now a trophy. The half-elf, possessing dark vision, wished he did not have such an ability at that moment. The horrific sight extinguished any lingering will to pursue within his already fatigued body. Upon hearing the roar, all the beastmen who had yet to perish and were merely dazed jolted back to awareness. Hastily discarding their weapons and struggling to flee back into the forest, their retreating sounds gradually fading as the noise dissipated into the distance. Ryan felt an overwhelming sense of filth and chaos sweep over him, before vanishing without a trace. What was that? A chaotic demon? If so, none of us will survive. Ryan could sense the terrifying force was imbued with rage, bloodlust, and corruption. It was likely the abominable entity that Ulrich had mentioned. The enemy comprised beastmen who worshipped the blood god, a fact within Ryan's realm of comprehension. The followers of the blood god preferred not to operate in groups, and thus Ryan relinquished the pursuit. In the darkened environment, engaging in a game of hide-and-seek with the beastmen in the forest would be tantamount to courting death. Upon witnessing the beastmen's retreat, Ryan returned to the camp. The fetid stench of fresh blood invaded his nostrils. Yes, the beastmen had retreated. There was no elation of victory in the camp, no fine wines or songs of praise, only countless corpses strewn across the ground and a scene of utter devastation. Ryan trudged through the sea of blood and bodies, spotting a mercenary nearby, his body riddled with grievous wounds and gnawed to pieces. Yet, Ryan recognized him at a glance. That it was Simon, the mercenary with whom Ryan had clashed at the docks. And the vacant gaze of the young mercenary spoke volumes. Whoa, was Simon. Wake up, it's Bander. Get up, we can't stay here long. Please get up. A youthful figure appeared, collapsing over the corpse and weeping inconsolably. Bander, get up, he's already dead, Ryan said, standing behind Bander. The young mercenary paid him no heed, continuing to weep uncontrollably. The Blood Axe Mercenary Corps had suffered catastrophic losses in this battle. Now, barely a dozen remained standing. Ryan chose not to intervene further. As a heated argument erupted among the gathered crowd, Vilt stood before Teresa, his voice brimming with rage and sorrow. Lady Travik, you promised me back then. Teresa, with Amelia's support, barely managed to stand, her pallid face set in a tight-lipped silence, unable to respond to Vilt's accusations. You promised me back then. Vilt hurled his great sword to the ground, charging toward the sorceress in a frenzy, instinctively causing her to recoil, a flicker of unease crossing her beautiful features. I don't know. Enough. Vilt, calm down a bit. None of us wished for it to come to this. Ryan swiftly intervened, sensing the hostile emotions radiating from the surrounding mercenaries. Lady Travik, please remember the Blood Axe Mercenary Corps. When we departed from Winterhold, we were a full 50, leaving 2 behind. Vilt no longer regarded Ryan's status, his bloodshot eyes filled with fury, his voice hoarse. And now, we are down to 13. What did you say back then? I need you to serve as my guards, and I would protect you with my magic. But now, you can't even protect yourself, and you expect us to pay with our lives. When I asked you at Calzenhaven, you assured us we wouldn't face such battles again. We demand an explanation, Lady Travik. Vilt pressed closer, only to be swiftly barred by Ryan, the White Wolf Knight's expression impassive. Mind your tone, mercenary, otherwise, I will fulfill my duties. Vilt's gaze fell upon the White Wolf Knight insignia on Ryan's chest, leading to an uncomfortable silence as he finally composed himself. I await your explanation, Lady Travik. I will provide you, and the Blood Axe mercenaries behind you, with an explanation, Mr. Vilt. However, please apologize for your previous rudeness. Remember, if not for my magic, you would not have survived. With Ryan at her side, the sorceress regained her composure, gently pushing Emilio aside, signaling that she was fine. I apologize for that. Vilt turned away without a backward glance. As Ryan prepared to speak, Teresa leaned gently against him, whispering in his ear, support me. My magical strength has been exhausted. Ryan nodded, his strong arm supporting the sorceress's arm, despite his own bloodied state. Teresa merely frowned but did not push him away. Ryan guided the sorceress to a distant spot. Hardray appeared before Oliver, speaking in a low, gravelly tone. Hardray lost 16 young men in this battle. We demand adequate compensation. We will pay this sum, as per our agreement. Oliver frowned, the merchant's sense of contract obliging him to acquiesce. Yet reason dictated that matters were not so simple. No, we require sufficient compensation. Hardray's expression was equally grim. His mercenary corps had been severely weakened, and he sought to extort more from the merchant. Mr. Oliver, the previous price was the previous price. The circumstances have changed. You did not inform us that the cargo contained Heartstone. This is deception. Hardray has suffered significant losses, and we demand the price we deserve. The implication was clear. He intended to raise the price. Hardray, this is not in accordance with the agreement. Oliver struggled to reply. Indeed. The circumstances have changed, Mr. Oliver. If you wish to continue receiving our protection, you must increase the payment. Hardray pressed again, his face reflecting a mix of frenzy and greed. The sight of the Heartstone had ignited a desire in everyone. Meanwhile, a sudden quarrel erupted among the mercenaries. If you hadn't failed to cover him with fire back then, Simon wouldn't have died. Bander was the first to strike, directing his ire at a merchant guard who had been closely following Oliver. Mather, you little brat, what do you understand? Enough, it's all your fault. Watch your mouth, you little scoundrel. The argument escalated, particularly after several wandering knights joined in, the dispute intensifying. Mr. Mather, please hand over the Heartstone that we bled to protect you. The Heartstone rightfully belongs to all of us in the merchant group. Does it not? Indeed, Mr. Mather, please surrender the Heartstone. Several wandering knights approached, swords and shields in hand, uttering illogical demands, while only Eck remained at a distance, his face marked by hesitation. You will not take it. Esther, as Mather's hired guard, naturally stepped forward to confront the wandering knights. The guards shielded Mather in the center, while on the opposite side stood the wandering knights, among them the one named Gudson, who had been pierced in the shoulder by a Beastman. his expression the most frenzied. As if the injury was gnawing at his nerves, he had drawn his sword, advancing unreasonably. "Surrender the cargo, or die." "Enough!" A furious shout snapped everyone back to reality. Ryan steadied Teresa and bellowed at the crowd. "I do not care what your current situation is or what negotiations you wish to undertake. Do not conduct them here. Look around you." As the crowd regained their senses, the camp, drenched in blood and strewn with corpses, served as a stark reminder that this was neither the time nor the place for idle chatter. Yet, an inexplicable surge of rage and ferocity coursed through them, compelling them to tear apart everything in sight. The emotions of restlessness, anger, and hatred spread like wildfire among the people, each individual resembling a powder keg, ready to explode at the slightest provocation, eager to annihilate anything in their path. Ryan understood all too well that this was the corruption of chaos. It seeped into the human heart when least expected. The true horror of chaos lay not in its formidable combat prowess or destructive nature, but in its insidious ability to erode the human spirit. Many valiant soldiers had repelled the onslaught of the chaotic forces on the battlefield, only to succumb to the torment of corruption in the aftermath, ultimately falling into the ranks of chaos warriors. The stench of death and blood was like a beacon to carrion creatures, a fatal temptation that could also summon the undead and other beings. With Ryan's commanding shout, the bickering ceased momentarily. They hastily cremated the corpses and buried them, gathering their belongings. After such a bloody conflict, the caravan had no inclination to rest, opting instead to press on towards the mountain fortress atop Scavial Peak. The wagons were severely damaged, and they had lost a significant number of horses. However, most of the cargo remained intact, which left the caravan in a precarious situation. They reignited their torches and set forth, but this time, the guards and mercenaries eyed one another with caution, casting wary glances towards the wandering knights trailing behind the caravan. A rift began to form. In the dark forest, the head of the planters' leader, Eldred, hung from the war banner of the Beastmen, his face frozen in a mask of despair and terror from his final moments. A fitting display for the Beastmen. Beneath the banner, a blood-soaked altar and a throne filled with druidic bones stood in tribute to all the Beastmen, a mysterious symbol hovering above the altar, radiating a crimson glow in the night. A cheap sacrifice. The massive minotaur traversed through the darkness, the faint moonlight illuminating its blood-red visage. The armor melded grotesquely into its flesh. This was the same minotaur that had battled Eldred, its size dwarfing that of its brethren. The other Beastmen surrounded it, prostrating themselves, clearly acknowledging it as the Beast King of their warband. No sacrifice, no blessings, no sacrifice. Need sacrifice. The colossal minotaur raised its war axe. With a flash of cold light, a minotaur's head was severed cleanly, rolling aside as tainted blood energy surged forth, dispersing into the dark void, as if something responded to this sacrificial rite. "What do you think of this little gift?" The blood god never inquired about the source of blood. Not enough. Continue. Several more minotaurs lost their heads, yet all the Beastmen remained motionless, prostrated, awaiting their king's next command. The enemy, too. Witches lack combat prowess. That white wolf knight is the true offering that pleases the blood god. After the giant minotaur had slain 12 of its subordinates, it finally received a satisfying response from the mysterious presence. "Tomorrow, I shall face the white wolf knight in a battle to the death." The Beast King raised its massive war axe high towards the heavens, suddenly roaring, "Blood sacrifice to the blood god, skull for the throne. Blood sacrifice to the blood god, skull for the throne." Chapter 41. The Mountain Fortress, Part 1, as dawn broke on the horizon, revealing the faintest hint of light, the weary caravan finally reached the foothills of Scavial Mountain. In the distance, amidst the thickets and meadows, a small river flowed down from the mountainside, frozen solid in the depths of winter. The sight of the snow-capped peaks against the pristine sky resembled a celestial river cascading to the earth. That a mountain fortress stood resolutely in place, its two-tier structure imposing from afar. "I hope this fortress welcomes us as guests," Ryan remarked, weary from the night's battle and the relentless journey. "Regardless of whether there's a host inside, our duty is to escort you here. Beyond that, we take no responsibility." Greyblade Bilge, with dark circles under his eyes, abandoned the group, leading the remaining members of the Greyblade Mercenary Company in another direction. The negotiations from the previous night had predictably collapsed, with the Greyblades' demands proving exorbitant, seeking 30% of the profits from the sale of the Sea Heart Stones. an offer the merchants could not accept. Similarly, several wandering knights also sought their share of 30%. After a private discussion, Oliver and Mats conveyed their decision. The 30% profit from the Sea Heartstones would be evenly divided between the White Wolf Knight Ryan and Counselor Teresa Travik. Leaving Grey Blade and the Wandering Knights with nothing, the Blood Axe Mercenary Company, employed by Teresa, would not partake in any profits. Faced with a financial opportunity, Ryan found no reason to refuse, sensing that this predicament may have arisen due to his own involvement. The Beastmen had clearly come prepared. This was no mere robbery of a passing caravan, but rather a premeditated assault. Motivated by his sense of knightly duty and mission, Ryan felt compelled to assist Oliver and Mats in concluding this business deal, even if he would not be held accountable for doing nothing. However, he recognized the need to adhere to certain principles. You all wait outside. Estelle and I will check things out first. In the daylight, the fortress perched upon the mountain exuded an eerie silence. The caravan members called out repeatedly, but received no response. The stone walls of the fortress bore signs of neglect and decay, leading Ryan to conclude that it was unlikely for bandits to have made this their long-term base. If bandits were to occupy such a location, they would have at least maintained the external walls. As for whether it was a trap, Ryan could not ascertain. They would only know once they entered. Estelle and I will investigate. Teresa, you wait outside. He instructed the others, and with Estelle, they approached the mountain fortress while the remaining members set up camp to rest and await news. With Amelia's assistance, Teresa dismounted with great difficulty, finding a place to sit. The sorceress felt unwell, her complexion pale as she leaned against a rock, yet still retained a semblance of awareness. The weather was bleak, the morning air slightly humid, seeping into her bones. Amelia instinctively huddled her neck. Her attire as a mercenary was not particularly warm, consisting only of a simple robe and leather armor, along with brown fitted pants and boots. Nevertheless, her eyes shone with determination. The cold would not deter her. Amelia, the sorceress spoke unexpectedly to the mercenary beside her, causing Amelia's heart to skip a beat as she subtly recoiled. Lady Travik, do you have any commands? Please, speak. No commands. I merely find your name. Peculiar. What did you do before? The sorceress forced herself to divert her focus from her discomfort, recalling that during the upcoming journey, she would prefer being carried by Ryan rather than endure another ride on horseback or in a wagon. The constant jostling had worn her down. Me. I was the daughter of a merchant, but during one of our trading journeys, we were ambushed by those wretched beastmen. My father and uncle perished in that battle, leaving me all alone. That I realized that even selling all my family's possessions would not cover this loss. So I fled under the cover of night and became a mercenary. Amelia recounted a tale all too familiar, while the sorceress had no further thoughts on it. Her gaze shifted to Amelia's swords. The mercenary wielded two blades, one slender sword, approximately 25 to 30 centimeters wide and quite long, which she had been using, and another sword whose hilt and scabbard were wrapped in thick burlap. Larger and resembling a single-handed longsword, with a pommel resembling a silver skull. Your swords seem quite special, the sorceress inquired. Why do you, like the witch hunters, carry two swords? Witch hunters typically carried two swords, one silver for slaying chaotic creatures, and one steel for humanoid foes, be they beasts or humans. This sword, the slender one, is a ritual sword, not meant for combat. I simply took it when I was fleeing. As a woman, I lack the strength to wield the two-handed swords they use, so I opted for this one instead, Amelia replied softly. As for the longsword, it is a family heirloom, said to have belonged to a noble from an ancient empire. During the subsequent purges by His Majesty Ludwig, the estate and title were confiscated, and my ancestors seized the opportunity to purchase this sword at a high price. Beyond that, I am not well informed. I took it with me when I escaped. I see. Teresa shifted her position to find greater comfort. Noticing that Amelia did not seem inclined to pursue the conversation, she refrained from speaking further. Inside the mountain fortress. This fortress, constructed against the mountainside, spans approximately 100 meters in width. It is distinctly divided into an outer wall, encircled by towering fortifications, and an enclosed courtyard within, complemented by 3 or 4 stories of imposing towers. That a river, originating from the mountains above, meanders through the heart of the fortress, now rendered frozen. In the dim light of the fortress, Ryan grips his hammer firmly. The golden griffin-headed warhammer radiating a warm glow. A half-elf trails closely behind him, knocking an arrow on his bowstring. vigilantly observing every movement within the fortress's confines. The ground is carpeted with withered lichens and alpine moss. Crunching beneath Ryan's boots, white sunlight filters through the cracks and openings at the top of the fortress, illuminating the otherwise shadowy interior, while the entrance stands barren, littered only with stones, earth, and scattered weeds. There are signs of past battles here, but they must be from many years ago, Ryan remarks as he crouches down, inspecting the traces of conflict within the fortress. Ethel, have you made any discoveries? It appears that this was not a siege. Look, Ryan, there are no signs of battle at the main entrance. The half-elf examines the scratches on the walls and columns, shaking his head. Clearly, the enemy did not breach from outside. Internal strife, then. Do these individuals not fear the royal court? Let us investigate elsewhere, Ryan muses, intrigued by the peculiar situation. However, finding little of interest in the hall, he resolves to explore the tower. The main door is barred. We cannot enter. The wooden door leading to the tower is barricaded. And despite the half-elf's efforts to force it open, he can only retreat, shaking his head. I cannot budge this door. It feels as though something is blocking it rather than it being locked. Step back, Ryan commands. Raising his warhammer, the half-elf immediately comprehends his intent, instinctively wanting to caution him against such reckless action, fearing the repercussions from the Nord army. Yet, upon glimpsing the white wolf knight insignia on Ryan's chest, he bites his tongue. Boo! The sound of the hammer striking a solid object reverberates through the hall. At that moment, a commotion seems to stir behind the door, prompting Ryan to squint and exchange a glance with Ethel. Prepare for battle. Boo! Another powerful blow lands, and the door begins to splinter. Ethel grimaces as he readies his bow. Truly barbaric, such violence. We lack a locksmith. Bilge has departed. Dear Ethel, Ryan exhales deeply, raising the hammer once more. Thus, let us keep it simple. Boo! With a third strike, the tower's door finally succumbs to Ryan's assault, bursting open to unleash a torrent of green figures, brandishing swords and rushing forth. I reckon this ambush has failed, so waag. A dozen goblins surge forth like a tide of green from the tower. Among them a robust orc, clad in tattered armor, wielding a large cleaver and emanating an unbearable stench. The creature strides toward Ryan, bellowing, I reckon I'm going to give you a good thrashing, damned human. A mere goblin. Basic infantry among the orcs. Ryan spits in disdain, unleashing a sweeping strike with his warhammer just before the goblin can close the distance. The initial trio of goblins is sent flying, some crashing against the walls. Seizing one goblin by its head, Ryan crushes it with his grip, discarding the remains amidst the stunned gazes of the green horde. With a slight retreat, he confronts the orc directly. The creature's muscular frame is imposing, and as it brings its cleaver down in a vertical strike, Ryan deftly raises his hammer to block. The clash of weapons sparks a flurry of fire, and without hesitation, Ryan follows through, driving the hammer's head into the goblin's right shoulder with tremendous force. Oh, wounded. The goblin's ferocity intensifies. Despite its right arm being incapacitated, its left hand wields the cleaver with renewed vigor. After a moment's hesitation, Ryan positions his hammer defensively, and the impact sends sparks flying. He swiftly reaches back, catching a goblin attempting to sneak up behind him, hurling it toward the green beast. The goblin arcs beautifully through the air, colliding headfirst with the orc's own, both tumbling to the ground. The goblin's head lodged in the orc's mouth, in a flash of white energy. Ryan's blade pierces through both skulls, twisting his hand to sever them from the bodies. Oh, Ryan, hurry and help me. Meanwhile, Ethel finds himself in dire straits. Struggling against the close-range assaults of the goblins, he clumsily draws a pair of daggers from his quiver, barely managing to fend off the onslaught, losing all semblance of his previous grace and agility. The goblins' challenge levels range from ordinary mid-tier to elite novice, and witnessing Ethel, an elite high-tier half-elf ranger, struggle against mere goblins elicits a quiet chuckle from Ryan, though it confirms a troubling fact. The half-elf is woefully unskilled in close combat. Typically, rangers, while not as proficient in melee as dedicated fighters, should not falter so helplessly. Ethel's leather armor has already been slashed in several places that a hefty green head is thrown toward Ethel, striking a goblin who was about to curse its assailant. Upon realizing the nature of the projectile, it shrieks, "The big guy's dead. Run, lads. Flee." The remaining goblins, seeing their leader fall, immediately turn to retreat, scampering back into the depths of the tower, leaving a trail of corpses in their wake as they vanish around a corner. Your advanced class is Jungle Archer. Am I correct? Ryan extends a hand to help Estelle up, shrugging. Truly, barbaric, crude, and despicable combat methods. These greenskins are perpetually detestable, their fighting style as repugnant as their stench. The best way to deal with them is to purify them with fire. Estelle, now covered in dirt and disheveled, observes. It seems this fortress indeed harbors greenskin activity. We must act swiftly, lest we find ourselves in further trouble, Ryan declares, striding toward the tower's interior. The half-elf, feeling somewhat embarrassed, hastens to keep pace. Descending the spiral staircase of the tower, they are met with a hellish sight. Countless human and greenskin bones litter the basement floor and on the walls. A vast hollow seems to narrate the reason for this brutal conflict. With the faces of fallen human soldiers all turned toward the void, none bearing their backs to it. It is the greenskins. They have excavated a passage through the tower's basement. The defenders fought valiantly, yet were overwhelmed. Perhaps some retreated, perhaps not. But it is clear that Villar or another lord has no intention of sending reinforcements to reclaim this place. Who knows how many greenskins will flood in now that the underground tunnels have been breached? Today it is goblins, tomorrow it could be the orc brutes, or even a full greenskin army. Ryan inspects the seemingly bottomless pit in the basement, stroking his chin in contemplation. Thus, the only option is to withdraw our forces. Let these greenskins and beastmen battle amongst themselves. It is far better than depleting our precious military strength. The pitch-black tunnel stretches into the abyss, and merely gazing at the dark path evokes a chilling dread. Ryan attempts to block it with some materials, yet he knows full well that it would offer no real deterrent to the greenskins. We cannot stay here overnight. We must rest outside and set off immediately, Ryan decisively concludes. Knowing that this mountain fortress is no longer safe, as it is now forcibly linked to the underground tunnels. Let us inspect upstairs. Chapter 42. The Mountain Fortress, Part 2. The underground tunnels are a dwarven masterpiece. Tracing back over 1,000 years to the height of dwarven civilization. During this era, Emperor Charlemagne of the Human Empire and King Khazadin of the Dwarves established a pact. The plains and hills would belong to humanity, while the mountains, wastelands, plateaus, and various inhospitable terrains would be the domain of the dwarves. The relationship between humans and dwarves was one of camaraderie. Any human venturing into dwarven territories would receive a warm welcome, while dwarves visiting the human empire would be met with hospitality from local nobility. Thus, during their golden age, the dwarves embarked on a monumental project, constructing countless underground tunnels that interconnected most of the world's mountain ranges. Thanks to these vast subterranean passages, dwarven feet traversed the globe, crafting a brilliant civilization, until the emergence of the greenskins. The emergence of the green-skinned creatures has brought about a heavy calamity for the dwarves, resulting in centuries of warfare that ultimately forced them to retreat to the lofty peaks of the world. Even the eternal stronghold of the dwarven kingdom fell into the hands of the greenskins. Once convenient underground passages have now been exploited by these foes, inflicting countless miseries upon both dwarves and humans alike. Currently, the subterranean tunnels are teeming with a multitude of greenskins, while some dark elves have taken refuge within, expanding their hideouts into cities. Meanwhile, dwarven expeditions are attempting to reclaim portions of the tunnels for their own use. Who knows what may emerge from this great abyss? An eager dwarven ally, loathsome dark-skinned elves, or the cursed greenskins. Lane cannot afford to take that risk. I shall return to inform the Nord Kingdom, requesting them to send someone to collapse this entrance with gunpowder. For now, let us ascend the stairs and take a look. Lane departed from the bloody basement. As the two ascended the stone staircase, Lane suddenly inquired with keen interest, "Estelle, do you not favor close combat?" Close combat is inherently vile. It symbolizes barbarism and violence. That a truly honorable duel should involve a solitary individual wielding a bow and a quiver of arrows, showcasing their skill and swiftness, would it not? Estelle lamented. Utilizing melee weapons is a crude and savage approach, prone to casualties. Well, before you stands a white wolf knight. A dark line appeared above Lane's head. The white wolf war god, Ulrich, despises ranged weaponry, insisting that true men engage in close combat. Thus, the Knights of the White Wolf strive to avoid using ranged weapons to avoid incurring Ulrich's displeasure. Even Lane merely tosses a throwing knife on occasion. What you have stated would be deemed heretical within our White Wolf order. So, in the forests, there are no melee units? Only ranged ones. That cannot be true, can it? Are the forest wardens entirely composed of archers? Lane questioned. Puzzled, Estelle, hailing from the realm of wood elves, was shrouded in mystery, but one could easily deduce that a military force could not consist solely of ranged troops. That would be tantamount to inviting death in warfare. The forest wardens are indeed comprised solely of archers, while those you refer to as melee troops are known as the Eternal Guardians. They wield massive shields and engage in combat with spears and curved blades, yet each of them is also an adept archer. Estelle shrugged. Trailing behind Lane, the grayish-white stone walls, marred by age, bore numerous damages, and the cold wind that seeped through the shooting holes made the half-elf retract his neck. There is much I cannot disclose, but suffice it to say, the Eternal Guardians, despite their focus on melee combat, are no less skilled with a bow than the forest wardens. But the Eternal Guardians require a significantly longer period of training. Do they not? To illustrate, if the forest wardens necessitate 10 years of training, the Eternal Guardians might require 30. 30 years is ample time for 2 Beastmen to produce 20 Beastmen warbands. That I now understand why the Wood Elf army excels in both quantity and quality compared to those Beastmen warbands, yet still suffers under their relentless assaults. It is because you cannot sustain the protracted demands of warfare. Am I correct? Lane mused, stepping carefully as he spoke. Indeed, as you have articulated, despite securing victories against the foul scourge of war for decades, our population and military strength have been dwindling. Furthermore, the corruption afflicting the tree men has intensified in recent years. That it is difficult to comprehend how those wildly erratic tree men elders could ever resemble the benevolent wise sages of fairy tales. Estelle shook his head in disappointment. We are compelled to form more patrols and bolster the ranks of the Eternal Guardians to compensate for our diminishing combat capability. Lane nodded silently. Treemen are an immensely significant force within the Wood Elves. Ordinary treemen tower several meters high, while the ancient ones can reach heights of dozens of meters that a mere swing of their arms can send several human soldiers soaring into the air. And their bodies, reinforced by magic and runes, are not easily intimidated by firearms or arrows. They are the backbone of the Wood Elf army. The two refrained from continuing the conversation as they had reached their destination. Or rather, it was not so much that they had arrived, but rather that there was no path ahead. The tower staircase had been severely damaged, with the gap in the broken steps spanning a distance of 7 or 8 paces. Opposite them stood a solitary wooden door. After a brief discussion, they decided to divide their tasks. Lane instructed Estelle to return and inform the caravan that this fortress was not a suitable resting place. Once the half-elf had departed, Lane refocused his gaze upon the solitary wooden door across the chasm of broken stairs. 7 or 8 paces is a distance that mortals struggle to traverse. Even the half-elf's agility would not suffice. But I am different. I am the son of my father. If I wish to achieve something, I shall do so. Lane began to step back, retreating 7 or 8 paces before launching himself forward. With a powerful kick of his right leg, he leapt, a surge of arcane energy gathering around him, lifting his heavy chainmail and body as effortlessly as a gentle spring breeze. With a thud, the White Wolf Knight successfully landed on the opposite side. The heavy, decayed wooden door yielded to Lane's brute strength, the wooden latch splintering under his force. As he pushed the door open, Lane instinctively stepped back, raising his war hammer in readiness for combat. Yet, silence greeted him. The anticipated ambush did not materialize. Stepping into the interior, he found the furnishings exceedingly sparse. Just a table, a simple wooden bed, a window sealed from the inside, and a figure seated in a chair. A skeleton, judging by the cobwebs and dust adorning the bones. This skeleton had likely occupied the space for no less than 2 years. The body had completely decomposed, its palm resting atop a book. The skull is intact, indicating that he was indeed human. Lane murmured to himself, "It is often difficult to comprehend the Empire's obsession with skulls. Emblems of all knightly orders within the Empire include a skull motif. And the sacred crown symbolizing the Emperor's identity is shaped like a skull. Both the Emperor himself and the electors, representing the backbone of human power, delight in adorning themselves with skull imagery." When Lane first arrived in this world, he imagined it was akin to a certain Monkey D. Luffy ushering in the era of pirates, as everyone aspired to become the pirate king, hence the fondness for such imagery. It was only later that he learned that skulls symbolize purity. The seductive allure of chaos perpetually threatens humanity. Those who succumb to chaos will undergo horrific mutations, and once they fall, they can never return to their former selves. Only the pure and unblemished skull signifies that they have never yielded to chaos. Likewise, skulls are cherished trophies among chaos warriors, champions of chaos, and even demon lords. Filled with curiosity and intrigue, Lane gently lifted the book. The tome was ancient, with some passages rendered illegible and others faded due to poor preservation. The author's Low Gothic was rather clumsy, rife with typos and bizarre character combinations. Yet it remained comprehensible overall. Low Gothic is the language spoken by ordinary farmers, citizens, and even lesser nobles. It is straightforward and easier to grasp, albeit lacking in written and spoken precision, but if High Gothic allows the great nobles on either side of the continent to converse fluently. Then the Low Gothic of the Nord Kingdom and the southern electorate of Toscana is virtually a different language in terms of both writing and pronunciation. In the year 1469 of the Empire, I arrived at the Scavial Mountains in my third year. Lane frowned. This was over a decade ago. Today, an extraordinary event occurred. A brother claimed to have seen someone washing clothes at the river source while entering the mountains. We found it utterly amusing that anyone would be present in such a cursed place. No one would spend 2 days journeying here just to wash clothes. I think we can laugh about this joke for an entire day. Ha ha ha. I suspect my brothers have gone mad. Today, 2 loyal soldiers told me they saw someone washing clothes at the river source. Yet when asked to describe the individual, they could not provide any details. They merely stated that he appeared very tall, exceedingly tall, and had long, bright golden hair. These oafs must be losing their minds. Again, they told me they spotted someone washing clothes while on patrol. What nonsense. Have their years of military life made them delusional enough to think they would see someone washing clothes? It feels as though something is amiss. The number of soldiers reporting such sightings is increasing, suggesting that there may indeed be a household hidden deep within the mountains. Perhaps I should take some men to investigate. Then there followed a long stretch of blank pages, with several pages torn out, before the handwriting shifted. In the year 1472 of the Empire, our fortress has been visited by an insufferable questing knight. These knights from Bretonnia seem to lack common sense. Who was the little brat that told him about the rumors of sealed monsters in the deep mountains? Something is amiss. That questing knight has been absent for over a week. Yet there has been no news. The subsequent pages were filled with chaotic scribbles, mixed with dust and dirt, alongside some incomprehensible text. Thank the heavens, it was that mysterious recluse who saved us. Damn those Bretonnian knights. In their eagerness to showcase their valor to their lady, they have unwittingly attracted a terrifying warband of greenskins. In our relentless struggle, we found ourselves outnumbered. Just at the critical moment, a friend of ours rushed to our aid. My heavens, I had never encountered anyone of such towering stature and formidable strength. My head barely reached his arm. Our friend was clad in an exceedingly oversized suit of full plate armor, draped in a black wolf pelt cloak, wielding a massive one-handed sword. With a single swing, he cleaved the invincible howling shaman in two, sending the Beast King fleeing in terror and ultimately forcing the Beastmen to retreat. We presented our finest provisions and treasured wines to this guest, who, without hesitation, indulged in our hospitality. However, he refrained from disclosing his name or title, claiming to be a man burdened by sins, thus unable to reveal his identity. He inquired about the world tree, but alas, none among us possessed any knowledge on the subject, and we could only inform him that the southern knightly kingdoms were frequented by numerous elves. Disappointed, he bid us farewell. What followed was a mere account of events. Ryan diligently flipped backwards in the journal, noting that the handwriting had changed, indicating a different captain of the guard had taken over. Upon reaching the last few pages, the scrawl became frantic. The Beastmen are upon us again, their numbers in the thousands. They have besieged the fortress, and we can hold out no longer most by tomorrow morning. If reinforcements do not arrive, we will fight until the last man. We cannot escape. The fierce battle has drawn the greenskins. They emerged from the basement, attacking us indiscriminately alongside the Beastmen. This provided us a brief respite. In despair, Hans sabotaged the stairs, and I retreated here. We cannot escape. Thus the diary, or rather the military record, concluded: full plate armor, wolf pelt cloak, towering stature. Ryan furrowed his brow. Those who adorned themselves with wolf pelts were predominantly knights of the White Wolf Order. He pondered if any figures matched this description. A man burdened by sins, single-handedly repelling the Beastmen, With inquiries about the world tree, Ryan's eyes gradually brightened. Yes, it must be him. There could be no other. The former head wolf, once bestowed the title of Wolf Lord by the White Wolf War God, a paragon of the sacred realm, known as Iron Claw. Logan Flynn's that it was, however, during that great holy war 150 years ago that Logan tasted the bitter sting of disgraceful defeat. The White Wolf Order suffered devastating losses against the chaotic army, and the Grand White Wolf Bishop perished gloriously in battle, even though no one sought to blame him after the war's conclusion. This esteemed paladin of the White Wolf chose self-exile, abandoning the knightly insignia that symbolized glory, departing from White Wolf City, never to be heard from again. But why would he seek the world tree? Ryan instinctively felt that there was a story behind this, undoubtedly linked to the arrival of Uric. What was Logan searching for? Why did Uric descend in avatar form for the sake of a Beastman's head? A multitude of questions filled Ryan's mind until the distant sound of barbaric horns pulled him back to reality. He suddenly realized something was amiss outside. Indeed, where was Esther? This cannot be good. Something must have happened. Chapter 43, Battle on the Ice, Part 1. As the White Wolf Knight burst from the tower, he was met with a chilling scene. From beyond the mountains, amidst the blaring of horns filled with brutality and rage, hordes of beastmen emerged on the horizon. The Minotaurs advanced in an orderly manner, while dozens of horned beasts moved with powerful strides. Chaotic warhounds charged into the mercenary camp, viciously tearing at the limbs of the mercenaries and guards. At the forefront, the Beast King brandished a human head impaled on his massive horns. Ryan recognized it as the head of Greyblade Bilge. Splitting their forces had been a foolish decision. Under the Beast King's command, the Beastmen surged onto the battlefield, breaching the mercenaries' frail defenses, their rusted axes stained with human blood. The once 30-strong caravan was now severely crippled, and the seemingly endless wave of beastmen instilled despair in all. Mather felt the barrel of his firearm heating up, his senses growing increasingly dim. After a sleepless night of relentless battles, this ordinary high-ranking guard felt his limbs grow numb and his body weak. Just as he raised his firearm, a charging Minotaur collided with him, sending him flying to Oliver's personal guard fell like a rag doll, his long firearm landing nearby. Mather felt as if his body were falling apart, pain coursing through him. Yet he knew he could not succumb. He struggled to crawl across the ground, desperately attempting to reach his long firearm. His gloved hand slowly extended toward it, inching closer. Just as he was about to grasp it, a massive black hoof stomped down, crushing the firearm, and Mather's hand issued a series of cracking sounds that it was the Beast King. The Beast King, with his enormous horns, shattered the firearm underfoot, a wicked grin on his face as he twisted his cloven hoof. The sound of bones grinding and the screams of guards reverberated in the hearts of all humans present. The Beast King seized Mather's body as if it were a mere chick, and in full view of all, tore him in half, warm blood splattering onto the ground with a sickening sound. A sight that left all present aghast. Human morale was crumbling, yet reason dictated they could not flee, for that would lead to a swifter demise. They fought while retreating, crossing the frozen river, striving to prevent themselves from being overwhelmed by the tainted tide of beastmen. Foolish humans! The Beast King hurled the body into the throng, and the razor-toothed beasts and chaotic warhounds surged forward, leaving only scattered flesh and bones flying through the air. Among them was Mather's still-living head. Lady Travik, flee quickly. I will cover you. The young mercenary Bonda desperately swung his great sword, barely parrying the strike of a horned beast, kicking it away as he turned to speak. Flee? Where can we escape to? Teresa's complexion turned pale as she hastily drank from a potion, then raised her staff high. Blue magical energy ignited a powerful blizzard, instantly shredding several horned beasts and a dozen lesser horned beasts. Even the leading minotaurs had to momentarily retreat. Ice shards rained down like a torrential storm, while the blizzard intensified in the wintry air, creating distance between both combatants, as if the battle had reached a stalemate. Yet, Teresa knew her magical power was finite. After casting Mind Howl yesterday, her reserves were insufficient to summon another blizzard. Ryan, where are you? After a brief hesitation, the sorceress softly declared, flee. Huh? The entire caravan stared at her in disbelief. Oliver incredulously asked, Lady Travik, what did you say? I said, I will raise an ice barrier, and in this moment, you must flee. The sorceress's expression was resolute as she glanced back at Vilt from the Blood Axe mercenary group. Vilt, I promised I would give you an explanation. I shall do so now that I cannot abandon Ryan, who remains in the tower. Leave this to me. But the caravan members hesitated, yet their wandering gazes betrayed their thoughts. No more chatter. If you're going to leave, do it quickly. My blizzard will soon end, Teresa calmly asserted. I have my own means of escape. As the sorceress's words fell, the entire caravan fled in disarray, even Bonda. The young mercenary who admired her most was forcibly taken away by Vilt as they mounted their steeds and galloped away, abandoning their cargo. Only Rost, burdened with a box containing Hearthstone, remained. The figures of the caravan faded into distant black dots. And when the last had vanished from the sorceress's sight, the blizzard roared to a close. Charge! Charge! Kill them! Annihilate them! The Beast King fervently swung his weapon. The faces of the Beastmen twisted with bloodthirsty delight. Teresa chanted her incantation, and a massive ice wall erupted from the frozen river, impaling the Beastmen who crashed into it. More Beastmen, brandishing battle axes and spears, relentlessly assaulted the ice wall, particularly the Beast King, whose every strike caused further cracks to appear. Why don't you flee? Teresa cautiously drew forth a scroll, pulsating with magical energy, capable of transporting her instantaneously back to the Sky Fortress. Just as she prepared to tear it open, she noticed Amelia standing behind her, the mercenary's slender form and golden hair dancing in the aftermath of the blizzard, swaying like plum blossoms in winter. The cracks widened ominously. I no longer wish to flee. For so many years, I have been evading. My father died beneath the axe of a beastman. Perhaps this is the fate of my family. Amelia retrieved a one-handed longsword from her back and presented it to Teresa, then unsheathed a rapier from her waist. Regardless, if I perish, I implore you, Lady Travik, to accept this sword that it must not fall into the hands of the beastmen. Surely you have a means of escape. Do you not? The ice wall began to tremble precariously. If you insist. Teresa was about to reach out to accept it when a cacophony echoed from above the frozen river. The two women looked up to see Ryan riding atop a pine cone, wielding a hammer, sliding down from the ice river and coming to a halt before the two women. Mount my horse and flee quickly. Ryan, what about you? Upon witnessing Ryan's arrival, the sorceress was first taken aback with surprise, followed by hesitation and reluctance. Hurry, what can you do now? Ryan, unyielding, hoisted both women onto the horse and thrust the reins into Teresa's hands. Quick! I will do my utmost to hinder their advance. You must escape. Such is the human spirit. Even those resolute to fight to the death can waver when a glimmer of hope appears. Even Amelia, whose heart was set on demise, found her resolve shaken. Yes, promise me, Ryan, return alive. Teresa, aware that this was no moment for hesitation, tightened her grip on Amelia's hand and shouted back. All right, I promise you, now go. Many ice walls had already shattered, and the Beast King brandished his battle axe, charging towards the group. At last, Teresa urged the horse forward. Pinecone, a purebred Highland steed, swiftly carried the two women away, vanishing from Ryan's sight. The White Wolf Knight nodded, turning his body as the Beast King of the Beastmen war band approached him. You are the White Wolf Knight, the finest offering. Belt called upon me to take you down. The Beast King suddenly gestured for all the Beastmen to withdraw, its 8-pillar insignia pulsating with blinding red light. The blood god was reminding it that this human was the ultimate offering, to present his skull to me. Meanwhile, Ryan scrutinized his adversary. This Beast King was unlike any he had encountered before. In addition to the two large horns protruding from its head, its face bore 4 more horns, transforming its visage into a grotesque and frenzied mass. It wielded a battle axe in one hand and a cleaver in the other, its immense muscles and towering form imposing a heavy pressure upon Ryan's spirit. Countless skulls, all human, adorned its chest and horns, a testament to its glory in the service of the blood god. The pulsating 8-pillar insignia casting a red glow directly upon Ryan. The White Wolf insignia within Ryan's consciousness flickered in response. So it is. I need not even search. The head my master desires stands right before me to battle both fair and unfair. Ryan stood alone, yet the Beastmen warband numbered at least 500. However, based on the knowledge imparted by his father and his past experiences, Ryan knew he need not defeat them all. The Beast King would not permit other Beastmen to interrupt its sacrificial ceremony. The Beast King raised its battle axe, signaling for all the Beastmen to retreat. It intended to claim this knight's skull alone as the finest offering to the blood god. It had heard tales of this human. Aware that the once mighty Beastman leader Fong Gore had fallen to this very mnto, acquire his skull would undoubtedly be a source of immense delight. The Beastmen gazed greedily at Ryan's head before reluctantly retreating, leaving only Ryan and the Doomsday Bull in the mountainous terrain before the Highland Fortress. The Doomsday Bull Toros, you, White Wolf Knight, what is your name? In the biting cold wind, the Beast King loomed over Ryan, gazing down upon him. Indeed, it was the Doomsday Bull, the highest ranking and most powerful among the bull-headed beings, said to be born of endless filth and evil, existing solely to eradicate all unworthy beings. Even the weakest Doomsday Bull is above legendary rank, and this one could be even stronger. Hammer Ryan, son of Lord Norman of Odern. Ryan tightened his grip on his warhammer, silently affirming, son of my father. A worthy opponent. The Beast King, or rather the Doomsday Bull Toros, did not rush to attack. It opened its massive maw, revealing rows of sharp teeth, and produced a necklace-like string of items from its waist. You will be the next. Ryan's gaze sharpened, his pupils widening in shock and pain as he beheld the array of knightly insignias in Toros's grasp. Among them, he recognized the golden double-headed eagle of the Empire's knightly order, the lion-headed insignia of the Bretonnian knights, and, more numerous still, the Nord knightly insignias. This is, previously, the finest offering. Toros removed one of the skulls from its chest, presenting it to Ryan. This is the knight of the false god who thrilled men daily. Before I killed him, I severed his limbs, relishing his despair, pleading with his lady to save him. I could feel the futile gaze of that false god upon me, and it brought me such joy. And you are next. Ryan, undeterred, retrieved a large horn from his ring, displaying it defiantly to the Doomsday Bull. This is Fong Gore's horn. Too bad I crushed his head like refuse, but fear not. Soon, your horn shall join my collection. Thick vapor billowed from Toros's bovine nostrils, enveloping its face in mist, its blood-red eyes indicating its fury. The icy surface fell into a brief silence as Ryan raised his head, meeting the terrifying gaze of the Doomsday Bull. Toros lowered its head, scrutinizing the young White Wolf Knight of the Nord Kingdom. The Doomsday Bull launched the first assault, its massive toe crushing the frozen ground, sending blood and mud flying. Ryan inhaled deeply, charging forward to meet it. His father and foster father had taught him never to cower or flee. Toro struck first, its powerful battle axe sweeping through the air. Ryan swiftly ducked, the wind from the axe's passage slicing his face like a blade. Yet he had no time to dwell on the pain. The White Wolf Knight's warhammer met the Doomsday Bull's cleaver with a resounding clash, sparks flying as the tremendous force coursed through Ryan's arms, causing them to tremble slightly as he was pushed back 2 steps. However, his efforts bore fruit, for Toros also staggered back under the extraordinary strength of the White Wolf Knight. Its colossal eyes widened in disbelief. It had never witnessed a human of such youth wielding such power. You are strong. Your head is valuable. A bloodthirsty gleam filled Toros's face as it licked its tongue greedily, savoring the scent of blood in the air, intoxicating in its allure. Ryan remained silent, wiping his hand across the head of his warhammer. Lightning crackling to life upon it, surrounding the golden hammer, radiant arcs of electricity sparked forth as his blue eyes, enveloped in formidable psychic energy, emitted a blinding white light that a pale blue psychic energy surged from his body, gradually forming a protective shield of hexagonal shapes around him. This was Ryan's second gain after his meeting with his father, the psychic shield that he was ready. Human. Die, filthy beast. The battle resumed. Chapter 44. The Battle on the Ice, Part 2. Man and beast clashed once more. The Doomsday Bull swiftly leveraging its advantages. The battle axe in its hand resembled the blade of a guillotine. Each clash instilled fear even in the bravest of warriors. Its savage howls ravaged the minds of ordinary humans, causing them to lose their will to fight. Fortunately, Ryan was no ordinary human. The White Wolf Knight's throat emitted a deep, resonant roar, his bright eyes gleaming with the fierce spirit of a snowfield wolf. The electric energy danced upon his warhammer, holding its ground against the Doomsday Bull's ferocity. Each of his strikes was infused with astonishing power. Driven by his arms, Ryan pushed away the Doomsday Bull's battle axe, a torrent of psychic energy surging through him as he unleashed a golden lightning bolt towards Toros's form. Power of thunder. The golden lightning scorched Toros's body, blackening its skin in multiple places. The Beast King emitted a pained howl, yet its body showed no signs of halting. The Doomsday Bull, forcibly enduring the searing golden lightning with its left arm, charged towards Ryan, its right hand swinging the cleaver down with tremendous force. Ryan had no choice but to withdraw his psychic energy immediately, rolling to the side to evade. After a few rolls, he managed to stand, but the shadow looming before him compelled him to instinctively raise his hammer in defense. It was the wealth of combat experience accumulated over the years that saved him. As he rolled, the Doomsday Bull braced itself, lunging at the White Wolf Knight. Its massive horns collided with Ryan's raised hammer, sending the White Wolf Knight flying several meters. He tumbled across the highland meadow before barely managing to rise. Ryan felt as if his internal organs had been violently jostled, blood trickling from the corners of his mouth. Ugh, this is the dragon charge. Ryan clutched his chest. Blood not only trickling from his mouth, but also from his nostrils. Each breath sent sharp pain through his lungs, and the metallic taste of blood filled his mouth. The dragon charge was a formidable technique employed by powerful creatures, known to the Beastmen as brutal charge, and to humans as dragon charge. Now was not the time to dwell on pain. Ryan forcefully slapped the ground and stood, struggling to kneel, drops of blood falling from his nose and lips onto the ground as he inhaled the cold air deeply. For Ulrich, the White Wolf Knight shall not fail. On the other side, Taos was in a dire state as well, bearing numerous charred marks upon its body. Moments ago, it had unleashed a savage charge, colliding directly with the haft of Ryan's hammer. Leaving it reeling in a violent daze, as it gradually regained its senses, it roared with fury and resentment. Very well. Human, you are the first to survive this. The Knight of the False God from the lake has been dismembered, his eyes gouged out, his tongue mince that I shall cast his body to feed my minions. He was equally loathsome, cursing me until his last breath, and you shall be next. The lady brought light and order to the knights during those dark days. I shall not allow you to insult her knights so. You shall perish by my hand. Ryan felt excruciating pain coursing through his limbs, his eyes ablaze with immense wrath as he murmured, "May my father be with me," with a loud crack from his knees and pelvis. Ryan rose once more, advancing towards Taos. Our battle is far from over. Seizing the moment while Taos had yet to fully recover, Ryan swung his hammer at the beast's skull, declaring, "This strike is for the lady." Taos, however, would not sit idly by. As it attempted to evade, a surge of golden lightning erupted from within its body, searing its nerves. It quickly realized this was the human's cunning ploy. Part of the golden lightning had infiltrated its very being, awaiting the opportune moment to unleash its fury. Cursed Knight! The Doomsday Bull raised its right arm in defense, Ryan's warhammer striking its elbow with tremendous force. Even an arm as robust as a tree trunk could not withstand such a colossal impact. The sound of shattering bones attesting to the success of Ryan's assault. The Doomsday Bull's massive cleaver clattered to the ground, its right arm hanging limp, a trickle of dark crimson blood oozing from the wound, revealing stark white bone beneath. "Grah, human, I will kill you." The Doomsday Bull suddenly raised its iron hoof, and Ryan, sensing the opportunity slipping away, swiftly dodged. Taos took advantage of the moment to stand once more, extending its gaping maw to bite off its own right forearm, discarding the torn flesh to the side. In Ryan's horrified gaze, the bone from the severed arm elongated maniacally, eventually forming a sharp bone blade that glimmered ominously. "In the name of my lord, the god of blood, for Ulrich." Ryan swallowed the blood pooling at his throat and charged into battle once more against Taos. On the heights of Mount Scaviel, an unseen bloodbath raged on. No, it was not unseen. In the dark void, eyes were observing everything. The figure was that of a tall human warrior, clad in gray wolf pelts adorned with wolf skulls upon his full plate armor. He was none other than Ulrich, the White Wolf war god, the white flame of the Northern Empire's harsh winter. The Lord of the White Wolf watched intently as the White Wolf Knight battled the Doomsday Bull, flames and lightning crackling around the two combatants. As the battle escalated, Taos's mental state grew increasingly frenzied, the power of the blood god becoming more foul and putrid within it. Yet, Ryan did not falter. He had long surpassed the physical limits of an ordinary human. The White Wolf Knight's hammer swept through the air, blocking the bone blade that thrust toward him while deflecting the axe aimed directly at him with his formidable wrist strength. The horrific battle remained too close to call. Perhaps the outcome rested on a knife's edge that a golden shadow flickered behind him. Ulrich did not turn, but spoke curtly. Ah, the scent of flowers and fresh springs, and the fragrance of grass. I thought you would remain hidden in that accursed lake, deceiving your knights into confronting their foes. The reply was imbued with a chilly detachment. My knight perished at the hands of this abomination. This young man calls my name to duel it, and I have no reason to remain absent. Indeed, the battle atop the peak escalated to a fever pitch, sweat and grime mingling on Ryan's face. The golden lightning crackling upon his hammer morphed into a whirling vortex. And in this state, the White Wolf Knight's hammer strikes became exceedingly swift, each blow aimed at Taus's vulnerable points. The Doomsday Bull, refusing to yield, evaded Ryan's assault and launched its massive axe straight toward his face. The griffin-headed hammer clashed once more with the axe. You have failed, White Wolf Knight. Taus's colossal bovine head lunged forward, intent on biting Ryan's neck. The White Wolf Knight sensed impending doom. He hastily pushed against the massive form of the Doomsday Bull. Yet, Taus's assault did not relent. It discarded its axe, seizing Ryan's warhammer instead, while its other arm thrust the elongated bone blade downwards. The psychic shield shattered before the bone blade within a second. Plunging deep into Ryan's right shoulder, blood staining his chainmail and the shirt beneath, Ryan discarded his hammer, his left hand gripping the bone blade embedded in his shoulder while his right wrist extended a long psychic blade. Severing the bone blade at its base, grah. The searing pain forced Taus to stagger backward as Ryan yanked the bone blade free from his shoulder, disregarding the profuse bleeding with his right hand. He thrust the psychic blade into the Doomsday Bull's knee, but Taus retaliated with a punch to Ryan's chest, the force of the blow caving in his ribcage. Blood gushed from his mouth as the White Wolf Knight reached towards the heavens. Summoning his warhammer back into his grasp with incredible speed, gripping the hammer with all his might, the White Wolf Knight let out a frantic roar. The one who has failed is you. The skull-crushing strike, one of Ryan's most potent techniques, unleashed a golden arc of power that surged forth, striking Taus squarely on the head. The skull of the beast shattered under the titanic force of Ryan's blow. White matter and crimson blood cascading down. The Doomsday Bull howled in agony, retreating as the acrid taste of its own brain matter filled its mouth, a stark reminder of the reality it faced. Human. You are strong. I shall claim your skull. Taus suddenly ripped open its chest, performing a grotesque gesture. No, it seeks to plead with the blood god for power. Ryan attempted to rise, but found himself unable. His mind swirling in dizziness from excessive blood loss, his shoulder wound still bleeding profusely. He hastily converted his psychic energy into a green healing energy to mend his injuries while striving to recover the stamina depleted by his skull-crushing strike. In the void, it seemed something responded to the Doomsday Bull's supplication. Terrifying crimson energy surged into its body, prompting further transformations. Its wounds healed amidst the frenzied growth of skin and beastly horns. And more alarmingly, 2 new arms sprouted from its back, each ending in massive bone blades. Its consciousness diminished, drawing nearer to chaotic monstrosity. Evidently, the previous bloody combat had delighted the dark god, bestowing this new gift upon it. This was the legendary 4-armed bull demon. Ryan immediately recognized this fabled creature, a terror from the continent's folklore. Such a monstrous being had once decimated entire villages overnight, leaving no survivors. Each appearance demanded the lives of countless soldiers and knights. A well-known tale recounted the current emperor of the empire, Karl Franz Frederick, encountering the fearsome 4-armed bull demon while hunting in the Blood Pine Forest as a child, were it not for the sudden appearance of a wood elf army. The empire's emperor might have been a different person today. By the heavens, my lord did not forewarn me of such a scenario, Ryan murmured to himself, his situation dire. His innards were ruptured in multiple places, his shoulder wounded, and his stamina at a low ebb. Faced with the returning Taus, he found himself at a disadvantage, struggling to fend off the onslaught while continually retreating, until there was nowhere left to escape. Taus unleashed another savage charge, and this time Ryan could not withstand it. Sent flying several meters as the sharp bone blades tore through his chainmail, the inner shirt stained with blood. Ryan groaned in agony, his handsome visage distorted in pain, his warhammer lying a considerable distance away as his body skidded across the ground, leaving a trail of blood behind. Oh, so cold. Once he regained consciousness, Ryan found himself upon the icy surface. Indeed, this was a river flowing past the fortress atop the mountain and downwards. You have failed, How pitiful! Your false god offers you no mercy, only mocks your weakness and cowardice. Ah! The massive form of Taos approached, stepping onto the icy river, advancing towards Ryan one deliberate stride at a time, as if heralding the end of days amidst the cold, dark void. Will you not assist him? A cool voice questioned with a hint of perplexity. He has fought for you to this extent. No. Weakling is not deserving of sympathy. If he dies here, it is his fate. Ulrich replied with an unperturbed shake of his head. This doomsday bull evolving into a four-armed demon indeed surprises me, yet a weakling remains a weakling. I am under no obligation to pay the price for a weakling's frailty. Is it not your decree that compelled this young man to confront the doomsday bull? Now you watch him fall to an enemy far superior with no reaction. In the frigid tones laced with a hint of fury, he declared, "Then I shall. Cease your actions, outsider. Do you not remember that boy is mine? You have no authority to meddle in this matter. Whether he lives or dies is of no concern to you." With that, Ulrich thwarted the mysterious visitor's further movements. The enigmatic figure fell silent once more, redirecting their gaze to the battlefield. Ulrich observed Ryan, who knelt upon the icy surface, murmuring softly, "Rise, rise. Boy, you have yet to lose. Stand up. Take up your weapon and vanquish the enemy." Although the call of the White Wolf war god echoed from afar, it was not overlooked. Ryan genuinely felt a presence watching and summoning him from the void. "Indeed, I am my father's son, that I have come here bearing a monumental mission. Countless souls await my salvation, and there are vital tasks yet to be fulfilled. How can I succumb here?" Bolstered by an indomitable will, Ryan finally managed to rise, his gaze coalescing into a singular focus, the spirit of battle rekindling within him. Yet, he understood that such strength could not endure. His body incessantly warned him, time was running short. How could I possibly conquer the formidable foe before me? Wait, what is this? Ryan noticed the icebound river surface cracking under the weight of the four-armed bull demon's iron hooves. That a realization struck him. Chapter 45, The Battle on the Ice, Part 2. Taurus was drawing near. In its eyes, this man seemed to have relinquished his resistance, whether due to excessive blood loss or the blurring of consciousness from its assault was inconsequential. What mattered was that victory was within grasp. Thus, it hastened its approach with relish. As the silhouette of the four-armed bull demon loomed closer, Ryan meticulously calculated Taurus's steps, summoning the last vestiges of his strength. The massive hooves stamped upon the ice, leaving cracks in their wake. Closer still, the enormous shadow advanced, eclipsing the sun, and Ryan gradually found himself engulfed in darkness. 0.5 meters, 4 meters, 3 meters, when Taurus was a mere 2 meters away. Ryan finally sprang into action. The White Wolf Knight's right fist struck down upon the ice below, a myriad of fractures radiating from beneath him. Gritting his teeth against the pain, Ryan rolled away just as the cracks converged upon Taurus's feet. The fragile ice could no longer withstand the weight of the four-armed bull demon. Just as Taurus raised its axe, it felt the ground beneath give way, half of its body plunging into the icy depths. The biting cold and sensation of weightlessness rendering it momentarily paralyzed. Now is the moment. At Ryan's wrist, the luminous blade of psychic energy flickered once more. The White Wolf Knight surged forward, two beams of light intersecting in a dazzling display. Ah! The bone blades on Taurus's arms were severed by Ryan's psychic blade, and the loss of its newly formed limbs sent Taurus into a frenzy, its remaining arm swinging wildly. Noticing this, Ryan quickly evaded and fled in a specific direction, a clever maneuver, in the void. A lithe figure nodded slightly, her waist-length golden hair shimmering in the light, her nearly perfect tall stature concealed by a veil of mist, obscuring her features. Witnessing Ryan retreat after delivering a crushing blow to the four-armed bull demon, a glimmer of intrigue danced in her eyes. Foolish. In stark contrast, Ulrich's voice rang out in astonished fury, his disappointment palpable as he exclaimed, "This boy has truly let me down. As a White Wolf Knight, he should fight to the last breath. He has not given up, Ulrich." "What?" Ryan, clutching his wounded shoulder, limped towards the abandoned wagon left by the merchant convoy. Lifting the canvas, he discovered 2 barrels of sealed fire oil within. Nodding, the White Wolf Knight hoisted one barrel into the air. That moment, Taurus finally emerged from the riverbed. As it lifted its head, a large wooden barrel came hurtling towards it. Taurus roared, smashing the barrel to splinters. "Do you think this will defeat me? Human, what is this?" The barrel shattered effortlessly, yet the viscous black liquid within drenched its form. "It's over." Ryan seized a torch left by the merchants, igniting it with a flick of his wrist after a brief sprint. He hurled the flaming torch from his left hand, where it spiraled through the frigid air, the red flames igniting the black liquid coating Taurus. What is this? What is this human doing? This was the last thought in Taurus's mind. Boom. A thunderous explosion resonated from the peaks of Scavel Mountain, the shockwave reverberating through the valley, causing swathes of coniferous forest to sway violently. Countless snowflakes cascaded to the ground, and the terrifying blast left charred marks in a radius of several meters, the billowing smoke forcing Ryan to shield his eyes and nose. After a few moments, the dust began to settle at the epicenter of the explosion. The four-armed bull demon's body lay scorched, its last remaining left arm obliterated in the blast. The rocky exterior was utterly destroyed, exposing a macabre display of bones, its abdomen ruptured, innards spilling forth, and its bovine visage marred, revealing teeth in places, the scene horrifyingly grotesque. Yet even in this state, Taurus remained alive. Laboriously advancing towards Ryan, a manic grin plastered across its face. It was a smile of madness, bloodlust, and malice. Human, you are strong, truly strong. Ah. Taurus spat venomously. Perhaps you may conquer me today, but I shall one day return from the subspace. And then, I will rend your flesh from your bones with my teeth. I will chew upon your brain, and you shall experience true agony. I curse you. Your wounds will heal, but your pain will not. The scar I leave upon your shoulder shall haunt you for life. You will be forever tormented by it. The lone remaining eye of Taurus glowed crimson, fixated upon Ryan. Oh, is that so? I believe you will not have the opportunity. Ryan's body wavered perilously. Yet his formidable will triumphed over the pain, the White Wolf Knight charging towards Taurus, in the name of Dorn. All remaining psychic energy surged into his left hand, a pale blue aura coalescing into a brilliant amalgamation of gold and silver light. The White Wolf Knight pivoted slightly to the left, swiftly twisting his torso, his left foot driving into the ground, followed by his left fist descending downward, forward, and upward. The fist struck Taurus squarely on the chin. The four-armed bull demon, towering nearly 4 meters, was lifted off the ground, spinning through the air, its jaw disfigured, teeth shattered, blood gushing from its mouth. Taurus's soul wickedly detached from its body. Though it was not yet dead, it was merely destined to return to subspace. This will be your last victory. Human, huh? Do you think you can escape? The corners of Ryan's mouth curled upwards. A brilliant light of psychic energy erupted atop the mountain, forming a colossal vortex, drawing Taurus's soul further from subspace and closer to the psychic whirlpool. No. No. This is impossible. You cannot. Taurus's soul emitted a wretched wail, fear etched into its features for the first time. No. 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 The psychic storm engulfed Taurus's tainted soul, the white gusts searing it, the filthy crimson essence thrashing desperately within the vortex. No. This is impossible. This cannot be. The soul of the four-armed bull demon was utterly shattered beneath Ryan's psychic might, its essence dissipating into nothingness, and the once invincible malevolence lay defeated before Ryan. It is over. Ryan reached out to grasp the immense horns of the four-armed bull demon, severing its head as a trophy. After collecting the knightly insignias from Taurus's form, Ryan finally allowed himself to acknowledge the pain inflicted by battle. The agony enveloped his senses, yet he knew he could not succumb to unconsciousness. Thus, he crawled to the icy river, using the frigid water to cleanse his wounds, the icy sensation penetrating to the marrow. Having tended to his injuries with makeshift bandaging, he leaned against the side, gasping heavily. This apocalyptic bull, having evolved into a four-armed demon, had, in many respects, transcended the realm of biological existence, becoming a demon from subspace. Demons are notoriously difficult to slay. One may defeat them time and again. Their corporeal forms can be obliterated, yet their essence is not bound to physicality. It is merely a conglomeration of negative energy from the subspace. Their true nature is energy. Typically, demons cannot traverse into the material world. Only when certain beings of the material realm descend into corruption, or under specific circumstances, may demons breach the chaotic gates into the material realm. Following the annihilation of their corporeal forms, their souls return to subspace, undergoing a lengthy recovery and reconstitution of their forms, awaiting the next opportunity to invade the material world. However, Ryan is different. He is the child of his father, and it is likely that only he can utterly shatter the souls of demons in the material plane. The demons and undead beings he has slain will have no chance of resurrection. Death is truly final. Leaning against a pine tree, Ryan gasps for breath. A glimmering coin that falls beside him catches his attention. Instinctively, he reaches out to touch it, and soon, a coin emblazoned with the visage of the goddess of wealth and trade appears before his eyes. Divine gold coins. I have struck it rich, O fortune. Thank you for bestowing upon me such good fortune. Ryan's eyes widen in amazement, and he cannot help but grin. Divine gold coins are a universally accepted currency across the continent, officially issued by the Church of Wealth. Each divine gold coin carries a hint of the goddess's divine power. These coins were first created due to the impracticality of transporting vast quantities of gold dinars. Transactions among wealthy merchants often involved thousands of gold coins, which became an unwieldy burden, leading to frequent disputes. Thus, when the great merchants prayed to the goddess of wealth, she fashioned these divine gold coins. 1 divine gold coin can be exchanged for 1,000 gold dinars. However, in reality, the value of divine gold coins far exceeds this, as they serve numerous purposes and are essential materials for significant spells and alchemical creations. Consequently, a single divine gold coin can be traded for approximately 1,200 gold dinars. And in some black markets, the price may soar even higher. The injured White Wolf Knight beams with joy, as if the pain from his wounds has lessened. I in the void, discussions about this matter continue. Splendid. Ulrich finally bursts into laughter. Ha ha ha, you see. I knew he would win. I shall inform all the White Wolf temples of what has transpired here, so that the world may witness the remarkable young man I possess. With that, Ulrich swaggered away. Only the remaining figure gazed at Ryan, their eyes shimmering with divine light. That energy I have encountered before. They recalled the day they fled to this world and encountered an endless army of demons battling against a human clad in silver plate armor, wreathed in blue flames. The energy of that human bore a striking resemblance to the one before them, though it was evident they were not the same individual, for that human was exceptionally tall and possessed formidable strength, capable of single-handedly pursuing an entire legion of demons, causing even the once mighty demon lords to flee in disarray before him. A horse, a red horse, granted power to its rider, capable of snatching peace from the ground, inciting men to slay one another, and a great sword is bestowed upon him. The beautiful figure recalled a prophecy they had once obtained through the expending of divine power. The kingdom of knights will be engulfed in flames of war until its utter annihilation. Yet there remains a glimmer of hope. A gray horse shall contend with it, ridden by one wielding a sword, who must be granted the crown. He shall emerge, victory after victory, driving away the darkness. Regardless, it is a waste for this young man to remain under Ulrich's command. Perhaps I must employ some means. They did not disclose to Ulrich that their presence here was not due to Ryan, but merely a fortunate coincidence, as their knight happened to pass through. After gasping for breath for what felt like several minutes, or perhaps hours, Ryan finally managed to rise. That he chose not to descend the mountain recklessly. Instead, he made his way to the abandoned goods of the merchant caravan, finding some ham and pickles they had discarded, and set about making a fire to cook. As the sun gradually sank, the enhancement provided by his extraordinary physique and his father's genes proved significant. Ryan's fatigue and injuries began to mend. Although the wound on his shoulder would require more time to heal, it had ceased to trouble him. After consuming an entire ham, Ryan retrieved another large ham, which the caravan had originally prepared as provisions for over 10 days, thus benefiting him greatly. After slicing the ham, he took out an iron pot and began preparing soup. Ryan felt no concern that the Beastmen would launch a counterattack, with Taois's head nearby. These Beastmen, no matter how strong, were merely a rabble. He now hoped to quickly satiate his hunger and then find a place to rest, for he was utterly exhausted after 2 days of relentless combat. Reflecting on his fruitless pursuit of Bert, he sighed deeply. Despite his efforts to quicken his pace, he remained hindered. Since setting out, he had engaged in numerous battles, suffering significant casualties yet reaping little reward. After obtaining his father's genes, he had once believed he could dominate the battlefield, or at the very least acquire a territory by the age of 20. However, since he began fighting at the age of 16, 8 years had passed. He had participated in countless skirmishes, and the number of barbarian tribesmen, greenskins, and beastmen he had slain likely exceeded 2,000. Yet, he had only earned the title of a Knight of the Kingdom. Though achieving this status as a noble foster son was indeed commendable, it was far from sufficient, for upon arriving in this world, his father had revealed to him a secret capable of overturning it. According to his father's prophecy, the world would face annihilation in a few decades. When that time comes, the world will crumble, Mountains will shatter, and terrifying chaotic storms will sweep across the entire material realm. All deities will be forced to descend to the mortal realm, and the four gods of chaos will personally descend to deliver the final blow to this world, despite humanity's desperate resistance. The moment of reckoning will ultimately arrive, as the four gods of chaos will completely obliterate this world. How ludicrous that I cannot even defeat a fallen hunter, yet I dare to aspire to change the fate of a world. Ryan stirred the thick soup in the pot with a spoon. Scoffing at the absurdity, the notion that a traverser could slay gods and Buddhas was ultimately a tale of fiction. He reminded himself that perseverance was essential. He must diligently pursue the task entrusted to him by his father. Only by completing his father's commission promptly, or at least accomplishing a portion of it, could his father assist him. As the sun dipped lower, the soup in the pot began to boil, and the potatoes in the fire were roasted to perfection. At that moment, a knight suddenly appeared from the mountainside, riding a heavily armored warhorse. He wore an ornate kite helmet, with colorful feathers swaying in the cold wind, and his body was encased in full plate armor. In his left hand, he held a one-handed sword ablaze with white flames, while a kite shield hung at his right side. Behind him was a large wooden box composed of many smaller boxes. And his armor bore his family crest, a vibrant depiction of a lion leaping against a backdrop of red and blue kite shield. Pray tell, from where do you hail? May this passing traveler rest alongside you. The knight, spotting Ryan from a distance, quickly confirmed Ryan's identity as a knight through the warhammer beside him and the knight's insignia on his chest. Have you just emerged from battle? I have healing potions. Do you require assistance? And from whence do you come? Valiant knight, out of courtesy, Ryan rose to return the greeting. I am a knight of the lady, hailing from Conti of Britannia, here in pursuit of the Holy Grail. The knight approached, his countenance noble, with thick brows and bright eyes, adorned with a splendid goatee. In his 30s, he radiated vigor, his eyes sparkling with life. His armor was embellished with golden tassels and ribbons, and he noticed the bloodstains and severe damage to Ryan's armor, signaling his benign intentions as he sheathed his sword. You were wounded? Did you encounter a skirmish? Your prowess is commendable. Ryan was about to respond when he gasped in astonishment. The knight's steed bore behind it a large net filled with the severed heads of Beastmen, at least 30 to 50. Is this the head of the Doomsday Bull? Did you slay the Beast King? The knight also observed the enormous bull's head that Ryan had set aside. To slay the Beast King is no small feat, was the thunderous sound from the mountain peak caused by you. Indeed. I vanquished this vile creature for the Lord of the White Wolf, and it took considerable effort, Ryan replied, yet his gaze remained fixed on the mission knight before him. Indeed, through their earlier conversation, he had confirmed that this individual was a mission knight, embarking on a quest for the Holy Grail, guided by the oracle of the Lady of the Lake. While the virtues of Grail Knights inspire trust, the standards of mission knights can vary widely. Some are comparable to Grail Knights, embodying the 8 virtues, while others are merely marginally superior to wandering knights. It is well known that only those of noble character may partake of the Grail after fulfilling the lady's mission. What a pity, the knight shrugged. Sighing, I had hoped to present the head of the Doomsday Bull to the lady, but it seems I must seek another worthy quarry. Hearing this, Ryan breathed a sigh of relief, at least in their initial meeting. This knight seemed quite agreeable. Please, take a seat. There is nothing more comforting on a winter's night than sharing a hearty soup. What say you? Haha, excellent. Thank you. By the way, White Wolf Knight, I have yet to inquire your name. The mission knight dismounted gracefully from his formidable steed. Ryan observed the horse, which was of an impressive stature, its teeth both broad and well-aligned, encased in heavy armor yet displaying no signs of fatigue. Ambling leisurely through the winter wilderness and rugged mountains, its gaze was imbued with deep affection for the knight. When its eye shifted towards Ryan Estu, he could discern a longing within its look. Undoubtedly, this magnificent warhorse, akin to a superbly trained human warrior, was a unique breed of pure-blood elven warhorse exclusive to Britannia, a treasure strictly forbidden for export from the knightly kingdom. I am Ryan, known as the Hammer, son of Lord Norman of Altene, a knight of the White Wolf. Ryan extended his hand. Indeed, it is you. I am Lon Rio Cornwall, son of the Duke of Connaught, just Lewis, and now a knight on a mission. Chapter 46. Upon hearing the name, a glint sparkled in Ryan's eyes as the two clasped hands. Ryan suddenly broke into a carefree smile. So, we are both lions then? Haha. Were it someone else, I would surely not concede. But having heard of your exploits, defeating the Doom Bull, it is evident you are an exceptional knight, and what harm is there in being known as a lion alongside you? Lon laughed heartily. For within his name, Rio signified lion, just as Ryan also meant lion, differing only in pronunciation due to linguistic variations, with the Britannian tongue derived from the High Gothic of the Empire, fundamentally similar. Ha ha, just as Ryan was about to continue his laughter. He felt blood trickle from his nostrils, realizing that his mirth had agitated his lungs, and hastily produced a handkerchief to wipe it away. How embarrassing. I am a bit injured, as you know, to cover my companion's retreat. I chose to face that beast alone, which took quite a toll. Lon, leading his horse, took a seat by the fire, tethering the steed aside before warming himself by the flames. That I am aware, I encountered your companions, who were besieged by a horde of beastmen. The situation was dire. Were they unharmed? Ryan inquired, a hint of anxiety creeping into his tone. Yet, seeing Lon's composed demeanor amidst the firelight, his heart steadied. For the large sack of head spoke volumes. Of course, I am a knight of the lady. In the face of peril, I had no reason not to lend aid. Lon nodded, unceremoniously retrieving a bowl and spoon, and began to heartily partake of Ryan's stew. His appetite was genuine, as Ryan watched him consume the steaming, bubbling broth with delight. Despite Lon using silverware, the trust he placed in Ryan, dismissing any notion of poison, revealed his noble character. Ryan also served himself a generous bowl. Beneath the starry night of the Scavial Mountains, devoid of moonlight, the two savored a sumptuous meal of stew, ham, roasted potatoes, and bread, illuminated by the fire and starlight. It is worth noting that Lon's elven warhorse dined on the same fare. Ryan found this unremarkable. In the knightly kingdom of Britannia, elven warhorses were deemed more valuable and precious than humans, their numbers exceedingly rare. For the people of this realm, sharing a stable with an elven warhorse was not a disgrace but an unparalleled honor. For reasons unknown, the two lions, Lon and Ryan, felt an instant rapport rather than any mutual repulsion. Lon, observing this connection, retrieved a bottle of red wine from a wooden crate behind him. Care for a glass? It hails from the vineyards of Wenvoort. The Duchy of Wenvoort in Britannia, renowned for its fine wines and olive oils, was famed worldwide. Why not? Ryan responded, procuring a mug of his own. Ha ha, how delightful. It is rare to encounter such a magnanimous knight like you, Ryan. Lon filled their glasses, the crimson liquid reflecting the firelight and starlight, resembling blood. Cheers, to the lady. Ryan accepted the cup, deliberating briefly before raising it. To the White Wolf, Ulrich. The two vessels clinked together, splashing wine. Upon hearing Ryan invoke the name of Ulrich, Lon subtly furrowed his brow, an expression that did not escape Ryan's notice. He mused that the followers of the Lady of the Lake were not particularly fond of Ulrich's devotees, who deemed the Knights of the Lake too constrained by rules and overly involved in politics, while the Knights of the Lake considered Ulrich's followers to be brutish and reckless. Their lack of outright hostility stemmed from their shared enmity towards chaos. As anticipated, the rich red wine slid down their throats, prompting Lon to speak. The moment I laid eyes on you, I knew you must be the Hammerian of the Nord Kingdom. Pray, elaborate. Ryan, intrigued, pressed for details about what this noble knight had to say. In your 20s, black-haired and blue-eyed, capable of slaying the Doom Bull single-handedly. Besides you, does Nord have anyone else? Lon marveled as he chewed on the bread, impressed. Had it not been for Julius constantly mentioning you, I would have never known Nord produced such a figure. It was indeed true that Nord had not seen many talents since its founding. I am unaware of what Julius has conveyed to you, but I presume it pertains to our duel. Yes, Ryan remarked with a hint of resignation, and Lon nodded in agreement with a smile. Julius Anter, the eldest son of the Duke of Wenvoort, was the foremost of the young generation in the knightly kingdom. He had entered the military at 14 as a ranger knight, and was knighted at 18 for his numerous battlefield achievements. He was of similar age to Ryan, and their acquaintance stemmed from their fervent rivalry, which had been sparked during a duel arranged through their godfathered mounted combat. Ryan was unseated by Julius's lance, yet he triumphed in foot combat by disarming him. This victory earned Ryan Julius's respect, and they agreed to face each other again. However, what remained etched in Ryan's memory was not Julius's formidable prowess, but rather the beauty of his sister, a sentiment Ryan would never voice. Indeed, what I have witnessed today affirms your reputation. Now, what do you intend to do with the head of that beast? Lon inquired with a smile, conveying goodwill while revealing a hint of curiosity. Will it be offered to the Lord of the White Wolf? This is the divine will of the Lord of the White Wolf, and I shall certainly present the head of this beast to him. Ryan feigned youthful innocence, eager to gauge Lon's intentions. Since it is the Lord's divine will, as a knight of the White Wolf, I must strive to fulfill it. A glimmer of intrigue sparkled in Lon's eyes, contemplating an opportunity, and he continued, then upon completing the Lord of the White Wolf's mission, it is only natural to deliver the head to the White Wolf Church for submission. Of course, Ryan affirmed, nodding as if it were a matter of course. And what follows? Since you have vanquished a fearsome Dune Bull for the Lord of the White Wolf, the reward must surely be substantial. Lon feigned casual inquiry. Well, that might be the case. I am not entirely certain what reward I shall receive, Ryan mused, realizing the anticipated intrigue had indeed arrived. Is that so? Then, according to standard procedure, what kind of reward would the Lord of the White Wolf bestow upon his knight? Lon inquired, finishing a glass of wine, his strong brow accentuating his refined speech. Adorned with a distinct accent typical of the great nobles of the knightly kingdom, akin to those of the empire. Generally, it is documented, the church's priests record the event and relay it to the archbishop in the city of the White Wolf. His Grace Archbishop Malras will then seek an opportunity to communicate with our Lord, and should the occasion arise during a holy festival when divine messages are received, rewards will be granted. Along with gifts, this was not a secret. In fact, most churches followed this process, and thus Ryan spoke with confidence. As for the gifts, they often include wolf heads or wolf fangs. After I slew a cyclops, I received this breastplate as a reward in the lady's temple. Lon gestured, revealing his breastplate to Ryan. Beneath the starry sky, illuminated by the fire and starlight, Ryan could only examine it briefly. Indeed, the breastplate gleamed with radiant colors, displaying no trace of dirt even in such harsh weather. The runes upon its surface pulsed with the powerful divine energy of the Lady of the Lake, and the exquisite patterns shimmered with enchanting brilliance even in the darkness. Clearly, this was no ordinary item, but a breastplate enchanted either by the lady herself or, at the very least, by one of her chosen. Truly a remarkable piece. Ryan nodded, acknowledging the rarity of enchanted armor. Not even the lords of Nord could boast of possessing an enchanted weapon, yet here was the legitimate son of the Duke of Connad in Bretagne, adorned with an entire ensemble of enchanted gear. It is not as you may imagine. None of my equipment was inherited from my family. Lon's eyes twinkled with amusement, though his smile subdued. He seemed to perceive Ryan's unvoiced thoughts and explained. All of it was granted to me by the Lady Dibdo. Ryan's interest piqued. What merit could one have to receive such gifts? Thus, Lon implied that this entire set of enchanted weaponry was earned through his own valor in battle, obtained from the Lady of the Lake in exchange for his deeds. This revelation stirred something in Ryan. Throughout his years in Nord and as a knight of the White Wolf, he had gained some understanding of such matters. The White Wolf god, Ulrich, is not a benevolent deity. Rather, he is a cold and indifferent one. Ulrich embodies detachment, ruthlessness, and a penchant for holding grudges. He desires his followers to rely on their own strength for self-sufficiency, proving their loyalty to him through their valor on the battlefield. In stark contrast to the more civilized gods, Ulrich is savage and ferocious, a personification of power, glory, and courage. In truth, he demands little from his adherents beyond strength, honor, and bravery. Ulrich admires those who exhibit exceptional audacity and fearlessness, while he scorns weakness, cowardice, and treachery. However, he remains notably indifferent toward his followers. Unlike the benevolent deities who readily respond to prayers or the lake fairy who frequently manifests miracles, any common believer or villager beseeching Ulrich can expect only silence in return. As for his priests or the White Wolf Knights, he is hardly generous to Ulrich's treatment of these, well, let us say loyal followers, does not warrant the term generosity. Take the case of Ryan, for instance. Ulrich neither disclosed the opponent's strength nor intervened to assist Ryan in the face of such formidable foes, particularly after the apocalyptic bull had fully evolved into a four-armed demon. Under ordinary circumstances, when faced with an insurmountable enemy as decreed by divine prophecy, it is only natural for a deity to extend aid. Yet, the reality is that Ryan did not seek assistance, and Ulrich offered none. The reason Ryan refrained from asking for help is that he understands Ulrich well. This White Wolf god would not only refuse to aid him, but would also mock his frailty. So, why invite humiliation upon himself? If Ryan were merely a simple-minded local, it would be normal for him to regard Ulrich as a celestial being, sacred and inviolable, feeling compelled to give his all, even at the cost of his life. However, Ryan is not that. As the son of that man, he possesses his own beliefs and pride. Despite often deriding his father, deep down, He harbors gratitude and admiration for him, and he has always viewed the mission bestowed upon him by his father as his ultimate goal. Ulrich, merely a superficial faith. Thus, after Lauen's remarks, Ryan found himself pondering deeply. His thoughts reflected in his expression, prompting Lauen to raise his goat-like beard slightly and fall silent. The two paused for a moment, savoring their wine without further conversation. Observing Ryan's demeanor through the glass of red wine, Lauen's mind was also in motion that as the legitimate heir to the Duchy of Contable in Bretonnia. Lauenrio Cornwall had received an exceptionally comprehensive and outstanding education from a young age in culture, military, and politics alike. He was groomed as the first heir apparent to the Duke, and he had not disappointed expectations. At 37 years of age, he had embarked on the Grail quest. Just moments ago, the lady's avatar had appeared before him, imparting her wisdom. The lady sought the allegiance of the person before him. Were it anyone else, Lauen might have felt a twinge of surprise. However, given that the target was the legendary Big Hammer Ryan, a hero well known throughout the Kingdom of Nord and of noble birth with commendable appearance and prowess, Lauen found little to raise an eyebrow at. He understood Julius's strength. To stand equal with Julius and independently vanquish the apocalyptic bull, he was undoubtedly worthy of serving the illustrious lady. The lowly farmer could not befit the lady, but exceptional knights naturally owed her their service and loyalty, did they not? Thus, comparison inevitably brings hurt, does it not? Lauen's thoughts were opaque to Ryan, yet the words of the mission knight struck a chord within him. The young White Wolf Knight, already feeling anxious about his slow progress, found a new thought surfacing in his mind. Perhaps Ulrich was not the best choice after all. His choice to follow Ulrich stemmed partly from his adoptive father Norman being a devoted follower, a White Wolf Knight by profession, and partly from Ulrich's resolute stance against the chaotic evil gods. This was largely due to Ulrich's followers being predominantly located in the Northern Empire and the Kingdom of Nord, whenever the forces of chaos descended southward. The first to be obliterated were Ulrich's adherents, an outcome unacceptable to him. Thus, he must resolutely confront chaos, for the faith of his followers is the very foundation of a deity's existence. Without believers, a god would gradually lose power until ultimately vanishing. Moreover, among the four chaos gods, the blood god Khorne represents hatred and war, being a god of battle, while Ulrich embodies winter and warfare, also a god of battle. It is inevitable that only one shall remain. Therefore, without further ado, let battle commence, to the death if necessary. However, the Lake Fairy is also a deity locked in an eternal struggle against chaos. Furthermore, for Ryan, faith in anything is merely a facade. At his core, he has always believed that the relationship between deities and their followers is one of mutual exploitation, followers offering their faith and strength to the deity, who in turn protects them and bestows divine grace. The only true faith he holds is in the cold golden light that brought him to this world. Chapter 47. The Imperial Council on the mountain peak in the dead of night. The wind howled as the vast expanse of the starry river shimmered in the sky. Lauen took a small sip of his wine, savoring it elegantly before letting out a satisfied belch. Then gently stroking his warhorse. "Hander, have you had your fill?" The elven steed nodded heavily, licking the bottom of its bowl as it let out a resounding snort toward Ryan. "It is praising your delicious soup," Lauen remarked, meticulously grooming his horse's mane. "It is rare for anything to earn Hander's commendation. By the way, where is your steed?" "I lent it to my companions so they could escape," Ryan replied, examining the numerous dents and damages on his chainmail, pondering that this armor might be challenging to repair, and he would require a new set of armor. A warhorse is half a knight's life. Would you truly entrust your life to another? Lauen immediately recognized the perilous situation that the humans had faced at that time. Isn't that the knight's vow? To defend the realm, safeguard the territory, and protect loved ones. Ryan found it difficult to admit that his lingering in the stationed army had led him to overlook the external circumstances, thus adopting a different tone. Precisely. Nowadays, it is rare for knights to possess such awareness that in their eyes, the lady's teachings pale in comparison to their own lives and futures. The chivalric virtues of yore have become shackles that bind them in their pursuit of wealth and power. Lauen was momentarily diverted by Ryan's words, and after some thought, he took the initiative to speak. "Are you aware of the Battle of Mallenberg that erupted a few months ago, the war between the Empire and Bretonnia?" "I know a bit. I heard. You eventually reached a peace agreement with the Empire?" Ryan mused, considering that since Lowen had broached the subject, it would be a good opportunity to inquire further. A peace agreement? Puffed. It may appear appealing. But do you know the truth? Britannia lost. Lowen shook his head, a hint of disdain creeping onto his face. A war that was a failure from start to finish, initial defeat, a failing course, and a disastrous outcome. If not for the Emperor of the Empire granting us some semblance of dignity, who knows if Richard could maintain his throne? Could you elaborate? Ryan asked, intrigued. The man before him was a high noble of Britannia, hailing from one of the three most illustrious families whose bloodlines trace back to the founding Night King, Arthur. These three families are the Leaping Lion, the Red Fire Dragon, and the Pure White Pegasus, from which most knightly kings have emerged. Getting sidetracked, it would be wise to hear what this noble has to say. Upon receiving the invitation from Duke Schultz of Mallenberg, our Night King, Tiger Richard, was blinded by the allure of 5 carts of gold coins and decided to lead the army forth. Accompanied by a multitude of wandering knights and ranger knights, along with infantry and archers composed of those tenant farmers. Lowen shook his head, gazing into the distance. Moreover, the various dukes responded sparingly, with many even refusing to heed the call. Then Lowen let out a sound of incredulity. Do you know? Lord Antry only dispatched 4 rangers and 14 soldiers, with a troop of over 50 farmers responding to the summons. Not a single knight was sent. Haha, that is certainly the case. Duke Waynford has frequent trade relations with the Empire and Mallenberg, so he would not wish to sour relations with the Empire. Ryan quickly picked up on the implications behind the mission knight's words, and the fact that not a single knight was sent is quite telling. Thus, this war need not have been waged. The true knights did not arrive. What do those young men, filled with hot blood and ambitions for merit, know? Did they truly believe that the Imperial army was akin to the peasant uprisings they routinely suppressed? Lowen seemed oblivious to the subtext of the White Wolf Knight's words, spreading his hands. As you know, the originally tense standoff between the Empire and Britannia erupted into full-blown war due to a horde of eager young men rushing headlong into the Imperial ranks. Ryan nodded in agreement, understanding that Lowen had discerned the core reason behind the knightly kingdom's deployment. This military action should have been a show of force, yet due to various reasons, it inexplicably escalated into war, resulting in a self-destructive outcome. This was what one would call a failure from the outset. The disconnection between the front and rear forces was severe, as the knights charged en masse towards the Imperial pike formations. The longbowmen at the back had yet to even enter firing range, lacking sufficient knights to lead them. What could those peasant infantry know? It descended into chaos, a complete shambles. Lon sighed. Before His Majesty King Richard had the chance to order a reformation of the ranks, His Imperial Majesty Karl Franz had already astutely seized this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for battle. He personally led the Reek Guard into the fray against the disordered Britannian formations, and after 2 charges, those peasant soldiers were utterly routed. Lion understood. This was the failure of process. Most knights had plunged into the Imperial ranks, inevitably finding themselves at a disadvantage against the well-prepared pike formations, destined to become mired in a quagmire, once cavalry became embroiled in a prolonged engagement with the pike formations. Their sustainability would be severely compromised at that point. As the King of Knights, Richard would be left with only a handful of loyal knights and guards, and the battlefield's dynamics would be irreversibly altered. As for the subsequent treaty, while the 2 knights, both named Lion, were engaged in jovial conversation, the imperial capital, Brunberg, stood resplendent. Towering statues surrounded the opulent palace, depicting the Emperor Charlemagne and the 12 Carolingian knights, with Charlemagne holding a sword in one hand and a book in the other. Gazing serenely ahead, the 50-meter-high palace gates were adorned with ancient historical murals, chronicling events from Charlemagne's rise to the establishment of the Dwarven Alliance during the Longbeard War, to the annihilation of the Greenskin Horde at the Blackfire Pass, culminating in his victory over the necromancer Nagash at the Reek River, and finally, the chaotic incursions depicted on the walls, showcasing Charlemagne wielding the holy sword in battle against the unifier, Morker, the Emperor of the Human Empire. Karl Franz Friedrich was diligently writing in his study. Though Britannia was defeated at the Battle of Marienburg, it was due to their main force not being deployed. Regardless, we are all brethren of humanity, and I would not wish for our knightly friends to become our foes. Such a prospect is one I do not desire. The Emperor continued to inscribe with a quill on parchment. The Empire is vast, yet allies are scarce, surrounded by enemies. It is imperative that the Empire unites its few allies as much as possible. The strength of the Grail Knights is essential. The Elector Counts have sought to undermine me due to my youth upon ascending the throne, attempting to pressure me into relinquishing power. However, following the victory at Bloodpine Forest and the subsequent successes in quelling rebellions, this victory over the Knightly Kingdom has temporarily earned me their trust. While Karl Franz was still writing, a herald approached, announcing, "Your Majesty, General Heinrich has arrived. Let him enter." The Emperor commanded. Raising his gaze, he appeared youthful, seemingly in his 30s, his voice resonant and powerful, exuding an impressive presence, with striking features and bright eyes that sparkled like the sun at 8 or 9 in the morning. Yes, after a brief moment, the fully armed Imperial Count Heinrich von Frenz entered the Emperor's study, kneeling on one knee. "Your Majesty, the Elector Counts have arrived at the Imperial Council." Upon hearing the term, Elector Counts, the Emperor's fingers twitched slightly. Understood. I shall proceed immediately. Rising, the Emperor gazed at the rays of light streaming through the colorful stained glass windows, sighing, "War has never ceased. It did not in the past. It does not now. In the future, who can say? By the way, have we notified the Mage Guild?" As he traversed the long corridor, the Emperor suddenly inquired. The Mage Guild, distinct from the Mage Church, comprised the mages of the Imperial Royal Wizard Academy and was directly overseen by the Emperor. The leader of the Mage Guild was the chief archmage of the Empire, currently held by Sinus German, a fire mage of unfathomable strength. Many claimed he had ascended to the realm of the sanctified. Yet none dared to test the depths of his power. "Yes, Lord German is already en route to the palace," the attendant replied. "Summon Gelt as well. I wish to see him after the meeting concludes," the Emperor added. "Understood." An attendant hurried away. The Imperial Council dictated the politics of the entire empire, yet in practice, it was not extensive. This chamber, located within the Imperial Palace, occupied a smaller area than one might imagine, consisting merely of an independent courtyard and a 3-story mansion. Guards clad in golden armor, wielding hammers and swords, stood vigilant at every 5 paces, watching for any signs of disturbance. That Karl Franz signaled for his guards to withdraw, gently pushing open the grand doors. All the Elector Counts were already seated, including the youthful Elector of Brisland, a boy barely in his teens, nervously glancing around. The council chamber was not cramped, as many Elector Counts were still enjoying refreshments. However, the atmosphere was suffocating. The lineage of the human empire had persisted since its inception, of the 12 Carolingian knights established by Charlemagne. Only 4 bloodlines remained. The other Elector Counts were noble military families granted lands by Ludwig, each a formidable warrior renowned for their deeds. Their imposing presence filled the chamber to the brim, causing attendants to blanch in fear, eager to flee at the slightest disturbance. Additionally, the Archbishop of the Church of Justice, Beckman, was meditating in silence, while the Archbishop of the Church of Life was engaged in discussions with Elector Walrich Manfred regarding the further improvement of grain strains. Meanwhile, the Archbishop of the Mage Church was inspecting his jeweled ring, lost in thought. Upon seeing the Emperor enter, all the Elector Counts rose in acknowledgement. Karl Franz gestured for them to be seated. "Gentlemen, today's council is convened to discuss 2 matters. Please, Your Majesty, speak freely," urged the Elector of Aldorf, Roland Otto Fengenbach, known as the Horn of Victory. His daughter Helena was the Emperor's wife, and though he appeared youthful, those in the know understood he was on the brink of 100 years. As a direct descendant of one of the 12 Carolingian knights and the Emperor's father-in-law, he had every reason to inquire. The first matter is straightforward. It concerns a letter from the High Elf Phoenix King. Terien. The Emperor approached the main seat and placed a letter upon the red velvet cloth before him. "What did the long-eared ones convey?" spoke the Elector of Toscana, Umberto Korean, a man with brown hair and a bushy beard. Already over 270 years of age, that he was the only one to have remained an elector since the Great Holy War, a legendary human hero and sanctified warrior, when Ludwig rose in rebellion. He was the first noble to respond, relinquishing all military power and even joining the battlefield, single-handedly vanquishing 2 demon princes at the Battle of Fascia. The envoy from OSUN brought greetings from the Phoenix King and presented a modest request. The Emperor replied, his face betraying an unmistakable sarcasm as he handed the letter to an attendant, who delivered it to Umberto. After only a glance, Umberto slammed his palm on the table. "This is too egregious. What do these pointy-eared folk wish to gain? They seek to obtain the right to elect." The council chamber erupted into a cacophony, akin to boiling oil in a pan. Absolutely not. Human affairs should be resolved among humans. There has never been a precedent for foreign interference in the internal politics of the human empire. I oppose. Impossible. The emperor of the human empire ought to be chosen by humans. The elector counts were incensed, passionately voicing their objections to the notion of allowing high elves to meddle in imperial matters. Karl Franz once again raised a hand for silence. Then, gentlemen, in 10 minutes, we shall vote on whether this proposal shall pass. The emperor settled into his seat, coldly observing the fervent discussion among the electors. Except for the archbishop of the Mage Church, who remained silent, nearly everyone expressed their utter refusal to accept such an outrageous demand. Karl Franz mused that any elector with a functioning mind would never acquiesce to such a humiliating agreement. Even if Trian promised to share more magical and technological secrets if the proposal were approved, yet the elector of Brisland was still just a child. What thoughts might he have? The emperor noticed the young elector, Johnny Bernardino, whispering to his attendant behind him. "What should I do?" the boy asked cautiously. "You should cast a vote of negation, my lord," came the response. 10 minutes later, the emperor signaled for the vote to commence. 14 votes opposed, 1 abstention. The abstention came from the archbishop of the Mage Church, an outcome that did not surprise the emperor. The Mage Church sought to learn more magical secrets from the high elves, and an abstention was already a concession on their part. Very well, this matter is thus rejected by the Imperial Council. Karl Franz nodded, finding no surprise in the result. Now, on to the next matter. The emperor's expression turned grave. The storm fortress has been breached by the northern barbarians. 2,000 defenders perished without a single survivor. Over 4,000 barbarian troops have surged into the heart of Nord, and they are calling for our aid. Chapter 48, Maiden Haven. The storm fortress has been breached? Impossible. Was it not said that the fortifications of the north could withstand for months? One of the electors remarked instinctively. There are traitors. The barbarians have discovered the most vulnerable point of the storm fortress. Karl Franz's eyes gleamed with intensity as he clenched his fists, directing his gaze towards the Grand Archbishop of the Church of Justice, Beckman, signaling him to speak. The walls of the storm fortress have been corrupted by chaos over the years, sprouting eyes and tentacles, Beckman interjected. Under the church's supervision, we shall purify the tainted walls with flames and rebuild them. But at this very moment, the northern barbarians have launched their assault, recklessly battering the storm fortress. The emperor nodded. This transpired last night. This barbarian army is led by the Bearmen tribe, with the chieftain known as the Crushing Bear, Berg. What of Ulfric? Roland inquired, for the barbarian leader was formidable, and should he land, only the king of Nord could contend with him. Ulfric's black flagship has been intercepted by the Nord Navy, albeit at a great cost. Karl Franz waved off the notion of Ulfric landing in the short term, deeming it not urgent. The immediate priority is to dispatch reinforcements swiftly. What say you, gentlemen of the Empire? Woolrich will promptly send aid. You shall see more White Wolf Knights. Elector Manfred of Woolrich was the first to respond. For his territory bordered the Nord Kingdom, and should Nord falter, the pressure upon him would be immense. The other 2 electors adjacent to Nord also nodded in agreement to send reinforcements, yet the response from the remaining electors was sluggish. All eyes turned towards the emperor. We must rescue Nord. Karl Franz recognized that everyone awaited his decree. Thus, the emperor finally spoke. The sorcerers had long prophesied the invasion of the barbarians, yet none foresaw the swift fall of the storm fortress. Now, our armies have assembled, and we must annihilate the remaining barbarians before they can land. We cannot allow these heretics to defile the territory of our empire. Surely, all of you are well aware of the commencement of the Great Holy War 150 years ago, when one of the Chaos armies landed in Nord. Finally, Karl Franz Friedrich declared resolutely, "We shall not repeat history." Silence fell upon the assembly hall. Some electors wore faces of reluctance, while others appeared unsurprised. How interesting. The Toscana elector is willing to send reinforcements. You shall witness the first company of Ram Knights. Umberto was the first to exclaim. Aldolf is prepared to dispatch aid. The 3rd company of Lion Knights shall fight to protect the realm. Roland echoed. The 300 great swordsmen of Wirtz are ready to heed the Emperor's call, declared Elector Wirtz. The 500 rangers of the Odin territory are equipped and awaiting His Majesty's orders. Elector Odin added. The Knights of the Golden Fleece will send the 7th Division in support. The Elector of Bern, Black Goat, Philip II, upon witnessing several electors express their intent, could only nod and say, We shall provide provisions and lodging for the passing troops. Soon, the vast majority of electors expressed their willingness to respond, observing the other electors answering the emperor's call. Grand Archbishop Beckman of the Church of Justice, unwilling to be outdone, stated, "The holy warriors of the Church of Justice are already en route to Nord." The Grand Archbishop of the Life Church raised his staff. "Sufficient priests and physicians will soon be arranged. We will also provide a portion of military supplies." Finally, the Grand Archbishop of the Magic Church spoke. "A cadre of sorcerers will promptly accompany the army to eliminate those vile shamans." Only the Elector of Brescia remained, a mere boy of a dozen years, nearly brought to tears by the overwhelming pressure of the assembly hall. He hurriedly inquired of the courtiers behind him, "What should I do?" "You ought to express that Brescia is currently unable to send troops. We are willing to offer tax exemptions for military service." "My lord." The courtier appeared far more composed than the elector, yet the mention of tax exemptions brought a pained expression to his face, for this was indeed a heavy burden. The electors responded one after another. A smile illuminated the youthful and valiant visage of Karl Franz. It was this very spirit that allowed the empire to endure to this day. A race, a nation, a belief, established the human empire. With such unwavering resolve and steadfast conviction, the human empire shall never perish. After the meeting concluded, Karl Franz exited the assembly hall, and before he could take a seat, a servant hastily approached. "Your Majesty, the Grand Sorcerer Balthazar Gelt seeks an audience." "Admit him," came the emperor's command. "Yes." Soon, accompanied by heavy footsteps, a figure clad in a luminous magical cloak, shimmering gilded robes, and a golden mask entered, announcing, "Your Majesty." Karl Franz scrutinized the figure before him, for he had often doubted whether this sorcerer was still human. Yet, he had no choice but to repeatedly entrust him with significant responsibilities. As Balthazar Gelt was truly exceptional, he had arrived in the empire only a few years prior and had ascended to become the empire's highest alchemist. Improving the black powder formula, which significantly alleviated the tensions and hostilities between the Imperial Royal Artillery Academy and the Imperial Royal Sorcery Academy, the catastrophic explosion in the laboratory nearly ended his quest for knowledge. Amidst the golden light of the explosion, sorcerers rescued Gelt, many attempting to treat his wounds, but he commanded them to leave. From that day forth, Gelt transformed into his current state, eternally donning a golden mask, concealing his expression from all. "I do not know if I can trust you, Gelt," the emperor spoke solemnly, "but given the current circumstances, I must place my trust in you. You are aware that Germain is a fire magus, and as it is winter, his magic may not be particularly effective in the north. You can certainly trust me." "My Majesty." The sound of metal scraping deepened the emperor's suspicions. Karl Franz cast aside the peculiar thoughts that arose in his mind, knowing that if he was to assign a task to Gelt, he must trust him. It would be illogical to entrust him with a mission while harboring doubts. Very well. A day later, in the kingdom of Nord, Maiden Haven, the weathered and frostbitten Ryan finally arrived at Maiden Haven, the largest port city on the western coast of the Nord Kingdom. The sky was a brilliant blue, devoid of clouds. It was a rare day of fine weather at the city gates of Maiden Haven. A constant flow of people and horse-drawn carts entered and exited. The soldiers at the gate were clad in uniform armor, wielding long spears and swords, and the three-leafed family crest of Count Albert Beck of Maiden Haven fluttered high above the city tower. The encounter with Lawin was destined to be brief. As a knight on a mission, the Duke's son would undoubtedly continue his quest for the Holy Grail, while Ryan needed to hasten to the White Wolf Temple in Maiden Haven to inquire about the ancient saint. Therefore, the two engaged in lengthy conversation that evening, parting ways early the next morning. Before departing, Lawin gifted him a coin bearing the Leaping Lion insignia, assuring him that he would personally welcome Ryan to Cannet at any time, treating him to the finest wines and delicacies. It must be said that meeting like-minded individuals is indeed a rare treasure. In their brief interaction, it felt as though Ryan and Lawin had been intimate friends for years. Sharing everything without reserve. In return, Ryan bestowed upon Lawin a wolf tooth pendant. "This is a gift bestowed upon me by the Lord of the White Wolf, though I lack the illustrious lineage and dazzling wealth that you possess. I shall provide assistance to the best of my ability as long as you carry this. It is a promise." Lawin accepted it sincerely, without a hint of disdain. "A promise it shall be." They clasped hands in agreement. After their separation, Ryan descended the mountain. Having rendered his broken chain mail unwearable, he stowed it away, washed the blood from his body by a brook, and donned the attire of a Nord noble before descending the mountain with composure. After a journey of over a day on the mountain roads, he finally arrived in Maiden Haven at this point. The rivers had begun to freeze, rendering the inland vessels unable to navigate along the way. Ryan encountered numerous passers-by, mostly merchants and citizens, along with a few farmers heading to the city. They regarded the sight of a noble wandering alone in the wilderness with a mix of curiosity and respect. By the way, have you heard? A group of villagers were discussing something along the road. Recently, a lady which has arrived from the east, residing at the Butterbeer Inn in Maiden Haven. "Ah, a lady witch," exclaimed a farmer, staggering under the weight of firewood. "That is truly hard to believe. Hey, don't underestimate her. This lady witch is quite remarkable. Haven't you heard about the recent fever epidemic?" A farmer carrying vegetables interjected. "Indeed. In our village, someone contracted the fever and passed away within a few days. That lady witch voluntarily prepared potions for us villagers to cure our ailments. We need only gather the ingredients. The prices are incredibly reasonable. I knew those disgusting doctors only sought to extort us. Is it really that good? It sounds absolutely wonderful. Moreover, in addition to this, the esteemed witch has also concocted other potions. The ox we use for plowing in our village had developed sores, and it was she who prepared the remedy that saved its life. Truly, she is a benefactor to our village," remarked a farmer. "I wonder how long this esteemed witch will remain here. She should stay for a while longer. But, oh dear, it would be wonderful if she could linger a bit more. But what is it?" The farmer, gathering firewood, was becoming impatient and quickly inquired. "It's just that another witch has arrived and is now residing next to her. She is entirely different, ill-tempered, and enjoys driving people away. All those seeking help have been turned away by her." The farmer speaking appeared visibly shaken, and then continued indignantly. "Indeed, among witches, there are good and bad ones. Wouldn't you agree?" "Absolutely, without a doubt. Another witch arrived yesterday, ill-tempered, enjoys driving people away." Ryan couldn't help but chuckle at this, as he already knew who the new witch was. But who was the witch that had been there all along? "Oh my, by the heavens, that insufferable witch is standing at the city gate," the two farmers whispered as they glanced towards the gate. "Surely, she won't refuse us entry into the city? How could that be? Come on, let us hurry inside." The two farmers bowed their heads, feigning ignorance at the city gate. Teresa leaned on her staff, observing the throng of people. "Bonda, truly, you needn't accompany me here. It's merely a waste of your time. Mr. Ryan saved my life. I feel it is my duty to wait for him, is it not?" Bonda straightened his posture as much as he could, adorned in brand new chain mail, with a gleaming great sword at his back. His hair and face meticulously groomed, clearly endeavoring to present himself in the best light. Teresa did not respond. A sense of anxiety gnawed at her. She had seen the existence of the Doomsday Bull in the records at Skyward Keep, which contributed to her foul mood. Bonda stood behind the sorceress, greedily inhaling the fragrance emanating from her, the scent of lavender nearly intoxicating him. Standing guard was not arduous work. Instead, it was an exquisite delight for the young mercenary. He longed for the White Wolf Knight to linger in the wilderness a while longer. Gazing at Teresa's graceful figure and her flowing black hair shimmering with light, a peculiar thought suddenly crossed Banda's mind. The Blood Axe Mercenary Corps had successfully escorted Teresa to the port of Maiden Haven, and under Vilt's insistence, the contract was declared terminated. Nevertheless, Teresa still compensated the Blood Axe with the majority of their fee. After the unfortunate Mercenary Corps suffered severe losses, even though Vilt took a portion of the fee as compensation, each member still received a fair share. Seizing the opportunity, Bonda purchased a ready-made set of chainmail at the blacksmith shop in the city and adorned himself anew. For the past 2 days, he had accompanied Teresa at the city gate. He earnestly wished these days could stretch on longer. Yet reason reminded the young mercenary that such a wish was impossible. Why was he able to serve as the escort of Lady Trovic? Because the knight named Ryan had yet to return. But what if he did return? Bonda had already subconsciously inserted himself into the role of the sorceress's protector. Observing Teresa's slender form, Bonda continued his contemplations. If Ryan were alive, he would return soon, and then Lady Trovic would depart with him, leaving him as a member of the Blood Axe Mercenary Corps. To part ways with her that if Ryan were missing, Lady Trovic might very well seek him out or return to Skyward Keep, and he would have no good reason to follow. But what if Ryan were dead? The mere thought startled the young mercenary. No, that cannot be. Regardless, Mr. Ryan saved my life. Yet another voice suddenly chimed in. And what of it? Did you not despise knights of noble birth? His death would be for the best. After all, it was not your hand that dealt the blow. What does it matter to you? In an instant, Bonda broke into a sweat, instinctively drawing his neck in against the biting winter wind. Yet once this thought took root, it proved indelible. Just as the young mercenary was lost in his musings, the sorceress before him suddenly exclaimed, her voice suffused with uncontainable joy. Ryan! In her high-heeled boots. Teresa dashed towards the approaching figure, her long legs swiftly moving, her expression oscillating between surprise and delight, eager to draw near, yet hesitating slightly. Are you unharmed? The sorceress stood elegantly in her sky-blue coat before the man. I am well, I told you. I promised I would return alive. Ryan bore some scars upon his face, yet he managed to smile to assure Teresa of his well-being. Indeed, I have always believed in you. The weight that had burdened Teresa's heart was lifted, and she could not help but reveal a radiant smile. Yet she quickly realized something and raised her chin. One deserving to be my partner could not possibly perish so easily. The snow lotus flower blooms atop the mountain. Chapter 49. The White Wolf tells a tale. Ryan and Teresa walked side by side along the streets of Maiden Haven, while Bonda followed closely behind, his expression uncertain. This port town was far more prosperous than the previous cults in Haven. The roads were now paved with crushed stone, and the proportion of low longhouses had significantly decreased. More two-story homes and pointed-roof cottages emerged in Ryan's view. The residents appeared healthier, many dressed in long robes, soft hats, and even leather jackets over their linen garments. Smoke billowed from the bakeries lining the streets, the enticing aroma stirring Ryan's appetite after a day spent outdoors, leaning on her staff. Teresa's eyes sparkled with charm. Can you recount what transpired? Do not tell me you defeated the Doomsday Bull with a single blow. It was not so simple. Ryan produced the enormous head of the bull. Its size was staggering, causing Bonda, who trailed behind, to gape in astonishment. I nearly lost my life. Could you elaborate? The sorceress gazed at Ryan through her butterfly glasses with keen interest. Ryan recounted the entire ordeal to Teresa, who listened with bated breath, especially pale when she learned that the Doomsday Bull had evolved into a four-armed demon bull. Gazing at Ryan's injuries and the bandaged shoulder, she could only imagine the harrowing nature of the battle. Eventually, she murmured, the mysterious lady never forces us to confront such formidable foes. Perhaps, the Lord of the White Wolf has set his expectations too high for you. Ryan remained silent. As the White Wolf Knight, he should have at least offered an explanation or rebuttal, yet he did not. The words spoken by Lorne echoed persistently in his mind. Indeed, Uric was quite demanding of his followers, many of whom perished in their attempts to please him or due to his commands. In the end, I detonated the blazing oil left behind by Oliver and his companions. Ryan relayed the concluding segment to the sorceress, informing her of his encounter with the Mission Knight Lorne. I did not meet him, but I heard from Vilt that they were indeed besieged by Beastmen once more on their way down the mountain, and it was a Mission Knight who rescued them. Teresa nodded. She and Amelia had not caught up with the fleeing merchant caravan. The sorceress had used her magic to send pine cones sliding down the icy river, and by the time she reached the town, the caravan arrived 2 hours later, everyone injured. Am I not correct? Bonda. To verify, Teresa turned her head to inquire of Bonda, who followed behind. Yes, indeed, it was that knight who saved us. Bonda appeared lost in a reverie, staring blankly for a while before turning crimson and responding. The two did not notice the young mercenary's odd demeanor and continued discussing the terrifying battle. Indeed, why had it not occurred to me? Drench the Doomsday Bull in blazing oil and ignite it. Ever since Bonda heard how Ryan had dealt with the Doomsday Bull, more thoughts surged within him. It's so simple. How did I not think of it? Bonda had completely overlooked Ryan's earlier account of the fierce struggle. He only remembered that Ryan had thrown the blazing oil and ignited it with a torch, effortlessly defeating the Doomsday Bull. Yes, you should have thought of that. You should have done it. More voices echoed in his mind. You should have been the one to earn Lady Travic's favor. Yet now everything is ruined. No, that's not right. Mr. Ryan saved my life. I cannot feel this way towards him, but your time is running out. In a few days, Lady Travic will part ways with you. Unbeknownst to the young mercenary, a crimson hue began to appear in his eyes. An emotion of hatred for everything, a desire to destroy everything gradually overtaking him. The path soon reached its conclusion as they traversed the crushed stone road. A White Wolf church emerged before them. Ryan halted. I must go deliver the task. Let us meet again later. I have already reserved a room for you at the Butter Inn. Teresa nodded. The White Wolf Church generally did not welcome women, nor did she feel the need to involve herself in such internal affairs. After agreeing to meet Ryan for dinner that evening, she departed alone. Upon witnessing this, Bonda hurriedly quickened his pace to catch up, yet Teresa smiled and declined, saying, "You need not follow me any longer. Bonda, go and attend to your own affairs." But the young mercenary wished to say more, only to look up and see that the sorceress had already walked far away. Inside the White Wolf Temple, the white flames symbolizing the divine power of Ulrich blazed fiercely in the braziers. The interior of the temple was filled with various spoils and weapons, while the robust temple warriors trained diligently. Even in the frigid winter, they wore the simplest of garments, a testament to their strength. Glory and courage and reverence to Ulrich. The temple priest knelt before the brazier in prayer, with the cold statue of the White Wolf War God looming behind him. This routine had been his for over a decade, and today would prove no different. "Ulrich, grant me strength. May the white flames of the wolf god forever illuminate the Northern Empire." For more than a decade, the priest recited his prayers, knowing full well that silence would be his only answer. At that moment, an unexpected occurrence transpired. The white flames in the brazier erupted with a resounding blast, and a tempest swept through the temple. A portal of white void opened within, and a colossal white wolf leapt forth, the very embodiment of Ulrich's will. "Oh, my lord!" The temple priest immediately led all within to kneel, their eyes brimming with tears. After years of unwavering supplication, their prayers had finally borne fruit. The White Wolf War God had descended. Yet, they soon realized that the war god was not there for them, for a white wolf knight stood at the entrance. "You've done well, lad." The wolf spoke with human tongue, surveying the kneeling figures around it, extending its plush paw. "You all may leave. I have matters to discuss with him. And prepare 5 pounds of roasted lamb and wine." "Yes." In deference to the divine decree, the priests murmured their compliance and collectively exited. Only the White Wolf and Ryan remained. Ryan first knelt respectfully on one knee before the White Wolf, then presented the head of toss. "My lord, indeed, your courage and conviction are commendable," the White Wolf nodded, gesturing for Ryan to place the head into the divine flames, then raised its gaze to say, "You shall be rewarded." Upon hearing the word reward, Ryan felt a stir within, though his countenance revealed no change. Instead, he appeared somewhat anxious. My lord, regarding the ancient saints, patience, lad. As my follower, you must learn to eat and converse." The massive wolf's tail swayed back and forth. Ryan thought to himself that this wolf resembled a husky. Such thoughts were blasphemous. Yet, it truly did seem that way. Just then, the priest brought in the roasted lamb and wine, and the husky gestured for Ryan to indulge, while it itself opened its mouth wide, voraciously devouring the lamb. "So, you wish to know about the ancient saints?" "Yes. Can you tell me why you wish to learn of them?" The husky gnawed on a large piece of lamb, chewing audibly. "Because I am curious, and also, I wish to understand why they are so formidable." Ryan feigned hesitation before slowly articulating, "My lord, do you not think that whether dwarves, elves, or other ancient beings, they all surpass humanity in strength?" Ryan's implication was straightforward. In comparison to dwarves or elves, humanity possessed an inherent disadvantage. Elves could easily live for centuries, and powerful ones for millennia. Once, an elf had proudly proclaimed that if not for the curse of the Phoenix throne, their king would hardly fade with time, a statement not entirely unfounded. Dwarves also enjoyed long lives, easily spanning hundreds of years. Elves had an innate affinity for magic, while dwarves were natural warriors. Why, then, did humanity possess no such advantages? Young people always love to overthink. Very well, I shall share what I know. Listen closely, lad. It is story time. The husky licked its tongue before continuing. It was approximately 10,000 years ago when the ancient saints descended upon this world. Ryan lowered his head, indicating he was attentively listening, refraining from further speech. Was it 17,000 years ago, or 16,000? I can scarcely recall the precise number, but in any case, the ancient saints utilized interstellar portals to arrive in this world. The large husky seemed to be reminiscing, swallowing a mouthful of lamb before continuing. They appeared as gigantic amphibious beings, with smooth heads, long limbs, and substantial bellies. Ryan mused that this matched the intelligence his father had gathered. The ancient saints accomplished many feats. I cannot say how they created life, but I do know they altered planetary orbits, making the material world more conducive to biological existence. In short, they first created the Shrallen magic toad, a powerful magical being fashioned in their image, then crafted the lizard men as their servants. Elves and dwarves were also created. You are aware of their former grandeur. However, the ancient saints soon departed from this world. But around 1700 years ago, during the twilight of the Great Cataclysm, when Charlemagne was waging wars to the west, the ancient saints hastily returned to this world, seemingly fleeing from something. Yet, they could not evade their fate. Shortly after their return, the portal in the northern wastelands erupted with a cataclysmic explosion. Whether the ancient saints escaped or perished in that explosion remains unknown. What I do know is that this explosion summoned forth four malevolent entities from beyond the stars. The husky licked its tongue. You mean chaos? Ryan seemed to grasp the implications. Indeed. This was not the first arrival of chaos. The first occurrence you know of was actually the second. The first arrival transpired shortly after the ancient saints departed, known as the Great Maelstrom War. At that time, humanity was still in a primitive state, and it was the Shrallen, in alliance with the elves and dwarves, who repelled the forces of chaos. To achieve this, the first Phoenix King of the elves, Illyrier, even sacrificed his life. Ultimately, the elves created the Great Maelstrom, draining the chaotic winds necessary for chaos's arrival, and the Shrallen employed the Great Guardian to seal the portal. The husky's expression grew solemn. However, during the second arrival, the elves split into high elves and dark elves, embroiled in a desperate civil war. It was then that I judged that the combined strength of humanity and dwarves would not suffice to combat the forces of chaos, prompting me to descend personally. Let us not dwell on that now. Let us return to the ancient saints. Their return brought forth dire consequences. The portals that had been closed were reopened permanently, leaving all life in the material world ever vulnerable to the threat of chaos. An unending cycle. The husky downed a cup of strong liquor, howling. That is all I know. Oh, and the emergence of the greenskins is also attributed to the ancient saints. Their vessels became contaminated with green spores, which ultimately transformed into the wretched greenskins. The husky, having feasted on enough lamb and drunk its fill of wine, wiped its mouth with its plush paw. That is all I know. Do you have any further inquiries? Lad, I see. So, did the ancient saints leave any relics behind? Surely, the great creators must have left some remnants for me to behold. Ryan appeared to have accepted Ulrich's answers, but still seemed somewhat curious. Speaking of relics, there is one near this city, a compass used by the ancient saints to record time. The husky seized a massive bull's head and vanished through the portal. Upon hearing this, Ryan bowed his head, his eyes shimmering with determination. That he respectfully bid farewell to Ulrich, and the priests of the White Wolf Temple returned one by one, cautiously inquiring, "Does our Lord have any commands?" He said, "I shall receive a reward." The priests exchanged glances, and the leading priest nodded before, under Ryan's watchful gaze, retrieving a glass vial. He dipped a spoon into a large barrel filled with white grease and presented it to Ryan. "Please, sir, is this all?" Ryan gazed at the small vial containing the white grease, his expression twitching slightly. He remained silent, merely nodding before departing the White Wolf Temple. No-one noticed the concealed emotions and tightly clenched hands of Ryan. Just a single vial, and a mere fragment of history. While the White Wolf Holy Oil is indeed an excellent aid for maintaining weapons, it holds little value. Such a small jar could be purchased at any White Wolf Temple for merely 2 golden dinars. Is this all I receive? Chapter 50. The Holy Knight Alfred. The words of the Mission Knight, Lon, echoed once more in his mind. A Doomsday Bull's head can be exchanged for a complete set of blessed knightly plate armor from Our Lady. After years of wandering, Ryan was acutely aware of the market price of these monstrous heads. A jar of holy oil was truly the most meager of gifts. This left the White Wolf Knight feeling quite disheartened. What had he received from Ulrich when he slayed the Beastman leader, Sharp Fong Joel? It was precisely that wolf-tooth necklace gifted to Lon. Regardless, Ryan has acquired the intelligence he sought. The White Wolf Knight momentarily suppressed his discomfort and exited the White Wolf Church. The prolonged vigilance and arduous travels had left him physically and mentally exhausted. Within the confines of the town, he finally felt he could lower his guard and indulge in a fleeting moment of leisure. Following the gravel-paved path, Ryan made his way to the Barbarian, which was not far from the White Wolf Church. From a distance, the destination was strikingly evident. A large crowd of villagers had gathered at the inn's entrance, and the throng was only growing larger. What is going on here? Beautiful sorceress. Please, our village's cow has fallen ill. It has developed green spots all over its body that we beg you to help us." A middle-aged man, clad in a headscarf, pleaded with the woman standing at the inn's doorway. The woman, appearing to be in her 30s, was dressed in a lake green fitted gown, draped with a brown bearskin shawl that a complete white fox fur scarf adorned her neck, and her demeanor was dignified and gentle. Possessing a beauty that was both striking and graceful, her long black hair was elegantly styled at the back, yet her expression bore a hint of resignation. "Sir, do I appear to be a veterinarian?" "No. Not at all," the man muttered, lowering his gaze. However, he soon realized the implications of his words and promptly knelt before her. "But, esteemed sorceress, I implore you. Our village cannot survive without that cow. If it dies, several families will face ruin. Please, we understand we have little to offer you, but will you accept this?" With that, the man produced a few silver coins from his garments and extended them toward the woman. "Very well. I shall attempt to concoct a potion. You may take it back and see if it proves effective." The woman sighed, declining the man's coins, instructing him instead to gather some herbs before addressing the remaining villagers. "Enough. I am weary today and wish to rest. You all may return." After speaking, she turned without a backward glance and entered the inn's hall. The villagers, having received her promise, rejoiced exuberantly, while others exchanged glances of disappointment. "Well," the sorceress said she was tired. "We should return tomorrow," said a portly man. "It seems that is our only option, since we failed to be the first today," replied a lanky figure, and the remaining villagers dispersed with a collective sigh. Lady Dietline, Ryan, who had been lingering at the back, felt a spark of curiosity. What wind had blown this member of the Council of Galen to their midst? Dietline Sorma, a legendary academic sorceress, was not known for her combat prowess but excelled in alchemy and potion-making. It was she who had previously tasked Ryan with procuring the heart of a harpy, and in return, she had crafted a spatial ring for him. Generally benevolent, Dietline was a sorceress rather than a warlock, often offering assistance to villagers in need as she passed through towns, allowing her to procure herbs at lower prices. Ryan strode confidently into the inn, prompting the villagers to jostle aside in surprise at the sight of a knight clad in noble attire. Upon pushing open the inn's grand doors, he heard Teresa's voice exclaim, "Sister Dietline, what brings you here unexpectedly? A shipment of rare alchemical materials is arriving from the south, and I wish to ensure their quality myself." Ryan could hardly suppress a roll of his eyes. Sister, hadn't Dietline been over 70 years of age? Ah, women. As he entered the inn, the two women ascended the staircase. "How does it feel to venture into the world of adventure? What is it like to have Ryan as your companion?" Dietline inquired. Quite well," Teresa nodded, "though there were some perilous moments along the way. Is it the thrill of adventure that pleases you, or the company of Ryan?" The academic sorceress pressed further. "Both are delightful," Teresa replied. Her cheeks slightly flushed, her expression remaining composed. She casually remarked, "I heard you and Ryan have crossed paths numerous times before?" Just as Dietline was about to respond, she caught sight of Ryan standing on the first floor, and a sudden smile spread across her face. "So what do you think of him?" "Ryan, Teresa's face turned a deeper shade of red as she recalled her earlier indiscretion at the city gate. "Overall, he has been a satisfactory companion. Indeed, strong and handsome, and I believe you mentioned he is quite courteous. Truly a rarity," Dietline teased, but Ryan interjected without hesitation, "Lady Dietline, might I request that you refrain from discussing me in such a manner?" "Haha, I expected you would relish hearing our praises of you, dear Teresa." Dietline laughed heartily, her mature yet graceful demeanor basking in the amusement of the jest. Conversely, Teresa instinctively turned to where Ryan stood, her exquisite features flushing crimson as she adopted a dangerously stern tone. "Eavesdropping on ladies' conversations? Ryan, your behavior is truly deplorable. I am quite disappointed." "Apologies, I did not intend to eavesdrop. My hearing is simply beyond the ordinary. And some matters are beyond my control," Ryan shrugged, his expression betraying no hint of guilt. "But, Lady Dietline, it has been a while." "Indeed, it has been quite some time. Your parents are well. When I passed through Aotni, I specifically prepared a remedy for Norman's rheumatism that I trust he will fare considerably better this winter," Dietline stated with sincerity. "I am profoundly grateful," Ryan replied earnestly, placing his right hand over his heart in knightly salute. Norman, having faced incessant battles in his youth, was subject to the harsh realities of Nord's bitter cold, unlike Ryan, who possessed formidable genetics and psychic protection. Consequently, Norman had developed persistent ailments, often seeking the assistance of the priests of the goddess of mercy in Winterhold to alleviate his suffering during the damp, frigid winters. However, divine intervention offered only temporary relief. Higher-tier miracles were exorbitantly priced, far beyond what Norman, a mere minor lord earning a modest 300 to 500 gold coins annually, could afford. Things took a turn for the better when Ryan ascended to prominence. Utilizing his influence, the sorceresses of Gallon intervened, and the alchemical remedies alleviated Norman's rheumatic pain. This connection with Dietline led to frequent requests for Ryan's assistance in procuring rare materials for her alchemical needs. Did you arrive in Maiden Haven alone? Madam, Teresa had already reserved a room for him, and Ryan held the key. Not alone. I arrived with a contingent of paladins who are currently reporting to the Church of Justice. They should return shortly, Dietline replied as she and Teresa ascended to the top floor. The upper level housed only 3 rooms. The largest and finest was occupied by the academic sorceress, the second largest reserved by Teresa, leaving Ryan with a standard suite. You have worked hard. Ryan, Sister Dietline will continue her experiments. You should rest as well. Remember to join me for dinner later, Teresa said gently, observing Ryan's fatigued expression. Indeed, Ryan was exhausted. He opened his room, exchanged pleasantries with the 2 council members of Gallon, and promptly collapsed onto the soft bedding, drifting into a deep slumber. When he awoke, the sun had already set. After bathing and changing his attire, he descended the stairs, only to find the common area filled with a group of armored paladins, all clad in full regalia, negotiating with the innkeeper. The innkeeper's expression reflected mild annoyance. So, you require 3 rooms. Indeed, replied the leading paladin, who possessed striking golden hair and vibrant green eyes filled with enthusiasm. His handsome visage was complemented by a prominent aquiline nose, and he wore a standard suit of paladin armor. The holy emblem of the god of justice glowed softly in the dim light of the evening. Among the paladins present were several of higher rank, yet it was this young paladin who conducted the negotiations due to his eloquence and politeness. His family crest indicated that he was not merely a paladin, but also a nobleman. As previously mentioned, paladins, due to their demeanor, were not particularly well liked by merchants and innkeepers. However, when the young paladin raised his head, Ryan's eyes widened in surprise as he exclaimed, "Alfred." The paladin paused, instinctively calling out, "Ryan? Huh. No wonder Archbishop Innocent mentioned my old friend had arrived." Ryan laughed heartily as he bounded down the staircase. His previous fatigue washed away. The White Wolf Knight approached the paladin with enthusiasm. "Alf, when did you arrive?" Alf was the affectionate nickname Ryan had given to Alfred. "I arrived a few days ago." The golden-haired paladin stepped forward and enveloped Ryan in a hearty embrace. "My dear friend, you are here as well. We have heard of your recent exploits, slaying a doomsday bull all on your own. Well done." Haha, Ryan mused to himself, surprised that news of his deeds had spread so quickly. Even to the Church of Justice, the influence of the church was indeed formidable. Upon the reunion with an old acquaintance, an extraordinary warmth enveloped the atmosphere, as both individuals were taken aback with joy. The innkeeper promptly recognized Ryan, and upon seeing the group of paladins and the White Wolf Knight, he swiftly overcame his previous hesitation and readily provided 3 rooms. "Alex, you all should take some rest first. I have matters to discuss with Ryan," Alfred informed the other paladins before draping his arm over Ryan's shoulder. "You've truly made a name for yourself now. The entire kingdom is abuzz with your exploits, and it's no small feat. It's the Apocalypse Bull. Don't flatter me. I have no desire to face the Apocalypse Bull again," Ryan hastily declined. "But you, Alfred, I hear you've ascended to the rank of Temple Guardian. Thanks be to my lord's favor." Alfred and Ryan found a spot in the hall to sit, and they began to catch up on recent events. The joy of encountering an old friend in a foreign land was something Ryan had never experienced in his past life in the Celestial Empire, and this unexpected reunion brought immense happiness to both men. Alfred had been Ryan's childhood companion. They grew up together, sharing everything as friends. However, after Ryan became a ranger knight at the age of 16, Alfred bid farewell to his parents and officially joined the Church of Justice. As the second son, he could not inherit his family's title, so when his talents awakened, his parents arranged for him to be directly transitioned into a paladin by the church to avoid potential disputes over inheritance. This was a lamentable decision for the nobility. Ryan had once felt discontent on behalf of his childhood friend, but the naturally optimistic and cheerful Alfred was not surprised by his parents' actions. He maintained his kind-hearted nature and flourished within the Church of Justice over the years. Recently, Ryan learned that Alfred had successfully advanced to the rank of Temple Guardian. Emerging from the ranks of paladins, the leader of the paladin team approached, extending his hand towards Ryan. His face bore the marks of time and hardship, and the golden threads on his plate armor and helmet signified his exceptional status. "Greetings, Mr. Ryan. I am the leading Temple Knight for this expedition. My name is Flawed." "Greetings, Temple Knight Flawed," Ryan replied, shaking his hand. Flawed was a renowned Temple Knight, one of the core figures cultivated within the Church of Justice's knightly system. His presence here indicated the utmost importance that Archbishop Innocent placed on the matters concerning Belt. This also indirectly explained why the former Demon Hunter Belt was reluctant to join the Church of Justice. The Church maintained its own knightly system, opting for external control or the formation of its own knightly orders, while internally establishing a hierarchy of priest, father, bishop, regional bishop, and archbishop, alongside a training system for Temple Knights. For the Church of Justice, demon hunters were not a force they needed to rely upon, resulting in a lack of significant regard for them. Thus, the status of demon hunters was indeed somewhat awkward. The nobility did not require their services at all times, and for the Church, their existence was merely a nicety, not a necessity, while commissions from commoners were insufficient to sustain them. As the two were about to converse further, a wandering knight suddenly burst into the inn, racing upstairs and disregarding the inn's security guards. "I must see the Lady Sorceress. It is of utmost importance." "Make way." It was Ike. Chapter 51. Ike's plea. "No, sir, the Lady Sorceress instructed us not to meet with anyone today." The inn still had staff responsible for maintaining order. Despite being only two, they strained to block the staircase, preventing Ike from ascending. "My friend is gravely injured. I implore you to assist me." Ike was evidently anxious, attempting to push past them. The paladins, travelers, and Ryan in the hall were all taken aback, pondering what drama was unfolding. Ryan was intrigued and wished to observe the spectacle, but seeing Ike persist without success, he suddenly drew his longsword. "Then I must apologize." The response was a chorus of swords being unsheathed. The situation did not unfold as Ike had envisioned. The show of force prompted all the paladins in the hall to draw their swords, for the righteous paladins would not idly witness a wandering knight abusing his power. Just as the paladins unsheathed their swords, the innkeeper grew anxious, casting a knowing glance at his staff. The staff member discreetly slipped out the inn's front door, while the innkeeper rushed out from behind the bar, pleading with the paladins to sheath their weapons. "Please, put away your weapons. I beseech you, noble paladins, do not engage in violence within my establishment. I implore you." But he drew his sword first. "We are merely assisting you." A young paladin stood up, flustered. "Why do you not stop him instead of us?" "I am trying to stop you, you presumptuous fools," the innkeeper retorted, exasperated. "If you fight, my inn will be destroyed." "Enough. If you insist on fighting, I will no longer accommodate you paladins. Find another inn." The paladin cursed under his breath, caught in a dilemma of whether to sheath his sword or intervene, feeling utterly perplexed. Many of the paladins shared his sentiment, feeling wronged that their good intentions to assist were misconstrued as villainy. Ryan, observing the scene, scoffed inwardly, realizing that order breeds foolishness. These paladins seemed oblivious to their surroundings. If a fight were to break out, would the innkeeper's establishment remain operational? It was no wonder that merchants and innkeepers harbored disdain for paladins, especially the younger ones, those who were constantly indoctrinated with the ideals of punishing evil and promoting good. Were prone to impulsive actions. After a bout of violence, they believed justice had been served, leaving behind a mess and the innkeeper's face awash with despair. The ones who favored the paladins were the impoverished, particularly tenant farmers and laborers working for merchants. Whenever paladins appeared, justice would be upheld, and shopkeepers or nobles would generally treat them favorably to avoid provoking their wrath. This unspoken agreement dictated that the Church of Justice and noble lords would never interfere in matters between nobles or taxation. In return, the nobles would ensure that no troublesome commoners would cause a scene over taxes or military service, leaving the paladins in a precarious position. The Church of Justice was still a minor institution during times of great upheaval, had it not allied with the rising Charlemagne. It would have never grown into the preeminent church on the continent. The Empire and the Church of Justice mutually supported one another, with clearly defined responsibilities, forming an inseparable bond. That it was the only church that allowed the Emperor of the Empire to directly command its paladin and knightly orders. Rumor had it that if not for Archbishop Beckman's tireless negotiations, Emperor Karl Franz Frederick would likely have lost the throne to his uncle Joseph Frederick during the election. You cannot go up. The inn's guards also unsheathed their weapons, one wielding a sword and the other a gun, both towering figures not to be trifled with. The innkeeper approached, bowing to convey his lack of malice, and spoke in a conciliatory tone. Lady Dietline has instructed that no one is to disturb her unless... Unless what? Hurry up and tell me. Ike, recognizing the futility of forcing his way through the paladins in the hall, urged anxiously. Unless this esteemed White Wolf Knight is willing to lead the way. The innkeeper pointed to Ryan, who was seated nearby, observing the unfolding drama. Ryan thought to himself how this matter had circled back to him. Ike, upon realizing Ryan was in the hall, rushed to stand before him, disregarding the threatening glares from the paladins. Mr. Ryan, one cannot escape what is destined to occur, Ryan remarked dryly, eliciting a hearty laugh from Alfred across the table. The White Wolf Knight took the initiative to inquire, "What is the matter? Please explain in detail." Ryan then nodded at the leading Temple Knight Flawed, who commanded the paladins to sheathe their swords and take their seats. The innkeeper finally breathed a sigh of relief. Mr. Ryan, do you remember our battle side by side, that night against the Beastmen? I pressed on, still anxious. Of course, your performance was quite memorable. Ryan recalled how Ike had fought valiantly, taking down several horned beasts. The wandering knight who fought alongside us, named Gudson, do you remember him? Ike was in a state of agitation, fidgeting in his seat. He is severely injured, having started to feel dizzy and feverish last night, and he has been convulsing uncontrollably. That sounds like tetanus. Ryan immediately recognized the symptoms. The weapons of the Beastmen were often smeared with excrement and dirt, and being wounded by such weapons posed a significant risk of infection. Therefore, proper wound disinfection was crucial. Not everyone possessed the innate protection Ryan had, rendering them immune to ailments. Yes, it is indeed tetanus. Ike was frantic, his face betraying his urgency. Tetanus was nearly an incurable affliction in Ryan's medieval world. Once contracted, there was little hope beyond waiting for death, and the mere mention of it sent shivers down the spine of many. This was partly why humanity feared the Beastmen so deeply. In this realm of swords and sorcery, tetanus cannot be deemed incurable. However, locating the remedy for such an ailment is by no means a simple endeavor. Within the Church, the fifth circle divine art, Purge Toxins, is capable of treating tetanus, as is the sixth circle divine art, Life Rebirth. Yet, the cost is evidently beyond the means of a wandering knight, as even minor lords who can readily produce a few hundred gold coins are scarce, with only high-ranking sorcerers or grand nobles being able to afford such expenses. Thus, one must turn to potions or magic. Ryan is aware that the Gallon Council possesses the knowledge to concoct a high-level magical elixir known as Healing Potion, which allows the drinker to instantly restore their health. Furthermore, its effects counteract all toxins and injuries within the body and alleviate magical damage. Unlike other potions, the Healing Potion has no duration of effect. Its benefits persist until the drinker is injured once more. So, you wish to seek Lady Dietline for the Healing Potion? However, she has already stated that she will not meet with anyone today. Ryan's expression was far from enthusiastic. He doubted that Ike could afford such an expense. The price of the Healing Potion is staggering. He recalled Dietline offering him a friendly price of 80 gold coins per vial. Put it into perspective. A typical peasant in the Nord Kingdom earns approximately 8 to 10 gold dinars annually before taxes, thus providing a glimpse into the true value of 80 gold coins. The situation showed no signs of resolution. Ike clenched his fists, knowing that some actions were unavoidable. Please, for the sake of our past camaraderie in battle, help me with an introduction, Mr. Ryan. Ike suddenly implored loudly before everyone, bowing deeply. The atmosphere fell silent. The innkeeper halted his movements, patrons paused with their knives and forks, and even the servants stopped scrubbing dishes. All eyes in the inn's hall were fixed upon Ryan. The paladins gazed at him, eager to witness how this renowned White Wolf Knight of the kingdom would respond. Other guests, too, were attentive, now aware of the identity of the young knight. The innkeeper and others awaited Ryan's reaction. This man, Ryan suddenly realized what Ike was attempting. This lad was cornering me. The prestige of a knight is paramount, particularly for a young knight like Ryan. Reputation is intangible, yet undeniably a manifestation of one's influence. The level of prestige affects every facet of a person's social standing. For instance, for a knight, both reputation and strength are vital metrics, with reputation often surpassing strength. Take Ryan as an example. having served as a knight of the kingdom for 8 years with remarkable achievements. First slaying Fong Gore, then the apocalyptic bull Tauros, he enjoys considerable renown within the Nord kingdom. Even in the Empire and Britannia, many have heard his name that in such circumstances, should a court invite him to become a lord, or if the king of Nord were to decree the granting of land to him. Most nobles would have no objections, for they believe Ryan has long deserved to be among them. But what if his reputation were insufficient? Even if the king of Nord were to forcefully appoint someone as a lord, or even knight them, they would face opposition from nobles of all ranks throughout the kingdom, especially from lower-ranking nobles and the knights of the order. In such a case, not only would the appointment fail, but the king's prestige would also be utterly ruined. Thus, Ike was indeed applying pressure. Having fought together creates a unique bond among knights. When this is invoked, it is customary for Ryan to offer assistance, as he himself is a beneficiary of this tradition. Ryan's expression shifted slightly. After all, no knight wishes to jest with their own reputation, especially as he harbors grand aspirations for the future and must cherish his standing. Very well, for the sake of our shared battles in the past, I shall take you to meet Lady Dietline. Ryan finally nodded, and Ike breathed a sigh of relief. Alfred, who sat opposite Ryan, displayed an expression of relief as well. "Affe, come along." Ryan beckoned his childhood companion to follow. "All right." Alfred sprang from his seat, following Ryan upstairs, and Ike hurried to keep pace as they ascended the staircase. The sound of Alfred's armor clanking and shield scraping echoed, raising concerns that he might crush the wooden steps. Ryan remarked, "Affe, do you really have to stay cooped up in that tin can every single day?" "Well, that's basically the case. I've grown accustomed to it." Alfred chuckled sheepishly, scratching the back of his head. "A few years ago, I found it a bit uncomfortable, but after a while, when I occasionally take it off, I feel completely empty all over." Ryan rolled his eyes. The Church of Justice is powerful and financially robust. Hence all paladins are typically equipped with breastplates and chainmail. Those who, like Alfred, have advanced as paladins receive a full suit of plate armor. Paladins generally do not remove their armor when venturing out. And over time, the populace has dubbed them tin cans. Ryan found the moniker rather fitting. "My apologies, Mr. Ryan. That was not my intention, but Goodson's injuries are severe, and I was left with no choice but to resort to this desperate measure." Ike, aware that his actions had displeased Ryan, quickly offered an apology. Ryan abruptly halted his ascent, turning to face Ike. "Mr. Ike, would you kindly speak honestly with me?" Ike's heart raced, and a forced smile spread across his handsome face. "What honesty? I don't understand." "Enough with the pretense. Tell me, when we were ambushed by the Beastmen that night, Goodson was fully equipped and ready to face them as soon as the Beastmen appeared. You surely know what transpired, do you not?" Ike fell silent. "Since you are unwilling to provide me with the truth, then I see no reason to introduce you to Lady Dietline, do I?" Ryan stood firm. "You are breaking your word." "Mr. Ryan." Ike swallowed hard, struggling to articulate his thoughts. "Oh, now you accuse me of breaking my word." Ryan's demeanor was icy. The three stood at the staircase's corner, the dim glow of the wall-mounted oil lamp casting faint light upon them. The position Ryan chose was strategic. From the hall, their silhouettes vanished around the corner, yet Ryan blocked the corridor, leaving Ike with no chance to bypass him and seek out the two gallant councilwomen. Should negotiations fail, he could apprehend Ike right then and there. None would be the wiser regarding what transpired, and if Ike dared to retaliate, attacking a knight of the kingdom was a grave offense, punishable by immediate execution. Entirely lawful. So, you permit yourself to corner me while denying me the same. Alfred quickly perceived the underlying implications in Ryan's words, and the paladin instinctively gripped the hilt of his sword, signaling his allegiance to Ryan. A prolonged silence ensued. Ike's complexion fluctuated between red and pale. He realized that the armored paladin was not easily subdued, and Ryan was even less so. If a fight broke out, it would spell doom for Goodson. The wandering knight bore the weight of immense anguish, his gaze seemingly pleading with Ryan to relent. Yet, Ryan's expression remained as frosty as ever, his gaze fixed unwaveringly upon Ike. Unless he disclosed the events of that night, Goodson would be left to his fate. Should violence erupt, both Ryan and Alfred could swiftly subdue him. Finally, Ike spoke, his countenance a blend of shame and indignation. "That night, Goodson and the others summoned me to discuss a matter. The matter concerning the ownership of the Hearthstone." Chapter 52. A moment of leisure. You all know that wandering knights require funds, and, in fact, may need them more than you. Ike hesitated, yet gradually overcame his shame and fear, his expression loosening. He sighed deeply. Thus, we sometimes engage in unsavory dealings, such as demanding provisions from passing villagers or merchant caravans. And at times, some have resorted to becoming bandits. Very well. So Goodson called you to discuss this, because these wandering knights have set their sights on the Hearthstone. Ryan nodded, continuing to inquire. Precisely. Goodson and the others required funds because none of us are financially comfortable, and with the winter solstice approaching, we would soon be out of work. Thus, Goodson and the others devised a plan. Ike did not elaborate further, yet both Ryan and Alfred understood the implications. These wandering knights intended to seize the Hearthstone under the cover of night. So, you did not partake in their scheme? Ryan raised an eyebrow, filled with skepticism. Ike merely raised his family crest. The honor of the Albrecht family cannot be tarnished. They may conceal their heraldry and adopt false names to roam freely, but I cannot. Since becoming a wandering knight, I vowed never to abandon my true name or forsake my surname. I am Ike Albrecht. And I shall uphold my name with my life that I may perish, but I will never engage in actions that would bring shame to my family. The conviction radiating from the wandering knight moved both men deeply. Thus, you did not join them, yet unexpectedly, they resolved to act on their own? This explains why they donned their armor in the dead of night. Ryan nodded, realizing that the wandering knights likely did not anticipate the Beastmen's ambush. Everything fell into place. Under such circumstances, do you still wish to seek Ryan's assistance for that despicable wandering knight? Alfred's expression reflected some confusion, although the paladin had already relaxed his grip on the hilt of his sword. Goodson merely faced some difficulties in life. He owes a sum to the dwarves, who have been relentlessly pursuing him for repayment. In a moment of folly. He is a good person. Well, what I mean is, he has saved my life. At this point, Eck found it hard to redeem himself. That hardly justifies his intention to forcibly seize. Ryan's voice rose, and the White Wolf Knight promptly nodded. In light of your honesty, I shall take you to meet Lady Dietline. However, how you convey your request is entirely up to you. Thank you ever so much. Eck, feeling a rush of anticipation, bowed deeply in gratitude. The three ascended together, and Ryan's perception of Eck began to shift. This young wandering knight might be greedy, perhaps yearning for fame and fortune, embodying a true, strong utilitarian spirit. Yet there were also commendable facets to his character. The mere fact that he maintained a moral compass, willing to humble himself and devise schemes for the sake of his companion, indicated that Eck was not without merit. It was evident how crucial reputation was for wandering knights. From Eck's perspective, he had ample justification for his actions at that time. Utilizing opportunities was a display of his political acumen, and indeed, as he had wished, Ryan intervened and successfully vanquished that bear spirit. Yet, the final outcome did not align with his expectations. As Ryan's refusal to pursue left Eck's aspirations dashed, which was hardly surprising to in a similar situation, had Ryan been the one to decide, he might not have fared any better than Eck. After years of travel and wisdom gleaned from his father, Ryan understood that humanity is a complex creature, one that cannot be simply categorized as good or bad. It is erroneous to assert that a person's actions define them unequivocally. The world is not simply black or white. Shaking his head, Ryan led Alfred and Eck to the third-floor corridor, knocking on the door. Lady Dietline? Teresa. Coming, Ryan. Teresa's voice swiftly responded from within, followed by the sound of heels clicking against the floor, once she confirmed Ryan's presence at the door. It swung open, clad in a pristine white woolen sweater. Her ample bosom accentuated the garment's silhouette, forming a perfect curve. Her raven locks cascaded elegantly over her shoulders, glistening like silk, while the neckline was slightly unbuttoned, revealing her smooth, alabaster skin. A delicate belt cinched her slender waist, and she wore a knee-length pencil skirt that showcased her tall figure beautifully. Underneath, her long, straight legs were enveloped in black stockings, her dainty feet adorned with sleek black stilettos. You arrived. How unexpectedly early. Upon seeing Ryan at the door, the initial spark in her eyes dimmed as she noticed the paladin and wandering knight behind him. Her chin lifted, she adjusted her neckline, her tone shifting from cheerful to slightly irate. I do not recall inviting anyone other than you. Sir White Wolf Knight. Ryan's gaze briefly traversed Teresa's elegant legs and delicate feet before he shrugged. Well, I have matters to discuss with Lady Dietline. Eck, his wandering knight companion, has contracted tetanus and requires treatment. Teresa nearly slammed the door in Ryan's face. Did he not consider the appropriateness of the occasion? The life or death of a mere wandering knight hardly seemed as pressing as her meticulously prepared dinner. However, after traveling for so long, Teresa understood the importance of prioritizing matters, and knowing Ryan's disdain for unreasonable behavior, she called out, "Sister Dietline, Ryan has something to discuss with you." Seeing the three men standing awkwardly at the door, Teresa's gaze shifted from Ryan's face to his injured shoulder. Realizing he bore wounds, her irritation gradually faded. She gestured for them to come in and sit for a moment. "For Ryan's sake, you may enter and rest." Dietline soon emerged, and Eck articulated his request for a healing potion in a polite manner. "I have healing potions available. Considering Ryan brought you, it will be 85 gold coins per vial." Dietline nodded. "Will you pay in dinars, marks, or crowns?" The dinar was the gold coin minted by the Nord Kingdom, the mark was from the Empire, and the crown was from Britannia. All three had a roughly equivalent exchange rate, fluctuating only slightly during wartime. Even though he was somewhat prepared for the price, hearing 85 gold coins left Eck astonished. The wandering knight promptly procured a pouch, but after Dietline waited, she shook her head. "Not enough. There are at most 40 coins here. Can the remaining amount be paid in installments?" Eck hesitated. "That is possible, but you will need a guarantor or collateral." Dietline nodded. Extending credit was not uncommon, as even the great nobles sometimes borrowed from Galen, showcasing the financial strength of the Sorceress Council. Would this collateral suffice? Eck produced a coin from his pouch. This coin was neither a deity coin nor a standard Imperial coin. One side bore a maple leaf, while the other featured an elven visage, and it was significantly larger than typical human coins. "High Elven Sovereign," Dietline exclaimed, her voice rising. "Where did you acquire this?" "That is not important. The question is whether it can serve as collateral." Eck clearly preferred to keep the details vague. "Of course, you need not use it as collateral. You can trade it directly with me." Dietline no longer worried about Eck's ability to pay. As a single High Elven Sovereign coin could be exchanged for 25 Imperial marks at the Empire's trading post, Ryan suspected the coin might have dubious origins, but it was of no concern to him. The transaction between Dietline and Eck proceeded smoothly, and he hurriedly departed with the healing potion. "Finally, that matter is settled. Alfred, find a place to sit. Let us dine together later. I wish to discuss recent events with you." Ryan sought a seat in the room, implying that he wished Alfred to stay for dinner. But as soon as the paladin sensed the sorceress's unfriendly gaze, he hastily excused himself. "No need. I shall return to the hall to dine with my brethren." With that, Alfred quickly slipped away. It seems something is scorching his behind. Observing his childhood companion's swift departure, Ryan quipped before redirecting his attention to Teresa's lavish suite. The room was indeed opulent, adorned with thick carpets, expansive screens, and various wooden furnishings, as well as plush sofas and exquisite patterns. Crystal chandeliers held numerous thick candles, illuminating the space, while tapestries and oil paintings adorned the walls. Once Alfred exited, Teresa pulled the blanket wrapped around her legs aside and loosened her previously closed neckline. Crossing her arms, "Ryan, what is it?" Ryan was still admiring the decor. His own room was not nearly as extravagant, but the White Wolf Knight was not particularly concerned. Teresa propped her legs up, her toes teasingly curling around her stilettos, which swayed playfully on her elegant legs. "Ryan, please remember that when I invite you, unless otherwise specified, it is solely for you. Kindly refrain from bringing along unrelated individuals. It is not that I dislike your friends, but as you know, we spellcasters find it challenging to communicate with these paladins." All right, I understand. Are you feeling unwell?" Ryan naturally settled beside Teresa. "No, Sister Dietline prepared some potions for me. And after resting thoroughly for a day, I'm perfectly fine." The sorceress felt warmth in her heart at Ryan's concern, her tone softening significantly. "Yet you seem to have sustained severe injuries. Would you like Sister Dietline to take a look?" After Dietline stowed the coins, she joined them at the table, listening to their conversation. "It's nothing. I'm nearly healed. That a good night's sleep should remedy it." Ryan shook his head. "Only 2 days have passed, and you're nearly recovered. Are you a monster?" Teresa's mouth fell open in astonishment. "I have not heard of any other White Wolf Knight possessing such abilities. Can other White Wolf Knights single-handedly contend with a four-armed bull demon?" Ryan leaned back against the soft sofa, his hands behind his head, allowing himself to sink into its embrace. "It was quite a surprise to encounter Alfred here. The last time I saw him was 3 years ago, After 3 years, he has become a capable paladin in his own right that I still remember him shyly confessing to the adult made from Lord Stone's household with snot running from his nose. Downstairs, Alfred sneezed. Ha ha ha. Both gallant female counselors were giggling uncontrollably. By the way, can this town access the sea? After a brief exchange of light-hearted banter, Ryan swiftly redirected the conversation to more pressing matters. Yes, although the port here has seen a reduction in outgoing vessels due to the ravages of war and sea monsters. Lord Albert Baker has not prohibited sailing. The next passenger ship to Marlenberg will depart in 5 days, and I have secured tickets for you. Teresa produced 2 tickets from behind her and handed them to Ryan. Would you like to hold on to these? The tickets carried a faint scent of lavender, but Ryan waved his hand dismissively. You keep them. Just remember. After a bit more conversation, Ryan's humorous remarks elicited a chorus of laughter from the 2 gallant counselors, and time seemed to slip away quickly. Teresa occasionally stole glances at Ryan, a faint blush creeping onto her cheeks, all of which did not escape Dietline's notice. Youth is indeed a wonderful thing. After some time, as the moon ascended high in the sky, a bell chimed in the room, signaling that the inn was ready to serve dinner. Tonight's dinner features roast pork, grilled eel, buttered bread, smoked fish, roasted apples and pears, creamy stew, and a rich soup made from radishes and corn. Once an abundant spread was laid out on the table, the female sorceress, with a hint of pride, retrieved even more items from her room. I also have cheese, honey, and jam. Ryan, feel free to take whatever you fancy. Goodness, this meal rivals a king's feast, Ryan remarked, acknowledging the well-known fact that the female spellcasters of the Gallant Council pursue a life of luxury. However, one truly appreciates the opulence only after experiencing it firsthand, perhaps as a special treat, or perhaps simply for him. Teresa personally used silver utensils to slice the bread, spread it with jam, and handed it to Ryan. Following a sumptuous dinner, Ryan was both satiated and visually indulged. After finishing his meal, Ryan stood up. So, you think you can just eat and run? To his surprise, Teresa blocked his path without hesitation. That statement seems a bit ambiguous, Ryan replied awkwardly as he halted. Is there something else? Being around the 2 gallant female counselors always made the White Wolf Knight feel somewhat uneasy. Please, have a seat that I wish to discuss something with you. Teresa gestured for him to sit down. During this season, there isn't much to do in the evenings. Why are you always so eager to retreat for rest? With no choice, Ryan sat back down on the sofa. Dietline, acknowledging their conversation, declared that she had to continue her potion making and swiftly exited the room, leaving just the 2 of them. Ryan? Yes. What do you think? Is our pursuit mission a success or a failure? The sorceress sat beside him, her long legs elegantly swaying before Ryan. I don't mean to dampen your spirits, but we are currently failing, and quite thoroughly at that, Ryan replied with a rueful shake of his head. Since receiving the commission, he had accomplished little. Perhaps taking down the Doomsday Bull could be considered a feat, but it hardly counted as fulfilling the mission. Indeed, we are not successful at the moment, don't you realize? There has been no coordination between us. In battle, we always fight separately, you doing your thing and I doing mine. Teresa observed through her butterfly glasses, her enchanting eyes locking onto Ryan's. Precisely, we lack synergy, Ryan had to concede. Reality is not a game. There are no clear distinctions between allies and enemies. And a spellcaster's magic often serves as a weapon of mass destruction, as a melee fighter. Ryan indeed found it challenging to coordinate with Teresa. Therefore, we must cultivate our own synergy, correct? Teresa stated. We should spend more time working together. You seem to prefer solitary endeavors, which hardly aids in building our rapport. Her reasoning was sound and convincing. Very well. Chapter 53. Post-mission analysis. The 2 discussed recent events, and Ryan inquired about Oliver and his party. I have arranged everything for them. I assisted Greyblade in deregistering their mercenary group at the Mercenary Guild, helped Blood Axe address their potential demotion issues, and covered most of their payments. Vilt and the others are currently renting a farmer's longhouse with the remaining few members, planning to spend the winter solstice in this town and reconsider their options come spring. Teresa handed Ryan a contract. This is their mercenary contract, which I have verified and signed. And then there's this. Teresa produced a pouch of gold coins, presenting it to Ryan. This is the payment Oliver provided us that I didn't take my share, but I secured yours. You didn't take your share? That doesn't sound like you, Ryan remarked as he accepted the pouch. weighing it in his hand that it contained at least a couple hundred gold coins, which the White Wolf Knight accepted with ease. He understood that both Oliver and Matt had suffered significant losses during this journey, and taking this money at such a time would be a considerable blow to them. However, Ryan felt no guilt in accepting it. The reason was simple. Had it not been for Teresa's spells repeatedly repelling the Beastmen, and had she and Ryan not personally held off the Doomsday Bull, that group would have long been devoured by the Beastmen. For Ryan, dealing with the Doomsday Bull was undoubtedly in response to Ulrich's divine mandate. But from another perspective, he had also contributed to the merchant's safe retreat. Moreover, I have met with Count Albert Baker of Merdenhaven. He is a middle-aged man, around 40 years old, and his title as count was inherited from the Nord domain prior to the Great Crusade, making him a legitimate count, not merely a lord appointed by the Nord Kingdom. That Albert Baker has traits reminiscent of a tax collector, and it is said that his castle is home to over a dozen female courtiers, with several mistresses kept outside. Teresa produced another document, handing it to Ryan. He is a different kind of noble compared to Villar. He does not come from a military background. Rather than engaging in battle, he prefers to study the taxation of ports and harbors, content with his quiet rule. Under his steady governance, Merdenhaven has enjoyed prolonged prosperity. So, he is a lord inclined towards domestic affairs. Ryan mused, stroking his chin, which had developed a fine stubble after days of outdoor activity. From the current intelligence, that appears to be the case. While Albert Baker is not entirely unversed in military matters, most of his military actions over the years have involved eliminating bandits and Beastmen tribes. He seldom leads troops into battle himself, preferring to appoint his knights to command. Though rare, when he does take to the field, he is fully armored and rides a half-elf warhorse, wielding a lance against the enemy. As Teresa swept her hair, dark as onyx, behind her ear, she leaned languidly against Ryan's shoulder, exuding an alluring charm rarely seen by others, the soft scent of lavender wafting into his senses. Additionally, here is the list of knights in this town. Merdenhaven hosts 2 royal knights and 5 ranger knights, and their names are all listed here. I did not find any particularly renowned or powerful individuals, nor was there a single member of a knightly order. Noticing Ryan's lack of instinctive withdrawal, Teresa felt pleased and her tone grew cheerier. So, it seems we won't be staying here long and needn't engage with them too much. Indeed, you are correct. Ryan maintained a composed exterior, though internally he was astonished. Not by Teresa leaning against him, but by her remarkable talent for gathering intelligence and organizing various affairs. This is the tax information for this city. It generates over 3,000 gold coins in taxes for their lord annually. Merdenhaven has a registered population exceeding 3,000 households, and as the largest port city on the western coast of the Nord Kingdom, it can mobilize a standing army of 500 and 2,000 militia in just one day's time. She had compiled comprehensive information about the entire city. Indeed, the women from Gallon could be described as exceptionally adept in such matters. If it were Ryan, even as a royal knight, it would take him at least 3 days to accomplish this. Ryan gently pushed away the sorceress leaning on his shoulder and stood up from the soft sofa. As he did, the sorceress instinctively stood as well, following behind him and softly inquiring, "What's wrong?" Upon reflection, "I believe this mission has truly been a failure," Ryan said with a bitter smile, shaking his head. "Since I bid farewell to my adoptive father in Winter City, I have spent 10 days without any significant achievements. And I have only hindered Oliver and the others. You know, that Doomsday Bull came after us due to a notification from Bert. Yet this is not your fault. Pursuing evil is our duty. If we were not to pursue Bert, would he cease his actions?" Teresa moved closer to Ryan, expressing her viewpoint. "The effect of the fallen hunter is like a snowball. If we do not respond promptly, its destructive capacity will only grow. At the very least, our efforts have forced him to flee from Nord, and we have eliminated 2 Beastmen warlords during our journey. However, this is insufficient. Far from enough. Is success solely measured by capturing or killing Belter, rather than wielding these meaningless tokens?" Ryan shook his head. "Our initial efforts were delayed. Had we not been hindered by that Beastman warband in the Mean Forest, we would have had a significant opportunity to intercept Belter at Carlson Haven. You are correct. We have been too passive. And perhaps this is my fault." Teresa finally conceded her error graciously. "I should have joined forces with you from the beginning, instead of stubbornly believing I could do better alone. The blood axe ensured my safety. Yet it impeded our progress." "Humph." Ryan scoffed softly, He had never expected those mercenaries to be of assistance for those wandering knights. Based on Ike's actions, the lad seemed more like a shrewd mercenary than a true knight. Akin to a cunning bandit leader, adept at flattery, Ryan had never considered Ike a knight. He interacted with him more like a seasoned mercenary. Moreover, he had taken note of the debt incurred when Ike had coerced him. A cruel thought had once crossed Ryan's mind. If, during the skirmish in the Mean Forest, he had chosen to abandon the sorceress and the mercenary band, letting them hold off the Beastmen while he hastened to the port, he would likely have intercepted Belter. However, he swiftly dismissed this notion. First and foremost, he was a knight. As a White Wolf knight, if he did not adhere to the 8 virtues, he would be no different from those mercenary knights driven by greed and self-interest. Secondly, as the scion of that individual, he possessed an unparalleled pride. Unless absolutely necessary, he would disdain such underhanded actions. Yet, upon reflection, the Bloodaxe mercenary band had dwindled from a full complement of 50 to merely a handful. Having made terrible sacrifices to protect Teresa, it was difficult to continue along that line of thought, and since Teresa had already recognized her mistake, he felt it unnecessary to dwell further on the issue. Thus, he placed his hand upon her shoulder, saying, "Let us sit and converse. Whether standing or sitting, it is still you." Teresa replied with a radiant smile, akin to plum blossoms blooming in the depths of winter. Ryan felt as though her smile illuminated the entire room. This smile was intoxicating. In that fleeting moment, Ryan felt an impulse akin to the little head directing the big head, and his cheeks flushed slightly. The two returned to the sofa, but unlike before, Teresa kicked off her high heels, sitting cross-legged on the couch. Her elongated, phoenix-like eyes first assessed him, then herself, before she suddenly laughed. "This is the first time I have sat on the same sofa with a man." As long as you don't think I'm taking advantage of you," Ryan replied awkwardly. "No, I have always felt that we need not be so formal with each other." Teresa extended her alabaster fingers, adorned with cardamom nail polish, and gently tapped Ryan's palm. "You always believe I am deliberately presenting a cold facade, but that is only in front of others. We can trust each other with our lives. I, as a woman, do not mind, so why should you, as a man, feel awkward?" Ryan mused that perhaps she was right. If the esteemed councilwoman Gallon herself did not mind, why should he? He had nothing to lose. Thus, the once cautious White Wolf knight, who had been discreetly admiring Teresa's exquisite form and beauty, gradually became more brazen and bold in his gaze. Women have an extraordinary ability to perceive where men's gazes linger. Yet Teresa seemed unbothered. What Ryan did not realize was that Teresa, being a normal woman, experienced emotional shifts after her menstrual cycle. In simpler terms, she was more inclined to seek closeness with men during this time. As for which men were worthy of such intimacy, was it even necessary to elaborate? After agreeing to dine together that evening, Teresa spent an hour on her makeup and another half-hour selecting an outfit. Under Dietline's guidance, she meticulously recalled Ryan's preferences, ultimately choosing her attire. Indeed, upon facing Ryan's captivated gaze, Teresa felt a sense of satisfaction. She had always been confident in her beauty. What am I even thinking about? Her cheeks flushed like a ripe apple. She began to comprehend the nature of her feelings towards the man before her. "Why is your face suddenly so red?" Ryan, unaware of her thoughts, recognized that he should not interrupt. So he patiently waited for a moment before speaking. "Oh, it's nothing. By the way, do you remember that female mercenary, Amelia, who took care of me during our journey?" Having clarified her feelings, the sorceress felt unburdened and leaned a little closer to Ryan, nearly resting half her body against him. "Don't you find it a bit strange?" "What is strange?" Ryan felt a twinge of discomfort. Why would a girl, barely in her teens, appear so clumsy when it comes to managing her monthly cycle? Teresa merely intended to shift the topic. However, Ryan suddenly recalled something and revealed a mysterious smile. Indeed, a girl accustomed to living independently in the wild. A woman who has been a mercenary for years, skilled in cooking and medicine, literate and proficient in arithmetic. How could she be so inept at caring for others? So, think carefully. What might be the reason? 2 possibilities. First, she fears me. She might be terrified of me using her against her will, either because she possesses magical potential and fears being taken to the Sky Fortress as a sorceress apprentice, or she has a special constitution and fears being subjected to experiments. Teresa raised her first finger. Ryan extended his hand, pressing down her finger. "That is illogical. As a merchant's daughter fleeing from danger." She would not fear becoming a sorceress apprentice like those noble women. Gaining your protection would be a boon for her. Likewise, while a special constitution is possible, the likelihood is too low. She has been traveling with those mercenaries for 2 years. If she had a special constitution, they would have discovered it long ago that a woman stands out in a mercenary band. And if she had a special constitution, she certainly would not have lasted long. As their slender fingers momentarily brushed against each other, Teresa instinctively quivered but did not pull away. The sensation was pleasant. She could feel her own magical energy intertwining with Ryan's, creating a delightful sensation. The two energies were drawn to one another. Then it must be the second possibility. This girl harbors a secret she wishes to keep hidden. Teresa extended her second finger. Do you remember when we last parted at the entrance of the mountain fortress? Yes. I remember. You told me to return alive, and I promised, and I did. Ryan crossed his arms. That is not what I meant. Do you know? Before you arrived, I instructed Oliver and Vilt to flee, while I remained behind to confront the Beastman warband. Yet, in that moment, Emilia did not leave. Teresa recounted how the female mercenary had gifted her sword. Gifted? Is that sword now in your possession? Ryan stroked his chin. No. After the incident, she never mentioned the sword again. Teresa shook her head, shifting her position to lean sideways on the sofa, revealing her lovely legs directly before Ryan. This indicates that the sword holds great significance for her. Her claim that it is a family heirloom is entirely credible, which means she herself possesses a secret. Indeed, she has a secret, and it is a staggering one, Ryan stated seriously, though the mirth in his eyes grew more apparent. Is she a demon? Or perhaps an undead? Teresa wondered aloud. That cannot be true. If that were the case, I would surely have sensed it. Neither is correct. Ryan shook his index finger, then spoke with faint gravity. The true answer is that she is exceedingly beautiful, not inferior to you in any way. Impossible. I have seen her face. Wait, are you implying? Councilwoman Gallen was about to refute, but quickly grasped Ryan's insinuation. Her beauty could very well lead her into trouble. Ryan mused, stroking his chin. It seems she has employed makeup and other techniques, executed with remarkable skill. Ordinary mercenaries would not detect it, and even if they did, due to her indispensable nature, they would go to great lengths to help her keep her secret. However, outsiders would be different. Her beauty could indeed attract unwanted attention. Then everything makes sense now. Teresa set aside much of her prior confusion. Yet new questions arose. How do you know this? And is she truly that beautiful? Because while searching for her, I observed and assessed her closely. Ryan locked eyes with the sorceress. Beauty often brings trouble, especially among women. Jealousy can distort appearances. She does not wish to provoke you, am I correct? Teresa found herself at a loss for words. The jealousy among women was indeed difficult to explain. Never mind those lowly individuals, as long as Ryan believed she was not that kind of person. That was sufficient. With this thought, Teresa attempted to shift the conversation to avoid any potential conflict. Speaking of which, Ryan, is that sword of yours a family heirloom as well? The sorceress suddenly broached a topic she had long been curious about. For at any given moment, Ryan would have that sword slung across his back. Even during dinner tonight, while sitting on the sofa and chatting, he had merely placed the sword upon the large wooden table within reach. Are you that interested? A glimmer of amusement flickered in Ryan's eyes. Is there a reason you cannot tell me? For reasons unknown. As Teresa gazed at the man before her, a sense of dissatisfaction brewed within her. She disliked the idea of Ryan harboring numerous secrets from her and yearned to learn more about him. This sword? Ryan reached for the wooden table, and with a deft use of his psychic energy, the long sword floated gracefully into his hand at a cantrip of 0 level. The mage hand. Yes, that sword. Could you elaborate on it? The sorceress's eyes sparkled like the luminous moonlight, and she immediately turned to sit upright, eager to hear Ryan's secrets. Perhaps another day. Ryan shook his head. Our relationship has yet to reach a point where I can divulge such matters. All you need to know is that this sword is the sole legacy my father left me. Chapter 54. Strolling through the winter city early the next morning, Ryan's door was rapped upon. The White Wolf Knight, still bleary-eyed, looked up to find that dawn had yet to break. Who is it? Ryan, wake up. We've already completed our morning lessons and prayers. It was the paladin Alfred, bursting with energy at such an early hour. Knocking on Ryan's door. Get up. Come join me for a stroll in the streets. I have much to discuss with you. Ugh, Ryan groaned, covering his head. In the midst of winter, with dawn still shy. These paladins were already so lively. Reluctantly, Ryan opened the door, hurriedly washed up, and donned his noble attire. Remembering his agreement with the sorceress from the previous night, Ryan hesitated for a moment before knocking on Teresa's door. Teresa, the door swung open swiftly, revealing Teresa already clad in a winter coat, her shimmering black hair elegantly pinned up with a hairpin. The woman had clearly applied makeup. The purple eyeshadow and glistening red lips softened her previously cold demeanor, rendering her radiant. Upon seeing Ryan, her silver pupils sparkled, but she quickly noticed Alfred standing behind him, and the light in her eyes dimmed. Did I not say, Ryan, please do not bring anyone else when knocking on my door. This morning, I plan to go out with Alfred and the others. Would you care to join us? Ryan made a gentlemanly gesture, placing his large hand before her. The White Wolf Knight Ryan cordially invites you. I fail to see your sincerity, Teresa replied, raising her chin. She placed her small hand, wrapped in white lace gloves, onto the man's large hand. But I cannot refuse you. I shall accompany you. Observing this scene, Alfred thought to himself that women truly were troublesome beings. To Ryan's childhood friend had always been indifferent to matters of the opposite sex, believing women were a source of inconvenience. Seeing the two of them together, Alfred mused that Ryan's outlook was indeed flawed. What could possibly be more interesting than prayer and morning lessons? Ryan must have been mistaken about something that I must counsel him when the opportunity arises. Without further ado, after a simple breakfast, the paladin Floyd led Alfred and a young paladin named Alex toward the Church of Justice, taking a leisurely stroll through the streets as well. Ryan and Teresa followed closely behind the three paladins. Contrary to popular belief, paladins did not live the austere lives of ascetics, subsisting solely on black bread and water, spending their days in penance or prayer, or engaged solely in vanquishing evil. They were human too. With their own lives, they married, became parents, and earned their livelihoods. The Church of Justice often emphasized that justice comes at a price, highlighting that paladins could not render aid without compensation, as they too needed to eat. And the Church of Justice required income. So, what distinguished paladins from mercenaries? Paladins had their own stances and codes of conduct. All their actions were aimed at establishing order and combating evil. During the invasions of chaos, the onslaught of greenskins, and the wars against the undead, these paladins always charged to the front lines. Without their noble sacrifices, humanity might have faced annihilation. 50 years ago, a massive chaotic army emerged from the Chaos Gate in the Tazir Desert. Riding the tide of energy, the God of Justice had foreseen this event. Under the command of a bishop from the Church of Justice, a legion of 20,000 paladins crossed the desert in 15 days to confront the chaotic army. Thus began a horrific war, and when it ended, only 23 paladins remained, along with the bishop himself standing upon the altar. This bishop was none other than the current Grand Bishop of the Church of Justice, known as Death Vakma Beckman. Hence, paladins were revered as the backbone of the world. Excuse me, Mr. Floyd, does the Church of Justice have any available chainmail and breastplates? Ryan inquired as he walked alongside Teresa. Certainly, Mr. Ryan. Do you require some? Yes, my armor was damaged in previous battles, so I temporarily need a new set. Floyd readily agreed. Mr. Ryan, you are an old friend of our Church of Justice. I can authorize a 20% discount on our stock of armor. But you will need to try it on personally to ensure it fits. After concluding the transaction, the group arrived at the Church of Justice, where Ryan selected a chainmail and breastplate. The church's blacksmith would make adjustments to fit his physique. Ryan then produced a piece of parchment and handed it to the blacksmith. Could you modify the shoulder armor to feature this design? What is this? The blacksmith took the parchment, which depicted a crest resembling a family emblem. A sharp sword pierced through the center of a book, with a white and red checkered shield emblem behind it. The book bore no inscriptions, only a red seal and a silver skull design. This will be my future family crest, Ryan nodded. Can it be done? Of course, though it's a bit unusual, I assure you it will pose no problem. The blacksmith accepted the commission, and they agreed to return the next day for pickup. Ryan then led Teresa out of the Church of Justice, and the two strolled through the winter streets, enveloped in a unique ambience. Teresa reached out her small hand to grasp Ryan's larger hand, and he did not pull away. As daylight broke, the sun revealed half of its face. The Nord people were known for their early rising by the time Ryan and Teresa exited the Church of Justice. Many townsfolk had already awakened, with smoke billowing from chimneys. It was a clear and pleasant day, despite the strong winds, and many citizens began their morning prayers. They were all devotees of the God of Dawn, who typically prayed at the first light of dawn, embodying the notion that the early bird catches the worm. Honestly, I find it quite troublesome. Praying every day is exhausting, don't you think? Ryan observed several townsfolk engaged in prayer and turned to Teresa with a smile. What does the mysterious lady usually require of her followers in terms of prayer? We only unify our prayers on the 15th day of March each year. Aside from that, we gallants seldom pray on regular days. The sorceress relished the experience of strolling through the streets in winter and could not help but adopt a more cheerful tone. Ha! The 15th of March? Ryan could not help but chuckle upon hearing this. How fitting for your gallant festival. What do you mean? Teresa felt perplexed and retorted, what about your White Wolf Lord's prayer requirements? I suspect he hardly listens to our prayers. Well, after the first heavy snowfall of winter, we light a bonfire and pray to the White Wolf Lord. Ryan nodded that in other circumstances, we can pray if we have the time. If not, there is no compulsion. The prayer requirements varied across different churches. The more lawful deities had stricter demands for prayer. For instance, paladins and priests of the god of justice would perform morning lessons and prayers at dawn daily. Come rain or shine. Even on holidays in contrast, the god of dawn's requirements were less stringent. It was best for followers to remember to pray, but if they were busy and forgot, or if the day was overcast or rainy, it was perfectly acceptable to forego prayer. Spellcasters, being inherently contradictory, often had little relationship with faith itself. They tended to favor the study of the essence of magic over worshipping the goddess of magic. So a mere annual acknowledgement sufficed. As they walked along the gravel-paved road, the partnership between the Kingdom Knight and the gallant sorceress was enough to ensure that anyone would steer clear of them. Whenever they passed by a shop, Teresa would pull Ryan inside to browse and purchase small trinkets. These simple handcrafted items or snacks made from basic grains were typically things the gallant sorceress would disregard. Yet today Teresa was in high spirits. Ryan pondered what had come over her. The father bestowed upon him formidable genes, and his extraordinary physique granted him remarkable stamina. The notion of being exhausted while accompanying a woman on a shopping spree? Absolutely inconceivable. After traversing merely 2 blocks, a gathering of people caught Ryan's attention. An elderly woman, appearing to be around 50, sat in a chair at the street corner, surrounded by a throng of children. The youngest no more than 5 or 6, while the eldest were around 13 or 14. Despite their varying ages, they shared a commonality. Most were clad in tattered clothing, all huddled around this old woman. With her withered hands, the elderly lady retrieved a basket from behind her, containing a handful of small fruits. Upon sighting the treats, the ravenous children surged forward, their grimy little hands desperately reaching for the goodies within the basket. For the kingdom's knights and the parliamentarian gallon, these sour and astringent wild fruits constituted the most inferior fare. Yet, in the eyes of these children, they represented an exquisite delicacy, a rarity often unattainable for the impoverished. Everyone, hold on. First, wash your hands. The old woman swiftly waved her hands to halt the eager children. Despite their eyes brimming with longing, they obediently complied, lining up to wash their hands in a nearby bucket. Once they had queued and washed, each child received a small piece of fruit, gathering before the kindly old lady. She then produced a few small sticks, instructing the older children to distribute them among their peers. What are they doing? Teresa inquired with curiosity. Let us go see, Ryan suggested. Taking the sorceress's hand, Teresa shot him a quizzical glance but offered no resistance, gently trailing behind him, her breath fragrant as she murmured, Don't tell me that a renowned White Wolf Knight, who has emerged from the seas of corpses and blood, has a fondness for children. No, in truth, I do not possess an affinity for children. They are devoid of logic, and Ryan shook his head. You know I cherish tranquility. My life is filled with battles and strife. And in the interludes, I do not seek solace in women, nor can I return to my home in Autun. Thus, I prefer to find a quiet corner to rest. Children, they are far too boisterous. Teresa was momentarily taken aback. In that fleeting instant, the sorceress from the Gallan Parliament felt as if she had stepped into the depths of Ryan's soul for the first time. Beneath the veneer of his geniality and social acumen lay the authentic Ryan. Ever since their acquaintance, he had consistently presented himself as affable, cheerful, humorous, and wise beyond his years. Yet, she perceived the fleeting melancholy on his face and the self-deprecating tone in his voice, an embodiment of solitude. Why would this illustrious White Wolf Knight feel loneliness upon witnessing a cluster of children clamoring around an old woman for scraps? She began to ponder Ryan's origins. His lineage was entirely traceable. He had adoptive parents. A childhood, numerous friends, and an exceptional mentor. Why, then, did he feel so isolated? As her thoughts circled back, Teresa recalled a crucial aspect of Ryan's background. All known information about him began when he was discovered by Norman at the age of 3. But what transpired before that? Did Ryan possess any memories from his early years? For what reason would his father abandon a 3-year-old child? And what compelled him to leave behind a single-handed sword for the boy? For the first time, Teresa felt a profound curiosity about Ryan. Upon further reflection, she questioned why he was reluctant to consider her as a partner. Clearly, she had not met his expectations. The sorceress recalled her own conduct since their union. From the skirmish in the Meon Forest to the battle at the Calzenhaven docks, the evening banquet, and the arduous trek over the mountains, culminating in her discontent towards his friend the previous night. A sardonic smile crept upon Teresa's lips as she contemplated her performance. She had not only failed to assist him but had, on multiple occasions, compounded his troubles and frustrations, all while displaying a frosty demeanor. If she were to encounter a male sorcerer of similar temperament, unable to showcase much skill and possessing a volatile disposition, what would be the outcome? Teresa's face flushed with a mix of embarrassment and realization. Indeed, if she were to work alongside such a man, given her temperament and principles, it could easily lead to hostility. More likely, it would result in a fierce confrontation at that moment. The sorceress felt a wave of unease wash over her. What had she been doing all this time? How did he perceive her? Surely, any fondness he may have harbored had vanished by now. Chapter 55. The 13th Galoran night, the elderly woman was teaching the children arithmetic. Ryan squinted, astonished by the old woman's endeavors. This world was not akin to the ancient Celestial Empire, where the Imperial examination system fostered the existence of numerous private schools and public academies, allowing even commoners the opportunity to pursue education, as the examination served as the sole pathway for social mobility. However, the medieval context was starkly different. In a world dominated by lords and nobles, knowledge was a precious commodity, largely inaccessible to the common folk. A low-ranking noble, Ryan understood well that while nobles certainly pursued education, it was typically done behind closed doors, and for commoners to attend academies was nearly impossible. Beyond this, there were 2 other avenues for education. The first was through the church, where priests would teach children to read and write, albeit primarily imparting theological knowledge. The level of education received varied greatly depending on the priest's own cultural background. Similarly, should a child exhibit magical potential, they might be taken by the Galan Parliament or the Imperial Royal Sorcerers Academy for further instruction, yet this too required a substantial fee, typically unattainable for ordinary peasant families. The second route was more complex, generally involving apprenticeship. Thus, the vast majority of commoners, even after a lifetime of toil, would only learn to recognize a few characters. If a peasant could read and write a few hundred words and perform basic arithmetic, they would be viewed as a leader among their peers and in their old age as a respected elder. However, this simplicity of thought also rendered them less susceptible to the corrupting influences of chaos. Ignorant minds are more easily filled with loyalty and faith. Sir Noah Jean Richard, the Tiger Knight of Britannia. Yet this old woman was teaching a multitude of children arithmetic. Moreover, she had devised a method using small sticks as teaching aids. Such an accomplishment could not help but earn Ryan's admiration and attention. It indicated the old woman was no ordinary figure. As the brief lesson concluded, the children enthusiastically posed questions, and the old woman generously provided answers. Observing the joyful expressions on the children's faces, a smile crept across her weathered visage, her white hair dancing in the morning sea breeze, as if something delightful had transpired. Gazing upon the eager, inquisitive faces of the children, Ryan found himself at a loss for words. As someone from the Celestial Empire, he had once harbored a profound disdain for education, viewing school as a formidable adversary. Yet upon arriving in this world, he had come to appreciate the invaluable opportunity to learn, recognizing that most commoners would languish in ignorance and blind conformity throughout their lives. That was the true horror. Simultaneously, Ryan felt as if a heavy stone lodged itself within his chest, a discomfort stemming from the weight of his burdens. He was acutely aware of too much, yet had no one with whom to share his thoughts. How he longed for a brother to engage in heartfelt conversation. But that was impossible. His brothers were either missing, deceased, or had succumbed to chaos, leaving him utterly alone at for his father. Ryan shook his head in anguish. Each time he received a visitation from his father in dreams, it was an ordeal. Communication with his father was intrinsically fraught with difficulty and pain. Their relationship lacked genuine familial affection, reduced instead to a dynamic of use and be used. His father held lofty expectations for him, and at times, Ryan grappled with how to meet them. While his father may not have perceived him solely as a weapon, Ryan understood the necessity of embracing the role of a blade, for he currently felt utterly inadequate. He had yet to earn the right to be a player in this game. While lost in his thoughts, Teresa gently tapped his shoulder. Ryan, apologies, I was somewhat distracted. Ryan quickly regained his composure, meeting Teresa's concerned gaze with a smile. What is it? Do you not wish to accompany me here? If so, feel free to explore elsewhere. That's not it. I am your partner. I won't heed your commands, but I also won't abandon my partner to wander off alone. In a matter of minutes, Teresa seemed to undergo a remarkable transformation before Ryan's eyes, maturing in demeanor as she smiled at him. She then adjusted her glasses with her index finger and inquired, "So, what has our White Wolf Knight learned from the children's math lesson?" With that, she reached out her right hand to grasp Ryan's left, saying, "Promise me, Ryan, that we will face whatever comes next together, shall we? No more of your high-handed antics." Ryan chuckled lightly. "I have never had the right to lose my temper at you. It is I who have overestimated my own worth." The sorceress gently shook her head, her lustrous black hair swaying and momentarily distracting Ryan's gaze. "Until I can prove myself worthy of being your partner, I shall not direct my ire towards you again. Then after you have proven yourself, will you still get angry with me?" Ryan's tone was cold, revealing his skepticism. "Have you ever considered me your partner? Or am I merely a summoned aid, a fleeting guardian, or perhaps just a hired bodyguard? Do you know why your gallant is not as esteemed among the nobility as the Imperial Royal Academy of Sorcery?" Ryan turned to face her, his azure eyes piercing into her silver pupils. "Because you lack respect, no one is born to be inferior. Charlemagne once tended cattle and harvested wheat in his youth. King Ludwig labored in the fields as a young man. I too was once a frail little boy, fighting tooth and nail for a piece of fruit against a stray dog. You believe that all men must prove themselves before they earn your respect. So, in your eyes, does everyone first have to be deemed useless and looked down upon by you? Do you understand why Villar's attitude towards you is so poor? It is because he was once scorned by your gallant's counselors in his youth." The sorceress wanted to retort, having been raised with such beliefs, but as she met Ryan's icy gaze, she realized that should she voice her objections now, the bond of friendship between them would shatter, and they might even cease to be partners. The thought of becoming estranged from Ryan stirred an uncomfortable feeling within Teresa. No, she did not want that. The intense clash of thoughts forced the sorceress to close her eyes in anguish, her mind spiraling into chaos as golden red and blue magic uncontrollably radiated from her. Ryan concentrated, gathering a soft blue energy that swiftly shattered the magic Teresa had unleashed. He stood still, silently observing her tormenting choice. Change of thought does not occur overnight, yet Ryan had opened a crack in Teresa's steadfast beliefs. It was now up to her to decide. Would she remain forever confined within her shell? Or would she open her eyes to the different world beyond? 5 minutes later, Teresa wearily opened her eyes, cradling her head, unsteady on her feet, as a sorceress of ice, and also a practitioner of mind magic. If her thoughts were not well controlled, they could easily inflict harm upon herself. Noticing her distress, Ryan embraced her gently, patting her back before releasing her. "Have you made up your mind? Share your answer with me." Teresa's eyes seemed to converse, her gaze flitting over Ryan before she finally nodded. "I understand your suggestion. I will endeavor to broaden my perspective and strive to treat everyone equally." "Excellent," Ryan replied with satisfaction. "The first step is always the hardest." But with Teresa's remarkable talent and extensive knowledge, as long as she is willing to humble herself, her future holds great promise. "Then for the next few days, let us explore together." The sorceress placed her small hand in his larger one, saying, "I need your guidance." Guidance is perhaps too grand a term, but if it pleases you, I would gladly welcome the company of such a beautiful lady. It always lifts my spirits. Ryan nodded, before Teresa could express more. Ryan's attention shifted to the elderly woman nearby. This woman possessed remarkable patience. With a knight and a sorceress observing, she calmly narrated her tales, while the children, under the noble's watchful gaze, appeared somewhat anxious. Yet the old woman tirelessly recounted her stories until every child comprehended that a lesson concluded in the midst of their observation, and a younger child began to pester the old woman for a story. "Nora, please tell us a story." "Yes, Please share a tale. The children clamored for the old woman's narration. Unable to resist their pleas, the old woman began. Today, I shall tell you a story from over 1,000 years ago. About Charlemagne. In a time long past, when the world underwent a great transformation, beasts and demons roamed freely, and humanity was weak, reduced to mere prey for these monsters. Only in a few places did people gather to form tribes, struggling to maintain their dominion. The old woman recounted the most famous tale of Charlemagne, a story well known across the continent, familiar to all. Teresa grew somewhat impatient at this familiar narrative, yet Ryan held her hand, signaling for them to listen to the end. With her hand captured, the sorceress shot Ryan an annoyed glance. Galen's female counselors always adhered to their own principles and ways of conducting affairs. And had there been any pressing matters today, she would not have lingered to hear a tale. The 12 paladins of the Carolingian dynasty rallied under Charlemagne's banner, the greatest knight Roland, the barbarian Leonard of Montban, Archbishop Tobin of the Just Church, the wizard Malagigi, the blessed ogre, and the valiant and handsome Arstuff. The kind-hearted old woman recited the names of the 12 paladins, and the children listened with rapt attention, eyes filled with longing. To reward his loyal followers who helped him establish the empire, Charlemagne sought the dwarven high king, his best friend Kazadny. The dwarven artisans toiled day and night. And after years of work, the finest materials were transformed into the holy swords, each radiating a dazzling divine light. This was the origin of the Imperial Elector's holy swords, Ryan mused. After unifying the empire, Charlemagne commissioned his friend, the dwarven high king Kazadny, to forge these weapons. The dwarves dedicated all their skill and effort, creating 13 holy swords, following Charlemagne's victory over the chaotic forces and his subsequent disappearance. These legendary weapons became symbols of authority for the emperors and electors of the empire. However, after over a millennium, aside from the sword of gold, Gaiwasius, wielded by the current Emperor Karl Franz Frederick, only 4 of the original swords remained with the electors. While the rest had been lost, nevertheless, Karl Franz seldom used the sword of gold, preferring the dwarven gift to humanity, the Warhammer Skullbreaker, Gale Malice. Those who wielded dwarven weapons understood their worth. They were universally praised. But aside from these 12 paladins, children, listen closely, for there is indeed a 13th paladin who was part of Charlemagne's grand design. Nora continued. Charlemagne foresaw that one day, good would triumph over evil, and that at the brink of humanity's inability to resist the resurgence of darkness, the 13th paladin would descend upon the world, wielding the 14th holy sword, goddess of vengeance, bringing light and strength once more. This was the most captivating aspect of the tale. Numerous versions of Charlemagne's legend circulated, all pointing to the existence of a 13th paladin, the future paladin. Do you believe this story? I never took you for an idealist. Do you truly place hope in this so-called 13th paladin to save us? Teresa noted Ryan's distant gaze, a mix of anger and amusement brewing within her. And do you believe? Ryan countered. I believe, yet I also do not. Teresa shook her head. In truth, our Galen's internal records do indicate the existence of a 13th paladin, and the 14th holy sword is indeed acknowledged, as many deities witnessed the goddess of vengeance being cast into subspace by Charlemagne. However, during the Great Holy War 150 years ago, the people waited in vain for this mysterious knight's arrival. The savior, His Majesty Ludwig, was proven not to be the 13th paladin, as the holy sword of the emperor, the sword of gold, was confirmed to be his. The sorceress synthesized her perspective into a conclusion. Nevertheless, the vast majority of the empire's citizens and nobles still believe that when humanity faces its ultimate crisis, the 13th paladin will emerge to rescue the world. So, after all that, Ryan, do you believe this story? The sorceress casually inquired. I do believe. I have always believed. The man's gaze was deep and steadfast, fixed on the horizon. That if I cannot believe in myself, whom can I believe in? Chapter 56. Have you learned? Ryan pondered. Although Teresa verbally committed to treating everyone equally, it was unrealistic to expect her to change immediately. This woman was merely willing to make some adjustments for his sake, and unless she truly faced hardship or humiliation, her deep-seated beliefs would not shift significantly. For now, this was sufficient. Altering a person's long-held beliefs shaped by their upbringing cannot be accomplished with mere words. After listening to the story for a while, Ryan appeared ready to take his leave. At that moment, the old woman suddenly spoke up, saying, Is it Sir Ryan, the White Wolf Knight? Might you kindly linger a moment? I have a request to make. The children all turned to face Ryan, their innocent eyes fixed upon him, too timid to utter a word. You have imparted your invaluable knowledge to these children. What do you seek to gain from it? Ryan did not acquiesce, but countered with a question. They are all good children. As they grow, most will find themselves unable to afford the costs of awakening their talents, destined to toil for the noble lords or work the land themselves, only to spend their late 20s or 30s scraping together a modest sum to seek a partner for life, leading to marriage and parenthood, ultimately growing old in the rush of raising their offspring. My teaching is but a glimmer of hope for their future paths. Am I not correct, Sir Ryan? The old woman smiled. Her face wrinkled into a tapestry of lines. I commend your generous actions, Ryan remarked, offering her a knightly salute. In an age where knowledge is monopolized by the aristocracy, her willingness to share it selflessly for the sake of these children's futures is indeed admirable. As the children gradually dispersed, Ryan casually procured a stool and sat down, indicating his willingness to hear what Nora's request entailed. Teresa stood behind him, saying, "Please, do share, madam." The sorceress's words felt somewhat awkward, yet she had previously vowed to treat everyone equally. So she forced herself to comply. As you can see, I am now a woman in her 50s, the old woman remarked, her hair streaked with gray. With a self-deprecating smile, she continued, "Yet once, I, too, was a beautiful young woman like this young lady." Teresa instinctively frowned, contemplating that even after 50 years, her own beauty would remain unchanged. However, she refrained from voicing her thoughts, for she acknowledged the truth in the old woman's latter statement, as traces of her youthful beauty could still be discerned in her eyes. Were you once of noble birth? Ryan immediately made a connection. Indeed, I was once a noble, yet there are many like me, bankrupt aristocrats across the continent. Am I not correct, Sir Ryan? The old woman's expression remained unchanged, her tone calm and imbued with a wisdom that seemed to see through the vicissitudes of life. Ryan nodded. Bankrupt aristocrats were not uncommon, for within the nobility, there are both the foolish and the astute, the capable and the inept. Some nobles, lacking business acumen, relied solely on taxing their lands for income while indulging in extravagance and lavish lifestyles, leading to their eventual downfall. Their lands would either fall into desolation or be redistributed by higher-ranking nobles. With the new empire established for over a century and a half, the hierarchy among the nobility had become apparent. And in recent decades, the number of bankrupt nobles had steadily risen. It was not unusual to encounter individuals like the old woman, especially in such perilous times where the weak and incapable were rapidly eliminated. So, Sir Ryan, would you care to listen to this old woman's tale? The old woman's eyes sparkled with hope. Of course, otherwise I would not remain here, Ryan replied with a nod. Very well, where shall I begin? Let me start from my childhood. I was born into a noble family, though by the time I arrived, our fortunes had already dwindled, and all that remained was a single estate located about 7 or 8 kilometers from Maiden Haven. Nora's gaze began to drift, a faint smile tugging at her lips as she recalled. At that time, both my parents were alive, and I had an elder brother. We lived a blissful and harmonious life. However, when I turned 15, our estate welcomed a half-elf bard who fortuitously sought lodging with us. His handsome visage and graceful demeanor quickly captivated my heart, and during the few days he stayed, we fell madly in love. Nora's face radiated longing, as if transported back to the most beautiful days of her youth. Alas, such happiness was fleeting. You know well that bards do not linger in one place for long. Soon, he would depart our estate for his next destination, and I could not bear the thought of our happiness being so short-lived, leading me to make a reckless decision. The expression on the old woman's face grew increasingly pained and obscure. I decided. You chose to elope with him. Teresa swiftly guessed the story's conclusion. Though lacking experience in outdoor adventures, the sorceress was well-versed in courtly affairs and the intrigues of the nobility. Yes, I knew it was wrong. But at that moment, I could not think clearly at the prospect of parting. Thus, on the eve of his departure, I stealthily took my dowry and chose to elope with him. We sailed away together from this city. In the initial years, with my wealth and youthful beauty, we were inseparable and thrived together, living several years of blissful existence. Yet, good fortune does not last forever. Wealth eventually dwindles, and time takes its toll on beauty. The half-elf ages differently than we do, and after a decade or so, I began to show signs of decline. I had spent most of my dowry, and I sensed his growing weariness towards me, no longer enamored or in need of my presence. Naturally, Most men tend to behave this way, Teresa mused, believing women must be self-reliant rather than existing as mere appendages to men. One fateful night, I left him, embarking on a solitary journey back home, which took me several years. Upon my return to my hometown, I discovered that everything had changed. After my elopement, my parents searched for me frantically. After years of fruitless searching, their hearts succumbed to despair, leading to their untimely demise. My brother, lacking the skill to manage our estate, quickly squandered our remaining fortune. Not long after, the estate was besieged by a scorpion-tailed lion. And my brother's attempt to rally the estate's guards proved futile against this formidable creature, resulting in his death from poison. The old woman need not elaborate further. Both Ryan and Teresa could surmise the rest. Following the deaths of her parents and brother, Nora, with her weak claim, naturally inherited the estate's ownership. In truth, she had already obtained the land deed from the Lord Count of Maiden Haven. The issue lay in the fact that the estate had become the lair of the scorpion-tailed lion. And it was certain that Nora could not expel the beast by her own strength. Have you sought assistance from the Church of Justice? Ryan inquired, understanding the old woman's plea. I have, but justice demands a price. The scorpion-tailed lion is no ordinary creature. Investigations revealed it to be an elite pinnacle beast. The fee quoted by the Church of Justice is beyond my means, leaving me to find a corner within the city where I survive on past savings and teaching others. Subsisting on memories, Nora sighed, the wrinkles on her aged face deepening. What makes you believe I would agree to help you drive away the scorpion-tailed lion? Ryan inquired with intrigue. I do not know. Perhaps it is intuition, or merely a naive hope. The truth remains, I cannot offer a suitable reward. Nora sighed again. This may be my final attempt. If you, Sir Ryan, are unwilling, let it be a story well told. This old woman still has a bit of savings, and perhaps in a few years, it will not be difficult. I agree, Ryan suddenly said with a smile. What? The old woman exclaimed, her eyes widening in surprise. I said, I agree, Ryan reaffirmed, nodding. Rest assured, I will not labor for naught. I will secure my rightful share of the reward, though it shall not come from you. For now, simply follow my instructions. Separating line. After bidding farewell to the old woman, Teresa curiously inquired, what do you intend to do? You won't be working for free, but where will the funds come from? Ryan smiled softly, articulating his plan. First, I will compose a letter notifying Count Albert of the kingdom as a knight, informing him of the magical creature causing disturbances in Nora's estate. In such circumstances, the Count will surely feel compelled to respond. According to your intelligence, Albert is not a lord fond of military endeavors, and since the estate is already deemed lost with an owner, the most likely outcome is that he will post a notice on the bulletin board, offering a reward for anyone who can resolve the issue. That will be our first source of income. The sorceress quickly grasped the implications. Faced with Ryan's inquiries and warnings, as a lord, Albert would undoubtedly respond in some manner, even if merely as a fade. A notice offering a reward would certainly be forthcoming, thus ensuring an income. Then, Lady Nora will personally approach the Church of Life, where she will promise the bishop that should her estate be reclaimed from the scorpion-tailed lion, she will pay a tithe to the Church of Life. Ryan crossed his arms, outlining the second step. For the Church of Life, having a parcel of land left uncultivated is an affront, and ensuring all farmland pays tithes is their ultimate goal. Thus, the bishop has no reason to refuse. However, Lady Nora cannot present an immediate reward. Teresa's eyes sparkled with increasing brightness. If I were the bishop, I would issue a bounty. If the bounty were successful, the commission paid by the church could be offset against the tithe that misses. Nora would owe in the future that if no one fulfilled the bounty, the church would incur no loss. And for Mrs. Nora, her estate currently yields not a single penny. If she could reclaim her estate by paying a tithe, she would surely agree to it. Ryan extended his second finger. Thus, this constitutes the second source of income. As for the third, let us not forget that the scorpion-tailed lion possesses a treasure trove. Numerous valuable alchemical materials are derived from this fearsome beast. It is Sister Dietline. She would undoubtedly be willing to purchase these alchemical materials from you at a fair price. So, when these three sources of income are combined, they are sufficient to justify my involvement. Ryan extended his third finger, then gazed at Teresa with a smile. Teresa, tell me, have you learned? The response was a charming roll of the eyes. It is to enlist the two of us. Chapter 57. The scorpion-tailed lion. Before them lay a desolate estate. The remnants of its former prosperity now vanished, with crumbling walls bearing witness to past abundance and present desolation that as far as the eye could see, what was once fertile land was now blanketed by snow and withered weeds. Lowly cottages and granaries had largely collapsed, and fences and walls bore the marks of fractures and decay. Wandering through the wilderness were ghouls and ferocious beasts, alongside terrifying specters. In this dreadful world, the deceased, if not buried properly, would transform into horrific phantoms at night, wandering eternally through the wild, burdened by their yearning for life and animosity towards the living at this moment, though it was still daytime. A tremendous noise erupted within the estate. Boom! The sound of heavy objects colliding with metal reverberated through the vast interior of the estate, followed by the roars of beasts and the cries of humans. Come on, beast, taste my might. Be careful, Alf, don't act rashly. Another voice bellowed, Teresa, it's heading your way. I know. A calm female voice replied, and then she shouted, Frost spell. Beautiful, now watch me. Divine judgment. A flash of white light flickered, and the beast emitted a pained roar. This finally allowed a glimpse of the scene that in the desolate and ruinous fields. 3 humans were engaged in battle with a massive beast. The leader, clad in full plate armor, wielded a large square shield in one hand and a standard paladin's longsword in the other. He was golden-haired and blue-eyed, sweat trickling down his forehead. As the white light of divine power from the god of justice flickered continuously, he struck his shield forcefully with his sword. Come on, beast. Clang, clang, clang. The sound of metal clashing drove the creature into a frenzy. A tall figure, clad in chainmail and breastplate, the White Wolf Knight seized the opportunity to launch a ferocious attack on the creature's right flank, each strike inflicting significant damage. Ryan, be careful of its venomous stinger. From a distance, a sorceress in sleek black leather armor, wielding a staff, moved while muttering incantations. Stones and fallen debris began to coalesce under the sorceress's magical guidance, gradually forming a 2-meter-tall golem made of stone and wood. Its surface coated in frost, lumbering awkwardly towards the beast under the sorceress's command. The full form of the creature was now revealed before the trio. That it was a gigantic beast with the appearance of a lion, possessing a face as fierce as a wolf's, a fiery red mane, enormous fangs, and wings covered in sharp spines. Its most distinctive feature was its long tail, tipped with a barbed stinger. This creature was none other than the dreaded scorpion-tailed lion. Even among the chaotic creations, the scorpion-tailed lion is regarded as exceptionally ferocious. Innately stubborn and combative, the scorpion-tailed lion would fight any foe for its territory. When faced with intruders such as giant eagles, griffins, or even dragon kings, the scorpion-tailed lion's response was always the same. It would roar and charge at its enemies, engaging in bloody and brutal combat, fighting to the death, if the enemy did not vastly exceed its size and strength. The victor of such battles was often the scorpion-tailed lion, which would stand atop cliffs, roaring to assert its power and resolve. Damn it, I didn't expect the scorpion-tailed lion to be so troublesome. The paladin Alfred moved cautiously sideways, seeking an opportunity to attack. The scorpion-tailed lion was exceedingly agile, always able to easily evade the paladin's strikes and immediately retaliate. The nature of the paladin's profession inherently meant slow movements and low attack capability. With good defense, facing the scorpion-tailed lion's assaults, Alfred often felt as if he was unable to exert his strength. The creature's tail was particularly annoying, the venom-tipped stinger constantly swaying near his head. Looking for an opportunity to pierce his helmet, when the stinger struck Alfred's helmet, distorting it and sending it flying, the paladin was compelled to retreat cautiously. The venom of the scorpion-tailed lion was a deadly toxin, and for an ordinary person, being poisoned essentially meant certain death. Alf, do you want to fall back? Ryan shouted from the side, carefully dodging the incoming stinger, seeing the scorpion-tailed lion spread its wings, attempting to take flight. Ryan delivered a heavy blow to bring it crashing back to the ground. Don't push it. You've already met the conditions for a glorious retreat. A glorious retreat, one of the tenets of the Church of Justice. This doctrine was established in response to the paladin's tendency to act impulsively, recklessly sacrificing themselves for justice. The god of justice decreed that when the enemy's strength was 3 times or more that of the paladin's, retreating was not a shameful act, but a glorious one, hence termed a glorious retreat. Since the announcement of this doctrine, the mortality rate among paladins had significantly decreased. No, I haven't used my sacred shield yet, Alfred exclaimed. All right, suit yourself. Ryan ceased further commentary. The The Sacred Shield and Sacred Light spells were renowned as the two primary protective techniques of the paladins, having advanced to the status of a temple guardian. Alfred could use Sacred Shield once each day, with divine power from the God of Justice granting him a period of near invincibility, approximately 6 seconds, to continue fighting. Although the Sacred Shield was not truly invincible, it was sufficient for dealing with the scorpion-tailed lion. The creature lunged at Ryan, kicking up considerable dust and snow. Ryan effortlessly rolled aside, then charged forward, striking the scorpion-tailed lion's forepaw with a hammer before swiftly dodging its venomous stinger in retaliation. Ice Spear. Teresa immediately conjured a long spear of ice in the air, which sliced through the atmosphere, hurtling directly towards the scorpion-tailed lion. The beast swiftly dodged, but in that moment, the frost golem latched onto it tightly. Observing this, Ryan began to gather his strength. The scorpion-tailed lion struggled with all its might. Its sharp teeth and claws quickly shredded the golem that Teresa had temporarily summoned. The slender tail lashed out wildly, each strike from the venomous stinger puncturing the golem's surface, sending debris flying. Soon, the connection between the golem's arms and head showed signs of damage, and it seemed on the verge of losing control over the scorpion-tailed lion. But that was already enough. "Frost Nova!" the sorceress cried out, and the interior of the frost golem suddenly erupted with dense, icy mist. The scorpion-tailed lion shrieked in agony, frozen by the bone-chilling vapor, desperately attempting to break free from the golem's grasp. Yet under the sorceress's control, the golem clung to the beast relentlessly. Gradually, the scorpion-tailed lion's body became stiff, while the golem was ultimately reduced back to mere stones and would due to the beast's relentless assault. Holy Strike! A white radiance emanated from the paladin's long sword as Alfred struck with all his might, leaving a massive gash on the scorpion-tailed lion's back. Following closely was Ryan's attack. The White Wolf Knight's hammer burst forth with golden light, delivering a crushing blow to the beast's head. Cranial crush. Roar. In a moment of desperation, sensing imminent danger, the scorpion-tailed lion managed to break free from its frozen state, twisting its head to endure Ryan's heavy hit on its shoulder, and with the force of the White Wolf Knight, it lunged fiercely at Alfred, its tail's stinger arcing high above its head, aiming directly for the paladin's crown. With old strength waning and new strength yet to be born, coupled with the paladin's naturally sluggish movements, Alfred immediately invoked his divine magic. A golden ring enveloped him, surrounded by countless shimmering golden runes that revolved around the paladin. The scorpion-tailed lion's ferocious assault was completely thwarted by this mysterious energy. No matter how hard it struggled, it could not breach that golden protective barrier. With the protection of the Sacred Shield, Alfred immediately adopted a reckless fighting style. Every strike from the paladin was a gamble for his life, showing no concern for leaving openings in his techniques. With each swing of his longsword, he inflicted deep, grievous wounds upon the scorpion-tailed lion. Before long, due to excessive blood loss and severe injuries, the beast's movement slowed, and it entered a state of near death. Ryan chuckled inwardly. The Sacred Shield was indeed a shameless tactic. When activated, the paladin would maximize the value of the Sacred Shield through this method of combat, leading many to jestingly refer to paladins in this state as glorious charge. He realized there was no need for him to intervene, for the battle was already won. Teresa hurried over, and the sorceress stood just outside the scorpion-tailed lion's maximum attack range, extending her staff to unleash a terrifying frost. The creature gradually succumbed, encased in a solid block of ice. Alfred first delivered a decisive blow, severing the lion's head with his sword, and Ryan soon arrived, wielding his psychic blade, which cleaved the lion's tail from its body. "Done. We've preserved this beast's body quite well. Lady Dietline should offer us a handsome price," Ryan exclaimed with a smile. Time to wrap it up. The golden halo surrounding Alfred dissipated, and the paladin, grinning, sheathed his sword, stowed his shield behind him, and stretched lazily. "I hadn't seen you in years. I never imagined you would grow so strong, Ryan." "What kind of friend would I be if I weren't strong?" Ryan retorted casually, before stowing his warhammer. "But you've also become quite formidable, Alfred." "Indeed. How could I not measure up to the title of Great Hammerian's friend?" Alfred laughed heartily. The two men exchanged knowing glances, sensing a profound camaraderie between them. Only the sorceress standing nearby rolled her eyes, wondering if these two men ever found their mutual boasting nauseating. "Ahem. Well, we've completed the kill, and the scorpion-tailed lion has fallen. The day is waning. Shall we head back?" Ryan, Alfred, Teresa made an effort to appear amiable. Although she had little fondness for the paladin, she recognized Alfred as Ryan's friend and childhood companion, deeming it necessary to maintain a cordial facade. Speaking of which, Ryan, it genuinely surprises me that you sought me out for this task. Alfred plopped down on the ground, panting. In a way, it fulfilled a wish of mine. A wish? Well, actually, when we entered the city, Lady Nora had already stopped us in the street once. Alfred chuckled self-deprecatingly, but she couldn't afford the fee. Even though we had set a bottom line so, as disheartening as it was, we had to inform her that we couldn't assist. You know, Ryan, a scorpion-tailed lion isn't something we can easily handle like a ghoul or goblin. We can't risk our lives for no reward. The children surrounded us, pleading for us to help Lady Nora, but we could do nothing. That feeling was truly distressing, Alfred remarked, his enthusiasm waning. Sometimes I think, as paladins, shouldn't we stand against the strong and support the weak? Shouldn't we lend a helping hand to those in need? Yet, I've encountered such situations multiple times. Ah, Alfred, you must understand that human capacity is limited and precious, Ryan replied, also sitting down. The men gazed at the dimming sky, sighing. If justice comes without cost, does it hold any intrinsic value? If you do not respect order, does the existence of order still have meaning? I know that well, and without regard for cost, a paladin's power can easily be exploited by those with ill intent. Alfred quickly regained his spirits, brushing off the snow and mud from beneath him, his cheerful demeanor returning. That's enough. Let's head back. You two go ahead. I still have a few matters to attend to, Ryan stated, indicating he had personal affairs to handle. It's a personal matter. You need not involve yourselves. A personal matter. What could you possibly have to do at this desolate manor at night? Teresa asked, puzzled, her beautiful face reflecting confusion. And why must you do it alone? Didn't we agree to face things together? This is different. It pertains to my personal affairs, and I require a bit of privacy. If you don't mind. Ryan shook his head, clearly unwilling for them to continue their involvement. You. All right, Lady Trovic, since Ryan is unwilling for us to participate, let us return for now. Alfred interjected, providing Teresa with an opportunity to retreat. She shot a reluctant glance at Ryan, her ruby lips parting slightly. Will you return for dinner tonight? No, Ryan replied, shaking his head as he walked deeper into the manor. The sorceress, resigned, used her spatial ring to stow away the scorpion-tailed lion's carcass and returned to Myrdenhaven with the paladin. The interior of the manor was already in a state of significant disrepair, indicating that since its abandonment, few thieves or scavengers had graced the premises, likely deterred by the threat of the scorpion-tailed lion. Ryan traversed an uphill path toward the collapsed manor house. Such estates were common in Nord, typically featuring a grand house or castle surrounded by fields, cottages, pastures, and woodlands. In most cases, these estates could sustain themselves. Some surplus goods could be traded with other estates to compensate for deficiencies, and generally, an estate would house 10 or more tenants, dedicated to supplying the lord's needs for living and production. The tenants' situations varied. Some enjoyed higher shares and partial ownership, while others were akin to serfs, obligated to pay 7 or 8 parts of their harvest and responsible for the lord's daily needs and comforts. Charlemagne himself hailed from tenant origins, the founder of the human empire. As a child, tended cattle, farmed, gathered firewood, and mucked out stables. The story of rising from tenant to emperor deeply inspired generations of impoverished farm boys to bravely embark on their adventures. However, the grand house before Ryan was severely damaged, its doors and walls riddled with large holes, the roof completely collapsed, revealing the wrecked furniture and flooring of the second floor, with snow having drifted inside. This truly embodies the definition of a forsaken estate. It will require considerable effort for Lady Nora to reclaim it, Ryan grunted. In truth, once the monsters were cleared and relative safety ensured, Nora could, with the help of the Church of Life, restore the estate for the tenants. There were plenty of farmers who could not survive without land. Recruiting tenants would not be difficult, as long as they could be fed and kept from freezing to death. However, this was not the crux of the matter. The crux was, the ruins of the ancient sage lay here. Chapter 58. The legacy of the ancient sage. Upon receiving word from Ulrich, Ryan immediately sought information from the Church of Justice and the garrison regarding the location of the ancient sage's ruins. The information revealed that the ruins were situated within Nora's abandoned estate. Thus, Ryan's decision to bring Teresa to listen to Nora teach the children was no mere coincidence. It was a deliberate act. cloaking his true intentions. According to Lady Nora, the compass that records time is in the basement. Ryan strode confidently into the grand house. As soon as he entered, a huddled figure in the corner emitted a piercing wail. This humanoid creature, clad in grayish white, appeared to be a middle-aged woman in her 40s. Clad only in thin garments during the harsh winter, her eyes had been brutally gouged out, blood streaming down her face as she lunged toward Ryan. Ah! Finally, someone has come. The middle-aged woman lunged at Ryan, her stiff hands reaching out toward him. Please save me. Please save me. Ryan raised his right hand, projecting radiant energy from his palm, illuminating the entirety of the house. As the luminous energy illuminated the middle-aged woman, her gray body sizzled as if corroded by lava, producing a sound akin to meat sizzling on a grill, and soon, she was engulfed in blue flames of psychic energy. Help me! Help me! I'm just a wounded traveler. Please, don't hurt me. The middle-aged woman writhed in agony, rolling on the ground, pleading with the knight, but Ryan's expression remained impassive, silent as he intensified the radiance of his psychic light. Until the woman was reduced to ashes. It was a sightless one. In Nord, if a person did not die of natural causes or in honorable combat, but rather succumbed to illness, and if their family or fellow villagers were unable or unwilling to provide a proper burial, they would be discarded in the snow to rot. Some dead individuals would mysteriously revive, attempting to return home as undead beings. To prevent this, the living would remove their eyes, so even if they revived, they would be unable to find their way. However, hunger and resentment filled their hearts, yet such hardships could not deter their determination to return home. Their skin turned pale, and their eye sockets were hollow. These undead creatures lacked the kindness and love for life they possessed in life. They were driven solely by insatiable hunger and resentment, concealing their schemes to lead kind-hearted travelers into pre-dug pits, from which they would drain the souls of the living and extract their eyes to implant in their empty sockets. Locals knew well that when encountering a pitiable, sightless figure with bleeding eye sockets in the wilderness, they must not offer assistance. Those who did often paid with their lives at such moments. No compassion was warranted. Sending these undead to their final rest was the only true mercy. Having dealt with this lurking sightless one, Ryan began his search for the basement on the first floor. The decor of the house clearly indicated that Lady Nora's claims of decline were indeed accurate. Even after years of abandonment, Ryan could discern that many of the furnishings inside were exceedingly antiquated, and some floorboards had been damaged even before the estate fell into disrepair. Ryan swiftly discovered the entrance to the basement, which was cleverly concealed within the kitchen. That he promptly cleared away the debris from the collapsed structure and pulled the lever concealed in the floor. That a metal staircase descended into the depths below. After a brief inspection, Ryan deemed it stable, lit a torch, and ventured into the subterranean chamber. This is rather peculiar. By any reasonable standard of a manor lord, this basement is excessively spacious, he mused, holding the torch aloft as he surveyed the surroundings. The air was thick with the stench of decay. This space had once served as a storage for food, wine, and other supplies. However, regardless of how well appointed a cellar might be, items left to languish for a decade or more inevitably spoil. With utmost caution, Ryan continued his exploration, the blue energy blade extending from his right wrist illuminating the dimly lit area alongside his torch. He traversed through the rotting storage room into the inner chamber. Ah, I see, he murmured, as the interior finally elucidated the reason for the basement's vastness. At its center lay an enormous compass, truly monumental, measuring at least 5 meters in diameter, adorned with countless intricate patterns and runes. The compass bore markings that recorded the passage of time, surpassing its own limits, an indication that it had been over 10 millennia since the ancient sage had arrived in this world. At the heart of this colossal device shone a brilliant star, casting light upon its surroundings. Encircling this star, all manner of shapes, including squares, rectangles, polygons, and rhombuses, formed a harmonious and perfect unity. Approaching the compass, Ryan hung his torch upon the wall and, ensuring that he was alone and unobserved, raised his head high. He extended a hand toward the immense compass. Pure, light blue energy flowed from him, gradually infusing the compass with vitality. Indeed, this grand apparatus was not merely the time-recording device ascribed to the ancient sages. It was an instrument linking the planet's ley lines and safeguarding the most profound and ancient secrets. The archaic device stirred to life under the influence of his pure energy. To activate the ancient sage's apparatus, only the unique energy possessed by you on this planet can suffice. echoed his father's words. With a cacophonous clank, 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 the ancient machinery began to awaken under Ryan's energy, the grating of stone and iron resounding painfully, even after millennia. The ancient sage's machine remained operational. Ryan's azure energy continuously poured into the compass, causing the device to emit creaking sounds as it began to turn, dislodging the dust that had settled upon it. The energy within the compass seemed to respond to Ryan's essence. The device was activated. Simultaneously, a profound wave of sorrow and despair surged into Ryan's consciousness, ensnaring his thoughts in a hallucinatory realm. He found himself amidst a war, a dreadful conflict lasting millions of years, which nearly led to the annihilation of the ancient sages. In their desperate bid to evade their foes, the final remnants of the sages sought refuge in a star system shrouded in an eternal subspace storm, their adversaries being fully armed skeletal machines and terrifying beings engulfed in flames. Upon witnessing this, Ryan felt a sharp pain in his head, abruptly shaking off the vision that he recognized his inadequacy and understood he could delve no further. His current frail strength could not withstand more. Thus, he redirected his focus to channeling energy into the apparatus. Time flew by as Ryan tirelessly infused the device with his energy. An hour passed, then 2, 3, until the 5th hour, having nearly exhausted his own energy. The device finally stirred to life. It revealed its full form to Ryan, transmitting a mysterious message into his mind. He who comes after, we are the ancient sages, the oldest sentient beings in the universe. We welcome your arrival. Ryan silently added a thought to this statement. After enduring a horrific war, we arrived in this world, where this planet and the surrounding star systems are cloaked in an eternal, colossal subspace storm. We are momentarily safe, yet we know it is only a matter of time before the dreadful subspace predators discover us. Thus, we have concealed all our accumulated knowledge within this planet's apparatus, encompassing a portion of the energy and technology amassed by our race over millions of years. Although the vast majority cannot be utilized on this peculiar planet, it represents the continuity of our culture and technology. Please make good use of it. He who comes after. As the final words resonated, the ancient device fully unveiled itself before Ryan. Even with mental preparation, the reality of what lay before him left him breathless. The apparatus contained the purest cosmic energy accumulated by the ancient sages over countless millennia. This energy was so potent that Ryan felt insignificantly small, akin to a mere grain of sand in comparison to the vastness of the galaxy. Even in the presence of the renowned White Wolf war god Uruk, such feelings of trepidation and exhilaration were unparalleled. Ryan sensed the purity and clarity of this energy. With a simple gesture, it would be at his command. In an instant, Ryan's mind was inundated with a torrent of vivid images. Upon embracing such formidable energy, the great Ryan, this foreigner, would ascend to become the most powerful energy wielder across the continent. No, the entire world. The greatest knight, he would command an unparalleled army, planting the banners of victory in every corner of the globe. The meager elves and dwarves would prove utterly incapable of halting his advance. He would unify the world, proclaiming himself Emperor Ryan, and after a bloody conquest, countless hymns and ribbons would celebrate his triumph. Men would revere and idolize him. Those who died for Ryan would receive the highest honors, a supreme accolade for humanity. Women would be enamored by him, his harem filled with beauties from all races. And cities and mountains alike would bear his name. Statues of Emperor Ryan would adorn every corner of the continent, while chaos, under his relentless onslaught, would be forced into the darkest recesses, trembling in fear at the mere utterance of his name, awaiting the arrival of their doom. Not enough. This was insufficient. He deserved more. The golden throne of his father lay vacant, awaiting his loyal son's grasp on the mighty scepter. He would become the lord of the galaxy, the king of the universe, crowned and sceptered. The proud Emperor Ryan, seated upon the golden throne, eagerly beckoned to Ryan. Hurry, absorb this energy, claim it as your own. The present me is the future you. This is your destined right. Move your hands and seize it. Ryan, entranced, extended his hand toward his own spectral image. Yes, indeed, this is but a trivial task for you. Come, let us become one. The Emperor Ryan, on the golden throne, grinned widely, revealing his thick tongue and golden teeth. However, the White Wolf Knight halted in his tracks. What is the matter? Power, beauty, dominion, are these not your desires? Come forth, seize them. The apparition urged, observing Ryan's stilled movements. In response, Ryan flipped his wrist, raising his middle finger defiantly. Begone, he retorted coolly to his own spectre. I shan't be swayed by such tricks. With that declaration, all illusions dissipated, leaving behind the damp, chilly basement and the ancient relics of the sages before Ryan. Everything remained unchanged. No, it was not unchanged. A figure glimmering with golden light, clad in a magnificent suit of golden armor, with long black hair and an imposing presence, stood behind Ryan. His expression was devoid of emotion, yet his eyes radiated wisdom and authority, reflecting Ryan's own visage. Ryan swiftly turned, his face a mixture of astonishment and joy. Father. The reply, though cold in tone, conveyed the speaker's admiration for Ryan. Well done, my son. In the far north, amidst the chaotic wasteland. The chaotic wasteland lay at the northernmost reaches of the world, beyond the vast territories of the Empire. Past the kingdom of Nord, through the Desir Desert, and deep within the kingdom of Kislev, there, one would find the chaotic plains, desolate and malevolent. Where the winds carried whispers of the dark gods. At the heart of this wasteland stood the kingdom of chaos, a realm from which horrific nightmares continuously emerged. The power of the chaotic gods was unparalleled here. Only a madman or a fool would dare encroach upon their dominion. The tainted winds of chaos swept over this cursed soil. No living creature could endure long in this most terrifying place in the world. The third eternal chosen of chaos, the three-eyed king, the chaotic emperor, the master of the end, the most revered champion of the chaotic gods, Acharn, sat upon his chaotic throne, coldly surveying the horizon that he yearned to march southward and bring an end to all existence. Yet the pain in his body and the insufficient numbers of his army hindered his ambitions that he still needed to bide his time to that moment. A fleeting glimmer emanating from the south caught his attention. What could that be? The chaotic winds swiftly delivered the sinister whispers of the dark deity. Iken unfurled the map, promptly locating the approximate position of that ephemeral light. That it was the largest port city to the west of Nord, Maiden Haven. Rising from his throne, Iken commanded his loyal servants, who instantly heeded the supreme order of the great, eternal, chosen one of chaos. Relay the message to Byrick. Prepare for an immediate assault on Maiden Haven. Chapter 59. A flicker of hope. The ancient sages accumulated pure cosmic energy and the knowledge contained within, amassed over millennia, were wholly absorbed into the shadowy figure of the dark-haired man, until naught remained. The sage's device, utterly depleted of energy, ceased its operation, and as the dark-haired man's sword descended, the relic of the ancient sage crumbled into ruins. Have you had your fill, father? Ryan casually seated himself nearby, gesturing towards his progenitor. Not enough. What? This is insufficient. Ryan grimaced in disbelief. Father, this is the ancient sage's treasure gathered over countless years. This cosmic energy is ample enough to elevate a mortal to demigod status. Insufficient. This cosmic energy merely suffices to heal my soul, which has been rent and tormented for over 10,000 years. To restore my decayed and desiccated body, I require even more energy, the dark-haired man replied, shaking his head quietly. What then shall I do? Ryan inquired mockingly. Do you intend to drain the entire world? No. From the knowledge I have acquired, the ancient sage possessed more than just this one apparatus. The dark-haired man paused, and after absorbing such vast cosmic energy, his golden phantom was on the verge of coalescing into a tangible form. There exist more instruments in this world. Continue the search for them. Very well. I understand, father. Ryan nodded. The ancient sage must have accumulated millions of years' worth of resources. His burial expenses certainly surpass this. However, there is good news. I have discovered within the ancient sage's technology information regarding their unique construction techniques for network pathways. After enduring over 11,000 years of relentless battles against demons, my soul and spirit can finally anticipate a brief respite. The dark-haired man exhaled lightly, his imposing figure approaching Ryan's side. This is thanks to you, my son. Then, father, are you busy at present? Ryan's complexion appeared somewhat pale. 5 hours of spiritual energy infusion had left him feeling utterly depleted. With a sweeping gesture, the dark-haired man enveloped the white wolf knight in a golden radiance, restoring his vitality and dispelling his fatigue. What would you like to say, Ryan? I wish to ask you a few questions, father, Ryan said, scratching the back of his head casually. It is evident that your mind is filled with various uncertainties. Uncertainty breeds contemplation, and contemplation gives rise to heresy. The dark-haired man's tone remained as unyielding as ancient ice, yet upon observing Ryan's pallid countenance, he nodded. You have demonstrated your will and courage. Pose your inquiries, and I shall endeavor to answer. Father, why did you choose me? Ryan asked first. The moment you appeared before me, I knew you were the most precious gift bestowed upon me by the subspace. The dark-haired man gazed intently at Ryan. Unlike all other creations, you are a flawless human. Flawless. Indeed, flawless. The subspace and the realm of reality are inextricably linked. When a newborn utters its first cry, it signifies the establishment of a fundamental connection with the subspace. Yet, I see no such connection in you, Ryan. Thus, you are a complete, untainted human, free from any subspace corruption. The dark-haired man asserted with unwavering conviction, leaving Ryan with the impression that any absurd or bizarre statements from his father would transform into sacred truths. So, Father, you chose me. Precisely. My genes have seamlessly merged with your being, making you as pristine as a smooth EGG. And no matter how the forces of chaos strive to corrupt you, they shall never breach your protective shell. The dark-haired man continued. The only means to achieve this would be to submerge you in filth for an extended period, allowing it to seep through. Some of your brothers experienced that fate. When they were but infants, chaos immersed them in tainted waters, gradually decaying their essence. However, this approach is futile for you, as you have thrived under my watchful gaze. And the corrosion of chaos can no longer penetrate your heart. Even so, I still fail to comprehend my uniqueness. Ryan shook his head, evidently unconvinced by this explanation. You possess unique qualities, Ryan, after years of utilizing spiritual energy. You should recognize your distinctiveness. Your exceptional physique can absorb chaotic energy, transforming it into the purest subspace energy, thus enabling the possibility of my future plans to reverse the corruption. The dark-haired man elaborated. You can effortlessly endure dialogue with my spiritual energy. This is of utmost importance. Ah, so I am quite remarkable, am I? Ryan chuckled self-deprecatingly, somewhat accepting this explanation. Yet, he immediately posed a second question. Father, as the rumors suggest, if you were to remove yourself from the Golden Throne, could you break free from your shackles and successfully reincarnate? Yes and no, came the cold reply. A flurry of question marks appeared above Ryan's head. My spiritual consciousness has battled fiercely within the subspace for the survival of humanity for over 11,000 years. In the realm of reality, my body has decayed. If I abandon the Golden Throne, humanity will no longer withstand the dreadful darkness. My existence is a perpetual torment, yet I must persevere. Any lapse in my vigilance would allow demons to surge into the material universe, and the chaotic energies of the subspace would engulf the entire tangible cosmos. Therefore, as long as my body endures, I shall burn until the last moment of my life. I am the Emperor, past, present, and future. Due to Magnus' arrogance, if I were to vacate the Golden Throne, the human empire would face annihilation. Even if I could possess another body, like your fallen brothers, I cannot guarantee the success of such a transfer. Nor can I easily find a sufficiently powerful vessel to traverse the material world. Upon my return, would I still be the sovereign of humanity, or have I transformed into something else? I cannot bear the weight of such consequences. Now, thank you, my son. Having acquired the technology left by the ancient sage, I now possess the means to permanently seal the breaches in the network pathways. The dark-haired man, or rather the Emperor of Humanity, finally extended his hand, gently caressing Ryan's head. In the face of divine temptation, you have remained steadfast, ensuring your loyalty to me. I am proud of you. You're welcome, Father. I merely wish to know when you will lend me your assistance. Ryan replied with a strained smile. Being patted on the head by his father was hardly a pleasant experience, especially at 24 years of age, feeling like a child once more. I require sufficient time to close the breaches in the network pathways and digest this energy. You must continue to fight independently for a while longer. The Emperor provided Ryan with an unsatisfactory answer. Then, for my third question, Father, why did you appoint Horus as War Master? Ryan asked, perplexed. Were there any other viable options? The Emperor countered. Perhaps Gilliman. Ryan hesitated before casually mentioning a name. Robot Gilliman is filled with dogma and principles. He constantly insists that everything must adhere to the rules, crafting exceedingly intricate codes of conduct for that purpose. Yet, he never grasps that developments do not always unfold as he wishes. Thus, despite his exceptional leadership skills and political acumen, he is ill-suited for the role of War Master in this context. How about Jagatai Khan? Ryan suggested another name. Jagatai is more akin to an orphan than my creation. Though he possesses courage and faith, he is aloof and arrogant, never deigning to elucidate his thoughts to others or entertain differing opinions. I cannot appoint him as War Master. The Emperor continued to shake his head. Then, Sanguinius. Ryan felt increasingly awkward. Sanguinius, he is a dreamer, perpetually lost in fantasies. Let us not speak of him. He ultimately perished because of me. The Emperor dismissed Ryan's suggestion once more. The father and son fell into silence until the towering figure of the father suddenly emanated a ripple of energy. I must take my leave, Ryan. One final question. Father, what kind of world is this world? Ryan rose to his feet, fully restored under the radiant glow of his father's divine essence. This world is extraordinary. It serves as the playground of the ancient sages, the experimental ground behind it, and ultimately, the last refuge. This realm is shrouded in an eternal, colossal subspace storm, accessible solely through the astral portals of the webway. The ancient sages concealed their final and purest secrets within this world that I am unaware of what those secrets entail. But I do know that, Ryan, you must thwart the moment of reckoning. Otherwise, I sense that something truly dreadful is about to transpire. Ryan, you must prevent it. The Emperor's tone was gravely serious and laden with weight. I will. Ryan raised his warhammer, pledging to his father. The future will herald a new chapter. Endless flames of war shall engulf the entire universe. No living being shall escape unscathed. The path ahead will be strewn with the ashes of battle. We, humanity, hope to rekindle our spirit through the efforts of my beloved son. Even if the road ahead is shrouded in gloom, even if darkness encircles our future, humankind shall ultimately stand atop the crest of the blood tide. My plan has already commenced. Accelerate your growth, Ryan. The father's figure faded from the basement. Leave it to me. Father, I shall not disappoint you, provided you hurry and lend a hand. Ryan muttered into the air, shaking his head as he exited the basement. By the time he emerged from the collapsed manor and returned to Maiden Haven, it was already the early hours of the morning. He keenly sensed that something was amiss in the atmosphere. Towards the town, a family of peasants was pushing their cart along the main road, heading towards the town. This was highly unusual. At such an hour, with the wilderness being so perilous, why would these farmers risk venturing out in the dead of night? Ryan hurriedly made his way towards the road. Grandma, why are we leaving our home? A little girl, her face dusted and clad in thin clothing even in winter, asked her grandmother with a bewildered expression. Her cheeks flushed from the cold. This was a simple family of 6, grandparents, parents, son, and daughter, with all their possessions crammed onto a modest handcart. Clara, the barbarians are coming. If we do not leave, they will break our house, steal our food, and eat all the children alive. The elderly woman grasped the little girl's hand, speaking anxiously. Only by entering the town can we be safe. Yet despite her words, fear was etched across the grandmother's face. Come on. Hurry, we must reach Maiden Haven quickly, a middle-aged man urged. Quickly. If we are late, there will be no place for us to stay even in the town. But Dad, I'm so tired, and I'm really hungry. The boy complained, his frail body shivering in the winter night, his bluish complexion betraying his malnutrition. Just hold on a little longer. Once we reach the town, I will buy you milk to drink. Come on, Lucas, just a bit more. The mother secretly counted her coins, taking out a small pouch with a few coins inside, hoping that if all went well and the family settled down, she might be able to spare a little. However, she realized that if so, next year's living would be tight again. Thankfully, the cursed barbarians came at this moment. Had they arrived 2 months earlier during the harvest, this family would have been doomed. But I don't want milk. I want ham, I want bread. The boy protested, crystalline snot running down his nose, quickly freezing in the cold. Lucas, stop that. We must hurry into the town. The grandfather rebuked sharply. I don't want to. I'm so hungry. I am so cold. I want bread. I want ham. Wah. In the midst of hunger and cold, the boy cried out loudly in the wilderness. Seeing this, the girl plopped down on the ground, joining her brother in tears. Wah. Their piercing cries were overwhelming, causing the parents nearby to panic. They hurriedly dropped their cart, desperately trying to soothe their wailing children, even stuffing their clothes into the children's mouths. Stop crying. Stop crying. You'll attract the robbers. Wah. Wah. Yet the children did not heed their words, crying even louder, their bare feet in straw sandals kicking as they left several dark marks on their parents' trousers. Stop crying. Ulfric is coming. Ulfric is coming. The mother immediately began reciting the most terrifying tales. Finally, the two children ceased their cries. However, it was too late. Drawn by the children's wails, a group of dark figures appeared on the horizon. It was robbers. The robbers had truly arrived. Chapter 60. Urgent preparations. No. No. Oh heavens, merciful goddess above. The farmer, upon seeing several black shapes emerge on the horizon, was nearly struck with terror. A group of robbers, riding shabby horses and wielding battle axes and longbows, charged towards a family in the middle of the road. Run! Run! The farmer instinctively gestured for his family to flee. I will hold them off. Go. What nonsense are you saying? You are the only laborer. This family can survive without me, but not without you. The farmer's father, the boy's grandfather, grasped a pitchfork, his aged face set with determination. You all must escape. Quick! With that, the old man dashed towards the direction of the robbers. The two children stood frozen, their young minds unable to comprehend what was happening. Grandpa! Grandpa! The boy stood there, watching his grandfather's retreating figure. Grandpa! Run, Lucas! Clara! While the farmer's wife dragged her two children away with a sense of mission, tears glistening in her eyes. She understood that her husband's father was buying them time with his life. Father! The farmer placed his mother on the cart, straining to push it forward. They were not far from Maiden haven, and if they could gain a little time, perhaps they could survive. Hand over your valuables. In the distance, the greedy voices of the robbers were already faintly audible. However, the sudden response left this family in shock. That's right. I'm talking about you all. Hand over your valuables, and then leave your lives here. Suddenly, a knight clad in full chainmail and breastplate appeared by the roadside, riding a warhorse adorned with the white wolf knight emblem, brandishing a warhammer and shouting at the approaching robbers. His voice was even more avaricious than that of the robbers. Fuck! It's the white wolf knight. It's a trap. Everyone retreat. The five robbers, who had rushed over upon hearing the children's cries, were taken aback to encounter a white wolf knight. The lead robber, short in stature and holding a lance, was riding a small, shabby horse. Upon seeing the white wolf knight approaching, he instinctively tightened his reins, causing his already sluggish horse to stumble and throw him to the ground. Give it to me. Ryan rode past the old man, unceremoniously snatching the pitchfork from his hands. Oh, of course, noble knight. The old man, instinctively empty-handed, replied. Ryan hurled the pitchfork with great force. It pierced the air and struck the first robber in the chest, knocking him off his horse and taking down another robber in the process. No other choice. We must fight. With only two robbers remaining, they realized that their shabby horses could not possibly match the speed of Ryan's steed. So they turned their horses around, preparing to make a desperate stand. Ryan's horse was swift. By the time the two robbers had turned, he had already passed them. Their heads fell to the ground. The ensuing events were simple. With a smile, Ryan ignored the robbers' desperate pleas and swiftly dispatched the remaining three. He then retrieved the pitchfork and handed it back to the old man. Here you go. Thank you. Noble white wolf knight. The old man immediately accepted it, kneeling in gratitude. Thank you. You have saved our lives. May I have the honor of knowing your name? I am Ryan, Hammerine. By the time Ryan arrived at Maiden haven, he was leading several horses, adorned with tattered armor and weapons. He thought that selling these items in the black market could yield a handsome profit. The prospect of effortlessly earning a substantial sum lifted Ryan's spirits. He held a particular fondness for robbers. For if they were robbers, Ryan could rightfully assume the role of a robber himself, seizing everything through force. As a knight of the kingdom, it was his duty to uphold the law within his realm, thus rendering all his actions legitimate. Unlike those robbers he had spared in Hodelin Mountain, who had been villagers driven to desperation, Ryan believed that sparing those who preyed upon travelers and farmers along the main roads was unnecessary. Releasing them would merely allow a tiger to return to the mountain. For those murderers, whose hands were stained with the blood of innocent travelers and villagers, the only mercy was to deliver justice on the spot. Their ill-gotten gains would then become his own. However, his good mood did not last long. When he noticed the situation at the city gate, his previous cheerfulness vanished entirely. A throng of soldiers hastily traversed the city walls, various defensive apparatuses being assembled and fortified with urgency. The sergeants vociferously urged the soldiers to hasten, while rigorously interrogating those wishing to enter the city, diligently searching for potential spies among the marauding tribesmen. The barbarians are upon us. This intelligence was relayed to Ryan from the villagers he had encountered earlier. The Bear Crusher, Brig. led over 4,000 barbarian warriors deep into Nord territory, wreaking havoc and devastation, with nearly all military forces stationed at the front lines to repel the barbarian onslaught. The internal defenses of Nord lay alarmingly vulnerable. By the time the King of Nord redirected his forces to confront Brig, the barbarian army had already carved a bloody path across Nord's lands. Just yesterday, Maiden Haven received urgent reports from the front lines indicating that Brig's bear tribe was advancing directly towards the port city. It seemed there was something within this harbor city that was irresistibly drawing them in. Upon receiving the alarm, the city had entered a state of complete lockdown, and soldiers, unaccustomed to the brutality of warfare, continued to congregate. All conscripted soldiers gathered under the orders of the Count's herald, arming themselves at the armory. Ryan effortlessly cut in line to enter the city, but before he could take more than a few steps, he was surrounded by a cluster of fully armed soldiers. The commanding officer dismounted and approached Ryan, saluting him with respect. "Greetings, Sir Ryan, the mighty hammer of the White Wolf Knights. It is an honor to meet you. Our lord, Count Albert Beck, has invited you to participate in the ongoing military council." "Certainly, but allow me to return to my lodgings first to settle my affairs," Ryan replied, aware that preparations for battle were underway. "Very well. We shall await your return here." Hastening back to the inn, Ryan discovered the sorceress waiting for him in the lobby, her long legs clad in tight black leather pants and high-heeled boots propped up casually. "Ryan, why have you returned only now? I must inform you, the barbarians are approaching." "I am aware," Ryan replied, quickly setting down his belongings and handing over the ill-gotten gains he had acquired to the innkeeper, who was adept at handling such contraband. "Therefore, Ryan, we cannot afford to wait for a ship to set sail. I spoke with Sister Dietline, and we should construct a teleportation array to return directly to Sky Fortress. Then utilize the array there to reach Marin Fortress." Teresa promptly stood and followed him upstairs. "What do you think?" It was then that Ryan noticed the lobby was filled with people, from merchants to townsfolk, shopkeepers and farmers alike, all engaged in animated discussions about the barbarian invasion, their faces etched with anxiety. "The barbarians are coming. That is not a viable plan. There is no stable teleportation array here. If you attempt to construct one yourself, the costs may well exceed the rewards of this undertaking," Ryan remarked as he ascended to the third floor, Teresa closely trailing behind him. "But you know, this city has already suffered a depletion of its garrison due to the ongoing war. Even with the conscripted forces, the defenders will number no more than 1,000. This city is likely to fall." "And what of the militia?" Ryan replied nonchalantly as he opened the door to his room. "Militia? What use are those farmers? They are merely fodder for the slaughter." Teresa's words trailed off as she instinctively closed her mouth, having promised Ryan she would treat everyone equally. "I must now attend the pre-battle meeting." Ryan did not contest her point, for she spoke the truth. The militia could do little more than serve as a buffer. He placed a reassuring hand on the sorceress's shoulder. "If you are unwilling, then you may accompany Lady Dietline back to Sky Fortress. I am a Knight of Nord, and I must fight to defend my homeland." "No, I will stay and face the enemy alongside you." The sorceress resolutely rejected his counsel. "Thank you," Ryan nodded. "What of Alfred and the others?" "The paladins have already gathered at the Church of Justice, in this defense of the city. No one can stand idly by," Teresa calmly replied, watching as Ryan hastily departed. Count Albert Beck, the tax collector of Maiden Haven, stood in his three-story castle, flanked by two knights as they examined the battle map. Albert was a middle-aged man in his 40s, possessing a rather soft and gentle demeanor, unlike the ruggedness of Vallard. Dark circles ringed his eyes, and an unhealthy flush adorned his cheeks. Accompanying him were his two knights, nicknamed Walnut Knight Nikolai and Bamboo Knight Waldemar. "I cannot fathom why these barbarian scum would venture towards Maiden Haven. I truly cannot deduce what reason they could possibly have for coming here, especially when they are so close to Winterhold," Albert exclaimed in frustration, unable to believe the reports he had just received. Brig was meant to be assaulting Winterhold, as Maiden Haven lay on the western coast of Nord, protected by natural mountain fortifications and only a few days' journey from Imperial territory. Moreover, there was a pass, Ock Pass, on the way to Maiden Haven. According to the scouts, Brig's orders came without warning. His forces, after decimating several villages, were originally en route to attack Winterhold. Yet, the bear tribe abruptly abandoned most of their spoils and marched towards Maiden Haven. Walnut Knight Nikolai, an elite ranger with shoulder-length hair, wielded a mace and a great bow slung across his back. "The pressing issue is our insufficient defensive strength. Bamboo Knight Waldemar, a high-ranking knight with a close-cropped haircut, favored the lance and firearm. Neither knight was a formal member of the knightly order, and their capabilities were somewhat mediocre, as the most formidable knight under Count Albert's command was currently engaged in the war against the barbarians in the north. Maiden originally boasted a standing army of 500, but following the king's call to arms, significant numbers had been dispatched to the front lines. Presently, fewer than 300 remained, and even with the urgent conscription of all available soldiers, mustering a defending force of 1,000 was a considerable challenge. However, the barbarian army numbered a staggering 4,000. In any case, when is Brig and his accursed bear tribe expected to arrive at our walls? Albert knew that pondering the reasons behind the barbarians' sudden advance towards his territory was futile. Who knows what goes on in the minds of those heretics? The garrison at Oak Pass will do their utmost to delay Brig's advance, allowing Maiden to fortify its defenses as much as possible. Walnut Knight Dietline mused, his face slick with grease from a recent meal. Oak Pass, built into the mountains, was the only route between Maiden and Winterhold, and until now, Maiden had not been on high alert for the barbarian invasion. Relying on this very pass. Oak Pass has only 200 defenders. We cannot rely on them to stall Brig's advance for long. My knights, tell me, under the worst-case scenario, when will the bear tribe reach my walls? Albert gestured for them to dispense with unnecessary calculations. At the earliest, the day after tomorrow morning, thousands of barbarians will arrive at Maiden. Bamboo Knight Waldemar thoughtfully provided an answer. Silence fell over the room. Just then, a guard at the door stood at attention and saluted as Ryan entered. Greetings. Count Albert. Greetings, Sir Ryan, the White Wolf Knight. I am Count Albert of Maiden. Your arrival is most welcome. In this dire hour, we require your strength. Albert stepped forward to greet him. After a brief overview of the current situation, the four stood once more before the map. Ryan, you have fought in numerous battles against the barbarians. You know their combat prowess better than anyone. Given our current strength, can we hold this city? The Lord's eyes beseeched Ryan for guidance. Then tell me, how many forces remain in this city? This city can muster approximately 300 soldiers. Furthermore, if we conscript all available militia. Albert's gaze shifted to his scribe. The scribe stepped forward. There are roughly 600 registered militia. What of the veterans? Ryan inquired. Even with the retired veterans included, they will not exceed 800 in total, the scribe responded. Ryan remained silent for a long moment, finally speaking in a tone that was somewhat obscured under Albert's hopeful gaze. Conscript all the militia. Chapter 61. A nation armed. The city was thrown into turmoil as countless individuals from nearby villages surged into its confines, creating an air of congestion. Those with some savings, such as self-sufficient farmers and small landowners, might find shelter, but the impoverished tenant serfs were far less fortunate, relegated to resting on street corners and byways. Shivering in the biting cold that in stark contrast, Count Albert's heralds were incessantly traversing the city. All males aged 16 to 45 are to report to the armory for weapons. Count Albert has issued a nationwide conscription order. Every male must heed the call, proceed immediately to the barracks for training. Those who refuse the conscription will be charged with treason. Meanwhile, soldiers continually gathered throughout the city, uniting to report to the barracks. Trucks laden with provisions were dispatched from both the Church of Justice and the Church of Life, as both establishments set up porridge kitchens specifically to aid the displaced victims of the disaster. The pastors and paladins of the churches diligently worked to maintain order, while the clergymen and priests constantly offered comfort and counsel to the afflicted, urging them to remain calm and composed. Naturally, both churches were also keen to promote their doctrines at the same time. Many soldiers mingled among the refugees, searching for all eligible men. Each time a man was taken from the crowd, the wails of grieving families echoed through the air. Just then, an unexpected guest arrived at the porridge kitchen of the Church of Justice, clad in a black dress adorned with silver buckles and studded details, and donning high-heeled boots made of black rhinoceros leather. Teresa entered the throng, leaning on her staff. Her alluring figure was enveloped in a long brown coat made of camel hair, her countenance as frigid as eternal ice, exuding an aura that discouraged any approach. The refugees, upon witnessing her, hastily parted to create a path. Only a handcart obstructed Teresa's forward march, where a boy and a girl were fervently sipping porridge from small bowls, their greedy expressions revealing their desperate hunger. Noticing that the watery rice porridge in the coarse ceramic bowls held little more than a scant amount of starch, barley, and a few vegetable leaves, Teresa observed the tears of many refugees as they repeatedly expressed their gratitude for the Church of Justice's assistance. Many serfs, having fled only 2 or 3 days prior, were already facing starvation. The frailty of the smallholder economy in Nord was thus laid bare. The words of Ryan, "I hope you can treat everyone justly," echoed in Teresa's mind as she took a deep breath. Forcing a congenial expression as she stated, "Make way." "Ah, what a beautiful big sister," exclaimed a small boy, looking up in awe at the lovely figure before him. "Oh, Lucas!" The child's mother, horrified at this scene, rushed over to shield her child, exclaiming, "My lady, I beg your pardon, we meant no offense. We will step aside. We will." The sorceress said nothing further, proceeding directly into the Church of Justice. Inside, Paladin Alfred was enjoying his lunch, savoring a bowl of meat soup accompanied by a hefty loaf of rye bread. Nearly choking when he saw Teresa enter. "Lady Travik, what are you doing here? Feeding the refugees outside rice porridge while you indulge in meat soup and bread?" Teresa retorted without addressing his question. "Justice comes at a cost. If we provide them with the same bread and meat soup, it would not only harm them but endanger everyone." Alfred wiped his mouth. "All right, what is it you need?" "I wish to inquire about certain matters concerning Ryan, Maiden Haven, the barracks. A constant stream of people flowed through the military camp. Sir, this is your gear." A breastplate and military uniform were tossed before a young boy, followed by a battle axe nearly as tall as he was. The boy took hold of the weapon. Staring blankly at the imposing axe, utterly at a loss, the weathered farmer accepted a long spear from the soldier, his hair already streaked with gray, his posture hunched as he sighed softly. Ryan stood nearby, observing the hastily assembled militia and reservists collecting their arms. Count Albert's coins were being transported in cartloads from the Lord's warehouse, with each conscript receiving a handful of silver coins as pay and a few days' rations. However, the price they might pay could very well be their lives. The half-elf stood beside Ryan, as he and others like Falk and Rost were also forcibly conscripted by the Lord. Estelle, standing next to Ryan, shook her head. "I see no necessity in conscripting them. Sending these people to the battlefield is merely a death sentence. Stable hands, tenants, laborers, cooks, they are not soldiers," Ryan replied, yet continued. "Still, we need them. Our foe is an army of over 4,000 barbarians. And we only have 300 regular troops and a few hundred reservists. These men are no match for the barbarians, and unlike you elves, our population is a resource that can be sacrificed." Estelle fell silent, aware that half-elves had faced barbarians before. Under the chaotic protection of the wild, barbarians were formidable fighters. Through compulsory conscription, Maiden Haven had assembled an army of over 2,000, yet the effectiveness of the militia remained uncertain. Ryan understood that his true reliance lay with Count Albert's 300 regular troops, 600 reservists, and the paladins of the church. However, even those paladins could not be fully depended upon. As Ryan watched the conscripts gradually form ranks under the officer's direction, he pondered deeply. The commanding officer was categorizing all the conscripts into 3 groups: those who had not successfully transitioned to a profession, ordinary tier professionals, and elite tier soldiers selected separately. For the untransformed commoners, they had not received the enhancements of professional abilities. Any human could receive a standard physical enhancement upon transitioning to a profession, making their arms stronger and enhancing their stamina. Different professions offered specific enhancements. For instance, a human choosing to become a warrior would gain physical strength, while one opting for ranger status would gain agility. However, the commoners received nothing. Thus, an ordinary tier professional could easily handle 5 or 6 untransformed commoners, and under normal circumstances, there would be no commoners among the soldiers. Consequently, this segment of the militia was each allotted a single spear, with their sole instruction being to learn to thrust with the spear and charge forward. As for their effectiveness, it would be what it would be. Ryan recalled having read a military manual on commanding such militias, which simply stated, "Only issue the commands to charge and advance. It is inadvisable to give any complex instructions beyond these 2. He remembered laughing to himself for quite some time after reading that manual in solitude. Ordinary tier professionals were no longer elaborated upon. The elite tier professionals, however, were entirely different. Each elite tier warrior learned a unique talent, and after further enhancing their physicality and abilities, these powerful individuals could stand their ground alone. capable of learning and employing distinctive combat skills. Thus, armies composed of elite-tier professionals were the elite that nobles relied upon. Point 3 Cooperating elite-tier warriors could easily contend with a squad of ordinary-tier soldiers, typically numbering 32 to 48. Not to mention, in his youth, Ryan, as an elite-tier knight, had driven off dozens of ordinary-tier bandits alongside a fellow knight, each strike a decisive blow. This exemplified the disparity in combat prowess. How, then, could professionals advance? There were three methods: through combat, killing, through training, and through divine grace. Ryan found the paladins unreliable precisely because they lacked one crucial method: advancement through combat. Ordinary paladins relied on practice or devout prayer, seeking the aid of divine power for their progression. Deities were eager to bestow grace upon their devoted followers. Hence, the number of legendary paladins on the continent was the highest, but this did not imply they were the strongest. The nature of their advancement was somewhat superficial. Take Ryan, for instance, a legendary tier warrior. He had honed his skills through years of blood and fire, through repeated real combat, making him significantly stronger than an ordinary legendary tier warrior. He could easily face 5 or 6 legendary tier paladins, demolishing them one by one with his warhammer. Indeed, the combat effectiveness of paladins was somewhat lacking. They had been mocked, wearing the thickest armor, enduring the heaviest blows. Of course, there were exceptionally capable paladins, but it was a fact that most lacked real combat experience. Thus, even though Ryan was confident that he and Teresa could handle a scorpion-tailed lion, he still called upon Alfred, hoping his good friend could accumulate some practical experience, which might save his life in a critical moment. The divine shield spell appeared formidable, yet in reality, it was not particularly reliable. Not all fearsome beasts, like the scorpion-tailed lion, charged thoughtlessly. For instance, Ryan's method of countering the divine shield was to kite. These armored warriors moved slowly and lacked ranged capabilities. Once the divine shield was activated, Ryan would strike while evading. Under normal circumstances, the divine shield lasted a maximum of 6 seconds, and even the legendary paladin's version lasted merely 12 seconds at most, making it quite manageable to endure that duration. Furthermore, the divine shield was not entirely invincible. Its essence resembled a deity's divine power, creating a 360-degree iron box encasing the paladin. Indeed, under the protection of divine power, no force below the realm of sanctity could harm those inside. However, this did not imply that the iron box was immobile. Ryan had tested it and found that with his strength, he could easily smash the box along with its occupant away. Distracted, Ryan forced himself to refocus on the matters at hand. That a pressing issue has arisen. Even the standing army of Nord pales in comparison to the ferocity of the barbarians. The might of the barbarians stems from 2 sources. First, their relentless and bloody warfare, which has led to a natural selection of the fittest. Second, the blessings bestowed upon them by chaotic deities that in such circumstances, human soldiers of equivalent numbers and quality stand little chance against the marauding barbarians. Even with the addition of these militia, the garrison barely numbers 2,000, he remarked. I propose we rely on the city for our defense. The half-elf offered his perspective. The walls will bolster morale and lessen casualties. That won't suffice, Estelle, Ryan countered, shaking his head. Defending the city is the least advisable course of action. In fact, during my numerous engagements against the barbarians, I've seldom found myself holed up within walls. Why is that? The half-elf inquired, puzzled. To remain confined within the city signifies a decline in morale, allowing the barbarians to freely procure supplies from nearby villages and towns. It's crucial to note that the barbarians strike with little warning. Many noble families have only managed to salvage a fraction of their possessions, and numerous civilians have yet to retreat to the city. Should we close the gates and watch as the barbarians butcher them? Ryan said with bitter resentment. For the barbarians, consequences are never a concern. They act without regard for reputation or morality, driven solely by the desire to bring ruin upon the southerners and haul wealth back to the north. If we do nothing and simply decide to hold the city, morale will crumble swiftly. Ryan gestured for Estelle to observe the faces of the militia. At that point, even without a siege from the barbarians, these militia will disintegrate. As he spoke, the expressions of the militia were etched with numbness, panic, and unease. Humans are inherently frail, Estelle scoffed. We are willing to bleed our last drop for the forest. We too are willing to shed blood for the defense of our homeland. Estelle, Please do not conflate your elven kin with us humans, Ryan retorted vehemently. Every single one of you awakens your vocational talents upon reaching 35, yet what of us humans? Less than 40% of our population possesses the ability to awaken their vocational gifts. Indeed, the advantages of the elven race are staggering. Mr. Ryan, Lord Albert requests your immediate presence at the Earl's castle. There is urgent military news. A messenger approached Ryan, saluting him. What news? What has transpired? Ryan bid farewell to Estelle, mounted Pinecone, and promptly made his way to Albert's castle. Situated within a small hill in the city of Maiden Haven, the Earl's castle boasted formidable defenses and a moat, and 2 cannons adorned its walls. During times of military readiness, the number of soldiers stationed here swelled beyond compare. Upon Ryan's arrival, the garrison lowered the drawbridge. Albert and his 2 knights were engaged in discussion within the conference room regarding the current military situation. Knight Niclay bore a countenance marked by both joy and concern. Mr. Ryan, I have good news and bad news. Which would you prefer to hear first? Let us start with the bad news. Chapter 62, The Army Approaches. The bad news is, it seems the arrival of Byreg is swifter than anticipated. Albert produced a map, indicating a location. The time the Orc Pass can withstand an assault is shorter than we thought. According to reports from frontline messengers, following a horrific sacrifice, more barbarian raiders have ascended to the ranks of barbarian warriors or even chaotic warriors. The terror of chaotic warriors has been previously mentioned. The deterioration of the situation caused those present to furrow their brows. And what are the good news? Ryan, having absorbed the bad tidings, pressed on. The good news is, 7,000 reinforcements from the Empire are en route. Our messenger has made contact with them. If we can hold out for 3 days, we need only endure for 3 days. Albert exclaimed with palpable excitement, the wrinkles at the corners of his eyes easing. This lord, in his 40s, had not engaged in many wars since taking office. His most significant military actions had been against bandits and a handful of beastmen. Now, faced with an overwhelming army, he felt a deep-seated anxiety. Let us assume Byreg breached the Orc Pass in merely 2 hours, Albert suggested to Ryan. The Earl and his 2 knights were not well versed in military formations. Ryan placed his finger on the Orc Pass. If Byreg were to breach the Orc Pass, his subsequent move would be to cross the Ovary River and march directly upon Maiden Haven. Thus, my plan is to deploy troops at the Ovary River's Ohu Bridge to intercept Byreg's forces. If we cannot hold the river, we will retreat to the city, Ryan proposed, advocating for a strategy of deep defense. So, your suggestion, Ryan, is open field combat. The Earl and his knights exchanged glances. Knight Niclay hesitated before voicing his concerns. I wonder if that might be overly reckless. Indeed, Mr. Ryan, I believe, perhaps it would be wiser to rely on the city walls for defense. The towers are equipped with cannons and various siege defenses, which would provide a sense of security. Knight Valdemar also opposed. We cannot simply remain holed up in the city. Ryan replied with displeasure, articulating the theory he had previously shared with Estelle. Historically, relying solely on city walls in the face of an advancing enemy has been the most foolish strategy. Within a siege, the walls are merely the second-to-last line of defense. The 2 knights remained silent, clearly unable to counter Ryan's determination, yet they could choose not to cooperate. Ryan momentarily faltered, but soon realized his phrasing was amiss. Gentlemen, my intention is not to suggest we engage in a death struggle with the barbarians in the open field. Rather, I mean to say we should leverage the Ohu Bridge to delay Byreg's advance, ultimately retreating behind the city walls for a steadfast defense. Ryan first pointed to the Orc Pass. The Orc Pass is manned by 200 guards. This stronghold features sturdy walls and defensive implements. The barbarians, having traveled far, lack sufficient siege weaponry and cavalry, so even if they manage to breach the Orc Pass, the garrison will still have an opportunity to withdraw a portion of their forces. These soldiers have engaged the barbarians before and are an essential asset. Should we not endeavor to assist their retreat? Am I correct, gentlemen? My lord. All 3 men instinctively nodded. These 200 soldiers were regular troops. If they could successfully assist their withdrawal, their contribution would be pivotal in the defense of the city. After we have aided the Orc Pass garrison, we will position troops at the Ohu Bridge. Listen to me, gentlemen, that we certainly cannot hold this bridge indefinitely. But we can buy enough time, and then we can rig the bridge with explosives. When we can no longer hold it, we will detonate the bridge. Ryan continued. The barbarians have abandoned a substantial amount of supplies, and force their march here. Crossing the river will pose significant difficulties for them. Let us not forget, at this moment, the Ovary River has only just begun to freeze. The current is swift, and the surface is either covered with large chunks of floating ice or the ice layer is thinner than parchment. Regardless of whether the barbarians opt to construct a bridge or build boats, both choices will require considerable time. Albert pondered briefly before nodding. You are correct. Our immediate task is to buy time. I concur. I shall personally lead the soldiers to the Ohu Bridge for defense. Knight Niclay spoke up, stepping forward as a knight of the realm in his 30s. Then I shall oversee the defenses within the city. When you retreat, I will be the first to lead the troops to assist you. Knight Valdemar nodded in agreement. In that case, I will accompany Mr. Niclay to the Ohu Bridge for defense. Ryan noticed Albert's reluctance to leave the city and proactively took on the task. I will deploy 500 soldiers to your command. The 200 regular troops and 300 militia will be under your leadership. And you need not worry about the safety of the city. Albert's expression hardened. I have my guard. This time, we must ensure these wretched barbarians do not return. Understood. The group dispersed, agreeing to reconvene in 3 hours at the barracks. As the allocation of troops and supplies would require time, Ryan made his way toward a small building in the town. As the season deepened into winter, the weather grew increasingly frigid, and the roads were teeming with refugees. Many huddled in cold corners, shivering. The houses were also overcrowded, and Ryan could see numerous silhouettes through the windows. After conferring with Albert, he received some unfortunate news. There were no legendary tier warriors among the garrison and nobility of this city. Both knights were of the elite tier. Their status as knights stemming from their noble lineage. Both lacked substantial strength. One was an elite ranger, the other an elite warrior. However, the barbarian chieftain, known as the Crushing Bear, was of legendary high tier. A chaotic warrior blessed by the blood god. He approached a longhouse and knocked on the door. Hello, who is it? A young man opened the door. It was Yak, and upon seeing Ryan at the threshold, his expression turned subtly. Son of Gade, it is now your turn to repay my favor. Come forth and join me in battle. The response he received was cold as ice. 3 hours later, a contingent of 500 soldiers emerged from the city under the leadership of Ryan and his companions. This force comprised 200 shield-bearing polearm infantry, 100 swordsmen, and 200 crossbowmen. In addition to a handful of cavalry, Albert held a considerable trust in Ryan, entrusting him with the bulk of his forces, even commanding that Nikolai also fall under Ryan's jurisdiction. This was the power of reputations. If Ryan's renown was of national caliber, then Nikolai's was scarcely more than that of a village. Ryan was a member of the White Wolf Knights, while Walnut did not possess a knightly order. Good day, Sir Ryan. I am Lopus. A knight wielding a polearm approached from behind. I have long heard of your illustrious name, and it is an honor to stand shoulder to shoulder with you in battle. That I recall you. The son of Lord Imo-chun? We have met before, Ryan remarked. Recognizing the young man, he was indeed the son of Lord Heidi of Imo-chun. A capable child among many. Yet, what brought him here? Yes, we have met. I have become a wandering knight now, and it is a distinct honor to meet you, Lopus replied, his golden buzz cut and youthful visage adorned with a few freckles. Clad in full plate armor and sporting a kite helmet, he seemed to have grown a bit of facial hair, perhaps to appear more mature. Judging by his appearance, he was of a similar age to Ryan. A wandering knight, what prompted your choice of such a life? Ryan inquired casually. Did you find yourself at odds with your father's maid and were cast out? Once again, the day was overcast since his departure. The weather in Nord had been dismal, mirroring the somber mood of the troops, whose faces were laden with gloom. The soldiers' spirits were low, and the officers bore equally grim expressions. That it was my own decision. Lopus forced a smile. After witnessing an unjust trial, I felt there was nothing left for me at home. That my father's title was never meant for me, so I chose the path of a wanderer. That is indeed understandable, Ryan nodded. The emergence of wandering knights often stemmed from various reasons. The primogeniture system was the common mode of inheritance across the continent, wherein only the legitimate firstborn could inherit titles, leaving younger siblings with little more than a pittance. In such circumstances, many noble offspring became wandering knights. Ryan spoke. He glanced at the remorseful figure of Ike, who rode behind him. Albrecht, the legitimate bastard son of Baron Albrecht of the Empire Walrich, was the offspring of Hooked Gate Albrecht, the captain of the 5th Company of the White Wolf Knights. What did it mean to be a legitimate bastard? For nobles, such an offspring was a symbol of shame. Often cast out, Should a noble dare to bring home a child born of a lowly peasant woman, the noblewoman's cruelty towards that child would be protected by the Empire's laws. However, there were two scenarios under which a bastard would not be deemed shameful. The first was if both parents were noble or held in high regard by society. In such cases, the offspring would not be considered lowly. The second was if the bastard was born of a noblewoman's maid or courtier. While they would not possess inheritance rights, their lineage would still be socially recognized. EIK belonged to the latter category. Thus, the reason EIK dared to beseech Ryan, and why he showed him no disrespect during their journey, became clear. The bond of fighting side by side that EIK referred to was not one forged between himself and Ryan, but rather the camaraderie shared between Ryan and EIK's father, Baron Gade Albrecht, during their joint efforts to vanquish the Beastmen along the banks of the Ufly River. But in truth, Ryan was extending courtesy to EIK's father. Both Ryan and EK understood this unspoken acknowledgement, and out of respect for Gade's reputation, Ryan refrained from voicing it, leaving the wandering knight feeling a pang of shame. He had sacrificed much for survival and reputation. Upon finding EIK, Ryan learned that the group of wandering knights had hastily gathered funds to escape by sea. Upon learning of the impending barbarian invasion, it was unclear where they had gone, leaving only AK behind, burdened by his surname. Should he flee in such dire straits, his family would be shamed. This underscored the heavy pressure that weighed upon the shoulders of this wandering knight. Baron Gade had never mentioned this son in Ryan's presence, indicating his disdain for the bastard. With this thought, Ryan scoffed at himself, questioning his own worth. What was he? A transmigrator from the Celestial Empire? A prodigious wild child? The cherished adopted son of Baron Norman? The favored pupil of the priest Ivan? Or the bastard of an emperor? Sir Ryan, we have arrived at Moon Lake, the sergeant major, responsible for leading the team, softly reminded him, noticing Ryan lost in thought. Ryan snapped back to reality, only to behold a desolate ruin that a serene lake lay before him, its surface shrouded in a thin layer of ice, extending into the unseen distance. The overcast sky loomed like a thick curtain, completely obscuring the heavens, while the lake's mirror-like surface reflected the pale light of the world. For a brief moment, Ryan experienced an illusion that the sky and ground had swapped places. Surrounding Moon Lake were vast stretches of forest and the remnants of buildings, all constructed from massive white stones, characterized by their sharp peaks. Yet, time's relentless passage had taken its toll, and most structures had succumbed to collapse. With robust trees encroaching upon the ruins, this place once boasted a glorious past and rich history. As Ryan was aware, it had been one of the strongholds and settlements of the elves before their withdrawal from the continent. It had witnessed a time of prosperity, where many human sorcerer apprentices learned the arcane arts from elves during the era before the Great Cataclysm, upon the elves' retreat from the Old World. This city fell into complete disrepair, its magical energies and chaotic tides rendering it uninhabitable. After millennia of relentless adventurer incursions, any treasures and wealth that might have lingered had likely been excavated, leaving only the occasional spellcaster to visit like a pilgrim. Otherwise, the place lay in utter silence. This evening, we shall camp here. Tomorrow, we will reach the Ohau's Bridge. Yes. Chapter 63. Moon Lake. The contingent of 500 soldiers chose not to camp by the shores of Moon Lake, a decision tantamount to courting death. Instead, they opted for a basin situated 200 to 300 meters away. Compared to the forces Ryan had observed in Carlson Haven, this army, composed of the standing troops and volunteers from Mio Dunhaven, possessed superior equipment and overall strength. In terms of setting up camp, they were nimble and well-trained, swiftly establishing a campsite. The subsequent tasks were straightforward: fetching water, gathering firewood, preparing meals, and retiring early for rest. Whispers filled the camp. The soldiers harbored little confidence regarding the impending skirmish, huddled around their familiar knight Nikolai, roasting food and conversing in hushed tones. "Lord Nikolai, are we truly to engage in battle tomorrow?" A young soldier cautiously inquired. "What nonsense are you spouting? If we do not engage, why are we here?" An old soldier retorted sharply. "I was merely asking," the new recruit replied, his face betraying apprehension. "I've heard that the barbarian warriors are all devotees of chaos, feasting on human flesh and drinking blood, tearing apart everything they see. Will we survive tomorrow? Who knows? We, in Mio Dunhaven, are already situated in the southern reaches of Nord. I cannot fathom why those cursed barbarians have come this far." The soldiers continued their chatter, setting down their weapons as they devoured their rations. Ryan furrowed his brow. Although these soldiers were better equipped and stronger, their morale paled in comparison to the seasoned veterans from the northern cities. He exchanged a glance with Nikolai, signaling him to address the men. Ryan's current position felt more akin to that of a guest commander. It was inappropriate for him to directly command the troops beneath Nikolai. A kingdom knight, his desire for a domain of his own and the aspiration to lead his own army had never been more fervent. "You lot of fools. Can't you think for yourselves?" Nikolai immediately grasped the situation, angrily berating the soldiers. "Consider this. If we do not venture forth, will the barbarians refrain from invading?" His words resonated with reason, and most soldiers swiftly understood the cause and effect relationship. "I tell you, it is impossible. Whether we march out or not, those damned barbarians will swarm into our cities like locusts, slaughtering our kin and seizing our provisions. They will turn everything we hold dear to ashes." The soldiers' gazes began to harden, fully aware of the grim fate that awaited should the barbarians breach their city. Many of the young soldiers' eyes reddened, their breaths coming in ragged gasps. "Our names shall remain as marks of shame upon our graves, if we have any at all. We shall bear the scornful laughter of those who come after us. And even if we are fortunate enough to escape with our lives, what face do we have to show to the world if we cannot defend our homeland or protect our families? Kill. Annihilate those cursed barbarians." A young soldier immediately rose to his feet. "Slay them all. Indeed, exterminate them. The barbarians deserve death. We vow to defend our homeland. Protect our home. Protect our Lord the Count." War serves as the finest education in patriotism, observing the soldiers' spirits igniting. Ryan nodded in satisfaction. Behind these soldiers lay their homes, their loved ones, the very reason for their fight. Their honor intertwined with their lives, and they had no reason not to fight to the death. The south of Nord was no different from the north, in the northern towns of Nord. The vast majority of civilians turned blood red at the mere mention of the northern barbarians. Ryan left the barracks and walked alone to the shores of Moon Lake to contemplate in solitude. Gradually, the sky darkened, and the moon rose. As Ryan gazed at the immense full moon above, he heard footsteps behind him. "You have a good father, Ek." "Mr. Ryan, I once again apologize for my previous actions," the young wandering knight sighed. Appearing behind Ryan, "I had resolved not to rely on my father's name any longer, yet I ultimately faltered before the harshness of reality. Everyone must face reality. There will come a day when one must bow to it. If your current strength cannot overcome it, then patiently await the right moment." Ryan turned to face the wandering knight who stood behind him. From the moment he saw the Albrecht family crest, he recognized this lad as the son of the White Wolf Knight Gade, for no one else could bear such a crest. To forget loyalty for gain, to covet fame, to coerce and bribe. "I truly feel shame for your father." Ryan's expression hardened as he regarded Ek, his piercing gaze rendering the wandering knight almost ashamed. "Do you know why I ultimately chose not to hold your group accountable?" "Why?" The wandering knight instinctively replied. "Because, in a sense, you did ill with good intentions. You were well prepared to face the enemy, buying precious time for the merchant convoy. Had it not been for your sacrifice, perhaps even more lives would have been lost." Ryan's gaze turned to the distant Moon Lake as he spoke softly. "Moreover, if it were not for your pressure, I might not have come into that unexpected fortune. So upon weighing the outcome, I still feel there is no need to pursue Godson's accountability further. As he was injured in battle against the Beastmen, was he not? Regardless, I shall dedicate everything in this war." Ek spoke solemnly, and after uttering those words, he departed without looking back, "to cleanse my shame." Ryan nodded and ventured alone into the depths of the ruins by Moon Lake. Since earlier, something deep within the ruins had been calling to him. Gradually, Ryan made his way further into the ruins. The streets were exceedingly narrow, the pristine white walls marred by scratches, every inch filled with the scars of battle. Ryan was unaware of what had transpired within these ruins, but millennia of exploration by countless adventurers had rendered this place unrecognizable. Every corner of this forsaken city had been thoroughly scoured by humanity since the Great Holy War. No adventurers had dared to explore this site again, for after digging deep into every nook, there was little reason to waste time here. The elven architecture was a marvel of artistry, and no matter where Ryan looked, he could always see the moon above and the Moon Lake behind him. Following the path paved with heavy stone slabs, Ryan ascended the steps, and at the ruin's end, the call grew ever clearer. He arrived at an altar. This ancient altar had long lost its clarity regarding which deity was worshipped. Every sculpture had been destroyed and taken by greedy adventurers. every exquisite gold leaf cut and pried away by explorers wielding blades. The once-long gallery of murals recounting tales of the past lay severely damaged, with only the fallen stone columns and the fire braziers atop the altar remaining relatively intact. He could sense that something was beckoning him here. Moonlight bathed the entire altar, illuminating Ryan's armor, the radiance reflecting all around as the crest upon his shoulder gleamed brightly. Could it be the moon goddess? Ryan plunged into thought. The moon goddess had once been one of humanity's principal deities prior to the great upheaval. Yet after more than a millennium of development, her church had significantly waned in the southern reaches of the continent. Especially in Marlenberg and the southern kingdoms, remnants of this church still existed, but in the frigid lands of Nord, where the inhabitants were perpetually in peril, the moon goddess's teachings of human rights and freedom found little room to thrive. In fact, both the Empire and Britannia were not fond of the moon goddess's church. As Ryan pondered, footsteps echoed behind him, and a spotted deer appeared before him. Instinctively, Ryan raised his warhammer to signal it to move aside, lest he be merciless. Yet the deer did not yield. It nodded at Ryan and then dashed toward a nearby thicket. After a moment's thought, Ryan decided to follow. The mist within the forest thickened, a faint fragrance wafting through the air, and ancient hymns resonated in the woods, recounting the glorious past of the knightly king. Forest sprites encircled a beautiful figure, who sat gracefully upon a majestic unicorn, quietly observing the guest brought forth by the little deer. "My lady." At a distance of about 20 paces, Ryan recognized who it was. She did not respond. In the dense fog, Ryan could not discern her expression, only that her beautiful golden hair cascaded down to her ankles, and the unicorn's horns sparkled with starlight. She seemed to be awaiting Ryan's next move. "I offer you my respect, my lady." After a brief hesitation, Ryan decided to kneel on one knee in homage to this goddess. The lake nymph, regardless of her motivations, was the one who established and defined the knightly virtues. She brought laws and hope to humanity in this dark age. Were it not for her intervention in aiding the founding knight King Arthur, all of Britannia's humanity would have perished. Ryan, a traveler from afar, son of Lord Norman of Otan, and foster son of Duke Ivan Ferdinand of the Empire. "It is a pleasure to meet you." Her voice flowed like a clear spring, each word imbued with an alluring floral aroma and a powerful presence. Ryan concentrated all his mental faculties to comprehend her words, and the fact that the deity spoke in High Gothic only added to his challenge, soon causing beads of sweat to form on his brow. "It is a great honor to receive your audience. May I inquire what brings you here?" Ryan struggled to grasp the purpose of this creator of knightly virtues, the guardian and sovereign of Britannia, in seeking him out. Indeed, the lake nymph raised her hand, gesturing for Ryan to rise. Each of her gentle words easily lulled one into an eternal dream. "Few can withstand a direct conversation with me. Even my Holy Grail knights cannot. I often have to send dreams to them." Ryan remained silent, having not gathered sufficient information. In the absence of understanding why the lake nymph wished to see him, he deemed it wiser to remain quiet. "I have found the answer. Go. Continue your battle. I must remind you, the enemy is numerous and you are few. Byrig is favored by terror and cannot be easily vanquished." The lake nymph continued, her presence shedding the snow, replaced by an abundance of flowers and grass sprouting along her path. "The current situation does not favor cunning strategies. I can only strive to delay his advance until the Empire's reinforcements arrive." Ryan answered plainly, "Foretelling your future always feels perilous, as though some supreme existence watches me coldly. But before the Empire's reinforcements arrive, you will inevitably face Byrig, and the outcome of this battle will determine the fate of this city and all living beings within a radius of several dozen miles." The lake nymph's figure shimmered in the mist, appearing both present and elusive. "Go face him, White Wolf Knight, and then you shall understand what true knightly virtue is." The lake nymph's prophecies had never been in vain. She possessed formidable powers to glimpse into the future. Although Ryan did not comprehend why she asserted that he would inevitably confront Byrig, her prophecy suggested a strong likelihood. But why did she feel compelled to caution him? What purpose did her actions serve? "My lady, may I inquire regarding my confusion?" Ryan began to sense the nymph's intentions. Thus he directly asked, "I have often heard Archbishop Malice of the White Wolf mention that you are a deity of the elves. You possess considerable knowledge." Ryan, even shrouded in thick mist, Ryan could perceive the change in the nymph's tone. She remained silent for a long while before continuing. "Honesty is a virtue. I am an elven deity. Yet I am not merely that. I would like to hear more. My world was reduced to ashes and silence under the onslaught of chaos. The Chaos Gate devoured all that existed in the material realm. I fought desperately to break free, spending countless years to arrive in this world that that time. I was an elven deity. Yet the elves of this world have already established a complete pantheon, within which there is no place for me. In my observations, humanity possesses a greater potential and wisdom than the elves. They are the true vanguard against chaos in the future. Thus, I chose to descend upon the Duchy of Carcassonne in Britannia. You are already aware of what transpired thereafter. Ryan nodded, for the tale of King Arthur was well known to all. After centuries of accumulated human faith, I have become indistinguishable from the human gods. My primary identity is that of the guardian deity of Britannia, rather than the goddess of fate of the elves. I understand now. Thank you for your sincerity. At this, Ryan felt a pang of shame for having been petty, lowering his head in apology. I await your choice. Chapter 64. The Defense of Ohu's Bridge. On the following morning, the soldiers arrived at Ohu's Bridge. This stone bridge stretched approximately 30 meters in length, and due to Albert's emphasis on trade and commerce, a watchtower was established here. The soldiers immediately began to set up a substantial amount of gunpowder on the bridge under the guidance of their officers. While Nikolai and Ryan inquired about the battle situation at the watchtower, "What is the status at Orc Pass?" Before the words had fully escaped his lips, the distant sound of galloping hooves reached them. A contingent of around 70 human soldiers rushed towards Ohu's Bridge, nearly all bearing injuries. "Mr. Nikolai, we can barely hold on. Orc Pass is about to fall." "What?" The group was taken aback, quickly seeking to understand the situation. "The barbarians have launched relentless assaults without regard for casualties. We fought desperately, but there are simply too many of them." The leading soldier wiped the sweat from his brow. "We have no choice but to retreat. The enemy is overwhelming." "How long until the barbarians arrive here?" Ryan stepped forward to inquire. "We have sealed the gates with boulders and iron. The barbarians possess only rudimentary siege weapons. The gates should hold for another 20 minutes. If Ryan was not mistaken, the individual leading the retreat was the commander of Orc Pass's defenses. "Very well. You have worked hard. Retreat for now. We shall handle things here." Nikolai waved his hand, urging them to leave quickly. "Go back and rest well. We will stand against Brig and his tribe of bear men here." "Thank you, Commander." The gate commander saluted the two knights before leading the 70 battered soldiers in retreat. With urgency in the air, the soldiers hastened to arrange the explosives, a heavy atmosphere spreading among them as dark figures of barbarians appeared on the distant horizon. The army of Maiden Haven finally completed their preparations. "Form ranks. Form ranks. Prepare to meet the enemy." Nikolai commanded the soldiers, establishing defenses at the bridgehead. The shielded polearm soldiers lined up in 2 rows, with the most elite greatswordsmen positioned behind them. These greatswordsmen, clad in breastplates and fitted attire, adorned with round helmets, represented the finest troops of Maiden Haven. In truth, the Imperial Army's main force consisted of these two-handed greatswordsmen and the Knights of the Order. The two-handed sword wielded a vast range of damage and lethality, proving particularly effective against the poorly armored barbarian and undead armies, especially since the two-handed sword countered polearm weapons. This made the greatswordsmen the true backbone of the impending battle. Gradually, the horde of barbarians drew near, a sea of dark figures emerging from the northern wastelands. "They are coming." The majority of the barbarians wore the simplest of fur coats, wielding battle axes and round shields, some brandishing polearms. Their hair was shaved clean, leaving only a tuft in the center of their heads. They were raiders. Raiders are born warriors, having emerged from the harshest conditions of the northern wasteland, raised under the brutal law of the jungle, where the weak have long perished in the struggle for survival. The barbarians never cultivate the land, nor do they have time to harvest crops. Their tools for production consist solely of axes, swords, and shields. What do they desire? The Southerners have plenty. They take, they seize. Everything we crave can be obtained from the inferior Southern humans. Thousands of barbarians marched towards Ohu's Bridge, their ranks disordered and tattered. Yet the well-equipped Nord army stood tense in stark contrast. The barbarian leader, Brig, emerged before the eyes of all, a towering figure of robust stature, his muscular frame clad in a blood-red leather armor. Thick braids and a brown beard cascaded from his head, adorned at the ends with various skulls, sending shivers down one's spine. "Another slaughter, another victory. The Southerners are so pitiful they bore me." Brig laughed heartily, raising his battle axe to signal his tribe to halt. "Now, A group of foolish southerners obstructs our path. Tell me, my warriors, how shall we proceed? Kill them all! Kill them all! Kill them all! The barbarians roared in unison, their faces alight with bloodlust and fervor. Then, heed my command. On the count of 3, we shall charge. Brig called out nonchalantly, clearly dismissive of the soldiers before him. Prepare for battle. Prepare for battle. Nord warriors, grip your polearms tightly. Raise your shields. Behind you lies your homeland. Show your courage. Ryan strode through the ranks of soldiers, hammer in hand, voice raised in fury. Those who flee shall die. Live for the fallen. Today, I shall fight alongside you. Let us advance from one victory to the next. Long live the Nord. Long live the Nord. The soldiers took their positions along the bridge, with the foremost polearm soldiers stationed at the bridgehead. While the elite crossbowmen were concealed behind cover, fingers poised on the triggers, ready to unleash their bolts upon the barbarians. This time, some spirited bastards have arrived. Noticing the orderly formation and tight ranks of the opposing army, Brig set aside his earlier contempt. Although he did not understand why such elite defenders occupied the bridge, it mattered little. The blood god would relish the spectacle. Advance, advance! The barbarian soldiers charged towards the Nord forces at the bridgehead. The lowest tier of barbarian troops, the barbarian raiders, leading the charge. Fire! From behind the cover of the bridge, the knight Nikolai drew his great bow and knocked an arrow from his quiver, taking a deep breath. He pulled back the bowstring. Whoosh! The first barbarian raider met his end as the arrow struck him squarely in the face, and with a wail, he collapsed. The crossbowman followed Nikolai's lead, unleashing a barrage of bolts that swiftly claimed the lives of several more raiders. However, the barbarian horde numbered in the thousands. Their dark mass would not scatter at the loss of a few. Instead, the deaths of their comrades only ignited their ferocity, and they surged forward, heedless of the fallen. Yet the bridge was narrow, and the number of barbarians able to ascend was limited. The polearm soldiers executed simple thrusts, claiming the lives of one raider after another. The bulk of the barbarian force remained crammed together. Unable to press forward, their individual combat prowess stifled in the chaotic throng. Each time a barbarian breached the front line, the Nord polearm soldiers delivered simple thrusts that brought pain and death. Some raiders attempted to cross the icy surface of the Ophiel River, only to quickly realize their folly. The ice was thinner than paper. It shattered upon contact. After a few unfortunate souls fell through and became targets for the crossbowmen. No other barbarian dared to venture into the frigid waters. Come on. Ryan wielded his hammer, sending 3 barbarian soldiers flying with a single blow. The White Wolf Knight's warhammer swung with formidable force. He first crushed the skull of a raider, then single-handedly forced the charging raiders back. Fight! Ike and Lopus followed closely behind Ryan, their eyes ablaze with the thirst for glory. Ike, desperate to redeem his honor, engaged a mohawked barbarian adorned with a string of teeth. Swinging his sword mercilessly, when the long sword met the wooden shield, he redirected the blow straight toward the barbarian's head, and as the battle axe neared Ike's face, half the barbarian's head fell to the ground. Lopus adopted a more cautious approach, carefully sheltering himself behind his shield, blocking an incoming battle axe with his sturdy kite shield, before thrusting his polearm through yet another barbarian. The first wave of raiders that reached the bridgehead left behind over 50 corpses. Yet they could not force the Nord line to yield even an inch. Convey my orders. Have the warriors fall back. Brig quickly recognized that this could not continue and immediately commanded all barbarian raiders to retreat. From the thick mass of his troops emerged several warriors clad in black furs, their backs laden with an array of javelins and axes. Upon seeing these barbarian soldiers emerge, Ryan felt a deep sense of foreboding. He instinctively retreated and called to his comrades. Raise shields! Raise shields! Seek cover! As soon as the words left his mouth, the whistling flying axes and javelins drowned out Ryan's voice. The White Wolf Knight stood firm, effortlessly swatting away any incoming weaponry. Across the river, a barrage of javelins and flying axes assaulted the Nord formation, catching many crossbowmen off guard before they could crouch down, resulting in immediate casualties. On the bridge, the polearm soldiers raised their shields in defense, while two-handed swordsmen and others, including Yak, took refuge within the shield wall. Yet, despite their efforts, several polearm soldiers perished amidst the assault, and many shields were deformed by the tremendous impact. Counterattack. After evading several waves of attacks, Nikolai immediately signaled the crossbowmen to retaliate. He himself knocked an arrow, and under his command, The crossbowmen unleashed a volley at the barbarian forces across the river, causing numerous unarmored barbarian javelin throwers and axe wielders to fall in droves. The battle had reached a stalemate. The barbarians were unwilling to retreat from the Nord forces holding the bridge, while the Nord troops could not abandon their formation to engage the barbarians in a disadvantageous melee. After several rounds of offense and defense, the barbarians had dropped over 200 corpses, while the Nord forces suffered losses of over 50 men. Killerin, where are my champions? However, Beirig did not seem inclined to join the fray. The barbarian leader grinned as he watched his tribal soldiers fall in waves, finding joy in the demise of the weak, for his tribe had no need for the feeble. Yet, Beirig also understood deeply that his mission was to obliterate Malevolence. And to appease the dark god, he needed to hasten his efforts. Thud, 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 the heavy sound of footsteps echoed. Three towering figures, clad in massive horned helmets and encased in sturdy chaos armor, wielding colossal spiked maces, emerged from the ranks. Chief, eliminate them, advance. Thus, these gigantic barbarian warriors charged toward the Nord formation stationed at the bridgehead. The champions of the barbarian tribe. Ryan clenched his teeth. It was said that each of these barbarian champions had been blessed by the dark god, destined to fight eternally under his gaze until their deaths or the recognition of their strength. Each champion was at least a peak elite warrior. Their immense stature and the crimson glow emanating from within their horned helmets sent shivers down the spines of the soldiers. Shoot! Attack those giants! Aim for their shoulders, their abdomens, and the gaps in their armor. Nikolai signaled the crossbowmen to shift their focus, and at his command, the soldiers immediately turned. Clang, clang, the champions gradually became adorned with a dense array of arrows. It was futile. The champions' movement showed no sign of faltering. On the contrary, they quickened their pace, charging recklessly toward the tightly packed shield wall of the Nord forces. Meet them head-on. Ryan took the lead. Engaging the first champion, the clash of warhammers and maces rang out with a deafening shriek. The barbarian champion staggered back 2 paces, but, devoid of emotion, launched another assault against Ryan. The other 2 champions continued unabated. Directly charging toward the polearm formation at the bridgehead, facing the sturdy shield wall, a barbarian champion named Killerin surged to the front of the polearm line, then swung his massive spiked mace down. The solid shield wall crumbled. Amidst the screams of Nord soldiers and the sounds of falling bodies, the once impenetrable shield formation fell to the might of the barbarian champions. Advance! Beirig raised his great axe. Warriors of the Bearman tribe. March! The barbarian raiders surged into the Nord formation like a relentless tide. Two-handed swordsman. The time for battle has come. Yak too raised his long sword, and the great swordsman followed the wandering knight into a countercharge against the oncoming horde of barbarians. As soon as they entered the battlefield, the great swordsmen stabilized the situation, their dual-handed swords relentlessly reaping the lives of their foes. That a brutal melee ensued. Mere moments after a Nord great swordsman severed the head of a barbarian raider. He was struck down from behind by another barbarian, collapsing with a wail. The great swordsmen were more skilled than the barbarian raiders, yet the number of barbarian soldiers vastly outnumbered them. Within mere minutes of grueling combat, the Nord forces began to be pushed back by the barbarians. Ryan delivered a full-force strike to the wrist of a barbarian champion, causing him to drop his weapon with a scream. Attempting to retrieve it, the White Wolf Knight denied him the chance. With a whirlwind surrounding his warhammer, Ryan swung with a speed beyond that of ordinary men, first smashing the champion's right hand, leaving him wide open, then delivering a crushing blow to his head. The horned helmet shattered with a resounding crack, and the barbarian champion staggered back 2 steps, crashing to the ground. Ryan immediately followed up with another strike to his head, completing the kill. Oh, so there exist such humans among the Nords. Beirig, witnessing the death of his champion, displayed no trace of anguish on his face. He seized his battle axe, and upon noticing the young knight's adornments in his black hair and blue eyes, he erupted into wild laughter. Ha! It is him. Truly, it is him. I shall take his head and present it to the most magnificent and exalted blood god. As Ryan claimed the head of the barbarian champion and turned, he realized that the Nord forces were on the brink of collapse under the relentless assault of the barbarians. Without a moment's hesitation, the White Wolf Knight began to retreat, assisting several great swordsmen in escaping the battlefield before issuing commands. Retreat! Retreat! We cannot hold the Aes Bridge any longer. We must withdraw into Malevolence. Retreat. Chapter 65. The peril of a breached city. Pursue them. Beirig raised his battle axe. The line was gradually being pushed over the Aes bridge. Each barbarian was frantically surging onto the bridge, eager to quench their thirst for the blood of the Southerners, for only in this manner could they earn the Dark God's favor. To become champions of chaos. To ascend in endless glory and become true demon princes, they must seize any fleeting opportunity in the eternal and bloody war, showcasing their utility to the chaotic evil god. For only then could they gain the Dark God's favor and continue to climb the ladder of ascension. According to previous arrangements, the Nord army seemed oblivious to their increasingly dire situation, retreating while fighting. Devoid of the resolve to hold the bridge, they merely ensured that for every step they withdrew, the barbarians would pay a greater price in lives. Ultimately, the Nord forces retreated from the Aes bridge, and the bridge became filled with barbarians, who celebrated yet another victory with loud cheers before greedily scavenging weapons, armor, and coins from the corpses. Unbeknownst to them, a grim fate awaited Aes. More barbarian warriors flooded onto the Aes bridge. The Walnut Knight Nikolai assessed that the time was ripe. He gently drew an arrow, igniting its tip. Damn those Northerners. We, the Nords, shall present you with a grand gift, a treasure we have meticulously prepared, Nikolai shouted with laughter. Damn those Northerners. Taste our grand treasure, the Nord troops echoed loudly. Don't block the bridge. Don't block the bridge. Charge across and slay those contemptible Southerners. Don't block the bridge. Beirig suddenly realized something and hastily shouted, signaling his soldiers to immediately pursue the enemy. Too late. Boom. The earth trembled, and the river flowed backwards. A cataclysmic explosion obliterated the Aes bridge, a 30-meter-long stone structure, leaving no survivors among the barbarian raiders standing upon it. Smoke billowed on both sides of the bridge, and debris littered the ground. Hundreds of barbarian soldiers, along with the stone bridge of Aes, were reduced to scattered fragments. Ha ha ha. Beirig, are you pleased with our gift? Lopus and Yak dispatched the remaining barbarian raiders who had crossed the bridge, then stood at one end, shouting, while the Walnut Knight laughed heartily, signaling his soldiers to retreat. If you're not satisfied, wait until Mjolnir Denhaven. We have an even better gift for you, death. A flush of excitement colored Yak's face as the wandering knight claimed the heads of 6 barbarian raiders. We could have accomplished even more. Ryan signaled for part of the soldiers to retreat, while leaving others to continue sniping the barbarians. The crossbowmen unleashed a torrential rain of arrows, and numerous barbarians fell as they were struck. Faced with the severed bridge, the barbarians became living targets for the crossbowmen. Yet, there was no smile on Ryan's face. In his plans, they were meant to destroy as many trees and buildings on the opposite bank as possible to prevent the barbarians from swiftly constructing a new bridge. These barbarians, lightly burdened, could not be delayed for long by merely blowing up the bridge. The remaining 200 archers and a dozen cavalrymen continued to rain arrows from across the river, thwarting the barbarians' attempts to build a new bridge. The trees on the opposite bank were sparse, and Ryan's group was constantly loosing arrows, hindering the Bearman tribe's efforts to construct a bridge. Attempting to swim across the river led to the demise of all barbarian warriors, proving to Beirig that this route was impassable. The barbarians could only obediently try to repair the bridge, and fortunately, though the bridge was destroyed, the piers remained intact. Beirig assessed that it should not take too long. In this prolonged tug-of-war, the Nords shamelessly hid just out of the range of javelins and flying axes, while the irritating rain of arrows severely hampered the repair efforts. Useless, useless, the barbarian champion Kullerin cursed, signaling his soldiers to hurry, for time was fleeting, and the sun had risen high in the sky, amidst the repeated felling of trees and bridge construction. The barbarians had already spent half a day. As the cold arrows from the opposite side of the bridge gradually ceased, it became evident that the archers had exhausted their supply of bolts. Thus, Ryan signaled to the archers that they could retreat, leaving behind only a handful of wandering knights and 2 knights from the kingdom. Our plan has been remarkably successful, Mr. Ryan. The barbarians have been ensnared here for half the day, Nick exclaimed joyfully. The Nord had suffered relatively light casualties today, while the barbarians had abandoned over 500 corpses. It would have been even better if we had managed to fell a few more trees on the opposite bank, Ryan agreed. With such delays, the barbarians' advance was hindered by the broken bridge, making it exceedingly difficult for them to reach Maiden Haven within the day. Moreover, they had also prepared some little surprises for these accursed barbarians. Once the Bearman tribe had finally constructed their bridge from the hard-earned timber, a throng of barbarian raiders hastily ascended, eager to cross the river and eliminate the Nord on the other side. 3, 2, 1 down. Nick's final finger fell, and the tampered bridge supports collapsed under the weight of the humans, swept away by the river's current. The makeshift wooden bridge disintegrated, sending a dozen unfortunate barbarians tumbling into the icy waters. Their senses gradually engulfed by the frigid river. The bridge, painstakingly constructed over half a day, had become a fruitless endeavor. Ha ha ha! The remaining Nord burst into hearty laughter, and Ryan nodded slightly, with the bridge's collapse. The barbarian horde would require even more time to traverse the river, effectively losing a whole day's worth of progress. The Imperial army would arrive the day after tomorrow, leaving the barbarians with but a single day to assault the city. Should the barbarians fail to breach the city within that time, they would face the peril of being encircled by the Imperial forces, whose quality and quantity far surpassed that of the defending troops. Therefore, whether the barbarians chose a reckless full-frontal assault or vacillated in retreat, Ryan was confident that he could successfully hold the city walls. Ha ha ha, foolish Nord pigs, do you truly believe this will impede my progress? Byreg appeared unperturbed, laughing heartily. Let me ponder. Do you think this will delay you long enough for the Imperial reinforcements to arrive? Go back and inspect your city, see what has become of it. A black crow alighted upon the barbarian chieftain's hand, its presence symbolizing both malice and sagacity, whispering into the chieftain's ear, who nodded in satisfaction. The smile on Nick's face began to fade, and the joy of his companions, stemming from their victory and successful ambush of the barbarian forces, dissipated. Enough, Byreg. You have exchanged 500 lives for fewer than 100 of ours. I wonder how your dark god will perceive you. As a foolish coward? Or as a pitiful leader? Your laughable tactics merely lead your soldiers to their demise. I dare say you shall never earn the favor of your dark god, Ryan retorted sharply, disregarding the shifting emotions on Byreg's face, and immediately commanded the remaining few. Our mission objectives have been accomplished. Let us make haste to withdraw. Yes. The horses of the few riders were adorned with the severed heads of barbarians, some even bearing more trophies. They had reaped a bountiful harvest this time, each one satisfied and increasingly loyal to Ryan's command. The Nord forces withdrew before the eyes of the barbarians, and just before leaving, Nick spitefully unleashed all the arrows from his quiver, taking down another 10 or so barbarian soldiers. Mounted upon their steeds, Ryan advised the Walnut Knight. My plan is to obstruct Byreg here until nightfall. Before we reach the port, we must at least delay Byreg for an entire day. This way, even if we retreat to the port, we only need to hold out through one night and half a day before the Imperial reinforcements arrive. Relying on the city walls, we possess ample capability to withstand their assault, and once the Imperial reinforcements arrive, we can turn the tide against this tribe. Maiden Haven boasts formidable walls, as long as we do not err. Holding out for a day should pose no issue, Mr. Ryan. Your strategy is commendable. Nick praised Ryan's plan. Though we did not hold out until nightfall as envisioned, Byreg will not reach the foot of the city until at least noon tomorrow. So we need only endure for a day. Let us hope so, Ryan replied, provided there are no unforeseen circumstances. Foolish, weak scum, unable to contain himself at the sight of the Nord disappearing beyond the horizon. Byreg finally erupted, his axe cleaving the heads of 2 inept individuals in an instant, before bellowing, Hullerin, gather your men and construct rafts immediately. We must cross the Avril River without delay. Otherwise, the Imperial reinforcements will arrive. But Chief, there is scarce timber nearby. It will take time for us to cross the river completely. Then make haste. We must cross the Avril River before nightfall. Yes. Time rewinds to 2 days prior. The Blood Axe Mercenary Corps was resting in Maiden Haven. Once a formidable group, it had now dwindled to a mere handful. The vice-captain, Vilt, bore an unshakable sorrow upon his face, yet he forced a smile, encouraging the mercenaries to endure through their trials. However, the subsequent barbarian invasion dealt a crushing blow to Vilt.as a mercenary corps. They were inevitably subject to the Lord's conscription, although Albert had opened his treasury to hire them with a substantial sum. Vilt knew that what Blood Axe truly needed was not income, but recuperation and recruitment of new members. The Lord's commands were not to be refused. The officials sent by Albert would not be the last. If they declined, the next visitors would be the Lord's soldiers. Thus, the mercenaries were dispersed and integrated into the city guard. Under the Count's orders, the soldiers collectively set about clearing the land, burning homes, and felling trees. Only Amelia was spared. Suddenly, the lady counselor, Teresa appeared, claiming she needed a helper, and took Amelia away from the guard officer. Bonda was assigned to guard the east gate of Maiden Haven, a port city with only 2 gates, the east gate and the south gate. What am I to do? What am I to do? The young mercenary's eyes glimmered with an eerie light, his gait somewhat limping, particularly his left leg, making his movements awkward. Even after being integrated into the military camp, he still donned a long cloak that concealed his appearance. His fingernails had grown increasingly long, his fingers as well, but more importantly, he had begun to be inspired by a plethora of dreams, gradually devising a scheme to capture Lady Travic's attention. The young mercenary became more loquacious. His words as enchanting as the fierce liquor and warm sunlight of winter, quickly captivating the soldiers tasked with guarding the city. Each time his shift concluded, his peculiar tales became the soldiers' favorite. And within just a day, Bonda had earned their trust. The following day, as he watched Ryan lead a contingent of soldiers out of the city, the young mercenary realized his opportunity had arrived. That night, it was Bonda's turn to stand watch alongside another soldier, the two tasked with guarding the drawbridge. The cold moonlight cast a chilling glow upon the 2 sentinels, and an atmosphere of unease permeated the guard. Bonda's partner shivered in the biting wind, cursing the barbarians until he ran out of words, eventually falling silent. The soldier sniffled loudly, then curiously asked the motionless Bonda, "What's wrong, brother? Do you think we will survive this war?" "I do not know, but I know that my opportunity has come." Bonda softly approached the soldier from behind, then feigned surprise, gazing down from the battlements. "Heavens, what is that?" "What?" The soldier curiously rushed to the parapet, peering down, but saw nothing. "What do you see?" "Bonda." A cold dagger pierced through his chest, and the soldier's mouth was covered. After a series of convulsions, his frail body succumbed to death. "I saw death." "Next," the young mercenary murmured, positioning the soldier to stand upright, then using the cold wall and spear to stabilize him, ensuring his positioning would be visible to many. "This will do." Bonda had gathered ample information from the soldiers who had trusted him. He had calculated the guard change timings and discreetly seized the brief opportunity to escape. It must be said that Bonda possessed considerable talent. It was no wonder that Vilt, the great swordsman, had taken him as a disciple, had he not become ensnared in his infatuation with Lady Travic. His future would have been exceedingly promising. "Wait for me, Lady Travic." Bonda concealed himself in the darkness of the tower's corridor, murmuring to himself, "I will soon show you the most beautiful fireworks." Boom. In the early hours of that day, the explosion at the east gate roused the entire city from its slumber. What happened? What happened? What is going on? Oh no, the gate has fallen. Did the barbarians breach the city? The citizens and refugees were engulfed in a state of extreme panic. People ran about, shouting to one another, trampling each other in their haste. The docks were overcrowded with those desperate to escape by boat. Amidst cries and chaos, while individuals continually fell into the water. Within the city, people jostled and crushed one another, resulting in countless injuries and fatalities, with despair permeating every corner. In the Lord's castle, a thunderous noise jolted Albert from his slumber. Instinctively, he reached for the hilt of the sword placed at his bedside and shouted towards the outside, "Someone come." "My lord." Several attendants rushed in from outside. "What is happening? Tell me quickly. Have the barbarians breached our walls?" Albert immediately realized the gravity of the situation, shouting frantically at his attendants. "No, we do not know. We have just awakened," the attendants replied in a fluster. Equally bewildered, loyal soldiers soon brought news of a tremendous explosion at the Eastern Gate's armory. The chamber housing the city's artillery had been detonated under mysterious circumstances, leaving over 20 sentinels, soldiers, and mercenaries alike, either dead or wounded, with several others unaccounted for. The most dire loss was not merely that of military strength, but rather, the Eastern Gate had collapsed. "My lord, the gate has fallen. The hinges of the drawbridge have also been damaged," cried Waldemar. The polearm knight, upon arriving at the count's castle, his heart heavy with grief. "The Eastern Gate lies in ruins. We have lost the protection of our walls and are about to face a direct assault from the barbarians. Who did this? Who is responsible?" Albert's eyes turned crimson with rage as he seized Waldemar by the collar, disregarding the thin nightgown he wore. "Tell me, who is to blame?" "I do not know, my lord. Over 20 lives were lost in the explosion, and several remain missing. We cannot ascertain the culprits in the short term," Waldemar replied, his expression nearly tearful. "My lord, we are doomed. Without the walls, how can we withstand the 4,000 barbarian troops of Brig? Damn it! Damn it! Damn it!" The count, in his 40s, paced frantically in his chamber. "My lord, we must flee. Let us escape to the south." Waldemar cautiously suggested from behind Albert. There are still a few passenger boats at the docks. The barbarians will not arrive until the day after tomorrow at the earliest. We can board one of those vessels. And then what? Am I, the Count of Maiden Haven, to be seen as a coward who forsakes his own territory? Albert scoffed derisively, glancing at his knight. It is unfathomable, Waldemar, that you could only devise such a base notion of flight. That is not my intent. My lord, what I mean is, we could entrust the city's defense to Nikolai and Ryan. Then we could await the outcome from the passenger boat that if Nikolai and Ryan can hold the city, it would be a cause for celebration. And if they cannot, Albert retorted with a cold smirk. If they fail, if they cannot hold, we can temporarily take to the sea. You know our reinforcements are on the way. We only need to evade for a day or two until the Imperial forces arrive. And then we can land again, striking from both sides. Coordinating from within and without. Thus, no one would perceive this as a retreat. It would be a strategy, indeed, a strategy. Seeing that Albert did not counter his suggestion, Waldemar felt hopeful and continued with a lighter tone. You see, how does this idea strike you? You are indeed clever, Waldemar. Devising such a strategy is no small feat, and I shall reward you for it. Albert clapped his hands vigorously. Though the mocking smile at the corners of his mouth remained stubbornly in place, he called out, Emile, bring your men inside. I have instructions. Must you be so dramatic? I merely offered a suggestion. The decision ultimately lies with you. My lord, Waldemar replied, somewhat embarrassed, his gaze flickering nervously. Count. Suddenly, several fully armed guards burst in, clad in complete armor, wielding long halberds, with swords hanging at their waists. Seize him. Albert suddenly drew his sword, pointing it at Waldemar, his voice booming with fury. What? Chapter 66. The only chance. Waldemar's face twisted in astonishment. Instinctively, he reached for the sword at his waist, only to remember that it had been relinquished to the guards before entering. The Kingdom Knight lunged at Albert, attempting to take him hostage. However, to his despair, Albert, whom he had always regarded as mediocre in swordsmanship and rarely seen on the battlefield, reacted with astonishing speed, evading the attack and delivering a swift blow to Waldemar's thigh. The knight fell to the ground, injured, and was swiftly pinned down by two guards. How did you discover this? Waldemar, now fully aware of his predicament, found himself restrained on the floor, more guards rushing in to bind him tightly and hold a halberd to his throat. It is evident that my knight has betrayed me. Albert's face flushed crimson, the veins on his forehead bulging, rendering the Count a fearsome sight in his 40s. He has offered the people of this city as a blood sacrifice to the northern barbarians. Am I not correct? The guards stared in disbelief at the Kingdom Knight as the captain. Emile approached Albert and whispered, My lord, this traitor has colluded with the barbarians. He has allied himself with the barbarian forces outside the city, sacrificing my city and my people to Brig, and he, as the Kingdom Knight of Maiden Haven, shall be the only noble who resists until the arrival of the Imperial reinforcements, thereby deserving of the king's reward. Albert leaned closer to Waldemar, whispering, The best outcome would be that the great polearm knight Waldemar, the hero of Maiden Haven, inherits the title of the late Count Albert Beck, thereby becoming the new lord of this city. Am I not correct? If I am not mistaken, you have arranged for your people aboard that passenger boat. Yes. Waldemar's face shifted from pale to flushed. The Kingdom Knight fell silent. No words, Emile. Albert signaled to his captain, who, bearing a scar across his face, rushed forward and struck Waldemar's handsome visage with a fierce punch, causing blood to flow from his injuries. You have never understood me, my knight. Albert Beck sheathed his sword, speaking with venomous disdain. You thought I could not see that all of this was your doing. Not more than 10 people in the entire city were aware of the powder storage at the eastern gate, and you were responsible for its defense. Only you could exploit the patrol's weaknesses and send someone to detonate the powder. Moreover, you arrived too quickly. It is utterly abnormal that I know you. At this moment, you would not possibly be on duty. You should be sleeping with whores in that half-elf tavern. Albert kicked Waldemar in the face, causing the knight to bleed from his nose. And what of it? A frantic voice replied, Albert, do you truly believe you can defend this city? With that dilapidated gate? With the ragtag forces you hastily assembled? Awaken, you foolish donkey. Everyone will die. The entire city will be reduced to ashes beneath the axes and torches of the barbarians. Waldemar screamed in madness. The more you resist, the more gruesome your demise will be. The end is nigh, and all will be destroyed. Only submission is the true path to survival. I am acting for the sake of this city's people. Brig has promised me that if I surrender, he will only kill half the inhabitants. Only half. How many lives can I save? This is the right choice. You simply do not understand. You are truly mad. Albert, weary of debating with this man, gestured for his captain to drag Waldemar away. From this day forth, the kingdom knight Waldemar shall be erased from this world. Your family's history will be obliterated, your relatives will become slaves, and you will be left to rot in the wilderness, never to find peace. No, you cannot do this to me. No, I have served Nord with honor. I have bled for the late count. I demand an audience with His Majesty the King. I demand an audience with His Majesty the King. Waldemar was dragged away by the guards, and the captain, Emil, approached Albert, asking, "My lord, how shall we deal with this traitor?" "Execute him by beheading, immediately." "Understood." The captain hastily departed. Albert turned, taking a deep breath, his gaze drifting to the full suit of armor displayed in his chamber. And he uttered a melancholic soliloquy. Thus, war has indeed arrived. Waldemar never comprehended how I, the hereditary count, came into my title. Gazing at the ancestral armor passed down through generations, Albert murmured, as if speaking to himself or to the portrait hanging in the room. Inscribed with the name of his ancestor, Count Maiden, the stubborn old man, Albert I. 150 years ago, in the Grand Holy War, the forces of evil besieged our realm. The Elector of Nord, the King of the North, stayed 8, chose to bow in submission to the second chosen of chaos, the Anointed One, Issachar. At that time, nearly all of Nord had succumbed, with only 3 counts refusing to surrender, fighting valiantly until the very last moment. Ultimately, under the sagacious leadership of His Majesty Ludwig, chaos was repelled. To honor these 3 counts who fought until the bitter end, even as the Kingdom of Nord supplanted the Electorate of Nord, the titles of these 3 counts were preserved, unyielding to the feudal lords of Nord. His Majesty Ludwig conferred upon our 3 houses the highest honor of hereditary nobility. This territory was earned through the blood and lives of our ancestors. If I were to choose surrender, how could I ever face my ancestors buried in the Moor cemetery? The captain of the guards soon entered, bearing an iron tray covered with red cloth, revealing the severed head of Waldemar. "My lord." The count closed his eyes. "Now, we must fight to the last drop of blood." However, Waldemar's suggestion is not without merit. "Emil, please ensure my family is safely aboard the passenger ship. If anything happens to me, their safety must be guaranteed." Yes. The following afternoon, as Ryan led the Nord army back to Maiden, he was met with the sight of collapsed city gates, severely damaged moats, and despairing, anxious civilians. The earlier joy of successfully intercepting the barbarian forces had vanished without a trace. As the army entered the gates, Ryan and his companions were halted by guards dispatched by the Lord. "Mr. Ryan, Mr. Nicolay, the Count has urgent military news." 20 minutes later, at Count Albert's castle, fully armed, the 3-leafed family crest glimmering, Albert's guards stood in 2 lines within the spacious room. Upon seeing Ryan and Nicolay enter, the Count, in his 40s, nodded. "What is the state of the battle?" "We have successfully blown up the Ohu Bridge, which should at least delay Bryg's forces until nightfall." Ryan and Nicolay hurried forward to learn from Albert about Waldemar's situation. "If Bryg acts swiftly, he will reach Kalsenhaven by noon tomorrow. My scouts inform me that Imperial reinforcements will not arrive until the day after tomorrow at the earliest." Albert nodded, then turned to his knights. Nicolay was particularly struck by the news. He could hardly believe that his fellow knight, Waldemar, could commit such treachery. Betraying our subjects, betraying our nation, betraying our brethren. Good heavens, what has Waldemar done? Is he unwell? Nicolay was heartbroken. Disregarding his superior standing before him, the Walnut Knight found a place to sit, resting his hand on his face. I truly do not know what to say." By the end of his lament, Nicolay's voice choked with emotion. "Now is not the time for sorrow. My friend, our immediate priority is to decide our next course of action. Shall we venture out for a field battle, or shall we hold our ground and engage in urban warfare? Tell me, White Wolf Knight, what would you do?" A fleeting expression of anguish crossed Albert's face as he approached his long table and retrieved a bottle of wine. "Gentlemen, would you care for a glass? This is the exquisite wine Lissalis from one fort that I fear if we do not drink now, we may never have the chance again." "Of course, a glass is always welcome." Ryan resignedly closed his eyes, for the White Wolf Knight understood the prophecy of the lake's fairy. He would indeed confront Bryg in battle, Once, he believed his plans were infallible, but reality had delivered a harsh slap. Now, he found himself in a predicament that aptly described the White Wolf Knight's plight. No, I shall pass. Nicolay could not shake the blow of his comrade's betrayal, slumping in a chair. May I have a few moments of quiet? Then let us begin. Albert shrugged, the golden-haired, blue-eyed count's eyes slightly darkened. Yet his spirit remained remarkably buoyant. He retrieved 2 tall glasses from his cabinet, uncorking the bottle of wine. The exquisite wine, unlike the typical one-fort vintage, bore a faint fruit aroma, replaced by an unusual sweetness. Ryan accepted the glass from Albert, lifting it to his nose. Rich, robust, enduring, delicate, and soft. Let me think. Honey, apricot, lemon, and peach. Who would have thought that Hammer Ryan is also a connoisseur of fine wines? I assumed you, like your father Norman, favored Kisloff spirits, drinking to the point of turning your face as red as a monkey's backside, only to collapse like a brown bear. Observing Ryan's discerning palate, Albert smiled warmly. Thus, in this moment of impending siege, the White Wolf Knight and the Lord Count stood on the balcony, each holding a glass of sweet wine, surveying the entire city, under the shimmering white snow. This largest and most prosperous port city of Nord remained free from chaos despite the influx of battle and refugees. Thanks to the Count's swift response and command, the remaining defenders quickly regained control of the situation, while the paladins and priests of the Church of Justice and the Church of Life mobilized collectively, restoring order. Yet, the pervasive fear lingered among the populace, with clusters of people lying in the open streets, especially near the eastern city gates. Many civilians and refugees flocked inward, crammed together, with countless souls accumulating beneath the Count's castle. As if this final bastion could offer them a semblance of safety, the Count's balcony was specially designed to remain hidden from those below. One fort, truly a land of abundance, renowned for its exquisite wines, with scenery said to make even heaven envious. Savoring the wine, Ryan felt its sweet essence permeate his throat and airways. Yet, I remain devoted to my land, my people. The Count raised his glass, gesturing for Ryan to observe his city. In my eyes, there is no place more beautiful than Maiden Haven. Behold, those houses, that park, they were all constructed after I inherited this position. I carefully adjusted the city's tax rates, hoping that any earnest young man seeking to work diligently would find ample opportunity in my city. I aspire for my docks to flourish like those of Marlenberg. To your health, my Lord Count. Ryan raised his glass. Let us toast to the prosperity of Maiden Haven. Ha, cheers. Albert laughed, the glasses clinking, wine splashing as the Count and the White Wolf Knight drank deeply from their cups. For those from the Celestial Empire, it may be difficult to comprehend the medieval nobility's profound commitment to defending their territories and subjects. Many nobles would fight to the death for their lands, even in the absence of any personal gain, while the Celestial Empire's people might entertain thoughts of self-preservation. Yet, this world's nobles view their domain as the very foundation of their existence, a symbol of their honor and status. Abandoning one's land equates to forsaking everything. Beyond mere loss of reputation, they would forfeit their titles and the support of the king. Wealth may ultimately dwindle, leading to a grim fate. Consider the nobles of the former empire who abandoned their lands to flee from the chaos. Even serfs would freely insult and mock them that as the wine flowed. Albert's gaze fell upon his city, and he exclaimed, Alas, this scene may soon be lost forever. My city will turn to ashes. My subjects will perish beneath the barbarian's blade, while I shall spill my last drop of blood. Tell me, White Wolf Knight, will you stand by my side to fight for this city, if only for a glimmer of hope? Ryan remained silent. The White Wolf Knight understood deeply that if he agreed, it would mean he must stay and face the barbarians in battle. As a knight of the kingdom and a member of the White Wolf Knights, Ryan had the right to decline the invitation. For he was not a vassal of Count Albert. The vassal of my vassal is not my vassal. This conflict was not Ryan's concern, and he had every reason to refuse to fight and to leave by ship. However, this city had only 2 legendary champions, he and Teresa. That if he chose to depart, the sorceress would have no reason to remain. Without legendary champions to confront Bryg, the city's fall would merely be a matter of time. Ryan understood all too well the pivotal role a legendary champion plays in war. The defenders of Maiden Haven were already outnumbered. Without the protection of their walls, defeat was their only outcome. Soon, the entire city would be reduced to ashes. The barbarians would annihilate the radiant jewel of Nord's western coast before the Imperial army could arrive, and then retreat. Even if the distant Imperial forces could eradicate them, it would matter little, for the city and its people would be lost forever. He recalled the prophecy of the lake's fairy. You and Bryg shall inevitably clash, and when that time comes, you will understand what true knightly virtue entails. True virtue. Noticing Ryan's silence, disappointment flickered in Albert's eyes, yet he did not press the matter. It's all right. I can arrange for a ship to take you away from Maiden Haven. We shall march out and confront the enemy head-on. What? I said. Gather all the troops and face the enemy at the city gates. Ryan's gaze grew increasingly resolute, as if something had diminished within him. Yet simultaneously something had augmented. Only a champion's duel can salvage this city and reverse our misfortune. In the void, upon hearing Ryan's proposition, a beautiful silhouette nodded in approval, her radiant golden hair shimmering with an enchanting luster. Chapter 67. The Defense of Maiden Haven. Champion's Duel. At the mere mention of this term, Albert fell into contemplation, the Count remained silent, and Ryan too refrained from speaking. The Champion's Duel. The most ancient and sacred custom of the northern barbarians. Following the chaotic faith, the once noble pursuit of power and glory among the northern tribes had gradually decayed into a ruthless and bloodthirsty chaos, where victory and the attention of the malevolent deity were pursued by any means necessary, without regard for honor or cost. Only the Champion's Duel was universally recognized as a sacred ritual among all barbarian tribes. Champions of equal standing from two races would engage in a divine confrontation, the outcome of which would determine the fate of the war. A single battle would decide victory or defeat. The legendary First Night King, Arthur, once had his Grail Knights, and the original Duke of Boldero, Marcus, had famously defeated the chaotic champion Gavinli through a champion's duel, single-handedly repelling thousands of barbarian warriors, a tale that continues to be sung to this day. However, the barbarians were not easily vanquished. Countless foolish nobles and knights had met their demise in the champion's duel. For the strength of the barbarian lords was formidable. Their ascendance to lordship had little to do with lineage. It was a matter of survival of the fittest and bloody conquest. In such circumstances, few among the nobility, reliant on bloodlines and fiefdoms, could triumph over the barbarians when their strength and status were relatively equal. Innumerable heroes had fallen. But Byreg is a legendary high-ranking barbarian chieftain. Albert stepped closer to Ryan, his eyes filled with shock and even a tinge of reluctance. Are you certain? Beyond this, we have no alternative. Ryan shook his head, moving behind Albert and pointing at the large map spread across the table. Most of the area surrounding Maiden Haven is flat plains. Devoid of defensible positions, we lack cavalry and possess no mobile forces at my disposal. And I have heard that your only 50 firearms have all been sent to the northern front, and my armory holds plenty of bows and weapons. But firearms are indeed scarce. The Count managed a bitter smile. At this critical juncture, I have no reason to deceive you. I truly never anticipated the barbarians would reach my city without the firearms. Our primary defensive weapon, the cannons at the east gate, have dwindled to merely 2. Ryan continued to shake his head. I can scarcely conceive of any clever stratagem. The disparity in strength between us is too great, and we have lost the advantageous shield of the city walls. Thus, the only recourse is the champion's duel. Ryan's tone bore a certain calmness. This is our sole opportunity. I hold your noble character in high regard. I acknowledge you, Albert Beck, and hereby vow before the God of justice that Ryan shall forever be a friend of the Beck family. Should the conflict conclude, I shall bestow upon you half of my savings and my family heirloom. The Count placed a firm hand on Ryan's shoulder, then extended his hand. Tomorrow, let us fight side by side. My guards and I shall charge forth to create this opportunity for you. The White Wolf Knight and the Count clasped hands. For Nord. For your people. For Nord. The following day, as the midday sun hung high in the sky, a dark mass of barbarian forces finally emerged at the horizon's edge, despite suffering losses in the previous day's battle at Oa's Bridge. The sheer number of the Bear Tribe's army instilled a sense of despair, as nearly 4,000 barbarians advanced towards the crumbled east gate of Maiden Haven. The Nord army formed ranks near the city gate, meticulously arranging themselves into an impregnable line, archers stationed on the nearby walls, drawing their bows, ever ready to meet the enemy. Barbarian raiders, barbarian berserkers, barbarian hunters, and barbarian riders. Thankfully, I do not see any trolls or Norse god giants among them. Estelle stood atop the wall, her quiver filled with arrows behind her half-elf form. Rost, do you think we can hold this position? The barbarian Rost was inspecting his weapons when he heard the half-elf's words and burst into laughter. Of course. We cannot hold it. Yet we must still fight, Estelle murmured in complaint. I have endured wars far more desperate than this. What is there to fear? My former kin have become mere playthings of the malevolent deity. And now, upon meeting again, we can only fight to the death, Rost proclaimed loudly. We must still fight. On the other side, atop the towering walls, a large contingent of Nord soldiers encircled Teresa, the sorceress, whose swirling magic had become their sole reliance. The willingness of this Garland councilwoman to join the fray astonished the entire army, and Knight Nicolay advised the soldiers that if the battle turned dire, they must ensure her safe departure. Is it true? Bonda has perished. Teresa learned from Emilia, who had been constantly hovering nearby, that the little mercenary had died in the dreadful explosion, with only a hand recovered. Yes, Emilia replied softly, the girl refraining from disclosing the events that followed, after losing her apprentice. Wirt was utterly heartbroken, loudly cursing the Garland councilwoman before him, claiming all was her fault. I find that regrettable, Teresa expressed. Then she addressed Emilia. Emilia? The female mercenary was taken aback, astonished that this sorceress would express her sorrow. If this city cannot withstand the onslaught, you should teleport back to Sky Fortress with me and Ryan. The sorceress gazed at the graceful figure of the female mercenary beside her, suddenly reaching out to touch her cheek with her fingertip. Beauty is not a sin. Thank you, but I shall remain. Emilia took a slight step back, evading Teresa's gesture. I appreciate your kindness, but I am a mercenary of the Blood Axe mercenary group. Very well, as you wish, observing the barbarian army drawing closer. The sorceress ceased her insistence, and under the protection of the soldiers, she began to prepare her spells. The barbarian raiders approached the city gate, their astonishment palpable as they discovered the gate had collapsed, leaving only ruins and the Nord army standing before the wreckage. Thus, they surged forward, shields raised, bodies bent, their pace shifting from a slow march to a rapid advance, then breaking into a full sprint. The black-banded white bear banner held aloft, fluttering in the frigid air. The defenders atop the walls unleashed a relentless hail of arrows, while the militia hurled javelins, stones, and all manner of peculiar objects. The barbarian raiders raised their shields, bracing against the onslaught of arrows, while the engineers atop the battlements anxiously loaded and directed the last two remaining cannons, aiming to strike at the densest clusters of the barbarian forces. The barbarians were no fools. Under the command of their champion warriors, they quickly dispersed, charging towards the Nord formation in groups in close proximity. The contrasting combat styles of the barbarians and the Southerners became vividly apparent. The Nord army's line stood firm before the ruins of the gate, the close coordination of spearmen and greatsword wielders cutting down the first wave of charging barbarians in droves. Yet, more barbarians soon surged forward. The attackers were met with a warm welcome from the archers atop the walls. Under Nicolay's command, their shots were methodical and targeted, sending the weaker barbarian thralls into a state of panic. However, this did not deter the robust barbarian raiders, who were fervent devotees of the malevolent deity. In just a matter of minutes, they breached the vital points of the Nord formation, forcing the Nord army to confront these fierce adversaries. In one-on-one combat, ordinary soldiers were no match for the barbarian raiders, yet superior tactics could compensate for the Nord army's shortcomings. The spearmen and greatsword fighters formed a tight line to absorb the initial charge, while the halberdiers flanked the barbarians from the sides. Through the earnest cooperation of the Nord army, the second wave of barbarian forces was repelled once more. Chieftain Byreg, mounted on a colossal white bear, observed as his two waves of attack were thwarted, and thus signaled for his champion, Keelerin, clad in massive chaotic armor, to raise the black banner. The assault would continue. Snowstorms and frost ravaged the air, bolstered by the sorceress's formidable magic. The Nord and barbarian forces clashed repeatedly. Teresa had exerted all her strength, and under the full activation of her magical energy, the hastily constructed siege engines and towers of the barbarians were shattered by ice spears and blizzards. Each icy arrow, propelled by her will, marked the demise of yet another barbarian warrior, eliciting cheers from the defenders. As the conflict transitioned into a protracted struggle, the Nord forces repeatedly repelled the barbarian assaults. In this moment, be they regular troops, conscripts, or hastily summoned mercenaries, through their efforts, the barbarians were driven back time and again, leaving behind countless fallen in their panicked retreat. However, the sheer number of the barbarian horde was overwhelming. After each assault, the once formidable lines of defense gradually thinned, and the 100-strong army slowly succumbed to this relentless attrition. More hastily assembled militia joined the fray, yet their lack of training and resilience saw them retreating step by step under the onslaught of the barbarians. Observing this dire situation, Knight Nikolai of the Walnut Knights led his retinue into battle, barely managing to stabilize the situation. The balance of victory teetered precariously. The Nord Army's defense appeared on the verge of collapse. Yet it stood firm. The archers atop the walls had exhausted their quivers, and many soldiers discarded their bows and crossbows, drawing their weapons to engage in close combat. The mace came down with a resounding thud, felling yet another barbarian warrior. Nikolai wiped the blood from his face. The battle had raged for 2 hours, and the Nord forces were utterly fatigued, suffering heavy casualties. Nevertheless, they clung fiercely to their positions. For they understood they were fighting for the lives of their families. Under the army's steadfastness, the momentum of the barbarian advance began to wane. The once confident marauders seemed less assured. The ground before the shield wall and dense phalanx was littered with corpses, forming a gruesome mound. "The barbarians are on the verge of breaking, my lord," exclaimed Captain Emil, nodding at the fully armored Albert, who wielded a lance. "It won't be that easy. Prepare yourselves for a decisive blow. Let us seize an opportunity for laying." The Count's retinue numbered nearly 30, all clad in full plate armor and armed with lances. As they merged with the Holy Knights of the Church of Justice and the Church of Life, this cavalry unit of 50 was poised for action. Among them stood Lane, wielding a war hammer. His heart surprisingly calm. As he resolved to remain and confront the enemy, he grasped the most profound of the knightly virtues, sacrifice. "Knight, do you possess the courage to sacrifice for the greater good? To pay the price when the need arises, perhaps sacrificing material gain or even your very life?" The lake nymph. At times, knights are pitiable and tragic, for the deities they revere revel in their sacrifices. Knights are compelled to face battles that seem hopeless, yet they must endure, often. In the name of protecting their homeland and cherished ideals, their selfless sacrifices become the genesis of countless poignant tales. In the great holy wars of 150 years past, many knightly orders fought to the last, with the once renowned Empire's Flame Sun Knights reduced to a solitary survivor. Even after 150 years of recovery, the Flame Sun Knights have only regained 80% of their former strength, yet they harbor no regrets. Likewise, Lane bore no remorse for his choice. This was no longer the world of rampant materialism and moral decay in this realm. The threat of chaos loomed perpetually over humanity that if no one was willing to sacrifice for their race and this world, it would inevitably succumb to the clutches of demons. Even his father had made terrible sacrifices, over 11,000 years of relentless torment. Watching as his soul and will shattered across the cosmos, witnessing the empire he had built devolve from enlightenment and science into decay and superstition. The entire galactic human empire gradually crumbled under countless external foes and internal strife. Yet his father persevered, solely for the race he loved. For humanity. As they traversed the city, the eyes of the refugees, the elderly and weak, were filled with hope as they gazed upon this final bastion of strength. Their last flicker of hope, those yearning gazes, those innocent faces, stirred a multitude of thoughts within Lane. Yet, this reverie was abruptly shattered by the cacophony erupting from the city gates. The barbarian chieftain Byrick, unable to endure the sight of his tribe sacrificing over 2,000 warriors without breaching the Nord lines, resolved to take matters into his own hands. When this towering chieftain, over 2 meters tall, rode into battle upon a massive white bear, accompanied by his champions, the Nord forces seemed to be cleaved in twain by a great axe. Byrick roared as he raised his battle axe. The foremost soldiers were effortlessly thrown aside, their pikes ineffective against both him and his colossal mount. With a swing of his axe, 2 soldiers were severed in half, and the barbarian riders and champions surged into the fray, sending the Nord ranks into chaos. Panic and despair began to spread along the lines. The moment that would determine the city's fate had arrived. Chapter 68. The Champions' Duel, Part 1. The lines were shattered, and the Nord soldiers, unable to withstand the pressure, continued to resist, while the hastily summoned conscripts and militias disintegrated into disarray, fleeing in all directions. "Retreat! Retreat!" Knight Nikolai signaled for a withdrawal, personally leading the greatsword wielders in a rearguard action. These elite Nord greatsword fighters numbered barely 40, yet they desperately held their ground, continuously felling the pursuing barbarian soldiers. Their sacrifices bought precious time for the retreating Nord soldiers to regroup within the city. The mace struck down, bursting a barbarian soldier's head, the splattered gore staining Nikolai's armor. Yet the knight paid it no mind as he immediately faced the next foe, raising his shield to block an incoming axe. The mace crashed down upon the next barbarian raider's skull, crimson fluid spilling from beneath his helmet amidst the soldier's agonized screams. Certainly not watermelon juice at that moment. The barbarian cavalry charged forth. Led by the chieftain riding the immense white bear, the greatsword wielders attempting to impede him were torn asunder before Byrig, the bear crusher, whose axe fell relentlessly, cleaving soldier after soldier in twain. The fragile formation offered no protection to Knight Nikolai, who soon found himself in the chieftain's immediate vicinity. "Sir Nikolai, flee. We shall cover you," shouted one of the greatsword warriors, only to be struck down by the charging barbarian champion, Hullerin, his fate uncertain. "No, this is part of the plan." Nikolai urged his steed forward to confront the barbarian chieftain directly. In the instant of their clash, Nikolai narrowly evaded the incoming axe, yet his mace was effortlessly deflected by Byrig. Without hesitation, Nikolai turned his horse, retrieving a short pistol from his waist. Bang! The white bear beneath Byrig let out a mournful cry, its shoulder struck by the projectile. Grara! The barbarian chieftain's fury ignited, urging his bear into a frenzied charge toward Nikolai. The battle concluded within seconds. Under Byrig's tremendous strength, Nikolai's iron shield was sent flying, his mace leaving only a shallow mark on the chieftain's arm as he faced the brutal assault of the barbarian's axe. "I will have your life." Byrig's axe severed Nikolai's right arm, the excruciating pain eliciting a scream from the knight. Yet even the scream was swiftly extinguished as Byrig seized him by the throat, lifting him aloft, crushing his windpipe, leaving Nikolai's final utterance stifled within his throat. "Huh! Worthless wretch, you dare challenge me at this level." Byrig mocked Nikolai's audacity, his thoughts of claiming the knight's head absent, discarding the lifeless body as if it were refuse. Upon the city walls, Teresa's countenance was as cold as ice. The prolonged battle had drained her of all magical energy, rendering her powerless to intervene in the knight's defeat, for she needed to retain a fragment of her power to ensure her escape via scroll in dire moments. The inferior southerners have been utterly vanquished. "Warriors, charge! Blood for the blood god, skulls for the skull throne." Byrig bellowed. "Blood for the blood god, skulls for the skull throne." The remaining barbarian soldiers surged forth behind their chieftain, crashing through the last lines of Nord defense, eager to indulge in their favorite pastime of slaughter and arson. Yet, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. A resounding horn echoed from within the city, and humanity erupted in hopeful cries. A throng of cavalry burst forth from the town, delivering death to any barbarian attempting to breach its gates. With lances like a forest, the Nord knights, led by Lane, charged into the barbarian ranks. The barbarian warriors met them with composure, steel clashing against steel, crimson blood spraying through the air. Byrig was astonished that humanity still possessed such a force, yet he soon discerned that these ragtag cavalry were not composed solely of knights, but rather included noble retainers, church paladins, and knightly followers, with a temple knight and a white wolf knight leading the charge alongside the city's count. "Sir Lane, we shall secure an opportunity for you. The next steps are in your hands." Temple Knight Flawed struck at the barbarian formations with his sword and shield, Alfred following closely behind. "Go forth, dear friend. All forces, advance." The Count, mounted upon an elven steed, pierced a barbarian rider's heart with his lance, allowing it to splinter before swiftly seizing a new one from his retinue. "For Nord! For Nord!" The cavalryman called out loudly, surging like a tempest of death into the ranks of the barbarians, causing their formation to descend into chaos, momentarily reversing the tide of battle. Yet, the sheer number of barbarian soldiers proved overwhelming. The cavalrymen gradually found themselves ensnared in a quagmire. To Briggs' astonishment, he realized that this group was charging directly at him, prompting him to grip his axe and shield tightly, ready to engage. A curious spectacle unfolded before Briggs' eyes as the Nord cavalry scattered just before reaching him, save for a solitary young warrior brandishing a war hammer, approaching with resolve. The young man's dark hair framed his handsome face, and he donned a chainmail hauberk complemented by a breastplate, the emblem of the White Wolf Knights gleaming prominently upon his chest. His youthful visage betrayed his identity. He was none other than the Hammer, Ryan, the leader spearheading the cavalry's charge, confronted by the tightly formed spear wall of barbarian soldiers. The young knight suddenly raised his war hammer high toward Briggs. The barbarian soldiers instinctively pointed their pikes at him, prompting the young knight to dismount. Brig immediately grasped his intent. The barbarian chieftain gestured for his soldiers to stand aside. As he stepped forward, clutching his battle axe. This was a champion's duel, a revered ritual among the northern barbarians, where the victor would claim all, and the vanquished would lose his head. You are indeed brave and formidable. Young White Wolf Knight Ryan, and I have journeyed from the north to confront you here, and you are the most courageous knight I have encountered. For that alone, your head shall become part of my collection. The barbarian chieftain scoffed disdainfully, revealing a mouthful of yellowed teeth, even showcasing a gold cap. To ascend to legend at such a tender age is commendable. However, I stand as a high-tier legend, while you are merely at the initial tier. You surely understand that if you can hold out for just one more day, the Empire's reinforcements will arrive. Yet, you foolishly charge forth to meet your demise. Have you never learned of the glorious retreat? Ryan comprehended the chieftain's words. If the defenders withdrew into Maiden Haven to engage in fierce urban warfare, they could easily hold the Count's castle for a day. Ah, indeed, if we retreat into the castle, we can surely endure until dawn. Or, should I encounter you in the wild, I would not hesitate to flee. For to run when one cannot win is no shame. However, here it is different. Behind me are the people of this city, and I am a knight of the kingdom. The knight's duty is to protect my country and defend my people. Of course, I could retreat into the city and establish a new defensive line. But what of these citizens? What fate awaits them? I will not stand atop the castle walls and watch you bring death to the people. For that is not the way of a knight. Life is precious, yet there are indeed things worth sacrificing for. This transcends the notion of cost. It is faith, it is honor, it is responsibility, the very backbone of humanity's endurance through the ages. Come, let us battle. Though Nord may be great, behind us lies Winterhold. The Knight of the Kingdom raised his warhammer. Brig's countenance shifted. Since his descent from the Storm Fortress, he had witnessed countless so-called knights and nobles flee in disarray before his iron hooves. Had seen those who prided themselves as higher beings grovel for their lives in his presence. No longer did his expression bear mockery. It was serious now, and the barbarian chieftain nodded deeply. Your head will become my most treasured trophy. Thus, the barbarian chieftain dismounted from the massive white bear before Ryan, who also chose to dismount. The two adversaries stood still, the only sound being the cold wind sweeping across the battlefield, thick with the scent of blood amidst countless corpses. As Ryan and Brig faced each other, all combat around them ceased. The Nord soldiers and barbarian warriors halted their fighting, an oppressive silence enveloping the battlefield, countless eyes fixated on the two figures locked in confrontation. Every individual, whether Nord or barbarian, understood that this moment would determine the outcome of the battle. Both sides were great warriors, embodying and representing the strength of their respective races, standing upon the city walls. Teresa realized why Ryan had declined to return with her to Skyhold. The sorceress covered her mouth with her hand, warm tears cascading from her beautiful almond-shaped eyes, while Amelia, beside her, wore a look of shock. After a brief pause, Ryan suddenly raised his hand, a powerful surge of psychic light radiating from it, illuminating Brig. The barbarian chieftain instinctively shut his eyes against the sudden brilliance, his skin sizzling with pain as he recoiled. Seizing the moment, Ryan inhaled deeply and charged forward, his warhammer crackling with electricity, the emblem of the White Wolf Knights shimmering like starlight upon his chest. The Knight of the Kingdom seized the opportunity to strike his foe down. Years of combat experience saved the barbarian chieftain. He instinctively raised his shield to block, the heavy warhammer crashing against Brig's shield, the pain akin to a shattered wrist, and the searing sensation of lightning eliciting a howl of agony from him. Using the moment to counterattack, Brig swung his battle axe horizontally, the sharp blade slicing through the frigid air. Ryan had no choice but to withdraw his warhammer. The iron hammer's handle clashed with the axe blade, emitting golden sparks. Taking advantage of the moment, Brig distanced himself from the young knight, slightly thrown off by Ryan's underhanded tactics. As the chieftain steadied his breath, preparing to launch his next offensive, Brig towered over Ryan. Standing over 2 meters tall, clad in simple leather armor that made him appear as a mountain of muscle, brimming with explosive energy, Ryan understood well that once Brig regained his composure, he would face a grim fate. Thus, he resolved not to give the chieftain any time to recover, charging once more despite the spasms of pain coursing through his body. Brig, fully aware of the young knight's intentions, adjusted his footing. Exhaling deeply as vapor billowed from his nostrils, his battle-axe thirsted for the knight's blood, while his shield loomed nearly as high as a man that he was ready. The The warhammer struck heavily against the shield, which Brig forcefully deflected, preparing to counterattack. Yet at that moment, the Knight of the Kingdom unexpectedly drew a double-barreled firearm from beneath his cloak, aiming directly at the chieftain's lower regions and pulling the trigger. The barbarian chieftain was taken aback, not wishing to lose his ability to reproduce and become something in between. Thus, Brig had to interrupt his rhythm of counterattack, barely managing to raise his shield again. Boo! The shield protected his vital areas. Yet a bullet hole marred his calf, blood seeping through. Ryan discarded the firearm and seized the opportunity to unleash a flurry of strikes. The injury seemed to erase any rational thought within Brig. As he reverted to his primal instincts, attacking with even greater ferocity, the two warriors clashed, a flurry of blows followed by parries, dodges, and repositioning, the duel unfolding with such rapidity that the surrounding soldiers struggled to discern their movements. Only the sounds of furious shouts and the clash of metal resonated in the air, the sparks flying signifying that the final hope of the city was engaged in a life-and-death struggle with the barbarian chieftain. 30 minutes later, the young Knight of the Kingdom realized he was faltering. His arms began to weaken, his body growing numb. He could feel blood surging from deep within his throat, the taste of rust filling his mouth. His strength waning, his legs stiffening. Yet his opponent continued to press the attack with relentless vigor. Ryan stumbled back 2 steps under Brig's overwhelming assault, the numbing pain in his arm making it nearly impossible to grip his warhammer. Blood surged from his throat, but the White Wolf Knight forced himself to swallow it down, straining to tighten his grip on the hammer's handle. The hero of Nord, the Hammer Ryan, you are no match for me. Brig showed no signs of fatigue, his towering figure advancing upon Ryan, the footsteps of the barbarian echoing like a death knell for the knight. The chieftain unleashed his signature move, the whirlwind slash, his spinning axe blade relentlessly pushing against Ryan's defenses. As a high-tier legend, Brig vastly outmatched Ryan in both strength and endurance. The young knight was still too inexperienced, being merely in his 20s compared to Brig, whose age was well over 50. Rich and bloody combat experience, coupled with the divine power bestowed by the blood god, lent each of Brig's strikes earth-shaking force. Ryan felt the chieftain's every blow reverberate through him. The disparity between the 2 tiers of legend was immense. While Ryan could temporarily gain an advantage through clever tactics, the gap in raw strength would inevitably spell his downfall in the long run. The White Wolf Knight retreated repeatedly, shallow wounds appearing on his shoulders and arms, muscles cramping, blood surging. Had the champion's duel failed? Was he truly on the brink of defeat? Ryan's vision began to blur, despair creeping in. Was he about to lose? No, he could not fall here. He must not lose this duel. Father. Chapter 69. The Champion's Duel, Part 2. Ryan struggled to withstand Brig's relentless strikes. Frantically reciting the names of every deity he knew as if seeking divine intervention, the Knight of the Kingdom contemplated calmly, his mind racing, seeking a way to turn the tide of this champion's duel. The frigid air was incessantly inhaled by Ryan, as the White Wolf Knight repeatedly fended off the assaults of Byrreg. Draw his sword? No, it was not the opportune moment, and besides, the opponent was a barbarian. Unsheathing his sword would prove ineffective. In the face of such a savage foe, a one-handed longsword was far inferior to a warhammer. Retreat? No, that was not an option either. The sanctity of the champion's duel lay in the necessity to determine a victor. Furthermore, even considering a retreat, if Ryan were to withdraw from the battle, his reputation and honor would undoubtedly be tarnished. Moreover, should he successfully withdraw, what would it amount to? The morale of the army would plummet, and the people of this city would lose their last vestiges of courage to resist the barbarians. What am I to do? Father. A silent indignation surged within the son, as he suddenly felt he had been treated unjustly. Byrreg's relentless onslaught forced Ryan to continuously retreat. At this stage of the battle, it took 7 or 8 blows from Byrreg for Ryan to barely retaliate. Those who witnessed this scene could not help but weep. Sensing the imminent victory of the barbarian soldiers, who roared with fervor, eager to witness their chieftain's triumph, I have accomplished much, yet gained nothing to vanquish the bull of apocalypse. I sustained grievous injuries, nearly sacrificing my very life. And yet all I received was a jar of cheap holy oil and a history that scarcely exceeded 500 words. I assisted my father in obtaining the relics of the ancient saints. Yet he took all the ancient knowledge and power, leaving nothing for me. I have always been alone, living and fighting by myself, enduring profound solitude, battling alone until this day. But who can truly comprehend my plight? Ryan gradually felt an indescribable fury engulfing his heart, a desire to tear everything asunder, to obliterate all. This overwhelming emotion surged within him, manifesting in his actions, as an unknown strength coursed through his arms. The White Wolf Knight, bolstered by this newfound power, managed to repel Byrig's assault. The barbarian chieftain, having exerted himself in a relentless barrage, reached a critical point of fatigue, and his attacks slightly waned, granting Ryan a momentary respite. No, this is not what I desire. Ryan quickly realized that his emotions had spiraled out of control. The genetic progenitor shook his head slightly. He, one of the Emperor's extraordinary sons, had no right to wallow in self-pity. Had he not come to this world to prevent the moment of annihilation? Had he achieved nothing, only to begin lamenting fate and blaming others? His father's words echoed in his mind. I have bestowed upon you a realm of freedom. My son Ryan. Indeed, pain and suffering are inevitable trials on the path to growth. Only by enduring them can I become stronger. I end this dark era, in this bleak world. I cannot place hope in anyone else. The only one I can rely upon is myself. With this realization, Ryan felt a surge of new strength emanating from deep within. A righteous fury ignited within him. The White Wolf Knight regained his composure, as the Emperor's genetic essence reverberated within his being, rekindling an unbreakable confidence and indomitable will. I will not be defeated. Humanity shall not perish. At that moment, time seemed to slow, as if everything had come to a standstill. He sensed the air had solidified. The barbarian chieftain before him vanished, or perhaps all things in existence faded away. Before Ryan appeared a picturesque lakeside, adorned with autumn leaves carpeting the ground, thick mists swirling over the water, and holy unicorns frolicking in the forest, where woodland fairies sang joyfully. The fragrance of earth, the allure of blooming flowers, the gentle sunlight, and the crystalline lake water. How beautiful! Ryan found himself captivated by such splendor, yet when he beheld the figure standing by the lake, even this breathtaking scene could no longer hold his attention. A stunning figure stood by the water's edge, a woman whose beauty eclipsed all that existed. Her long, radiant golden hair framed a perfect visage with enchanting azure eyes. A simple white Grecian gown accentuated her alluring form, while golden jewelry and chains of stars and moons adorned her figure. Her flawless bare feet rested upon the sandy shore as she faced Ryan, a gentle smile gracing her lips. You have proven your excellence to me, traveler from beyond the stars. My lady. Ryan placed his right hand to his chest and knelt on one knee, offering his respect to this goddess who had battled chaos since her arrival in this world. I am delighted that you refer to me as such, however. I would prefer to hear you say, my lady. The lake nymph, cradling a holy chalice, glided slowly towards Ryan. A flicker of unease crossed Ryan's face, as he recalled the merciless indifference of Ulrich and the attention of the goddess before him. In that fleeting moment, the White Wolf Knight made a decision. I am willing to serve you, my lady. A gleam of cunning and satisfaction sparkled in the lake nymph's eyes as she approached Ryan, extending a delicate alabaster hand. I accept your fealty, Ryan, that I have been watching your battle. You are brave, decisive, and imbued with wisdom. Most importantly, the noble spirit of knighthood has been revived within you. Continue to fight. Brave knight, and expel evil from this land. I shall always watch over you. May the virtues of the mighty knight illuminate your path. At this point, the lake nymph suddenly smiled sweetly, and the colors of the world faded. Had your cunning not been so vile in the duel, I might have appreciated you more. However, go forth, vanquish evil. I shall bestow upon you power. The goddess's verdant fingers reached toward Ryan, who instinctively raised his right hand to meet hers in a dazzling interplay of light and shadow. Their fingertips touched, the lake nymph and the beautiful scenery faded away, and Ryan's consciousness returned to the battlefield, where the clash of steel resonated. Time seemed to have passed in an instant, and before Ryan stood the fearsome barbarian chieftain, whose battle axe, imbued with tremendous force, descended upon him once more. Was it an illusion? No. It was not. A searing pain shot through his chest as the holy emblem of the lake nymph, inscribed upon him by the goddess's divine power, shimmered brightly on his torso. The blessing of the goddess had descended, and the burning emblem erupted with an unprecedented surge of energy that coursed through Ryan's limbs, alleviating all pain and reigniting an unparalleled fighting spirit within him. A pillar of white light pierced the heavens, its power so formidable that even Byrig was compelled to momentarily retreat. What is this? He has leveled up in battle. Emilia on the city wall exclaimed incredulously. The last person to level up in combat was during the Great Holy War 150 years ago. Realizing her slip of the tongue, the mercenary hastily clamped her mouth shut. However, Teresa was oblivious, her silver eyes brimming with joy and pride. Why do I not fear the creations of demons? For they cannot harm me. Ryan emerged from the pillar, engulfed in white flames and resplendent light, standing once more before Byrick. Wretched scum, prepare to face justice. Do you think that your theatrics will suffice to defeat me? Byrick, increasingly enraged, drew upon the power of the blood god to fortify his filthy form. Launching another assault. I was born of darkness. Ryan's warhammer blazed with white flames, the mere heat emanating from it instilling dread in Byrick. In the light, I descended upon this world. The immense force of the warhammer staggered Byrick's massive frame, and the barbarian chieftain was astonished to discover that he was no longer dominant in strength. Mumbling incoherently, the lowly southerner humans are always so repugnant. I shall shatter your jaw this very moment. Byrick felt the white radiance enveloping Ryan not only pierced his eyes, but also seared his very soul. The barbarian chieftain frantically attempted to interrupt Ryan's incantation with a flurry of attacks, yet he could not breach Ryan's defenses. Instead, the hammer, imbued with colossal force, shattered Byrick's shield into splinters, causing the chieftain to stagger backward. Seizing the opportunity, Ryan extended his right hand toward the barbarian chieftain. Psychostorm. White lightning rent the fabric of reality, annihilating Byrick on both physical and spiritual planes. The barbarian chieftain's form was charred black, his soul scorched by Ryan's holy power in the subspace. Byrick, in agony, retreated in distress as Ryan advanced, the hammer's head striking Byrick's chest, the sound of shattering ribs echoing in the silent battlefield. What was more terrifying was that Byrick faltered, that a flicker of fear arose within him. The barbarian chieftain found his confidence wavering, feeling an overwhelming fatigue sweep over his body. His arms grew weak and limp. His back stiffened, and the wounds on his calves throbbed painfully. His chest ached to the point of near suffocation, and he suddenly felt that perhaps he should evade the onslaught behind the young man. A golden apparition materialized in the eyes of Burge, exuding an air of supreme authority. The barbarian chieftain's body trembled involuntarily, as he was suddenly reminded of the legendary battle fought a century and a half ago on the plains of Fascia, where the leader of the human coalition bore a striking resemblance to this figure. His resounding roar echoed across the plains and through the sky, reverberating among the mountains. The sword in his hand could pierce the breast of any foe, and the chaotic army was forced to retreat relentlessly, with the barbarians mingling among the defeated, clinging to life as they were pursued by the forces of order, until they finally retreated to the north. Burrowing deep underground to survive, that a flicker of hesitation crossed Burge's face. He found himself torn between continuing this uncertain duel or opting for a strategic withdrawal. That it was this moment of indecision that sealed the fate of this epic confrontation. The warhammer, ablaze with platinum flames, struck the barbarian chieftain's wrist, sending his massive battle axe soaring into the sky. All the barbarian soldiers watched in horror and disbelief as their chieftain was forced to retreat. As the warhammer withdrew, Ryan's right fist, engulfed in blue flames, crashed into Burge's right cheek, distorting his face into a grotesque semblance under the might of the invincible iron fist. Several charred yellow teeth flew from his mouth, and the sheer force left Burge's mind in a muddled haze, rendering him incapable of coherent thought. Then, the golden warhammer connected with his forehead, producing a thunderous crack. The towering barbarian chieftain collapsed, crimson blood streaming down his head. As life rapidly ebbed from his being, that he struggled to lift his hand, only to let it fall back down, his gradually dilating pupils revealing the truth of his demise. He beheld his blood pooling around him, feeling the pride of his strength fading away along with his consciousness. As an infinite darkness enveloped him, Ryan grasped Burge's head in his hand, the expression of disbelief still etched upon the chieftain's visage. The surrounding barbarian soldiers first registered disbelief, then shock, followed by terror, ultimately culminating in a panicked flight akin to an avalanche. The once formidable barbarian army scattered in disarray as Ryan planted his warhammer into the ground, coldly observing the retreating forces until their formation disintegrated completely. "The chieftain is dead! The chieftain is dead!" cried the first barbarian raider, casting aside his weapon and fleeing into the distance. "The chieftain has been slain. Burge has failed. Flee. The Southerners are too powerful. The war is lost." The barbarian ranks collapsed, the avalanche effect initiated by the first soldier casting down his weapon, leading to the total rout of their forces. Ryan raised the severed head of Burge, the Crusher Bear. As the Nord army erupted in triumphant cheers, their figures towering amidst the chaos, while the barbarians lost all will and courage to fight. The chieftain is dead. Burge has been slain. He lost the duel. What shall we do? The barbarian champion, Killerin, was powerless to halt the mass exodus of his soldiers, who fled like headless flies, disorganized and splintered. Even the champions of the barbarians, in their desperate attempts to slay the fleeing warriors, were met with futility. Let us retreat. Our objective has been achieved. We must withdraw. The champions gathered around a mysterious figure clad in black robes, who shook his head. While it is regrettable that we could not advance further, rules are rules. The champion duel is the only code we must adhere to. Let us retreat before tomorrow. It is unlikely we will capture this port. Thus, the remnants of the barbarian army withdrew, and the Nord forces, too exhausted to pursue, remained as their hero leaned against his warhammer, watching the retreating direction of the barbarian horde. It was only after no trace of the barbarian soldiers remained that Ryan collapsed to the ground. His strength utterly depleted. Halfway down, a robust figure rushed forth, enveloping him in an embrace. It was Alfred, the voice of this paladin laced with tears, as his strong arms held Ryan tightly. Good friend, you have triumphed. You have won the champion duel. You have slain the chaotic champion, Crusher Bearburch. You have saved all the people of this city. Alfred exclaimed, shaking Ryan's arm in excitement. You are the greatest. Is that so? Ryan replied weakly, glancing behind him. He beheld the citizens and refugees of the city emerging from within, loudly singing praises of his name. The Count knelt with his guards, expressing gratitude for Ryan's salvation of the city, while the paladins offered the highest honors, thankful for the countless lives he had spared from the ravages of war and destruction. I have truly succeeded. From this day forth, the name Ryan would echo throughout the continent, his glory known far and wide through the ballads of bards and the proclamations of the great churches. His name began to resonate with the people across the land, his deeds drawing the attention of the divine. Now, he was the hero of Nord. Chapter 70. The Imperial reinforcements arrive in the desolate expanse of the Nord Kingdom. Emperor Karl Franz of the Empire led his forces onward with haste. The electors had responded swiftly. With supplies in place, the Imperial army advanced rapidly, poised to reach Midgeton Haven by the following day. The Emperor himself rode atop his celestial steed, contemplating the path ahead. Not every battle required the use of his griffin mount, Deathclaw. Typically, the Emperor preferred to ride his celestial horse. Hurry, knights. Midgeton Haven is besieged by the barbarians and may fall at any moment. We cannot stand idly by while tens of thousands perish before us, Karl Franz remarked jovially to his 500 Reichsguard. Of course, my lord, we are advancing at full speed, the Reichsguard responded in unison. A faint smile crossed the Emperor's face. He recognized his own impatience. The Reichsguard was composed of the most elite knights from his own territories, and to serve in this esteemed guard was a point of pride for any family. Besides the Empire's Griffin Knights and the scant 40-man battle guard, the Reichsguard stood as the Emperor's most formidable force. Knights could not abandon their infantry and artillery to act independently, even within the borders of the Empire. Such actions were perilously reckless. The Empire, though appearing vast, was riddled with extensive areas of black forests, mountains, and desolate marshes, uninhabited regions in astonishing numbers. In truth, the Empire functioned as a federal state centered around cities and villages, with roads serving as its lifeblood. The Emperor's direct domain, the Reich, was an expansive and fertile plain. The troublesome bandit and beastman problem had significantly diminished following the Emperor's repeated military campaigns for peace and order. Yet the situation was markedly different for other electors. For instance, the Elector of Woolrich, while possessing a large territory, was almost entirely enveloped by black forests, save for the cities of White Wolf and the southern stronghold of Carent. The land and populace under the Elector's control were quite limited. The Grand Alchemist, Gelt, rode alongside the Emperor on his celestial steed, engaging in extensive dialogue, compared to the fiery temperament and peculiar traits of the current chief wizard. Seen as German, Gelt was a figure the Emperor preferred. Gelt's logical thinking was rigorous and meticulous, often yielding constructive suggestions. Over 4,000 barbarian troops have besieged Midgeton Haven. The Bearmen are renowned for their high morale and prowess in siege warfare. It is said their assault on the port came without warning. What insights do you, my Grand Alchemist, possess? Understanding the need for patience, Karl Franz turned to Gelt for conversation. There must be some underlying purpose behind this. It could be a directive from the Dark Gods or a strategic goal. Generally, the Dark Gods' commands lack rationale and logic, for they are chaotic beings. Therefore, if Burge harbors any intent, it may be to seize control of the port, amass its riches, and return to the northern wasteland. Gelt paused momentarily, as if weighing his words, before continuing. However, recent events have led me to revise my assumptions. What kind of events? Could you enlighten me, my grand alchemist? Certainly, my lord. Well, to describe it simply, a couple of days ago, I sensed a colossal surge of magical energy near Midgeton Haven, likely drawing the attention of the dark gods. Gelt's tone revealed a keen interest in the matter, though the Emperor could only discern his emotions through his voice. As Gelt wore a mask, Karl Franz understood that these spellcasters were akin to ticking time bombs. Yet humanity needed their power, for the unpredictable chaotic energies could be transformed into potent magic under their guidance. The Emperor, just, benevolent, brave, and resolute, bore no animosity towards these spellcasters, for all struggled to survive under the threat of chaos, and none were exempt. Thus, he continued, if we can repel Burge and his barbarian soldiers, you should have time to investigate what truly transpired. We can undoubtedly defeat the Bear Men. My lord, the only question is whether Midgeton Haven will fall. Gelt pointedly addressed the unspoken concern of the Emperor. In my view, the defenders may not withstand our arrival. The town's downfall is merely a matter of time. However, scouts report that the famed White Wolf Knight, Ryan, is indeed in Midgeton Haven, leading the soldiers in their resistance. If he is as powerful as the legends claim, there may still be a glimmer of hope for this city. Reinhardt. I recall he is the adopted son of Ivan, renowned in the northern territories of the Empire. Yet he is indeed a man of the White Wolf Lord. Karl Franz found himself in a state of hesitation. At this sensitive juncture, I cannot take the initiative to summon him. As you say, Your Majesty. Gelt nodded. The northern and southern regions of the Empire are similarly plagued by significant sectarian divisions. The deities worshipped in the north are collectively referred to as the Northern Pantheon, prominently featuring the White Wolf Church led by Ulrich, alongside the Nature Church headed by the god Tal. Although the faith in these northern gods has waned, they still hold an irreplaceable position in the hearts of the northern folk. Conversely, the southern pantheon is represented by the Church of Justice, the Church of Life, and the Church of Magic. The southern empire boasts a more favorable environment, a temperate climate, and fertile lands, with the emperor's direct dominion situated in the south, enabling the three major churches to secure the electoral authority, while the northern churches lack such privilege, further exacerbating the rift between the north and south. After 50 years of reign, the savior, Ludwig Friedrich, removed his crown and announced his abdication before vanishing. His brother Heinz had been a strong contender for the throne, yet Heinz was a devout follower of Ulrich. Upon learning that his ascension would likely grant the White Wolf Church electoral rights, the three major churches decisively aligned with Karl Franz's grandfather, Leopold Franz Friedrich. Ultimately, Heinz lost the imperial title after a fierce dispute. This deepened the discord between the northern and southern sects, and after his coronation, Karl Franz deftly employed his political acumen and diplomatic skills to delicately reconcile the nuanced relationship between the divine entities of the empire's north and south. Perhaps this is an opportunity. Your Majesty, your army has just rescued this White Wolf Knight, and is thus well positioned to receive him. No one could possibly take issue with your noble actions, Gelt promptly suggested, a plan that the Emperor naturally embraced. You are correct. As the day's march concluded, the well-drilled Imperial army swiftly established camp and set up defenses, while hundreds of Reichsguard assembled like shoals of fish, their constantly adjusting formations mesmerizing in their artistry. Scouts soon brought fresh news. Your Majesty. New military intelligence. Karl Franz accepted the wax-sealed letter from the Reichsguard. Despite the long march, fatigue did not mar the Emperor's countenance. A small portion of this vitality stemmed from his extraordinary constitution. Yet more arose from his fervent passion for humanity and love for the Empire. Many who had encountered the Emperor remarked that this guardian of mankind burned like the sun, radiating warmth to others. Shortly after his ascension, this emperor of military lineage garnered the affection of the imperial populace. Upon breaking the seal and glancing at the contents, Karl Franz slapped his thigh with vigor. The exquisite armor known as the Silver Seal, forged by the dwarven artisans, resonating with a crisp sound. Splendid. What has transpired, Your Majesty? Gelt inquired as he approached, staff in hand. May I share in your joy? The Emperor handed the letter to Gelt. It is that Reinhardt. He has slain Bryg through the champion's duel. The Bearman tribe has been routed. I never expected Nord to possess such a brave soul. Then, Your Majesty, we may slightly adjust our plans. The internal pressure on Nord has significantly diminished, allowing us to hasten our advance to the northern coast and prepare an ambush for the barbarian horde. Gelt responded. Gelt, have you heard the tale of the first night King Arthur? The favorable turn of events lifted the Emperor's spirits, enabling his army to confidently resupply at Maiden Haven and prepare for an ambush along the coastline against the barbarian forces. I have, Your Majesty. Gelt nodded. The Emperor retrieved several buttered rolls, enjoying them alongside Bagman beer. While Gelt contented himself with meat, the Reichsguard safeguarded their beloved Emperor, and Gelt's every movement, accompanied by the sound of metal scraping, made the Emperor feel somewhat uneasy. Are you referring to the story of the first Duke of Poldro, Marcus? Allow me to recount the legendary tale of Arthur and his exploits after the ninth victory. Arthur and his knights rode northward, traversing the shadows of the Arden Forest for several days, until they reached the once elven city-state, now the forest metropolis of the harbor city, Languely. Karl Franz recounted this magnificent epic as if reciting poetry. Arthur left a portion of his knights to rest here, while he led the main force to confront the advancing greenskin horde. However, Arthur's aspirations were dashed, as this vast harbor came under attack from the northern barbarians, compelling the resting knights to launch a tempestuous strike. Day after day, night after night, thousands of savages were slain or driven into the sea. Yet these ferocious foes remained unmoved, fighting with relentless fervor, for they sought only the gaze of their bloodthirsty dark god. Amidst despair, Lord Marcus of Poldro stood forth, challenging the fallen Lord of Chaos, Swinga. Gelt, equally familiar with this epic, continued, defeat me and claim victory, or leave this place at once. Karl Franz nodded, taking the narrative. For honor. Swinga could not refuse this challenge. Many valiant warriors perished at the hands of Swinga's blood-soaked minions. Yet Marcus felt no fear, for he knew the lady was with him. The warriors met atop the lighthouse. The Britannians engaged in foot combat. The clouds roared, storms raged, as heaven and earth seemed to rally for the duel. Elemental forces appeared to secretly assist, manifesting strange luminescence upon Swinga's dual hammers. The clash was tumultuous, the sounds of clashing steel echoing clearly even beneath the towered eye. In the end, Marcus breached the enemy's defenses with a powerful strike, sending both combatants tumbling onto the rocks below. Swinga fell, and the Norsemen were forced to retreat by boat to their frigid lair. Thus marked the 10th great victory. How reminiscent this is of that magnificent epic from yore. I have a premonition that this marks the beginning of a series of legendary tales for this young man. In conclusion, the Emperor mused, with a stroke of good fortune, we may meet this young hero by tomorrow. Indeed, Your Majesty. The following day, the elite Imperial forces arrived at Maiden Haven, greeted by a populace brimming with pride and hope. Alongside the Earl Albert, who came forth to welcome the Imperial army, the Earl's forces had suffered grievously, all bearing wounds. Yet they were infused with glory and conviction. The Emperor did not spot Reinhardt among the crowd. Where is the Nord hero who triumphed in the champion's duel? Have him present himself. I wish to meet him. Regrettably, Your Majesty, Reinhardt is not here, Albert replied, shaking his head. Is he injured? No, merely a minor wound, nothing serious. After last night's celebratory banquet, Sir Reinhardt had additional duties and boarded a vessel bound for Marienburg during the night, Albert explained. Marienburg. Is that so? Karl Franz mused, realizing that Marienburg was not far from the Imperial capital, easily reachable by descending the Rake River. It appears my luck is not favorable. After several days of marching, the Imperial army established their encampment in the city. That night, under a canopy of stars, the Grand Alchemist Gelt, clad in a golden cloak and leaning on his staff, ventured deep into the estate. Concerned for the Emperor's safety against arcane energies, Gelt had declined the Emperor's request to accompany him. Your personal safety is paramount to the fate of the world. You are the Empire, he had urged the Emperor, compelling Karl Franz to reluctantly acquiesce. The estate had gained new inhabitants, and Gelt's arrival prompted a rather warm reception. Facing approaching ghouls, he deftly waved his staff, transforming the 3 ghouls into stone statues. Soon, Gelt discovered the concealed entrance to a hidden basement. Sensing the immense energy that had once permeated the air, his curiosity intensified. The Grand Alchemist yearned to uncover what transpired within the underground chamber. He stumbled upon a damaged ancient relic. Had the ancient sage's work gone awry? Who goes there? At that moment, Gelt sensed an overwhelming aura of danger approach from behind. Without hesitation, the Grand Alchemist retrieved a scroll from within his robes and tore it open. Summoning a golden hound, towering at the height of a man yet several meters long, which charged at the intruder, a 6-circle spell, summoning a golden hound. A flash of golden light enveloped the newcomer. And before the hound could emit a mournful cry, it disintegrated into dust, revealing a towering figure that illuminated the entire basement with a chilling golden radiance. Who are you? Chapter 71. The Sea Breeze and the Waves. Part 1. The mere desire to discern the visage of the approaching figure sent tremors through the eyes and soul of the Grand Alchemist. Reluctant to risk his sight being seared away, Gator could only rely on the reflection from his golden robe to ascertain the identity of the newcomer, clad in a resplendent suit of massive golden plate armor. Every intricate pattern and engraving upon it struck Gator as a profound desecration. These golden motifs and the emblem of the double-headed eagle were reserved solely for electors and emperors. The statue of a falcon on the right shoulder of the armor gazed down upon the world, while the crimson-lined white cloak attested to the noble stature of the wearer. Cascading black hair flowed like silk, framing a face that bore an air of supreme authority and unending indifference. Gator understood he faced an opponent he could never hope to defeat, yet this individual did not emanate the chaotic essence of a creature of disorder. No being of chaos could exude such sanctity and majesty. Thus, he attempted to engage in dialogue. I mean no intrusion upon your repose, my lord. I am a sorcerer from the Imperial Royal Wizard Academy, here to investigate the traces of chaos. We share a common adversary. Humans. The visitor merely cast a fleeting glance his way, and an overwhelming force engulfed Gator, rendering his every secret laid bare under the scrutiny of the dark-haired man, from his birth to the moment he entered this subterranean chamber. All of Gator's aspirations and life goals were laid bare in the eyes of the stranger. A thirst for knowledge in the alchemical arts, a profound affinity for the primal magic of the world, and an unwavering loyalty to humanity. At last, the visitor relinquished his oppressive aura, and the Grand Alchemist collapsed to the ground in exhaustion. Loyalty is the foundation of all that. I perceive that your ultimate aspiration is for the future of humanity, which is commendable. The stranger's countenance was marked solely by relentless coldness and gravity, yet his voice continued to resonate within Gator's mind. I can restore your ruined visage. I can impart to you greater arcane knowledge. And what shall I pay as a price? Gator sensed the formidable power of the newcomer, yet the Emperor's sorcerer steadfastly upheld his principle, his loyalty to humanity. Maintain your loyalty to mankind and the Empire. Thus, before Gator, a gateway to a new world was unveiled. Upon the turbulent sea, the briny scent of the ocean and the sound of crashing waves filled the cabin of the passenger ship. Upon awakening, Ryan found himself reclined on a plush bed in the finest room aboard the vessel, adorned with carpets and furnished with ample amenities, all securely fastened by the captain's nails. As he opened the small window, the daylight flooded in, and Ryan noticed he had been clad in a pristine white nightgown. The light flickered softly, the mattress was luxuriously soft, and a faint scent lingered on the thick quilt. Sitting up, Ryan vaguely recalled the celebratory banquet from the previous night, where Count Albert had opened his wine cellar. Even though Ryan had indulged to the point of inebriation, he remembered his mission was to pursue the fallen hunter. Thus, he had politely declined the Count's hospitality and embarked on the ship that very night. Before his departure, the Count had bestowed upon him 3 divine gold coins and gifted him an heirloom, a pinnacle of dwarven craftsmanship, an exorcism flintlock. Adorned with runes, the Count, lacking the strength to endure the weapon's formidable recoil, had relegated his former treasure to an idle state, while Ryan, possessing sufficient strength, faced no such dilemma. The runic shotgun, paired with mercury bullets, holds the potential to exceed my expectations. Ryan examined the firearm closely, studying the runes and sensing its latent power. Awake already, are we? A cool female voice resonated from the far side of the room. Is everything well? There is ample time. You may rest further. Teresa, clad in a silk gown adorned with lily and lotus motifs, her hair cascading unadorned, wore a diamond necklace and sapphire earrings that accentuated her stunning beauty. Upon noticing Ryan's awakening, the sorceress rose and sat at the edge of his bed, extending her delicate hand to grasp his larger one. Do you feel better? The shimmering strands of her hair brushed against Ryan's hand, igniting a tingling sensation, yet he gently pressed her hand down. I am well, recovering swiftly. When you ascended to duel that barbarian, you truly frightened me. You ought not to have done so. It was unnecessary for you to exert yourself to such an extent for the safety of a mere city. Teresa placed Ryan's hand upon her long leg, drawing his attention to the brevity of her skirt, revealing her long legs clad in black stockings. At that moment, It was a choice I had no alternative but to make, that I could not abandon a dire situation and flee alone. My reputation would suffer grievously, and this was the sole means to salvage the predicament. Ryan shook his head gently. Perhaps. Teresa did not directly respond. Feeling the warmth radiating from his hand, her complexion slightly flushed when Ryan's gaze met hers. She instinctively averted her eyes, rising to sit on a nearby bench. In any case, we require 5 days to reach Marlenberg. Roughly so. Ryan, disinterested in prolonging the topic, diverted his gaze to the sorceress's exquisite legs. Teresa was adorned in purple stiletto heels, and upon noticing his wandering gaze, she beamed with pride. Do you fancy it? I seldom see you dressed thus. Ryan jested, buoyed by his recent victory in the championship. Having ascended in battle, and blessed eternally by the Lady of the Lake, there was no reason for him to be anything but elated. This dress is rather short and prone to mishaps. I only wear it before you because you seem to like it. In truth, I am not particularly fond of stockings. The sorceress delicately tugged at the black stockings encasing her legs. Wearing stockings easily attracts the eyes of men, a gaze I detest. Moreover, trousers are far more practical for combat. Skirts are prone to tearing. Indeed. You speak true. Ryan observed Teresa's pensive expression and ventured to inquire. What troubles you? You seem somewhat discontent. Ryan, we may have to part ways. I have received notification from the council regarding new developments in the excavation of the Wizarding Empire's relics. The sorceress reluctantly conveyed her disheartening news to Ryan. So you will return to the Gallen Council? Ryan's face bore a hint of regret, though inwardly he nearly laughed, pondering that with his current renown, he could seek out the Wizarding Alliance or the Imperial Royal Wizard Academy. If all else failed, he could even approach the saintly order directly affiliated with the Lady of the Lake. Convinced that those holy figures and prophetesses would surely assist him, Veronica has indicated she will assume my position. She will rendezvous with us in Marlenberg, and I shall transfer my duties to her. Teresa's discontent was palpable. The importance of the excavation indeed overshadowed all else. Thus, the days aboard this vessel will be our final moments together. Veronica will come? That is agreeable. What do you mean by final moments together? It sounds as though we shall never meet again. Ryan quipped, feeling a bit awkward. I need to rise and change. Could you perhaps retreat to your own quarters for a time? What do you mean by my quarters? This is your room as much as mine. We share this space. You may change behind the screen. Teresa gestured towards the room's partition. Share a room? Ryan exclaimed, visibly pained. Could you enlighten me as to how this came to be? Did you not reserve 2 rooms? Your friend Alfred successfully persuaded his archbishop. He wishes to accompany you on your adventures. Furthermore, that drifter knight named Lopus appears to have some history with you, so I decided to relinquish your room to them. The sorceress dismissed the matter. In any case, this room accommodates 2 beds. Very well. Ryan, feeling somewhat embarrassed, slipped behind the screen to change that as he removed his nightgown. He noticed a chalice emblem emblazoned upon his chest. The Lady of the Lake had inscribed an eternal blessing upon him with her formidable divine power. An unparalleled gift bestowed upon him. The chalice mark, a lifelong aspiration for many Britannian knights, conferred extraordinary magical resistance, immunity to spells of the 4th tier and below, and enhanced resistance to most ranged weaponry. The sacred chalice mark was a testament to the Lady of the Lake's favor towards Ryan. Moreover, her blessing would largely exempt him from being prophesied against or cursed, for she possessed the divine office of prophecy herself. The chalice mark also expedited Ryan's recovery of stamina. Elevated to the mid-level of legendary status, Ryan's physique and strength surged exponentially, and with the Lady of the Lake's eternal blessing, he could stride confidently even at the legendary tier. Even if he could not prevail, he would not be defeated. This could be considered a form of Holy Grail night for me. Albeit without having sipped from the lady's chalice water, foot bath, Ryan mused. He possessed the traits of a Grail knight. Unparalleled magical resistance, exceptional range resistance, and tireless endurance. Once attired, Ryan emerged, the sun having risen to midday. He and Teresa shared a lunch, sitting together upon the bed, beginning to deliberate on the forthcoming steps. At present, although we have lost our leads, deducing the whereabouts of the fallen hunter should not pose a significant challenge, for the headquarters of the beautiful society is situated in Marienburg. While you may not be able to continue, I shall persevere, and barring unforeseen circumstances, I anticipate receiving an invitation shortly. Ryan sat upon his bed, while Teresa leaned against his shoulder, seemingly oblivious to his analysis. Are you even listening to me? What is the point of discussing this now? You can speak with Veronica yourself, Ryan replied. Teresa, resting her head on his shoulder, whispered softly in his ear, let us change the subject. Change the subject. Before Ryan could fully comprehend, Teresa had cast aside her white lace gloves. Intertwining her fingers with his as her cheeks flushed, she inquired, Ryan, what do you think about what I mentioned last time? Knock, knock, knock. A fervent knocking resounded at the door, accompanied by Alfred's voice. Ryan. Ryan, come out quickly. Something monumental has occurred. What is it? Ryan, noticing the commotion, gently patted Teresa's small hand, rising to open the door, leaving behind the flustered sorceress who shot an indignant glare towards the entrance. Exiting the cabin, Ryan found Alfred gripping him tightly. Ryan, you have become famous. His Majesty Karl Franz has announced your exploits to the entire nation. The Lady of the Lake has also proclaimed your deeds through the order of the Blessed Virgin. And now the entire continent is singing your praises. You are renowned. Clad not in full plate armor, but in a pristine ceremonial garb, Alfred resembled a dashing golden-haired knight. Yet beneath his ceremonial attire, he still bore scale armor. When he saw Ryan, he appeared momentarily stunned, then slapped his palm against Ryan's chest. My good friend, do you know what is happening outside? What is it? Following Alfred onto the deck, Ryan beheld the azure sea and sky, waves crashing against the hull, the sea breeze tousling his dark hair. The Lady of the Lake has publicly declared through the order of the Blessed Virgin that your victory over the barbarian chieftain, Rig, was due to the blessings of the Lady of the Lake, while the Archbishop of the White Wolf Church, Malras, has openly stated that it was the encouragement of the Lord of the White Wolf that led you to triumph in the Champions' Duel. Alfred spoke excitedly. I heard it from our Lord during morning prayers today. And so, what do you think? Ryan chuckled lightly, remaining non-committal. I simply wish to know, what are your thoughts? Whose assistance did you truly receive? This is crucial. Alfred clung to Ryan, eager to discern which of the rumors circulating outside held any truth. Ryan offered no response. The White Wolf Knight merely tugged at the corner of his garment. In Alfred's bright green eyes, the emblem of the Holy Grail gleamed. Meanwhile, a quarrel erupted in the void. You insufferable wretch! You are shamelessly usurping my glory. Uric furiously addressed the figure before him. I demand an explanation. You cannot prevent him from following me. It is decreed among the gods that none may forcibly claim another's faith. Ryan is now my divine favored one, my chosen champion. The Lady of the Lake mocked the White Wolf goddess' belated awareness. According to the covenant, he is merely your knight of the favored order. Yet he is my chosen champion. Therefore, from this moment forth, the ownership of this foreigner belongs to me. Uric, you may declare him expelled from the White Wolf Knights, or you may label him a traitor. But what if you do so? How will the other humans perceive it? What will your followers think? You may certainly attempt it. The Lady of the Lake concluded her words, floating away, leaving Uric in a state of fury. Even the most volatile and easily provoked deities require followers. All gods, save for the chaotic ones, rely on their worshippers, for it is the faith of the followers that sustains their existence. Uric could indeed have his archbishop announce Ryan's expulsion from the White Wolf Knights and strip him of his insignia, yet the repercussions of such an action were beyond his capacity to bear. Ryan had never wronged him in any way. The White Wolf Church had languished for an extended period, should the Lord of the White Wolf dare to make such a decision. Branding a hero who repelled the barbarian invasion single-handedly as a traitor, he could only imagine the catastrophic collapse of faith and ensuing rebellion that would follow. This world is not inhabited solely by him. As for clicks, subscriptions, collections, recommendations, donations, and reviews, all are sought. The map shall soon change, and the protagonist will embark on a new journey, with new significant female characters making their appearances in due course.